The man was a worker who had been exploited to the extreme. He had just finished working on a proposal all night and submitted it to his boss when he was immediately sent on a business trip to the bustling Shanghe area. Lin Cheng felt both excited and helpless. But just as the train was speeding along the railway at 500 miles per hour, an accident suddenly occurred. The entire train flipped violently and tumbled down the mountain at high speed. The train broke into more than a dozen sections, tumbling and plummeting downwards. Lin Cheng, in a state of extreme panic, foamed at the mouth and immediately lost consciousness. That instant, however, completely changed his life. Near the edge of a mudflat close to the mouth of the Yangtze River, a mud-covered figure slowly got up. Where am I? Lin Cheng was momentarily confused. He was originally traveling from Beijing to Shanghai on a business trip. Since he had never traveled by sea before, he specifically took the high-speed rail from Tianjin to Shanghai, but unexpectedly encountered an accident halfway there. When he woke up again, he had become like this. He quickly patted himself down, then pulled his Mate 60 Pro out of his pocket. The screen lit up immediately, and Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was his precious phone. If this really went wrong, he felt like dying. But to Lin Cheng's astonishment, everything on his phone had disappeared, leaving only 3 lonely icons. World War II Weapons Gallery, Cloning Gene Gallery, Territory Industry Gallery. He did know about the first one. It was a collection of various equipment and supplies gathered by him, a fervent World War II military enthusiast. But he had no recollection of collecting the second and third icons. What were these things, and why had he even bothered with them? However, he couldn't worry about that now. The feeling of being soaking wet was just too uncomfortable. He quickly walked to a low tree, took off all his soaking wet clothes, and hung them on the branches. Fortunately, it was midday, and the sun was shining brightly, so Lin Cheng didn't feel too cold. After sitting under the tree and catching his breath, Lin Cheng turned on his phone again. But no matter what he did, the phone still only showed those 3 icons. Lin Cheng casually clicked on the Industrial Image Library, then clicked a few more times, and then casually clicked on the World War II Image Library. The screen instantly changed, and small images of weapons immediately appeared on the screen. He possessed a variety of elite weapons from World War II, including the STG-44 rifle, Suomi submachine gun, M1 carbine, Kar 98K rifle, and 81mm GRW-34 mortar. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on the screen. M1 carbine, confirm. Cancel. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment. It turned out he had accidentally clicked on one of the pictures. What's going on? When did his encyclopedia turn into a game? Did it mutate? Or? Lin Cheng's heart jumped. He quickly looked around, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. In a place like Shanghai where land is incredibly valuable, how could such a large expanse of wasteland remain undeveloped? Could it be that he has transmigrated? Thinking of this, Lin Cheng's face revealed an excited expression. There was no way around it. All sorts of time travel novels had already thoroughly poisoned his mind. He spent his days fantasizing about one day traveling to another world, either to defy fate or to simply take off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stored so much military information on his phone, and he wouldn't have even downloaded cultivation techniques and Maoshan magic from the internet, all in the hopes that one day his daydreams would actually become reality. As for whether he had truly transmigrated, Lin Cheng's gaze involuntarily fell on the pop-up window. Then he raised his hand and pressed the confirm button hard. Bang! Just as Lin Cheng was staring at the screen, a soft sound came from in front of him, as if something had fallen to the ground. He immediately looked up. Not far from him, a long, military green box appeared out of thin air on the ground. Lin Cheng felt a buzzing in his head, and a wave of panic instantly filled his chest. After all, a wish is a wish, and if it were to come true all at once, how could an ordinary person possibly accept it immediately? Lin Cheng forcibly suppressed his panic, quickly dragged the box over, and lifted the wooden lid. The next second, a brand new M1 carbine came into his view, with 3 magazines next to it. Lin Cheng quickly took out the gun and examined it from all angles, unable to contain his excitement. The M1 carbine weighs only 2.5 kilograms and holds 15 rounds, making it one of the lightest and highest capacity rifles of World War II. Its drawbacks are also obvious. Its range is only 200 meters, and its firepower is not particularly high. Holding a real gun in his hands, Lin Cheng felt an irresistible urge. He picked up a magazine, inserted it into the chamber, and, mimicking a video he'd seen on TikTok, forcefully pulled the bolt handle. He rested the rifle butt against his shoulder, cheek against it, aimed with his right eye at the sights, and pulled the trigger at a large tree not far away. Bang! The bullet, due to muzzle ricochet, flew off at an angle. Holy crap! Looking at the bullet that had seemingly disappeared into the distance, Lin Cheng's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth, a fierce determination rising within him. Damn it! He refused to believe he could keep missing. Bang! 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 In an instant, gunshots rang out across the mudflats, startling countless birds into flight. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Cheng looked at the several holes that had appeared in the tree trunks in the distance, and finally smiled with satisfaction. After venting his frustration, Lin Cheng quickly pulled out his phone and tapped on the picture of the M1 carbine. A pop-up window immediately appeared, and his gaze fell directly on the 3 small black dots in the upper right corner. He extended his thumb and lightly tapped, and another magazine immediately appeared. M1 rounds, 100mm and 15mm, M16 tracer rounds, M27 tracer rounds, M06 blank rounds. Lin Cheng tapped a few times and quickly figured out how to operate it. 100 represents 100 loose bullets, and 15 represents a magazine full of bullets. You can only stack or decrease in units of 100 or 15. Lin Cheng exited the image library purchase page and began to scan the entire screen. Finally, his gaze stopped at the battery level display in the upper right corner, and his expression changed instantly because the battery level was only 1%. What happened? The car was fully charged when he got in. So how come it only has a little charge left? Lin Cheng panicked. He didn't even know where he was. Lin Cheng decided to stop thinking about it, when suddenly his stomach growled. He opened his image library again and remembered that he had also casually saved a lot of World War II military rations and medicine there. He scrolled the gallery to the bottom, a smile immediately spreading across his face. Spam luncheon meat, various individual rations, even icons for cola and beer were visible. Lin Cheng quickly clicked on Spam luncheon meat, and a pop-up window immediately appeared. To his astonishment, the minimum order was 1 box, which contained 100 cans. Lin Cheng was immediately at a loss. Where was he supposed to put all 100 cans at once? He couldn't just throw them away. He tried clicking on other food icons, but the minimum extraction unit was also 1 box. Lin Cheng rubbed his rumbling stomach, gritted his teeth, and clicked the button anyway. Since it was free, he couldn't let himself starve, so he opted for withdrawal. After eating and drinking his fill, he retrieved another magazine, inserted it back into his carbine, and then headed towards the grove of trees to the west. While observing his surroundings, he had seen a wisp of smoke rising from that area. After passing through a large expanse of wild forest, Lin Cheng finally saw a winding dirt road. The presence of a road meant that people lived nearby. The wisp of smoke from the chimney most likely belonged to a family or a small village. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. But soon, the excitement on Lin Cheng's face turned serious, because what was floating in the sky was thick black smoke billowing up from the raging fire. Before he could figure out what was going on, a cry for help suddenly came from the woods at the end of the dirt road. The voice sounded like that of a young woman, calling for help urgently. Lin Cheng's expression changed, and he immediately quickened his pace. As they drew closer, the woman's voice became clearer. "Wah, let me go, wah no." Immediately afterward, a wild, unrestrained laugh rang out. "Go ahead and scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Come on, guys, let's teach this little beauty a lesson today." "Brother, why did you hit me?" Then, a voice came. "Damn it, so what if I hit you? Didn't you see Mr. Morita is here? When did it become your turn to drink the first soup? Listen up, all of you. Hold this bitch's hands and feet tight. Don't let her hurt Mr. Morita. Mr. Morita, please go first. We'll be cooperating frequently in the future." Upon hearing that there were still Japanese soldiers, Lin Cheng felt a surge of anger. He hurried to the grove of trees, and, as soon as he turned a corner, saw a thatched hut engulfed in flames. In the open space in front of the thatched hut, 4 men dressed in black jackets were pinning down a woman who was struggling desperately, doing something utterly inhuman. 2 men with their backs to Lin Cheng were standing directly opposite him. The shorter one was clearly a Japanese soldier, dressed in a gray samurai uniform, and walked with bow legs toward the woman on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Cheng could no longer hold back and immediately raised his gun, aiming it at the Japanese soldier. With a bang, a spray of blood instantly appeared on the Japanese soldier's back. Bang! Bang! Lin Cheng fired 2 more shots, both hitting the Japanese soldier cleanly in the back. The other men in black jackets finally reacted, crying out and trying to dodge, but Lin Cheng gave them no chance. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, knocking down the remaining 5 men in black jackets. Seeing the 6 men lying in pools of blood, Lin Cheng felt a surge of rage and rushed towards them. Luckily, he had practiced his marksmanship at the beach before, otherwise it would have been hard to say who would have been at a disadvantage today. A mournful cry brought Lin Cheng back to his senses. He saw the girl sitting on the ground, hugging her legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Her clothes were tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Lin Cheng quickly took off his sun-protective clothing and draped it over the girl, asking, "Miss, where are your family?" The girl hugged her legs tightly and sobbed, "Wah? My father and mother were burned to death by them. Wah?" Lin Cheng glanced at the thatched hut that had almost burned to the ground and felt a tightness in his chest. Looking at the Japanese soldier lying in a pool of blood, he could no longer suppress his anger. He raised his gun and fired at the soldier again until the body was a bloody mess. Only then did the pent-up anger in his chest dissipate. Lin Cheng walked to the girl's side and said, "Girl, let's leave here first." The Japanese devils might have accomplices, but the girl just kept crying, burying her face in her lap. A look of anxiety immediately appeared on Lin Cheng's face. He was now all alone, and if a group of people came, even if they had guns, he would probably be in grave danger. He wanted to turn around and leave, but in the end, he gritted his teeth, reached out, and pulled the girl up and walked towards the nearby woods. The girl was clearly taken aback by Lin Cheng's sudden tug, and in her terror, she opened her mouth to scream. Lin Cheng immediately yelled impatiently, "Shut the hell up!" After saying that, he forcefully pulled the girl into the woods, only stopping when they were deep inside. Lin Cheng turned to look at the timid girl following behind and asked, "What's your name? Where's this place?" The girl hung her head, looking dejected, and said, "This is Baoshan County, and the county seat isn't far ahead." Baoshan County, this really is Shanghai. Lin Cheng's mind jolted, looking at the desolate scenery around him, and then at the girl's distinctly Republican-era clothing. He finally realized one thing. He had indeed traveled through time. For a moment, Lin Cheng was in utter confusion. Although he often daydreamed, those were just thoughts. Now that he had actually transmigrated, he was completely panicked. Everything he was familiar with was gone. Lin Cheng was momentarily overwhelmed and plopped down on the ground. His distraught appearance immediately caught the girl's attention. She hesitated for a moment, then timidly asked, "You? What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Lin Cheng took a deep breath, waved his hand, looked up at the girl and said, and was stunned when he saw the girl's face clearly. Her delicate features, snow-white and smooth face, and slightly swollen eyes did nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, they added to her pitiful charm. Lin Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. How come every girl he casually saves is a stunning beauty? Lin Cheng's suddenly intense gaze made the girl's face turn pale instantly. She staggered and instinctively took a step back. Seeing the girl's expression suddenly change and her feet start to move backward, Lin Cheng immediately understood what was going on and blurted out, "All right, if I really wanted to hurt you, do you think you could escape?" This time, it was the girl's turn to be stunned. Clearly, she understood Lin Cheng's meaning. A look of sorrow immediately appeared on her face, and she slowly squatted down. Seeing that she was about to cry again, Lin Cheng quickly asked, "What year of the Republic of China is it now?" The girl paused, taken aback by Lin Cheng's question. Her gaze towards him suddenly became strange. After a long pause, he said in a low voice, "It is now the 18th day of the 9th month of the 23rd year of the Guangdong reign." The 23rd year of the Guangdong reign? Lin Cheng was instantly stunned. He couldn't react for a moment. His mind was a complete mess. If he remembered correctly, in his original world, the Daxing Empire had already perished in the 5th year of the Guangdong era. Chapter 3, Future Plans. Lin Cheng took a deep breath, looked up at the girl, and changed the question. "Do you have any other relatives?" He just wanted to confirm it again. Green Bamboo gently shook her head, saying that her hometown was in Yunnan province. Her family couldn't survive, so they fled all the way south. Her parents worked hard for 7 or 8 years and finally managed to get a foothold, but then trouble struck again. At this point, Green Bamboo could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Lin Cheng could only sigh inwardly at the sight. In such chaotic times, there were far too many unfortunate people. Whether this was the Republic of China or the so-called Xinhua, the essence was the same: chaos. Local warlords exploited the people at every level, and the lives of ordinary people could not be described simply as bitter. Lin Cheng was silent for a moment before asking her name. The girl replied softly, "My name is Elju." After hearing this, Lin Cheng didn't beat around the bush. It was too dangerous for her to stay outside alone right now, and if she wanted, she could come with him for the time being. Green Bamboo wasn't a naive little girl. She knew all too well how treacherous the world was these days. Let alone 2 days, she might not even survive a single day. She hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered her head and quietly agreed. Lin Cheng had just gotten up to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned back and told Green Bamboo to wait where she was. After saying that, he first went to check the thatched hut to make sure he hadn't missed anything, and then walked towards the corpses. His next actions were even more natural than he had imagined. Lin Cheng searched the men and quickly found a bag of silver dollars. Strangely enough, he felt nothing when he shot and killed 6 people. He opened the bag, squatted down, and counted the silver coins one by one, finally finding 27 in total. Lin Cheng's mood improved considerably. He picked up the bag of silver coins and went into the grove, leaving this troublesome place with Green Bamboo. Time flies, and it's already September 20th of the 23rd year of the Guangdong era. The location is the northern part of Shanghai. This area is right next to the foreign concessions and is one of the most bustling places. Looking around, you can feel the atmosphere of a metropolis. In a 4-story European-style villa near the Suzhou Creek, Lin Cheng was leaning on the balcony, gazing absently at the international settlement across the river. He had thought Shanghe was already bustling enough, but the other side was even more extravagant. At this moment, Green Bamboo came over with a newspaper, saying that the things had been bought, but the streets outside were in chaos, as if something serious had happened. Lin Cheng took the newspaper upon hearing this, and his face darkened after just one glance. It was clearly written above that the Japanese army suddenly occupied Fengtian yesterday morning and invaded Inko, Anong, and other places. The garrison offered almost no resistance. Lin Cheng became angrier and angrier as he read it, and his chest felt tight. Since arriving in the city these past few days, he hasn't been idle. He's made a point of going to the library to study the local history. 20 years ago, the Kyushu Mountain and Sea Society almost overthrew the Li dynasty, but Yuan Shiqing appeared out of nowhere and saved Xinghua's life. Although the country is still fragmented by warlords, the imperial court still controls 6 provinces: Liangjiang, Fujian, Zhejiang, and Huguang. Most of the major cities and other provinces are also under the court's control. On the surface, the empire still maintains its unity. What truly frustrated Lin Cheng was that although many things had changed, the general course of history hadn't deviated at all. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. In 3 months, this region would witness an extremely fierce battle. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng felt a pang of unease. Standing on the balcony, looking at the seemingly prosperous city, he seriously considered for the first time what he could do for this land about to be engulfed in war. Only then did he suddenly slap the back of his head, almost cursing himself awake for forgetting his biggest trump card. So he casually sent Green Bamboo to cook, and after she left, he immediately turned around and went back to his room. To protect the phone, he had already layered several thicker pockets, even sewing the openings tightly shut. When he finally took the phone out, the battery, which had initially only had a 1% charge, had now quietly increased to a 2%. A window popped up, clearly showing the records. Killing an enemy grants 0.5 power points. Killing a bully grants 0.1 power points, and several other similar settlement details followed. Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He finally understood how the phone worked. It turned out that killing enemies and bullies generated electricity. But then a more practical problem came to mind. If a phone's maximum battery capacity is only 100%, wouldn't the extra battery power be wasted if someone killed too many people? Does that mean we have to keep those people around and finish them off when the phone is almost out of power? Although the question remains unanswered, Lin Cheng feels much more at ease. The only thing left to consider is how to begin. In such chaotic times of war, to accomplish anything, one first needs military power and secondly, territory. He had already inquired these past few days and learned that many local official positions in the imperial court were openly priced. The question is, where will the money come from? Thinking about this, Lin Cheng suddenly laughed to himself. He was currently in Shanghai, a place where there was no shortage of wealthy people. If he really wanted to make money, it was practically a treasure trove. His joy was short-lived, his brow furrowed again. If he truly wanted to do big business, relying on himself alone was simply unrealistic. Thinking this, Lin Cheng's gaze slowly fell on another icon, the gene database. Elite Army Sergeants, Elite Air Force Sergeants, Elite Navy Sergeants, Elite Reconnaissance Sergeants, Elite Pilots, Elite Intelligence Officers, as well as various experts and elite infantry. Each type clearly lists its price. For example, elite army sergeants require 10 energy points, while elite infantry only require 2 energy points. Although simpler, they represent truly elite combat power. Only at this moment did he truly understand that what he held in his hand was not just a mobile phone for retrieving supplies, but a path that could change the world. Chapter 4. Recruiting and Expanding Power. What bothered Lin Cheng the most was that he couldn't afford any of them. It wasn't that the items weren't good enough, but rather that he simply didn't have enough battery power, and he felt a pang of frustration. He couldn't wait any longer. With so many good things right there, he couldn't bear to just sit there in his room, lost in thought. The thought struck him, and Lin Cheng immediately jumped out of bed, ready to go out and take care of things. He reached under his pillow, pulled out a Luger P08 pistol, stuffed several magazines into his pocket, and turned to leave. His movements were quick and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Just as he reached the door, it was pushed open. Green Bamboo came in carrying a tray of food, almost bumping into him. Seeing his hurry, she quickly asked where he was going, since the food was already there. Lin Cheng only replied that he had something to do and told her to eat first, but he didn't stop walking. When Green Bamboo heard that he was going out again, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. But Lin Cheng had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly came back and asked her to come with him. Green Bamboo was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up immediately, and she cautiously asked herself if she could really come along. Lin Cheng didn't explain much, only saying that he needed her help, and then hurriedly pulled her downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the building, Lin Cheng instructed her to buy 50 steamed buns. Although Green Bamboo didn't know what he was planning, she obediently complied and soon returned carrying a large bag of steaming buns. After receiving the steamed bun, Lin Cheng didn't rush to leave. Instead, he asked Elju if there were any places nearby with a lot of beggars. Elju immediately pointed and said that if you went through the alley ahead, you'd find the Rolling Dragon area, where all the poor people were crammed together. Lin Cheng's decision to target the beggar was out of sheer desperation. The soldiers in the shop were ridiculously expensive, costing 2 points of energy to summon each. Given the current situation, he needed to eliminate at least a few more Japanese soldiers before he could continue playing. So he decided to take 2 paths simultaneously. On one hand, he would continue to find ways to accumulate power, and on the other hand, he would recruit people locally. Recruiting was the easiest way, but the problem was also very real. He didn't have any money, and he couldn't openly recruit people to form a team. This is Shanghai, after all. Anyone who dares to recruit without currying favor with the powerful will be caught off guard by the local tyrants. With the government and gangs watching, he'll likely be wiped out before he even gains any influence. But beggars are different. These people are starving year-round, skin and bones, and no one would pay them any attention. Most importantly, they don't need to spend much money. As long as there's something to eat, they can lure people over. This way, they can expand their influence quietly without attracting too much attention. As for these people's poor health, it's not a big deal. With a few more good meals and some time to recover, they can be healed. The two quickly crossed the bustling streets and then slipped through a long alley. As they walked further, the surrounding scenery immediately changed. There were no Western-style buildings, no paved roads, only a dilapidated area and dusty shacks. The people coming and going on the street were no longer the glamorous people from outside, but a group of poor, destitute people in tattered clothes. Many beggars squatted by the roadside, each with disheveled hair and vacant eyes, as if they had lost their souls. Without uttering a single word, Lin Cheng walked to a tattered table and placed the steamed buns directly on it. The aroma of the buns immediately filled the air, and the previously lifeless beggar's eyes lit up instantly. Just as these people slowly surrounded him, Lin Cheng raised his hand and slammed his pistol on the table. The beggars trembled in fright, retracting their raised feet, their faces filled with fear. Lin Cheng grabbed a white steamed bun, waved it at the crowd, and said directly that he needed 30 people, aged 15 to 20. As long as they were willing to follow him, they would have white steamed buns to eat every day. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beggars immediately became excited, raising a large number of hands in a flash. To them, life was worthless, as long as they could get enough to eat. Who cared about anything else? They just wanted to seize the opportunity first. Lin Cheng looked around and was completely bewildered. These people's faces were covered in grime, making it impossible to tell their ages. So he slammed his gun down again, his face grim, and made his intentions clear. Anyone who dared to try and fool him with their age would have to consider the consequences. Immediately, most of the people who had been raising their hands withdrew. Lin Cheng then asked if anyone was literate, and under 25 years old. To his surprise, more than a dozen people in the crowd actually raised their hands. Lin Cheng didn't waste any time and directly asked them if they knew Yuzongku. Everyone nodded, saying that everyone knew the place. Lin Cheng immediately set a time for them to wait for him at the Huangpu River near Yuzongku the next day. If they could arrive before nightfall, he guaranteed they would have white flour buns to eat every day. As for whether they would actually get any food, that would depend on their own courage and ability. With that, he pulled green bamboo and turned to leave. The beggars present were all stunned, clearly having never seen such a swift person before. But while everyone was still in a daze, a little beggar suddenly pounced on the table, grabbed a steamed bun, and ran away, his movements as fast as a monkey. The scene instantly erupted. All the beggars pounced on it, fighting tooth and nail for the few steamed buns on the table. No one cared about decorum. Whoever grabbed the bun would have one more bite to eat, and in a situation like this, no one would give way. The little beggar who had succeeded first had already led 4 children of similar age to hide in a secluded corner. He took out a steaming bun from his pocket, carefully broke it into 5 pieces, and gave each child a small piece. The children immediately began to wolf down their food as soon as they received it, as if afraid it would be gone if they ate too slowly. Only the little beggar named Ing ate very slowly, breaking off small pieces and putting them into his mouth as if he were eating some incredible delicacy. After licking up every last crumb of bread, he looked up at the other beggars and whispered, "Whether what that young master said is true or not, they have to try it tomorrow." Because if that person wasn't lying, this would be a real chance for them to turn their lives around. From now on, they might not have to starve and wait to die like they do now. Chapter 5. The Hero of the Night. After Zhang Jin pulled Green Bamboo away from Rolling Dragon, Green Bamboo kept glancing at his expression, opening her mouth several times to ask him in a low voice whether those people would really go to Yuzongku. Zhang Jin just smiled after hearing this and said that he had already made himself very clear. Whether they went or not was their business. He had just given them a chance to escape their beggar lives. Whether they could seize it was entirely up to them. In his eyes, what he truly wanted was not a group of people who only knew how to beg and drift through life, but rather people who were quick-witted, could understand, and could be trained. At the beginning of a startup, quality over quantity is paramount. Selecting a group of promising individuals is more important than anything else. Once this group of people has mastered the skills, they can then mentor 10, and 10 can mentor 100, allowing the team to grow exponentially. Therefore, he prefers to raise the bar a bit rather than accept just anyone now. Keeping people with weak foundations would only be a burden. Green Bamboo only half understood what Zhang Jin was saying, but she still nodded seriously. She didn't really care what big things Zhang Jin wanted to do. In her heart, as long as she could continue to follow Zhang Jin and not be abandoned, that was more important than anything else. Zhang Jin looked up at the sky and saw that dusk was falling. He then turned and told Elzhu to go back first, saying that he had some things to take care of. After saying that, he didn't linger and headed straight for the international settlement. As the night deepened, the eastern district of the international settlement gradually quieted down. Especially near Hongkou, by almost 10 o'clock, the streets were deserted, with only the dim yellow lights casting shadows on the empty pavement, making it appear particularly desolate. Zhang Jin followed the shops along the street until he reached an intersection. He then hid behind a corner and quietly peered westward down the street. At the end of that street was the headquarters of the Japanese Marine Corps. He had already gathered enough information about it during the day. According to his observation, a 10-man Japanese patrol squad would pass by every hour. Zhang Jin leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, pulled out his Suomi submachine gun from his pocket, and then waited motionless for his prey to appear. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of leather boots finally echoed through the quiet street. The sound carried far and was exceptionally clear in the night. Zhang Jin's heart leaped into his throat, his breathing became shallow, and his eyes were fixed intently on the street corner. Soon, a squad of Japanese soldiers, lined up in neat rows, came into his view. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Jin raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A hail of bullets swept through the area, and the enemy soldiers didn't even have a chance to react before falling to the ground. After landing a successful blow, Zhang Jin didn't even turn back to check. Instead, he immediately turned and fled, running quickly down the street behind him. Sure enough, he hadn't gone far when a piercing whistle sounded behind him, tearing the once tranquil night apart. Zhang Jin climbed through a window into an abandoned house, landed, and sat on the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving. But his face showed no panic. Instead, it was filled with barely suppressed excitement. This feeling of walking on a knife's edge was incredibly thrilling. After calming down a bit, Zhang Jin climbed out of the house again, crouched down, and quickly walked along the corner of the wall. Soon he came to a small courtyard with a strong Japanese style. He had scouted this place during the day. There were 5 Japanese soldiers living in the courtyard, 3 men and 2 women. He pulled out his Delir carbine from his pocket. It cost him 2 points. Its biggest advantage was its excellent silencer, making it perfect for nighttime operations. Zhang Jin glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard gate. Footsteps soon came from inside the door, followed by someone asking a question through the door. Zhang Jin gave a casual reply, and as soon as the lock opened, he suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. With a muffled gunshot, the young Japanese soldier who opened the door was shot and fell to the ground. Zhang Jin immediately slipped inside, locked the door again, and strode across the courtyard toward the main hall. He had only gone halfway when a Japanese soldier carrying a knife rushed out from the right-hand corridor, bumping right into him, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Before the other man could even utter a curse, Zhang Jin had already opened fire, firing several shots to take him down. He then continued charging forward, reaching the main hall entrance and kicking it open. The door swung open, and a bulky Japanese soldier emerged from a side room, only to be shot and fell to the ground. Screams erupted from the side room. Zhang Jin went to investigate and saw 2 women, one older and one younger, huddled trembling by the bed. They desperately begged for their lives, trying every possible way to save them, but Zhang Jin did not stop there. An hour later, the room fell completely silent. Zhang Jin straightened his clothes and raised his gun again. After the shot, only deathly silence remained in the room. His expression was cold, without the slightest hesitation or pity. Zhang Jin then began searching the entire courtyard for valuables. He moved everything of value he could carry from inside the house to the Ford the 5th 8-51 truck in the yard. This truck was one of the main reasons he had targeted this Japanese family. Before dawn the next day, a large iron bridge connecting the eastern part of the international settlement to Shanghe was already crowded with Japanese Marines, who were conducting rough searches. The killing of 10 Japanese soldiers the previous night had caused an uproar throughout the entire settlement. The Japanese soldiers, of course, wouldn't give up easily. They blocked all the entrances and exits overnight, clearly intending to drag the person out of the concession. Just then, a truck drove up to the bridge with its horn blaring, immediately attracting the attention of all the Japanese soldiers. A Japanese sergeant immediately walked to the middle of the road and raised his hand to signal the car to stop. Just as he was about to lead his men to inspect the vehicle, the driver's side door suddenly opened, and a man dressed in a Japanese naval officer's uniform jumped out and walked straight toward him angrily. Before the other man could react, the man raised his hand and delivered a series of slaps, making the Japanese sergeant see stars and his head buzz. The other Japanese soldiers on the bridge immediately became obedient after recognizing the major's uniform. They hurriedly bowed and bent over, frantically moving the roadblocks aside, not daring to ask another question. The Japanese sergeant who had been beaten finally saw the rank clearly, quickly stood at attention and bowed, and could only watch helplessly as Zhang Jin swaggered across the bridge and left. Chapter 6. A surprise attack on the morning command headquarters. Lin Cheng drove his truck, roaring, across the large iron bridge with almost no obstruction. His Japanese uniform was a camouflage outfit just retrieved from a stock photo library. He dared to swagger across the checkpoint so brazenly because of the Japanese Army's hierarchical system. It was common for superior officers to beat and scold subordinates in the street, and he stunned the bridge guards on the spot, leaving them no time to think about what was wrong. By the time those people realized what was happening, Lin Cheng had already driven off and disappeared. He returned to his rented apartment building, slammed on the brakes, turned around, and rushed into the building without the slightest hesitation. When Lin Cheng entered, Green Bamboo was still sweeping the house. Without saying a word, he told her to pack her things immediately and leave. Green Bamboo was quick to agree, and soon came out carrying 2 small bundles. Seeing her so determined to follow him without hesitation, Lin Cheng felt a strange unease. He turned and left with Green Bamboo, making sure to get everyone and everything away to avoid any further accidents. It was quickly past 4 in the afternoon. Near the Huizangku estuary, close to the mouth of the Huangpu River, 3 sharp-looking soldiers stood in the back of the truck. These 3 were the first batch of men he had redeemed from the gene database the previous night. He pulled off a major heist last night, managing to accumulate only 7.5 points of battery power, which he then poured into the game. The only thing Lin Cheng felt was worth the price of admission was that the three soldiers arrived with a complete set of German World War II individual combat gear. As for why he chose German equipment, it's quite simple. Lin Cheng naturally picked the most cost-effective option. He had initially worried that he would summon a few foreign faces, but it turned out that all those who came out were Chinese, dressed in German gear. Green Bamboo stood to the side watching for a long time, and seeing that no one had appeared, she looked somewhat disappointed. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all, and even raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. This watch was a gift when he exchanged his Japanese officer's uniform. Before long, a group of figures of varying heights appeared in the distance, numbering about 20 or 30. Lin Cheng's spirits lifted, and seeing the chaotic group of beggars running towards him, he finally felt at ease. These people weren't after him, they were after a chance to get a full meal. So without uttering a single word, he directly told everyone to get on the bus. The little beggars didn't hesitate either, pushing and helping each other, and quickly all squeezed into the carriage. Then Lin Cheng called Green Bamboo to get on the bus, and the group headed directly towards the secluded mudflats by the sea along the prearranged route. 2 hours later, the truck stopped on a desolate beach. The surrounding area was barren mountains and wilderness, and there wasn't a soul in sight for miles. In this era, the beach was unsuitable for farming or building ports, so naturally no one came here. It was perfect for Lin Cheng to use as a temporary base. After everyone disembarked, Lin Cheng immediately began assigning tasks. He instructed Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to divide the beggars into two groups, starting with the most basic drills in formation and discipline, to first gather them together and establish order. As for Elju, she was responsible for the group's meals and daily care. After making these arrangements, Lin Cheng didn't linger long. He and another soldier, Wang Chao, got back into the vehicle. Last night's success had given him a taste of success, and since killing enemies could recharge him, he naturally couldn't stop there. He had to strike while the iron was hot and pull off a few more big heists. Soon, he and Wang Chao returned to the international settlement. To Lin Cheng's surprise, the Japanese security there had noticeably increased. They were now organized into small, regular squads, and within minutes he had encountered 2 patrol teams. This arrangement meant that as soon as he made a move, other Japanese troops nearby could immediately reinforce him, giving him no time to retreat. Lin Cheng then went to check outside the area where the Japanese civilians were gathered, only to find that the defenses there had also been strengthened. What's more troublesome is that people from Kyushu aren't allowed into the immigrant community anymore, and his few broken Japanese phrases won't fool anyone. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but curse a few times in his mind. He only killed a few of them, that's all. But he couldn't swallow his pride and go back empty-handed. He might as well pull off a big heist. Thinking this, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Cheng, and a cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. As night fell, the concession fell silent again, with only Japanese patrols roaming around Honko. At the gate of the Japanese Marine Corps garrison, a dozen or so Japanese soldiers stood guard, guns raised, looking around cautiously, fearing that someone might try to break in and cause trouble again. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the end of the street, and almost simultaneously all the Japanese soldiers at the door raised their guns. But they didn't even have a chance to shout. Bullets rained down like a storm, and a dozen men fell in the blink of an eye. The shooters were Lin Cheng and Wang Chao. Their attack was swift and ruthless. By the time the base finally reacted, the piercing alarm bells were already ringing. For more figures appeared out of nowhere beside Lin Cheng. This was the tactic he had come up with on the spot. Since killing enemies could replenish power, they would fight and replenish simultaneously, replenishing power while summoning more. With a command to retreat, he led 5 soldiers straight into the night. The Japanese soldiers behind him were completely enraged, and even armored vehicles roared out and chased after them. But as soon as these Japanese soldiers rushed into the street ahead, they were not met with a pursuit, but with a barrage of fire from an ambush. The Japanese soldiers at the front were instantly riddled with bullets, their bodies torn to shreds, leaving no trace of their former selves. These Japanese naval troops were clearly more disorganized than the army. After being suddenly attacked, they lost all order. Lin Cheng was frantically firing his M2 heavy machine gun when he saw an opportunity and immediately turned his gun towards the armored vehicles. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullets felt like hammer blows at close range. The armor couldn't withstand them at all and was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. With a deafening roar, the foremost armored vehicle exploded. Chapter 7: Poison Gas Bombs. While Lin Cheng's side was fighting fiercely, the group, armed with Suomi submachine guns, rushed out from both sides of the street and unleashed a barrage of fire on the Japanese soldiers lying on the ground, pinning them down so they couldn't even lift their heads. Taking advantage of the Japanese soldiers being pinned to the ground, Lin Cheng immediately got up and retreated, ordering a withdrawal as he went. Several soldiers covered his retreat as they fought their way out, disappearing into the depths of the streets and alleys in the blink of an eye, running away swiftly and cleanly, giving the Japanese no chance to entangle them. Only when the gunfire completely ceased did the Japanese soldiers lying on the ground dare to get up. But by then, their once fierce force had been decimated. The leading naval officer, his face contorted with rage at the sight of the corpses scattered on the ground, drew his katana and pointed it forward. A group of Japanese soldiers chased after them to the spot where the firefight had just taken place, only to find that Lin Cheng and his men had long since vanished. Only an M2 heavy machine gun and a miniature tank that looked like a toy remained, sitting there forlornly. Although this mini-tank lacked a turret, it was virtually indistinguishable from a real tank in every other aspect, immediately drawing the attention of the Japanese soldiers. Several Japanese soldiers surrounded it, pointing and discussing it as if it were a rare and exotic object, finding it increasingly strange. One of the Japanese soldiers, unable to resist the urge, saw a hatch on the top and reached out to lift it. As soon as the hatch opened, the sound of machinery whirring came from inside the tank. The Japanese soldiers surrounding it were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. But by then it was too late for them to run. With a deafening roar, the mini-tank exploded, the blast sending all the surrounding Japanese soldiers flying. It wasn't a toy. It was a deadly gift that Lin Cheng had deliberately left for them. Lin Cheng, who had already retreated to a small alley, heard the explosion behind him and immediately smiled. He hadn't expected these guys to activate the Goliath remote-controlled tank so quickly. However, Lin Cheng had no intention of giving up so easily. This time, he wasn't simply running away. He was secretly making his way back to the Japanese Marine Corps base. The Japanese headquarters was definitely amassing troops. Since the Japanese troops were all converging on the headquarters, it actually presented Lin Cheng with an even better opportunity. The Japanese never dreamed that he would sneak back so soon after his withdrawal. Sure enough, the defenses around the base were looser than he had imagined. There were no heavy guards at the gate and around the perimeter, but there were hurried footsteps all over the courtyard, clearly indicating that the entire headquarters was in complete chaos. Lin Cheng reached the alley entrance, looked at the high wall across the street, and a smile slowly spread across his face. He then took out his phone and tapped a few times. Instantly, a large military green box appeared not far away, containing the things he had prepared in advance. With a wave of his hand, two soldiers immediately stepped forward, opened the crate, and carried out the mortar inside, their movements incredibly skilled. These elite infantrymen were not only adept at shooting, but also at handling mortars with equal ease, effortlessly disassembling, assembling, and using them. Soon, the mortars were set up. A soldier whispered that preparations were complete, and Lin Cheng did not hesitate. He immediately ordered his men to open fire on the Japanese headquarters, using up all the shells they had brought, leaving none behind, and giving them a good thrashing. The soldiers nearby immediately pried open the wooden crate, revealing mortar shells bearing skull patterns. Loading and firing were then completed in one swift motion, with muffled thuds as shells flew out one after another, slamming into the Japanese command post. After firing off a dozen or so shells quickly, Lin Cheng didn't linger and immediately led his men to retreat. He left the mortar and the empty wooden crates containing the shells behind. By the time the Japanese realized what was happening, Lin Cheng and his men had already vanished. More than an hour later, near a grove of wild trees outside Shanghe, Lin Cheng leaned against a small tree, panting heavily. Once his heartbeat had calmed down a bit, he quickly pulled out his phone to check his earnings. The data that popped up on the screen stunned him for a moment. He first opened the details page, then tapped the battery icon twice. The next second, a small icon popped up, displaying the total battery level as 512.5%. Upon seeing this number, Lin Cheng was stunned at first, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. He'd worked incredibly hard all night, and he'd actually managed to build up so much battery. Lin Cheng stared at the numbers on the screen, getting happier and happier with each glance. He laughed until his throat was dry, but he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. At this moment, Wang Chao walked over from the side and whispered to him that the eastern district of the international settlement had been completely sealed off by the Japanese, and no one inside could get out now. Lin Cheng was not surprised. He had indeed gone too far with this job tonight. The sudden death of over 1,000 Japanese soldiers was an outrageous commotion. Not only would the Japanese soldiers in Shanghai be driven mad, but their headquarters would likely be alarmed as well. Such losses would be impossible for any army to easily overcome. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Japanese Marine Corps, Commander Nakajima Tamaki was walking through a courtyard littered with corpses, his face so grim it looked like it was about to drip water. He had only spent one night at the outpost, and his stronghold had been thoroughly raided. The courtyard was littered with corpses, and a pungent stench filled the air. Nakajima Tamaki stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, wishing he could draw his sword and chop all these worthless wretches before him. He suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth as he pressed for details of what had happened that night. The surrounding Japanese officers all lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe. Finally, a lieutenant colonel steeled himself and stepped forward, saying that someone had suddenly attacked them with poison gas. The attack was so sudden that they had no time to prepare, which caused the serious casualties. This explanation made Nakajima Tamaki laugh. He pointed to the gate and yard outside and coldly asked, "Is the horrific scene outside also due to a lack of preparation?" The lieutenant colonel was speechless and didn't even dare to raise his head. Seeing that these people were still trying to shirk responsibility, Nakajima Tamaki finally snapped, pointing at several naval officers and cursing them, calling them all useless. They didn't even know who the enemy was, and they'd been beaten like this. How were they going to explain this to headquarters? Just then, a Japanese soldier rushed in to report that the head of the UME agency, Doimaru, wanted to see him. Nakajima refused outright. He didn't want the army to interfere in naval affairs, and he certainly didn't want those people to laugh at him. But the sudden arrival of the fat man made him instantly wary. If word got out about tonight's incident, those army idiots would be the first to watch the spectacle. So he immediately changed his tune and ordered all casualties to be attributed to the poison gas bombs. He also demanded that all the bodies be cremated as soon as possible to prevent any further incriminating evidence that the army could use against them. The Japanese officers, relieved, quickly nodded in agreement and went to arrange the subsequent blockade and cleanup work. Outside the headquarters, a short, fat Japanese soldier stood quietly. It was Doyuan. Upon learning that Nakajima Tamaki refused to see him, his face showed no anger, but rather a calm demeanor, as if he had expected this outcome. It was the people around him who couldn't hold back any longer. A beautiful and alluring woman with a cold expression clearly displeased with the Navy personnel, feeling that they were ungrateful and had come to help but were turned away. Tu Fian glanced at her indifferently and reminded her that although the Army and Navy had conflicts, these conflicts must not be allowed to affect the important affairs of the empire. His tone turned serious as he said this, clearly indicating that his trip to Shanghai was not just for entertainment. He then mentioned that the empire faced considerable international pressure after occupying the northeast. To divert attention, headquarters had decided to open a second front. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted, and she tentatively uttered the words Shanghai. Although Tu Feiyuan didn't admit it directly, his eyes said it all. The woman immediately realized she had said too much and quickly stopped, asking what to do next. Tu Feiyuan coldly ordered everyone to be dispatched to investigate. He wanted to find out who was responsible for tonight's incident. If he couldn't find out, it didn't matter. He could just pin the blame on Shanghe. They were looking for an excuse anyway, and since the opportunity had presented itself, they might as well go with the flow. Time passed little by little, and before we knew it, 7 or 8 days had gone by. In the early morning air, a series of neat and powerful slogans suddenly broke the silence, and the shouts of 1, 2, 1 echoed continuously in the open space. Chapter 8 Training New Recruits 121 121. Turn right. Watch your step as you start walking, and follow the rhythm. 1 or 2. Stand at attention. Lin Erden, you son of a bitch. Do you even know what left and right feet are? You can't even tie a wooden board to your feet correctly. If you take another wrong step, I'll chop your foot off. Remember this, everyone. The one who ties the plank is the left foot. When I yell 1, step forward with your left foot. On my command, march and step. 1 2 1 2 1. Loud slogans, accompanied by the instructor's roars, echoed continuously on the open ground at the edge of the mudflats. On the open ground, squads of soldiers dressed in German uniforms, wearing M35 steel helmets and leather boots, marched in neat square formations, exuding a sharp and vigorous air. Zhang Jin stood not far away, watching with a smile. A few days ago, after returning from the concession, he summoned 100 elite infantrymen and then recruited several hundred young beggars from Rolling Dragon Street in the north of the city. Zhang Cheng, how many soldiers do we have now? A major standing behind Zhang Jin quickly stepped forward, saluted, and said, Sir, we have 110 soldiers and 1,043 new recruits. This seemingly very dashing major was the elite commander Zhang Jin had summoned, costing him a full 100 units of power. As for mid-level and senior officers, they were even more expensive, often costing thousands of units of power, which was simply unaffordable for him. How were the training results? Sir, these young men are all excellent and very hardworking. With a little more training, they will be ready for shooting practice. His health is a bit weak. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to recover. Zhang Jin nodded and instructed, Tell the brothers that the training volume should be increased gradually, not all at once. These people are too weak. We have plenty of time. Don't rush it. He knew perfectly well that the only reason these beggars were willing to stay was because they had enough to eat. If the training intensity was too high, they would feel it wasn't worth it, and some might even desert. After all, talking about national righteousness with a group of poor people who are always hungry and cold is like casting pearls before swine. Unfortunately, his battery was running low. Otherwise, we could just summon a political commissar. Winning people's hearts is what they do best. Zhang Jin shook his head, clearing his mind of all distractions, and handed a piece of paper to Zhang Cheng, saying, Take a look at this organizational chart I've drafted. See if there's anything that needs to be changed. Zhang Cheng quickly took it with both hands, opened it, and examined it carefully. Standard infantry squad, 12 men. Equipped with 10 Kar 43 semi-automatic rifles, 1 STG-44 automatic rifle, 1 Kar 98K sniper rifle, and 2 SB grenade launchers. Standard infantry platoon, 40 men. It consists of 3 standard infantry squads and platoon headquarters. The platoon headquarters consisted of 1 platoon leader and 1 deputy platoon leader, 2 messengers, and was equipped with 4 M2 carbines. The M2 carbine is essentially the fully automatic version of the M1 carbine, with the addition of a fire selector, allowing for single shot or burst fire, and the magazine capacity has been increased from 15 rounds to 30 rounds. Both models are interchangeable. Anyway, Zhang Jin has his eye on this rifle. It is more powerful and has a longer range than pistols and submachine guns, and weighs less than 5 kilograms, making it a complete replacement for pistols and submachine guns as a self-defense weapon. Standard Infantry Company, 191 personnel. It consists of 3 standard infantry platoons, 1 standard weapons platoon, and a company headquarters. Standard weapons platoon, 36 men. Mortar platoon, 16 personnel, equipped with 3 60mm US-made M2 mortars, 3 Willis Jeeps, 1 Krupp L2 H-43 light transport truck, and 16 M2 carbines. Machine gun platoon, 15 personnel, 2 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns, with tripods, 1 vehicle-mounted M2 Browning heavy machine gun, with a Willis Jeep trailer, 1 Krupp L2 H-43 truck, and 16 M2 carbines. Platoon headquarters, platoon leader and deputy platoon leader, 1 driver, 2 signal soldiers. 5 M2 carbines, 1 Willis Jeep, and 1 BMW R75 motorcycle. Company headquarters, 35 personnel. 1 company commander, 1 platoon leader, 1 communications sergeant, 2 communications soldiers, and 4 messenger infantrymen. The equipment includes 4 Opel trucks, 1 tanker truck, 1 Dodge midsize SUV, and 1 BMW R75 motorcycle. The company headquarters is additionally equipped with 3 bazooka rocket launchers, 6 walkie-talkies, and 6 STG-44 assault rifles, which are distributed to each squad and platoon as needed. Regarding the fuel issue, after Zhang Jin saw the oil drum icon in the image library. Standard Infantry Battalion, Organization. It consists of 3 standard infantry companies, 1 heavy weapons company, and a battalion headquarters, with a strength of 871 personnel. The heavy weapons company was equipped with 8 81mm M29 mortars, 8 MG-42 machine guns, 7 German-made 88mm tank-killing rocket launchers, and 3 M2 heavy machine guns. Zhang Jin then said, We now have more than 1,000 people, which is just enough to form an infantry battalion. As for the rest of the men, I plan to form a heavy artillery company, equipped with 6 German-made 150mm heavy howitzers. Zhang Jin only had a little over 200 units of battery left, and he really didn't dare to summon anyone else. A major battle was about to break out, and who knew what would happen? He needed to save enough battery to replenish ammunition and such. Report. Just as Zhang Jin was lost in thought, a loud voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in a gray suit. He was slightly overweight and the kind of ordinary man who would not be noticed twice in a crowd. The middle-aged man was named Gu Chun, an elite intelligence agent summoned by Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he asked eagerly, "So, did you manage to buy it?" Gu Chun quickly took out a roll of paper and handed it to Zhang Jin, who took it and opened it. Zhang Jin is hereby appointed as the head of the militia of Wusong Town, Baoshan County, and awarded the rank of major in the army, the Shanghe Security Command of the Daxing Empire. Zhang Jin looked astonished. Was this what he had bought for $1,000? Sir, this is Shanghai, where prices are much higher than elsewhere. 1,000 silver dollars can only buy you a militia chief, but to become the chief of a county security force, you need at least 10,000 silver dollars. Hold. Zhang Jin was dumbfounded. He had gone to great lengths to rob a wealthy Japanese merchant and only managed to get 1,000 silver dollars. Where was he going to get 10,000 silver dollars? Left with no other choice, they had to accept reality. What kind of place is this Wusong Town? Sir, we are currently in the jurisdiction of Wusong Town, which is less than 10 miles away from us. Zhang Jin nodded noncommittally. He had spent money to buy an official position simply to gain a title in the future war. He didn't want to occupy any territory in Shanghai. This is the core area of Xinggua's rule. Even the slightest disturbance can reach the ears of the imperial court. To cause trouble here is simply asking for trouble. His only thought now is to make a killing during the big battle, then find a secluded corner to develop his strength. Once he's strong enough, he'll declare, "Are kings and nobles born with special privileges? Let's rebel." Half a month later, in the makeshift military camp on the mudflats, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out incessantly, startling the birds in the surrounding woods into taking flight. Zhang Jin stood on the shooting range, watching the bullets whizzing past the center of the range. His face darkened. The commotion was quite loud, but the results were dismal. He had been there for 10 minutes, and not a single soldier had hit the target. Although he repeatedly told Zhang Chong and the others not to rush, as the new year approached, Zhang Jin couldn't help but get impatient. He had spent the previous month fattening up the soldiers, focusing on drills and physical training, without involving firearms. In his view, guns are too easy to handle. A few words of instruction and a few shots are all it takes to get the hang of it. It wasn't until he saw the soldiers' terrible performance that he remembered this was no longer modern times. Unlike Zhang Jin, who, through exposure to Douyin, television, and movies, knew how to fire a gun, how to load bullets, and even had a general understanding of aiming and sights. Over 90% of these new recruits were illiterate, had never even touched a gun, and knew absolutely nothing about shooting techniques or aiming. As for the geniuses portrayed in TV shows and movies who can score 8 or 9 rings, or even 10 rings, just by touching a gun, he has never encountered any of them. Zhang Chong, pass the word down. All new recruits must fire at least 200 rounds of ammunition today, or they will not be allowed to eat. Starting tomorrow, there will be no limit to the number of bullets. Let the new recruits fire as hard as they can. Whoever can be the first to hit a 10, no, a 5, I'll personally treat him to drinks. He simply refused to believe that bullets couldn't produce a sharpshooter. Chapter 9 Arms Deal. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Green Bamboo ran up to Zhang Jin, who was giving a speech, and said, "The mayor of Wusong Town is here. He says he wants to see you." Zhang Jin frowned. How could the mayor of Wusong Town know that he was here? Then Zhang Jin realized that it must be because Green Bamboo and his group had gone to town to purchase supplies that they had attracted attention. Although Zhang Jin had no worries about food and clothing, and the library contained all kinds of military rations, he naturally found them incredibly delicious at first. However, eating them every day became somewhat unpleasant, and Zhang Jin simply couldn't get used to them. So, Zhang Jin would occasionally have Lzu take people to buy rice, flour, fresh vegetables, seafood, meat, and so on. With so many people under him, the amount needed must be considerable. Wusong Town is just a town with a population of 1 or 2,000. Anyone who pays attention can see the clues. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin was immediately alarmed. He wasn't afraid of the town mayor and his ilk, but he was afraid that the Japanese would find out everything about him. Shanghai, the largest metropolis in the Far East, is teeming with Japanese henchmen. After carefully reflecting on his actions, Zhang Jin felt relieved. As long as he didn't reveal the weapons and equipment of his military camp, the Japanese wouldn't take him seriously at all. Let's go take a look. Zhang Jin led Green Bamboo toward the camp gate. It was called a military camp, but it was actually just a large forest surrounded by a wooden fence. The equipment and other supplies were hidden in the forest and covered with cloth. Unless you ran over and lifted the cloth, no one could tell what was inside. The two quickly arrived at the camp gate and saw a plump, middle-aged man with a black robe standing there, with several wooden carts loaded with goods behind them. Upon seeing Zhang Jin in military uniform emerge, the portly man immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "My name is Li Fatsai, now the mayor of Wusong town. Greetings, Commander Zhang." Zhang Jin had no interest in trying to get close to others. "Mayor Li, what are you doing here for no reason?" Li Fatsai was momentarily stunned by Zhang Jin's ambiguous attitude, and the old man standing beside him immediately couldn't stand it anymore. "Zhang Jin, how dare you? Not only do you not bow to your superior, but you also dare to speak rudely. Do you know what respect and hierarchy mean? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake." Zhang Jin's expression instantly turned cold. He pulled out the pistol from his waist, cocked it, and fired at the old man. Bang! The sudden gunshot made Li Fatsai, who was still trying to put on airs as an official, immediately collapsed to the ground. Zhang Jin looked at the old man lying in a pool of blood and sneered. "I forgot to tell you, I never talk about respect or hierarchy. I only talk about fists." He then turned to Li Fatsai and said, "Speak. What exactly are you plotting?" Zhang Jin's icy gaze terrified Li Fatsai, who immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Commander Zhang, spare my life. Spare my life. I just wanted to ask if you have any old weapons and ammunition here. I wanted to buy a batch. I would never have any other intentions." "Weapons and ammunition? What do you need weapons and ammunition for? The Japanese devils have invaded northeast China, and the whole of Shanghai is in a state of panic. There are many wealthy families buying weapons, and the prices have at least doubled compared to before." The men nearby heard continuous gunfire and figured that Commander Zhang must have a lot of ammunition, so they decided to try their luck. Zhang Jin's face immediately darkened. "Bullshit. A small town mayor dares to smuggle weapons? Who are you trying to fool?" "Commander Zhang, I'm not lying to you. I used to work as an assistant at Sassoon Company, in charge of arms sales. After I got older, I went back to Wusong and bought a job as the town mayor. But when I heard that your barracks were firing every day, I figured you must have a lot of ammunition, so I got carried away and came here." Zhang Jin's heart skipped a beat. He was just worried about not finding a way to make money, and this was an opportunity. He immediately said, "I happen to have a batch of brand new Type 38 rifles that I don't need. Are you interested?" Li Fatsai, who had thought he was doomed, couldn't believe his ears for a moment. Then a joyful smile spread across his face. He scrambled to his feet, bowing and scraping as he said, "Commander Zhang, these Type 38 rifles are really good stuff. They're already being sold for 150 silver dollars each on the market. How many guns do you have? I'll take them all, small ones. It would be even better if you had some ammunition too." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin smiled and said, "I have 1,000 of these. How about this? I'll give you 100 bullets with each one, and the price will be 100 silver dollars. As for how much you pay, that's none of my business." 1,000 rifles. Li Fatsai was completely shocked when he saw Zhang Jin's nonchalant attitude. A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jin was just a small militia leader. Where did he get so many weapons? He just couldn't see through Zhang Jin's deception. Considering his current situation, if Zhang Jin really wanted to kill him, it would be easier than killing an ant. Could it be? Li Fatsai immediately became excited and said, Yes, I'll take them all. I'll go get the money right away." "Wait." Zhang Jin suddenly called out to Li Fatsai, who was about to burst into excitement. "I have one more request. From now on, you will send me 1,000 caddies of flour, 1,000 caddies of fresh meat, and 500 caddies of vegetables every 5 days. Li Fatsai thought Zhang Jin wanted something else, but when he heard that all he wanted was this little thing, he quickly patted his chest and promised, "Commander Zhang, don't worry. Leave this to me. You don't need to spend any money. I'll take care of it all." Zhang Jin was naturally delighted and immediately thanked him, saying, "Then thank you, Mayor Li." After Li Fatsai left, Zhang Jin said to Wolfzu, "Go and call Gu Chen over." He suddenly remembered something. The newly formed 9th Army, which had just been transferred to Shanghai after the Northeast incident, was far inferior in weaponry. Not only did it have few cannons, but the guns it carried were also antiques. They suffered heavy casualties in the battle against the Japanese. If they had better weapons, they probably could have fought even better. And what he has no shortage of our weapons, so he can buy them a batch. In this way, he got money, and the Ninth Army gained strength. Why not? As for why Zhang Jin didn't just give it to them, there's an old saying, a small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. He might just be asking for trouble. Besides, his things didn't come from thin air, so why should he give them away for free? North of the box, the newly formed Ninth Army headquarters. Snap! Commander Chang Jingran of the Ninth Army slammed the newspaper on the table in a fit of rage. Those damn Japanese devils are so arrogant, trying to force our Ninth Army to withdraw from Shanghai. What? They still want to do the same thing as Northeast China and Shanghai. I'm not Zhang Yulia. Chang Jingran, with one hand on his hip, angrily waved it and said, you tell those little devils that Shanghai belongs to Kyushu, not to them. If they want to cause trouble in Shanghai, I, Chang Jingran, will agree, but the gun in my hand will not allow it. Tap tap. Huang Liang, the chief of staff of the Ninth Army, strode in and handed a telegram to Chang Jingran, saying, Commander, this is a telegram that just arrived from the military headquarters. It was Director He of the Military and Political Department who personally sent the telegram, urging us to prioritize the overall situation, withdraw from Shanghai, and absolutely not damage the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Chang Jingran laughed in anger. Has our commander he drunk himself into a stupor? The Japanese devils have already invaded our home. What kind of nonsense about diplomatic relations are we talking about? Tell him that if it's an order from the military, I, Chang Jingran, will leave immediately without hesitation. But if it's because of the Japanese devil's demands, please forgive me for not being able to obey. I can't afford to lose face like that. Upon hearing this, Huang Liang nodded and immediately turned to leave. At that moment, a soldier ran in, saluted, and said, Sir, a man claiming to be the owner of the Kyushu Trading Company has come to see you. Chapter 10. The Sucker? Kyushu Trading Company? Looking for him. Chang Jingran frowned immediately. His Ninth Army had just been transferred to Shanghai, and he didn't know anyone there. However, this piqued his interest. Let him in. Yes, Commander. A moment later, Gu Chun, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in, clasped his hands in greeting to Chang Jingran, and said, I am Gu Chun, General Manager of Kyushu Trading Company. Greetings, General Chang. Are you Chinese? Gu Chun smiled and said, I am from Yi City in Yan'an. Upon hearing Gu Chun admit that he was Chinese, Chang Jingran's face immediately showed a hint of displeasure. Mr. Gu, since you are Chinese, why use the words foreign firm? What? Can't you use the name Chinese? Chang Jingran's sudden provocation did not frighten Gu Chun. Gu Chun smiled and said, General Chang, if it weren't for the words foreign firm, I wonder if you would even want to see me? Gu Chun's question made Chang Jingran touch his nose, and he began to take Gu Chun seriously. He said seriously, Mr. Gu, is there something you need from this general? Gu Chun didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. General Chang, I have a batch of weapons that I would like to sell to you. I wonder if you would be interested? Arms. Chang Jingran couldn't help but take another look at Gu Chun. He was just an ordinary person, but one thing that attracted Chang Jingran was Gu Chun's confidence from the inside out. He didn't treat Gu Chun differently just because he was a lieutenant general in the imperial court. This surprised Chang Jingran, and he said generously, You have hundreds of rods? I'll buy them all. Consider me your friend, Mr. Gu. This time it was Gu Chun's turn to laugh. General Chang, aren't you underestimating our Kyushu Trading Company? If this is all we have, I wouldn't have come to you, Commander Chang. Seeing that Gu Chun was even more extravagant than him, Chang Jingran immediately became interested. How many weapons do you want to buy? Gu Chun stretched out his hand and waved it. 50,000 German-made original Kar 98K rifles, 10,000 MP-28 submachine guns, 5,000 Czech ZB-26 light machine guns, and 1,000 Maxim heavy machine guns. Oh, by the way, our trading company also has 100 Schneider 75mm field guns and 200 Type 92 infantry guns. Chang Jingran was stunned and couldn't help but ask again. Mr. Gu, could you say that again? Gu Chun looked at Chang Jingran, who had an incredulous expression, and handed him a detailed list. These are the items that our trading company currently has. As long as General Chang is willing to buy, we can settle the payment and goods at any time. Chang Jingran stared at the weapons in his hand, his mind going blank. This many weapons were enough for him to form 7 or 8 more divisions. He swallowed hard and said, The price. Gu Chun smiled and said, General Chang, these are all brand new weapons. They wouldn't be worth $15 million on the market. How about this? Let's be friends. General Chang, all these weapons are yours if you come up with 12 million silver dollars. Chang Jingran's eyes immediately lit up. At the current market price, $1 could be exchanged for $4 silver. Gu Chen had essentially given him a fourfold discount. This wasn't just a bargain, it was practically dirt cheap. Chang Jingran was itching to agree, but when he thought about his own pocket, his face immediately fell. If he had 12 million in hand, why wouldn't he have a gun? But how could he be willing to miss such a good opportunity? Some other thoughts even arose in his mind. But when he saw Gu Chen's smiling face, he immediately came to his senses. Gu Chen dared to stand in front of him because he was absolutely confident. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. I took a deep breath. Chang Jingran's voice immediately softened. He still wanted to try and negotiate further. Mr. Gu, could you possibly lower the price a little more? Gu Chen smiled slightly. It's not impossible. I have a nephew who has loved playing with guns and cannons since he was a child. He is currently the head of the militia in Wusong town. I have heard that the position of garrison commander of the Wuzonka fortress is vacant. Chang Jingran's expression changed when Gu Chen mentioned the Wuzonka fortress. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes as she scrutinized Gu Chen, making him immediately speechless. Gu Chen then understood what Chang Jingran was thinking and chuckled softly. Commander Chang, don't you think about it? If I were a Japanese spy, would I have given you so many weapons? Upon hearing this, Chang Jingran thought about it and realized it made sense. His expression softened immediately, followed by embarrassment. With such a large piece of meat right in front of him, he couldn't maintain his airs as a military commander. He rubbed his hands and said, Mr. Gu, the Wuzonka fortress is under the jurisdiction of the Central Army and has absolutely nothing to do with our Ninth Army. What is the position of its commander? I believe General Chang can definitely do it. Gu Chen interrupted Chang Jingran's slow speech. If the general can do it, I will personally give your army 181mm mortars free of charge. How about that? Chang Jingran hadn't expected Gu Chen to be so generous. 100 mortars were enough for his entire army. Without a second thought, he patted his chest and said, No problem, leave it to me. General Chang, how much money can you come up with right now? Gu Chen suddenly spoke, causing Chang Jingran to become solemn. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gu, I can only offer 5 million silver dollars. All right then, General Chang, since I already said I'd give you a further discount, 5 million, I'll give you half of the items on the list. Chang Jingran was overjoyed and quickly clasped his hands in thanks to Gu Chen, saying, Mr. Gu is very generous. I thank you very much. 1 month later, at the Wusong Fortress Command, Teng Ying, the chief of staff of Wuzonka Fortress, stood at the main gate with a group of officers from the headquarters. Chief of staff, who is this newly appointed commander? He's so mysterious. Yes, chief of staff. I have a classmate who works at the Shanghai Garrison Command. He told me that our new commander was recommended by Commander Chang of the Ninth Army. Could he be from the Ninth Army? Teng Ying glanced at the chattering officers, her sharp gaze immediately making them stand up straight and stop whispering. Teng Ying snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Just then, the roar of an engine came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a truck speeding towards them on the dusty dirt road. As the truck got closer, they realized that there was another truck following behind it. Squeak. The truck quickly stopped in front of Teng Ying and the others. A sound came from the back of the truck, which was covered by a green tarpaulin, and then a soldier wearing a helmet jumped down. Chapter 11. Winning Hearts and Minds. German-equipped engineers. Teng Ying looked at the soldiers lined up under the truck and blurted out, her eyes filled with shock. As far as he knew, the only troops in the entire Daxing Empire equipped with such equipment were the Imperial Guards, which were directly under the Li Imperial family. Is their new commander a member of the Imperial family? Squeak. At that moment, a Willis Jeep rushed over and stopped in front of Teng Ying and the others. Tread. Immediately afterward, a pair of leather boots landed on the ground. Zhang Jin straightened his military uniform and walked up to Teng Ying and the others. Zhang Jin looked incredibly handsome in his crisp gray military uniform, peaked cap, and white gloves. However, the slightly immature face immediately took Teng Ying by surprise. He had never seen such a young colonel before. He quickly recovered and straightened his chest to salute. This humble servant, Teng Ying, chief of staff of Wusong Fortress, greets your superior. Zhang Jin raised his hand in return, took off his gloves, and extended his hand, saying, Chief of Staff Teng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Teng Ying quickly extended both hands to shake hands with Zhang Jin, saying warmly, Commander, you're too kind. It's what we should do. This is the benefit of strength. If it weren't for the fully armed soldiers behind Zhang Jin, Some people might have taken advantage of their age and seniority. She clearly has the strength to crush others, yet she acts like a weak and helpless woman, letting others manipulate her. Zhang Jin wants people to know that he has the power, and if you dare to cause trouble, he'll kill you. Order all officers and soldiers of the fortress to assemble at the drill ground. Teng Ying puffed out his chest and said, reporting to the commander, the 1,097 officers and soldiers under the fortress have assembled at the drill ground and are waiting for your instructions. Zhang Jin couldn't help but take a deep look at Teng Ying. He naturally knew who Teng Ying was. In the future war of resistance against Japan, it was this man who resolutely organized the officers and soldiers to resist after the fortress commander fled, dealing a heavy blow to the Japanese devils. Unfortunately, he was killed in action in the end. Now it seems that Teng Ying not only has courage, but also has a way of dealing with people that is unmatched by others. Teng Ying immediately nodded and led Zhang Jin toward the training ground, soon arriving at an open area. Zhang Jin saw a dense array of soldiers standing in neat square formations on the drill ground. He glanced at them. He wore a grass-green military uniform, a straight-cut cap, straw sandals, white leggings, and a belt. There were hardly any guns in sight. However, the soldiers were in good spirits, with resolute faces and bright expressions. It was clear that Teng Ying, as the acting commander, was doing a good job, which pleased Zhang Jin. Cough. Zhang Jin coughed lightly, drawing the attention of all the officers and soldiers. Instead of giving a speech, he looked at the time and said loudly, "It's already 12 o'clock. You must be hungry. Let's eat first." After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and several trucks immediately drove over. More than 20 soldiers wearing aprons jumped off the trucks, and then laboriously unloaded large iron barrels from the trucks and placed them in front of Zhang Jin. As soon as the soldiers lifted the lids, a fragrant aroma of meat and rice instantly filled the entire drill ground. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the dozens of large iron barrels, especially those at the front, whose mouths watered at the enticing smell, eager to see what delicious treats were inside. However, the military discipline that was already ingrained in their bones made these soldiers resist the temptation, and this scene made Zhang Jin very satisfied. "I was in a rush today, so I just made some braised pork, smoked chicken legs, shredded potatoes, and rice for the guys." Chief of Staff. Here. Teng Ying, who was in a daze, stood up straight, as if by reflex, and answered loudly, "Let's get the soldiers to eat." "Yes, Commander." Soon, the soldiers on the parade ground formed a long line. The soldier at the front, holding a large porcelain bowl, eagerly went to the first large iron barrel. Inside was indeed a whole barrel full of braised pork, glistening with oil and reddish brown, making the soldier's mouth water and causing him to swallow repeatedly. The cooks standing by the bucket immediately scooped up a large spoonful of braised pork and poured it into the soldier's bowl. Before the soldier could even take a step, he was pushed forward by the impatient soldiers behind him. A large spoonful of braised pork, a chicken leg, and fragrant rice instantly transformed the entire drill ground into a food-eating arena. All the soldiers were wolfing down the food in their bowls, practically shoveling their heads into them. Commander, Teng Ying swallowed hard as she watched the soldiers eating so heartily, looking at Zhang Jin somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing the officers looking on expectantly, Zhang Jin couldn't help but laugh and say, "You guys go and eat too." Teng Ying was overjoyed and quickly saluted, saying, "Thank you, Commander." Then he led a group of officers toward the food station. When Zhang Jin arrived, he had already investigated and found out that there were 2 armed forces in the entire city of Shanghai. One was the 9th Army, which had just been transferred here and consisted of 3 divisions with less than 40,000 men. The other was the Shanghai Garrison Command, whose headquarters was located in the southern district where the Shanghai municipal government was located. It controlled the Railway Guard Team, 2 garrison regiments, the Wusong Fortress, and the security regiments and militias of various counties, which together numbered about 10,000 men. The soldiers of the Shanghai Garrison Command are known as the Central Army, so their food and military expenses are naturally not bad. Unfortunately, the court is corrupt, and corrupt officials are as numerous as fish crossing a river. After layers of deductions, not only are their military salaries sometimes paid and sometimes not, but their food is also terrible. Every day they eat coarse grains and rice, radishes and pickled vegetables. Officers like Teng Ying weren't much better off. In the city, they could at least make some extra money, but in a godforsaken place like Wusong Fortress, they could only share the hardships with the soldiers. Otherwise, Zhang Jin wouldn't have been chosen as the garrison commander. Looking at the soldiers enjoying their meal, Zhang Jin couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Is it delicious?" What made Zhang Jin a little embarrassed was that the soldiers in the fortress were all busy eating meat and had no time to pay attention to him. Zhang Jin wasn't angry. Instead, he continued shouting, "Do you want to eat meat and rice every day?" This sentence successfully caught the attention of the fortress soldiers, who stopped and looked at Zhang Jin. "Sir, are you telling the truth?" a soldier suddenly asked from the front of the line. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. "As long as you follow me, Zhang Jin, you will not only be able to eat rice and meat every day, but I will also make up for all the military pay that the court owes you. Full pay will be paid in full in the future. But there's a condition." Zhang Jin suddenly changed his tone and said solemnly, "Only soldiers who pass my test will receive this treatment. Are you willing?" The drill ground fell silent for a moment. Then a deafening roar erupted. "Willing! Willing!" Chapter 12: The Eve of War. Wusong Fortress, a platform facing the Huangpu River at the South Fort. Zhang Jin was leaning on the railing, watching the boats coming and going on the river, from huge ships to small fishing boats, 1,000 sails racing and 100 boats vying for position. "Sir, all the soldiers and officers in the fortress have been moved to the training ground. The entire fortress is now staffed by our own people." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin turned around and said, "Now that they've all left, let's get to work." He had just inspected the entire north and south fortress. Most of the 20 cannons were old-fashioned, including one 305mm muzzle-loading cannon, two old-fashioned 203mm breech-loading cannons, three 150mm Krupp cannons, for 120mm Krupp cannons, and the rest were small cannons ranging from 57mm. Apart from the Krupp cannons, which were barely new, the other three large-caliber heavy cannons, although capable of firing, had an extremely slow rate of fire. Zhang Jin's task was to replace all the cannons. For example, Zhang Jin plans to acquire 3 Karl 600 self-propelled mortars. Although their range is only 1,000 meters, it is enough to cover the estuary of the Huangpu River. One shell from one of these mortars would probably be enough to overwhelm even a battleship. Then, 4 SKC/34 406mm guns were added. Although these were German-made naval guns, they played a greater role on land. When firing Adolf long-range grenades, the range reached 56 kilometers, which could cover Shanghai and the entire Yangtze River estuary, including the Japanese garrisons. Zhang Jin could almost laugh out loud at the thought of sinking the Japanese warships one by one. Autumn has passed, and winter has arrived. Before we knew it, it was already the morning of January 18th, the 23rd year of the Guangdong era. The location of the Hongkou May government office. In the office of the department head, Tu Feiyuan, he stood solemnly in front of a map of Shanghai, looking at the group of subordinates surrounding him, and said, "Jizi, how's your investigation going? Who exactly is supplying weapons to the Ninth Army?" One of the alluring women bowed and said, "Chief, we only found out that this batch of weapons came from a company of the Kyushu Trading Company. Their general manager is named Gu Chen. As for the rest, our people searched the entire city of Shanghai, but couldn't find their warehouses or offices. We also checked the docks that have recently entered and exited Shanghai, and found no large amount of goods passing through the checkpoints. These weapons seem to have appeared out of thin air." Tu Feiyuan's face immediately darkened, and he was about to get angry when the woman saw this and tried to smooth things over. "Chief, we haven't been able to trace the source of the weapons, but we have traced them back to Gu Chun. According to our intelligence personnel planted in the Ninth Army, Gu Chun has a nephew named Zhang Jin, who was formerly the head of the Wusong Town Militia and is now the commander of the Wusong Fortress." This Zhang Jin. Tu Feiyuan frowned slightly, feeling uneasy whenever he heard the name Zhang Jin. He immediately suppressed it. A mere militia leader wasn't worth his fuss. He directly interrupted the woman's report. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's just some infantry and small-caliber artillery. It won't affect the overall situation." Seeing that Tu Feiyuan didn't want to talk anymore, the alluring woman hesitated for a moment and then retreated. Tu Feiyuan, of course, had no idea that because he hadn't listened to the woman's report, he had sent all the Japanese soldiers in Shanghai to hell. Yoshiko, a glamorous woman with short hair, immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Excellency, Chief of Staff, I'm leaving the task of creating friction to you. I'm confident you'll handle it well." The fat, round man's praise instantly moved the alluring woman to tears. Her eyes were almost brimming with tears, and she looked at Doihiro with a rosy smile, saying, "Godfather, don't worry, I will serve you with the same dedication I would give you." The fat man was instantly aroused by the alluring woman, and he suppressed the urge to pounce on her, praising her highly. "Yosher, do a good job, and I will reward you handsomely." Wusong Fortress. Zhang Jin looked at the newspaper in his hand, his expression gradually becoming serious. Two news items appeared in the paper. At midnight on January 18th, four monks were attacked on a street in the Chinese-controlled area, resulting in 2 deaths and 2 serious injuries. The Chinese consulate in Shanghai declared the incident was perpetrated by rioters in the Chinese-controlled area and demanded that the Chinese-controlled police station hand over the perpetrators within 2 days, or else measures would be taken. "It's finally here." Zhang Jin muttered something, a cold smile playing on his lips, and turned to Zhang Chong behind him, asking, "How many men do we have now?" "Reporting, sir, we now have 2 infantry battalions, 1 anti-aircraft artillery battalion, 1 heavy artillery battalion, and a fortress garrison. The anti-aircraft artillery battalion is equipped with 12 88mm flak 36 anti-aircraft guns, and the heavy artillery battalion is equipped with 12 150mm howitzers." A smile immediately appeared on Zhang Jin's face. He hadn't been idle for the past 4 months either, spending countless resources, all in anticipation of this test. "Zhang Chong, order the heavy artillery battalion and anti-aircraft artillery battalion to immediately and secretly move to the east bank of the Huangpu River. Order the 1st and 2nd Infantry battalions to immediately enter Shanghai and secretly relocate to the Wusong Fortress. The great battle is about to begin." "Oh right." Zhang Jin suddenly remembered something important and quickly asked, "Have the coordinates of the Yangtze River estuary, the Huangpu River, and the urban area of Shanghai been marked?" Zhang Chong quickly replied, "Please rest assured, sir, the archery platoon has confirmed it repeatedly, and all the markings have been completed." Zhang Jin was relieved. "Tell the soldiers guarding the lighthouse at the fortress to keep a close watch on the river and report immediately if any Japanese warships are spotted." "Yes, sir." While Zhang Jin was making preparations without stopping, the Japanese were also making preparations. In this way, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the Japanese's constant provocations, the situation escalated and the entire city of Shanghai was plunged into turmoil. At midnight on January 28th, at the Japanese Marine Corps base, Marine Corps Commander Nakajima Tamashige stood excitedly on the command post training ground, with more than 1,000 Japanese Marines below him. Nakajima Tamashige said with a fanatical expression, "Gentlemen, the time has come to serve His Majesty the Emperor. I want you to take Xiaobei within an hour and the entire city of Shanghai within 4 hours. Half a year. Half a year." A frenzied roar erupted from the training ground. At the same time, on the drill ground of Wusong Fortress, nearly 2,000 soldiers from the 1st and 2nd battalions were also on high alert. These soldiers wore German-style steel helmets and full German-style individual equipment, each carrying a Kar-43 semi-automatic rifle. The soldiers have also undergone a complete transformation. Their bronze skin, resolute gaze, and upright posture make them even more imposing and heroic in their uniforms. Putting aside actual combat, their very appearance alone makes them the elite of the elite. At this time, Zhang Jin and his soldiers stood there silently. The only sound on the drill ground was their breathing. Boom, 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 boom. The faint sound of cannon fire suddenly came from afar, causing Zhang Jin's expression to change instantly. Here we go. Chapter 13: Fierce Battle in the North. Zhang Chong, take the battalion and get out of here. Zhang Jin didn't waste any words and turned to walk towards Willis. Rumble. After all the soldiers were on the truck, Zhang Jin said, "Let's go," and the sergeant in the co-driver's seat immediately stepped on the gas, and the Willis sped off. On a street near the international settlement in northern Italy, artillery fire roared and gunfire erupted. The Japanese Army's sudden attack caught the 9th Army off guard. Due to the repeated strict orders from the imperial court, Chang Jingran could not withstand the pressure, and most of the troops had already withdrawn from the city of Shanghai. The entire northern region only had one brigade of just over 3,000 men. Fortunately, Chang Jingran had already realized the Japanese intentions and made preparations in advance, so no accidents occurred. Boom, bang, bang, boom. The soldiers of the 9th Army fought desperately, relying on the houses on both sides of the street and the sandbag trenches in the street, and repelled the Japanese Army's repeated attacks. They did not advance an inch for 2 whole hours. Baka, the company commander of the 7th Marine Company, who was supervising the battle from behind, was so angry that he cursed loudly and then shouted, "Artillery! Immediately, a dozen soldiers pushed two Type 92 infantry guns forward. Kamita Chuji drew his command sword and pointed it forward. Kill them. Two shells immediately flew toward the 9th Army's position, and with a loud bang, the previously intense machine gun fire abruptly stopped. Da-da-da-da-da. Before Kamita Chiuni could even feel happy, the machine gun fire resumed, infuriating him so much that he stomped his feet and shouted repeatedly, "Kill them all! Kill them all!" In an instant, a barrage of shells rained down, filling the entire street with smoke. But what infuriated Kamita was that the moment the shelling ceased and his soldiers launched an attack, machine gun fire from the opposite side would immediately erupt. In just a short while, more than 20 corpses had fallen in front of them. At the same time, Zhang Jin led the 1st Battalion along the Huangpu River to the northern part of the international settlement. To his surprise, soldiers from the United States, and France had already blocked the entrances and exits of the settlement. "Commander, the foreigners say that according to their newly drafted joint defense law, once war breaks out, the army and civilians in Kyushu will not be allowed to enter the concessions." Ting Ying rushed over and said. Zhang Jin was furious. Damn it. The Japanese army could freely enter and leave the concession, but they couldn't. Enraged, Zhang Jin roared. "Mortars, heavy machine guns, prepare." The artillerymen sitting in the vehicle immediately jumped off and quickly assembled the 8 81mm mortars. At the same time, the M2 heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicle were also aimed at the positions of the Allied forces in the concession. The foreign soldiers in the concession, seeing that the Kyushu army had actually formed ranks facing them, immediately became agitated. The leading officer, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Quiet, quiet. These yellow-skinned monkeys don't dare to fire at us at all. They're just bluffing." The foreigner was right. Xinghua's army didn't dare to cause them any trouble and would only slink away. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Zhang Jin. On Zhang Jin's side, Teng Ying, seeing that her commander was actually taking a real stance, quickly tried to dissuade him. "Commander, please calm down. If a fight breaks out, it will become a diplomatic dispute." Teng Ying's words only made things worse, as they caused Zhang Jin to explode. "To hell with diplomatic disputes. I'm on the land of Kyushu. I can go wherever I want. Mortar. Target. Enemy position. Put. Bang bang." As soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, mortar shells were fired from their barrels and slammed into the foreign positions in front of them, turning them into a sea of fire in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The M1 heavy machine gun on the vehicle opened fire immediately, and in the blink of an eye, the 100 or so foreigners at the checkpoint were turned into a pile of corpses. Teng Ying was momentarily stunned as he watched the foreign soldiers being wiped out in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jin, unconcerned, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tell the brothers that these bastards were already dead when we got here." Zhang Jin adheres to one principle. Without evidence, what can you do to me? At this time, the intense gunfire was so clear, it seemed to be right next to his ears, making Zhang Jin's heart pound with anxiety. He was puzzled. A month ago, he sold a large batch of weapons to Changjingran. With these weapons, and a force several times larger than the Japanese, they shouldn't have ended up like this. What went wrong? Without a second thought, Zhang Jin got into the driveway and shouted, "Let's go." Seemingly due to the sound of gunfire, the streets of the concession were eerily quiet, deserted and devoid of any human presence. This made it convenient for Zhang Jin to speed through the streets. The journey, which would normally take more than half an hour, was completed in less than 20 minutes, bringing us to the large iron bridge connecting the concession to Xiaobei. It has to be said that the Japanese Marines are not even in the same league as their army. There was not a single guard on the huge iron bridge. They had obviously committed all their forces to the urban warfare in front, or they never thought that someone would stab them in the back. A smile appeared on Zhang Jin's face. He liked these silly, clueless Japanese soldiers. He immediately jumped out of the vehicle, pulled the bolt of his M2 carbine, waved his hand forward, and the 1st Battalion immediately moved towards the north of the city in squads. After crossing a street, I saw a group of Japanese soldiers launching a frenzied attack on a small red Western-style building. Seeing this, Zhang Jin grabbed his weapon and fired a burst of bullets, and several Japanese soldiers immediately fell down. The sudden gunfire from behind caused the Japanese soldiers to pause for a moment. In that instant, 7 Willis helicopters armed with M1 heavy machine guns charged forward. Immediately afterwards, the heavy machine gun fire rang out, and bullets whizzed across the empty street, hitting the Japanese soldiers. The enormous impact instantly tore the Japanese soldiers' bodies apart, turning them into a rain of blood. When the heavy machine gun fire stopped, not a single Japanese soldier remained standing on the street. They were all reduced to mangled corpses. Zhang Jin immediately shouted loudly to the front, "Brothers of the Ninth Army, we are the garrison of Wusong Fortress, here to support you." A moment later, Zhang Jin saw groups of ragged soldiers emerging from various parts of the street. He strode over, and at that moment, an officer wearing the rank of major stepped forward and saluted Zhang Jin. "Reporting, sir, we are the 6th Regiment of the 156th Brigade of the 9th Army." Looking over, Zhang Jin saw that none of the soldiers were without wounds, their bodies filthy and reeking of gunpowder. But their incredibly bright eyes deeply shocked Zhang Jin, for he saw in them a spirit of fearlessness and unwavering determination to die for their cause. "Battalion Commander! Battalion Commander!" A soldier came running up, panting. "The regimental commander wants us to reinforce the North Station immediately. They're about to fall." Zhang Jin's heart tightened. He hadn't expected that the Japanese Marines, whom he had taken lightly, would actually be quite capable. He immediately said to the major, "Don't go to support you. I'll lead the troops over there. You can rest here to avoid the Japanese attacking again." Without giving the officer a chance to speak, he turned directly to the messenger and said, "Come here and take us there." Then they sped off, and the convoy behind them accelerated to catch up. It wasn't until the 1st Battalion had been gone for quite some time that a soldier finally came to his senses and stammered, "Battalion Commander, is this the legendary German-equipped division?" The major nodded blankly, still somewhat stunned by Zhang Jin and his group's incredibly flamboyant manner. The Shanghai North Railway Station on the Beijing-Shanghai line is not far from the street where Zhang Jin lives, and it is the largest railway station in Shanghai. Wah! As Zhang Jin approached the train station, he heard a muffled whistling sound from the sky. The familiar sound made his expression change instantly. It was the sound of heavy artillery. No wonder the 9th Army was having such a hard time. "Zhang Cheng, send out scouts to find the Japanese artillery positions." "Yes, sir." Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out continuously, and huge orange-red mushroom-shaped clouds rose into the sky, standing out conspicuously against the night sky. Zhang Jin felt the ground vibrate and swallowed hard. To be honest, he wanted to turn around and run away right then and there. He now understands a principle. There is a fundamental difference between firing your own artillery and having someone else fire at you. Just hearing the sound of an explosion can instill fear, let alone advancing into the fire. But this hurdle has to be overcome no matter what. Even if it means certain death, Zhang Jin took a deep breath and shouted, "Get off the bus and proceed on foot." Chapter 14: Fierce Battle at North Railway Station. Zhang Jin was the first to jump down and run towards the sound of cannon fire. Seeing their commander taking the lead, the officers and soldiers of the 1st Battalion immediately followed. At this point, the results of 2 months of training became apparent. Instead of rushing in haphazardly, the soldiers quickly dispersed in squads, swiftly attaching bayonets to their rifles and loading bullets. Soldiers armed with STG-44 assault rifles led the way, followed closely by their squad leaders. The other soldiers were arranged in a fan shape on the left and right flanks, while soldiers with sniper rifles brought up the rear, forming a loose chain formation. The Shanghai North Railway Station is located at the outermost edge of the northern part of the city. The surrounding area is mostly low-rise buildings, but these buildings have been bombed into ruins by the Japanese artillery. There are corpses of civilians who died of fright because they couldn't escape in time, as well as soldiers wearing the uniforms of the 9th Army. It is clear that this place has just experienced a fierce battle. Soon, Zhang Jin then saw a 4-story British-style building, which was the North Railway Station. The booming sounds of cannons and gunfire suddenly became even more intense. Rushing quickly to the front of the ramparts, which were mostly destroyed, Zhang Jin secretly raised his head and looked towards the North Station defense line to his right. He saw rows of sandbag fortifications on the open ground in front of the station building, constantly being bombarded with bullets. A few hundred meters away from him were squads of Japanese soldiers launching an attack. These soldiers were either hunched over or crawling on the ground, and every now and then they would be hit by stray bullets and fall to the ground unexpectedly. Woohoo! The whistling sound of shells tearing through the air rang out again in the sky, followed by a series of explosions from the 6th Regiment's fortifications, and countless sandbags were instantly blasted into the air. Zhang Jin's expression hardened, and he turned to Zhang Cheng behind him, saying, "Send a liaison officer over there to inform the 6th Regiment." Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement and crouched down to leave. At this moment, Ting Ying came over and said, "Commander, we've found the Japanese artillery position. It's on an open space on Chuanbei Road. These are the coordinates." Zhang Jin took the small piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Chong, saying, "Send a message to the mortar unit, instructing them to destroy the Japanese artillery." Then he instructed Teng Ying, "Have the brothers get ready. Once the artillery fires, open fire immediately." Inside the North Railway Station building, Zhang Song, the commander of the 6th Regiment, stood in front of a firing port converted from a window on the 4th floor, looking outside through binoculars. As the Japanese flares continued to rise, the entire area around the railway station was instantly as bright as day. The battlefield was clearly visible. The once heavily fortified positions in front of the building were now riddled with craters of all sizes, shell fragments, guns blown to pieces, and mangled limbs that were no longer recognizable as human. The scene was incredibly gruesome and shocking to behold. Zhang Song's face turned extremely pale, and his heart was bleeding. These were all his brothers. Boom. Another violent explosion rang out, and the entire train station building shook violently, with countless pieces of debris falling from the firing ports. Regimental Commander Wang Zheng, Chief of Staff of the 6th Regiment, approached. "The battle casualties have been tallied. The 1st Battalion has only 87 men left, the 2nd Battalion has over 140, and with the regimental headquarters, we have less than 240 men left. Judging by the Japanese tactics, we probably won't make it to dawn." Wang Zheng couldn't continue speaking in the end. Zhang Song fell silent. He hadn't expected that in just 1 hour, more than half of his 700-plus men would be lost. He had followed Chang Jingran in battles across the country for over a decade, and had never encountered anything like this before. But retreat is impossible. Regardless of what others thought, he was determined not to lose the land of Kyushu. Zhang Song took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. If the soldiers in front are all wiped out, the officers will move in. If the officers are all wiped out, the direct subordinate units will move in. If they are all wiped out, I'll go. I have only one order. As long as the 6th Regiment is still around, the train station cannot be lost." After speaking, Zhang Song pulled out his pistol from his waist, pulled hard, and the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. Then Zhang Song slammed it on the table. The regimental headquarters fell silent instantly. Just as the atmosphere became so heavy it was hard to breathe, a series of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. A moment later, a soldier rushed in from outside, panting, and said, "Regimental Commander, the Wusong Fortress garrison has come to our aid." Zhang Song, who was already prepared to die for his country, suddenly brightened up and stood up abruptly. Before he could even ask the soldiers to call the people in, a whooshing sound rang out outside again, followed by a violent explosion. "Commander, look!" The soldier standing at the firing port suddenly cried out in alarm. Zhang Song's expression changed, thinking something had happened again. He quickly moved closer to the firing port to look outside, and his expression froze instantly. He saw that among the attacking Japanese soldiers, clusters of orange-red fireballs were constantly exploding. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Zhang Song was stunned, a loud bugle call suddenly sounded, followed by earth-shattering shouts of battle. "Commander, someone has launched an attack on the Japanese. Could it be the garrison?" Wang Zheng asked in shock. Zhang Song turned around, walked to the table, and picked up the pistol. "Who cares who they are? The men outside are tough guys, and our 6th Regiment isn't a coward either. Sound the bugle call. The whole regiment fix bayonets. Follow me to kill those little devils." As for Zhang Jin, as soon as the cannon fire stopped, Zhang Jin stood up and shouted, "Blow the bugle." Then he switched the fire selector of his M2 rifle to burst fire mode, took the lead, and rushed out first. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the Japanese soldiers who were already stunned by the explosion. Several Japanese soldiers who were staggering to their feet were immediately swept to the ground. He immediately crouched down and hid behind an earthen wall. Then he heard a whooshing sound from above as bullets whizzed past his scalp. Hearing the thuds of bullets hitting the wall, Zhang Jin broke out in a cold sweat. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary citizen who had never experienced the hail of bullets on the battlefield. Fear was only natural. That's why Zhang Jin has to push himself to adapt to this environment. A bird in a cage will never know how high the sky is or how vast the land is. Zhang Jin is a caged bird now. Without the tempering of blood and fire, he is not qualified to be a soldier, let alone a commander. So, Zhang Jin just wanted to push himself and see how far he could go. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the dull sound of heavy machine guns rang out, instantly suppressing the Japanese firepower. Zhang Jin took a deep breath, glanced at Zhang Chong and the others who had followed him, stood up, and began firing as he crept towards the Japanese. Soon, the two sides came face to face. When the Japanese soldiers saw Zhang Jin and his men rushing over, they all reached up to touch the bolts of their guns. It was a misunderstanding. They were not unloading bullets. The Japanese soldiers were not that stupid. They were just disengaging the safety to avoid accidentally injuring their own men. Seeing that the Japanese soldiers opposite him had stopped firing and seemed ready for hand-to-hand combat, Zhang Jin sneered and pulled the trigger. Chapter 15 Artillery Battle. The Japanese soldiers never expected Zhang Jin to be so unethical as to open fire directly. Dozens of STG-44 assault rifles opened fire at the same time, wiping out the remaining Japanese soldiers in the blink of an eye. Charge! Just as Zhang Jin released the trigger, shouts of battle erupted from the train station. Zhang Song led the remaining soldiers of the 6th Regiment out, only to be stunned by what they saw outside. Was he late? Zhang Jin looked at the square-faced colonel charging ahead, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. You must be Regiment Commander Zhang Song? I am Zhang Jin, commander of the Wusong Fortress. Only then did Zhang Song notice Zhang Jin. The slightly immature young face startled Zhang Song for a moment. He seemed surprised that Zhang Jin was so young. He quickly recovered, saluted Zhang Jin, and shook Zhang Jin's hand repeatedly, saying, Commander Zhang, if it weren't for your timely reinforcements, I, old Zhang, would probably already be down below to meet my fallen brothers. Seeing Zhang Song's enthusiasm, Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't keep a long face. Before long, the two became acquainted. Zhang Song pulled Zhang Jin to the command center on the first floor of the train station, ordered someone to pour tea, and then scratched his head and said, Brother Jin, the conditions are simple, so all I can offer you is a cup of tea. Please don't take offense. Brother Zhang, what are you saying? On the battlefield, being able to have a cup of tea is a great blessing. Zhang Jin first complimented Zhang Song, then asked with some doubt, Brother Zhang, I heard that your 9th Army recently purchased a batch of weapons. Why are you still using old-fashioned rifles? Upon hearing this, Zhang Song couldn't help but give a wry smile. Brother, our 9th Army is not like your Central Army, where we have the government to provide for us and don't have to worry about food and drink. At this point, Zhang Song paused, glancing at Zhang Jin and the surrounding soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Their full German-style equipment was eye-catching, making Zhang Song's eyes almost bulge with envy. He then regained his composure and continued. We 9th Army are used to being poor, so we should put away the good stuff first and deal with it when our own equipment breaks down. Zhang Jin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He had forgotten that the Mauser rifle was nothing special in his hands, but in the eyes of others it was a top-notch weapon. Brother Zhang, even if you keep the guns, what about the mortars and field guns you bought? You can't just hide them away and let them rust. Zhang Song said, Our commander would like to equip us with a few cannons, but unfortunately there are too few artillerymen. The entire 9th Army's artillery is only enough to form one artillery battalion. For this reason, our commander even formed an artillery training team. Who would have thought that before the team members even arrived, the Japanese invaded? Zhang Jin suddenly realized why the 9th Army's artillery fire was so weak. The reason was right there. Woohoo! Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound rang out from outside, followed by a deafening roar. The orange-red flames from the explosion instantly illuminated the command center, and the building immediately shook violently, with dust billowing down. Caught off guard, Zhang Jin slipped, but luckily managed to grab the table to avoid a complete tumble. At that moment, Zhang Chong rushed up from downstairs. Commander, more than 2,000 Japanese soldiers have come from Hongkou. They are carrying heavy weapons and more than a dozen armored vehicles, and they are less than a kilometer away from the station. Woohoo! Just then, a whistling sound rang out from the sky again, but this time the whistling sound was clearly different from the previous one, carrying a hint of muffledness. Zhang Jin's expression changed drastically. It's heavy artillery. Get down quickly. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and the entire building shook as if it had an epileptic seizure. Zhang Jin felt a buzzing in his head, his mind went blank, and his stomach churned so badly that he almost vomited. Zhang Jin, enduring the pain, shouted, Run! The building is collapsing. After saying that, he grabbed the swaying Zhang Song and ran towards the door. Fortunately, they were blessed by heaven and Zhang Jin and the others escaped unharmed. Zhang Jin ran out, braced himself for a breath, and turned to look at the train station building behind him. He saw that the concrete building, which had only a few corners missing, had now collapsed by more than half. Phone! Zhang Jin shouted to Zhang Cheng. Just as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from the sky, and a shell slammed down beneath a building a dozen meters away. Boom! Before he could dodge, Zhang Jin felt a powerful force, and his body flew out involuntarily, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain in his back made him cry out. Swoosh! Immediately afterward, a dark shadow flashed past his eyes, carrying a hint of heat. Zhang Jin couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to find it was a piece of artillery shrapnel. Zhang Jin felt his body go limp, and his heart pounded wildly, as if it were being hammered. Is this real war? On the edge of life and death, no one knows when they will die. Zhang Jin felt a sense of fear, which quickly turned into excitement. Yes, that's right, it's exciting, a feeling of adrenaline surging. Just then, the cannon fire suddenly stopped, and the battlefield instantly fell silent. The Japanese devils are about to attack. Zhang Song, looking disheveled, said solemnly to Zhang Jin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately got up, crouched down, and ran behind the trench made of sandbags, picking up his binoculars to look. At this time, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and a sliver of white appeared on the eastern horizon. The wasteland in front of the trenches was clearly visible. About 700 or 800 meters away, countless Japanese soldiers were advancing towards the position in waves, interspersed with more than a dozen armored vehicles. Prepare for battle! Zhang Jin shouted behind him, and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion immediately dispersed, setting up their M2 heavy machine guns and G42 machine guns on sandbags. After a night of fierce fighting, the remaining soldiers of the 1st Battalion had undergone a transformation, no longer bewildered or fearful like rookies, their eyes now filled with determination. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. As the Japanese soldiers drew closer, Zhang Jin took a deep breath, aimed his Kar-43 rifle at one of them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The Japanese soldier fell to the ground immediately. In an instant, fierce gunfire erupted on the battlefield. Tap tap bang 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 tap tap. Swoosh! A bullet grazed Zhang Jin's scalp, followed by a barrage of bullets that whizzed past his head, making him too afraid to even look up. Boom! An explosion suddenly rang out in front of the trench, and countless small stones rained down on the sandbags with a thud. Pah! Zhang Jin spat out the small pebble that had flown into his mouth, brought his eyes close to the crosshairs, and slowly moved the muzzle of his gun, aiming at the attacking Japanese troops. He quickly found 2 Japanese soldiers fiddling with a grenade launcher. Bang! Zhang Jin pulled the trigger repeatedly, and 2 Japanese soldiers fell to the ground. Commander, the mortars are ready. Zhang Cheng ran over, bending over, and Zhang Jin glanced behind him. 8 mortars were lined up, waiting for his orders. Zhang Jin had been holding back his anger for a long time. Looking at the cautiously approaching Japanese soldiers, he said viciously, "Damn it, now it's my turn to blow you up." Across from the railway station defense line, in a sparse grove of trees, Marine Corps Commander Nakajima Tomashige stared grimly at the unshakable railway station defenses ahead. He had led his Marines in an attack that began at 11 p.m. and had advanced to the North Railway Station in just 1 hour. He thought taking over the small railway station would be a piece of cake, but as dawn broke, they were still stuck outside the station and unable to move. Just thinking about the telegram he sent back to headquarters, and how Shanghai was taken over in 4 hours. Nakajima Tomashige felt a sudden burning sensation on his face, followed by boundless rage. He drew his sword and roared. Tell that idiot Yoshida that if he can't take the train station, he should commit seppuku and apologize to His Majesty the Emperor. Hi. A Japanese messenger quickly bowed and ran ahead, but he hadn't gone more than a few steps when a shell fell straight down. Then there was a loud bang. The Japanese messenger was instantly blown to pieces, and several pieces of his limbs flew directly toward Nakajima Tamaki and the others. Nakajima Tamaki had no time to dodge and was hit in the face by a piece of flesh, and blood and flesh instantly covered his face. Baka! Baka! Killed him. Chapter 16 Back and forth. As the first shell landed, rows upon rows of black dots followed, falling from the sky, and the charging Japanese soldiers were instantly engulfed in artillery fire. In the trenches, looking at the Japanese soldiers who were being blown up and crying for their mothers, Zhang Jin's face immediately broke into a smile. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed over and said urgently, "Brother Jin, quickly move the artillery. It'll be too late if we delay any longer." Zhang Jin looked closely and saw that it was Zhang Song. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he still glanced at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng nodded and immediately ran towards the artillery position. "Brother Jean, let's go." Without saying a word, Zhang Song dragged Zhang Jin into a bunker built of sandbags. The two had just stood still when a deafening explosion rang out outside the fortress, and Zhang Song said with a wry smile, "The Japanese devils are very cunning. As soon as our mortars and heavy machine guns open fire, they will mobilize all their artillery to destroy our firepower. That's how the Japanese destroyed our regiment's heavy firepower." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's heart tightened instantly. At that moment, Zhang Cheng ran in and said, "Commander, the fire support company withdrew after firing all the shells. There were no casualties." Zhang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing that the fire support company was run by the sergeants he had summoned, whose military knowledge was certainly better than his own, a complete novice. It must be said that the battlefield is indeed a good place to learn, because even a single mistake can be a bloody lesson that you'll never forget. Report. Tung Ying suddenly rushed in from outside. "Commander, the reconnaissance company has called. They have found out the location of the Japanese heavy artillery positions." Upon hearing that the reconnaissance company had already located the Japanese artillery positions, Zhang Jin felt a surge of joy. This damned battle had been incredibly frustrating. Now it was finally his turn to shine. "Zhang Cheng, order the artillery battalion to open fire immediately and blow those Japanese artillery positions to smithereens." "Yes, Commander." On the west bank of the Huangpu River, Zhang Jin's artillery battalion position. Artillery battalion commander Zhang Kuei put down his walkie-talkie and said in a strong voice, "Enemy target, Xiabe 075 area. Scale 533. Direction left. High and low 2. Charge number 1, instant fuse activated." Zhang Kuei's order was immediately sent to the artillery positions, and the artillerymen standing behind the 12 150mm howitzers immediately got busy. Soon, the huge cannon muzzles were raised high, pointing towards the Xiabe direction. A moment later, a report rang out from the battalion command post. Reporting, "Battalion Commander, the artillery positions are ready and requesting permission to fire." 5 rapid shots. Boom, 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 boom. The artillery position immediately erupted in a thunderous roar, and the smoke from the cannon fire instantly filled the area. Honko, on the Japanese artillery position. For Type 4 150mm howitzers and 4 120mm howitzers were lined up in a row on the position. The position was actually just a small open space outside the Japanese Marine Corps headquarters. The artillery pieces were openly displayed on the open space without any cover. Looking at his artillerymen, who were sweating profusely in front of the cannons, the Japanese artillery battalion commander Watanabe Susumu couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. "Yoshi, let the warriors of the empire give it their all and tear those damn Chinese to shreds." Woohoo! Just as Watanabe Susumu finished speaking, a shell instantly pierced the sky and landed in the artillery position. With a loud bang, a 150mm howitzer instantly disintegrated in the explosion, turning into several pieces of iron that were thrown into the sky. One section of the barrel slammed down towards Watanabe Susumu with a whoosh, instantly smashing him into a pile of minced meat. In the blink of an eye, the artillery position had turned into a large crater. Then the artillery fire began to spread. A shell flew across the city and struck the attacking Japanese troops. A dozen Japanese soldiers at the center of the explosion were instantly blown to pieces. Those a little further away fared no better. The flying shrapnel from the bomb ripped them apart, tearing them to pieces. Even Zhang Jin, who was hiding in the trench, felt a wave of heat coming over him, as hot as if he were sitting next to a fire. Zhang Song peered through the firing port at a shell crater not far away, billowing black smoke. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide. He had just witnessed that shell kill at least 20 or 30 Japanese soldiers. "Brother Jean, what kind of cannon is this? How can it be so powerful?" Zhang Jin looked at Zhang Song, who was in shock, and said with a smile, "The German-made 150mm howitzer is all right. It's just a bit small in caliber." Zhang Song's jaw nearly dropped when he saw Zhang Jin, who didn't seem to care at all. A 150mm cannon was nothing. In all his years of fighting, the largest cannon he had ever seen was a Schneider 75mm field gun. He had never seen a cannon larger than 100mm, let alone a 150mm howitzer. At this time, the battlefield continued to roar with the sound of artillery fire and flames soaring into the sky. The billowing black smoke from exploding shells completely enveloped the area where the Japanese soldiers were positioned. The screams that occasionally emanated from within told Zhang Jin that the Japanese soldiers were enduring hellish torture. Until half an hour later, as the shelling gradually subsided, Zhang Jin quickly grabbed his binoculars and looked in the direction of the Japanese soldiers. Apart from the numerous shell craters, he could no longer see any standing Japanese soldiers. He immediately addressed Zhang Song. "Brother Zhang, it's time for us to clean up the battlefield." Zhang Song immediately perked up, patted his chest, and assured, "Brother Jin, just you wait and see. I may not be as good as you at fighting, but when it comes to cleaning up the battlefield, if I, Zhang Song, am second to none, who dares to claim first place?" Zhang Jin immediately smiled. Cleaning up the battlefield was a cushy job. Who knew what good stuff they might find? He wasn't too surprised by Zhang Song's enthusiasm. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Brothers, we'll leave the cleanup to you guys. We should get going." Zhang Song was taken aback. "Brother, where are you going?" Zhang Jin couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Hongkou and said coldly, "Naturally, we're going to the Japanese headquarters." At the same time, on the Beijing-Shanghai railway line more than 20 kilometers away from Shanghe, Chang Jingran, who was leading the main force of the 9th Army back to defend the city, looked at the billowing black smoke rising into the sky from the city, and his face became heavy. Then came a surge of anger. Some time ago, the Japanese had been causing a great disturbance in Shanghai. The imperial court was afraid of a conflict with the Japanese and repeatedly ordered the 9th Army to withdraw from the city. He had no choice but to lead the main force out, leaving only one division to defend Shanghai. Unexpectedly, just as he led his troops out of Shanghai, the Japanese launched an attack on Zhabei. Extremely worried, he said to his chief of staff, Huang Liang, behind him, "Chief of staff, order the troops to advance at full speed." "Commander, the brothers have been working hard all night, haven't they?" Chang Jingran, sitting on his horse, suddenly turned around and looked at Huang Liang angrily, saying, "Rest? We're going to rest? What about our brothers in Zhabei? Do you know how many brothers and innocent civilians will die under the Japanese devil's knives if we rest for a while? Immediately issue the order to speed up the march. Giddy up." After saying that, he whipped the horse and galloped away, not giving Huang Liang a chance to speak at all. Zhabei district, near the railway line on Zhabei Road. At this time, a dense crowd had already gathered, gazing towards the train station. After the sound of gunfire ceased, their faces showed expressions of worry. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a female student wearing a blue jacket and black skirt suddenly ran to a high place and shouted, "Fellow villagers, you have all seen that the soldiers of the 9th Army are fighting desperately against the invaders. They definitely need our help. Is there anyone willing to come with me?" The female student looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. She had a delicate oval face, a pair of big eyes on her fair and beautiful face, and willow leaf eyebrows. She looked quite heroic. The moment the female student spoke, the street fell silent. Just as everyone hesitated, a handsome man in a white suit stepped forward and said, "I'll go." Once someone took the lead, many young men and women in the crowd became eager to participate. "Senior, I'm going. I'm going too. Me too." Just as everyone was enthusiastically signing up, the rumble of cars came from the direction of the battlefield. Chapter 17 Against All Cannons. Everyone turned their heads to look, and not far away on the street near the wasteland, 6 or 7 very exquisite cars drove up, followed by a long line of trucks. On one of the trucks, a bright 5-colored national flag fluttered in the wind, immediately exciting the people of Shanghai. "Look, it's our army." The convoy arrived shortly after, and the crowd gathered around. But before they could speak, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Zhang Jin, sitting in the Willis Jeep, immediately changed his expression, stood up from the car, and shouted, "Evacuate civilians and prepare for air raids." The soldiers sitting in the vehicle immediately jumped off and urged the people on the street to hide quickly. Zhang Jin jumped off the vehicle and walked towards the air defense battalion at the back. When he was about to send troops out, he divided the anti-aircraft artillery battalion into 2, with a heavy artillery battalion attached to it. He led 2 companies with a total of 8 88mm anti-aircraft guns. When Zhang Jin arrived at the anti-aircraft artillery battalion, the 8 anti-aircraft guns were already ready to engage the air. At this time, the buzzing sound in the sky grew closer and closer. Zhang Jin quickly picked up his binoculars and looked over. He saw more than a dozen biplanes slowly flying over from the northwest. "It's a Japanese Type 13 carrier-based attack aircraft." A voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Jin, and he turned around to see a man and a woman standing behind him. The man said, Equipped with two 7.7mm machine guns, with a speed of 198 kilometers per hour, it can carry 10 50 kilograms bombs or two 250 kilograms bombs. The escorting aircraft are Type 3 carrier-based fighter jets, equipped with two machine guns in the nose, with a speed of 241 kilometers per hour. The fighter jets are not bad. The handsome man introduced the details with great familiarity, then sighed and said, "It's a pity we don't have any planes now. Otherwise I really want to have a go at those Japanese devils." Zhang Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Could the handsome man be a pilot? Shooting. While Zhang Jin was still in a daze, the aircraft group in the sky had already flown over Zhubei, and Zhang Yun, the battalion commander of the anti-aircraft artillery battalion, immediately shouted loudly. 8 88mm anti-aircraft guns immediately aimed at their respective targets. Boom. With a deafening boom, an anti-aircraft gun fired first, the shell instantly leaving the barrel and shooting into the sky, followed by a fireball exploding in midair. Immediately, a Japanese plane veered to one side, billowing black smoke from its fuselage, before plunging headfirst into the ground. The Japanese Air Force clearly hadn't expected anti-aircraft fire on the ground and frantically tried to create distance, while the other anti-aircraft guns opened fire as soon as the first shell exploded, instantly creating 7 fireballs in the sky. Before the 7 fireballs had even disappeared, the second round of shells was fired into the sky. In just over 10 seconds, dozens of plumes of black smoke appeared in the sky, directly covering the area where the Japanese planes were located. The Japanese planes fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A truly breathtaking scene. The people who were fleeing in all directions on the street stopped in their tracks, and the international settlement across the river was equally quiet. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. My God, what kind of weapons did the people of Kyushu use? They managed to shoot down so many planes. It's terrifying. Zhang Jin was naturally unaware that his masturbation scene had been remembered by someone with ulterior motives, and it later caused quite a stir. Anti-aircraft artillery positions. Zhang Jin looked at the sky, which was so clear that not a single bird could be seen, and smiled with satisfaction. Damn it, those damn Japanese devils. Let's teach you a lesson for being so arrogant. This is an anti-aircraft gun, the handsome man stammered. Zhang Jin didn't answer the man's question, but looked at him seriously and said, "You can fly a plane?" "Yes, that's what I do." The young man's matter-of-fact tone made Zhang Jin extremely happy. He had originally wanted to summon a pilot, but unexpectedly, he got one for free. "May I have your name?" "Gao Yuanhang." Zhang Jin was completely stunned, his face filled with disbelief. What incredible luck he had. He had just bumped into one of the 4 heavenly kings. He couldn't help but raise his voice and ask, "Are you sure your name is Gao Yuanhang?" "From the northeast." Gao Yuanhang looked confused by the question and said with dissatisfaction, "Sir, that's a bit insulting. I'm not stupid. How could I not know my own name?" Haha. Zhang Jin laughed happily and patted Gao Yuanhang's shoulder hard. "How about working with me?" Gao Yuanhang was stunned for a moment, and Zhang Jin then came to his senses. Gao Yuanhang was a pilot, and if he didn't have real weapons, he wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy at all. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Fighting the Japanese is the priority. You'll come with me for now." Upon hearing about fighting the Japanese, Gao Yuanhang agreed without hesitation, saying, "Okay." The pretty girl who had been standing to the side, unable to get a word in edgewise, quickly said, me too. I want to help too. I'm from St. John's University Medical School." "Medical school graduate? Doctor?" Zhang Jin was overjoyed again. He had naturally heard of St. John's University, one of the best schools in Kyushu at that time, known as the Harvard of the East. Could it be that I really stepped in dog poop today, bumping into someone who's incredibly talented? Zhang Jin couldn't help but feel eager to try his luck again. What if there were even more? Commander. Tung Ying strode over and handed a telegram to Zhang Jin, saying, "The Ministry of Military Affairs just sent an order requiring us to hold the fortress. Without the Ministry of Military Affairs order, no one is allowed to go out or fire on the Japanese without authorization. Otherwise, they will be subject to military law." Zhang Jin didn't even glance at it, tore the telegram in half, and tossed it aside like trash. Passed down the order, the entire battalion assemble immediately. Target, Japanese Marine Corps Headquarters. After sending Tung Ying away, Zhang Jin looked at the girl and said, "I happen to be short of a medical team leader. If you can find some more medical students, the team leader position will be yours." "Really?" The girl was surprised that Zhang Jin was so easy to talk to and couldn't believe it for a moment. Zhang Jin smiled and said, "A real man's word is his bond." However, Zhang Jin then changed the subject. "I can only wait for you for half an hour. I'm leaving in half an hour." Upon hearing that there was only half an hour, the girl panicked. "I'll go find someone right now." Zhang Jin watched the girl leave in a hurry, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. No matter what era, students are always the most passionate group of people. "Commander Zhang, aren't you afraid of being attacked by the Japanese army if you attack their headquarters?" Gao Yuanhang suddenly asked. Zhang Jin said calmly, "Let's wipe them all out at once." Gao Yuanhang looked at Zhang Jin, who had a calm face but an extremely confident demeanor. Zhang Jin's slightly immature face made him look younger than Gao Yuanhang. Perhaps he had just experienced a major battle, which gave him a sense of determination and resilience. Zhang Jin then said to himself, "The Japanese devil's sudden attack on Shanghai is an attempt to divert international attention and reduce the pressure on them to occupy northeast China. If we are quick enough to finish the battle within a day, the Japanese devil's conspiracy will be completely foiled, and there might still be a glimmer of hope for the situation in northeast China." Gao Yuanhang was immediately moved. He hadn't expected that the Japanese invasion of Shanghai had such a huge conspiracy. He felt a sense of urgency and hurriedly said, "Commander Zhang, shall we leave now? At this time, the Japanese headquarters must be sparsely armed, and we might be able to catch them off guard." "No rush." Zhang Jin chuckled and pointed towards the new garbage bridge, saying, "It's much faster this way. We can definitely catch them off guard. Should we leave through the concession?" Gao Yuanhang's eyes widened instantly, staring at Zhang Jin with disbelief, as if he were looking at a madman. If you didn't live in this era, you wouldn't know how domineering the Western powers were. Countless unequal treaties and aggressions have broken the backbone of some people on the land of China. Fearing foreigners and fawning over them has become the norm. This influence extends to the upper classes, subtly instilling in ordinary people a sense of inferiority towards foreigners. This explains why Gao Yuanhang reacted differently upon hearing Zhang Jin's words, because he had already internalized the notion that foreigners were not to be trifled with. Zhang Jin naturally saw Gao Yuanhang's expression and couldn't help but sneer. "Humph, if the Japanese devils can get through, why can't I? If you want to play the double standard game with me, you'd better see if my gun will allow it." Chapter 18. Bombarding the Cruiser. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhang Jin was about to get into the car, the girl hurriedly ran back. Her pretty face was flushed from running, and her full chest heaved up and down. She ran up to Zhang Jin, got off, patted her chest, and, panting, pointed to a large group of male and female college students behind her. "Sir, look, they're all willing to follow us to fight the Japanese." Zhang Jin immediately smiled and instructed Zhang Chong beside him. "Make room for them in 2 cars, and make sure their safety is protected." "Yes, sir." Zhang Jin then looked at the girl and asked, "What's your name?" A sweet smile immediately appeared on the girl's face, as bright and radiant as the March sun. The girl then said, "My name is Yumanli." Zhang Jin immediately said, "According to wartime regulations, Yumanli, I hereby appoint you as the acting captain of the medical team of the Wusong Fortress Garrison Command. Take your team and get in the car. We should go." Yumanli was surprised that Zhang Jin had actually appointed her as the captain of the medical team. She immediately beamed with joy and gave Zhang Jin a rather awkward military salute. "Yes, sir." Zhang Jin returned the greeting casually and got into his jeep. Gao Yuanhang quickly sat behind Zhang Jin and couldn't help but ask, "Commander Zhang, what kind of official position do you plan to give me? You want to work with me too?" Gao Yuanhang, seeing Zhang Jin's astonished expression, finally realized that he had been misled by Yumanli. He, a flight instructor, couldn't very well become Zhang Jin's subordinate, so he quickly chuckled and said, "Commander Zhang, I was just joking, don't mind me." Unexpectedly, Zhang Jin became serious and said solemnly, "Brother Yuanhang, if you are willing to accept this position, I happen to have a suitable position for you. You can consider it." Without waiting for Gao Yuanhang's reply, he sat up straight and said, "Let's go, the new garbage bridge." Rumble. The engines roared to life, but this time Zhang Jin didn't lead the charge. Instead, 4 Willis cars equipped with M2 heavy machine guns led the way. At this time, more and more people gathered around, especially since Zhang Jin and his team had just shot down more than a dozen fighter jets, creating an atmosphere that reached its peak. As soon as Zhang Jin started driving, an elderly woman caught up with him and placed a basket of steamed buns directly into his arms. "Sir, we don't have anything to give you. These are some steamed white flour buns that my family just made. Eat them on the road. You'll be better prepared for battle if you're well fed. Before Zhang Jin could react, an old man rushed up and shoved a rough porcelain bowl full of eggs into Zhang Jin's hands. Sir, these are tea eggs that this old man boiled. Eat them on the road and kill a few more Japanese devils for this old man. Commander. In no time, his arms were stuffed full of things. Large white steamed buns, eggs, and fruit. This experience made Zhang Jin truly understand what the bond between the army and the people meant. He felt an even greater sense of responsibility. How could he bear to let these lovely people suffer such a terrible fate? In that instant, his resolve to kill the Japanese devils became even stronger. Sitting in the back, Gao Yuanhang also benefited, his body piled high with things. This moved Gao Yuanhang deeply, reminding him of his time in northeast China, where he was met only with disgust and rotten vegetable leaves. In a short time, Gao Yuanhang felt deeply ashamed, and the things around him seemed to weigh a ton. These were not just things, but the earnest expectations of the people of Kyushu. After struggling to shake off the enthusiastic citizens, the convoy immediately began to move quickly toward the new garbage bridge. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the southern end of Shanghe Road, where a railway bridge leading to the western concession area was not far away. However, Zhang Jin did not intend to cross the river. Instead, they wanted to advance eastward along the Suzhou Creek, then turn onto the Bund Avenue in the eastern part of the concession and head straight for the Japanese headquarters in Honko along the Huangpu River. To Zhang Jin's surprise, just as the convoy reached the new garbage bridge and was about to turn left, a large group of men in plain clothes carrying Type 38 rifles rushed out from the North Suzhou Road checkpoint and ran right into Zhang Jin and his convoy. Short and stocky, bowlegs. Zhang Jin's pupils suddenly contracted, and he grabbed the M2 carbine from the front of the car, cocked the bolt, and switched the fire selector in one smooth motion. Da-da-da-da-da. A barrage of bullets swept across the area instantly. Willis, who was in front of Zhang Jin, reacted at this moment. Just as the Japanese soldier raised his rifle, for M2 heavy machine guns opened fire. Bang 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 bang. Countless 12.7mm bullets swept towards the Japanese soldiers in an instant, and the Japanese soldiers, who had no cover, were instantly riddled with blood and flesh. In just a few dozen seconds, hundreds of Japanese soldiers were reduced to mangled limbs on the ground. The gruesome scene almost made the onlookers vomit, and the timid ones were scared away. Rumble. The convoy ran over the Japanese soldiers' corpses and drove to the checkpoint on North Suzhou Road. The dozens of foreign soldiers guarding the checkpoint were terrified by the fierce battle they had just witnessed, especially since the 4 heavy machine guns that had just been so powerful were pointed at them. Their legs went weak, and they no longer had the swagger they used to have in front of the people of Kyushu. Zhang Jin drove his car directly to the checkpoint, looked at the foreigner who was so frightened he could barely hold his gun, and coldly said, "You have 10 seconds to get out of my way right now, or you little devils on the ground will suffer the same fate." These foreign soldiers had spent many years in Kyushu. Although they might not speak it, they could understand some of the local dialect. They understood most of Zhang Jin's ultimatum. They exchanged glances and immediately retreated to the sides, raising their guns above their heads. This is where the difference between Westerners and Easterners lies. The Western world values money and has no concept of propriety, morality, or shame. When faced with a situation where the odds are overwhelmingly against them, their first reaction is to surrender. Easterners are different. Deeply influenced by Chinese culture, they value integrity, loyalty, and filial piety more than their own lives. There's no way they'd surrender. "Let's go." Seeing how cooperative the foreigners were, Zhang Jin didn't bother with them and led his convoy away. Halfway there, a young man on a bicycle suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Zhang Jin, saying, "Sir, there are 3 Japanese warships anchored in the Huangpu River, the cruiser Tatsuda and 2 destroyers." Zhang Jin's expression hardened. He knew of the Chuyuan, but he had never heard of the Longtian. He immediately got out of the carriage and said to Zhang Cheng, who had followed behind, "Stop advancing. Prepare for battle." After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he ran towards the Huangpu River. After turning the corner of the Suzhou Creek, the Huangpu River, which was several times wider than the Huangpu River, finally came into view. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw 2 warships anchored on the river. Obviously, the Japanese soldiers were also in a daze at this time and did not fire their cannons. Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He turned to Zhang Cheng, who had followed him, and said, "Send the coordinates to the heavy artillery battalion and take them out." Chapter 19 Focus. After giving instructions to Zhang Cheng, he turned to Ting Ying, who had followed closely behind, and said, "Go and bring the anti-aircraft artillery battalion over here." The Japanese soldiers clearly didn't expect the Kyushu army to sneak in from the concession, so they didn't take any defensive measures and just exposed themselves there naked. Wah wah. Just as the anti-aircraft artillery battalion pushed the 88mm anti-aircraft guns equipped with 4 wheels over, a whistling sound rang out from the sky, followed by a series of black dots crashing down on the 2 warships. Clusters of fire erupted from the deck in an instant. The largest ship on the river, the Ryuta, looked to be only 3 or 4,000 tons. Naturally, it was not as tough as a battleship. A 150mm shell blasted a large hole in the deck. After a few shells exploded, the superstructure of the Japanese warship was in a mess. Even the turrets were lifted and tilted on the deck. Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately ordered his soldiers to aim 8 anti-aircraft guns at the 2 destroyers. Boom, boom. The shells shot out of the barrel and slammed onto the deck of the destroyer, instantly sending the Japanese soldiers flying. The rate of fire of the 88mm gun was incomparable to that of a heavy howitzer. 20 shells were fired per minute, raining down on the 2 destroyers, and the deck structures were instantly torn to shreds. Meanwhile, all 12 howitzers of the heavy artillery battalion unleashed their firepower on the Ryuta. As more and more shells fell, the Ryuta was like a fixed target, being dismembered bit by bit. Boom. A huge fireball suddenly erupted on the Ryuta, and the entire warship was instantly blown into several pieces. It was clear that a shell had hit the Ryuta's well-prepared ammunition magazine. Just as the Ryuta was destroyed, the remaining 2 destroyers also exploded one after another. When Zhang Jin saw that the Japanese soldiers on the river were finished, he burst into laughter. The 88mm gun truly lived up to its reputation as an anti-all-weapons gun. It was indeed devastating, capable of destroying everything in the world, including the sea. "Pack your things, and let's move on," Zhang Jin shouted, and looked around. Perhaps because of the recent artillery fire, there wasn't a single person to be seen on the entire Hongkou concession street facing the Huangpu River. The Bund in the international settlement, the Consulate General of the United Kingdom. Consul General Boris looked at the smoke rising from the Huangpu River, his face turning extremely grim. Tap tap tap. An officer strode in. "Consul General, our troops are ready and can begin combat at any time." Boris hesitated for a moment, his previously gloomy expression suddenly turning calm. He slowly shook his head and said, "Colonel William, just have the soldiers get ready. Let the monkeys handle their own affairs. That monkey in mourning is jumping around too much. Someone needs to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing that there was no need for war, the officers' tense nerves instantly relaxed. They had traveled thousands of miles to the east just to make money, and had never thought of risking their lives. However, upon recalling Zhang Jin's actions, the officer frowned and said, "Consul General, the Kyushu army has trespassed into the concession. Are we just going to let this go?" Upon hearing this, Boris suddenly smiled. "Colonel William, you can rest assured on this point. The Shanghe court will give us a satisfactory explanation." At the same time, the Japanese Marine Corps headquarters in Hongkou was far from quiet. The entire building echoed with Nakajima Tamaki's furious roar, "Baka! You're all trash. You're all trash. You should all commit seppuku. No, you bastards don't deserve it at all." Nakajima Tomoshige was furious. The 3 Marine battalions advanced towards Xiaobei in 3 routes. He thought the battle would be over in 4 hours at most, but he was disappointed from the start. The tenacity of the Kyushu people exceeded his expectations, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Later, a barrage of heavy artillery appeared, blasting the attacking troops into chaos and inflicting heavy losses. The artillery battalion was completely wiped out. Nakajima Tomoshige grew angrier the more he thought about it, glaring fiercely at the only fat man among them wearing a Japanese army uniform, the head of the Mei agency, Doi Yuan. "Chief Doi, what is your intelligence agency doing? Why didn't you inform us that the Kyushu people have heavy artillery?" As soon as Nakajima Tomoshige uttered his rebuke, the naval officers who had been bowing their heads to receive the reprimand immediately looked up at Doiman. Those gazes, filled with a hatred that seemed to want to tear him apart, made even Doiman, with his remarkable composure, feel a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and bowed deeply to Nakajima Tomoshige, saying, "General, this was indeed a mistake on our part. Please punish me, General." Snort. Nakajima gave a heavy, cold snort. "How you punish me is the Army Ministry's business. Just know that because of your mistake, the Imperial Navy lost more than 2,000 warriors, and you must take responsibility for that. When Doiman heard that Nakajima Tomoshige was actually blaming him for everything, he immediately exploded. Baka, those damn Navy idiots. They're incompetent, and they blame their intelligence agency. He had witnessed the Marine Corps' combat firsthand, and they were far inferior to his army. Their teamwork was poor, and their fighting spirit and individual skills were even worse than those of a local army like the Ninth Army of China. He was truly amazed. Looking around at the menacing Navy bastards, Doyu finally decided to swallow his anger. He was really afraid that these guys, who were blinded by rage, would beat them to death. If that happened, he would die unjustly because of the sheer number of them. Bang! Just as the atmosphere in the room reached its peak of tension, a soldier rushed in. Commander, the Chinese artillery attacked our warships on the Huangpu River, and the cruiser Longtian and 2 destroyers were sunk. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, it shattered Nakajima's crispy exterior and tender interior, leaving his mind blank. It's over, he's really finished this time. Tu Feiyuan was also pale. Warships are not soldiers. Even the oldest warship is a treasure in the resource-scarce country of the Morning Empire. What frightens Toyota the most is that in the Battle of Tsushima 20 years ago, facing the powerful Rose Navy, he only lost 3 torpedo boats. Here, he lost 3 warships. Toyota can already imagine the Emperor and the Imperial General Headquarters' raging fury. No. He absolutely could not sit idly by and wait to die. Under his fear, Tu Fan's mind raced. Suddenly, Doyuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly bowed to the dumbfounded Nakajima Tamaki, saying, General, we should immediately find the location of the Chinese heavy artillery positions, completely annihilate them, and make amends. Upon hearing Doiman's suggestion, Nakajima Tamashiro, whose mind had gone blank, immediately grasped at it like a lifeline. He even disregarded his own status and bowed deeply to Doiman, saying, Doikun, I'm entrusting everything to you. Tap tap tap. Just then, the Japanese officer rushed in again. Reporting to the commander, a Chinese army of several hundred men has attacked from Xiaobei and is less than a kilometer away from us. What? The Chinese have reached his doorstep? The anger and fear that Nakajima Tamashi had been suppressing for so long suddenly erupted, and he drew the samurai sword hanging at his waist and slashed it down at the corner of the table. Spit boom. The corner of the table didn't fly up as Nakajima Tamaki had imagined. Instead, it clamped his knife as if it had hit iron, and he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Nakajima Tamaki's face instantly turned red, and he vaguely felt countless mocking gazes being cast upon him. Under the constant provocation, Nakajima Tomoshige went completely insane and kicked the desk. Immediately afterwards, a scream of agony rang out from the office. No way. Who could have gotten Nakajima Tamaki's toes to make intimate contact with the edge of the table again? Splash. Just as everyone was wondering how to comfort Nakajima Tamaki, something gleaming with metallic luster shattered the glass and burst in. Doyuan's eyes widened instantly, and he cried out in utter terror, Watch out, a shell. Chapter 28 Big Gift. Boom. Just as Tu Feiyuan finished speaking, the shell exploded, and the huge shockwave instantly blasted everyone in the room away. Some were blown to pieces, while others crashed heavily into the wall and had their bones shattered. As the smoke cleared, the room was riddled with holes, and there were mangled corpses everywhere. A fat, round man with blood streaming from his ears and nose staggered up from behind a large desk that had been shattered by artillery shells. Despite his chubby appearance, he was incredibly agile. Upon spotting the shell, he dashed behind the table and hid. Doyuan glanced around and saw a bloody human head lying on a table that had been blown into pieces. It was none other than Nakajima Tomoshige. He was immediately startled and stumbled out the door. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Doyuan ran out of the house, another incredibly violent explosion rang out, like countless giant hammers smashing into the house. The entire house began to shake violently, and the creaking and twisting of the wood was terrifying to hear. At this time, the entire Marine Corps headquarters was engulfed in artillery fire, and the Japanese soldiers were being blown to pieces. Every second, countless Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces. How many rounds have been played? At a street corner not far from the Japanese Marines camp, Zhang Jin raised his hand to check the time. Zhang Cheng hurriedly reported, Commander, we've already fired 20 rounds. Battalion Commander Zhang called to say he only has less than 160 shells left. Upon hearing that they were running out of ammunition, Zhang Jin frowned. He glanced at the local soldiers around him and put down his phone, not wanting the locals to discover his special ability. But, looking at the Japanese Marine Corps headquarters, now completely destroyed and unrecognizable, he waved his hand forward. Attack! Beep 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 beep. As the loud and melodious bugle call sounded, the soldiers, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, immediately grabbed their guns and rushed into the Japanese headquarters. In an instant, the sound of countless submachine guns rang out. For this attack, Zhang Jin specifically sought out a secluded spot in the Chinese-controlled area to exchange for over 400 Suomi submachine guns. This thing is definitely a powerful weapon for urban warfare and indoor combat. Zhang Jin glanced at Gao Yuanhang, who was eager to try, but ignored his burning gaze. High-end talents like Gao Yuanhang should be used in professional fields. After all, with Gao Yuanhang's delicate skin, he probably wouldn't be able to fire more than a few shots before he kicks the bucket. When Gao Yuanhang saw that Zhang Jin was not responding to him at all, he immediately became sullen and unhappy. Look, there are wounded over there. Just then, a clear female voice suddenly came from behind Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin couldn't help but look around, but there were no injured people. Suddenly, Zhang Jin paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to the Japanese soldiers groaning in the ruins. His expression immediately turned cold. He turned to the group of men and women who were rushing over with stretchers, stepped forward to block their way, and shouted angrily, "What do you want to do? Play the saint." The group of men and women were taken aback. One of the boys couldn't help but retort, "Sir, what you're saying is incorrect. According to the Geneva Convention." "Don't you dare mention that bullshit Geneva Convention." Zhang Jin rudely interrupted the boy. "If that stuff worked, why didn't anyone do anything when the Japanese devils were massacring our people in northeast China? Do you really want to save them so they can go and slaughter our people with bayonets? Have you ever heard of the farmer and the snake?" The boy was stunned by Zhang Jin's retort, especially the part about the farmer and the snake, which left him completely confused. Zhang Jin's fierce gaze made his legs tremble, and he couldn't help but show a look of fear. But upon seeing the girls around him, he puffed out his chest and said, his voice sharp but his tone weak, "Sir, you can't say that. They're so badly injured and almost dead. How could they possibly hurt us? Even Buddha said, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Besides, they also have parents, wives, and children. If they die, won't their parents, wives, and children be heartbroken? When will this cycle of revenge end? The dead cannot be brought back to life. We can't live in hatred every day, can we?" The boy spoke eloquently and persuasively, which infuriated Zhang Jin. However, he did not take action but said coldly, "Whoever is willing to go and rescue the Japanese devils, I will not stop them. Go." He then walked directly to the side. Seeing that Zhang Jin had so easily shown weakness, Gao Yuanhang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but step forward to speak. However, Zhang Jin stopped him with a hand gesture. Zhang Jin shook his head, indicating that he should not act rashly. Gao Yuanhang was taken aback at first, but then he thought that Zhang Jin was a man who was so audacious as to forcibly break into the foreign concession. How could he be suppressed by a mere young boy? Thinking of this, Gao Yuanhang quietly retreated behind Zhang Jin. At this moment, the boys and girls who had gathered around looked at each other, none of them moving. Seeing this, the boys couldn't help but say urgently, "What are you waiting for? If you don't save them, they'll die. Can you bear to do that?" Seeing that the boy was still persistent, Yumanli frowned slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful face. "They are mourners." When the boy saw that Yumanli wasn't on his side, his rebellious streak kicked in, and he angrily pointed at everyone present. Fine. You won't save him, huh? I will." After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the ruins of the Japanese wall. Under the wall, a Japanese soldier was trapped, looking at Zhang Jin and the others with resentment. When he saw a boy running towards him, he was obviously stunned for a moment, just as the boy squatted down to check his injuries. The Japanese soldier suddenly grinned maliciously, pulled out a grenade, and slammed it against the broken bricks. It exploded in the boy's horrified gaze, sending him flying instantly. The boys and girls were clearly not expected to see this happen, and they immediately screamed in fright. At this moment, Zhang Jin stepped forward and said loudly, "You've all seen this, haven't you? This is the Japanese devil. They won't show you any mercy. They'll only take your lives. Think about your parents. They raised you with so much difficulty. Don't risk your life because of your foolishness. Ting Ying, take them away. We don't need them here." After Ting Ying led the terrified students away, Gao Yuanhang suddenly spoke up. "Commander Zhang, did you know this would happen all along? Zhang Jin did not answer Gao Yuanhan's question, but said calmly, "Young people nowadays are more knowledgeable and stubborn. The more you lecture them, the more they will resent it. Only when they see the consequences with their own eyes will they remember it for a lifetime." Zhang Jin knew exactly what kind of people the Japanese were. No matter how bad the Japanese Marines were, they were still Japanese, and their inherent flaws were the same. "Commander." Zhang Cheng strode over. "The reconnaissance platoon reports that the remaining 2,000-plus Japanese soldiers are surrounded by the main force of the 9th Army in the wilderness east of the North Railway Station." "What? The Japanese are surrounded?" Zhang Jin immediately panicked. This was all his electricity. If the 9th Army wiped him out, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? "No." Zhang Jin quickly looked at Zhang Cheng. "Can our artillery reach them?" "Reporting, Commander. They're right in our firing range." Zhang Jin was immediately overjoyed. "Have the reconnaissance platoon send the coordinates to the heavy artillery battalion right away. The 9th Army is fighting the Japanese so fiercely, we should at least help the factory." Zhang Cheng immediately understood Zhang Jin's meaning and hurriedly said, "Commander, I'll go send the message right away." "Commander, Commander." At that moment, a captain ran out of the Japanese headquarters and handed a telegram to Zhang Jin, saying, "Commander, this is what we found in Nakajima Tamaki's office. The Japanese have already dispatched the 3rd Fleet to escort the 9th Division, the 24th Mixed Brigade, and the 11th Division to Shanghai. They said they would arrive at the mouth of the Yangtze River at 2 p.m. today." Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. The Japanese headquarters was really too kind. It was worth it for him to prepare a big gift for them at Wizanku. I glanced at the time. It wasn't even midnight yet. As for whether the Japanese might suddenly back down, Zhang Jin wasn't worried at all. Given the Japanese's arrogance, they wouldn't take them seriously at all. "Let's go back to the fortress." At the same time, North Railway Station. Chang Jingran looked at the Japanese soldiers who were stubbornly resisting by relying on the banks of the Yijingpu River with a cold expression, just as he was about to order an attack. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the sky, followed by a series of shells slamming into the Japanese positions. Chapter 21. Military Preparations and Warfare. Half an hour later, Wizanka Fortress. Zhang Jin led Zhang Cheng to revisit the south and north forts. According to the telegram, the Japanese had dispatched the Izumo ironclad warship, as well as dozens of warships including the Kaga and Hasho aircraft carriers. The 4 SKC-34 406mm cannons he had prepared were not enough, and the 3 Karl mortars had too short a range, barely enough to block the mouth of the Huangpu River. Zhang Jin then opened his phone and saw the 2,800 units of battery power. He couldn't help but smile, but he quickly regained his composure. Although this amount of battery power seemed like a lot, it was enough to exchange for a huge number of weapons. However, Zhang Jin lacks not only weapons, but also a large number of talented people. Exchanging for a dozen or so coastal defense guns wouldn't cost much electricity, but exchanging for the number of people who could use them was a real pain for Zhang Jin. Even with the minimum required personnel, it would still take at least several hundred units of electricity. However, the thought of tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers gave Zhang Jin a sudden burst of motivation. He gritted his teeth in exchange for 5 SK-C/34 406mm cannons. These things came with built-in defensive bunkers. As long as you found a place to lie down, they could automatically fit into the ground. They looked very futuristic, and Zhang Jin naturally dared not let the locals see them. He then summoned 50 elite sergeants, which cost him 500 units of electricity. The automation level of this German-style coastal fortress was quite high. 10 men could barely operate 1 cannon. The rest was not important, since he had no intention of holding out here anyway. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jin suddenly walked towards the riverbank and soon arrived at the Yangtze River. He glanced at Changxing Island, which was faintly visible on the opposite bank, and then focused his gaze on the wooden dock at his feet. Zhang Jin simply opened his phone, scrolled through the photo library, and found an icon that looked like a submarine. German-made Type 21 submarine. A revolutionary weapon from World War II, and the ancestor of modern submarines. With a full-load underwater displacement of 2,100 tons, it has a surface speed of 15.6 knots using a diesel engine and an underwater speed of 17.2 knots using an electric motor. It is equipped with 6 torpedo tubes in the bow, carrying 23 torpedoes and a hydraulic rapid loading system, which can launch 18 torpedoes within 20 minutes. The crew consists of 57 people. The submarine requires a total of 57 people, 1 commander and 56 petty officers. In the blink of an eye, Less than 700 units of battery power were used up. Damn it, I'll give it my all. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. As long as we can destroy the third fleet and the transport fleet, we'll get at least 50,000 to 60,000 units of power. The profit of 200 to 300 times is enough to make anyone unable to resist. Zhang Jin immediately exchanged for 3 Type 21 submarines and 171 crew members, and the battery level instantly dropped from 4 digits to 3 digits. Zhang Jin was extremely fortunate that as long as he had enough power, he could exchange for weapons without any restrictions. Otherwise, with his limited power, he probably wouldn't even have enough to become a regional overlord. A flash of light. 3 massive Type 21 submarines appeared on the dock, along with 171 crew members. At that moment, 3 burly young officers strode over and gave Zhang Jin a standard military salute. Reporting, sir, Zheng Yun, Wu Kuei, Qin Xiang, reporting to you. Zhang Jin returned the greeting and looked at Zheng Yun, who was standing in the middle, and said, Zheng Yun, you are to be the commander of the submarine fleet. You will immediately lead 3 submarines out of the Yangtze River estuary. Once the Japanese fleet arrives, you must immediately blockade the Yangtze River estuary and not let them escape. Zheng Yun hadn't expected a battle to start so soon, and an excited expression appeared on his face. He raised his head and answered loudly, Don't worry, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. After sending the 3 submarines away, Zhang Jin returned to the fortress. As soon as we entered the fortress, Zhang Chong rushed over with a telegram in his hand. Commander, this is an order just sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs. It repeatedly demands that we not provoke the Japanese, and even more so, not fire at them indiscriminately, or we will be court-martialed. Zhang Jin frowned. Which one is it? Reporting to the commander, this is the 5th letter already, and the tone is getting increasingly stern. Zhang Jin was so angry he laughed. These bastards are so eager. Do they even know they're in mourning for their father? Tell the telegraph office that from now on, all telegrams like these should be taken to the outhouse and used as toilet paper. Zhang Jin glanced at the time and ordered Zhang Chong, have the 1st and 2nd battalions move into the fortress. Also, invite a few more newspaper reporters for me. The more the better. Zhang Jin used to prevent locals from coming over because he was afraid they would discover something amiss. Now that everything is ready, he has nothing to fear. As for those clever people who suspect where these weapons came from, as long as he doesn't say, they'll never guess that Zhang Jin has some kind of cheat code, no matter how hard they try. To be honest, Zhang Jin had this concern before, but now he thinks, so what if he had concerns? After all, it was only a matter of time before so many weapons appeared out of nowhere, arousing suspicion. Since that's the case, he might as well go all out, as long as no one finds out these weapons came from his phone. As for the others, let them guess as they please. They might even conjure up a whole story out of their imagination. Once he understood this, Zhang Jin felt a sense of relief, and the previous oppression disappeared. Time flew by, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wusong Fortress. Teng Ying followed behind Zhang Jin, his face still showing lingering shock. He looked at Zhang Jin as if he were a god. Not only him, but all the soldiers of the Fortress Garrison Regiment had the same expression. Anyone who sees their old, dilapidated apartment transformed into a high-end, luxurious space would probably have this expression. Teng Ying opened her mouth, wanting to ask where these giant cannons came from, but seeing Zhang Jin staring seriously at the river, she didn't dare to speak. Commander, there are a lot of reporters outside the fortress. Zhang Chong rushed over. There are also more than a dozen foreigners inside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately said, Tell them that the fortress is dangerous and they shouldn't be allowed in. Arrange for them to go to the riverbank. As soon as Zhang Chong left, an officer rushed over. Commander, the Japanese fleet has entered the mouth of the Yangtze River and is heading towards the Huangpu River. Zhang Jin's expression immediately changed. The bastard had finally arrived. Meanwhile, outside the Wusong Fortress, dozens of reporters stood at the main entrance, looking quite indignant. What's wrong with you guys? You invited us here, and now you're the ones refusing to let us in. What are you doing? That's right, if you won't let us in, why did you invite us here? Danger? What danger? Do you even know who we are? If we were afraid of danger, would we have come all this way? We want to see your superior officer. We demand an explanation today. Just as everyone was arguing, a reporter suddenly pointed to the river and shouted, Look, everyone! Chapter 22, A Desperate Cry. The reporter's attention was immediately drawn to the sight of dozens of dark figures that had appeared on the vast river surface. 2 of these figures were unusually large, resembling two jackals leading a pack of wolf cubs. As the shadowy figure grew larger, some reporters holding binoculars turned deathly pale, and some even cried out in alarm. "It's a warship! It's a Japanese warship!" Wow! The crowd erupted in uproar. So many warships. Did the Japanese intend to launch a full-scale war? Quick! Quick! We need to notify the garrison in the fortress that the Japanese devils are here. It's too late. The Japanese devils are already so close. The soldiers in the fortress must have already spotted them. The massive fleet drew closer and closer, and the outlines of the warships could be seen with the naked eye. The two largest warships did not follow the others, but stopped a dozen kilometers away, just outside the range of the old heavy artillery of Wusong Fortress. Clearly, these Japanese devils have already obtained all the intelligence about Shanghai. Why isn't the gunnery firing yet? A reporter couldn't help but ask as the warship drew closer. What's the use of firing cannons? With so many Japanese warships, how are they supposed to fight them? Look, there are so many merchant ships behind them. The Japanese reinforcements must have arrived. Shanghai is truly finished this time. What do you mean by finished? Since someone dares to invade us, we should fight back. Are the people in this fortress cowards? The Japanese are right under their noses, and they still haven't fired. Are they trying to emulate Zhang Yuliang? Bullshit. Do you even know who's in the fortress? The ones who stormed the concession and attacked the Japanese headquarters this morning were the fortress garrison. So what? They're just cowards who watched the Japanese warships attack. Just as the reporters in Kyushu were arguing heatedly, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the sky, followed by a huge column of water rising from next to a warship. Wah! Just as the water column shot into the sky, another howling sound echoed, this time deeper and more intense. A dozen or so dark shadows streaked across the sky and crashed into the Japanese fleet. Everyone looked over immediately. This time, unlike the last time, the shells didn't fall into the water. Instead, they all hit the warships. Several warships immediately burst into flames, and one smaller warship even broke into several pieces in the flames of the explosion. Look! The fortress has fired. It's hit. Look, it's hit. Upon seeing the warship burst into flames, a reporter immediately jumped up excitedly and shouted with great enthusiasm. On the armored ship Izumo, 3rd Fleet. Fleet Commander Kiyoshi Tsungawa stood on the bridge of the Izumo, watching the coastline draw ever closer. A smile crept across his face as he pointed to the shoreline and exclaimed excitedly, "Gentlemen, do you see that? That's Shanghai, the most prosperous place in the entire Far East. From this moment on, it belongs to the Empire, and everything here is ours." Kiyoshi Tsungawa spoke with unparalleled confidence, as if he were in his own backyard, exuding an air of self-assurance. As for the nearby Wusong Fortress, neither Kiyoshi Tsungawa nor anyone in the entire 3rd Fleet took it seriously. In their minds, it was a place they could come and go as they pleased. That's not wrong either. The Izumo has entered and exited this place countless times. The Wusong Fortress is like a decoration, having been covered by an invisibility cloak since the day it was built. Woohoo! Just as Kiyoshi Tsungawa and his gang of Japanese soldiers were getting ready for battle, a silent howling sound suddenly came from the sky. Boom! A shell grazed the Izumo and landed on the sea surface with a deafening roar, sending a column of water shooting into the sky and splashing water that shattered the bridge glass with a clattering sound. Startled, Kiyoshi Tsungawa immediately crouched down. Only after hearing no further explosions did he stand up, then erupt in fury and embarrassment. "Baka! You damned Chinese monkey!" At that moment, it was obvious where the shells had come from, but before he could even call for a counterattack, the shells came crashing down again, landing directly on the light cruisers and destroyers surrounding the Izumo. Boom! One of the shells landed on the cruiser Yura, and the 5,000-ton Yura burst into flames, its entire superstructure instantly torn to shreds. The ship's hull was also torn open, and the rushing seawater immediately caused the Yura to capsize severely, while the raging fire that had engulfed the deck of the warship. "Commander, it's heavy artillery. It's Chinese heavy artillery. The caliber is at least 300 millimeters. Fleet Chief of Staff Fujita Fantaro shouted in terror when he saw the Yura destroyed by a single shot. Coastal defense guns of 300 millimeters or more. Kiyoshi Tsungawa was completely stunned. How could China possibly have such a large coastal defense gun? He quickly came to his senses, and he knew very well what his 3rd Fleet was like. Aside from the Kaga and Hasho, the other warships were all old-fashioned. Even the Izumo beneath his feet was no exception. It was also an antique over 30 years old, which would have been nothing more than cannon fodder against other powers, but unexpectedly, it had become an invincible force in Kyushu. Unfortunately, it ran into Zhang today. Its fate was sealed. Kiyoshi Tsungawa was unaware of all this. All he knew was that if they didn't retreat, his third fleet would become sitting ducks. He immediately ordered the fleet to withdraw from the range of the coastal artillery. Hurry! Woohoo! Just as Kiyoshi Tsungawa finished giving the orders, a muffled whistle came from the sky. 2 shells struck the Izumo one after the other, followed by a deafening roar. The towering bridge was instantly blasted to pieces. The second shell landed on the bow, tearing through the deck and wiping out the hull. Most of the bow was blown away in the flames. Just then, the third shell landed, hitting the port side of the ship squarely, tearing a large hole in the Izumo once again. As seawater rushed into the cabin, most of the ship sank below the surface in a matter of moments. In just a few minutes, the Japanese fleet's flagship, the Izumo, along with 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, were sunk by the Wusong fortress. The other Japanese warships were immediately frightened and changed course. Wusong fortress. At this time, the entire fortress had become a sea of joy. Look, another ship has been sunk. Two. Ha ha ha. The artillerymen were awesome. I never thought those bastards would get their comeuppance. We've finally got our revenge. In an observation bunker of a coastal defense gun, Zhang Jin's smile never faded as he peered through the binoculars and saw the Japanese warships being riddled with fireballs on the sea. He then turned to Zhang Cheng, who was standing beside him, and gave the order. Pass down the order. All coastal artillery should be aimed at the Japanese transport ships. Don't let a single one of them escape. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jin's order was immediately relayed to all the artillery positions. The artillerymen, who were firing enthusiastically, immediately adjusted the direction of their guns. The entire Yangtze River estuary had already been clearly marked by the artillerymen. It could be said that in this area of the Yangtze River estuary, the Japanese warships were sitting ducks, especially at such close range. Woo-woo-hoo. The whistling of artillery shells echoed through the sky once more, flying over the Japanese warships and landing on the transport ships that had already completed their turn. Chapter 23: Submarine Warfare. At the same time, just below the mouth of the Yangtze River, 3 Type 21 submarines were lined up, blocking the Japanese advance. On one of the submarines, Zheng Yun, the commander of the submarine fleet, observed the sea surface through the periscope and soon spotted several dark figures rushing towards them. Equip your gear for battle. Zheng Yun immediately raised his head and gave a loud order, and the officers and soldiers in the submarine immediately got to work. Sonar room report. 2 Japanese aircraft carriers, 1 destroyer, and 1 cruiser spotted, heading northeast, 12 kilometers away. As the progenitor of modern submarines, the Type 21 submarine is equipped with the SU Operat sonar fire control system, which consists of a set of underwater hydrophones and a sonar. The Balkan Great Hydrophone can detect a single warship up to 20 kilometers away or an escort formation up to 100 kilometers away, while the active sonar has a maximum detection range of only 4,000 meters. At this time, the aircraft carrier Kaga had moved directly in front of Zheng Yun, and he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. He loudly commanded, Launch 1, Launch 2. 2 torpedoes shot out of the launch tubes one after the other, hurtling toward the Kaga, which was right in front of them. However, Zheng Yun was still somewhat uneasy and ordered again, Launch 3 and 4. 2 more torpedoes were launched from the launch tubes. The Japanese soldiers on the aircraft carrier Kaga quickly spotted the white waves that suddenly appeared on the sea. 2 torpedoes were aimed directly at the Kaga, while 2 other torpedoes were rapidly approaching the bow of the Kaga by drawing 2 white diagonal lines. The number 21 submarine uses the T-11G-7S torpedo, which has a range of 5,700 meters and a speed of 24 knots. At this moment, the torpedoes were less than 300 or 400 meters away from the Kaga. It was too late for the Kaga to accelerate or change course, and it could only watch helplessly as the 4 torpedoes hit the waterline. A towering wave instantly rose into the air, and as it receded, 4 enormous holes appeared on the Kaga's waterline. Surging waves poured in continuously, and in the blink of an eye, the Kaga began to list noticeably. Seeing this, Zheng Yun knew that the Kaga was finished. His eyes immediately fixed on a Japanese cruiser a few hundred meters away. It has to be said that the Japanese of this era could not be called bad in terms of anti-submarine capabilities. They were simply garbage. Aside from running away, this prey was exactly what Zheng Yun wanted. He immediately ordered his men to approach and lie in wait in front of the cruiser. Soon, the cruiser, completely unaware of what was happening, sailed over. Report: enemy ships have entered attack position, 400 meters away. Fire torpedo number 5. Zheng Yun said without hesitation. 30 seconds later, a voice suddenly rang out in the submarine. Sonar report: explosions and debris falling in the attack area. Zheng Yun immediately smiled. Raise the periscope altitude. Yes, raise the periscope to altitude. A moment later, another voice rang out from inside the submarine. Report: periscope altitude has been raised. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun immediately went to the periscope and saw that the sea surface was covered with floating debris and fragments, and not far away was the cruiser that had been blown into 2 pieces. As the camera panned, Zheng Yun saw the Fengxiang in the distance, but at this moment only a small part of the Fengxiang was visible. After circling the sea, no intact warships could be seen on the surface. All that could be seen were countless shipwrecks and Japanese soldiers barely clinging to life in the water. Seeing the Japanese soldiers struggling in the water, Zheng Yun's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he coldly ordered, "Surface! Prepare the machine guns." Wusong Fortress. The reporters were stunned and their minds went blank as they watched the Japanese fleet being torn apart by the coastal artillery in a short time. They kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they were seeing things, until they saw the huge water columns rising from the sea. Only then did they believe that Kyushu had truly risen up and had actually defeated the Japanese. Foreign journalists exclaimed "God!" repeatedly, unable to comprehend how the natives they perceived could defeat another, stronger, and, in the eyes of the foreigners, no different from natives, the mourner. Everyone, take pictures. We must record this moment and let everyone in Kyushu see that we're not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a series of flashes of light rang out on the beach. Inside the fortress. Reporting to the commander, all the Japanese warships on the sea have been sunk by us. Zhang Chong quickly walked up to Zhang Jin and reported. Zhang Jin gazed calmly at the sea and ordered, "Find a few ships and help those Japanese devils in the sea. Their Amaterasu must miss them terribly." Zhang Chong immediately understood, nodded, and turned to leave. Shanghai, the Chinese-controlled area. As soon as Chang Jingran led the 9th Army to arrive, they immediately set up defensive fortifications. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see any sign of the Japanese soldiers, not even a single one. What's going on? Are the Japanese scared? Chang Jingran looked at Chief of Staff, Huang Liang next to him, with a puzzled expression. Huang Liang also looked puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Those Japanese are known for their vindictiveness. We wiped out so many of them, they'll definitely seek revenge. They might even be plotting something big. Chang Jingran nodded in deep agreement, then shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Don't go around telling everyone that we wiped out the Japanese devils. I can't bear the shame." Speaking of which, Chang Jingran couldn't help but recall the scene from that morning when they attacked the Japanese soldiers, during which a sudden barrage of artillery fire wiped them all out, and his lips twitched. Damn it, he had been rushing all the way here to kill the enemy and serve his country. But who would have thought that such a dramatic situation would occur? He hadn't even seen a single Japanese soldier. Thinking of his grand words before setting off, Chang Jingran felt a surge of irritation. "Commander, where would a small fortress garrison get heavy artillery?" Huang Liang suddenly asked with a puzzled look. Chang Jingran glanced at Huang Liang. "Have you forgotten where our weapons came from?" Huang Liang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what he had done and slapped his forehead, saying, "Look at my brain. I actually forgot he's Gu Qin's nephew." Commander! A lieutenant colonel rushed over and said, "We just received news that Zhang Jin, the commander of the Wusong Fortress Garrison Command, led his soldiers to break into the concession and then advanced all the way from the concession to the Japanese headquarters, annihilating all the Japanese soldiers left behind at the Marine Corps headquarters." Chang Jingran's eyes widened instantly. Before he could recover from the shock, the lieutenant colonel dropped another bombshell. Commander Zhang destroyed a Japanese light cruiser and a destroyer during his infiltration. Holy crap! This kid Zhang is trying to get himself into heaven. What puzzled him most was that even if Zhang Jin had so many wind and fire wheels, where did he get so many people who could ride them? Commander, this Zhang Jin is truly a fierce general, but he's too audacious. He actually dared to force his way into the foreign concession. This time, he's not only going to lose his merit, but the court might also punish him. Huang Liang suddenly exclaimed. Chang Jingran's expression immediately turned serious. He knew that Huang Liang was not exaggerating. The imperial court was now terrified of foreigners. They didn't even dare to fight the Japanese devils, let alone the Western powers. It's quite possible that Zhang Jin was pushed forward as a scapegoat in an attempt to quell the anger of the foreigners. The thought of this situation ignited a burning fire within Zhang Jingran. No one knew how he had managed these past 2 days. The pressure from above and the foreigners had left him exhausted, forcing him to lead his troops out of Shanghai. He had been suppressing a fire within him for a long time, and now it was finally released because of Zhang Jin's future predicament. Damn it! Zhang Jingran suddenly cursed, then turned to Huang Liang and said solemnly, Chief of Staff, we absolutely cannot watch a loyal and righteous man like Zhang Jin be imprisoned. Here's what you'll do. Send someone to the newspaper office and tell them everything Zhang Jin has done. The more detailed, the better. Huang Liang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaim, Commander, this is a brilliant idea. With the halo of being an anti-Japanese hero, the imperial court will surely have some reservations. Commander! Just as the two had reached an agreement, the middle-aged officer from before rushed over again, breathless, and reported, Commander, we just received news that Commander Zhang annihilated the Japanese support forces near the Wusong fortress and sank 2 aircraft carriers. What? Zhang Jin annihilated the Japanese fleet at Wuzongku and even sank 2 aircraft carriers? Zhang Jingran was completely stunned. Huang Liang, who was next to him, looked extremely suspicious and asked, Chen Jie, tell me honestly, did you secretly fall asleep just now? The middle-aged officer was caught off guard by the question, both amused and exasperated. Chief of Staff, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. It's true, absolutely true. Many reporters saw it and took a lot of photos. The newspapers are going to be in an uproar tomorrow. Zhang Jingran and Huang Liang exchanged bewildered glances. After a while, Zhang Jingran suddenly exclaimed, This young Zhang is truly extraordinary. Chapter 24. Turmoil in the capital. Xinghua, the southern capital, Jinling, the capital city. More than 30 years ago, after Xinghua's northern capital was once again captured by the Western Allied forces, the Xinghua court, in a state of despair, moved the capital directly to Jinling, establishing it as the southern capital, under the strong insistence of the former Empress Dowager. More than 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Heaven doesn't know what got into it, but it allowed the Xinghua dynasty to survive on its last legs, and the people of the world suffered a terrible misfortune. At this time, as the sun set over Nanjing, the city was bathed in a golden glow, but instead of making the capital appear sacred and inviolable, it seemed to shine on a tomb, exuding desolation and decay. The Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. The 28-year-old Emperor Guangtong, Jin Yi, sat upright on the dragon throne, looking very dignified. On either side of the dragon throne was an exquisitely crafted Nanmu chair, in which sat a man and a woman. The woman on the left appeared to be in her early 30s, with a beautiful face and a seductive figure. Her magnificent phoenix dress added to her majesty, but even more so to her allure, the kind of allure that makes men want to conquer her. This woman was Empress Dowager Rong, the birth mother of Emperor Guangtong, and was known as Xiaoyuer. Sitting on the right was a portly, fleshy man in his 50s, with a large head and ears that looked quite comical, but his incredibly wise eyes told you that this man was no ordinary person. This person was none other than the renowned Restoration Minister, the current emperor's adoptive father, Prime Minister, Grand Marshal, and Privy Councillor Yuan Shiqing. The 20-odd people standing below the stage were also key figures in the Xinghua court. At this time, an old eunuch standing on the jade steps stepped forward and shouted in his hoarse voice, If you have something to report, speak now. Otherwise, the court is adjourned. Before the old eunuch's voice had even faded, Shi Yunji, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Xinghua, stepped forward from the court ranks, first bowing to Emperor Jin Yi, then to the Empress Dowager and Yuan Shiqing, before speaking. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Grand Secretary, the 3 ministers from the United Kingdom, Goldigen, Narisun, and Wade, submitted a letter of protest to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today, demanding that we punish the officer and his troops who trespassed into the concession. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent instantly, and the officials looked at each other in disbelief. In Xinghua, foreigners are like emperors above everyone else. Even if they are right, they are still inferior to them. Who would be foolish enough to provoke them? Emperor Jin Yi, sitting high on the dragon throne, also looked curious and wanted to speak. Just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw Yuan Shiqing's figure, and his body involuntarily shrank back. He immediately closed his mouth and sat there like a clay Buddha. Minister Shi, who is so audacious as to provoke foreigners. A graceful female voice suddenly rang out. Then they saw Empress Dowager Rong looking at Shi Yunji with a curious expression. Before Shi Yunji could speak, Feng Yuzhong, the Vice Minister of the Privy Council, stepped forward. Reporting to the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary, the military has just received a battle report from the front. After assisting the Ninth Army in eliminating the enemy forces at the North Railway Station of Shanghai, Zhang Jin, the garrison commander of Wusong Fortress, led his troops without permission to break through the concession checkpoints and outflank the Marine Corps headquarters in Hongkou, where they wiped out the Japanese troops. Even their commander, Nakajima Tomashige, was killed on the spot. Wow! A commotion immediately erupted in the hall. The usually composed and dignified court officials had lost their composure. Their eyes were wide open, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Feng Shui, are you sure you're not joking? An official immediately questioned. Upon hearing someone question his lie, Feng Yuzhong's face immediately showed displeasure. He looked up at the official, who was Shang Huaishan, the Minister of Posts and Communications. This man was a favorite of Yuan Shiqing. Feng Yuzhong's expression immediately softened, and he said with a smile, Lord Shang, how could I, Yuzhong, dare to deceive the Empress Dowager and the Grand Secretary with such an important matter? Shang Huaishan thought about it, and realized it made sense. He quickly cupped his hands and said, This humble official has misunderstood Commander Feng. Your Majesty, Grand Secretary, even if Zhang Jin has rendered meritorious service in annihilating the enemy, he should not have forcibly entered the foreign concession and brought enormous trouble to the court. At this moment, a shifty-eyed official jumped out and said righteously, Your Majesty, I beg you to immediately issue an edict ordering the relevant officials to arrest this scoundrel Zhang Jin and hand him over to the foreigners for punishment. Furthermore, his soldiers dared to assist Zhang Jin in sabotaging the relationship between the court and friendly nations. They should all be executed as a warning to others. The official's words silenced the hall once more, and everyone's gaze turned to him. It's Lu Yutian, the Minister of the Interior. Many people immediately frowned, clearly disagreeing with Lu Yutian's opinion. Yuan Shiqing, who had been sitting silently in his chair, suddenly spoke up. What are the opinions of the other officials? Your Excellency, I disagree with Lord Lu's opinion. Zhang Jin is a meritorious official. If we just hand him over like this, what will the people think of the court? Feng Yuzhong was the first to jump out and object. When Lu Yutian saw that someone had actually stepped forward, his face immediately darkened, and he stared straight at Feng Yuzhong, saying, Commander Feng, you only think about what the common people think, but haven't you thought about what the foreigners think of the court? Feng Yuzhong froze for a moment, opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Lu Yutian, seeing Feng Yuzhong lower his head, immediately raised his head triumphantly. Your Excellency, trespassing into the foreign concession is a serious matter, especially for the military. If we don't give the foreigners an explanation, the events of 30 years ago might just repeat themselves. Lu Yutian's words silenced the hall once more, and Yuan Shiqing frowned, finding himself in a rather difficult situation. Report. Just as Yuan Shiqing was hesitating, an Imperial Guard soldier rushed in, holding a document high. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard has just delivered the battle report from Shanghai. Emperor Guangtong looked at Yuan Shiqing and saw him nod before he said, Minister Feng, please read it aloud. Feng Yuzhong completely ignored the Guangtong Emperor and instead looked directly at Yuan Shiqing. Such blatant contempt immediately darkened the Guangtong Emperor's face. After glancing at the two powerful figures on his left and right, he deflated and sat there listlessly. Yuan Shiqing glanced at the dejected Emperor Guangtong out of the corner of his eye and said indifferently, Read it. Yes, Your Excellency. Feng Yuzhong responded with utmost respect and read the telegram aloud. Wu Kuan, the station chief of the Imperial Guard in Shanghai, reports that around 2 p.m. on January 19th, the Wusong Fortress opened fire on the troops sent to reinforce the Morning Empire, annihilating the Morning Fleet at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Sunk 2 aircraft carriers, 1 10,000-ton ironclad warship, and 4 cruisers. Wow. The court officials were once again in an uproar. This was an unprecedented victory for the Great Qing Kingdom. As for whether it was fake or not, they did not believe that a small intelligence station would dare to deceive the court. It must have been verified before it was reported. The civil officials didn't seem to notice anything amiss, but the military officers looked on with a strange expression, especially Yuan Shiqing, the Grand Secretary who rose through the ranks based on his military achievements. who looked utterly astonished. The geographical location of Wusong Fortress is too special. To avoid provoking the foreigners, the fortress was filled with old artifacts. Yuan Shiqing simply refused to believe that these old artifacts could wipe out a fleet in morning. What else did the telegram say? Chapter 25. Zhang Jin, the abandoned pawn. Feng Yuzhong quickly said. The higher-ups also said that more than a dozen new-style giant cannons were suddenly installed in the Wusong Fortress at some unknown time, and the garrison defeated the enemy with these giant cannons. Furthermore, when Zhang Jin, the commander of the Wusong Fortress, launched his attack on the mourners, he also invited a large number of reporters. Reporters went too. Yuan Shiqing was dumbfounded for a moment. With the abilities of these reporters, the entire Kyushu would probably be in an uproar tomorrow. At that time, Zhang Jin would be the focus of everyone's attention, and anyone who wanted to touch him would have to think twice about the consequences. But the foreigners sighed. Just as Yuan Shiqing was hesitating, another person rushed in. Report. 2 official documents have been forwarded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and are urgently presented to Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunji immediately went over and took the document. After glancing at it, his expression instantly turned serious. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Grand Secretary, the British Embassy has forwarded another official document, demanding that we immediately punish Zhang Jin, publicly apologize to the British and the United States, and compensate for the losses. Otherwise, they will take all necessary measures. A public apology? Yuan Shiqing's face immediately darkened. If the court really did this, wouldn't their already meager reputation be shattered to pieces? Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Grand Secretary, here is a second official document, just sent by the Morning Empire. It says that the Battle of Shanghe was initiated privately by the commander of the Shanghe garrison, Nakajima Tamashich, who was unaware of the Morning Empire. The warships sent to Shanghe were merely a routine redeployment. Zhang Jin, the commander of the Wusong Fortress, disregarded right and wrong and brazenly opened fire on their fleet, causing heavy losses. They demand that we severely punish Zhang Jin and compensate them for their losses. Yuan Shiqing was so angry he laughed. The Japanese were utterly shameless, managing to call black white. He hesitated for a moment, realizing this was indeed a good opportunity for a ceasefire. For Yuan Shiqing, only the areas controlled by the imperial court were his territory. He didn't care about places like the northeast at all. His telegrams and such were just for show. There was no way he would send troops to defend someone else's territory. Even Yuan Shiqing saw it as an excellent opportunity to weaken local warlords. Take Shanghe as an example. Yuan Shiqing had already planned it out. Shanghe was the court's purse, so it had to be protected. He could also take this opportunity to mobilize the warlord troops from various places to fight the Japanese to the death. Didn't you all volunteer to fight the Japanese to the death? Didn't you all claim to be loyal and righteous men? Good. The imperial court will give you this opportunity. He directly ordered them to go to Shanghai. With the greater good in his hands, he didn't believe these local tyrants would refuse to submit. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Zhang Jin, that young upstart. This is also why Yuan Shiqing didn't make any statement when he heard about the great victory at Wuzhongkou. At this time, the entire hall was silent. Even the sound of breathing was barely audible. Everyone was looking down at their feet. Everyone actually knows what the imperial court will do. It's just that no one is willing to say it aloud. After all, face is still very important. They don't care about ordinary people, but they don't want to be criticized or insulted. After waiting for a long time without anyone stepping forward, Yuan Shiqing had no choice but to speak up. Gentlemen, you may all share your thoughts. This pavilion can guarantee that whatever you say will remain within this pavilion and will absolutely not be spread outside. As Yuan Shiqing spoke, he gave the old eunuch a wink. The old eunuch immediately understood, walked to the edge of the steps, and waved his hand. The guards, eunuchs, and maids in the hall immediately withdrew and closed the palace gates behind them. My lords, may we speak now? Yuan Shiqing asked the question again, but the ministers below the stage seemed deaf, continuing to keep their heads down and do their own thing. Yuan Shiqing's face darkened, and just as he was about to explode in anger, Lu Yutian suddenly stepped forward. Chapter 26. This is how you use a gun. Lu Yutian first bowed to Yuan Shiqing, and then spoke with a strong voice. Your Excellency, Zhang Jin, relying on his meager achievements, dares to recklessly damage the relationship between the court and the Western countries. I believe Zhang Jin's intentions are despicable. He should be arrested and imprisoned immediately and executed at a later date. As long as Zhang Jin dies, not only will the anger of the Eagle and Plum kingdoms be appeased, but the mourners will also cease their fighting. Not only that, we can also use this as an opportunity to exert pressure on the mourning authorities by leveraging the power of the Western powers, and maybe even get them to return the northeastern provinces. Yuan Shiqing's eyes lit up. He hadn't actually thought of that. Looking back now, the Japanese attack couldn't even last a day before they were wiped out completely, so their attempt to divert attention certainly failed. If they could seize the opportunity to bring the Northeast into the hands of the imperial court. Yuan Shiqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his heart pounded faster. He looked at Lu Yutian with increasing admiration. He liked this kind of lackey who could always turn his troubles into happy endings. And what about Lu Yutian? Seeing Yuan Shiqing's admiring expression, he felt a surge of pride. Why had he only stepped forward now? It was all for this moment. Adding flowers to brocade is nothing compared to providing charcoal in the snow. Yuan Shiqing had already made up his mind. Looking at the officials who were still bowing their heads and remaining silent, his face turned somewhat ugly. These old guys were eager to help when there was something to gain, but when it came to solving problems, they turned into cowards. What angered Yuan Shiqing the most was not this, but that he was completely helpless against these old guys. He, Yuan Shiqing, had achieved his current status because of the support of these old guys, and dealing with them would be tantamount to destroying his own wings. Clearly, these old guys knew this too, which is why they dared to act so recklessly. Yuan Shiqing, too lazy to ask them any more questions, said directly, "Lord Lu, I hereby appoint you as plenipotentiary envoy to lead a contingent of imperial guards to Shanghai to capture the traitor Zhang Jin." Lu Yutian was stunned for a moment. When did Zhang Jin become a traitor to the mountains and seas? Then he realized what was going on and almost exclaimed, "Wow." As expected of the number one person in Xinghua, Yuan Shiqing thought much more thoroughly than him. Everyone in the world knows that the imperial court and the Shanghe are mortal enemies, and no one can find fault with this reason. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Excellency, I will depart immediately." Yuan Shiqing nodded and said, "I will have the Imperial Guard assist you. If anyone dares to disobey, you can directly mobilize the 9th Army." Lu Yutian hesitated for a moment and then cautiously said, "Your Excellency, I heard that Zhang Jin's fortress commander was actually General Chang of the 9th Army, who submitted the note to the Ministry of Military Affairs. What if?" "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare," Yuan Shiqing said coldly, his expression unchanged. Lu Yutian dared not say anything more and quickly bowed, saying, "This humble servant will set off immediately." Shanghai, Wusong Fortress. At this time, night had fallen, and the entire beach was pitch black except for the fortress, which was brightly lit. The fortress's large training ground was crowded with a dense mass of people, each with a joyful smile on their face. Right there in the open space, large slabs of fresh mutton were being cut into small pieces by the cooks and skewered with bamboo sticks. Not far from them were bonfires, and skewers of mutton were being roasted and turned by the soldiers, sizzling and releasing an intoxicating aroma. Zhang Jin couldn't resist picking up a skewer of grilled, tender, and glistening lamb, sprinkling it with cumin and a little chili powder, before eagerly putting it in his mouth. Tender, fragrant, with the added flavor of cumin and chili powder. It's simply delicious, incredibly delicious. Perhaps because this world has not yet been polluted by industry, the taste of vegetables and meats is many times better than in the modern society that Zhang Jin originally lived in. Especially tomatoes. It surprisingly brought back the taste of Zhang Jin's childhood, and it became his favorite dish, an indispensable part of his daily menu. Zhang Jin walked onto the reviewing stand with a large skewer of meat in his hand. The officers and soldiers immediately stopped what they were doing, and all looked at Zhang Jin on the stand. If these soldiers had only wanted to earn a living under Zhang Jin's command before, after today's battle, they now regarded Zhang Jin as a god. The fanaticism in their eyes said it all. "Brothers, we've accomplished something great today. We've wiped out the Japanese devils." "Tell me, was it great?" The drill ground fell silent for a moment. Then a deafening roar erupted. Cool. Cool. Ha ha. Zhang Jin burst into laughter. "Great, great. Let me tell you, your commander is having just as much fun. Brothers, would you still be willing to fight the Japanese devils with me, Zhang, in the future?" "Yes. Yes." The thunderous cheers rang out once more. "Good." Zhang Jin shouted "good," and raised his voice again. "As long as you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee you that we will have meat, rice, and steamed buns to eat every day. These days, don't bother with grand principles. 99% of soldiers are there to fill their stomachs. As for ideals, national sentiments, and the world, what's the point of talking to illiterate civilians? It's like casting pearls before swine. Looking at the local soldiers whose enthusiasm had been ignited, Zhang Jin's face immediately broke into a wide smile. Brothers, tonight is our victory celebration. I allow you to eat and drink to your heart's content. We won't leave until we're completely drunk. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. The soldiers were overjoyed and shouted excitedly. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Zhang Jin was woken up by Zhang Cheng. He glanced at Zhang Cheng with sleepy eyes and asked with displeasure, "What's wrong?" "Commander, a group of people claiming to be from the Imperial Guard has arrived. We're sending you out to see them." "The Imperial Guard? What the hell is that?" Zhang Jin looked completely bewildered. He said, "Go and call Teng Ying over." In a short while, Zhang Cheng and Teng Ying walked in together. By this time, Zhang Jin was also dressed. Upon seeing Teng Ying, he asked directly, "What is the Imperial Guard Department for?" Upon hearing Zhang Jin's question about the Imperial Guards, Teng Ying paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Commander, this Imperial Guard was originally responsible for guarding the palace and overseeing the royal procession. More than 20 years ago, the rebels of the Shanghe Society launched uprisings across the country under the banner of overthrowing the imperial system and expelling the foreign powers. Although they were wiped out by the Grand Secretary, a large number of remnants are still operating in the shadows. In order to eliminate them, the court has transformed the Imperial Guard into the Imperial Guard Investigation Department, modeled after the ancient embroidered uniform guard. This department is dedicated to apprehending traitors, gathering intelligence, and counter-espionage. They can be dealt with directly without the need for interrogation by the three departments, and have the authority to execute first and report later." "Holy crap. Isn't this just a dog spy?" Zhang Jin's expression hardened slightly. He suspected these spies had come with ill intentions. Could it be that he trespassed into the foreign concession? Zhang Jin thought about it, but still couldn't come up with a solution. Anyway, he now had a gun in his hand, and his phone still had 32,169 kilos of battery left, making him a typical rich landlord. "Zhang Cheng, assemble the guards." "Yes, Commander." The guard was just summoned by Zhang Jin in a moment of high spirits. It consisted of 100 elite army sergeants, all equipped with Suomi submachine guns, to protect his safety closely. "Let's go out and take a look." The main gate of the fortress. More than 20 burly men in suits surrounded the gate, staring menacingly at the 6M2 heavy machine guns pointed at them from the entrance. The leader was a round-faced man in his 30s. This man was no nobody. He was Chun Daxian, the captain of the Shanghe Station Action Team of the Imperial Guard. However, Chun Daxian's face was equally grim at this moment. Their guards were used to being arrogant and always acted recklessly. As long as their guard's name was mentioned, they could scare a wolf into a docile lamb, no matter what else was mentioned. Unexpectedly, today they were humiliated by a small fortress garrison command. After uttering those three famous words, instead of intimidating anyone, they were targeted by 6 machine guns. "You bastards, are you deaf? I'm from the Imperial Guard Investigation Department. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way." A thin-faced man with a twitching head jumped out and roared at the soldiers in front of the gate when he saw his boss get the short end of the stick. He even tried to step forward as he spoke. Bang, 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 bang. 6 machine guns opened fire simultaneously, striking the man's feet and kicking up plumes of dust. Startled, the man stumbled backward and landed on his backside. He then turned and scrambled to Chun Daxian's side. "Captain, we've met our match today." A spy standing behind Chun Daxian swallowed hard. Upon hearing this, Chun Daxian's face immediately turned green. He stepped forward and shouted, "Brothers of the garrison, let me tell you the truth. We are here today to arrest Zhang Jin, the traitor of the Shanghe Society. You all need to think this through. You are government soldiers, not Zhang Jin's private army. Think about your parents, wives, and children. Is it worth going against the imperial court and my imperial guard for the sake of a so-called superior?" Intimidation was one of the specialties of their Imperial Guard Investigation Department. They knew what these lowly soldiers were afraid of. However, Chun Daxian miscalculated this time. The soldiers at the gate were all beggars, without parents, let alone wives and children. They only knew that Zhang Jin gave them food and clothing. What kind of bullshit court was this? They hadn't received any favors from him, so naturally they didn't care about what Chun Daxian said. Chun Daxian's mouth was dry from talking, and when he looked at the indifferent soldiers in front of the gate, he was almost furious. Just as Chun Daxian was going crazy, a group of people drove out of the military camp. The leader was a handsome young man in his early 20s. He looked like an ordinary person, but he exuded an air of authority as he walked, drawing everyone's attention to him. When Chen Daxian saw people coming out, especially the young man at the front, wasn't that Zhang Jin, whom he was looking for? His face immediately lit up with joy. It was truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He waved his hand behind him. They wanted someone to arrest Zhang Jin. Chen Daxian had just raised his hand when his eyes suddenly widened in fear, because Zhang Jin across from him suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out suddenly, and Chen Daxian instantly had a bloody hole between his eyebrows, falling straight down. At the same time, the soldiers behind Zhang Jin also raised their Suomi submachine guns and opened fire on the dumbfounded agents. After the gunfire stopped, only one agent remained standing amidst the pile of corpses. Snap! The last remaining agent's pistol fell to the ground after the explosion, his legs buckled, and he knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing. Commander Zhang, I was just following orders. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother in her 70s and a baby boy crying for food. Just let me go. I'll never be a spy again. Zhang Jin frowned. Whose orders are you on? The agent quickly replied. It's our station chief, Ding Yechuan. Just last night, a high-ranking official from Beijing was sent here. The spy blurted out everything he knew, causing Zhang Jin's face to turn as cold as ice. Damn it. I'm fighting tooth and nail in front of the authorities, and those damned courts are making things difficult for me from behind. Do they really think I'm some kind of powerful figure? Zhang Cheng, gather the troops. Let's go to this damn Shanghe station. Teng Ying's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He had been following Zhang Jin for quite some time, and naturally knew how daring Zhang Jin was, and how fiery his temper was. Teng Ying, do you dare to come with me? Just as Teng Ying was wondering what to say, Zhang Jin's voice came over. Teng Ying looked up and met Zhang Jin's smiling gaze. After a slight hesitation, Teng Ying resolutely declared. Teng Ying swears to follow the commander to the death. He had figured it out. From the moment Zhang Jin became commander, they were in the same boat, sharing both glory and ruin. Seeing Teng Ying's resolute expression, Zhang Jin didn't say anything, but instead patted Teng Ying's shoulder heavily. Rumble. Just then, a roar of engines suddenly came from inside the fortress gate, and then more than a dozen M26 Chaffee tanks rushed out of the gate. Teng Ying stared dumbfounded at the tank that suddenly appeared, his mind completely blank. Of course he had seen armored vehicles before. There was an armored regiment in Beijing equipped with dozens of Renault tanks. But compared to the imposing tank in front of me, I'm probably not even a little chick. I couldn't help but walk up and reach out to touch the tank's armor, which felt incredibly heavy. Commander, is that a tank? Zhang Jin nodded and then said, Don't call me commander anymore. I don't like those two words. Call me general. General? Could it be that Zhang Jin wants to become a warlord? Teng Ying looked surprised, but the look quickly disappeared. As a smart man, he knew what he should do and immediately called out obediently, General. Zhang Jin laughed and got into a Willis. Set off. Chapter 27 My Revenge is Never Too Late. Shanghai, Nanshur. On a desolate piece of land near the edge of Nanshur, there stands a huge building surrounded by a 4 or 5 meter high concrete wall. It not only has watchtowers, firing positions and barbed wire, but you can also see a group of soldiers walking over the wall from time to time, making it look very imposing. On a dirt road a kilometer away from the fortress, Teng Ying stood up from his Willis and said, General, the Shanghe station of the Imperial Guard is just ahead. It looks like a prison to me. Zhang Jin took out his binoculars and glanced at the high walls, electric fences, patrols, and sentries. The more he looked, the more familiar they seemed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. General, this is the prison, a place specifically for detaining traitors and political prisoners of the court. It's full of people who oppose the court and the Grand Secretary. Zhang Jin's eyes narrowed immediately. Really? Zhang Cheng immediately jumped out of a Willis. Commander, let the artillery blast a path through me. Yes. Soon after, 4 trucks rumbled in, towing 4 150mm howitzers. Soldiers jumped off the trucks and, in front of Zhang Jin, spent 2 minutes unfolding and securing the howitzers. Immediately, someone shouted, Fire, all company. Fortress target directly ahead, first charge, range 5, left, 135. Preparation. Put. Boom, 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 boom. 4 bursts of fire appeared on the position, instantly filling the air with smoke and dust. In an instant, for bursts of fire erupted from the prison concrete, and the concrete wall facing Zhang Jin was instantly blasted into pieces, collapsing amidst the billowing smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust cleared, a large portion of the concrete wall facing Zhang Jin disappeared. Go ahead. The 10 Chaffee tanks at the front immediately formed 2 columns and charged past the imperial prison. A few minutes later, Zhang Jin stepped onto the ruins of the concrete wall and looked inside. There was a huge training ground, and behind it were buildings of the same stone gray color as the concrete wall. By this time, the tanks had already crossed the ruins and rushed into the training ground, surrounding a large group of people. Zhang Jin looked closely and saw a group of soldiers wearing white helmets, huddled together in a panic. In front of them were about a dozen prisoners who were tied up. It seemed that he had come at a really bad time. General, that's Chun Daxian. Tang Ying pointed to one of the burly men in a black Zhongshan suit, then pointed to an old man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks. That's Lu Yutian. I've met them before, they're all bastards. They're even more ruthless than those foreigners when it comes to killing their own people. Zhang Jin laughed upon hearing this. It's true that timing is everything. All right, everything's ready. Who are you? Which department are you from? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Imperial Guard Investigation Department? Are you tired of living? Chun Daxian said angrily, his words full of arrogance. He brought Lu Yutian to watch the target practice, hoping to curry favor with this favorite of Yuan Shiqing and increase his own influence. Unexpectedly, before he could even give any orders, his own wall was blown up and several heavy trucks drove in. This sudden turn of events almost turned his head to mush. By the time he came to his senses, hordes of soldiers had already surrounded the prison. Chun Daxian immediately exploded. As I said before, arrogant people will never think that anyone is more arrogant than them. Just as Chun Daxian was cursing and swearing, a very calm voice suddenly rang out from behind the army. Tie him up and shoot him. Chun Daxian was taken aback. While he was still in a daze, soldiers rushed over and kicked him in the back of the knee. Chun Daxian involuntarily knelt down. When he came to his senses, he was being dragged by his hands toward a group of prisoners. At this moment, Chun Daxian also saw clearly who was giving the orders, and his face immediately showed a look of horror. He hurriedly shouted, Zhang Jin, what are you trying to do? Let me go? Let me go now. I am a member of the Imperial Guard. Killing me is treason. It is betraying the court. You are all dead. The soldiers were unmoved and simply carried Chun Daxian to a standing wooden pole and tied him to it with a rope. The prisoners standing to the side were all stunned when they saw Chun Daxian suddenly tied up, and then they showed a look of pleasure. At this moment, Chun Daxian was completely terrified. He felt a heat between his legs, and a strong smell of urine wafted from the execution ground. Zhang Jin looked at the large puddle of yellow liquid at Chun Daxian's feet, and couldn't help but cover his nose. He waved his hand behind him, and immediately a Willis Jeep with an M2 heavy machine gun drove over. Zhang Jin got into the car and pointed the gun at Chun Daxian. Sir, let's talk this over. Please don't resort to violence. Spare me, sir. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do anything you ask. Zhang Jin completely ignored Chun Daxian's pleas for mercy and pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang. Countless bullets struck Chun Daxian, instantly shattering his body into pieces. After dealing with Chun Daxian, Zhang Jin immediately turned his attention to Lu Yutian, who was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground. Good sir, spare my life. I'm just a lowly laborer in the prison. Look how old I am. Please spare me. Zhang Jin slowly squatted down, looking at Lu Yutian's silk jacket with a mocking expression. This Daxian kingdom is really rich. Even a prison janitor is wearing silk. Lu Yutian, who was kowtowing repeatedly, suddenly froze, his face turning into a bitter expression. Zhang Jin didn't bother with any more pleasantries and asked directly, Tell me, who sent you to arrest me? Lu Yutian dared not hide anything and blurted out, It's the Grand Secretary. Zhang Jin frowned. Yuan Shiqing? Seeing Zhang Jin frown, Lu Yutian quickly said, Commander Zhang, I was only following orders and had no other choice. Before Zhang Jin could ask, Lu Yutian rattled off. Commander, no, Yuan Shiqing is upset that you trespassed into the concession and caused him trouble, but you are now a well-known hero. Yuan Shiqing didn't dare to act openly, so he directly labeled you, Commander, as a traitor, thus giving him a reason to arrest you. Zhang Jin sneered. Damn it. He had always thought there was something different about this world, but now it seemed there was nothing different at all, and his legs were as weak as a jerk. Lord Lu, there's an old saying in this land. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. I don't have any other flaws, except for one. I hold grudges. What others can finish in 10 years, I can't even wait a minute longer. Zhang Jin's murderous words terrified Lu Yutian. Commander, spare my life, Commander. It was all Yuan Shicheng who made me do all this. Zhang Jin glanced around and said with a smile, Lord Lu, why bother? You'll die 100 years from now, and you'll die now too. Since you're going to die anyway, try to think positively. Commander, I don't want to die, Commander. Zhang Jin, seeing Lu Yutian clinging to his leg and refusing to let go, kicked him to the ground and ordered Zhang Cheng, who was standing nearby. Lord Lu is getting old. We must uphold the spirit of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, and not let him die such a tragic death. After saying that, he pointed to the gallows not far away and said, I think that thing is pretty good. Let's use this one. Zhang Cheng nodded and immediately dragged Lu Yutian over. Amidst the pig-like screams of agony, Zhang Jin turned his gaze to the prisoners not far away, a total of 12 people, 5 women and 7 men. In fact, he had been secretly observing these people from the beginning. When he shot Chen Daxian, he showed a hint of surprise, but no fear. It was as if he had seen through everything and was indifferent to life and death. When Zhang Jin saw their exposed wounds, a look of realization dawned on his eyes. This was a prison for secret agents. He could only imagine the torture they had endured. The fact that they could still stand here could only mean one thing. Their mental fortitude had reached a level that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Release them. Zhang Jin uttered a command that shocked the prisoners. If you release us, aren't you afraid of being punished by the imperial court? Just then, a clear, melodious female voice, like that of a lark, suddenly rang out. Zhang Jin turned around and looked. She was a young woman in her early 20s, her prison uniform stained with large patches of blood and visible bloodstains on her exposed skin. On her sallow, dull face, one could still vaguely discern her delicate features. What was most striking were her autumn eyes, as clear as melting snow from an iceberg. Zhang Jin looked at the woman, and she returned the look defiantly. Their eyes met, making Zhang Jin feel a little uncomfortable. He unconsciously touched his nose and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? The woman smiled and said, I'm not even afraid of death. Why should I be afraid of you? You haven't answered my question yet. The woman's sudden change of topic startled Zhang Jin, who then laughed. What's there to be afraid of? I acknowledge it. It's the imperial court. If I don't acknowledge it, it's nothing. Zhang Jin's somewhat domineering reply made the woman's eyes light up, and she blurted out, You want to rebel? Rebellion. Zhang Jin muttered the 2 words, then chuckled. You could say that. I, Zhang, have always been one to settle scores and avenge wrongs. Since the imperial court dares to provoke me, it's not unreasonable to give them a beating. Zhang Jin's nonchalant tone drew sidelong glances from the dozen or so prisoners. At this moment, Zhang Jin suddenly waved his hand and said, All right, the revenge here has been taken. I should go and attack the capital. Do as you please. Zhang Jin's last words left the women momentarily bewildered. Attack the capital? Chapter 28 Blitzkrieg in the capital. Miss, is this guy telling the truth? Is he really going to attack the capital? With just this few men, the middle-aged man standing next to the woman asked incredulously. A glint of light flashed in the woman's eyes as she slowly said, This Zhang Jin is probably no ordinary person. Uncle Xiao, send someone to inform my father and tell him to investigate this person's background. If he really dares to attack the capital, it will be a rare opportunity for our Shanghai society. Then he turned to a gaunt man and ordered, Brother Zhang, we don't have much time left. Enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. You must immediately take your men and open all the cell doors in the prison. Upon hearing that the woman intended to release everyone, the gaunt man couldn't help but ask, Miss, why bother with them? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If any one of the people imprisoned in this prison were released, it would shake the entire country. With so many people escaping, Yuan Shicheng will have a headache for a while, and he naturally won't be able to take care of us then. The woman's eyes shone with wisdom, and she seemed confident and composed. On the highway outside the prison, sitting behind Zhang Jin, Tang Ying hesitated for a long time before finally asking, General, are we really going to attack the capital? Why not? Zhang Jin leaned back in his chair and glanced at Tang Ying, who seemed restless and hesitant to speak. He had noticed this ever since he came out of prison. Tang Ying opened her mouth. But, we're on the same side, so just say what you want to say. I'm not going to eat you. Zhang Jin swore, which immediately relieved Tang Ying, who was so nervous she was stuttering. Especially Zhang Jin's words about being one of their own stirred a feeling of gratitude in Teng Ying, who took a deep breath and said, "General, I once studied in the command department of the Nanjing Military Academy, so I have some understanding of the situation in Nanjing. As far as I know, the imperial court has been cooperating with the Prussian Empire since the 21st year of the Guangdong reign, using all the weapons provided by the Prussian Empire to form a fully Western-equipped army, consisting of 12 infantry divisions. Initially, 4 infantry divisions will be formed: the 36th Imperial Guard Division, the 87th Imperial Guard Division, the 88th Imperial Guard Division, and the Imperial Guard Training Corps. Each Imperial Guard infantry division comprises 2 infantry brigades, totaling 4 infantry regiments. The division also has directly subordinate artillery regiments, engineer battalions, communications battalions, supply battalions, special service battalions, and a divisional medical corps, with a total strength of 14,612 personnel. The artillery regiment consists of 3 howitzer battalions, equipped with 36 Krupp 75mm howitzers, and directly subordinate to 1 anti-aircraft artillery company, equipped with 4 German-made Flak 28 20mm anti-aircraft guns. In addition, the infantry regiment has an artillery company equipped with 6 Luigi 1875mm infantry guns, and the infantry battalion has a mortar platoon equipped with 3 82mm mortars. The Imperial Guard Training Corps is organized into 3 brigades and 6 regiments. In addition to an artillery regiment, it also has an armored car battalion equipped with 32 Renault FT-7 tanks and 48 Vickers B tanks. These 4 units alone have more than 60,000 men. Besides these 4 divisions, there are at least a dozen other infantry divisions stationed around the capital at various key passes and locations. There are also artillery units. The Imperial Court has a total of 10 artillery regiments directly under the Privy Council, 3 of which are equipped with M1917 155mm howitzers, with 24 guns per regiment. 6 artillery regiments are equipped with Schneider M1925 105mm howitzers, with 36 guns per regiment. There is also a Fortress Artillery Regiment, equipped with 10 210mm M16 howitzers. In addition, the Privy Council Air Force Department also has an air force under its command, equipped with 120 Hawk II fighters, 76 Hawkeye fighters, and 24 Martin 139WC bombers. Zhang Jin couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in amazement. The Shanghe kingdom in this world was much more powerful than a certain period in his original world, at least in terms of weaponry. Teng Ying stopped talking until his throat was dry, but when he saw Zhang Jin looking amazed and not afraid at all, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that all his talking had been for nothing. "General, do you still want to?" Teng Ying couldn't help but speak again. Zhang Jin's expression gradually turned serious, and he looked intently at Teng Ying, saying, "Although the organization of the Imperial Army is not a top secret, it is unlikely that a mere fortress chief of staff would know it, right?" After a moment of silence, Teng Ying calmly replied, "General, a year ago I served as the head of the Archives section of the General Affairs Department of the Military and Political Affairs Bureau of the Privy Council, so I have some knowledge of the situation in the army." Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. Holy crap. He really struck gold this time. With Teng Ying as his living archive, he'll save himself a lot of trouble in the future. As for Teng Ying's concerns, Zhang Jin smiled confidently and asked, "Tell me, how many troops are there in the capital region?" "I'm talking about the capital city, not including the surrounding cities." Although Teng Ying was somewhat puzzled as to why Zhang Jin asked this question, she still honestly replied, "The newly established Imperial Guard infantry divisions are all field troops and are not responsible for the daily defense of the capital. The defense of the capital has always been the responsibility of 3 garrison brigades under the Capital Garrison Command, totaling about 8 or 9,000 people, plus a regiment of Imperial Guards guarding the palace, which also has more than 1,000 people. If we attack the capital, how long would it take for the surrounding armies to provide support?" Reporting to the commander, the closest unit to the capital is the 87th Imperial Guard Division stationed in Zhejiang, which is only about 40 kilometers away. If you take the train, it will take about 2.5 hours. If you walk, it will take most of the day. "But, Commander, it's over 300 kilometers from Shanghai to the capital, and the road is heavily guarded. I'm afraid we'll be discovered by the Imperial Court before we even get halfway there." Zhang Jin showed no sign of backing down despite Teng Ying's description of the difficulties. Instead, he looked eager to try and said confidently, "You're right. If we use ordinary tactics, the Imperial bombers will probably be flying overhead before we even reach the capital. Therefore, Zhang Jin emphasized, we must take them by surprise and catch them off guard. Rumble. Just then, a black vintage car suddenly pulled up and stopped in front of Zhang Jin's car. Gu Chen got out and spread a simple map on the hood of the Willis, saying, General, the matter has been investigated thoroughly. Look, this is the Jingshan Highway from Shanghai to Beijing. It was designed by Frenchmen at great expense by the imperial court. It is paved entirely with asphalt and gravel, which allows mechanized troops to move quickly. This highway passes through Kunshan, Wuxian, Wuxi, Wujin, Danyang, and Zhurong before reaching the capital. It's 300 kilometers long. The other places are fine, but Zhurong is the only exception, Gu Chen said, pointing to a red dot on the map. It's currently guarded by the Imperial Court's elite 87th Imperial Guard Division. If we rush in directly, we might alert them. I've had to travel to several more places for this. Gu Chen pointed to a slightly thinner red line on the map and said, we can take this dirt road, which has no rivers, and bypass Zhurong directly, although it will increase the distance by half. We also need to be wary of the 87th Division ambushing us from behind and cutting off our retreat. Gu Chen and Teng Ying looked serious, but Zhang Jin seemed indifferent, not caring at all about any possible way out. He had already planned his trip to the capital. Besides teaching the court a lesson, he also wanted to resolve the issues in the capital and then head north along the Jinpu Railway, thus eliminating the need to consider his future. The present day said, all right, we'll do it your way. Then, pointing to the Yangtze River Railway bridge on the Jinpu Railway, he instructed Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, you don't need to come to the capital with me. Your mission is to take this place and hold it at all costs. Teng Ying, go and issue the order immediately. After dark, the entire army must advance westward. Chapter 29, A 1,000-Mile Raid. Shanghai, Yuzhongka Fortress. Zhang Jin sat in the Willis jeep, puffing on his cigarette, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the fortress, a hint of unease creeping across his face. Just as Zhang Jin was getting restless and about to jump out of the car, Teng Ying walked over with light steps, and Zhang Jin quickly went to greet her. So, anyone willing to follow me, Zhang? Teng Ying's face lit up with excitement. General, everyone in our fortress is willing to follow you. Zhang Jin was stunned for a moment, his expression complicated. He hadn't expected that so many people would be willing to risk their lives for him, even though they knew he was going to rebel. He didn't know how to describe the feeling. He felt excited, surprised, bewildered, and a sense of belonging. Before, Zhang Jin always felt like he was playing a game, inferior to everyone else in the world. But hearing that so many people were willing to follow him at this moment, he immediately felt like he had found his roots and gained a sense of belonging. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. A beautiful figure rushed up to Zhang Jin, panting, and said, I want to go with you too. It's Green Bamboo. Her pretty face, flushed from running so hard, was looking at Zhang Jin with extreme nervousness. Zhang Jin looked at Lu Zhu's determined face and nodded with a smile. Silly girl, get in the car. Green Bamboo immediately beamed with joy and used both hands and feet to get behind Zhang Jin. Just then, another graceful girl ran by. Because she was running so fast, her ample bosom heaved up and down, making Zhang Jin unable to resist glancing at her again and again. The girl ran up to Zhang Jin, panting, and patted her chest, saying, General, only 2 people are willing to come with us. The rest want to go home. Zhang Jin wasn't disappointed by this. He nodded and said, if it's going to rain, it'll rain. If a mother wants to remarry, she'll remarry. Let them be. Teng Ying, give $50 silver to everyone who wants to leave. They've been through thick and thin with me, Zhang Jin, after all. We can't let them work for nothing. Yes, Commander. Teng Ying replied and turned to leave. Zhang Jin then looked at Yu Monli with a serious expression and said, Miss you. It's not too late for you to leave now. If you continue following me, you'll really be on my ship. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, Yu Monli raised her head, stared straight at Zhang Jin, and said, I'm willing to get on your ship. Yu Monli's intense gaze made Zhang Jin feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. Although the two hadn't known each other for long, he could tell that Yu Monli was outgoing, bold, and very beautiful with a great figure. It was hard to imagine anyone not liking a girl like that. Just as Zhang Jin was feeling extremely embarrassed, Green Bamboo's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Brother Zhang, it's getting late. Shouldn't we be going? Zhang Jin then snapped out of his daze and chuckled. Right. It's getting late. We should go. He turned and yelled at Teng Ying. "Teng Ying, get the brothers moving." After saying that, he turned around and got into the car. He turned his head and was about to talk to Yumanli when, unexpectedly, Yumanli got into Zhang Jin's car and sat next to Lzu. The two women exchanged a glance before turning away. Although they didn't say anything, the atmosphere around them made even the iron-blooded General Zhang Jin feel a little uneasy. He quickly said to the driver beside him, "Let's go." 10 hours later. Outside Jinling City. It was already 5 in the morning. The dark night was tinged with a faint light, and a hint of dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon. Zhang Jin and his group had a relatively safe journey. With such a large convoy and fully armed soldiers, merchants and travelers on the road would only assume it was an army troop redeployment. Even checkpoints and sentry posts were open to traffic, making their journey almost too smooth. It seems even heaven cannot bear to see the Xinghua court living too comfortably. "General, look, this is Guanghua Gate. Just go straight ahead after passing through the city gate, and you'll reach the Imperial Palace after 5 intersections," Teng Ying said, pointing to the tall city gate tower not far away. Zhang Jin glanced at the time and said, "Pass down the order. Make the tank detachment the vanguard. Break through the city gates and don't stop. Head straight for the capital of the Xinghua dynasty. I'm going to give them a big surprise." After saying that, he climbed into the M113 armored vehicle. This thing was a pleasant surprise. Zhang Jin had originally wanted to look in the image library for any armored vehicles with canopies. While the Willis Jeep and German-made half-track armored vehicles were effective, their shortcomings were also obvious. Insufficient protection in urban warfare, making them vulnerable to sniper fire. Unexpectedly, this search yielded a surprising find: a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, a Type 81 rifle, a PKM light machine gun, an AK-47 rifle, a 107mm rocket launcher, and an RPG rocket launcher. Zhang Jin then remembered that when he was collecting World War II weapons, he had casually included some classic Cold War weapons, which unexpectedly turned into a huge surprise. He quickly looked through the list again, but he had collected so many World War II weapons that the icons on his old phone were too small, and there was no categorization function. After working all morning, he had only found the M113 armored vehicle, the BMP, 1 infantry fighting vehicle, and the BM-21 rocket launcher. There were still a lot of icons that he hadn't looked at carefully. Zhang Jin was so dizzy and overwhelmed that he didn't bother to look through the pictures anymore. Anyway, he already had enough weapons for his needs. He added all the weapon pictures he found to his favorites, and then felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have to search through them again next time. After passing Zhurong, Zhang Jin instructed the convoy to head straight for the railway bridge. He led a mechanized force consisting of 24 Chaffee tanks, 120 M113 tanks, and 5 105mm Stu 3 assault guns directly to Guanghua Gate. At Zhang Jin's command, an assault gun took the lead and drove towards Guanghua Gate. The roar of the engine immediately woke up the drowsy guards upstairs. What happened? A garrison officer ran up from below the city wall, peered down from the battlements, and froze in shock. By this time, it was already daylight, and everything below the city was clearly visible. Hundreds of armored vehicles lined up in a long queue, rushing towards the city gate tower amidst billowing dust. Boom. Before the officer could recover from the shock, a violent explosion rang out from below the city gate, causing the entire gate to tremble instantly. The officer was caught off guard and was almost thrown off the gate, but fortunately he reacted quickly and grabbed the battlements, thus saving his life. Boom. Just then, another explosion rang out, and the city gate tower trembled violently. Sir, something terrible has happened. Armored vehicles from who knows where have broken down the city gates and are already inside the city, a soldier said in a panic as he ran over. The officer was stunned upon hearing this, and after a long while, he finally reacted and shouted, "Quickly, counterattack." As he spoke, he set up a checkmate light machine gun between the battlements and aimed it at the armored vehicles that were flooding into the city below. Da-da-da-da. A dozen or so checkmate guns and 4 Maxim guns on the city wall opened fire simultaneously, blasting the armored vehicles below with loud bangs, and sparks flew everywhere like fireworks. The aluminum alloy armor of the M112 armored vehicle is indeed very thin, but it is not something that small caliber machine guns can penetrate. As for why the Maxim heavy machine gun is also powerless, it is because the German-made MG08 Maxim heavy machine gun also uses 7.92 caliber bullets. Seeing that his weapons were no match for the armored vehicles below the city, and that the armored vehicles were ignoring them and just charging into the city, The officer stopped firing and shouted, "Messenger, quick, notify the garrison." Imperial City, Cunning Palace. Chapter 30. Horses trample the Golden Palace. Ugh, you're so annoying. One night isn't enough for you? You're going to crush me. Don't want. The gilded dragon and phoenix bed suddenly began to shake violently, only stopping when a man's muffled groan came from the bed. Then, a deep male voice rang out again. "Come on, give me a good cleaning." Tap, 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 tap. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the palace, followed by a hoarse voice that echoed into the hall. The capital garrison command has just sent an urgent telegram. A group of unidentified armed forces suddenly appeared outside Guanghua Gate. They have now breached Guanghua Gate and are heading towards the palace. The garrison command has mobilized troops to intercept them. What? Suddenly, a fat, big-eared head emerged from behind the bed curtains. Then, a round body sat up in bed, grabbed a piece of clothing, draped it over himself, and walked toward the palace gate. Upon opening the door, an old eunuch stood respectfully at the entrance of the hall. Seeing the portly figure, the old eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, the ministers of the Grand Secretariat and the Privy Council are already waiting in the Fengtian Hall." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shiqing immediately said, "Go and convey my order immediately," commanding the nearby imperial guards to rush to the aid of the capital. "Yes, Your Excellency." The old eunuch quickly agreed and turned to run away. Just then, a snow-white figure suddenly hugged Yuan Shiqing. However, Yuan Shiqing was too big, and his two hands could only barely hold onto her waist. Yuan Shiqing felt the smoothness behind him, and his eyes immediately showed a fiery look, but it quickly disappeared. He turned around, picked up the figure, and walked to the bedside. After placing the figure on the bed, he said, "Yuer, something big has happened in the capital. I have to go and see. You sleep a little longer." Her graceful figure stretched languidly on the bed, instantly revealing all her beauty, making Yuan Shiqing's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Rongsher looked at the stunned Yuan Shiqing and couldn't help but chuckle, raising her jade hand to gently tap Yuan Shiqing's forehead. "Idiot, haven't you seen enough yet?" Yuan Shiqing then came to his senses, and thinking of the matters in the capital, he quickly said, "You rest first. I'll be right back." He hurriedly put on his clothes and headed out the door. Lying on her phoenix bed, Rongsher, seeing Yuan Shiqing disappear without a trace, immediately got up, grabbed a thin veil, and draped it over herself. Her beautiful face, flushed with a blush, held a hint of confusion. She had naturally heard the old eunuch's words. An army had actually entered the capital? A glint of cunning flashed in her alluring eyes, and she called out towards the door, "Someone come here." Immediately, a young eunuch entered quickly with his head down. "Empress Dowager, go find the emperor right now and tell him to come to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, in the Fengtian Hall of the Imperial Palace, the Grand Secretary Duan Mingda, the Deputy Privy Councillor Chao Yuzhong, and more than a dozen other high-ranking officials were pacing anxiously in the palace. Since the capital was moved to Nanjing, the southern Jili region had been the safest place in the entire 9 provinces for more than 30 years. There had never been a single war, let alone the capital being breached. But this time, a group of strongmen appeared out of nowhere and broke through the city gates with lightning speed, directly attacking the city. This tactic not only caught them off guard, but also stunned them. Because Zhang Jin's attack was too fast, these high-ranking officials who were almost in the capital had no time to investigate which force was attacking the capital. What exactly is going on? Who is attacking the capital? Just as everyone was frowning in worry, Yuan Shiqing's voice suddenly came over. The officials, who were like headless flies, immediately had a pillar of support, and all turned their eyes to Yuan Shiqing, who was rushing into the hall. Chao Yuzhong stepped forward first and said, "Your Excellency, I have already sent orders to the garrison troops in Jili, but all the garrison troops have reported that they have not found a large number of troops passing through their defense zones." Yuan Shiqing's face immediately darkened. They hadn't even spotted the enemy troops. Had the enemy attacking Beijing flown in from the sky or swam in from the water? In his anger, he couldn't help but curse. Useless. Chao Yuzhong was startled and immediately lowered his head meekly. At this moment, Jiang Tiange, the director of the Imperial Guard, hurriedly came over and said, "Your Excellency, our Imperial Guard Investigation Department has discovered a suspicious point. People from the Beijing station once reported that a mechanized army appeared on the Beijing-Shanghai highway." Yuan Shiqing's anger flared even more when he saw Jiang Tiange rushing over to claim credit. He barely suppressed his rage and asked, Have you found out who it is? Jiang Tiange was stunned for a moment and lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Yuan Shiqing could no longer suppress his anger and rushed down to Jiang Tiange. Useless. Since you found something suspicious, why didn't you report it? Why didn't you investigate their background? Is this how you work for me? Do you expect me to risk my life by investigating? How come my subordinates are all useless cowards like you? Yuan Shiqing's spittle flew everywhere, leaving Jiang Tiange completely dumbfounded and speechless. He could only let Yuan Shiqing wash his face again and again until Yuan Shiqing felt satisfied. Then he roared, "Are you just standing here pretending to be dead? Go and investigate." Jiang Tiange shuddered instantly, not even daring to wipe his face, nodding his head frantically. Yes, yes. Looking disheveled, he walked towards the palace gate. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out, he heard the sound of machine guns banging outside the hall. Jiang Tiange's body was instantly torn to pieces, and bright red flesh and blood fell to the ground. His head rolled to Yuan Shiqing's feet. Even Yuan Shiqing, a seasoned warrior, was startled by this terrifying scene and cried out in alarm, taking 2 steps back in panic. Immediately, they realized what was happening and looked outside the hall. They heard the roar of an engine and a huge tank stormed in from outside the hall, smashing the door to pieces. Yuan Shiqing and the others were stunned when they saw the tanks rushing into the hall. They were clearly caught off guard. In that short time, several more tanks and armored vehicles rushed over. By the time Yuan Shiqing and his men reacted and tried to take cover, several M2 heavy machine guns were already aimed at them. The cold, hard muzzle of the gun made Yuan Shiqing's feet feel rooted to the ground. He dared not move an inch. His heart pounded incessantly. For the first time in his life, he felt so close to death, and a sense of fear rose within him for no reason. Clang! Suddenly, the side door of an armored vehicle behind the tank opened, and soldiers emerged one after another. The familiar German-style helmets and uniforms startled Yuan Shiqing, and his face immediately darkened. Damn it! Could it be that the Imperial Guard is planning a rebellion against him? Just as Yuan Shiqing was filled with speculation, a clear male voice suddenly rang out. You are Yuan Shiqing, Fatty Yuan? Yuan Shiqing's face immediately turned green. He hated being called fat more than anything in his life. Who are you? Yuan Shiqing asked through gritted teeth. Looking at Yuan Shiqing, who seemed to want to devour him, Zhang Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that Nanjing was easier to conquer than he had imagined. In less than an hour, he was already standing on the Fengtian Hall, which represents supreme power and is also known as the Golden Palace. But, ultimately, it was because he took a shortcut, and also because the troops near Jinling were too unvigilant. He managed to slip through with just a fake coat. Otherwise, with the small number of troops he had, he wouldn't have been able to get here at all. Without further ado, Zhang Jin looked at Yuan Shiqing, who was staring intently at him, and suddenly laughed. Fatty Yuan, you really do have a bad memory. Didn't you send people to arrest me? Chapter 31 Blasphemy. Yuan Shiqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at Zhang Jin in disbelief. You are Zhang Jin? Zhang Jin spread his hands. That's right, I am Zhang Jin. I heard you label me a traitor, so I came here specifically to have a word with you. Yuan Shiqing had calmed down by now and looked coldly at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, I must say I really underestimated you. You actually managed to fight your way to the palace without making a sound. Unfortunately, my army is already on its way and will soon surround the entire capital region. You have no chance of escaping. How about this? If you are willing to lay down your weapons and submit to this cabinet, not only will this cabinet pardon your crimes, but it will also promote you to a higher rank and title. What do you think? A seductive voice rang out in the hall, but to Yuan Shiqing's surprise, Zhang Jin remained unmoved and instead looked at him with a peculiar gaze, as if watching a monkey show. This immediately infuriated Yuan Shiqing. As the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet and the de facto #1 person in the Shanghe court, he still had some courage. He looked at Zhang Jin with a cold face and said, Zhang Jin, what exactly do you want to do? Draw up the rules. Zhang Jin leaned against the armored vehicle and looked the chubby Yuan Shiqing up and down, then sneered. You don't know what I'm planning to do? Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Compensation. Yuan Shiqing frowned immediately. What kind of compensation do you want? Zhang Jin straightened up and walked up to Yuan Shiqing. He took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and slowly put them on. Under Yuan Shiqing's puzzled gaze, he slapped him across the face. Snap. His chubby face was slapped so hard it flew off. Slap slap. After several slaps, Yuan Shiqing's already swollen face, which resembled a pig's head, swelled up at a visible speed. Seeing their leader being beaten so badly, Qiao Yuzhong and the others couldn't help but want to step forward. However, seeing the menacing soldiers around them, who looked like they would kill you if you dared to move, they didn't dare to move. At this moment, Zhang Jin suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist, pulled the bolt hard, and the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered immediately changed the expressions of the Xinhua officials present. Zhang Jin pressed the gun barrel directly against Yuan Shiqing's head. Only then did Yuan Shiqing truly become afraid, his lips trembling as he said, What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. If I die, you won't survive either. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. No, Your Excellency the Grand Secretary, even if you die, there is still the Emperor and all the officials present. I can still walk out of the capital, can I? Yuan Shiqing's body stiffened instantly, feeling a chill run from his spine to the top of his head. His thick legs almost gave way. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, a majestic female voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Stop. We can talk about anything. As long as you don't harm Chief Minister Yuan, I can agree to your request. Zhang Jin turned around and saw a man and a woman walking in from outside the hall under the protection of a large group of soldiers. The woman in the lead looked to be in her early 30s. She was stunningly beautiful, charming and alluring, with captivating phoenix eyes and luscious red lips. Every frown and expression was mesmerizing. She wore an apricot yellow, open-necked ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with a light gauze draped over it, revealing deep cleavage and large expanses of snow-white skin. Her slender waist was so small that it could be grasped in one hand, and beneath the ruchuan, which just reached her knees, were a pair of long, shapely, snow-white legs. This is a woman who is alluring to the core, exuding temptation at all times and captivating the nerves of every man. Zhang Jin was no exception. Although Lu Zhu and Yumanli were also stunningly beautiful, and their looks were no less than the woman in front of him, they were far inferior to her in terms of charm and voluptuousness. Young women, especially stunningly beautiful young women. Who wouldn't like that? Looking at the stunning beauty before him, Zhang Jin suddenly strode towards her. His powerful aura caused the soldiers surrounding the woman to retreat repeatedly, until they were on either side of her, completely exposing her to Zhang Jin. Then Zhang Jin did something that shocked everyone. He lifted the woman's smooth, white chin and said with a smile, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, has anyone ever told you that you are truly beautiful, so beautiful that it makes one want to carry you to bed? Zhang Jin's shocking statement froze everyone present, their eyes wide and mouths agape. His subsequent actions left them completely dumbfounded. Zhang Jin reached out and pulled Empress Dowager Rong into his arms, then lowered his head and took a deep breath in front of her hair. It smells so good. It was only then that Rong Shi reacted, her pretty face instantly turning red with anger. How dare you? Let me go. But Zhang Jin's hand was like iron, and no matter how much Rong struggled, she couldn't break free. Emperor Guangtong Jin, who was standing next to her, also came to his senses at this moment. When he saw that Zhang Jin was actually holding his mother in his arms, his face immediately turned green. Zhang Jin, how dare you? Release my mother. Guards, kill him. Emperor Guangtong's shrill roar followed immediately. No way. Zhang Jin was incredibly audacious. Even outrageously bold wouldn't be enough to describe it. He completely stunned everyone present, and Emperor Guangtong's roar immediately jolted the Xinhua officials awake. The sergeants surrounding them looked at each other, but none of them dared to step forward. Shut up, Zhang Jin, annoyed by the young emperor's outburst, yelled back. Don't force me to be your father. Zhang Jin's icy gaze startled the young emperor, who timidly shut his mouth, but the mad killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Damn it! Having Yuan Shiqing as his stepfather wasn't enough. Now, someone even younger than him, the so-called Emperor Xinhua, Jin Yi, had suddenly appeared. How could he possibly accept that? Release the Empress Dowager. Just then, an extremely angry voice suddenly rang out behind Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin turned around and met a pair of eyes that were red with anger, staring intently at Zhang Jin's hand holding Rong Shi, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Zhang Jin was not easily intimidated either. He was completely unfazed by Yuan Shiqing's anger, and instead hugged Rong Shi even tighter, clicking his tongue as he said, TSK. Could it be that Grand Secretary Yuan also wants to get close to the Empress Dowager? However, we're all civilized people. Shouldn't we at least respect the order of arrival? Zhang Jin's words. Yuan Shiqing was nearly driven mad with anger. Everyone in the world knew about his relationship with the Empress Dowager, but no one dared to say it aloud. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his rage, asking, "What exactly do you want?" Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Zhang Jin released Rong Shi and looked at Yuan Shiqing, saying, "Grand Secretary Yuan, you have ruined my reputation, Zhang. You should at least offer some compensation, shouldn't you? Oh, and also, I helped you drive back the Japanese devils, so you can't skimp on the reward, right? I don't ask for much, just a general's rank and the position of military governor of Yan'an will suffice. Furthermore, shouldn't I, Zhang, also receive some of the military pay and rewards? I'm an honest man, and I would never ask the court for a single penny more. In a few days, I plan to recruit 1,000,000 or 200,000 soldiers. Each soldier's salary should be at least 3 yuan, which is 36 yuan a year. That 1,000,000 people is 36 million. I, Zhang Jin, may not say anything else, but I am utterly loyal to our great Qing dynasty. I would never let the court make things difficult for me. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount. Just 18 million will do." At this point, Zhang Jin turned his gaze to the stunned Yuan Shiqing. "Your Excellency, since I, Zhang Jin, am so devoted to the court, I'm sure Your Excellency will not let me down, right?" So Zhang Jin came here to freeload. It was only at this moment that Yuan Shiqing understood why Zhang Jin had come to Nanjing. Looking at Zhang Jin's uncompromising gaze, and then at the menacing soldiers around him, a bitter expression appeared on his face. He said weakly, "I agree to your terms." When Xiao Yuzhong and the others saw that Yuan Shiqing had agreed to Zhang Jin's conditions, they felt somewhat aggrieved, but they were at Yuan Shiqing's mercy and could only risk their lives if they did not agree. "Good, as expected of the Grand Secretary. You are very magnanimous." Zhang Jin naturally knew that Yuan Shiqing would not dare to refuse. "How about this? Please, Grand Secretary and all the esteemed officials, accompany me, Zhang first. Let the Empress Dowager and the Emperor handle the rest. Let's go, Your Excellency." Chapter 32. They're all shrewd people. Empress Dowager Rong and the Emperor looked at the empty Fengtian Hall. This Zhang Jin was truly a remarkable person. He came and went quickly. Mother! Emperor Guangtong wasn't thinking about all that right now. All he knew was that Zhang Jin had taken away a bunch of his ancestors who were defecating on his head, which was a rare opportunity for him. "We can." Emperor Guangtong had barely uttered a few words when Rong interrupted him, turning to the soldiers in the hall and ordering, "You may all leave." After all the soldiers had left, Rong, her pretty face contorted with rage, slapped Emperor Guangtong across the face. Caught off guard, Emperor Guangtong immediately looked aggrieved, covering his face as he asked Rong, "Mother, why did you hit me?" Looking at the Guangtong Emperor, who still acted like a child, Rong couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on her face. She said with a look of utter exasperation, "Hit you? Do you know why I hit you? Can't you use your brain? How can you be a good emperor? How can you so confidently promise to protect our great Qing kingdom? You're not a little kid anymore, you're a 17-year-old man, understand?" Emperor Guangtong, after being reprimanded by Rong, blushed deeply and lowered his head, not daring to speak. A look of disappointment returned to Rong's eyes, her face etched with bitterness. Why had she disregarded her reputation and submitted to Yuan Shiqing? Wasn't it all for Emperor Guangtong's sake? She had hoped that one day Emperor Guangtong would grow up and shoulder the responsibility of leading the Great Xinhua. But now it seemed her expectations had been too high. She sighed and said earnestly, "Do you know why I hit you just now? It's to let you know that there are some things you must never say, or you'll bring about your own death." Emperor Guangtong was clearly somewhat indignant. "I am the emperor. Who dares to kill me?" Enraged, Rong raised her hand to slap Emperor Guangtong again, but seeing the look in his eyes, she lowered her hand weakly and said angrily, "Why don't you understand yet? This throne of yours was obtained by your mother, who disregarded her own dignity to beg for it. Otherwise, we would have died more than 10 years ago. Look around. Isn't everyone in this palace a follower of Yuan Shiqing? If you dare to say even the slightest bad word about him, it will be on his desk in less than 15 minutes. But he has already been captured by Zhang Jin. If Zhang Jin kills them all, wouldn't the great Qing kingdom return to our hands?" Madame Rong was nearly driven mad with anger at Guangtong, who was still daydreaming. But since he was her son, she could only patiently say, "Don't you think about it? Even if Yuan Shiqing dies, do you think his subordinates will listen to us? There will only be a second or a third Yuan Shiqing. Do you really want your mother to climb into their beds one by one to save your life? Rong's last sentence clearly hit Guangtong's sore spot, causing him to jump up and shout at the top of his lungs. Do you think I want to be this emperor? I can't do this. I can't do that. Anyone in the palace can reprimand me. I'm just a puppet. A clay Buddha sitting in a temple. You're just messing with it. Mother, Guangtong suddenly hugged Rongsher tightly. How about we quit being emperors? Let's leave the palace and become ordinary people, tilling our own land and doing whatever we want. It's just the two of us, mother and son, so you don't need to work so hard. Rong was so moved by Guangtong's words that she almost burst into tears, but it was too late. From the moment Emperor Guangtong ascended the throne, it was no longer something that the two of them could control. Don't talk nonsense. The Great Qing Kingdom still needs you to hold it up. Yuan Shicheng is old and won't last much longer. When he can no longer do it, the court will naturally be in your hands. What you need to do now is to win over more officials and prepare for the future. Don't worry about anything else. Your mother is here. Your mother will do everything she can to get support for you. As Rongsher spoke, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she murmured, this Zhang Jin could actually be put to use. Mother, what did you say? Rong pulled Guangtong toward the palace gate, saying, it's nothing, let's go. We have a lot to do, and this is a good opportunity. The next morning, on the north bank of the Yangtze River Railway Bridge, in a grove of trees more than 10 kilometers away from the Yangtze River, Zhang Jin's soldiers had already set up tents. Inside the largest of the tents, Zhang Jin was enjoying his breakfast when Green Bamboo brought over plates of side dishes with a smile. Brother Zhang, these are my sweet and sour pork, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and kung pao chicken. This is 8 treasure pickled vegetables. Also, these are some fried dough sticks I just fried this morning. Would you like to try them? If you like them, I'll make them for you every day. Zhang Jin was momentarily flattered by Lvzu's attentiveness and quickly waved his hand, saying, Lvzu, you've gotten up so early, don't go to all that trouble. Just eat something simple. Why go through all this trouble? Green Bamboo smiled sweetly. Brother Zhang, it's no trouble at all. As long as you like it, that's fine. As she spoke, she lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothes, saying, Lvzu is not like Sister Yu, who has great abilities and can help Brother Zhang. She can only do what she can. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin, who was busy cooking, immediately said, no, you must not be like her. This crazy girl is always so impulsive and energetic. Most people can't handle her. If we're going to do something, we should be well-behaved like ladies from respectable families. Look at you. Aren't you doing just fine now? Brother Zhang likes people like you. Really, Brother Zhang. Green Bamboo, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhang Jin with a look of surprise. Zhang Jin, puzzled, said, of course I got it. What's wrong? Green Bamboo's face flushed bright red instantly, and she stood up abruptly, saying, Brother Zhang, you eat first. I'll go make you some more fried dough sticks. After saying that, he ran away in a flash. Zhang Jin looked at the somewhat panicked figure ahead, a puzzled expression on his face. Had he said anything? Or had he not? General. At this moment, Tang Ying strode over and said, Yuan Shicheng and the others said they are hungry and want to eat. They want us to prepare food for them. Zhang Jin scooped a spoonful of kung pao chicken into his mouth and said as he ate, Tang Ying, we are civilized people. How can we do something that leaves people hungry? Take some people and see if there are any wild vegetables or anything nearby. Make some wild vegetable soup for them. By the way, do we have any mixed grains? Tang Ying hurriedly said, General, the cookhouse has plenty of bran for feeding the chickens. Bran? Zhang Jin immediately smiled. This is a good thing, a top-grade health-preserving treasure. How about this? You have the cooks make some coarse grain-steamed buns for them using bran and send them over. Let them try them. It'll help them get rid of some of the grease. When Tang Ying heard that these things were to be fed to bigwigs like Yuan Shicheng, he was momentarily bewildered. General, will they eat them? Don't worry, he'll eat after a few days of fasting. Zhang Jin chuckled. 18 million was no small sum. Even the imperial court would need considerable time to process it. He didn't believe these pampered tycoons could hold out for that long. Then, Zhang Jin suddenly remembered something and spoke. Oh, and remember to charge me. It's not easy for us to cook, so how about this? A bowl of wild vegetable soup, 1,000 silver dollars, a steamed bun, 1,000 silver dollars as well. Whether they eat it or not, charge them for 3 meals a day. 7 days later, just as Zhang Jin was getting impatient, Rong finally arrived at the camp with her entourage. Chapter 33 Heading North. As soon as Zhang Jin stepped out of the camp, he saw Rong standing in front of a large truck, and his eyes lit up. Today, Rome was not wearing a traditional Chinese dress, but rather a white Victorian-style ruffled blouse, tight leather pants, and a woolen overcoat, which accentuated her already voluptuous figure even more. No matter how you look at her, she is an absolute beauty, showing absolutely no signs of aging. Zhang Jin stepped forward and pulled Rong Shi into his arms. His hands roamed over Rong Shi's body, and when Rong Shi came to her senses and tried to struggle, he released her and took a step back. Rong Shi looked at Zhang Jin's wicked grin, and two red clouds instantly rose to her pretty face. She was seething with hatred. What did this damned guy take her, the Empress Dowager of the country, for? A prostitute? You can touch her if you want, hug her if you want. It must be said that Zhang Jin's boldness and domineering nature left a very deep impression on Rong Shi, making her feel only annoyed rather than disgusted by Zhang Jin's rude actions. I have delivered what you requested. Shouldn't you keep your promise and release the person? Zhang Jin glanced at the stack of mahogany crates on the truck and said with a smile, of course. Teng Ying, go and invite the Grand Secretaries out. Looking at Zhang Jin, who seemed quite pleased with himself, Rong Shi's charming face showed a hint of surprise. Aren't you going to check? What if I'm lying to you? Zhang Jin smiled faintly. What's the point of checking? If it's fake, we can just attack Jinling City again. His calm tone carried an air of domineering authority, which made Rong Shi's eyes gleam with admiration. She couldn't help but give Zhang Jin a deep look, then turned and took an official document from an officer, handing it to Zhang Jin and saying, General Zhang, from today onwards, you are the military governor of Yan'an province. Zhang Jin reached out, took the book, opened it, glanced at it, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Rong looked at Zhang Jin, who was beaming with joy, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Although Yan'an was the former capital of Xinhua and was once quite prosperous, it had gradually declined after the capital was moved south. The most troublesome point is that although Zhang Yuliang, the governor-general of the northeast, was exiled to Qinshi by the imperial court to serve as a military governor, he still had a considerable number of troops remaining in Yan'an province. In addition, Yan Qishan, the military governor of Bingzhou, was also eyeing Yan'an with covetous eyes. At this time, Yan'an province was a place of fierce competition. Newspapers were full of reports about Yan'an, so Zhang Jin couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Why would he choose such a chaotic place? Rong expressed his incomprehension. She naturally didn't know that Zhang Jin wasn't from this world at all, and that he was completely unfamiliar with some things. The reason he chose Yan'an was simply because he was from Yan'an himself and was familiar with the terrain there. Just as the two were silent, Teng Ying brought Yuan Shiqing and the others out. The once majestic court officials were now dressed in rags, their faces sallow, trembling like beggars. Grand Secretary, what happened to you? Rong was somewhat surprised to see Yuan Shiqing, who had obviously lost a lot of weight. Yuan Shiqing glared at Zhang Jin with a look of utter frustration. He was practically seething with hatred for this damned fellow. How dare he give him wild vegetable soup and steamed buns made of bran and chaff, mixed with chips and such. Just thinking about the ecstasy he felt while using the toilet made Yuan Shiqing instinctively reach for his buttocks. He only realized where he was halfway there when he reached out his hand, so he quickly withdrew it. His eyes turned gloomy as he looked at Zhang Jin, and he said through gritted teeth, Zhang Jin, you're ruthless. I've given you the item, so I can leave now. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jin shook his head and said, Your Excellency, I, Zhang, am just running a small business. I haven't even paid for the lodging and meals yet. Aren't you ashamed to leave like this? Teng Ying, go and bring out our price list so that the Grand Secretary can take a good look at it. When Yuan Shiqing heard that Zhang Jin actually wanted to pay for accommodation, his face immediately turned green. Zhang Jin had brought them to this shabby place, which was like a sheep pen. Apart from a few trees, there was no shelter at all. At night, they could only huddle together for warmth. Fortunately, February in Jiangnan isn't too cold, so they didn't freeze to death. Given this treatment, no, it should be said that it's worse than that of prisoners. They still have the audacity to offer them money. How ruthless must Zhang Jin be? Just as Yuan Shiqing was itching to devour Zhang Jin, Teng Ying approached with a piece of paper. Zhang Jin glanced at it and immediately frowned, saying with displeasure, Teng Ying, our Grand Secretary is the most important person in the court, and the other officials are also well-known figures throughout the land. 1,000 yuan a night, aren't you just slapping them in the face? At least 10,000 yuan a night. That price is worthy of you gentlemen. Wow. Now Chao Yuzhong and the others couldn't hold back anymore. 100,000 yuan a night. This was blatant exploitation. What? Are you gentlemen unwilling? Just as the uproar began, Zhang Jin's incredibly calm voice rang out, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Some even covered their mouths, afraid that if they made a sound, Zhang Jin would find out and lock them up. Teng Ying read it aloud to the esteemed officials. Teng Ying immediately picked up the paper and read aloud. Chief Minister Yuan, 7 nights in a row, eating wild vegetables by day. Upon hearing that Teng Ying was actually going to read it aloud, and looking at the large number of soldiers around him, surely within a day the whole world would know he was being held captive in a sheepfold. Yuan Shiqing gritted his teeth and blurted out. That's enough, I'll give it to you. Snap. Zhang Jin immediately clapped his hands, as expected of the Grand Secretary, so decisive. Teng Ying, how much is it in total? Teng Ying hurriedly replied. General, it's not much, only 1,053,000 silver dollars. 1 million. Yuan Shiqing's heart clenched. He had been swindled out of another million by Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin nodded solemnly, looking at the stunned Yuan Shiqing, and said, Chief Minister Yuan is so straightforward, and I, Zhang, am no blockhead either. How about this? Let's get this over with quickly. Just give me 2 million, and we'll forget about the $3,000. Uft. Zhang Jin, a foreigner with a shameless yet somewhat arrogant air, made Rongshi burst out laughing. Yuan Shiqing, on the other hand, was so angry at Zhang Jin that he almost suffered internal injuries. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood and said coldly, Fine, this pavilion will give it to you. There's nothing we can do. He's like meat on a chopping board. Yuan Shiqing just wants to get out of this godforsaken place as soon as possible. He'll have plenty of time to cause trouble for Zhang Jin later. Half a day later, Zhang Jin looked at the truckload of mahogany crates, his eyes almost squinting with laughter, and waved his hand dismissively. Release them. Yuan Shiqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked towards their black antique cars. Empress Dowager Rong followed closely behind to her car. Your Majesty, would you like to stay for a simple meal? Zhang Jin's voice rang out from behind Rongshi. Rongshi suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned around and glared at the grinning Zhang Jin, saying irritably, You can stay and eat by yourself. Looking at Rongshi, whose every gesture exuded charm, Zhang Jin felt a surge of heat in his heart. Damn it, she's a real vixen. She's made me want to be the retired emperor. Then he turned to Zhang Chong and ordered, Pass down the order. The entire army is to break camp. We're heading to Yan'an. We need to act quickly. Yuan Shiqing, that fat old man, is almost dead from being played by him. He probably wants to eat him alive. The imperial court's elite troops may have already arrived. With his current strength, if he wants to go head-to-head with the imperial court, which has an air force, he can only be courting death. Just as Zhang Jin had expected, Yuan Shiqing's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot that had been heated for decades as soon as he got into the car. He gritted his teeth and said to the officer sitting in the passenger seat, Immediately issue the order. Mobilize the 4th Imperial Guard Division and the garrison troops north of the Yangtze River to eliminate Zhang Jin for me. I will make sure he dies a gruesome death. Furthermore, order all Air Force fighters and bombers to scramble and bomb him to death. Also, order the gunboat units on the Huai River to prepare to block all the iron bridges. After giving his orders, Yuan Shiqing couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Jin, let's see where you run to this time. Just then, a slender hand touched Yuan Shiqing's chest, followed by Rong's charming voice. My lord, I think you should send Zhang Jin to Yan'an and let him cause some trouble, so that the North won't have this annoying fellow watching the court every day. Besides, Zhang Jin doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. He might already have some backup plan. If we make a move now and a fight breaks out, the losses will be huge. Wouldn't that just let someone else benefit? When the times are turbulent and the world is in turmoil, you'll have to work hard and worry about everything. How will we live a peaceful life then? I think it's better to let them fight it out like the snipe and the clam, and we can be the fishermen. Yuan Shiqing was momentarily captivated by Rong's soft, gentle words, and suddenly felt they made perfect sense. He pulled Rong into his arms. We'll listen to the Empress Dowager. Chapter 34 Trouble is brewing. Yan'an Province. Capital. Beiping City, the Governor General's office of Beizili. Snap. Suddenly, the sound of something falling to the ground came from the main hall, followed by an angry voice. Damn that court. Do they think I, Zhang Yao, am easy to bully? They actually dared to give my territory to someone else. Governor, please calm down. Even if we lose Beiping, we still have Yanbei. Bullshit. What kind of place is Beiping City? What kind of place is Yanbei? Do you want me to live in some remote mountain valley or sleep in a shack? Damn it. Beiping City belongs to Zhang Yao, and no one can change that. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face spoke indignantly to an elderly man with white hair. The white-haired old man didn't show any anger, but calmly said, Governor General, you are, after all, the Governor General of Baizili, in charge of the 3 northern provinces. You are Zhang Jin's superior. In the end, won't you be able to do whatever you want with him? Although Yan'an is small, it is full of sparrows. Jinmin and Songqing are the territory of Zhang Yuliang, the military governor of Qinshi. Shimin and Baozhou in the west are the territory of Yan Qishan, the military governor of Bingzhou. Xingzhou, Handan and Taozhou in the south are the territory of Zhang Baolin, the garrison commander of Xinghan. Zhang Baolin is the younger brother of Zhang Baozong, the military governor of Ludong. None of them are easy to get along with. I've heard that Zhang Jin is only in his early 20s, yet he's managed to become the military governor of Yan'an. I wonder how many people are jealous of that. When the old man spoke of the governor of Yan'an, a hint of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He had been following Zhang Yao for decades and was still just a lowly staff member. What merit or ability did this young man in his 20s have to become the governor of a province? He was simply not worthy of being called a son. Zhang Yao had no interest in what the old man was thinking. He said coldly, I don't care what others do. Anyway, I'm number 1, not him. Go and inform the city gate guards right now. If they see anyone who calls himself Zhang Jin, don't waste any words. Just kick him out of the city. I don't want to see him. Yes, Your Excellency, the old man hurriedly replied, but then turned back and asked, Your Excellency, what if the court holds us accountable? To hell with the imperial court. I surrendered to them for personal gain, and now they want to take a piece of my territory? Don't blame me for turning on them. February 16th, 24th year of Guangdong reign. On the highway from Tongxian to Beipingcheng, a mechanized force stretching as far as the eye can see is rapidly advancing towards Beipingcheng. Zhang Jin sat in a Willis Jeep, looking at the road below. It wasn't asphalt or cement, but paved with gravel and some kind of gelatinous substance. Apart from being a bit bumpy, it looked no different from a modern road. Yannan's transportation infrastructure is quite good. Zhang Jin couldn't help but exclaim after crossing a concrete bridge. Sitting in the back, Teng Ying quickly said, General, Yan'an was originally the capital of Xinghua. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. It's not comparable to other provinces. If we're really going to compare, even Jiangnan might not be able to rival Yan'an. Zhang Jin thought about it and agreed. Xinghua has been operating in Yan'an for over 200 years. As it was once under the emperor's nose, its cultural heritage is naturally very profound. Teng Ying, how much do you know about Yan'an? Tell me. Zhang Jin stretched and said with a contented expression, feeling the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks. Teng Ying quickly sat up straight. General, Yan'an is the ancient capital of Xinghua, and its power is deeply entrenched. In fact, there are 5 government agencies in Guangming County. The most powerful among them is Zhang Yao, the Governor-General of Baizili, who not only controls Beiping City, but also governs Yanbei Province. Yanbei? Zhang Jin asked in confusion. Teng Ying quickly explained. Yanbei was originally called Chahar and Rihi. The Zhengtong Emperor thought it sounded bad, so he merged the 2 provinces and changed it to Yanbei Province. Zhang Jin suddenly realized that the Zhengtong Emperor was the father of the current Emperor Guangtong, a man with a tragic fate. General, Zhang Yao has 3 divisions of the newly formed 17th Army and 3 divisions of the newly formed 18th Army under his command, totaling approximately 80,000 men. The second largest force is Song Yunjia, the garrison commander of Tianjin, who controls Tianjin and Songqing. His newly formed 19th Army has 4 divisions with more than 50,000 men. This Song Yunjia is no ordinary person. He is a spy planted in Yan'an by Zhang Yuliang, the military governor of Qinshi. The third major force is Shi Bao, the garrison commander, who also serves as the commander of the newly formed 15th Army. He has 3 divisions under his command, totaling more than 30,000 men, and is a confidant of Yan Qishan, the military governor of Bingzhou. The fourth major force is Zhang Baolin, the garrison commander of Xinghan, who has only 1 division of soldiers under his command, more than 10,000 men. However, he is the younger brother of Zhang Baozong, the military governor of Ludong. Holy crap! Zhang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Was this tiny province really this complicated? Was he being too clever for his own good? Although somewhat alarmed, Zhang Jin, however, showed no fear. These local warlords, despite their formidable military strength, were far inferior in equipment to the imperial guards, and he paid them no heed. Then Tung Ying continued. Besides the army, there are 3 other major forces. Firstly, the Inspectorate of the Governor-General of Basili is the chief intelligence agency of the Imperial Guard responsible for the northern provinces. Its director is Li Weigong, who has a large group of spies under his command, as well as a regiment of more than 1,000 military police. Relying on the power of the imperial court, they are very arrogant in the north. Even the Governor-General of Basili, Zhang Yao, has to give them some leeway. Secondly, there is the Yunnan Chamber of Commerce. Most of the merchants with some influence in Yunnan and Saibei provinces are members of the Chamber of Commerce. They have a lot of influence, and they can cause strikes and market shutdowns in the 3 provinces with just a word. Thirdly, there's the Baozhou Military Academy, the earliest military academy established in Xinghua, with countless graduates. However, I heard that it's about to be disbanded due to a shortage of funds. Baozhou Military Academy? Zhang Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten about this prestigious school? Squeak. Just as Zhang Jin was thinking about going to Baoding to take a look, the Willis Jeep he was sitting in suddenly stopped. Zhang Jin frowned immediately, realizing that it was impossible to take office peacefully. Really? A moment later, Zhang Chong ran over. General, the city gate guards won't let us into the city. They say there have been bandits roaming the city these past few days. To protect the safety of the city's residents, the Governor-General of Basili has ordered the city to be sealed off for 3 days, during which time no one is allowed to enter or leave. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. Damn it, they really were after him. Chapter 35. Zhang Jin, who loves to make vows. Guards, assemble, Zhang Jin shouted, jumping out of the car with a Suomi submachine gun in hand. At this time, dozens of soldiers holding Type 81 rifles ran over in 2 columns and stopped in front of Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin waved his hand and walked towards the city gate first. At the same time, the machine guns on the armored vehicles and tanks were also silently aimed at the city gate. Before Zhang Jin even reached the city gate, he heard an extremely arrogant voice cursing incessantly. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. Good dogs don't block the way, so get the hell out of here. This is Beiping City, not a place for you country bumpkins to run wild. As Zhang Jin walked to the city gate, he saw an officer wearing a peaked cap askew, constantly provoking the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Because of his exaggerated movements, the fleshy part of his face twitched, making him look like a ferocious demon. The sudden appearance of so many people caught the attention of the burly city guard officer immediately, especially Zhang Jin, who was walking at the very front. The 3 gleaming gold stars on his collar insignia were quite intimidating, causing the officer to pause for a moment before quickly recovering and glancing sideways at Zhang Jin. You're Zhang Jin? The commander-in-chief? The burly officer glanced at the gold star on Zhang Jin's collar insignia again, his face full of jealousy, and said, He's just a greenhorn. Damn it, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become a general. What kind of world is this? Zhang Jin looked at the burly officer cursing in front of him, said nothing, and simply raised the submachine gun in his hand. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bullets instantly spurted from the muzzle, striking the burly officer one by one. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the man convulsed as if he had an epileptic seizure before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The moment Zhang Jin opened fire, the guards opened fire at the same time, wiping out all the soldiers in front of the city gate in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. Just then, bursts of fire erupted from the city gate tower, and the machine guns positioned on the tower were blown to pieces, scattering everywhere. Let's go into town. Zhang Jin coldly uttered 2 words, and the M26 tank that was parked in front of the city gate immediately started up with a rumble and creaked as it drove into the city gate. The Governor-General's office of Basili. Zhang Yao was lying comfortably on a chair in the back garden, sipping his fragrant tea casually. Boom. The sudden explosion made Zhang Yao jump to his feet. They're firing cannons? They're firing cannons. An officer rushed over. Your Excellency, it seems to be heading towards Chengyang Gate. Zhang Yao's expression immediately turned serious. Send someone to check immediately, and order the troops in the city to assemble and prepare for battle. Yes, Your Excellency. At this moment, the old man from before hurriedly came over, looking panicked, and said, Governor, the direction is from the east. Could it be Zhang Yuliang's men attacking? Zhang Yao's expression was cold and stern, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He shook his head and said, Impossible, Song Yunjia doesn't have that guts. Could it be Zhang Jin? The old man guessed. Zhang Jin. Zhang Yao was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Didn't the imperial court say that Zhang Jin only has a little over 1,000 men under his command? With such a small force, how dare he attack my Beiping city? Bang! Crash! Just as Zhang Yao was questioning, the sound of a wall collapsing suddenly came from not far away, followed by the roar of a huge engine from the back garden. Squeak squeak. As they drew closer, a long cannon barrel soon emerged from the woods, followed by a steel body gleaming in the sunlight. Armored vehicles? Zhang Yao's eyes widened instantly, and then he realized what was happening and turned to run away. Bang 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 bang. The bullet arrived in an instant, hitting the flowers and plants in front of Zhang Yao, and instantly smashing the newly blooming flowers and plants to pieces. Zhang Yao was so frightened that he obediently raised his hands and didn't dare to move at all. Outside the governor's mansion, Zhang Jin jumped out of the car and looked at the governor's mansion, which was so close at hand. Even though he told himself every day not to be smug, and that he would be nothing without a cheat code, he couldn't help but show a hint of smugness on his face. It must be said, mechanized troops combined with the concept of blitzkrieg were indeed invincible, especially in Shanghe at that time, where there were very few trucks. Zhang Jin's mechanized troops could be completely invincible. That's right. Before the enemy could react, he had already captured their base. Commander, we've captured Zhang Yao, and we've taken control of all the radio stations. Walk. Zhang Jin walked straight toward the governor's mansion. Passing through the imposing gate, there was a huge drill ground. Directly opposite was an antique palace-style building with 2 levels of steps, red bricks and green tiles, and carved dragons and painted beams, which looked very grand. General, this used to be the emperor's temporary palace. More than 30 years ago, the Shanghe army broke through the capital, and this became the headquarters of the rebel army. After the court moved south, it has always been the official residence of the Governor-General of Beizili. Tung Ying walked up to Zhang Jin and introduced softly. Zhang Jin nodded. Just as they reached the bottom of the main hall steps, Zhang Chong led his soldiers to bring over a middle-aged man and an old man. Pointing at the middle-aged man, he said, "General, this is Zhang Yao, the Governor-General of Beizili." Zhang Jin stepped forward and looked at Zhang Yao, who was glaring at him. "Send a telegram immediately to transfer the 17th and 18th Armies to Beiping, and then have officers of regimental rank and above enter the city, saying that a combat meeting is to be held." "Humph." Zhang Yao snorted coldly and turned his head away, looking like he didn't want to talk to him. Bang! My legs! My legs! Gunshots rang out suddenly, followed by screams of agony. Zhang Yao, who had been standing proudly upright, was now lying on the ground, clutching his legs and howling in pain. Bang! Gunshots rang out again, and a spray of blood suddenly appeared from Zhang Yao's arm as he was clutching his leg, causing him to scream in agony. He hurriedly shouted, "I'll fire! I'll fire!" "Humph!" Zhang Jin snorted coldly, giving Zhang Yao a disdainful look. A coward like him dared to act like a big shot in front of him. He said in a chilling voice, "Don't think that just because you're some damn governor, I won't dare kill you. This is just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to act all high and mighty in front of me again, I'll blow your mind." Of course, Zhang Jin gave Zhang Yao a stern warning, then changed the subject, saying, "If you behave well, I promise you, as the parents of this world, that I will never kill you. Otherwise, I will make sure they suffer a terrible death." Zhang Yao's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly said, I'll listen. Good. Zhang Jin smiled, and said good. He then said directly, "Call right now and have all officers of regimental rank and above in the city come to the governor's mansion for a meeting." "I'll make the call right now," Zhang Yao said immediately without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Jin raised his chin, and Zhang Chong immediately understood. "Drag him to the phone booth." 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and carried Zhang Yao toward the telephone room. A moment later, Zhang Chong strode back. "General, Zhang Yao has already relayed the orders as you instructed." Zhang Jin nodded and said seriously, "Have our men change into the governor's mansion uniforms and stand guard at the gate. As soon as these people enter, immediately seal off the governor's mansion. He's currently exploiting a time difference. The garrison in Las Vegas hasn't reacted yet. As long as these officers are lured to the governor's mansion." A cold glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. Chapter 36, Loyal and Courageous Men. An hour later. Main Hall. The 171st Division of the 17th Army and 2 garrison brigades stationed in the city, along with more than 20 officers of regimental rank and above, were standing in the main hall, chatting idly in groups of 3 or 5. "Hey, have you noticed? The soldiers on guard at the gate seemed to have changed today. They're all unfamiliar faces. A colonel suddenly asked, puzzled. TCH, let them change it. We can't let them stand there forever. Maybe they've been reassigned, one officer said dismissively. That's true. The colonel agreed, then said mysteriously. Hey, did you all hear that? There seems to be cannon fire coming from the direction of Chengyang Gate. I wonder what happened. I heard it too. I thought it was Song the madman from Tianjin attacking. I assembled the troops, but then suddenly there was no sound. That's right, my 171st Division has distributed all the ammunition. They're probably just some petty thieves, otherwise the governor's office would have issued the order long ago. Brigade Commander Wang, Xinjiangmen is your brigade's defense zone, right? Do you know that? What do I know? You all know that the commander of the Qingyang garrison is the cousin of our governor's 13th concubine. How dare I interfere? Just as everyone was discussing this, a voice suddenly rang out in the hall. General Zhang Jin, commander-in-chief of Yan'an, has arrived. The officers who were about to line up were suddenly taken aback. Wasn't their superior the governor-general of Baizili? When did a new governor-general of Yan'an appear? Everyone looked up at the screen and saw a young man in his early 20s leading several guards out from behind it. All eyes immediately focused on Zhang Jin's collar insignia. 3 stars. Are these generals, who are so young, dreaming? Immediately following was an uproar. The imperial court was selling official positions too recklessly, even selling the most prestigious generals. Zhang Jin, of course, was unaware that the officers in the hall were already having ulterior motives, and continued speaking to himself. Fellow colleagues, I am Zhang Jin, the newly appointed military governor of Yan'an by the imperial court. The governor has some matters to attend to later, so he asked me to come over and get acquainted with you all first. Zhang Jin paused deliberately at this point, glanced at the officers present, and said with a smile, I wonder which one of you is Commander Wang of the 171st Division? A fierce-looking man wearing the rank of lieutenant general stepped forward from among the officers. I am Wang Dezhu. He then looked at Zhang Jin with a scrutinizing gaze and said, You are the military governor of Yan'an? How come we've never heard the governor-general mention you? Zhang Jin smiled slightly, but did not answer. Instead, he continued to ask, Who are the 2 brigade commanders of the newly formed independent 248th and 249th Brigades? 2 major generals among the officers exchanged a glance and came out together. When Wang Dezhu saw that Zhang Jin dared to ignore him, his face darkened, and he said unhappily, Does Commander Zhang look down on me? Zhang Jin glanced at Wang Dezhu and said with a smile, Commander Wang, the reason I'm ignoring you is because this is the last time we'll see each other. It's better if we don't know each other, so that I don't have to be so hard-pressed to do it. Wang Dezhu was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression immediately changed. You. Da-da-da-da-da. Just then, the sound of submachine guns suddenly rang out, and Wang Dezhu and the 2 brigade commanders, who had just reacted, were instantly riddled with bullets. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted in the hall. The officers frantically reached for their waists, but before they could draw their weapons, the guards who had been waiting for a long time rushed in and pointed their guns at the group of officers. Faced with such a large display, the officers naturally threw their guns to the ground and raised their hands in a very cooperative manner. Zhang Jin looked at the officers who showed expressions of fear, and a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. A bunch of useless people. Why isn't anyone standing up to confront him head-on? It makes him feel like winning is meaningless. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jin smiled again. Fellow colleagues, all those above the deputy division/brigade level, please step forward. Let's get to know each other. I, Zhang, swear to God that I will absolutely not do anything to you, or may I be struck by lightning. The hall fell silent instantly, and an atmosphere of panic began to spread throughout the hall. Several officers even started trembling. Several minutes passed slowly, and still no one dared to step forward. Just as Zhang Jin's face darkened and he was about to get angry, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly stood up, stood at attention, and gave Zhang Jin a standard military salute. This humble officer is Chen Zheng, Chief of Staff of the 171st Division. Greetings, Your Excellency. Zhang Jin couldn't help but take a closer look at Chen Zheng. Although his well-proportioned figure wasn't particularly robust, his exposed bronze skin clearly showed that Chen Zheng was not just a pretty face. His face also had a healthy bronze tan, and his eyes, beneath his dark eyebrows, were bright and piercing as he calmly looked at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Chen Zheng, you're quite good. Thank you for your kind words, Governor. Chen Zheng replied loudly, puffing out his chest. Zhang Jin turned to look at the other officers, but apart from Chun Zhang, no one else stepped forward. Zhang Jin wasn't in a hurry at this point, and said with a smile, "Since you're all afraid, then let's do this. All those at the regimental level and above, step forward. I swear on my parents in this world, if I kill you, may they suffer a terrible death." See, isn't that poisonous enough? I doubt anyone in this world wants their parents to die, right? The remaining officers looked at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps they were moved by Zhang Jin's solemn oath, or because they saw that Chun Zhang was safe and sound. Not long after Zhang Jin finished speaking, someone stepped forward. When the other officers saw someone step forward, the others also came out in twos and threes. After waiting a few minutes, and seeing that no one else came out, and that the remaining officers were mostly lieutenant colonels and majors, Zhang Jin's face immediately turned cold, and he said in a gloomy tone, "Men, drag all these bastards out and chop them up." Wow. The officers who stepped forward were stunned. One of them shouted in terror, "Zhang Jin, you broke your promise. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Zhang Jin plopped down in the grand chair in the center and said unhurriedly, "I forgot to tell you, all my family members in this world are dead. Since you're going down anyway, remember to give them my regards." After saying that, he waved his hand, and soldiers immediately stepped forward and took the completely dumbfounded officer away. Then, screams of agony rang out outside the hall, which frightened the remaining officials in the hall into silence. Even Chun Zhang, who had been calm and composed before, turned pale. "All right, let's get down to business." Zhang Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. "From today onwards, those of you who are deputy regimental commanders will be promoted to regimental commanders, and those who are regimental chiefs of staff will be promoted to deputy regimental commanders. Chun Zhang, you will be appointed commander of the 171st Division." Zhang Jin's sudden appointment left the anxious officers completely dumbfounded, with only one thought in their minds. They had actually been promoted. They don't have to die? Just as Chun Zhang and the others were bewildered, Zhang Jin's voice rang out again. "However, there's one thing you need to do before that." Chapter 37, The First Army Reorganization. Chun Zhang and the others were stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin didn't keep anyone in suspense. He raised his hand and clapped a few times, and immediately two soldiers dragged out Zhang Yao, who was bound hand and foot. Wah wah. Zhang Yao, whose mouth was stuffed with a pair of smelly socks, suddenly brightened up when he saw that the hall was full of his men, and began to struggle and whimper. Zhang Jin stood up from his chair, chuckled at the trembling officers in the hall, and pulled a pistol from his pocket, slamming it on the table. "Do you know why I, Zhang, was appointed as the military governor of Yan'an? It's because this Zhang Yao is lawless and intends to rebel. After the court received the news, they sent me here to quell the rebellion. Now I'm giving you a chance. Whoever fires this gun at this traitor will be promoted one rank. Deputy regimental commander promoted to regimental commander promoted to brigade commander, division commander promoted to army commander." Zhang Jin emphasized the last part, looking at Chun Zhang. "Deputy regimental commander promoted to regimental commander promoted to brigade commander." The officers, who had been uneasy, suddenly became eager, and soon one of them jumped out. "Commander-in-chief, this humble officer is willing to follow you to kill the traitor. This subordinate is willing to. And this subordinate too." As soon as someone stepped forward, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Everyone in the hall echoed the sentiment. Seeing this, Zhang Jin threw his pistol at Zhang Yao's feet and said calmly, "Then let's begin." Bang bang bang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out in the hall. After an unknown amount of time, the gunshots finally stopped. Zhang Jin sat in the armchair, looking at Chun Zhang with a gloomy gaze. "Commander Chun, don't you want to show some skill?" Although Chun Zhang's face was somewhat pale, his tone remained neither humble nor arrogant as he said, "Your Excellency, Governor Zhang is, after all, my former superior, and he has treated me quite well. Please forgive me for not being able to order me to fire at him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he waved to the side, and a soldier immediately stepped forward and handed Zhang Jin a Suomi submachine gun. Zhang Jin took it and pulled the bolt, and the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered immediately resounded throughout the entire hall. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Zhang Jin's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Chun Zhang's body tensed up instantly, his scalp tingled, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhang Jin's aura was incredibly powerful. He completely overshadowed them from the moment he appeared. After the previous few scenes, In their hearts, Zhang Jin has become a god devoid of emotions and desires. Even the slightest unintentional action from him can make them subconsciously tense up. The pressure on Chun Zhong, who was at the center of the storm, was unimaginable. He felt his legs go weak and a voice in his mind kept urging him to pick up a gun, but a certain conviction in his heart made him hate doing so. After a while, Chun Zhong managed to utter 5 words with difficulty. This subordinate cannot do it. Zhang Jin's expression darkened again, and he raised his gun. Just when Chun Zhong thought Zhang Jin was about to fire, Zhang Jin suddenly threw the gun back to the soldier, walked up to Chun Zhong, slapped Chun Zhong's shoulder hard, and laughed loudly. Good. I like your insistence on the truth. Then, turning to the other officers who breathed a sigh of relief, he said, I, Zhang, always keep my word. Since I promised you, I will never go back on my word. The letter of appointment will be issued today. Don't worry, I will send someone to assist you and help you take control of the army. All right, all of you go and get ready. Someone will be looking for you soon. After dismissing the jubilant officers, Zhang Jin's expression turned serious. He turned to Zhang Chong, who was standing behind him, and said, Zhang Chong, go tell our men that once we have control of the army, we must eliminate everyone except Chun Zhong. A bunch of traitors, I wouldn't dare use them. Yes, Commander. General, 2 divisions of the 17th Army and 3 divisions of the 18th Army have begun their march toward Beiping and are expected to arrive in 5 days. Zhang Chong paused here, then said, General, isn't what we're doing too risky? What if these troops find out what happened in Beiping City? Won't it cause us trouble? Zhang Jin, unlike Zhang Chong, said confidently, don't worry. Don't be fooled by the intimidating names of the 17th and 18th Armies. Their equipment is far inferior to ours. This time, we launched a surprise attack. The garrison in the city didn't even notice. Do you think these troops stationed outside would know? To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as we lure them into the city on Zhang Yao's orders the moment they arrive in Beiping, nothing serious will happen. The same strategy as before. Kill all the leaders and promote the deputies. Then we'll appoint our own people as battalion, company, and platoon leaders and deputy leaders. As long as we maintain firm control over the army, no matter how capable these people are, they won't be able to cause any trouble. I will give you another 2,000 elite sergeants, 900 elite sergeants, and 10 junior elite commanders. That drained 14,000 kilobytes of battery power in one go. Fortunately, he doesn't need much battery power to retrieve the weapon. As long as his phone has power, he'll be fine. Otherwise, he would be in real trouble. As for why he didn't recruit mid to high-level commanders, firstly, the summoning fees were too expensive, often costing thousands, which was far beyond his savings. Secondly, he discovered that the elite soldiers he summoned were perfectly capable of serving as company or platoon leaders, and the elite non-commissioned officers were fully competent to serve as regimental or battalion commanders. The grassroots commanders were even more capable, more than qualified to be division commanders. The only shortcomings were their strategic vision and overall coordination ability. However, these are not things that teachers and officers should be thinking about. Time flies. 10 days later. 8 p.m. The North Zhili Governor-General's office, now known as the Yan'an Military Governor's Office, was located in a Western-style conference room. Zhang Jin sat at the head of the oval conference table, flanked by several military officers. General, in the 17th and 18th Armies, and the 2 garrison brigades, except for Chun Zhong, the commander of the 171st Division, all the commanders and deputy commanders of the divisions, brigades, regiments, battalions, companies, and platoons have been replaced by our people. Zhang Chong was the first to stand up and say. Zhang Jin nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, You did a great job. Starting today, the army level designation will be temporarily revoked, and the existing 6 infantry divisions will be reorganized into 3 infantry divisions. I've given our army a new name. The Dingbei Army. The 3 divisions are designated as the 1st to 3rd divisions of the Dingbei Army. As for the division's organization, Zhang Jin handed a stack of documents to Zhang Chong, indicating that he should distribute them. This was compiled by me personally. Take a look and see what you think. If you have any opinions, please let me know. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the document in their hands. List of organizations of the Dingbei Army. Standard Infantry Squad of the Dingbei Army. Staffing, 12 people. It is equipped with 10 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, 1 PKM light machine gun, 1 Type 81 assault rifle, and 2 single-shot underbarrel 40mm grenade launchers. Equipped with 1 M113A3 armored vehicle, This model of the M113 has additional armor that can withstand continuous fire from a 14.5 mm machine gun. The vehicle is equipped with one 12.7 mm M2 heavy machine gun with a gun shield and rotating turret armor, and is additionally equipped with one RPG-7 rocket launcher. Standard infantry platoon of the Dingbei Army. The unit has a strength of 40 people and consists of 3 standard infantry squads and a platoon headquarters. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Company. It has a strength of 189 people and consists of 3 standard infantry platoons, 1 standard weapons platoon, and a company headquarters. Standard weapons platoon, 34 men. Mortar unit, 15 personnel, equipped with 3 60 mm US-made M224 mortars and 3 M113 armored vehicles. Machine gun platoon, 15 men, 3 Type 53 heavy machine guns. The company headquarters is additionally equipped with 3 RPG-7 quivers and 6 Type 81 assault rifles, which are distributed to each squad and platoon as needed. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Battalion. It has a strength of 865 personnel and consists of 3 infantry companies, 1 heavy weapons company, and a battalion headquarters. The heavy weapons company was equipped with 6 81 mm M252 mortars, 6 Type 53 heavy machine guns, 6 RPG-7 rocket launchers, and 3 M2 heavy machine guns. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Regiment. It has a strength of 3,785 personnel, consisting of 3 infantry battalions, 1 anti-aircraft artillery company equipped with 6 88 mm Flak 41 anti-aircraft guns, and 1 fire support company equipped with 6 M175 mm howitzers. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Division. The force has a strength of 18,838 personnel, consisting of 3 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment equipped with 36 M119 105 mm light howitzers, 12 M198 155 mm howitzers, and 1 tank battalion equipped with 72 M26 Chaffee tanks. The Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion is equipped with 12 spherical Lightning anti-aircraft tanks and 18 Flak/88 mm anti-aircraft guns. Guards. Zhang Jin practically scoured the entire encyclopedia to find a suitable weapon, discovering a whole host of great options, such as the T-64, the Paladin 155 mm self-propelled howitzer, the C-130, and the Warthog, among others. Unfortunately, there are many good things he can only look at with envy, unable to use them at all. Firstly, this era is too backward, lacking many basic conditions. Secondly, they are too precious, too troublesome to maintain, requiring too many maintenance personnel, and consuming the already limited power. Most importantly, it's unnecessary. In his view, the naval and air weapons of World War II were more than sufficient, robust, and durable, and easy to learn. Every era has its own circumstances, and being too advanced might harm oneself. Let's not waste any more time. After distributing the staffing list, Zhang Jin said directly, Li Jie, you're going to be the division commander of the 1st Division. Hu Tong, go to the 2nd Division commander. Chen Jun, go to the commander of the 3rd Division. After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he looked at the 3 men who had stood up and said, go and reorganize the troops now. I'll give you a month. I'll personally check the results then. I will obey the commander's orders. After sending the 3 men away, he turned to Zhang Chong and said, go and call Gao Yuanhang and Chunjing over here. Chapter 38. Establishing an Air Force. After giving instructions to Zhang Chong, Zhang Jin continued to the remaining men. In addition to the 3 divisions, the Dingbei Army headquarters will also establish a guard brigade, with Zhang Chong as its commander, to protect my safety. In addition, the headquarters has the following departments: Logistics Department, Staff Department, Air Force Department, Navy Department, Political Training Department, and Intelligence Department. Su Yu appointed as Director of the Staff Office. Zhang Lei appointed as Director of the Quartermaster Department. Fu Hong appointed as Director of the Armaments Department. Yang Qi appointed as Director of the Political Training Department. Gu Chun appointed as Head of the Intelligence Department. Zhang Tao appointed as Director of the Training Department. Zhang Jin appointed officials to all the departments under the Dingbei Army in one go, then picked up a cup on the table, gulped down a large mouthful of water to moisten his throat, and said, Su Yu, how many elite soldiers and officers have we not yet assigned to their posts? Su Yu quickly stood up at attention and said, reporting to the commander, there are still 1,362 soldiers and 127 non-commissioned officers waiting to be assigned. Zhang Jin thought for a moment and said, after the Dingbei army is reorganized, it will immediately go to Rihe, Yanbei, and Beiping counties to reorganize the security regiments in each county and replace all the platoon, company, battalion, and regimental commanders and deputy commanders with our people. General, there are 71 security regiments in 11 counties of Beiping and 60 counties of 5 prefectures of Yanbei. According to my investigation, the better security regiments have more than 1,000 people, while the worse ones have less than 300 people. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and said, how about this? From now on, the county-level security regiments will be uniformly organized into battalions, and they will only be equipped with heavy machine guns. There's no need to equip them with mortars, rocket launchers, or anything like that. Suyu nodded hurriedly to indicate that she understood. Gu Chun. Zhang Jin then turned his gaze to Gu Chun and said, send out all your intelligence agents to find out how many bandits are in our territory. Once they're reorganized, start by taking them out. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Zhang Chong walked in. General, Gao Yuanhang and Chun Zheng have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin stood up and said, all right, that's all for today. You can all go and get back to work. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the meeting room. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Gao Yuanhang and another person walking towards him. Gao Yuanhang quickly raised his hand and saluted, General. To be honest, Gao Yuanhang was in a state of great confusion. He knew perfectly well how Zhang Jin had risen to power and how he had seized official positions and territories. Because of this, he was unsure of his feelings when facing Zhang Jin. Admiration, respect, fanaticism, or something else entirely. This is probably why Gao Yuanhang was unwilling to accept being hung up by Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, of course, had no idea what Gao Yuanhang was thinking. Instead, he excitedly grabbed Gao Yuanhang's arm and said as they walked, Brother Yuanhang, come on, I'll show you something good. The three got into a stair sedan and soon arrived at a wasteland on the outskirts of the city. This place used to be an airport of the imperial court, but it was abandoned after the southward relocation. Zhang Jin got out of the car and looked around. After more than 30 years of wind and rain, weeds grew everywhere he looked, and the surrounding buildings were covered with moss, giving off a smell of decay. As soon as I stepped into the airport, the view opened up dramatically. On the track, there were many people repairing it, and the lawns around the track were also neatly maintained. Not far away, a row of grass-green sheds had been built, and you could vaguely see a large thing inside, but it was covered by a grass-green cloak, and you couldn't tell what it was. Gao Yuanhang, who was following behind Zhang Jin, looked surprised, then became excited. General, is that an airplane? Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Why don't you go and take a look? Upon hearing Zhang Jin's words, Gao Yuanhang didn't bother to reply and rushed towards the greenhouse. Upon entering the greenhouse, he eagerly ripped off his smock, revealing a fighter jet gleaming with a silvery white luster. Especially upon seeing its twin-tail fins, Gao Yuanhang's eyes widened instantly. This is the P-38L heavy fighter, codenamed Lightning, has a maximum speed of 724 kilometers per hour and a range of 3,637 kilometers. It is equipped with one 20mm cannon and four 12.7mm machine guns in the nose. Oh right, he can also load two 500-kilogram bombs and two 250-kilogram bombs at the same time. Zhang Jin's voice rang out at this moment. Gao Yuanhang, whose eyes widened in disbelief, was completely stunned. What did 724 kilometers per hour even mean? During this period, no fighter jet could exceed 300 kilometers per hour, which meant that whoever piloted this Lightning fighter jet was the undisputed king of the air. Just as Gao Yuanhang's mind was in turmoil, Zhang Jin's alluring voice suddenly rang out. So how about it? Would you like to fly through the sky in it? Gao Yuanhang blurted out without even thinking. Think. Then he grabbed Zhang Jin's hand and said with a flushed face, General, I want to fly around right now. No way. Zhang Jin immediately refused. He was joking. This was an airplane, not a bicycle. If it crashed, he would be dead. Although they are all propeller planes, they are also divided into different grades. Compared with the propeller planes of the later R-War period, the propeller planes of this period are probably not even worthy of carrying shoes, let alone having a lot more equipment. Seeing Gao Yuanhang suddenly become dejected, Zhang Jin couldn't help but laugh and say, Don't be upset. I didn't let you board the plane for your safety. Don't worry, this plane is yours. Once you pass the flight test, you can fly it. Dejected, Gao Yuanhang quickly looked up and asked with a look of surprise, General, Are you serious? Zhang Jin patted his chest and said, Don't you believe me? However, I have a favor to ask of you. I wonder if Brother Yuanhang would be willing to help me. Gao Yuanhang immediately said, General, as long as I can fly the plane, I'll do anything, even die, let alone help you. I'll be content as long as I can fly it once before I die. Gao Yuanhang's resolute voice made Zhang Jin sigh, realizing that Gao Yuanhang's love for airplanes was ingrained in his very being. Don't worry, I wouldn't want you to die. Do you see that? There are 32 Lightning fighter jets here, but only 5 pilots. I hope you can help me find some pilots. Can you do that? Gao Yuanhang breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they were looking for a pilot. He immediately patted his chest and said, General, I might not be able to help with other things, but don't worry about the pilot. Leave it to me. No time to lose, Commander. I'll go find it right away. Gao Yuanhang was also an impatient person. In order to get the plane on board as soon as possible, he couldn't wait even a second. He said goodbye to Zhang Jin and left in a hurry. Seeing Gao Yuanhang's hurried appearance, Zhang Jin smiled helplessly, then looked at Chun Zheng beside him. Commander Chun, you must have heard that I am preparing for war. What are your thoughts on this? Chun Zheng, naturally aware of his own limitations, quickly stood at attention and said, This humble officer will obey the commander's orders. Zhang Jin was very satisfied with Chun Zheng's attitude and immediately said, I plan to set up a new recruit training brigade. You can temporarily serve as the deputy brigade commander. Learn well, and you'll have a bright future. Time flies like water, and before we knew it, it was already early April of the 24th year of the Guangdong era. Beiping City, Qinda Street. Chapter 39 People's Livelihood. As the most bustling street in the entire Beiping City, Qinda Street is naturally very noisy and lively. Rickshaws come and go on the wide street, and you can see an antique car passing by from time to time. Occasionally, you can also see a tram clattering by. The streets are lined with shops on both sides, Western restaurants, bakeries, clothing stores, cosmetic shops, tea shops, noodle shops, coffee shops, candle shops, rice shops, and so on. People come and go, and the sounds of cars beeping and rickshaws ringing make it feel like stepping into a movie, full of a sense of the era. Zhang Jin stood next to a very stylish phone booth, silently observing everything like a bystander. Just then, a noisy voice suddenly rang out. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Someone's causing trouble at the city hall again. Following the sound, Zhang Jin saw many people running towards an open space not far away. Intrigued, he followed the crowd. Soon, the bustling crowd arrived at the gate of a government office, with 4 large black characters written on the gate, West City Government Office. Zhang Jin squeezed in and saw about 100 women, children, and other children kneeling in front of the government office, shouting their grievances. Looking around, he also saw several people with cameras taking pictures, who were probably newspaper reporters. Just as everyone was watching the commotion, a group of patrol officers in black uniforms pushed their way out of the crowd, batons in hand, and surrounded the person who had filed the complaint. However, seeing reporters around, they were hesitant to make any rash moves. One of the officers, who looked like a captain, said sternly, Do you even know where you are? How dare you gather a crowd and cause trouble? If you know what's good for you, leave now, or we'll arrest you all. The captain's words only stirred up a hornet's nest. A woman stood up and shouted, Arrest us. Go ahead and arrest us. Arrest us all if you dare. Oh dear, I can't live anymore. You tore down our house, arrested our men, and now you're going to arrest us too. God, please take a look. The woman's crying triggered a chorus of weeping from the other women and children kneeling on the ground, their cries so loud they startled the patrol captain. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, an old man wearing a black uniform similar to a Zhongshan suit walked out of the government office. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s and had a kind face. Fellow villagers, the old man said loudly with a serious expression, I know about your grievances. The government is investigating. I can assure you that once the facts are verified, we will not let you off the hook and will give you justice. Your Excellency, we've heard this countless times. Today we just want a straight answer. When will you release our men? When will you return our land and houses to us? The old man's words clearly did not satisfy the people kneeling on the ground, and someone immediately questioned him loudly. General, this old man is Ding Yunlu, the deputy magistrate of the West City office. Zhang Chong whispered to Zhang Jin at this moment. I just inquired and found out that it was people in mourning who occupied the land and houses of these people. A person in mourning? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes, and then Zhang Chong continued. The mourners forcibly occupied the land of these people. Naturally, the people were unwilling and went to the government to file a complaint. Unexpectedly, the government officials colluded with the mourners and arrested all those who filed the complaint. It caused quite a stir in Beiping a while ago, and many newspapers in the city reported on it, but I don't know why it suddenly quieted down, as if it was suppressed by someone. Just as Zhang Jin and the other person were talking, inside the West City government office, a middle-aged man in a black uniform paced anxiously in the main hall like an ant on a hot plate. Seeing a withered old man emerge from the back hall, he hurriedly went to greet him, saying, "Your Excellency, please come up with a solution quickly. There's trouble brewing again outside. If the newly appointed warlord finds out, we're finished." The withered old man remained calm and slowly sat down in the chair. "What's the rush? Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. How can I not be anxious?" The middle-aged man became impatient when he saw the withered old man still standing as steady as a mountain. "Your Excellency, haven't you heard? Our warlord hates people in mourning the most. He beat them horribly in Shanghe. I heard he killed tens of thousands of them. If he finds out we're doing things for mourners, he'll tear us to pieces." The withered old man glanced at the middle-aged man. "What? You're afraid of that brat, but not afraid that Chief of Staff Li will cause you trouble?" Upon hearing General Li's name, the middle-aged man trembled and his face immediately turned sour. At that moment, the withered old man suddenly reached into his pocket, took out 2 small goldfish-shaped sticks, and placed them on the table. "This is your share, take it." I guess I won't take it." The middle-aged man swallowed hard, looking at the gold bars as if he had seen some kind of monster. This thing is good, but he was afraid that he might have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. "Humph." The withered old man snorted heavily. "Zheng Laoer, you're always the one who cares most about money. How many of those bullshit and despicable things have you done for money? Why are you acting like a living saint today?" After saying that, he looked at the anxious Zheng Laoer and said earnestly, You're so muddle-headed. So what if you're a military governor? Our chief of staff, Li, is still a relative of Chief Minister Yuan. Even Governor Zhang has to give him some face. Zhang Jin is just a greenhorn. Who does he think he is? What are you afraid of? Besides, if you don't take the money, how can I take it? If neither of us takes it, how will Chief of Staff Li take it? If it weren't for Chief of Staff Li protecting us, we would have been completely taken advantage of long ago. Zheng Laoer thought about it and agreed. He quickly stuffed the 2 goldfish-shaped sticks into his pocket, and the withered old man immediately smiled. "That's right. Your Excellency, what about outside?" Zheng Laoer asked with some concern. The withered old man's face immediately darkened. "A bunch of peasants who won't listen to reason. Zheng Laoer, you tell the people outside right now to arrest all those troublemakers. And those troublemakers in prison, get rid of them all quietly. Since we can't solve the problem, let's get rid of these troublemakers. Once they're dead, this matter will be settled. Then Zhang Jin won't have any reason to cause us trouble." Old Master Zhang's eyes lit up immediately. How come he hadn't thought of such a good idea? Since the problem can't be solved, the person who started it should be dealt with. That's much easier than solving the problem. The more Zheng Laoer thought about it, the better he felt. He looked at the withered old man with admiration and said, "Your Excellency, you are truly brilliant." The withered old man smiled smugly, then frowned. "There's another problem, those newspaper reporters. We must shut them up, or we'll be in trouble." Upon hearing this, Zheng Laoer panicked. "Your Excellency, what should we do?" The withered old man sneered. "Is there anything in this world that money can't solve?" Upon hearing that money was involved, Zheng Laoer clutched his pocket, looking extremely reluctant. The old man, nearly driven mad with anger, said unhappily, "I didn't say you had to give me money. I'll give you an order in a bit. You take your men and go around the streets. Find anyone who blocks the streets." Meanwhile, outside the main gate of the government office, the noise continued, and Zhang Jin couldn't stand it any longer, so he pushed through the crowd and went over. Chapter 40. Hidden arrows are hard to defend against. Zhang Jin suddenly stepped forward, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "Big sister." Zhang Jin walked directly to the woman who was arguing red-faced with the patrolman, pulled her up, and then the others kneeling on the ground shouted, "Fellow villagers, get up. You're here to file a complaint, not to boost the sense of superiority of certain people. The more you kneel on the ground, the more they will look down on you, the more they will think you are easy to bully, and the less likely they are to help you. If you have been wronged, then go ahead and sue with confidence. If they want to help you, they will do whatever it takes. If they don't want to help you, they won't help you even if you kneel until you die. So, Don't do things that make some people feel superior. Zhang Jin's shocking remarks stunned everyone present, who stared at him in astonishment. The man behind Zhang Jin, Blackie, upon hearing such a statement, immediately raised his stick and yelled, "Damn it, where did this little bastard come from? Daring to act like a big shot in front of me? I'll beat you to death." Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly rang out, and the man who swung the stick at Zhang Jin's dark chest immediately fell to the ground with a spray of blood. The surrounding people screamed in fright. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng, who fired the shot, had already reached Zhang Jin's side and shouted loudly, "General Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an, is here again. Who dares to be insolent?" The panicked crowd stopped in their tracks, looking at Zhang Jin with curiosity, and surrounded him again. The women kneeling on the ground were overjoyed. "Are you really the governor?" Zhang Jin smiled slightly. "That's right, I am Zhang Jin." The women were overjoyed upon hearing Zhang Jin's reply. One of them immediately kowtowed to Zhang Jin with a loud thud, crying out, "Your Excellency, you must do justice for us. We are innocent." Zhang Jin helped the woman up. "Don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you. Folks, get up." With Zhang Jin's assurance, the women and children who were kneeling on the ground finally stood up with great joy. Just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly rang out from outside the crowd, followed by the sound of orderly footsteps. A squad of soldiers in neat rows pushed through the crowd and rushed in, surrounding the panicked black-skinned men. Seeing the soldiers pointing guns at them, the black-skinned men obediently dropped their sticks on the ground, put their hands on their heads, and squatted down. "Go, drag all the officials inside out," Zhang Jin ordered directly. Zhang Cheng saluted and led a squad of soldiers inside. Before long, the withered old man and Zheng Lao Air were carried out. "Commander, these two men are Han Jingde, the magistrate of Xiqing district, and Zheng Diyun, the chief of the Xiqing police station." Zhang Cheng's report sent a shiver down Han Jingde's spine as he was about to speak, fear instantly filling his entire being. Zhang Jin didn't waste any words and asked directly, "You two, tell me yourselves. The mourners have taken over the people's land. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Did you take money from the mourners? Are you colluding with those Japanese mourners, working together in cahoots?" Han Jingde's expression immediately changed. He could tell from the warlord's tone that they were convinced they had accepted bribes from those in mourning, and he couldn't help but retort, "Your Excellency, I did not say I would not accept the case, but this case is exceptionally complex and will require considerable time to investigate." "What time?" Zhang Jin retorted. "Whether the mourners have taken up land or not. You can just go and take a look and you'll know. What's the point of investigating?" Han Jingde was speechless for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "This subordinate is just following the rules." Hee. Zhang Jin was so angry he laughed. What could these officials do besides spout nonsense? He shouted angrily, "I think you're just neglecting your duties, colluding with those in mourning, and harming the interests of the people." This humble servant disagrees. Han Jingde immediately objected when he heard Zhang Jin trying to pin another accusation, shouting loudly, "You say this humble servant colluded with those in mourning. Do you have any evidence? You can't just make baseless accusations, can you? Evidence." Zhang Jin smiled at Han Jingde's confident words, drew his pistol from his waist, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bloody hole appeared between Han Jingde's eyebrows, and he fell straight to the ground. "Ah!" The people present couldn't help but gasp in surprise, but this time they didn't run away. Instead, the number of people increased even more. Zhang Jin looked at Han Jingde lying dead on the ground with his eyes wide open and sneered. "Evidence? Humph, what I say is the evidence." He then turned his gaze to Zheng Lao Air, who was already slumped on the ground, and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, who told you to do this?" Zhang Jin naturally didn't believe that a mere magistrate could have such audacity. He must have some powerful backer. Zheng Lao Air, already terrified, dared not conceal anything and quickly blurted out, "It's Li Yud. Your Excellency, it was all Li Yud's doing. We were just following orders, Your Excellency." "Li Yud?" Zhang Jin frowned, not out of fear, but because the name sounded unfamiliar and he didn't recognize it at all. Seeing the puzzled look on Zhang Jin's face, Zhang Cheng, who was standing next to him, quickly stepped forward and whispered, "General, the Civil Affairs Minister of Yan'an is named Li Yud. He is the brother-in-law of Grand Secretary Yuan Shiqing." Zhang Jin didn't care about any of that and immediately said, "Send men to arrest Li Yud for me right now. Also, take these people to the place where the mourners have encroached on the land and capture all the Japanese devils who are in mourning." "Yes, Commander." Not far from the Xiqing Guild Hall, in a hutong, stood an official residence. The courtyard was filled with lush greenery, and the buildings were magnificent and luxurious, clearly belonging to an extremely wealthy family. This house belongs to none other than Li Yud, the chief civil affairs officer of Yan'an. In the main hall, Li Yud stood at the entrance of the main hall, rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth, his face filled with anxiety, glancing outside every now and then. When Zhang Jin suddenly appeared in front of the Xiqing Guild Hall, Li Yud knew immediately. Unlike Han Jingde and other low-level officials who knew nothing, Li Yud was well aware of Zhang Jin's actions in Nanjing as Yuan Shiqing's brother-in-law. It was precisely because he knew this that Li Yud was afraid. In his eyes, Zhang Jin is a madman, a lunatic. He actually dared to kidnap the Grand Secretary and a group of high-ranking officials, openly extorting the court. Most importantly, he succeeded in extorting them. Li Yud didn't think he would give such a crazy person any face. Master! Master! Just as Li Yud was extremely anxious, an old man came running up, panting. A telegram has arrived from Chao Shumi's residence. Li Yud immediately became excited. What did Privy Councillor Chao say? Reporting to Your Excellency, the official residence of Privy Councillor Chao has sent a telegram saying that Privy Councillor Chao has been suffering from sores in his ears these past few days and is unable to hear anything, so he is unable to report. What? Li Yud's eyes were glazed over. Before he could even react, another old man ran over. Sir, the Grand Secretary's residence has sent a reply. Li Yud's eyes lit up again, and he quickly grabbed the old man and asked, what did the Grand Secretary say? The old man hesitated for a moment, and then said something that made Li Yud faint. Prime Minister, the Prime Minister has divorced the eldest daughter. Li Yud stumbled and took 2 steps back. What should he do? What should he do? Sudden, Li Yud paused, as if he had thought of something, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He beckoned an old man over and said, Go find it. Chapter 41 Zhang Jin is assassinated. Upon hearing Li Yud's instructions, the old man immediately bowed, turned, and left. Before Li Yud could even catch his breath, a burst of intense gunfire erupted outside the door, followed by the clatter of leather boots from outside the main hall. Li Yud looked out of the hall and saw an officer leading a group of soldiers walking towards him. Unique helmets and military uniforms. This caused Li Yud's face to turn pale instantly. His legs went weak, and he slumped into a chair, muttering listlessly with lifeless eyes. How could it be so fast? Meanwhile, in front of the West City Hall, the gate was packed with people, so densely packed that it was impossible to move. Those at the back craned their necks and craned their heels to peer inside, while the clever ones ran to nearby restaurants and tea houses. In no time, the windows and railings on the 2nd and 3rd floors were also crowded with people, and some people even brought out tables from the store and stood on them with smug looks on their faces. Hey bro, what's going on here? Watching a show. Seeing the commotion, a vendor carrying a load on his shoulder couldn't help but ask a middle-aged man who was standing on tiptoe to peek inside. It's the warlord judging a case, the middle-aged man said excitedly as he turned around, then quickly turned his head back. The vendor was equally excited when he heard that the warlord was handling the case. This was a rare sight, something that hadn't been seen in decades. For a moment, he forgot about selling his trinkets and stepped onto his basket to peer inside. Surrounded in the middle, Zhang Jin was a little dumbfounded by the sea of people in front of him. Looking around, all he could see was a dark mass of people. It was just a case hearing. Why did it turn into a temple fair? Beep beep beep. Just then, a horn beeped from outside the crowd, and the people huddled together tacitly made way for each other. Soon, more than a dozen men were brought over. They were wearing loose clothes and wooden clogs, and it was obvious to anyone with eyes that they were in mourning. Baka, asshole. You damned people, let us go right now. We are mourners, you are all dead. These mourners were clearly unaware of their predicament, shouting and cursing incessantly, their arrogant demeanor evident, completely disregarding the soldiers and Zhang Jin around them. Zhang Jin, of course, wouldn't tolerate them, and said calmly, Hang them. Zhang Cheng nodded, walked directly to the most shouting mourner, slapped him to the ground, grabbed his hair, and dragged him towards the telephone pole in front of the government office. The intense pain in his head caused the mourning Japanese soldier to scream in agony. They dragged the Japanese soldier to the base of a telephone pole, took the noose from the soldier, and put it around the soldier's neck. Seeing the noose around his neck, the Japanese soldier was immediately terrified and wet himself, trying to struggle. Unfortunately, Zhang Cheng didn't give him that chance at all. He threw the rope directly, and it went right through the wooden frame on top of the telephone pole. Immediately, soldiers stepped forward and pulled hard, and the Japanese soldier was hoisted up. The sudden feeling of suffocation caused the Japanese soldier to struggle violently. His face turned red from congestion, and he soon fell silent. The other soldiers also began to act, and in a short while they had hung all the mourners on the telephone poles. The entire area in front of the government office was quiet, and everyone stared wide-eyed. Looking at the silent crowd, Zhang Jin said in a firm and powerful voice, "I, Zhang Jin, am a rough man, and I don't know how to say high-sounding words. I only know that anyone who dares to bully my people, no matter who they are, even if they are foreigners, will only have one end, death." The resounding declaration stunned everyone present. A feeling never before experienced filled their hearts, the gratitude of being cared for, the fervent patriotism. Suddenly, their eyes reddened, and a surge of emotion welled up, prompting them to shout, "Long life! Long live!" Hearing the thunderous cheers of "Long live the Emperor," Zhang Jin couldn't help but feel his eyes well up with tears. How much suffering must the people have endured to be so moved by such a small thing? For a moment, Zhang Jin felt heavier than ever before, because he had so many things to do. The most urgent thing is to ensure that people have enough to eat. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Jin felt it necessary to do more. So he gestured to Zhang Cheng to bring over a large megaphone, which was actually just a tin bucket rolled up with sheet metal, and loudly proclaimed, "Fellow villagers, now that I, Zhang Jin, am the military governor of Yan'an, I cannot allow anyone to bully us ordinary people, nor can I allow anyone to exploit you. From this day forward, all exorbitant taxes and levies, except those legally mandated by the imperial court, shall be abolished. If anyone dares to charge you an extra penny, you may come to the governor's mansion at any time to find me, Zhang. Once verified, I will kill them without mercy." Boom. The people were immediately in an uproar. This was the first time they had ever seen such a big shot who dared to openly declare the abolition of exorbitant taxes. If he couldn't abolish them, wasn't he afraid of being humiliated? After all, even an ordinary citizen knows that exorbitant taxes and levies involve all aspects of life, are deeply intertwined, and can have far-reaching consequences. Zhang Jin's words could ruin the livelihoods of countless people, and they probably hate him to death. Looking at the excited yet disbelieving people, Zhang Jin naturally understood that words alone were not enough. In fact, his sudden statement was not meant for the common people, but for those who had already benefited from the system. Whether it was a declaration of war or a warning, it was all for them. It's a clear message to everyone that Yan'an is Zhang Jin's territory, and he can do whatever he wants without anyone being able to stop him. "General, Li Yud has been brought here," Zhang Cheng reported to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin couldn't help but look over and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s being escorted over by soldiers. Bound hand and foot, Li Yud was led through the crowd to a young man in military uniform. Even though he had been prepared, his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing his fear, he spoke loudly. "Commander Zhang, this humble servant is willing to submit to you." Li Yud had already figured it out on the way. Encountering a scourge like Zhang Jin, who claimed to be someone's man and made threats, would only send him to hell. The only chance of survival is to give in. He had already decided to first apologize to Zhang Jin to save his life, and then he would have plenty of time to get revenge later. However, Li Yud miscalculated one thing. His collusion with the mourners had crossed Zhang Jin's bottom line, and the people Zhang Jin hated most in his life were the mourners. So when he heard Li Yud back down, Zhang Jin's face remained icy cold, and he immediately pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Li Yud's head. Li Yud looked at the gun barrel so close to his face, and his heart sank to the bottom. However, he was not afraid, but hated. He hated Yuan Shiqing and Zhang Jin. He hated Yuan Shiqing for not helping him and Zhang Jin for coming to Yan'an and causing him trouble. Wasn't he just trying to make more money? "Zhang Jin, I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Li Yud stared intently at Zhang Jin and said something that left Zhang Jin completely bewildered. Bang! Zhang Jin didn't bother to think much and pulled the trigger. He then holstered his gun and coldly ordered Zhang Cheng, "Take your men and go again. Clean up all the mourners for me, leave no one alive, and distribute all their property to the victims." "Yes, Commander." After finishing his business, Zhang Jin left the government office without lingering. Soon after, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the corpse hanging on the telephone pole. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, and the body of the mourning Japanese soldier began to sway like a wind chime hanging from the eaves. On the street, sitting in a stair command vehicle, Zhang Jin thought about what he had just done and couldn't help but smile. This feeling of having great power and the power to decide life and death was simply wonderful. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly rang out from outside the car, and a crackling pattern of ice instantly appeared on the car window. Chapter 42 Xiang Zhuang's Sword Dance. When the gunshot rang out, Zhang Jin reflexively lay back in his seat, staring at the bullet embedded in the bulletproof glass. His face instantly turned frosty. The guards protecting Zhang Jin reacted immediately when the gunshot rang out and aimed the machine guns on the M113 armored vehicle at the source of the bullets. Bang bang. The dull thud of machine gun fire rang out, and a hail of bullets instantly pierced the walls, turning the gunmen inside into sieves. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of submachine gun fire suddenly erupted from both sides, and the armored vehicle was instantly riddled with bullets, with long streaks of sparks flying from its armor. Fortunately, the machine gunner was protected by a gun shield and was not harmed. He immediately pointed his gun at the assassins who ran out from the alleys on both sides of the street. At this time, soldiers sitting in the armored vehicle also rushed out with rifles in hand. In front of these well-trained soldiers, the assassins who rushed out were no match for them and were killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. General, all the attackers have been killed. Zhang Cheng, who had rushed over, reported to Zhang Jin's vehicle. Zhang Jin then got out of the car with a grim face. Who sent this? General, it's someone in mourning. Zhang Jin's hands clenched involuntarily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He walked towards the assassin lying on the ground. Zhang Chongmeng followed, kneeling down in front of an assassin whose body was half shattered. General, look, these people are all around 1.55 meters tall, and they all have bow legs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin looked around and indeed saw that they all looked like dwarfs, with their knees turned inward and forming an arch. Is it possible to find out who sent them? General, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people in mourning in Beiping City, most of whom are engaged in business and cannot possibly be equipped with that many weapons. Only their consulate in the city can provide them with such equipment. Zhang Jin narrowed his eyes. Since the mourners have given me, Zhang Jin, such a generous gift, I, Zhang Jin, must return it 100-fold. Pass down the order, mobilize all the troops stationed in the city, and kill every single person in mourning. Yes, we're going to the consulate to observe the mourning period. At the same time, consulate in mourning. Consul General Mitsufuji was meeting with an elderly foreigner in the living room. The old man had a full beard, a hooked nose, and brown eyes that revealed cunning and treachery. It was clear at a glance that he was no good. Mr. Gerard, what can I do for you? Hikaru Mitsufuji seemed to have great respect for this foreigner, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. The old foreigner smiled reservedly and said in fluent mourning language, Mr. Mitsudo, I have come here today with something I would like you to convey to the Guangdong Army headquarters of your country. Hikaru Mitsufuji quickly sat up straight and said earnestly, Mr. Gerard, as long as it does not harm the interests of the empire, I can convey your message. The elderly foreigner took a thick document out of his briefcase and handed it to Hikaru Mitsufuji. Mr. Mitsufuji, you may take a look. Hikaru Mitsuhisa's gaze immediately fell on the document. The cover prominently displayed the Eden Plan in mourning script. Mitsuhisa's expression instantly turned serious. He carefully flipped through each page, and only after about 10 minutes did he look up, his face grave. Mr. Gerard, this matter is too important to be decided by the Guangdong Army. You should report it directly to the general headquarters. The old foreigner shook his head. Mr. Guangting, the northeast of Xinhua is under the direct control of the Guangdong Army. They have the most say in this matter. As long as they agree, I believe your headquarters will not object. Guangtung hesitated for a moment, and seeing this, the old foreigner directly stated his terms. If you agree to my conditions, the Meliga Empire will completely relax its policies towards the mourning empire, and you will receive much cheaper scrap steel and oil. We, the Abrahamic Order, will also provide you with substantial financial assistance, enabling you to conquer this land more quickly and easily. The old foreigner tapped his cane on the ground and said in a tempting tone, as long as you agree to our conditions, the pressure from the west will disappear, and the northeast of Xinhua will be yours. It's even possible that we'll get them to recognize your sovereignty over the northeast of Xinhua. Hikaru Mitsuhisa's eyes immediately lit up. He knew perfectly well just how powerful the Western old man was. With their help, it wouldn't be impossible for the mourning empire to conquer Xinhua in a short time. The thought of tens of millions of square kilometers of territory becoming the mourning empire's land made Hikaru Mitsuhisa unable to sit still. Mr. Gerard, please rest assured, I will personally take this plan to Fontian. The old foreigner immediately smiled, stood up, and said, Mr. Guangting, I'm waiting for your good news. After saying that, he turned and walked straight out the door. Hikaru Mitsufumi couldn't sit still either. As soon as Gerard left, he hurriedly ordered, Prepare the car, we're going to the train station. As he spoke, he put the documents into his briefcase, picked it up, and walked towards the door. Just as he stepped out of the house, he saw an M113 armored vehicle smash through the iron gate and rush in, followed closely by squads of soldiers. Hikaru Mitsufumi was taken aback, and then his pupils contracted. He suddenly remembered something crucial. Just before Gerald arrived, he received a message from Li Yud, the head of civil affairs in Yan'an, that Zhang Jin had appeared at the public trial on the street. This was a golden opportunity to assassinate Zhang Jin, and Mitsufuji Takahisa certainly wouldn't miss it. He immediately dispatched one of his assassination squads, but it seems they failed. But Mitsufuji quickly calmed down. He didn't believe Zhang Jin would dare do anything to him, the consul. Although Mitsufuji knew that Zhang Jin had defeated their navy in the south, delivering a heavy blow to the Morning Empire, he didn't know how severe the blow had been. People have a sense of shame. Although he was ignorant of propriety and shame during mourning, he knew it was unseemly, so he naturally wouldn't publicize how badly he had lost. However, upon learning that Zhang Jin was to be appointed as the military governor of Yan'an, he directly ordered Mitsufuji Norihisa to act according to the circumstances and assassinate Zhang Jin. Hikaru Mitsufuji, considering himself a consul in mourning, was certain that Zhang Jin wouldn't dare touch him. They've done this kind of thing quite a few times in Xinhua. Even if everyone knows it was them, no one dares to cause them trouble. For example, even after they occupied the entire northeastern region of Xinhua, the Xinhua court didn't dare to declare war on them and continued to fawn over them. Naturally, this made Guangting Jingjiu feel superior. It's just an assassination attempt. What's the big deal? That's what Hikaru Mitsufuji is thinking right now. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out, and a young military officer in a gray trench coat strode over, his imposing presence commanding attention. However, the large machete he carried seemed somewhat out of place. Hikaru Mitsufumi's eyes narrowed instantly. Zhang Jin had actually come in person. As Zhang Jin approached, Guangtung straightened up and became more reserved. Just as he was about to reprimand Zhang Jin, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. As Zhang Jin approached, without saying a word, he raised his large cleaver and slashed down at the vine. Chapter 43 Five Nations Mediation. The heavy and sharp cleaver cleaved down like it was chopping a cabbage, splitting Hikaru Fujiwara in two. Blood gushed out like a fountain in an instant, and Zhang Jin would have been splattered all over if he hadn't retreated quickly. Zhang Jin handed the broadsword to Zhang Chong and said coldly, Leave no one alive. Kill them. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Who can blame Zhang Jin for being so kind-hearted? He can't bear to see so much bloodshed. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Chong hurriedly walked up to Zhang Jin with a file folder in his hand. Zhang Jin, who was lying in the car with his legs crossed, asked, Is it cleaned up? Reporting to the commander, It's all cleaned up. Zhang Chong replied, handing the file folder to Zhang Jin, saying, Commander, this is a document we found inside. Upon hearing Zhang Chong's solemn words, Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned serious. He took the document and examined it, his face turning ashen and his eyes flashing with cold light. This was none other than that damned pufferfish plan. I never imagined that such disgusting things could exist in this completely unrelated world. Zhang Chong, immediately notify the intelligence department and have them investigate thoroughly to see if any foreigners have been here recently. Oh, right, we can't waste this space either. Let's turn it into a public toilet and keep it useful. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jin returned to the governor's mansion feeling refreshed, but before he could even rest, Zhang Chong rushed over. General, this is an urgent telegram just sent from the imperial court. The authorities have announced that you have been appointed as the imperial envoy with plenipotentiary authority, and that Prince Su, Jinda, has been dispatched to assist in the mediation. Zhang Jin was immediately surprised. Were these people in the court crazy? Had they not been abused enough by him? Why were they so eager to come to him? Then, remembering what Zhang Chong had just said about mediation, he asked in confusion, What does this mediation mean? Zhang Chong hurriedly explained. The telegram from the imperial court says that Great Britain, France, Mexico, Rose, and Sardinia have agreed to help the court mediate the Northeast issue, and the mediation meeting will be held in Tianjin. Zhang Jin frowned deeply. These foreign powers were no good. Would they really be so kind as to help Shanghe reclaim the northeast? Zhang Jin expressed his disbelief. Could it be that the imperial court has agreed to some conditions from the foreign powers again? Zhang Jin's mind raced for a moment, and his original intention to ignore the imperial court vanished instantly. He wanted to see what these foreign devils were up to. Tell the court that I have agreed. Oh, by the way, who is this Prince Su? Zhang Cheng said. I already inquired about it when I came here. This Prince Su, Jinda, is the current emperor's uncle. He is the third in line. In the north, he is called Sandetsi. He was appointed as the Grand Commander of the Northeast. After the Northeast incident, he fled to Tianjin. Zhang Jin nodded. The title of Grand Commander of Shanghe was just an honorary title with no real power. To put it bluntly, it meant receiving a salary without working. When does it begin? Reporting to the commander, the telegram says it will be April 15th at the Tianjin International Hotel. The British Minister Wales, the French Minister Ditter, the Melaga Minister Anderson, the Rose Minister Vitoff, the Sardinian Minister Aulis, and the Morning Minister Ostershiro will be there. Okay, remember to let me know when the time comes. Tianjin. Along a main street near the concession, there are various small Western-style buildings. The most eye-catching one is a 4-story Western-style building in wine red, located near the center. It is partially hidden among the green trees, giving it a sense of tranquility and serenity. However, the constant roaring from the courtyard completely ruined the atmosphere. What the hell is that bastard who dares to shit on my head? The military governor of Yan'an? Zhang Jin. What a load of crap. Does he even deserve it? What about the Governor General of the Northeast? Didn't he kneel at my feet back then? Damn it, what's wrong with the court? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become a military governor. Your Majesty, just you wait and see. One day our great Qing dynasty will be destroyed by these people. In the garden, Prince Su, Jinda, whose body was bloated and whose belly swelled like a ball, lay on a recliner, rocking back and forth while cursing. For beautiful young women stood around the recliner, carrying fruit platters and fine wine. Every now and then, they would put a piece of fruit in their lips and bend their slender waists slightly towards the middle-aged man. Just as Jinda was enjoying his meal, a pale-faced, beardless man came running over with a hoarse voice. Your Highness, good news. Good news. The person in mourning has agreed. Jinda, who was lying on the chair, suddenly sat up and said with a look of surprise, Really? The man with the hoarse voice hurriedly handed Jinda a thick document, as thick as a book, saying, The minister in charge of mourning said that as long as your Highness agrees to the conditions above, they will make you the king of the Northeast. What are the conditions? Jinda asked eagerly. Please tell me quickly. The man with the hoarse voice hurriedly opened the document and read aloud. Firstly, after your Highness takes control of the Northeast, national defense and local security must be entirely entrusted to the mourning empire, but all expenses incurred shall be borne by the prince's palace. Secondly, all transportation systems in Shanghe's northeast, including railways, highways, ports, and aviation, will be managed by the mourning empire, but the cost of repairs and construction will be borne by the royal palace. Article 53. All mineral resources in the northeast of Shanghe shall belong to the mourning empire. Article 217. The appointment and removal of all officials in the prince's palace must be approved by the Imperial Guangdong Governor-General's office during the period of mourning, otherwise, it is invalid. The man with the hoarse voice grew paler and paler with each recitation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, unable to continue, he said with a mournful face, Your Highness, this. Jinda waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right, just agree to their demands for now. Once I become the king of the Northeast, I'll have plenty of ways to turn things around. Seeing that Jinda wasn't angry, the man with the hoarse voice quickly said, Besides these, the envoy occasionally made another request, which was to have us sabotage this 5-nation mediation. Upon hearing this, Jinda frowned slightly. Disrupting the mediation was no easy task. He was merely a prince without any official position or power, and the envoys from the 5 countries might not even look at him. What should he do? Sudden, Jinda's eyes lit up. Chapter 44. The show is about to begin. April 14th, 24th year of Guangdong reign. On the Pingjin Highway, a formidable convoy was rapidly advancing towards Tianjin. Leading the convoy were 12 Panzer IV tanks, followed closely by 24 KFZ.251 half-track armored vehicles. Soldiers wearing helmets and carrying Type 56 semi-automatic rifles sat upright in the vehicle, which was also equipped with an M2 Browning heavy machine gun at the rear. Behind the armored vehicle were 12 or 75 three-wheeled motorcycles, 6 on each side, surrounding a black stair sedan. 2 flags were planted on the front of the sedan. One was the Panlong chasing the sun flag of the Shanghe dynasty, and the other was the white tiger treading blood flag of the Dingbei army. The white tiger signifies killing and warfare. Zhang Jin used the white tiger as the banner of the Dingbei army, naturally wanting to tell the world that peace and stability are achieved through force. Behind stair were more than 100 Opel trucks, also filled with soldiers, towing more than 20 88mm anti-aircraft guns, while the Dingbei army did not bring a single M113 armored car or Chaffee tank. As for why these equipment were replaced, when Zhang Jin heard that the Prussian envoy would also be attending the meeting, he immediately started making plans. He certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to make money. Such an impressive convoy traveling on the highway naturally became the most eye-catching sight. Merchants passing by were quick to make way, watching with curiosity as the military vehicles sped past one after another. They all wondered if such a large-scale operation meant that some big shot from the south had arrived. Half an hour later, the towering city walls of Tianjin finally came into view directly ahead of the convoy. The soldiers guarding the city gate also spotted the massive convoy speeding towards them on the highway, and the piercing sound of bells immediately echoed throughout the city gate tower. The soldiers who were inspecting passers-by at the city gate tower immediately ran behind the sandbag fortifications below the city wall, pointed their guns at the road ahead, and the people waiting to enter the city scattered in panic. In no time, not a single person could be seen at the city gate. At this time, as the Panzer IV tanks at the forefront drew closer, their massive steel bodies, deafening engine roars, and billowing black smoke exuded an overwhelming aura that sent chills down the spines of the 19th Army soldiers behind the sandbags, making them feel an urge to turn and run. Fortunately, the tank stopped a few dozen meters away from the city gate, which made the soldiers outside the gate breathe a sigh of relief and look at the iron lump so close to them with great curiosity. The armor, which looked incredibly heavy, gleamed with the chilling aura of steel under the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. Rumble. Just then, an armored vehicle drove up, and a colonel jumped out and walked directly toward the city gate. The soldiers lying behind the fortifications instantly tensed up. Brothers defending the city. Tell your superior that General Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an, is entering the city to attend the Five Nations Mediation Conference. Please make way for him. The soldiers hiding in the fortifications exchanged glances, but they knew that what was coming from the other side was not the enemy. Their tense nerves immediately relaxed, and a major immediately stood up. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and ask my superiors immediately. Before the major could turn around, a deep voice came from the city gate. Are you General Zhang's troops? Everyone turned to look, and a middle-aged officer wearing the rank of Major General strode out of the city gate. The captain saw the Major General and quickly saluted. Commander, what brings you here? The colonel also saluted the Major General and said, Sir, the convoy behind us is Governor Zhang's caravan. May I enter the city? The colonel's humility and politeness seemed to have won the Major General's favor. He smiled and returned the salute, saying, I am Lin Wei, the commander of the 191st Division of the newly formed 19th Army. Greetings, Commander Lin. I am Yan Ying, Deputy Brigade Commander of the Guard Brigade of the Yan'an Military Governor's Office. The colonel saluted again and introduced himself. Lin Wei smiled and agreed. General Zhang is the military governor of Yan'an, and Tianjin is his territory, so he can naturally enter the city. Yan Ying smiled slightly, waved his hand behind him, and the convoy immediately started and headed into the city. A moment later, Zhang Jin's stair arrived. Zhang Jin slowly rolled down the window and nodded to Lin Wei. Lin Wei quickly stood at attention and saluted, saying, Your Excellency. Zhang Jin smiled and nodded again, then rolled up the car window. Commander Lin, I'll take my leave now. Yan Ying saluted Lin Wei Jing, then turned and boarded the armored vehicle waiting nearby. Lin Wei watched the convoy enter the city gate with a smile until it disappeared from sight. Then his expression immediately turned cold. Send a telegram to the military headquarters immediately and tell them that Zhang Jin has arrived. Commander, are we just going to let him in like this? The major following behind looked puzzled. Lin Wei said coldly, What do you know? Tianjin is under the national spotlight right now. If we go even slightly out of line, we'll be thrust into the spotlight and labeled as sabotaging the peace talks. That would be a huge problem for us. Commander, What if they refuse to leave? Lin Wei sneered. They're just a few dozen armored vehicles. We can't do anything to them outside the city, but once they're inside, who knows? Pass down the order. The entire division must prepare for battle. Tianjin belongs to us brothers. Anyone who dares to steal our livelihood will face our wrath. Yes. Zhang Jin peered out the window at the street outside. Perhaps because trade had started early, Western-style buildings could be seen everywhere on the streets of Tianjin, giving it an exotic feel. Squeak. Just as Zhang Jin was admiring the scenery of the city, the car suddenly braked hard. If Zhang Jin hadn't reacted quickly, he would have made intimate contact with the seat in front of him. What's going on? Zhang Jin asked angrily, while Zhang Chong, wearing a throat microphone and sitting in the passenger seat, hurriedly replied. General, a messenger reports that a man claiming to be Prince Su's steward has blocked the convoy's path, saying that Prince Su requests your presence. Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned cold. Run it over. Meanwhile, directly ahead of the convoy, a fair-skinned, clean-shaven, effeminate man stood in front of the tank, his fingers delicately gesturing, and said arrogantly, "Tell your warlord to hurry up. If our prince gets impatient, we'll give him a piece of our mind." Rumble, rumble. Before the effeminate man could finish speaking, the tank, having received the order, suddenly started up and accelerated towards the car blocking the intersection. The effeminate man standing in front of the car immediately changed his expression and scrambled to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming tank. Bang! The enormous impact instantly sent the car blocking the street flying, tumbling through the air before crashing into the nearby intersection. My goodness! The effeminate man who had narrowly escaped death couldn't help but gasp in shock at the horrifying scene. The crowd that had been hiding on both sides of the street to watch the spectacle fell silent for a moment, only snapping back to reality after the convoy had passed. A burst of excited chatter followed. Where did these adults come from, daring to ram the prince's carriage? Are they tired of living? TCH, I think you're blind. This isn't a clash, it's a complete slap in the face. Good for him. This bastard only knows how to bully us ordinary folks. Now we finally have someone who can teach him a lesson. Just as the public was buzzing with discussion, Zhang Jin's convoy arrived in front of a 7-story Western-style building. Chapter 45, A Twist? The Grand Hotel was situated at the border of the concession and the city center. Behind the hotel lay the wide H River, and across the river was the concession. It was located right in the heart of the city, the most prosperous area of Tianjin. At this time, the huge hotel plaza was packed with people. Reporters with cameras surrounded the hotel entrance, and the constant clicking of shutters and flashes gave Prince Su Jinda, who was standing at the entrance to greet guests, a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Why is he so obsessed with power? Why does he collude with mourners? Isn't it all for that feeling of being the center of attention? Your Highness. A young eunuch rushed to Jinda and whispered something in his ear. Jinda's face immediately darkened. After a long pause, he uttered, "Useless." Beep, 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 beep. Just as Jinda was furious, the sound of car horns suddenly rang out on the street. A long line of cars slowly drove up, with colorful national flags flying on them. The envoys from various countries had arrived. Jinda quickly rubbed his face, greeted them with a beaming smile, and after welcoming all the foreign envoys into the hotel, he straightened up. Just as he was about to follow them in, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Your Highness Prince Su." Jinda turned around and saw a short, ugly man looking at him with dissatisfaction. He then realized that he had been so busy trying to please the envoys of the Western countries that he had forgotten about the envoy in mourning, Shiro. A smile immediately spread across his face. He slapped his forehead in deep regret and said, "Look at my brain. I always thought we were family and didn't need to be so polite. I've neglected Mr. Jinhua. Please don't mind. Mr. Jinhua, please come in. Please come in." Jinda's words pleased Jinhua Shiro. Just as he was about to say something polite, the sound of creaking tank tracks suddenly rang out on the street, instantly attracting everyone's attention. When he saw tanks coming one after another, Jinhua Shiro's pupils shrank sharply. Just as everyone was stunned, a car pulled up in front of the hotel, and the reporters all pointed their cameras at the car door. Soon, Zhang Jin got out of the car, and the sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly filled the air, so dazzling that Zhang Jin couldn't help but squint. "Hey, who is this? Such a grand entrance, and so young. You don't even know him? What kind of reporter are you?" "He is Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an." "Who is it from Shanghai?" "Wow, General is so handsome. Look at him, he's so strong." After learning that the person in front of them was the great hero Zhang Jin, the The reporters and the public became more enthusiastic than ever before. The people were delighted, but when Otsuka Shiro, standing on the hotel steps, realized that it was Zhang Jin approaching, his expression immediately turned cold. Jinda, standing beside him, also looked grim. Someone had already told him about Zhang Jin hitting his car on the street, so naturally, he hated Zhang Jin to death. He had originally thought that he could use Zhang Jin to sabotage the mediation, but he didn't expect to end up slapping himself in the face. Jinda glanced at Jianhua Shilang, whose face was almost dripping with gloom, and suddenly said, "Mr. Jianhua, would you like to teach him a lesson?" Suddenly, Silang's eyes narrowed. "Your Highness, do you have a solution?" Jinda smiled smugly. "I am a prince of the great Qing kingdom. No matter how high his official rank is, he is still a servant of our Jin family. Would he dare to kill his master?" Zhang Jin smiled and nodded at the reporters who were frantically taking pictures, then walked into the hotel. Just as he reached the entrance, a middle-aged man blocked his way. The man was pot-bellied, with a fat head and big ears, and lips as thick as sausages. "Zhang Jin, why do you not kneel before me?" The middle-aged man's voice silenced the hotel plaza instantly, and all eyes turned to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin frowned immediately. In Daxing Kingdom, there was indeed a tradition of kneeling before members of the royal family. However, at Zhang Jin's position, he did not even need to kneel before the emperor, let alone a mere prince. This was an unspoken understanding. Besides, this guy probably doesn't even know who Zhang Jin is, yet he dares to cause him trouble. Zhang Jin's lips curled into a cold smile as he strode towards Jinda. Seeing Zhang Jin walk straight towards him, Jinda couldn't help but smile smugly, assuming that Zhang Jin had given in. Snap! Just as Jinda was feeling smug, Zhang Jin raised his hand and slapped Jinda across the face. The force of the slap sent Jinda's chubby face flying, and you could vaguely see a few white things flying out of his mouth. Snap! Zhang Jin slapped again, but this time he hit the left side instead of the right, sending the fat that had been flying off Jinda's face flying back down. After several slaps, Jinda's already chubby face became red and swollen. Without saying a word, Zhang Jin raised his foot and kicked Jinda hard between the legs. "Ah!" A series of extremely pitiful wails suddenly echoed across the hotel plaza. Zhang Jin glanced at Jinda, who was curled up on the ground convulsing, then stepped over him and walked towards Jinhua Xiling. You, what do you want to do?" Jigu Xiling was already frightened by Zhang Jin's rudeness. Seeing Zhang Jin walking over, he immediately retreated in fear. Without a word, Zhang Jin grabbed Jian Shilang by the collar and dragged him into the restaurant. It wasn't until much later that the previously silent square became bustling again. "My God, what did we just see? General Zhang actually beat Prince Su. What's this? Didn't you all see it just now?" General Zhang actually dragged the envoy from the Morning Empire inside, like he was carrying a little chick. While the commotion outside the hotel was palpable, the situation inside was equally unsettling. The British minister, Valls, and his entourage watched in astonishment as Zhang Jin dragged occasionally Xiling in like a chick. As soon as Zhang Jin entered, he threw Jianhua Xiling on the ground and laughed, saying, "Don't misunderstand, everyone. His two short legs are too slow. I just gave him a ride. Everyone, now that everyone is here, shall we begin?" Valls glanced at Amakami Shiro, who was getting up from the ground, and a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. The Morning Empire was indeed powerful in the Far East, but in the eyes of foreigners, it was just another yellow-skinned monkey, and they wouldn't take it seriously at all. "Sir, the envoys of our 5 nations have summoned you here because we want you to convey our opinions to your emperors. Our opinions are..." Mr. Valls. Shiro, who had just gotten up from the ground, rudely interrupted Valls, saying with a serious expression, "I hope you will wait a moment before giving your opinion, so that we don't have to change it later." Valls frowned immediately, looking at Amakami Shiro with great displeasure. "What do you mean?" Tap 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 tap. Just then, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out. Chapter 46 Ceding Territory? Did you even ask me, Zhang? The hurried footsteps soon reached the entrance of the conference room, and then a foreigner in military uniform opened the door and walked in. He quickly walked up to Valls and whispered a few words to him, and Valls' face immediately showed a look of shock. "Fuck, what's he doing here?" The other ministers exchanged bewildered glances at Valls' sudden change in demeanor. Just as they were wondering what was going on, footsteps sounded outside the door again, and an elderly white man wearing a black top hat and carrying a cane walked in. It was the same foreigner who had recently been having a private conversation with Mitsufuji Kajihisa in Beiping Prefecture. As soon as Shiro saw the old foreigner walk in, He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Gerard, you've arrived." Gerard nodded slightly to occasionally Shiro, then looked up at Val's and the others. The unpleasant look on Val's face vanished as soon as Gerard entered. When Gerard looked at him, Val's greeted him with a beaming smile and a respectful tone, "Mr. Gerard." The other ministers also came over to greet Val's, their words carrying a hint of respect or restraint. Zhang Jin's eyes narrowed immediately, and he secretly wondered who this old man was. His gaze immediately fell on a foreign man, because he was the only one who hadn't surrounded Gerard. Zhang Jin even saw a hint of hatred and murderous intent in the man's eyes. Zhang Jin's heart skipped a beat. He had just heard Val's introduce the foreign man as something like Andrei, the minister of the Prussian Empire. So it is. Zhang Jin's expression instantly turned cold. He already knew what kind of person this old man named Gerard was. "Mr. Gerard, what brings you here this time?" Val's asked with a puzzled look. He really didn't understand why Gerard, who was considered a big shot in the Western continent, would come to the Far East. Gerard smiled and said, "I'm here today because of the matter in Shanghe Northeast." Oh, now it was Val's and the others' turn to be surprised. At this moment, they heard Gerard say, "Gentlemen, when you are mediating, you should not only focus on the surface, but also observe the essence. It is true that the Northeast is the land of Shanghe, but it also belongs to the world, to all mankind, and to all living beings. It is extremely unfair that the Morning Empire, as the most powerful country in the Far East, has tens of millions of people confined to a tiny place. What is wrong with them searching for a new land to continue their race? As I just said, the land belongs to all mankind, and those in mourning naturally have a share in it. Since they have a share, whatever actions they take in Northeast China is justified and legal. Why should we make things difficult for them? To make things difficult for a people who are struggling to survive, to prevent them from obtaining land, I don't think that's justice, but a crime." Gerard spoke passionately, leaving Val's and the others dumbfounded. They had never imagined that anyone could be so shameless as to call black white in broad daylight. Val's frowned. His all-out effort to organize the five-nation mediation was not out of sympathy for Shanghe, but because the mourners were damaging their interests in the north, which Great Britain would never tolerate. However, what troubled him was that he could not disregard Gerard's face. Just as Val's was hesitating, Gerard's voice rang out again. "Mr. Val's, if you can't decide, I think you should send a telegram to Renton. I'm sure they'll tell you what to do. And you, esteemed ministers Mariga, Firenze, and Sardinia, should also consult your own countries before making a decision." Vitaf, the envoy from the Rose Empire, immediately changed his expression. He had been the one who had strongly advocated for this mediation, precisely to prevent the mourners from gaining the upper hand. After all, they had also long coveted the rich Northeast, but the mourners got there first. Unexpectedly, an Abrahamian suddenly appeared and tried to disrupt their established strategy, which the Rose Empire would never allow. As for Gerard's identity, Vitaf smiled disdainfully. He didn't care about the concerns of people like Val's, and simply sneered. Since when have misers and cheapskates been able to decide the fate of other countries? "Mr. Gerard, do you think you're God?" Just as Gerard was being fawned over, he suddenly heard Vitaf's sarcastic remark, and his expression immediately darkened. He glared fiercely at Vitaf. Of course, they can only watch. They can't do anything to Vitaf. Just as the two were about to clash, a light, airy voice rang out. "Mr. Vitaf, what's the point of talking? If you want to see if Mr. Gillard is God, why not just send him to hell for His Majesty Hades to see?" Andrei's murderous words made Gerard freeze instantly, his face turning deathly pale. He even had an urge to turn and run away, but then he remembered that this was not the Prussian Empire. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then became furious and glared at Andrei. "Mr. Val's." In his anger, Gillard's words carried a hint of threat. "I hope you understand that you should stop talking about objectivity and fairness, and stop talking about neutrality. All of this is to help the country prosper. I hope you can stand on the side of the Morning Empire and think about them. They also need land, and they also need to survive. Shanghe has vast territory, so losing a little won't have much of an impact. But if Fusang Empire gains more territory, it will give the world one more country that believes in justice. Furthermore, how many soldiers in mourning were killed by the Shanghe people in Shinfu? How many people in mourning were left without fathers or sons? Shouldn't they be punished? Shouldn't they pay the price for their actions?" Gerard spoke with great passion, his brown eyes gleaming with fervor. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was God's messenger, the embodiment of justice. But if you listened to what he said, you'd probably want to tear him apart alive. Vols couldn't help but look at Deed and Anderson and Deed also looked at Vols at this moment. Their meaning was very clear. They wanted Vols to make the decision. Although Vols was unwilling, he shuddered when he thought of the influence of the Abrahams in the Western continent. He didn't want to die without knowing why. Then Vols spread his hands and said, "Mr. Gerard, you are right. Mourners do need living space. Everything they do, as you said, is out of necessity and in the name of justice. The people of Shanghe should compensate them." Anderson and his companion, along with Sardinia's envoy, expressed their agreement at the same time, while Vitaf and Andre were completely ignored. Just as Gerard was feeling smug, a chilling voice rang out, sending shivers down his spine. "I say, aren't you mistaken about something? When did it become your place to make decisions in Shanghe?" Chapter 47: The Deal with the Prussians. When Zhang Jin, who had been ignored, spoke, the hall fell silent. Vols and the others stared at him incredulously, as if he were an alien. They were used to treating Shanghe like a pig to be slaughtered, cutting him as they pleased. Now that someone has suddenly appeared who wants to rebel, their surprise is understandable. After the initial surprise, indifference sets in. In the eyes of these Western elites, the Shanghe court can be manipulated at will, so why would they care about the resistance of a small person? A burst of shrill laughter suddenly erupted in the quiet conference room, as if someone had heard something funny, filled with mockery, disdain, and condescension. If other Shanghe officials were here, they would have been at a loss by now, but Zhang Jin is standing here today. Zhang Jin walked up to Jinhua Xiling, who was laughing the loudest, grabbed her by the neck, lifted her up, slammed her onto the conference table, picked up the ashtray on the table, and smashed it down on Jinhua Xiling's head. 1, 2, 3. Only after smashing Amakami Shiro's head until it was a bloody mess did Zhang Jin throw the blood-stained ashtray aside. Amakami Shiro, slumped on the conference table, was barely breathing and clearly beyond saving. That's not all. Zhang Jin's gaze fell directly on Gerard. Gerard, who was already frightened by Zhang Jin's brutality, froze as if his body was frozen when he saw Zhang Jin's gaze on him, and for a moment he did not obey his commands. You, what do you want to do?" Gerard looked at Zhang Jin with a look of fear. Zhang Jin ignored him and kicked him to the ground, coldly saying, "Kneel down." Startled, Gerard scrambled to his feet and obediently knelt down. Zhang Jin pulled out his pistol and pulled the bolt hard. A click was heard, and the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed throughout the conference room. Gerard, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled involuntarily but dared not move. Zhang Jin then pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of Gerard's head. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out in the conference room. The bullet instantly pierced Gerard's head and emerged from his forehead, causing him to immediately collapse. At this time, the others were so stunned by Zhang Jin that they didn't even realize he had killed 2 people. It wasn't until Gerard lay in a pool of blood that Vols cried out in shock and snapped out of his daze. Bang! The gunshots in the conference room naturally alerted the foreign guards outside. A dozen or so foreign soldiers with guns rushed in immediately, followed by the sound of clattering boots outside. Soldiers from Zhang Jin's guard brigade also rushed in and quickly disarmed the foreign soldiers. "General Zhang, please don't do anything foolish. Killing us is declaring war on Great Britain and the entire Western world." As Vols watched Zhang Jin approach, he felt his hands and feet turn icy cold, a chill running from his cervical spine to the top of his head. He quickly spoke up and threatened Zhang Jin, fearing that Zhang Jin might shoot him if they disagreed. Zhang Jin looked at the extremely tense Vols and the others and sneered. "Do you really think your country would send troops all the way to the Far East just for you? I certainly don't." Zhang Jin's words were like a knife stabbing into Val's heart, making Val's feel cold inside. He naturally understood that the local authorities would not mobilize such a large force for a nobody like him. What he didn't understand was why Zhang Jin was so certain. Just as Vols was in despair, Zhang Jin suddenly changed his tone and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will let you go back safely. As for your so-called bullshit mediation, forget it. We will take back what we have lost ourselves." After finishing his sentence, Zhang Jin did not leave immediately. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze to Andre, the Prussian envoy, and asked, "Mr. Andre, would you be interested in visiting me?" Andre was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang Jin's incredibly sincere gaze and hesitated slightly before saying, "Of course." Zhang Jin smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed, like the smile of a fishing enthusiast who had just caught a big fish weighing dozens of kilograms. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Andre, please." A short while later, the entire conference room was left with only Vols and his group looking at each other in bewilderment. On the highway outside the city, Andre sat excitedly atop his SD KFC.251 armored vehicle, touching and examining it with obvious delight. He then gazed intently at the tank billowing thick smoke ahead. Andre, a civilian official who came from the military, understood perfectly what the armored vehicles and tanks under his command meant. After calming down, he also vaguely understood what Zhang Jin wanted to do. He immediately sat down and looked at Zhang Jin sitting next to him, saying, "General Zhang, can you tell me why you summoned me here?" Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Didn't Mr. Andre already guess that? The two looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Andre had developed a slight liking for Zhang Jin when he killed Gerard, and now, with a mutual respect, his goodwill had increased even more. He didn't mince words and said directly, "General Zhang, would you be willing to sell us a few armored vehicles and tanks?" Zhang Jin smiled and said, "Mr. Andre, I know that the Prussian Empire is a manufacturing powerhouse. As long as we get these armored vehicles and tanks, we can manufacture them without even needing blueprints. But it takes time to manufacture them, right? 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. There's another point. To make these weapons combat ready, we need at least 1,000 or even several thousand vehicles. Even if your country's industry is powerful, it will still take at least 1 or 2 years to achieve mass production. Even if your manufacturing sector doesn't care about the time, what about your leader? Doesn't he care?" Zhang Jin patiently explained that, as a major industrial power, the Prussian Empire, as he said, could easily replicate the originals once it had the physical objects, especially since these things originally belonged to Prussia. Even if the Prussian Empire wanted these weapons and equipment, it would only need a few dozen or 100 vehicles at most, which was not Zhang Jin's original intention in selling weapons. Of course, Zhang Jin could also ask for a high price to sell the whole package, and refuse to sell for less than 1,000 vehicles. Maybe the Prussian Empire would grit its teeth and sell it. But in that case, not only would it offend the Prussians, but the deal would also not last long. Unless Zhang Jin brings out good stuff every day, Zhang Jin would never do that. He sold weapons to the Prussian Empire for 2 reasons. First, to make money, and second, to help the Prussian Empire, this troublemaker, grow stronger as soon as possible and disrupt the Western world. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Zhang Jin had no time to let the enemy grow stronger and cause him trouble. So, Zhang Jin took a different approach, intending to win by offering lower prices. After all, he didn't need to produce his own weapons or exchange them for electricity. As long as his phone had power, he could produce them continuously. Just like with Baida, the pricing power naturally falls into his hands. If it costs you 100 yuan to produce a weapon, I can sell it to you for only 50 yuan. So, do you produce it yourself or sell it to Zhang Jin? Especially during a major war, what would you do? The answer is self-evident. At that time, Zhang Jin might even become the world's #1 arms dealer. Let's not say any more. Zhang Jin talked to Andre for a long time, then took out a weapons catalog and handed it to Andre, saying, "Mr. Andre, take a look for yourself." Andre took the catalog with a puzzled look, and his eyes nearly popped out when he saw what was on it. Chapter 48, The Western Wind Rises. The weapons catalog that Zhang Jin gave to Andre clearly stated, Kar 98K Mauser rifle, 45 Dirk/each, MP40 submachine gun, 36 Dirk/each, MG42 general purpose machine gun, 135 Dirk/each, Tiger tank, 150,000 Tyche/vehicle, Panzer IV, 80,000 Tyche/vehicle, Panther tank, 92,000 Tyche/vehicle, Bf-109 fighter jet, 18,000 Tyche/aircraft, Stuka, 15,000 Tyche/aircraft. Andre stared blankly at the densely packed list of weapons and equipment in the catalog, his mind filled with only one thought. Zhang Jin wouldn't be playing him for a fool again, would he? He didn't know the situation in Xinghua. Let alone building armored vehicles, they couldn't even build a small car. Zhang Jin looked at Andre, who had suddenly become suspicious, and was initially puzzled. Then it dawned on him that he had gone too far this time, making Andre suspicious. But he doesn't care about any of that. Let them suspect him, they're not going to eat him alive. As long as he doesn't tell, no one in the world will ever discover his secret. He immediately smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Andre, after we arrive in Beiping Prefecture, I will have someone show you the actual items so you can have a good understanding of them. No rush for a transaction. I, Zhang Jin, have always been honest and trustworthy. We'll exchange money for goods. Zhang Jin was no longer in a hurry, but Andre was not. His boss was currently preparing for war, and Andre, far away in the east, could feel the thirst for weapons. How could Andre let go of such a good opportunity to flatter him? He hurriedly said, "General Zhang, I really like this armored vehicle and tank. I wonder if I could buy one of them first." Zhang Jin immediately smiled. "Of course, minimum order of 100. The blueprints are not out of the question, but a set of gold worth 10 million imperial marks is acceptable." Western Continent, homeland of the Eagle Federation. London City. In a magnificent ancient castle on the outskirts of the city, an elderly foreign man dressed in a tailcoat, resembling a butler, was walking gracefully down the castle's corridor. His face showed a hint of anxiety, yet he maintained his composure. Soon, the old man in the tuxedo arrived at the door of a house inlaid with jewels, stopped, took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. "Come in." A strong voice rang out from inside the door. The old man in the tuxedo then forcefully pushed open the door and went inside. He immediately saw an incredibly spacious room filled with enormous bookshelves, 4 or 5 meters high, crammed full of books. In the center of the space stands a wine-red classic desk, behind which sits an elderly man with a full head of white hair. "Mr. Rhodes, a telegram has just arrived from the Far East. Mr. Gerard is dead." The old man, who was engrossed in writing, suddenly paused, then looked up, revealing a smooth, glossy face without a single wrinkle. If it weren't for his wise, weathered eyes and his full head of white hair, no one would believe that the old man was almost 80 years old. The old man frowned slightly and asked slowly, "What happened?" The butler bowed hastily. "Mr. Rhodes, Gerard has been ordered by the elders to go to the Far East to choose a site for the Garden of Eden. He has his eye on the northeast of Shanghe, but this area has already been occupied by the mourners. In order to establish an Eden in the east, Mr. Gillard reached a cooperation agreement with the Mourning Empire. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to complete his mission, it was thwarted by a local warlord from Shanghe, who also killed Gillard." A cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes, then disappeared, leaving a hint of doubt on his face. At this moment, the butler continued, "Mr. Rhodes, the situation of our people in Prussia is becoming increasingly difficult. Countless people are being persecuted every day. If we don't find a way, the crazy Prussians may not give us another chance. Why don't we choose another place?" The old man shook his head at the hopeful-looking butler and said, "Don't place your hopes on other places. Don't be fooled by our considerable influence in various regions. It's just a facade. They actually reject us from the bottom of their hearts and are unwilling to accept us. If we plead with them, all we'll get are endless excuses. That's why I encourage everyone to invest in newspapers and radio stations. Only when we control public opinion and our voice will it be time for us Abrahams to rise up. By then, we can package ourselves however we want, and no one will call us misers or cheapskates anymore. Given our current situation, the Far East is our only ideal option. There are no particularly powerful forces there, and we can certainly protect our people with our own strength. You just need to know that this is the place God chose for us. Since it was chosen by God, it is our land. But what about the Far East?" The butler's face showed a hint of helplessness. A cold look appeared on the old man's face. "Send someone to the Far East again to get the mourners moving and help us eliminate any unfavorable factors. Even if the mourners fail, there is still the Rose Empire. They can also become our allies. No matter what means we use, we will take that place. Just remember one thing. Those who support us are righteous, and those who don't support us are devils and deserve to die." A hint of fanaticism appeared on the butler's face as he bowed with great elegance. "As you wish, Mr. Rhodes." Prussian Empire, Boland City. Royal Palace. His Majesty Emperor Hiller of the Third Prussian Empire was discussing state affairs with a group of imperial officials in the Imperial Garden. "Mr. Spears, how are your preparations going?" Suddenly, Hiller asked a tall, middle-aged man, who was none other than Hiller's Minister of Armaments. "My most supreme Majesty, the military industry has obeyed your orders and is producing weapons and equipment at full capacity." Hiller frowned slightly. "Mr. Spears, what I need is not for you to focus on producing useless weapons, but to develop more advanced weapons, weapons that can make our Aryans stronger." Spence spread his hands, looking helpless. "Your Majesty, developing weapons takes time." Hiller knew that developing new weapons would take a considerable amount of time, but the restless heart within him was becoming increasingly eager. He needed passion, he needed victory. Only in this way could he firmly control the country. Just as the Imperial Garden was quiet, Hitler's Minister of the Interior, Bowman, hurried over and handed Hitler an urgent telegram, saying, "Your Majesty, I think you should take a look at this." Chapter 49, 200 tons of gold. Upon hearing this, Hill took the telegram, and after reading its contents, his face immediately showed a look of shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Bowman quickly bowed. "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed again, it is true. These are some weapons data sent by Andre. He hopes the military can send some representatives to the Far East to see them in person." Bowman handed over a dozen telegrams to Hitler, who quickly took them and glanced at them. He was immediately captivated by one particular data point. Tiger heavy tank. Weighing 56.7 tons, with a road speed of 38 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 160 kilometers, it is equipped with an 88 mm tank gun with 92 rounds of ammunition. The front armor is 102 mm thick, the gun shield armor is 150 mm thick, and the side and rear armor is 82 mm thick. Hitler's gaze grew increasingly intense as he read the telegram. It wasn't until much later that he handed it to the group of generals beside him. The generals, who had been eagerly anticipating the telegram, immediately surrounded it, and exclamations of surprise rang out. They were clearly astonished by the data on the telegram. After an unknown amount of time, the generals, still reluctant to leave, finally looked away from the telegram. Chief of the General Staff Walter, who was leading the group, spoke up. "Your Majesty, I think we should send a corps of officers to the Far East. If these weapons are genuine, our plans could be brought forward by 5 to 6 years." Upon hearing that his grand undertaking could be accelerated by several years, Hitler's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded and said, "Send more people over there to assess these weapons. I need a complete report. General Canas, send out all your best agents to find out where this Easterner got so many advanced weapons." Hitler's eyes gleamed. He simply did not believe that a small Eastern warlord was capable of producing such advanced weapons. He thought it was most likely that some Western power was using Zhang Jin's resources to sell them to the Prussian Empire. As for why they needed to use someone else's hand, Hitler had already figured it out himself. It was because of the arms control treaty imposed on them. A gloomy look appeared on Hitler's face. He felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but curse. Damn those British. The officers standing nearby, including Walter, brightened up. They already knew what Hitler was up to. Buying was no substitute for plundering. All they needed to know was where their arsenal was located. "Your Majesty, what if we can't find an arsenal for the time being?" Just then, an untimely voice rang out. The dreamer immediately snapped Hitler and the others out of their reverie, their faces showing displeasure. Although somewhat displeased, Hill agreed with the possibility and immediately said, "We can purchase a batch of weapons and equipment to arm our existing soldiers." "Your Majesty," Bowman suddenly interjected. Andre called to say that Zhang Jin only wants gold. Hill replied without hesitation, "Then give it to him." In Hitler's eyes, the most important thing was to make the Prussians stand at the top of the world again. As long as the noble Prussians could regain their glory, money was worthless. "General Walter, you will lead the team this time. General Adrian, General Mandelstein, General Kesselring, and Valls, you will also come along." When Walter and his 3 companions heard that their emperor had actually asked them to go, they were overjoyed. In fact, they had been itching to go ever since they saw the data in the telegram. If it weren't for Emperor Hitler's immense power and penchant for making arbitrary decisions, they would have already volunteered. "Bowman, how much gold do we have in Curry?" Bowman hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, including what we collected from the Abrahams during this period, it amounts to approximately 770 tons. Take 200 tons of gold and give it to Valls and his men, then draw elite troops from the Guards Corps to protect them." 200 tons of gold. Walter and the others were stunned. This was an astronomical fortune, worth at least 500 or 600 million imperial marks. Keep in mind that at this time, the annual GDP of the Prussian Empire was less than 75 billion imperial marks. The value of this gold was almost 1% of that. Should we really let them take it to the east? Seeing Hill's resolute expression, they immediately understood that their boss was really going to take a gamble. But another problem arose. How were they going to get the stuff back? Just then, Hill said cheerfully, "Don't we have an agreement with the Shanghe court to help them train their army? You can use that as an excuse to go to the Far East this time. Didn't they also order a large batch of weapons from us? Send them all over here this time. This gives us a reason to send more transport ships." Walter and the others suddenly understood and looked at their emperor with admiration. Only Spears looked troubled. "Your Majesty, Shanghe has ordered tens of thousands of guns from us. and we simply cannot produce them in a short time. Why produce them? Hill asked rhetorically, taking advantage of Vals's momentary daze. We can just draw them directly from the Army's active duty weapons. We're about to be re-equipped, so what's the point of keeping these junk? It's a good opportunity to find them a buyer. But, Your Majesty, Shanghe bought a new one. What do you mean by new or not? We're already doing a great job selling to them. Don't worry, they're used to kneeling before us. They won't have any complaints. Beiping Prefecture, outskirts. Zhang Jin, escorted by Zhang Chong, Yin Ying, and others, walked along the narrow path between the fields. Leading the way was Ding Baozhen, the commissioner of the Beiping Prefecture Administrative Inspectorate. Here, it is necessary to mention the local system of the Daxing Empire. The highest official in a province was naturally the military governor, followed by the civil administration, security bureau, secretariat, general affairs department, and local court. The Director General of the Civil Affairs Office oversees all civil affairs in the province. The commander of the Security Bureau is responsible for maintaining public order in the province and commands the security forces of all prefectures and counties. The Secretariat is the daily administrative body of the Governor-General's residence, and the General Affairs Office manages the welfare, pay, and other necessities for officials and soldiers in the province. Below that are the prefectural-level administrative inspectors, responsible for civil affairs within their jurisdiction. The next level down is the county, with the position of county magistrate, who is essentially the ancient county governor, wielding absolute power and known as a local emperor. Walking along the narrow path, Zhang Jin looked at the wilted wheat on both sides and couldn't help but frown, asking, "What's wrong with this wheat?" Ding Baozhen hurriedly explained, "Please understand, Your Excellency, that firstly, these farmlands are far from the river, making it inconvenient to obtain water. Secondly, the river level has dropped significantly recently, and all the nearby ditches have dried up, resulting in a severe water shortage in the farmlands, which is why they are in this state now. Why not dig a well?" Zhang Jin blurted out. Ding Baozhen's face showed a hint of bitterness. "Your Excellency, you may not know this, but to dig a well requires the efforts of an entire village and takes several months. Over the past year, many wells have run dry due to the drought, and the people are barely able to keep their drinking water, let alone the farmland." Ding Baozhen's explanation made Zhang Jin's cheeks blush slightly. His words were no different from Emperor Hui of Jin's question, "Why don't they eat meat porridge?" He had clearly forgotten that this was no longer a modern society, but an era where even well-digging machines were nowhere to be seen. Digging a well was a huge undertaking, and it was simply impossible to dig a well 40 or 50 meters, or even 100 meters, deep by manpower. Even if we could dig it out, we don't know how much time it would take, and there's no way to promote it on a large scale. In a short time, Zhang Jin suddenly felt an even heavier burden on his shoulders. Ensuring that ordinary people have enough to eat was a long and arduous task. At the very least, we need to solve the water problem first, otherwise everything we say will be in vain. Just as Zhang Jin was secretly reminding himself to go back and check the image library for well drilling equipment, an incredibly excited voice suddenly came from ahead. Come quick, there's a good show coming." Chapter 50, The Opium Disaster. It must be said that watching a spectacle is human nature. That's right. Because of this shout, the listless villagers working in the fields immediately perked up and put down their work to run towards the town at the end of the path. Even Zhang Jin felt a surge of curiosity and couldn't help but walk towards the town hidden in the woods. Soon they arrived at the town's only street, where a large crowd of onlookers had already gathered 3 or 4 deep at the town's entrance. Zhang Jin pulled down his hat brim and squeezed into the crowd. There were 7 or 8 black-skinned police officers carrying guns standing in a row. In front of the police officers was a middle-aged official in his 30s or 40s, sitting behind a table. On the table was a gavel and a bamboo tube containing divination sticks. In the open space in front of the table, 2 men were kneeling, one older and one younger. "Who is this old man?" Zhang Jin asked an old man standing next to him. The old man glanced at Zhang Jin and immediately noticed his extraordinary nature. He quickly replied, "Sir, the one presiding over the case is our watching magistrate, Lord Bao Dague." Zhang Jin nodded. This was the first time he had seen an official presiding over a case since he came to this world. He had thought that these officials would sit under a high mirror and slam a gavel to preside over cases, but he didn't expect that they could do it at any street corner. Alas, the old man sighed and said, "The Wang family has offended the foreigners this time. They're finished." Judging from the old man's tone, Zhang Jin knew what had happened and immediately asked, somewhat annoyed, "Grandpa, Do you know what's going on? The old man replied irritably. What could possibly be wrong? It's all the opium's fault. Opium? Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned cold, and he forced a smile as he said, Sir, could you tell me what exactly happened? The old man was clearly a smooth talker. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's question, he immediately launched into a long, detailed explanation. It turned out that the Wang family was considered wealthy in the town, owning 30 or 40 acres of farmland near the river. After paying taxes, they still had a considerable surplus of grain, making them one of the few families in the entire town who could afford to eat a large white steamed bun every few days. Old man Wang, the head of the Wang family, was also quite shrewd in business. He opened a small mill in town, and business was booming. He lived a very prosperous life, and everyone in the surrounding area was envious. But the good times didn't last long. A group of foreigners suddenly arrived in town, and soon 2 large opium dens appeared on the main street. Within a month, a third of the town's population had become addicted to drugs, including Wang Dade, the eldest son of the Wang family. He not only squandered all the family's money, but also secretly sold all the land without his father's knowledge. In just 2 years, the Wang family had fallen on hard times and become impoverished. To everyone's surprise, Wang Dade remained unrepentant and set his sights on his younger brother Wang Erda's daughter. He secretly sold her, his own niece, to an opium den in exchange for 2 ounces of opium. Old man Wang and Wang Erda were naturally not satisfied, so they went to the opium den to demand the release of the person. This Wang Erda was no ordinary man. He had worked at the Tianjin martial arts school in his younger days and knew some martial arts. He single-handedly beat the thugs of the opium den to a pulp. Unfortunately, there were foreigners in the opium den. Seeing that Wang Erda was skilled in martial arts, the foreigners pulled out their guns and tried to kill him. Fortunately, Wang Erda was quick-witted and hid under the table when the foreigner opened fire, thus escaping unharmed. Enraged, the foreigner pointed his gun directly at Wang Erda's father, Old Man Wang. At the critical moment, Wang Dade, the eldest son of Old Man Wang, suddenly ran out and stood in front of Old Man Wang. He was shot in the head by the foreigner. When Wang Erda saw his brother being killed, he was so angry that he threw a stool and knocked the foreigner to the ground. Unexpectedly, this caused a huge problem. The foreigners went directly to the government, and Wang the old man and his son Wang Erda were immediately arrested. Zhang Jin nodded to indicate that he understood, then asked with a puzzled look, since these officials are so obsequious to foreigners, why not just punish them directly? Why go through all this trouble with a public trial? Upon hearing this, the old man glanced around mysteriously before whispering, You don't know this, do you? Our Lord Bao is also an honest official, full of passion and integrity. Unfortunately, the foreigners are too powerful, so Lord Bao had no choice but to use this method. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, those corrupt officials and foreigners dared not play any tricks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin glanced at Ding Baojun, who was standing uneasily beside him, but said nothing. Instead, he looked at the open space. Old Wang, kneeling on the ground, kept kowtowing and crying out for justice. Your Honor, I am wronged. I am wrong. Snort. What grievance do you have? You're just a peasant who toils in the fields, yet you dare to hurt Mr. Behrens. You should be killed on the spot. A mocking voice suddenly came from the crowd, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw several people leading horses walking over. There was a foreigner and 2 men, followed by several soldiers. The one who had spoken was one of the middle-aged men, dressed in white clothes and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined and cultured. The middle-aged man walked into the crowd and immediately turned to a foreigner behind him with a fawning smile, saying, Mr. Behrens, we've arrived. The foreigner seemed somewhat displeased and grunted through his nose. The middle-aged man bowed to the foreigner, straightened up, and walked towards the open space. The crowd of onlookers immediately made way for him. Seeing the group approaching, Bao Dagui, who was sitting behind the table, slowly stood up and bowed to the portly man following the foreigner. This humble servant, Bao Dagui, greets the deputy commissioner. Hiding in the crowd, Ding Baojun adjusted his hat and whispered to Zhang Jin, Your Excellency, the chubby one is Deputy Commissioner Tong Xing, and the one wearing glasses is Rong Xingde, a famous lawyer in Yan'an who specializes in serving foreigners and dignitaries. Just as Ding Baojun was reporting, Rong Xingde, who wore glasses, loudly proclaimed, Governor Bao, I am Rong Xingde, and I am Mr. Behrens' plenipotentiary representative. My client now has only one request, that they be severely punished, and that he pay 10,000 silver dollars in compensation. 10,000 silver dollars. The crowd of onlookers gasped in astonishment. They toiled away for a month and only earned a few silver dollars. 10,000 silver dollars was a sum they never even dared to dream of. Wang Erda, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately became furious. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "He killed my elder brother. Why should I give him money?" "On what grounds?" Rong Shengde sneered. "On the grounds that you hit Mr. Barons. To harm our Western friends and disrupt the harmony between friendly nations is a grave crime in our great Qing kingdom. Not only would we make you pay compensation, but we would also kill you, which would be perfectly reasonable." Wang Erda was enraged by Rong Shengde's sharp words and shouted, "I was acting in self-defense. Does he expect me to stand still when he fires a shot?" Snort. Self-defense. Did Mr. Barons hit you? Even if Mr. Barons hit you, you cannot retaliate, because my client has already stopped shooting. If you retaliate, it will be considered intentional assault. Wow. This not only enraged Wang Erda, but also disgusted the surrounding people with Rong Shengde's shamelessness. Chapter 51. Eliminate the weeds at the root. Wang Erda glared at him angrily. "Are you even a Xinhua native?" Rong Shengde scoffed, giving Wang Erda a haughty glance. "In a few days, I, Rong, will be a legitimate citizen of the United States, able to breathe incredibly sweet air." Rong Shengde took a deep breath, feigning ecstasy, and said, "It reeks of money." Even the foreigners couldn't stand it anymore. "Mr. Rong, I invited you here to do things, not to listen to your lecture." "Yes, yes." When Rong Shengde saw that his master was unhappy, he immediately bowed. When facing Bao Dagui and the common people, he immediately straightened his back. "Lord Bao, the facts are now clear. Please pronounce the verdict immediately. We are still waiting to confiscate your property." Bao Dagui gave Rong Shengde a cold look. "This is an official case, and it's not your place to interrupt." "You?" Rong Shengde was furious that Bao Dagui, a mere county magistrate, dared to disrespect him. He nearly exploded with rage and glared at Deputy Commissioner Zhang Tongxing. "Lord Tong, is this the official under your command? The evidence is irrefutable, yet you're still trying to smooth things over. Mr. Barons doesn't have time to waste here with you. The fact that he even came here is already a great honor for you. If this drags on any longer, Mr. Barons will file a complaint against you at the consulate, and then this small matter will cause internal and external disputes." Rong Shengde's words were full of threats, which frightened the fat official so much that his face began to tremble. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Mr. Rong, don't worry, the case will be closed immediately." He turned around, straightened up, and looked at Bao Dagui with an impatient expression, saying, "Governor Bao, didn't you hear what Mr. Rong said? Close the case immediately." Bao Dagui said with a grim expression, "Lord Tong, there are still deficiencies in the evidence and testimonies in this case. How can we hastily close the case? I told you, you must close this case immediately." When Tongxing saw that Bao Dagui dared to talk back to him, his face turned ashen, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. Bao Dagui was speechless for a moment. He had thought that a public trial would make Tongxing and the others think twice, but he did not expect that these people would not even care about their reputation and would dare to take sides in front of everyone. They did not take the people seriously at all. "Lord Tong, even if Wang Erda is guilty, what about the fact that the foreigners killed Wang Dade? Are we just going to let it go like this?" Bao Dagui still didn't want to give up. The portly official frowned as he looked at Bao Dagui, who was refusing to back down. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Rong Shengde, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "That's easy." He then pulled a handful of silver dollars from his pocket and threw them on the ground. 10 silver dollars for a life. There's precedent for that. And our Mr. Barons is generous. He'll give you 20 silver dollars. "Governor Bao, isn't it time to pronounce the verdict?" Bao Dagui glanced at Tongxing and Rong Shengde, who were eyeing him menacingly, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. How could a mere county magistrate like him possibly stand against foreigners and the vast bureaucratic class? Just as Bao Dagui was at a loss for what to do, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Since when did Xinhua become the place where some foreign-looking, devilish dog is judging cases? How come I, the Governor General, didn't know?" Zhang Jin's words were like the wind in December, cutting into Tongxing and the others, making their hearts grow cold and their bodies freeze. Actually, Zhang Jin didn't want to step forward so soon. He wanted to see how Bao Dagui would handle the situation. However, seeing that the onlookers were just there for the spectacle, practically cracking sunflower seeds in their hands, and showing no intention of helping whatsoever, he hesitated. What angered Zhang Jin even more was that there were several people standing there with steamed buns in their hands, looking eager as if they couldn't wait to chop up the entire Wang family so they could feast on blood-soaked buns. Enraged, Zhang Jin lost interest in watching and walked out. Rongxingde and Tong Xing were terrified. Zhang Jin's fearsome reputation had spread throughout Yan'an. Everyone knew that he was ruthless and cruel and would behead or shoot someone at the drop of a hat. Really? Without a word, Zhang Jin pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Rongxingde. Rongxingde was terrified. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Your Excellency, I do not know what crime I have committed. Why must you kill me?" Zhang Jin sneered, "What crime? I just don't like the look of you, and I want to kill you." Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out instantly at the street corner. After shooting Rongxingde, he turned the gun on Tong Xing and pulled the trigger again. His clean and decisive movements immediately stunned everyone present. Then, a chill ran through everyone's body, and all the eyes that looked at Zhang Jin were filled with awe. Zhang Jin then looked at Barons, who was sitting on his horse, and said coldly, "Get off your horse." The murderous glare made the fleeing Barons obediently dismount and look at Zhang Jin with fear. "I am a member of the Sassoon family. You can't kill me. Otherwise, your imperial court will not spare you." Ding Baozhan hurriedly walked up to Zhang Jin and said, "General, the Sassoon family specializes in the opium trade. At least half of the opium in Xinghua is transported here by their family. Countless people deeply resent them, but they have foreign skin and collude with many high-ranking officials, so even the imperial court can't do anything about them." Humph! Zhang Jin sneered upon hearing this. Foreign skin? Even a fancy coat won't help today. Men, hang this bastard dead. Hang him right at the street corner, so everyone who dares to sell opium can see. Also, shut down all the opium dens in town and distribute all the profits to the victims. The people who had gathered around immediately beamed with joy upon hearing that money would be distributed, and their initial fear turned into gratitude. Zhang Jin had been in power for quite some time and naturally understood the principle of using both kindness and severity. However, thinking about what the people had just done, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that not only did he need to ensure that the people had enough to eat, but their mindset also needed to keep up. But now was not the time to think about such things. He had other matters to attend to. Zhang Jin's expression turned serious as he coldly said, "Yanning, pass down the order. Command the troops stationed in various regions to raid and shut down all the opium dens in Yan'an and Yanbei. Arrest everyone inside, and kill anyone who dares to resist on the spot." "Yes, Commander." Upon hearing that Zhang Jin intended to eradicate all opium dens, Ding Baozhan's expression changed drastically. After a moment's hesitation, he still forced himself to offer his advice. "General, the opium issue is extremely complex, involving countless people. It's a matter of great importance, and any action taken could have far-reaching consequences. Please think carefully." Zhang Jin suddenly turned around, glared at Ding Baozhan, and said angrily, "So, you just stood by and watched foreigners kill our people without doing anything?" Ding Baozhan blushed and bowed deeply, saying, "This humble servant is ashamed. Shame on me, Humph. Save this nonsense for the people who have been killed by your apathy. I'm giving you two choices right now. The first choice is that I appoint you as the Northern Anti-Smoking Ambassador, and you lead your men to ban smoking for me. The second option is to take your family with you to die." Zhang Jin's murderous words made Ding Baozhan's legs go weak, and his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "This humble servant is willing to die for the commander-in-chief." Zhang Jin's expression softened slightly, and seeing this, Ding Baozhan forced himself to speak again. "What if someone jumps out to obstruct it?" "Humph, then let them all jump out." Zhang Jin sneered. He might not be good at much else, but he was certainly adept at flipping tables. Chapter 52, A Secret Maneuver. The next day, at noon, Beiping Prefecture. Suddenly, people saw squads of fully armed soldiers appearing in trucks throughout the city's streets and alleys, followed by intense gunfire that echoed throughout the city. How could the gunmen in the opium dens be a match for the army? They were utterly routed the moment they made contact. It didn't take long. All the opium shops in the city were shut down, and boxes of opium paste were loaded onto trucks and transported outside the city, quickly piling up into a small mountain outside the city. The process in Beiping Prefecture went smoothly, but other places faced numerous obstacles. Jinfu. On the West Gate Tower, Song Yunjia, the garrison commander of Jin Prefecture, placed his hands on the battlements and looked at the long line of armored vehicles below the city. What made his pupils shrink was that just a kilometer away in an open space, dozens of howitzers were lined up in a row, their huge barrels clearly over 100 millimeters in diameter. Damn Zhang Jin. Song Yunja slammed his fist on the battlement and cursed loudly. That damn guy must have known he didn't have any heavy weapons, and he's blatantly threatening him. No way. They were poor, and the best weapons they had were a dozen or so small cannons. Compared to landlords like Zhang Jin, they were miles behind. Open the door. Make way. Song Yunja spat out through gritted teeth, nearly causing the officers following behind him to jump up. Commander, you can't open the door? What if they refuse to leave? That's right, Commander, if all else fails, we'll fight them to the death. Yes, let's give it our all. Seeing the indignant officers, Song Yunja's face darkened. The officers who were complaining immediately shut up and lowered their heads, looking like obedient children. All you do is talk big. Open your eyes wide and look carefully at what's outside. Tanks. Cannons. What do we have to fight with? Our brothers' lives. Aren't our brothers' lives too? Are they worth less than yours? Song Yunja was usually very powerful, and when he got angry, it was like a volcanic eruption. Several officers were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Looking at the officers who had become completely obedient, Song Yunja sighed and said, "We are all Xinhua people. What's the point of fighting each other? If you have the ability, go fight the Xiaofu mourning sect. That's real skill and true heroism." Standing among the officers, Lin Wei, commander of the 191st Division, straightened his chest and said loudly, "Commander, we know what to do." Seeing this, the other officers also stood tall and agreed. "We will obey the commander's instructions." A smile finally appeared on Song Yunja's face, and he waved his hand, saying, "Open the door." A short while later, a soldier ran up and reported, "Sir, there is an officer down here who wants to see you." Song Yunja frowned. Was that damn Zhang Jin trying to push his luck? Although he had already agreed to let the Dingbei army into the city, he was still seething with anger. He said coldly, "Let him come up." The soldier shrank back in fright at Song Yunja's cold tone, quickly agreed, and ran down to the city gate tower. A short while later, Zhang Cheng strode up from the city gate tower and gave Song Yunja a perfect military salute. This humble officer, Zhang Cheng, commander of the Yan'an military governor's garrison brigade, greets Commander Song. One cannot hit a smiling face. Zhang Cheng was so respectful and polite from the start that Song Yunja, who was full of anger, could only suppress his anger and force a smile, saying, "I wonder what business Commander Zhang has with me." Zhang Cheng said with a smile, "Commander Song, I've come here to convey General Zhang's orders." Order? Song Yunja's face stiffened instantly, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Cheng said lightly, "As long as the Tianjin garrison is willing to accept the orders of the Yan'an military governor's office, from this day forward, all the money, food and military pay needed by the garrison will be provided by the military governor's office, and the garrison will be equipped with new weapons." Issue rations and pay? Issue weapons? Song Yunja was stunned, the 6 words echoing in his mind, and the anger in his heart vanished without a trace at that moment. Zhang Cheng glanced at Song Yunja and the officers of the garrison who were completely stunned, a smile flashing across his eyes. Zhang Jin was certainly not a good person, and he wasn't going to be a fool to give away gifts selflessly. Zhang Jin did this for one purpose only, to control this elite northern force. As long as Song Yunja accepted his military pay and weapons, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the force would belong to Zhang. Even if Song Yunja wanted to cause trouble, Zhang Jin wouldn't have to do anything. He could simply cut off the supply of bullets and military pay, and the entire garrison would immediately fall into chaos. Then he could deal with it however he wanted. Therefore, having a gun doesn't guarantee you're the king of the hill. There's another crucial prerequisite. You need bullets. At this moment, Song Yunja had come to his senses and looked at Zhang Cheng with suspicion. He felt that there was some conspiracy involved, but he couldn't figure it out. He was wavering and hesitant. Don't blame Song Yunja for such a strong reaction. Don't think he's so powerful just because he controls the entire Jin prefecture. Indeed, Tianjin is one of only 2 international metropolises in Xinhua, with thriving industries and a large population. And that is precisely why countless forces were eyeing the prize, not to mention the foreigners, the mourning officials, the imperial court, and other major powers vying for power. Among them, Song Yunja was the weakest. He couldn't even get a share of the broth, let alone the meat. If it weren't for the fact that various forces needed him as a balancing force, giving him a little something every now and then, plus the fact that he was secretly doing some small business on his own, he would have been completely different. Even with this, we can barely make ends meet. Commander Song, our military command has said that as long as you are willing, you will remain in your original positions. The military governor's office will never do anything like discarding someone after they have served their purpose. Really? Song Yunja's eyes lit up immediately. As long as their positions weren't changed, everything was negotiable. Brigadier General Zhang, does the commander-in-chief have any other requests? Song Yunja still had some reservations. Zhang Chong smiled slightly. As for requirements, there is one: combat strength. The military command hopes that you will achieve combat readiness as soon as possible after receiving the new weapons. A hint of difficulty immediately appeared on Song Yunja's face. As a commander, he naturally understood that changing equipment required a break-in period. Just as Song Yunja was in a dilemma, Zhang Chong suddenly spoke up. In order to ensure that you can form combat capability as soon as possible, the commander-in-chief has specially dispatched 2,000 elite soldiers to train your army. From now on, these soldiers will all be under the command of Commander Song. Commander Song, you can rest assured. Zhang Chong smiled as he looked at Song Yunja, whose face had suddenly turned pale. These people are just ordinary soldiers. There isn't a single officer among them. Upon hearing that there were no officers inside and that he had gained 2,000 elite soldiers for free, Song Yunja immediately smiled and rubbed his hands somewhat embarrassedly, saying, "How could I accept this? Please ask Brigade Commander Zhang to convey my thanks to the general." A smile also appeared on Zhang Chong's face, though it carried a hint of amusement, which quickly vanished as he said seriously, "Commander Song, since we'll be brothers eating from the same pot from now on, I won't waste any more words. The general has instructed me to bring you 40,000 Type 38 rifles, 4,000 submachine guns, 1,000 Czech light machine guns, 72 80mm mortars, and 36 Italian cannons. These weapons are usable by the soldiers I brought you. I hope that Commander Song, you can quickly build up your combat capability so that we can fight side by side in the future. As for military pay, the Dingbei Army Headquarters Quartermaster Department will have someone specifically responsible for verifying the number of soldiers, and the military pay will be uniformly distributed to each soldier's bank account on the first day of each month." Song Yunja was practically drooling at this point, completely oblivious to Zhang Chong's subsequent words. His mind was filled only with thoughts of 40,000 and 4,000 cigarettes. After a while, Song Yunja snapped out of his daze and quickly said with a smile, "Everything will be done according to the general's wishes. If the operation in Tianjin goes smoothly, the situation in other places can only be described as tense and on the verge of war." Baozhou Prefecture City. Chapter 53. Those who oppose me will perish. Outside Baozhou City, Li Jie, commander of the 1st Division of the Dingbei Army, glanced at the city gate through his binoculars and saw a Maxim heavy machine gun placed between each crenellation. Reporting to the commander, the garrison commander of Shirbao Town has firmly refused to open the city gates and demands that we leave immediately, or he will open fire. Boom. Just as the messenger finished delivering the message, several fireballs exploded 100 meters away, followed by a wave of heat. Li Jie, however, didn't even bother to move. Before he arrived, the intelligence department had thoroughly searched Baozhou City. The entire city had only one division of troops, equipped with Guangdong rifles, a copy of the Mauser 98G, hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, a large number of submachine guns, and an artillery regiment with 24 copy of the Type 41 mountain gun. Such equipment could be considered excellent even in the entire Xinhua. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhang Jin's Dingbei army. Looking at the wisps of smoke dissipating in the air ahead, Li Jie smiled slightly. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Order the artillery regiment to target the city wall and create a breach. Yes. On the artillery regiment of the 1st Division, which had been on high alert for a long time, 36 M119 105mm light howitzers and 12 M198 155mm howitzers had their muzzles raised high. Target, Area 12. Put. As soon as the order was given, roars erupted from the artillery positions, and dust and smoke filled the air in an instant. Shells streaked across the sky, crashing against the towering city walls with piercing whistles. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions continued unabated, and the seemingly impregnable city walls were instantly shattered, with countless fragments of rock raining down on the ground. 20 minutes later, the deafening explosions finally stopped. The towering city walls on both sides of the gate tower had disappeared, leaving only a pile of rubble to tell of its former glory in ancient times. Although the city gate tower was not directly bombed, the aftershocks from the 155mm howitzer and the flying debris still left it scarred. Li Jia put down his binoculars and said solemnly, "Attack! Beep 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 beep." The resounding bugle call instantly echoed throughout Baozhou City and beyond. The tank battalion's 72M-24 Chaffee tanks roared like a flood towards the city gate. Da-da-da-da-da. Instantly, intense gunfire erupted from the city wall. Bullets, like raindrops in a downpour, relentlessly struck the armor and turret, sending up streaks of sparks. Boom. A shell landed not far from a tank, exploding into a fireball. The shrapnel hit the tank with a clattering sound, but it did nothing to slow down the armored formation's advance. It was like throwing pebbles at a herd of elephants. At most, it was just a tickle. Rumble. The tanks at the forefront were only a few hundred meters from the city gate, their turrets spinning rapidly as they aimed at the massive wooden door inside the gatehouse. Boom. A shell slammed into the wooden door, and a huge hole appeared in the door amidst the flying wood chips. Boom. Several cannonballs struck the wooden gate again, instantly shattering it into pieces. The gate crashed to the ground, creating a thick dust storm inside the city gate. Rumble. The tank immediately accelerated and rushed towards the city gate. At the same time, a muffled whooshing sound came from the sky, and dozens of cannonballs instantly flew over the city gate tower and fell into the city. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion rang out, and the cannonballs that had been continuously hitting the outside of the city stopped abruptly. Squeak squeak. Just as the artillery was destroying the artillery positions inside the city, infantrymen in M113 armored vehicles arrived at the ruins on both sides of the city gate. The M2 heavy machine guns on the turrets on the roofs immediately opened fire, instantly suppressing the firepower on the city gate. Taking advantage of this moment, soldiers armed with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles immediately jumped out of the hatch and attacked into the city. With the support of powerful firepower and the close cover of armored formations, the defending troops in the city were no match for the 1st Division. They were routed in a single encounter, either surrendering with their guns raised or fleeing in disarray. For a time, the entire city was filled with the sounds of fierce fighting as soldiers of the 1st Division pursued the defending troops. Near the center of the city stands a vast complex of buildings, arranged in a neat, orderly array like a square formation, a sight to behold. This is the site of the first modern military academy of the Daxing Empire, the once renowned Baozhou Army Academy. Pity. Since the Shanghe court moved south and re-established a military academy in Jinling, this place has declined directly. Even the most basic operating funds have been frequently delayed, and now it has been disbanded. In an office building in the academy, Principal Zhang Bailey sat at his desk with a worried expression. Just yesterday, the imperial court had issued an ultimatum, stating that it would no longer provide a single penny to the Baozhou Military Academy. This was tantamount to cutting off his last lifeline. Although he had considered other methods, and even visited the Sherbao garrison commander countless times, he was extremely respectful to him, treating him to good food and drink. However, whenever money was mentioned, the answer was always the same: no money. Boom. The sudden explosion made Zhang Bailey stand up abruptly, walk around the desk to the window, and then hear a series of explosions and intense gunfire. Squeak. Just then, the office door suddenly opened, and Tao Yu, the school's dean of education, strode in, saying with a grave expression, "Principal, someone is attacking Baozhou City." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bailey's face immediately turned serious. War is merciless, and he didn't know how many more civilians would suffer this time. He then rallied his spirits and said, "Director of Education, immediately issue a notice to the students to collect weapons and protect the school." Bang! Just as Zhang Bailey finished speaking, the door was kicked open, and an instructor rushed in, saying urgently, "Principal, a tank unit has surrounded us." Vaping City, Yan'an Military Governor's Office. General, the 1st Division reports that they have captured Baozhou City. The garrison commander of Sherbao Town, Yin Su, and more than 8,000 men under his command have all surrendered. The 2 divisions under his command stationed at Shimin Prefecture and the main transportation route between the 2 prefectures have also disarmed and surrendered. Zhang Ji nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. In fact, the outcome was never in doubt from the beginning. With the strength of the 1st Infantry Division, not to mention the serious Sure Bao garrison army. Even the elite divisions of mourners would be no match for the 1st Division. Tell Li Jie to kill every single officer above the company level in the Sure Bao garrison. Zhang Jin didn't have time to discern whether anyone among them harbored malicious intentions. He simply decided to eliminate them all at once, thus avoiding any further trouble. It can also be used as a warning to others, to show those who dare to oppose Zhang Jin what will happen to them. General, Division Commander Li also called to say that they have taken over the Baozhou Military Academy, and the academy's principal, General Jiang Bailey, is already heading to Beiping City. Upon hearing that Jiang Bailey was coming, Zhang Jin couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was a truly legendary figure, whom Zhang Jin had greatly admired since his modern days. Now he could finally meet him in person. Zhang Chong, keep an eye on the time. On my behalf, go to the city gate personally to welcome General Jiang Bailey. Once we arrive, take him to the governor's mansion immediately. I want to personally welcome General Jiang Bailey and give him a warm welcome. Yes, Commander. Zhang Chong quickly replied and continued his report. The 2nd Division, responsible for the Xinghan garrison, reports that when they arrived in Xingzhou, Garrison Commander Zhang Baolin had already led his troops back into eastern Shandong. Zhang Jin was taken aback. What's going on? He didn't believe he had reached the point where a mere tremor of his body could terrify the enemy. Really? Then Zhang Chong said, General, the intelligence department just received intelligence that Zhang Baozong, the military governor of Shandong, died of a stroke. Zhang Baolin led his troops to Jiqing that same day, presumably to vie for the position of military governor. Zhang Jin suddenly realized that Zhang Baolin was really lucky. If he had been a day later, he would have been trapped in Xingzhou City by his 2nd Division. Zhang Jin's vigorous anti-opium campaign in the 2 provinces, after publicly executing Sure Baozhou garrison commander Yan Zhong and other military officers, finally swept across the entire Yan'an and Yanbei regions. He not only seized the opportunity to take control of the 2 provinces, but also destroyed all the large opium dens on the ground. However, this also offended a large number of vested interests. Beiping Prefecture, Queen Street. In a courtyard near the palace, a dozen or so people were sitting together. Chapter 54: A bloodbath caused by a copper coin. Inside the main hall, Huang Defa, president of the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce, sat in the central armchair, while the chairs on both sides of the hall were also full of people. At this moment, a chubby, burly man stood up from his chair and shouted, "That damned brat Zhang Jin has ruined our place, and we're just going to let it go like this?" That's right, someone immediately chimed in after the burly man finished speaking. With business this good, even closing it for a day would be a huge loss for us. President, you have to think of a solution. We can't just die a coward, can we? Who will take us seriously in the future? Yes, Chairman, at worst we'll fight this brat to the death. I believe that with what we have, we can't possibly defeat a kid who hasn't even grown his first beak yet. In a short time, the people inside started talking amongst themselves, and the main hall instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Sitting in the main seat, Huang Defa looked at the agitated crowd in the hall, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and spoke. Gentlemen, Huang Defa was clearly very prestigious among these people, and his words immediately drew everyone's attention. I know you're anxious. Who doesn't want to make money? But it's precisely at times like these that we need to stay clear-headed. Our military commander is no pushover. The garrison commander of Sure Bao had tens of thousands of troops under his command, and what happened to him? He was beheaded. And what about the garrison commander of Jin Prefecture? He controls a large city, but what can he do? Doesn't he still have to grovel before Zhang Jin? These local bigwigs who hold military power can't do anything to Zhang Jin. How is it any different for the few of us under our command to go against him, like an egg hitting a rock? Huang Defa's words caused everyone in the room to exchange bewildered glances, their faces showing a sense of defeat. The first man to speak, a burly man, said indignantly, President, are we just going to let this go? Huang Defa smiled confidently, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. Of course we can't let it go like this. We are all respectable people in Yan'an. If we are not suppressed by a mere kid, how will we be able to face others in the future? We may not be his match in a head-on confrontation, but don't forget what we excel at. Huang Defa sneered as he said this. Tell me, what do you think Zhang Jin would do if all the shops in Beiping Prefecture suddenly closed down? The eyes of the crowd surrounding Huang Defa immediately lit up, and one of the old men blurted out. Chairman, do you mean we should have another strike? That's right. It's a strike. Back then, The imperial court wanted to plunder our money to deal with the Shanghai society, but we only went on strike for 3 days, and the imperial court didn't dare to touch us. No matter how capable Zhang Jin is, can he be more powerful than the imperial court? Huang Defa stroked his chin and smiled smugly. Just you wait and see. As soon as we go on strike, the whole city will be in chaos. Then our military commander will naturally come begging to us. April 27th, morning. Yan'an military governor's office. Zhang Jin was slurping down a bowl of cornmeal porridge, but if he dared to make any noise while eating in modern times, he might already be getting hit with chopsticks. In this era, Zhang Jin was the king and the queen of Yan'an. He could drink whatever he wanted. If some people saw this and spread it outside, it might even start a trend across the country. Then it would become the custom that cornmeal porridge had to be drunk this way. Just as Zhang Jin was enjoying his drink, Zhang Cheng strode in. General Oaks, the British agent in Beiping Prefecture, wants to see you? Zhang Jin paused, holding the bowl in his hand. What's this bastard doing here? Reporting to the commander, the bastard didn't say anything. Zhang Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "Let him in." A moment later, Zhang Cheng let in an elderly white man, who immediately confronted Zhang Jin with an angry expression, demanding, "General Zhang, why did you kill an honest and kind American citizen? What crime did he commit? According to our agreement with your country, you have no right to punish our citizens. You must explain this." "Shut up." Before the old man could finish speaking, Zhang Jin impatiently interrupted, "Don't spout nonsense in front of me. Zhang Cheng, go and get a copper coin." Zhang Cheng nodded hurriedly in agreement, then turned and left in a hurry. He returned shortly after, handing a copper coin to Zhang Jin, who casually tossed it at the old man's feet. "I've given you the money. Now get the hell out of here." Oaks was so enraged by Zhang Jin's constant cursing that he almost fainted. Looking at the copper coin Zhang Jin threw at him, he angrily said, "General Zhang, are you trying to humiliate the Great Eagle Empire?" Zhang Jin completely disregarded Oaks' anger, looking at him with astonishment and saying, "Mr. Oaks, wasn't this your decision? $10 silver for a human life." Oaks was already furious with Zhang Jin. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's sarcasm, he blurted out, "Those are people from your Xinhua, not citizens of our Great Eagle Empire." Bang! Suddenly, the sound of something hitting flesh rang out in the room, followed by Oaks' scream. It turned out that Zhang Jin had smashed the cornmeal porridge in his hand onto Oaks' face, scalding Oaks so much that he covered his face and rolled around on the ground. Zhang Jin slowly stood up from his chair, looked at Oaks rolling on the ground, and said coldly, "Do you know why I gave you a copper coin? It's because your dog lives are only worth this much money to me. Guards, drag him out, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng paused for a moment and said, "General, won't doing this cause trouble?" "What do you mean, cause what? Who knows I did it? Make them produce the evidence." Zhang Jin said coldly, "Damn it, do they really think I'm a pushover? They think they can just bully me like that? If they piss me off, I'll blow up their entire city of London." Tap tap. Yanning hurriedly walked in from outside. "General, Ding Baojin just reported that almost all the shops in the city are closed today." Zhang Jin was taken aback, and then his face turned cold. Those who were dissatisfied with him had finally started to take action. "Go and call Gu Chen here. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Zhang Jin had just given the order when Gu Chen walked in. "Commander, the intelligence department has just received news that some people in the city have made connections and are trying to force you to retract your decision to ban opium by striking the market. We have already investigated. Nearly a quarter of the shops in the city are connected to these people. The other shops were forced to close down only because they were threatened by these people. This is the list we have. Please take a look, Commander." Zhang Jin didn't take the list from Gu Chen's hand. Instead, he sneered and said, "I already said that anyone who dares to treat me like a pushover will have their life taken. Zhang Cheng, arrive. Issue an order for all troops within Beiping Prefecture to assemble immediately and arrest their entire families according to the list. Today, blood will surely flow like a river." Chapter 55. The law does not punish the masses? In the city, it was still the same Huang family mansion. Huang Defa stood confidently on the steps of the main hall, looking at the members of the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce standing in the courtyard, and shouted, "Gentlemen, today will be a day to remember. I believe our warlord will be here soon. Then we'll make him kneel before Grandpa Guan and kowtow to apologize to us." "Yes, kowtow and apologize," the people standing in the center of the room immediately echoed. They all looked very happy. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some kind of joyous occasion. "Chairman, This son of a bitch should kowtow to each of us brothers. Damn it, he's made us lose so much money, someone in the crowd shouted. Just as everyone was eager to try, a hesitant voice suddenly rang out. Chairman, do you think Zhang Jin might flip the table? He's killed quite a few people in Baozhou. Flip the table? Huang Defa sneered. Does he deserve it? A mere warlord dares to arrest us all? Isn't he afraid of being drowned in the spittle of the whole world? Bang! Just then, the gate was suddenly kicked open, and 2 squads of soldiers rushed in, surrounding Huang Defa and his men who were standing in the courtyard. When Huang Defa saw such a large formation, his heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. Could it be that Zhang Jin was planning to risk public condemnation by arresting them? Just as Huang Defa was feeling uneasy, an officer strode in from outside and gave an order that almost made Huang Defa faint. Arrest everyone in this courtyard and take them away. Soon, Huang Defa and his group were taken to the execution ground. When they arrived, their faces turned deathly pale, and they swayed precariously, because they found that their entire families were already bound hand and foot and kneeling on the ground, waiting for them. Those kneeling on the execution ground burst into tears upon seeing Huang Defa and the others being brought over. Father, save your son. I don't want to die. Master, you heartless scoundrel. What have you done to deserve this? You've caused us so much trouble. I'm innocent. Meanwhile, on the execution platform not far away, the area was already filled with executioners wielding large machetes, young and old, numbering around 100. Their expressions varied. Some were excited, some were rubbing their hands together, some were wiping their machetes, and of course, some were frightened. One of the executioners, an old man in his 50s, exclaimed excitedly, "We haven't seen such a grand event in many years. Even during the Shanghai Society's rebellion, we didn't have this many people to kill. Father, are we going to kill so many people?" A young executioner standing behind the old executioner asked, a hint of panic on his face. Upon seeing this, the old executioner immediately slapped him across the face and roared, "You little brat, what the hell are you afraid of? This is what we do for a living. Whoever the officials tell us to kill, we'll kill. As long as we can make money, what does it matter to us whether they are wronged or not?" Brother Lin is right. At this moment, a gruff voice rang out. Who is wronged and who is not wronged is the official's business. We men just need to do our thing and cut them down. What else is it to us? But I heard that the people we're going to chop up today are all opium den owners. They're all bastards. The money we make from these heads today is really lucrative. Upon hearing this, another old executioner standing nearby said with a sigh, "You guys are lucky to have caught a good time. Without the warlord, where would we get so many heads to chop off? We might as well be starving." Bang bang. Just then, a volley of gunfire rang out, and the executioners, who had been chatting, immediately became serious. They stopped what they were doing, shouldered their machetes, and stood in neat rows, looking ready for battle. As for Huang Defa and the others who were tied up, their legs were weak and their faces were deathly pale. Such a large scene naturally attracted many onlookers, and there were quite a few reporters with cameras. Just then, dressed in military uniform, Yining strode onto the execution platform, opened a scroll, and loudly read. Upon investigation, it has been found that the traitor Huang Defa and his 438 followers have committed heinous crimes, including operating opium dens and causing havoc in the local community. Some have even gone so far as to bully and monopolize the market, threatening all industries and disrupting the order of the world. Their crimes are truly heinous. By order of General Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an, Huang Defa and his accomplices shall be executed in accordance with the law, and their entire clan shall be exterminated as a warning to others. Yanning finished reading the notice in one breath, his expression immediately turning cold, and he said with murderous intent, "Execution." At a single command, soldiers immediately dragged Huang Defa and his entire family of over 100 people onto the execution platform. In a short time, the cries and pleas for justice were almost deafening. Some were so terrified they soiled themselves, making the execution ground reek. The executioners standing behind almost wanted to cover their noses, but just then a solemn voice rang out. Preparation. The executioners hurriedly went to the guillotine, raising their large cleavers in unison. Execution. The massive cleaver, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, fell instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. Bring up the second batch, the officer's voice rang out immediately. And so it went, batch after batch, until finally they lost count of how many batches they had done. The executioners had become so numb that all they knew was to lift the executioner up, lower it down, lift it up again, and lower it down again. The gushing blood soaked the entire execution platform, turning it a deep crimson red, forming streams that flowed into the nearby sewers. The heads were piled up into several small mountains. Those who had initially just been watching the spectacle but ended up feeling a chill run through their bodies, leaving them with nothing but fear. So, when they were halfway through the execution, there was no one left in Kaishiku. It was empty, like a ghost town, with only the sounds of preparation and execution echoing over Kaishiku. It must be said that Zhang Jin's ruthless actions were indeed effective. Yan'an and Yanbei were completely calm. Those who originally planned to make trouble were terrified when they saw tens of thousands of people being killed, and they no longer dared to do anything reckless. Even the newspapers remained silent, as if yesterday's bloodshed had never happened. There was nothing that could be done about it. With Zhang Jin's brutal methods, who wouldn't be afraid? Even if they were fearless and unafraid of death, they were still afraid that Zhang Jin would kill their relatives and family members. In a short time, all the opium dens in Zhang Jin's jurisdiction have disappeared, and even the thugs, swindlers, and underground forces that used to run rampant have all gone into hiding, not daring to show their faces. Without these bastards, the city would naturally be harmonious and prosperous. Inside the governor's mansion, Zhang Jin was intently scrolling through his phone, trying to find some equipment for drilling wells. However, to his disappointment, he had been scrolling for almost an hour and still hadn't found what he was looking for in the weapon library. Disappointed, they had no choice but to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Jin's eyes widened as the previously gray territory industrial map suddenly became vibrant, flashing with light. Could it be usable now? Zhang Jin's eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly clicked on the icon. Chapter 56 New Mobile Phone Features. Zhang Jin stretched out his finger and pressed it on the icon. The phone screen instantly transformed into a page resembling a World War II weapons gallery, filled with small icons. Except unlike the chaotic weapons gallery, there were only 2 icons per page. Agriculture, industry. Looking at the incredibly simple icons on the screen, Zhang Jin couldn't help but sigh. The difference between a child raised by a stepmother and one raised by their biological mother is truly like heaven and earth. He himself created the World War II weapons diagrams, but these didn't even have any categories. He had to painstakingly search for them one by one. As for the map library, well, it's a complete disaster. Immediately, Zhang Jin became excited and quickly tapped the agriculture icon. 2 icons appeared, grain seeds and tools. Zhang Jin tapped the grain seeds again, and the screen immediately displayed a dense array of icons, representing all kinds of seeds. He randomly tapped one of the icons. Variety, Jamai 23. Yield, 800 kilograms per mu. Environment, suitable for planting in southern Shandong, eastern Shandong, and Bingzhou regions. Price, 1,000 kg/1 unit of electricity. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. This was a real gem. He then returned to the icon interface and clicked on the tool icon again. A dense array of icons appeared there as well. Zhang Jin squinted and looked closely. Tractors, rotary tillers, harvesters, and so on were all agricultural machinery. He randomly clicked on one. Product, Xinjiang No. 2 Combined Harvester. Price, 1 vehicle/1 point of battery power. Zhang Jin glanced through the exhibits. The best machinery inside was from the 1980s and 90s, the so-called Cold War era. There was no modern machinery at all. But when he thought about what era we are in now, Zhang Jin felt nothing but joy. After exiting the agriculture icon, Zhang Jin opened the industry icon. Zhang Jin clicked on the industrial icon, which contained 2 icons, finished products and factories. Open the finished product. More than a dozen icons appeared at once, representing vehicles, machinery, and electrical appliances. Zhang Jin clicked to take a look and saw that it had everything. Trucks, motorcycles, buses, complete sets of machine tools and equipment, a 10,000-ton hydraulic press, radios, televisions, air conditioners, and even toilets and toilet paper. But, just like agriculture, they are all old relics, the best of which are from the 1980s and 90s. The price is the same. No matter what it is, it's all 1 unit of electricity. 1 unit of electricity can be exchanged for a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. It looks like a clearance sale. Of course, no one will say anything if you use 1 unit of electricity to buy a roll of toilet paper. A massive number of machines and items. Zhang Jin was so excited by what he saw that he exited the page and clicked on the factory icon. This time, there were no categories, but rather a dense array of factory icons. Water conservancy projects, steel mills, thermal power plants, nuclear power plants, automobile manufacturing plants, aircraft manufacturing plants, radio manufacturing plants, artillery and pharmaceutical factories, and bullet and ammunition manufacturing plants. There's a search box at the top of the interface. You can search for any factory you want directly, which is much more convenient than its weapon gallery. Zhang Jin casually clicked on the icon for the Water Conservancy Hub. Unit name, Water Conservancy Project. Volume specifications. Constructible data is automatically generated based on the geographical environment, and the host decides whether to construct it. Construction period, 6 months. Annual power generation. The total amount of electricity that can be generated is determined based on geographical environment and water flow. Power required. 500 points for no staff, / 5,000 points for staff. Zhang Jin casually browsed through the icons of other factories and found that they all had one thing in common. Regardless of size, they all required the same amount of electricity. Factories without employees required 500 units of electricity, while those with employees required 5,000 units. He figured it out. The key to cheating is that things are worthless, but people are valuable. I couldn't help but check my battery level, 20,036 points. Unfortunately, despite the frequent large-scale operations and the killing of many enemies during this period, the system algorithm is very simple. Whether the enemies within the country are killed, captured, or incorporated, they only receive 0.1 units of power. The same applies to killing criminals and villains. Zhang Jin's eyes lingered on the icon details, his heart seething with resentment. Damn phone. Can't it be like the weapon image library, where he can freely exchange items as long as there's battery? Damn it. This child was raised worse by a stepmother than by his own mother. After indulging in his verbal sparring, Zhang Jin's gaze fell upon an icon for an antibiotic pharmaceutical factory. Company name, antibiotic manufacturer. Size and dimensions, 100 ml. Construction period, 1 month. Product types. The facility includes antibiotics such as penicillin, cephalosporins, and streptomycin, as well as starch, sugars, and vitamins, and also has a pharmaceutical glass manufacturing workshop. Power required. 500 points for no staff, / 5,000 points for staff. Zhang Jin stared intently at the antibiotics that the pharmaceutical factory could produce. This was no pharmaceutical factory. It was a glittering, enormous gold mine. Without hesitation, he pressed down hard. A pop-up window immediately appears on the phone. Please select a suitable area based on the factory's footprint and point the camera at the selected area. Shanghe will automatically extract the factory and complete its construction within the construction period. Owner. Zhang Jin was stunned for a moment when he saw the 2 words on the pop-up window. In the system novels he had read before, there were only random calls of host and master. This was the first time he had ever seen a cheat system that called its master. However, these 2 things made Zhang Jin very comfortable. Report. Just as Zhang Jin was pondering where to build the pharmaceutical factory, a report suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting his train of thought. A hint of displeasure immediately appeared on Zhang Jin's face. Come in. Zhang Cheng pushed open the door and walked in, a hint of unease on his face. Zhang Jin, displeased, responded in a similarly unfriendly tone. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, we have just received a telegram that the Prussian Empire's inspection team has arrived at the Tianjin dock and is expected to reach the train station by noon. Zhang Jin was shocked to hear that a big, fat sheep had arrived. A smile immediately appeared on his previously gloomy face. Forget about the pharmaceutical factory for a moment. He stood up and said, tell the people accompanying us to take the inspection team directly to the weapons testing range. I will be waiting for them there. Yes, Commander. Zhang Cheng hurriedly replied and continued to report. Commander, General Jiang Bailey, the principal of Baozhou Military Academy, has also arrived. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and said, let them go to the weapons testing range as well. I'll meet them there. Yes, Commander. The weapons testing ground on the outskirts of Beiping Prefecture was actually the location of the recruit training headquarters. Zhang Jin was not satisfied with just having 3 infantry divisions. Instead, he began to recruit soldiers on a large scale in the territory he already controlled. With generous military pay and attractive benefits, he recruited nearly 100,000 new soldiers in less than half a month. With so many new recruits, the original manpower was naturally insufficient, forcing him to reluctantly summon another 3,000 elite infantrymen and 200 elite sergeants from his phone. Otherwise, his phone wouldn't have had so little battery left. Outside the training ground gate, Jiang Bailey and several cadet soldiers jumped out of the vehicle. A major general who was already waiting at the door immediately stepped forward and saluted Jiang Bailey. "General Jiang, my name is Chun Jiang, and I am the deputy commander of the Dingbei Army's new recruit training brigade. The commander-in-chief will be here in a while, so I will show you around first." Jiang Bailey quickly raised his hand in return and said humbly, "General Chun, thank you for your trouble." He then pointed to the 3 students behind him and said, "These are my 3 students, Sun Yuran, Shuelu, and Luo Dang." The 3 of them quickly raised their hands in salute. "Please." Chun Jiang nodded to the 3 of them, then raised his hand in a gesture of invitation and led the 4 of them, including Jiang Bailey, into the testing ground. Chapter 57. The Prussians are here. Chun Jiang led Jiang Bailey and the other 3 into the testing ground. As they approached the foot of the mountain, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out, immediately drawing their attention. Not far to their right was a very open sandy area covered with low barbed wire. At this time, figures crawled swiftly across the barbed wire fence, while overhead, bullets rained down like a storm, striking the sand and kicking up plumes of dust. Jiang Bailey could even clearly see that some bullets passed through the soldiers' heads, shoulders, hands, and feet, and they would be killed on the spot if they were not careful. Boom. Just then, a loud bang was heard from the sand, and a huge fireball exploded, instantly kicking up a cloud of sand and dust. The soldiers undergoing training showed no fear whatsoever, as if the raindrops falling from the sky were not bullets, and did not affect their agility and speed at all. This scene left Jiang Bailey and the other 3 completely stunned. Only one thought occupied my mind. Are these people made of iron, or are they simply fearless? Standing to one side, Chun Jiang looked at Jiang Bailey, whose mouth was agape, and a smile appeared on his face. He himself had been quite shocked when he first saw this training method. "General Jiang, this is a combat training course personally designed by the marshal. It is to get the soldiers used to the environment of gunfire and bullets, so that they will not become headless flies when they arrive on the battlefield." Standing behind Jiang Bailey, Shuelu couldn't help but ask, "Commander Chun, aren't you afraid something might happen to them during training?" Chun Jiang was taken aback. The commander-in-chief said, "Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in wartime. It's better for 1 or 2 soldiers to die here than for thousands upon thousands to die on the battlefield." Jiang Bailey and the other 3 fell silent. Although Chun Jiang's words were cruel, they couldn't find any way to refute them. Instead, they felt that they made a lot of sense. "This way, please," Chun Jiang said, raising his hand. He then led the 4 of them forward and soon arrived at another training ground. The same open sandy area was filled with equally deafening gunfire. However, instead of climbing barbed wire, the soldiers were running around the field shooting at moving targets. These soldiers were fully armed, wearing M35 steel helmets, with fishing nets, with 3 grenades and 4 leather magazines hanging on their belts, and a bulging backpack on their backs, with entrenching tools, water bottles, and other odds and ends hanging on it. They wore thick leather shoes and had a dagger strapped to their calves. The whole outfit weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, but the soldiers still moved swiftly and nimbly on the training ground. What surprised Jiang Bailey and his companions the most was that these soldiers didn't pull the bolt when firing. Instead, they fired continuously. At this moment, a semi-automatic rifle. Jiang Bailey's astonished voice rang out. "It's a semi-automatic rifle that we developed ourselves. It was produced on May 6th last year, and is called the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle," Chun Jiang explained, then looked at Jiang Bailey with great curiosity. "General Jiang, you also recognize this type of rifle?" Jiang Bailey smiled wryly. "I've only heard of this kind of rifle. They say it doesn't need to be bolted and loaded. You can fire bullets continuously just by pulling the trigger. I never expected to see this here. Is this type of rifle currently in service with the Dingbei Army?" Chun Jiang nodded and said, "The 10 newly formed motorized infantry divisions under the Dingbei Army all use this type of rifle." Motorized infantry division? Jiang Bailey was immediately intrigued by these 6 characters, because in the Western world, these 6 characters represent something incredibly awesome. What is a motorized infantry division? In essence, it refers to a division that uses vehicles for rapid maneuver and then conducts foot combat operations upon arrival at its destination. Just hearing the phrase, rapid maneuver, tells you that it requires a considerable number of vehicles, at least 3 or 4,000. Let alone a country like Daxing. Even in the Western world, only a very few countries have the ability to form motorized infantry divisions, and the number of them cannot be too large. Jiang Bailey's shock was unimaginable. Just as the group was momentarily stunned, a roar of car engines suddenly erupted, and a line of trucks, billowing with dust, rushed towards them from a dirt road. Cheng quickly led Zhang Bailey and the other three to the side, and then a truck towing a large vehicle passed by them, followed by a second and a third. It was only at this moment that Zhang Bailey could see clearly that the trucks were towing massive artillery pieces, with long barrels and huge muzzles, all indicating the power of these cannons. This is a newly trained artillery regiment from the artillery detachment of the training brigade, equipped with 105mm howitzers. Cheng said casually, clearly used to it, and then added, "There are now 10 such artillery regiments at the test site, each equipped with 48 of these cannons." 10 artillery regiments? 48 cannons? Zhang Bailey and his 3 companions were completely dumbfounded. Just who was this Commander Zhang they were about to meet? How could he have such great power and acquire so many heavy artillery pieces? He must be a god among men. At this moment, 2 Willis jeeps stopped in front of them. A soldier jumped out of the car and whispered a few words to Cheng. Cheng's expression immediately became solemn. He turned to look at Zhang Bailey and said, "General Zhang, the commander-in-chief has arrived. Let's go over." Upon hearing that Zhang Jin had arrived, Zhang Bailey's face also turned solemn. He carefully straightened his military uniform. If Zhang Bailey had any reserve before entering this place, it had now turned into curiosity and awe, and even a sense of trepidation arose in his heart. As for Zhang Jin, they had already made contact with the delegation from the Prussian Empire. The delegation leader, Walter, was introducing the accompanying personnel to Zhang Jin. "General Zhang, this is our Imperial Army Deputy Chief of Staff, General Mandelstein. This is our Armored Forces Inspector General Adrian. And this is our Aviation Chief of Staff, General Kesselring." Zhang Jin shook hands with the 3 men with a smile and said, "General Walter, we are all soldiers, so let's skip the formalities and go straight to the weapons testing range." Walter immediately smiled. Zhang Jin's decision was exactly what they wanted, and they couldn't wait to see what was written on paper. Without wasting words, Zhang Jin waved his hand, and several jeeps immediately drove up. He took Walter and the others into the cars and drove straight to the training ground. As soon as they entered, they ran into Cheng and his 3 companions who were driving out. Zhang Jin nodded to them, signaling them to follow. The vehicle drove along the cement road until it reached a vast training ground at the foot of the mountain. At this time, dozens of Tiger tanks were parked on the edge of the training ground, their massive and imposing bodies instantly attracting the attention of everyone inside. Squeak! As soon as the car stopped, a figure jumped out of it. Chapter 58, The Blood-Soaked Testing Ground. The figure, moving as fast as a monkey, startled Zhang Jin for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Adrian, the chief of armored forces. Sudden, Zhang Jin's eyes widened in surprise because Adrian, who had run up to the tank, did something that no one expected. Adrian was seen pressing himself against the tank, stroking it incessantly, and even leaning in to kiss the tank armor several times. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was doing something inappropriate. An extremely ambiguous scene. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Zhang Jin gave a dry laugh and said, "General Adrian is certainly quite enthusiastic. General Walter, let's go over there too." Zhang Jin jumped out of the car and walked towards the Tiger tank. Walter, upon hearing this, disregarded the embarrassment of seeing this and quickly followed. As the group drew closer, the Tiger's imposing and massive body became increasingly awe-inspiring. From a distance, it didn't seem like much, but once they got close, it felt as if they were standing beneath an ancient behemoth, leaving them utterly terrified. Even Zhang Jin himself couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This top-tier weapon of war naturally possesses a captivating quality, making people's blood boil and igniting their desire for battle. At this moment, Walter and the others were not much better off than Adrian had been. Touching here and tapping there, their eyes were practically glued to the tank. It had transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, making everyone yearn to ride it immediately. Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't disappoint Walter and the others. He snapped his fingers and ordered, "Zhang Chong, have someone take General Walter and the others for a spin. And you all too." Zhang Jin suddenly looked at Zhang Bailey, Chen Zheng, and the others and said, "You should come along too, and broaden your horizons." Walter and the other Prussians were immediately thrilled when they heard they could go for a ride in a Tiger. They didn't even have time to thank Zhang Jin. They climbed onto the tank using both hands and feet. Adrian, who was the first to climb up, stood in the commander's compartment, his face flushed with excitement. He looked down and shouted to Walter, who was climbing up with his rear and sticking out. "General Walter, This is exactly what the Empire needs, the most needed thing. Rumble. Just then, the tank engine roared to life, and plumes of black smoke billowed from the rear of the tank. The pungent smell of gasoline did not make the people sitting in the tank feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it caused their adrenaline to surge. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tank paused for a moment, then suddenly surged forward, the tracks creaking and groaning as they spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust. The tank charged straight towards a trench nearly a meter wide, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped over the trench. It then drove into a mud pit, splashing large amounts of mud into the air. The mud pit, which was almost halfway up the wheel hub, did not stop the tank from moving forward at all, and it frolicked around in it for a few rounds. It charged towards a mound that was missing half at a 90-degree angle, soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Walter and Adrian, who were sitting in the tank, suddenly sprang up from their seats and made close contact with the turret armor. Instead of feeling any pain, they let out howls, looking like they were having the most fun. More than half an hour later, the tank finally returned. Walter jumped off the tank and eagerly walked up to Zhang Jin, asking, "General Zhang, how many of these tanks do you have?" Zhang Jin said with a smile, "A total of 1,000 vehicles." Walter didn't even blink and said without hesitation, "We want them all." Looking at Walter's resolute expression, Zhang Jin almost blurted out, "Holy crap. Turns out he's run into a super rich guy today. If he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, he'll be doing himself a disservice." A troubled expression immediately appeared on his face. "General Walter, we don't even have enough of these powerful offensive weapons ourselves, and you want them all." Zhang Jin's hesitant tone immediately made Walter frown. In Walter's mind, even 1,000 cars were a bit too few. Just then, Zhang Jin suddenly changed his tone. "Of course, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay more." Walter was taken aback for a moment, then immediately smiled and said without hesitation, "Sure." As a qualified imperial soldier, he didn't care how much money it cost. What he wanted were weapons. Weapons that would enable the imperial army to win every battle. Zhang Jin couldn't help but smile. He liked this kind of generous, no-bargain approach. He said enthusiastically, "Come on, let's take a look at the others." Afterwards, Zhang Jin led Walter and his team to visit the Panzer IV tank, the Panther tank, and the SD.KFZ.251 armored vehicle, among other weapons. With the Tiger tank as a shining example, the other weapons paled in comparison and didn't cause much of a stir. Afterwards, Zhang Jin led Walter and the others to the airport. This time, Zhang Jin brought out the Bf-109 G6 fighter jet, which can reach a speed of 660 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 7,000 meters, has a range of 5,560 kilometers, is equipped with two 13mm machine guns, a 30mm cannon, and can carry 250 kilograms of bombs on its wings. In addition to the Messerschmitt fighter, there are the standard Stuka dive bomber Ju-87B and the Mi-264 strategic bomber. The Mi-264 is a heavy bomber comparable to the B-29, with a maximum range of 15,000 kilometers and a bomb load of 3 tons. Zhang Jin didn't waste any words this time either, and directly ordered his men to fly in circles a few times. Walter and the others didn't feel anything, but they found it very useful. However, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Kesselring, was extremely excited and exclaimed that the Empire needed such a weapon. Before we knew it, it was evening. Yan'an Military Governor's office. After bidding farewell to Walter and the others, Zhang Jin led Jiang Bailey and the other 3 directly to a flower hall in the back garden of the governor's mansion. "Principal Jiang Bailey, from this moment on, you are the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Dingbei Army and concurrently the Acting Commander-in-Chief of the Training Corps." Zhang Jin sat down in his chair with an air of authority and issued the order directly. "All instructors and students of the Baozhou Military Academy will be incorporated into the Training Corps." Zhang Jin's domineering tone and incredibly authoritative eyes. Jiang Bailey couldn't muster the slightest resistance and involuntarily straightened up. "I will obey the commander's orders." Jiang Bailey's compliance pleased Zhang Jin greatly. With these elites from Baozhou Military Academy joining him, it was like adding wings to a tiger. "General," Jiang Bailey suddenly asked with a puzzled look, "why do we sell such advanced tanks and airplanes to foreigners? Wouldn't it be better if we kept them for ourselves?" This problem had been weighing on his mind for a long time, especially since Zhang Jin had actually sold off 1,000 Tiger tanks for money. He was understandably upset. Looking at Jiang Bailey's puzzled expression, Zhang Jin said calmly, "The Tiger tank weighs 57 tons. Jiang Bailey was taken aback, somewhat confused as to why Zhang Jin had brought up the weight of the tank. Then I realized it. A behemoth weighing 57 tons. The Great Qing Kingdom simply doesn't have many bridges that can withstand the strain. The army will be worn down just by the march. Jiang Bailey clenched his fists involuntarily, a sense of sorrow rising in his heart. The once mighty eastern land, where nations flocked to pay tribute and who once reigned supreme, had fallen to such a state in a single day. He then looked at Zhang Jin with fervent enthusiasm. If there was anyone on this land who could lead them back to glory, it was probably only this man in front of him. Zhang Jin looked at Jiang Bailey, who was filled with fervor. Not only him, but also Luo Deng and the other two behind him had the same fervent expression, with a hint of a smile in their eyes. Why did he have Qinzheng take them to the weapons testing range? Wasn't that the effect he wanted? He immediately laughed and said, "You don't need to overthink it. Since I dare to sell it to them, we have better and stronger ones of our own." Plop plop. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door, and then Zhang Chong hurriedly walked in. General Walter requests an audience. Zhang Jin was stunned. Had these Prussians become so thirsty? Can't even wait one night? Chapter 59. A fat sheep is meant to be swindled. Please let them in. Zhang Jin, with his "it's a fool not to make money" mentality, naturally wouldn't blame Walter and the others for their impudence. A short while later, Zhang Chong led Walter and the others in. Walter immediately got straight to the point. "General Zhang, can we discuss the procurement of weapons?" Walter's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He knew that being so impatient would give Zhang Jin the upper hand and might cause them to lose more money. However, his boss's eagerness forced him to come and talk to Zhang Jin about the deal immediately. Just now, Walter and his party returned to their lodgings and reported back to the mainland. Hiller, a war fanatic, couldn't contain his excitement as soon as he heard that the weapons were real. He sternly ordered Walter to transport the weapons back to the mainland as quickly as possible. Walter naturally dared not delay and immediately gathered people to finalize the procurement plan on the spot, and then hurriedly came to find Zhang Jin. Sure, Zhang Jin certainly wouldn't refuse. Walter quickly took out a purchasing list and handed it to Zhang Chong next to him, saying, "General Zhang, we need 1,000 Tiger tanks, 2,000 Panther tanks, and 3,000 Panzer IV tanks. In addition, we need 1,000 Bf-109 fighters, 1,000 Stuka bombers, and 100 Me-264 bombers." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin glanced at Zhang Chong beside him. Zhang Chong quickly pulled out an electronic calculator and frantically pressed buttons before raising his hand and saying, "General, tanks will cost 574 million imperial marks, and airplanes will cost 98 million imperial marks, which is equivalent to 237,876 kilograms of gold. At a 20% express fee," Zhang Jin suddenly said, then looked at Walter and said, "I don't think General Walter will mind." Upon hearing that Zhang Jin had directly increased the price by 1/5, Walter's forehead veins throbbed uncontrollably. This damn guy really thought they were easy prey. However, remembering his boss's stern tone, Walter immediately lost his temper and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine." Zhang Chong pressed the buttons rapidly for a while, then raised his hand and said, "General, a total of 285,451.2 kilograms, which is equivalent to 285.4512 tons. After rounding, a total of 286 tons of gold is needed." Zhang Jin glanced at Zhang Chong with satisfaction. As expected of his soldier, his calculation ability was impeccable. Walter, on the other hand, was completely stunned by Zhang Chong's rounding. God, that's tons. Not grams, not kilograms. Just as Walter was speechless, Zhang Jin's voice suddenly rang out. "Zhang Chong, how can you calculate it like that? People might think we look down on General Walter and his men. How about this? Let's round it up to 300. It sounds good and is easy to remember. I believe General Walter and his men won't care about such a small amount. Is that so, General Walter?" Walter looked at Zhang Jin, who was staring at him with a serious expression, his face so dark it was almost dripping with water. He knew this damned guy wouldn't let go of the opportunity to extort him, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Can." Zhang Jin immediately laughed, a laugh even brighter than a fox's. As for Walter's displeasure, he didn't take it to heart at all. There wasn't a single good thing about the West, and the Prussians were no exception. They're only meeting here because of mutual interests. If you really treat them as friends, you might not even know how you died. In particular, a massive campaign is underway within the Prussian Empire, and they're incredibly wealthy. Zhang Jin naturally wanted to get as much as possible. Sudden, Zhang Jin's eyes lit up because he had thought of another way to make money. General Walter, do you need any warships? Walter was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening instantly as he looked at Zhang Jin with disbelief. General Zhang, you mean warships? Zhang Jin nodded with a smile. Yes, it's a warship, the kind that weighs tens of thousands of tons, brand new. Walter looked at Zhang Jin, who had a serious expression on his face, and his mind was a little confused. Just who was this Zhang Jin? How could he possibly produce a warship weighing tens of thousands of tons? Just as Walter was speculating about Zhang Jin's identity, Zhang Jin's mind started working again. Perhaps he should also start building a navy. Just thinking about the personnel needed gives me a headache. Warships are worthless, but people are valuable. Then a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. Shanghe may not have many warships, but it does have a navy. If he could recruit all these people and place some of them in, he could surely build a small fleet. General Zhang, where are the warships? May we take a look? Although Walter was an army general, he was well aware of the importance of the navy to the Prussian Empire. Zhang Jin naturally had no objections and immediately stood up, saying, of course, let's set off now. It only takes 2 hours to get to Tianjin. It was late at night, making it convenient for Zhang Jin to exchange for warships. As for the warships she would sell to the Prussians, she had already made up her mind. Before leaving, Zhang Jin called Jiang Bailey to his side and instructed him. Bailey, do you know any naval officers? Jiang Bailey quickly replied. General, Deng Yunchang, the Vice Minister of the Navy of the Imperial Court, is a good friend of mine. Here's what we're going to do. Head south immediately. I don't care what method you use. You must bring him here for me. It would be best if you could also bring a naval officer with you. Jiang Bailey's expression changed instantly, and he immediately understood what Zhang Jin wanted to do. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. General, I'll set off right away. 2 hours later, Zhang Jin led Walter and the others to a very remote harbor in Tianjin. Chapter 60 H-41, Class Super Battleship. Although it was late at night, the entire dock was brightly lit to welcome Zhang Jin and his entourage, illuminating half the sky. From a distance, 2 massive silhouettes of warships could be vaguely seen from the dock. As Zhang Jin and his group approached, they realized they were 2 incredibly large warships. They lay on the sea like 2 giant beasts, one of them in particular being incredibly huge, almost a size larger than the warship next to it. This completely stunned everyone, including Zhang Jin. In his mind, aircraft carriers were the ultimate weapon, and battleships were nothing more than trash to be thrown into the dustbin. But now, Zhang Jin doesn't think so anymore. Why do men yearn for the era of warships and giant cannons? Zhang Jin can now give them an answer. Standing beneath the massive steel behemoth and feeling one's own insignificance is truly exhilarating and sends adrenaline soaring. While this device may be outdated in the era of aircraft carriers, it is far superior to aircraft carriers in boosting morale and national cohesion. I don't know how much time has passed. Walter finally snapped out of his shock and looked at Zhang Jin with burning enthusiasm. General Zhang, what is this? Zhang Jin smiled slightly. These are warships we built ourselves. The larger one is the Shanghe class H-41 battleship, with a full load displacement of 76,000 tons, a length of 282 meters, a speed of 29 knots, and equipped with 4 twin-mounted 420mm naval guns. As for the smaller one, it's a Bismarck-class battleship with a full load displacement of 49,200 tons, a speed of 30 knots, and equipped with 4 twin-mounted 381mm guns. Zhang Jin's introduction made Walter's eyes light up. What do Prussians like? In one word, big. The bigger they are, the more they like it. It can be said that these 2 warships directly struck a nerve with Walter, a Prussian. General Zhang, is there a radio here? I need to report back to the country immediately. Zhang Jin immediately broke into a big smile. It seemed the deal was done. Zhang Cheng, take General Walter to find the radio station. Then, looking at Adrian and the others who were still immersed in the giant ship, he said, Generals, let's rest here tonight, and we'll go out to sea early tomorrow morning to fire a few shots. The Prussian Empire, St. Bolin. The Imperial Palace. Hitler looked at the naval commander, Dunmitz, who had barged into the hall with displeasure. General Dunmitz, what can I do for you? The excited Dunmitz, completely oblivious to his boss's expression, eagerly handed Hill a telegram and exclaimed, Your Majesty, this is a top-secret telegram just sent by General Walter. Upon hearing that the message was from Walter, Hiller's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly took the telegram, and after reading its contents, He was completely stunned. How could an ignorant nation possess battleships? But the thought that Walter wouldn't dare lie to him made him frown. As someone whose desire for control had reached its peak, even to the point of madness, Hitler hated this sudden loss of control. Yet he was filled with longing for the warships mentioned in the telegram. No, it should be said that his longing was extreme. Since the signing of the Arms Limitation Treaty, Prussia's military strength has been weakened to the extreme, and it will take at least several years to restore its previous research and development and production capabilities. This time, he saw hope from Shanghe to speed up preparations, but this hope also brought him a sense of fear and unease. How powerful must a force be to produce thousands of tanks at once? This time, they even brought out a battleship. Westerners' innate fear of the East made Hitler always feel that there might be some conspiracy involved, especially fearing a repeat of the disasters of hundreds of years ago. General Dengmetz, what do you think of Shanghe? Dengmetz, however, seemed unconvinced, waving his hands and saying, Your Majesty, I don't think this is something we should be considering. Our most important task now is to break free from the shackles imposed on us and take back what is rightfully ours. Hitler, who was still hesitant, was suddenly enlightened and woke up after hearing what Dengmetz said. You do not say. It seems that the safety of the West is not his concern. What he should do now is to lead the Prussian Empire to become strong again, and Shanghe has given him a chance to turn things around. Hitler had an idea, and his face immediately became calm. General Dengmetz, call General Walter immediately. No matter how many warships Shanghe has, we want them all. Looking at Hitler's resolute expression, Dengmetz became somewhat uneasy. This time, they wanted to buy warships, not bread. My Majesty, purchasing warships requires a huge sum of money. Hitler interrupted Dengmetz directly. General Dengmetz, we don't lack money, we lack the opportunity to spend it. This wasn't because Hitler was blindly optimistic, but because the Prussian Empire was truly not short of money. Even if it were, they could simply clear out a few more cities. We'll have to get rid of these damned demons sooner or later anyway. This is just a little earlier. General Dengmetz, immediately and secretly select a group of naval personnel to go to Shanghe and bring the warships back to me. Great Eagle Federation, London City. Also in the palace, Prime Minister Kutsi hurriedly arrived at the garden, where he saw a very beautiful figure pruning flowers and plants in a greenhouse. Xiao Deer quickly walked over and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, Xiao Deer greets you. The beautiful figure then came to her senses. It was actually a stunningly beautiful young woman of about 16, with a breathtakingly beautiful face and particularly captivating large, clear blue eyes. Prime Minister Chudier, is there something you need so early? Although Xiao Deer is the Prime Minister of the Eagle Federation, he does not dare to underestimate Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, who came to power through a coup when she was a teenager. It's important to know that the Eagle Federation royal family in this world still wields considerable power, controlling the entire Federation and its military. If Xiao Deer wants to mobilize the army, she must obtain the Queen's consent. Your Majesty, you should have also received the news that Shanghe has killed another one of our foreign affairs personnel. Xiao Deer said this with a hint of helplessness on his face, inwardly cursing Shanghe, that damned guy. You killed one, and we've already pretended not to see it. If you kill another one, and we still pretend not to see it, wouldn't we be idiots? What did the council say? Eliza asked casually, then lowered her head again and began carefully pruning the flower branches. Seeing that Eliza didn't seem inclined to offer her opinion, Xiao Deer knew he'd come for nothing again and would have to bear the consequences himself. He then said seriously, Your Majesty, there is one more thing. The Prussians have made a move. Eliza paused abruptly, raising her delicate face. What did they do? Xiao Deer shook his head and said, The intelligence department just received information that Hitler has dispatched a large number of military personnel to the Far East. We don't yet know exactly what the army chief Walter is going to do. Eliza immediately became alert. The last Great War had not been over for long, and the entire Federation had not yet fully recovered from that trauma. She did not want to participate in another Great War. My Prime Minister, order the intelligence department to immediately investigate the Prussians' purpose, whether they intend to secretly train their own army in some location. Xiao Deer was startled. He hadn't considered this point, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he suddenly became somewhat nervous. Your Majesty, we should immediately send intelligence agents to the Far East. Investigate what the Prussians are doing. Eliza thought for a moment and said, Our people are too conspicuous in the Far East. That's not a place for yellow-skinned monkeys. Here's what we'll do. Have our people in Shanghe put pressure on the Shanghe emperor to make them investigate. And that Zhang Jin you mentioned, he has repeatedly challenged the majesty of the British Empire, pressuring the Shanghe court to give us an explanation. The Far East has been peaceful for too long, which is not in our interest. At the same time, on an archipelago in the Far East, a similar conspiracy is also unfolding. Chapter 61, A Conspiracy from Overseas. Morning Empire, SASE Naval Base. The newly appointed Navy Commander-in-Chief, Isoroku Yamada, stood on the dock with a gloomy face, especially when he saw the 4 Army surface ships moored there. His face turned ashen. As a staunch supporter of the aircraft carrier theory, watching helplessly as his mortal enemy, the Army, equipped themselves with seaplanes while his shipbuilding plans were thwarted by those old fogies in the Navy Department, was worse than death for him. Not only Yamada Isoroku, but the other naval officers on the dock also looked disgusted. One naval officer standing below the warship could no longer tolerate seeing squads of Army soldiers boarding his ship and turned around to shout at the naval officers standing behind him. Listen up, everyone. Once we reach our destination, thoroughly clean the decks and cabins, leaving no place untouched. I don't like a stinky smell. The naval officer was like lighting a powder keg, completely stirring up a hornet's nest. An Army officer who was about to board the ship immediately objected and cursed back at the officer who had just spoken. Baka Yaru. Then he turned around, went down the gangway, raised his hand, and slapped the naval officer across the face. Snap. The deafening slap seemed to freeze time at the dock, leaving everyone rooted to the spot. The naval officer, still dazed from the slap, quickly came to his senses. Bakayala. He cursed and kicked the Army officer, who naturally didn't back down, and the two immediately started fighting. With their own officers locked in a fierce battle, their soldiers naturally followed suit, charging forward with howls. In no time, it devolved into a chaotic brawl. As a result, the Army soldiers who were boarding the ship saw their own men being attacked and couldn't stand it any longer, so they rushed over. The Navy soldiers were no exception. Those damned Army soldiers dared to attack their Navy soldiers, so they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch, and they swarmed in as well. While Yamada Isoroku was distracted, the situation at the entire dock was out of control. Everywhere you looked, it was chaos, with soldiers wrestling and cursing. Fortunately, these idiots knew their limits and did not use weapons, but instead resorted to fists and feet. Commander, Commander! The urgent calls brought Yamada Isoroku back to his senses. He was stunned when he saw the exciting scene on the dock. Just as he was about to order his men to separate them, he saw an Army general rush over aggressively and throw a punch at Yamada Isoroku. Bakayala. The intense pain in his eye socket caused Yamada Isoroku to groan in pain. He opened his mouth and cursed at the Army officer. For a moment, he disregarded his own status and rushed forward to attack. So, when the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Morning Empire, Tojo Yamakogi, walked over with a Westerner, what he saw was a very comical scene. The highest-ranking commander of the Navy and the highest-ranking commander of the Army were actually fighting. And what was even more astonishing was that there were fighting figures everywhere, and not a single person was standing still. Tojo Yumiko's face instantly turned ashen, not from excitement, but from anger that nearly gave her a heart attack. Clutching her chest, she pointed at the wrestling Yamada Isoroku and roared. Damn it, separate them all. The morning officers following behind rushed over and separated Yamada Isoroku and Tojo Omakoki, bringing them before them. Looking at the bruised and battered Yamada Isoroku and Injuan Rokuro, they angrily said, You damned bastards, what kind of people are you now? Do you still deserve to be soldiers of the Empire? Make them separate immediately. Yamada Isoroku and Injuan Rokuro naturally dared not disobey Mei Xiaoji's orders, and bowed in unison. Hey! He turned and hurriedly ran towards the group of deer fighting. A flurry of kicks and slaps finally separated the two sides. Looking at the soldiers, their heads bowed like children. Tojo Yumiko was furious, but he also understood perfectly well that the conflict between the sea and the land was something that a mere prime minister like himself could not reconcile, not even their high and mighty emperor. Of course, this is what they want to see. If the land and sea were truly integrated, these high-ranking officials and His Majesty the Emperor would probably lose sleep. He gritted his teeth and said, Go do what you're supposed to do. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I'll report to His Majesty and have you all beaten to a pulp in prison. Yamada Isoroku and his companion quickly bowed and said, Hey. Mei Xiaoji then looked at the Westerner apologetically. Mr. Sassoon, I'm so sorry you had to see this. Sassoon shook her head and said in fluent mourning words, Your Excellency Prime Minister, you are too modest. All I see here is your country's bravery and ferocity. Upon hearing this, Mei Xiaoji's face immediately lit up with a smile. It had to be said that Westerners as eloquent as Sassoon were truly rare. Then, her expression turned serious as she said, Mr. Sassoon, we have already sent troops to attack Yan'an in accordance with our agreement. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? Upon hearing this, Sassoon's expression also turned solemn. A rare hint of sincerity appeared in his devilish brown eyes, though it was unclear how much of it was genuine. He simply said, Your Excellency Mei Xiaoji, we have already contacted the Melika side. From today onwards, you can import as much scrap steel as you want from Melika, and the price will also be reduced by 50%. As for the oil you need, Sassoon paused suddenly and said slowly, Actually, you don't need to go far away. There are some within Shanghe. Shanghe has oil. Mei Xiaoji was completely stunned. Her head was buzzing. This news was simply too explosive for Tojo Mei Xiaoji. Then came a moment of hesitation. In this world, if we're talking about who knows Shanghe's situation best, no one dares to claim to be second in terms of mourning. The thirst for Shanghe land. They began this centuries ago, and since their period of mourning and rise to power, their desire for the land of Shanghe has become unprecedented. The intelligence agencies alone dispatched as many as 70,000 to 80,000 spies to Shanghe, covering every mountain and river, down to the narrowest mountain paths, practically scouring the entire country. Mei Xiaoji can say with great confidence that even the maps made by Shanghe itself are more accurate than those made during mourning periods. It's because they've already surveyed the entire Shanghe region, except for a small oil field in western Qin. There was nothing else at all, which was one of the reasons why Mei Xiaoji was suspicious. Sassoon was clearly aware of Mei Xiaoji's suspicions and said calmly, Your Excellency Mei Xiaoji, you have indeed surveyed all other places that might have oil. I wonder if you have surveyed Yan'an. Chapter 62, A Demon is Still a Demon. Yan'an? Mei Xiaoji's brows immediately furrowed. Mr. Sassoon, there can't be any oil there. They weren't stupid. They had already thoroughly explored all the potential oil-bearing areas in Yan'an, finding absolutely no trace of it. Sassoon smiled slightly. Mr. Mei Xiaoji, the places you've explored are probably all places you believe have oil, right? What about the places without oil? Have you explored those? Mei Xiaoji was stunned. Then she heard Shassoon continue. You didn't explore other places. Is it because the Melika people said there was no oil in these places? Shanghe is an oil-poor country and there's no way it could have oil. How do you know they're not lying to you? You must know that during your mourning period, you are the only nation that can rival the Melika for control of the seas. Sassoon's words were like a wake-up call for Mei Xiaoji, but she still had some doubts. Mr. Sassoon, how do you know such a top-secret matter? Haha. Shassoon laughed heartily. Your Excellency Mei Xiaoji, please do not forget my identity. Mei country holds no secrets for us. Mei Xiaoji was deeply shocked. He now completely believed what Sassoon said. Then he was excited. Why did the Fusang Empire, which had the technology and strength, produce such ridiculous things as beam tanks? It was because of the scarcity of local resources, which forced them to tighten their belts. If Shanghe really had oil, plus other mineral resources, maybe they could also stage a massive armored carnage like the Westerners. Sassoon looked at Mei Xiaoji, who was so excited she was almost breathless, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew the Melika people were wary of those in mourning. This scheme was actually accomplished with the help of the Abrahams, but those damned Shanghe people were ungrateful and directly cut off their source of income, and even brutally slaughtered their people. The Abrahams had already suffered enough. All they did was sell a little opium, but that damned Zhang Jin kept chasing after them, almost ruining their Eden plan. Sassoon and his self-proclaimed champions of justice would not stand idly by and watch such a demon wreak havoc on the world. In short, the point is that anyone who is hostile to the Abrahams is a demon and should not exist in this world. This led to the scene we see today. Sassoon wanted to use the power of the mourners to eliminate Zhang Jin, the guy who was always going against them. Mr. Sassoon, is there really oil in Yan'an? Sassoon nodded affirmatively, took a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Mei Xiaoji, saying, In a place called Rinqiu in Baozhou, one of our exploration teams discovered traces of oil there, at least over 1 billion tons. Over 1 billion tons. The staggering number became the final straw that broke Mei Xiaoji's mental defenses. Mei Xiaoji hurriedly said, Mr. Sassoon, please come with me to His Majesty's place. What you've said is extremely important to the Empire. At the same time, near the coast of Tianjin, 2 battleships were sailing against the wind and waves when several loud booms were heard. The 8 cannons on the battleships opened fire, and the huge recoil caused the massive warships to tilt backward for a moment. Then, 8 huge columns of water could be seen rising in the distance. Walter stood on the deck, his face beaming with excitement, watching the towering waves created by the shells. "Commander Zhang, how much are these 2 warships worth?" Zhang Jin smiled and said, "Not expensive. The big one is 115 tons of gold, and the small one is 75 tons of gold. I have a total of 3 big ones and 5 small ones here. We'll take them all," Walter said without hesitation. That was great. When Zhang Jin saw that Walter agreed without even blinking, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. But inwardly he clicked his tongue in amazement. Holy crap. These Prussians are really rich. No, it should be said that the Abrahams are really rich. He knows perfectly well where all this gold came from. Tap tap. Just as Zhang Jin was filled with emotion, Zhang Chong hurriedly came over and handed him a telegram. Zhang Jin casually took it, but his expression immediately changed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it, they're treating me like an easy target again. Zhang Chong, get me to the Air Force. Chapter 63. God can drop bombs. Xinghua, the capital city of Jinling Prefecture. The Imperial Palace. The young Emperor Jin Yi, Empress Dowager Rong, and Grand Secretary Yuan Shiqing stood in the Fengtian Hall. Standing in front of them was Foreign Minister Chu Shiji, who said with a solemn expression, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Grand Secretary. The Great Eagle Empire has sent an ultimatum, demanding that we immediately deal with Zhang Jin, or they will take all necessary measures and make us bear the consequences." Rong's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. It felt like going back several decades. Although Rong looked very young, only in her early 30s, she was actually 36 years old. She had just experienced a dark period in the history of the Daxing Empire, which left an indelible impression on her. So, upon hearing that the foreigners were planning another major operation, she was immediately terrified. Yuan Shiqing's expression was equally unpleasant. He knew these foreigners' character all too well. They were all sycophantic scoundrels who would turn on him and the court at the drop of a hat. Although he knew perfectly well that these foreigners were just trying to scare him. But I don't know why. Yuan Shiqing felt guilty, always feeling inferior to the Westerners, and naturally dared not offend them. In fact, this has become a common problem among the people of Xinghua. Decades of oppression and exploitation have left them unable to stand up straight. After pondering for a while, Yuan Shiqing finally gave in, his face incredibly grim as he said, "The Privy Council is ordered to immediately issue this decree. Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an, is lawless, disregards the imperial court, acts recklessly, and disregards human life for his own selfish interests, causing the court to be beset by internal and external troubles. His crimes are heinous, and he is stripped of all his official positions and titles. The Imperial Guard and the Inspectorate of Basili are hereby ordered to seize Zhang Jin at any opportunity and escort him back to the capital to await further orders." Upon hearing that Yuan Shiqing actually wanted to arrest Zhang Jin, Rong's expression changed instantly. "Prime Minister, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if we anger him? Won't the North descend into chaos?" Yuan Shiqing's expression was stern. "Let it be chaotic. It's better than the foreigners causing us trouble, isn't it?" Seeing Yuan Shiqing's resolute attitude, Rong sure frowned deeply. What if he attacks the capital again? Yuan Shiqing's expression immediately changed, as if he had recalled the humiliation he had suffered not long ago. His teeth clenched so tightly they cracked, and he said hatefully, "It was my negligence in not investigating back then that allowed this damned thing to take advantage of the situation. Now that the capital is heavily guarded, we will not allow him to run rampant again." Yuan Shiqing grew increasingly furious and roared, "Someone come here." A young eunuch strode in from outside the door. "Your Excellency, go immediately and convey the Prime Minister's order to command the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Divisions of the Imperial Guard to set off immediately and relocate to the border area between southern Jili and western Shandong. And we will also deploy the 2nd Artillery Regiment and the 1st Fighter Squadron to cooperate in the operation. Aren't the Zhang family members from Ludong vying for the position of military governor of Ludong? Tell them, whoever can defeat Zhang Jin for me will be the military governor of Shandong. If he can kill Zhang Jin, I will appoint him as the Governor-General of Basili. Your servant obeys." The young eunuch quickly agreed and turned to leave. Yuan Shiqing then turned around and said, "Empress Dowager, I have important matters to attend to today, so I will take my leave now." Without even bowing, he hurriedly left. Bang! Emperor Guangtong, who had been sitting on the dragon throne without daring to speak, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and roared. Mother, look! Look! That fellow Yuan Shicheng is increasingly disregarding me. At this time, Rong Shi regained her composure, her eyes gleaming. She ignored Guangtong and instead turned to a screen behind the hall, calling out, Eunuch Su. Then an old eunuch emerged from behind the screen with small, quick steps. Empress Dowager, Madame Rong said sternly, immediately send a secret telegram to Zhang Jin, telling him everything you have heard. This old servant obeys the decree. Emperor Guangtong was momentarily stunned when he saw the old eunuch suddenly appear. He was even more dumbfounded when he heard that his mother actually wanted to save Zhang Jin. Mother, why did you tell Zhang Jin all this? Wouldn't it be better to let them fight like dogs? Guangtong was clearly not a fool to say such things. Seeing the puzzled look on Guangtong's face, Rong sighed and explained in a deep voice. This Zhang Jin is no ordinary man. He dared to lead a detachment of troops into the capital back then. Who knows what he'll do this time? My daughter and I are like meat on the table right now. Anyone can have a bite. If we want this to last, we need to learn to be tactful and adaptable. Upon hearing this, the Guangtong emperor fell silent. After a while, he then raised his head and said, Mother, can't I just give up the throne? What's wrong with us living a peaceful life? It's much better then. Snap! A sharp slap suddenly rang out in the hall, followed by Rong's piercing scream. You good for nothing. I will not allow you to say such things again. Let's go back to the battleship. Zhang Jin grew angrier the more he read the telegram from the Rong family. Damn it. All I did was kill a few of you. Is it really necessary to keep harping on this? And that Yuan Shicheng. They treated him like a pigsty for a few days and demanded millions to spend. What's the big deal? Haven't you heard of that forgive and forget thing? That's so petty. Damn it. Do they really think Zhang Jin is an honest person who won't fight back or talk back when he's hit or cursed? Zhang Chong immediately ordered the aviation department to send out fighter jets and blow up Yuan Shicheng's residence. And those damn British send out long-range bombers to Luntan. I'll show them that the heavens in the east don't just send rain and snow. Sometimes they send bombs too. Zhang Chong raised his hand in salute, then turned and hurriedly left. Zhang Jin wasn't in the mood to look at the sea anymore. He immediately ordered the plane to return to base. As soon as he returned to the dock, Yining came to his side and handed him a telegram, saying, General, this is an urgent telegram just sent from the intelligence department. For divisions of the morning troops are secretly advancing towards Yuguan. Zhang Jin frowned immediately. Where are the garrison troops at Yuguan? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, according to the treaty signed between Shanghe and the western countries, troops from any country can be stationed at Yuguan. There is a brigade of soldiers in mourning near Yuguan. To avoid being attacked from both sides, Song Yunji's division, which was guarding Yuguan, established a defensive line on the plains near Tangshan. Zhang Jin frowned deeply. Just how many treaties had this damned Daxing court signed? He immediately gave the order. Issue an order to Song Yunji to immediately lead his troops north. He's been eating and drinking my food. It's time for him to prove his loyalty. Beiping Prefecture, Airport. Wah! The piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the airport, turning the once tranquil place into a flurry of activity as pilots and ground crew rushed out of their camps. Chapter 64 Raging Fire Burns the Sky. Gao Yuanhang, who was fast asleep in his dormitory, suddenly sat up. To Yu Yinqin, Lu Xingong, Li Guidan, Yan Haiwen, Shen Chonghui, and others who had also been awakened, they shouted. Something's up, hurry. The somewhat sleepy Yu Yinqin and the others immediately woke up, a hint of excitement flashing in their eyes. They had been here for quite some time now. Every day is just training, training, and more training. I've been finding it boring for a long time. They would be more than happy to have a real fight. He quickly dressed and followed Gao Yuanhang out of the camp towards the airport. As soon as I got to the track, I was immediately stunned. A dozen or so towering B-36D bombers, resembling buildings, were being towed out of the hangar by trailers. Just then, a B-36D slowly passed by Gao Yuanhang and his group. Looking at the behemoth whose wheels alone were almost as tall as them, Gao Yuanhang felt like his head was about to explode. Is this still an airplane? It's so big, how can it fly? Yan Haiwen was so shocked that he stammered. Such a behemoth was completely beyond his comprehension. 7th Squadron. Just then, a loud voice rang out from behind them. Gao Yuanhang and the others reflexively stood at attention, chests out, heads held high. and shouted, "Arrive!" Then they saw a middle-aged man in his 30s stride up to them and say in a cold voice, "Get ready. You'll be accompanying us as co-pilots this time." Gao Yuanhong's eyes widened instantly, and he could hardly believe his ears. He looked at his superior, Lin Cheng, the director of the aviation department, with surprise and delight. "Commander Li, are you telling the truth?" A slight smile appeared on Lin Cheng's cold face. Although Gao Yuanhang and his classmates were locals, their enthusiasm and diligence in learning impressed him greatly. In just over 10 days, these people mastered the skills of piloting the new aircraft and flew it with great skill. Who wouldn't like such geniuses? "Execute the command." Lin Cheng reverted to his usual cold demeanor and uttered 4 words that immediately overjoyed Gao Yuanhang and the others, who jumped up in excitement. "Yay, that's great." They couldn't wait to run to their respective planes as Lin Cheng had instructed. Gao Yuanhang was the first to board the plane. He saw that all the other passengers were already there, except for him. He quickly stood at attention and said, "Trainee Gao Yuanhang reporting for duty. Please give instructions, Captain." The captain, a young man not much older than Gao Yuanhang, sat in the pilot's seat. He smiled and pointed to the seat next to him, saying, "Sit down." "Thank you, sir." Gao Yuanhang had just settled into his seat when the captain's powerful voice rang out. "Reporting to Control Tower, Peace Eagle 1 is ready. Requesting takeoff." Immediately afterwards, the Control Tower's sweet voice rang out. "Takeoff approved." Upon hearing the order, the captain immediately took action, turning on all the switches, and the humming of the engine began, growing louder and louder. As soon as the captain pushed the control stick, the massive strategic bomber began to leave the tarmac and slowly taxi towards the runway, its speed increasing rapidly. In no time, Gao Yuanhang felt a strong push in his back as the bomber beneath him soared into the sky. He couldn't help but look down and saw rows of enormous beasts rising from the ground. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the orange-red morning sun draped the aircraft in a magnificent coat of color, making them appear sacred and inviolable. "Captain, where are we going?" Gao Yuanhang asked curiously. The captain smiled faintly. "Let's take a trip to the United States." "Eagle Country?" Gao Yuanhang was instantly stunned. Although he didn't know how far the United Kingdom was from Shanghe, he still knew the phrase, "across the ocean." "Can airplanes fly that far?" The captain seemed to know Gao Yuanhang's doubts and explained with a smile. "The aircraft we are sitting in is called the Peacemaker. It has a maximum speed of 707 kilometers per hour, a range of 16,800 kilometers, and can carry 32.7 tons of munitions in its weapons bay. The capital of the United Kingdom that we are going to this time is 8,100 kilometers away from us, which is 16,200 kilometers round trip. Flying a round trip is still possible. However, in order to increase our loiter time, we only brought 1/3 of our ammunition for this operation." Gao Yuanhang's mouth dropped open involuntarily. He was once again stunned. An airplane that can fly tens of thousands of kilometers. It can also haul tens of tons of ammunition. Isn't this all just something imagined in books? How come it's become reality here? More than 10 hours later. Beep, 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 beep. The sudden, piercing alarm in the cabin instantly snapped Gao Yuanhang, who had been somewhat alert, back to his senses. Then the navigator shouted, reporting to the captain, "Our aircraft has reached the designated location." At this time, it was the dead of night in the Great Eagle Empire, and everything was pitch black except for a large patch of light under the fuselage, which looked like a swarm of fireflies, standing out conspicuously in the dark night. "Prepare to drop bombs." The captain's voice suddenly rang out, and the atmosphere in the cabin immediately became tense. Everyone quickly returned to their posts and began to work. After a short while, a voice rang out. "Bombing preparation complete." "Drop the bombs." The captain's cold voice rang out. The bombardier immediately pressed a red button, and the engine roared to life. The bomb bay door under the fuselage slowly opened, revealing a huge weapons rack with large bombs fixed on it. As the bombardier pressed another button, the bombs hanging below the weapon racks instantly fell, followed by the rest of the bombs hanging together. At the same time, the other 11 B-30 SIXS also dropped all the bombs from their ammunition magazines. In a short while, bright fireballs erupted from the ground. But Gao Yuanhang and his men had no time to appreciate the scenery on the ground. After dropping their bombs, they immediately turned their planes around and flew away. Meanwhile, the city below was in complete chaos. The aerial bombs, weighing 1,000 kilograms, were incredibly powerful. One bomb instantly leveled the houses at the blast center, and the massive shockwave instantly created a dust storm several meters high that swept away everything in its path. Everything on the ground was blown away. The entire city began to tremble violently. The imperial palace. The huge explosion and intense tremors made Queen Eliza sit up immediately. She rushed to the window and saw a sea of fire shooting into the sky not far away, which terrified her so much that she immediately covered her mouth. My God, has war broken out? Just as Eliza was at a loss, several guards rushed in. Your Majesty, we must leave here immediately. Boom. Just then, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out, followed by a wave of heat that shattered the glass and rushed in through the window, sending Eliza and several guards flying. Lying amidst a pile of shattered glass, Queen Eliza cried out in agony. As she scrambled to her feet, seeing her battered hands, a piercing scream instantly echoed through the palace. Oh no, bring me a mirror. My face. Chapter 65. A bomb with a spirit. A long time. Eliza was helped out of the palace by the crowd. By this time, our queen had calmed down. After all, her beautiful face was unharmed, so she was no longer in a hurry. But when they saw the scene outside, they were instantly stunned. Was this still the world-renowned city where the sun never sets? The magnificent palaces had been reduced to rubble, and raging fires were burning wildly in the city, illuminating most of the sky. The mournful cries echoed through the city from time to time, as if one had entered hell. Your Majesty. Chiu Deer rushed over, his face grim, and said, It's a high-altitude bomber. Eliza's expression immediately turned cold. Who is it? Bombing a country's capital is tantamount to declaring war, and they will naturally have to respond. At the same time, Shanghe, the capital. Yuan Shicheng, his face greasy, walked out of the palace and, with the help of his guards, struggled to squeeze his bulky body into the sedan chair. His official residence as Grand Secretary was not far from the palace, separated only by a moat. In the specially made sedan, Yuan Shicheng sat in the back seat, looking like a football with a black egg on top, which was quite comical. The Grand Secretary. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chao Yuzhong, the Vice-Chancellor of the Privy Council, turned to Yuan Shicheng and said, Your Excellency, Li Weigong from Beiping Prefecture just sent an urgent telegram. They found nothing outside the governor's mansion. Zhang Jin is not here as governor. It seems he has taken a group of foreigners to Tianjin. Yuan Shicheng's expression shifted. Are they from Prussia? Chao Yuzhong was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Your Excellency, are you saying that the foreigners on Zhang Jin's side are the Prussians that the British are looking for? Yuan Shicheng said with certainty, This is the East, not the Westerners' stronghold. Who else could it be but them that such a large group of Westerners suddenly appeared in Yan'an? Yuzhong, immediately notify Li Weigong to investigate what these foreigners are doing here. By the way, what's Zhang Jin's reaction? Yuan Shicheng suddenly asked, and Chao Yuzhong hurriedly replied, There's been no movement from the Yan'an military governor's office, nor any sign of troop movements. However, our intelligence agents in Fengtian just sent us a report that 4 divisions of the Morning People are secretly approaching the Yuguan corridor. They should be almost at Yuguan by now. It seems they intend to take action against Yan'an. Upon hearing that the army of the Morning Empire was about to march south again, Yuan Shicheng was immediately enraged and cursed. These damned little devils. They're like ghosts that won't leave. However, Yuan Shicheng suddenly sneered. That's fine too. Let them fight like dogs, and it would be best if they both suffered heavy losses. Isn't this Zhang Jin supposed to be a great hero who resisted the mourning period? I'd like to see how he's going to fight the Japanese this time. Chao Yuzhong, who had been somewhat worried, suddenly brightened up and looked at Yuan Shicheng with admiration, saying, Your Excellency is right. Let them fight like dogs, and we can reap the benefits. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Just as the car drove into the courtyard of the Grand Secretary's residence, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, causing Yuan Shicheng's face to darken immediately. Yuzhong, didn't I say that no aircraft are allowed to fly over the capital? Who dares to disobey my order? Chao Yuzhong quickly replied. This subordinate will send someone to investigate immediately. After saying that, he opened the car door and got out of the car. He heard a huge roar getting closer and closer. He looked up and saw a plane diving towards him. Chao Yuzhong was so frightened that he turned and ran. Pity. No matter how fast Chao Yuzhong was, he couldn't outrun a plane swooping down from the sky. The A-1 Skyraider bomber, which was swooping down towards the car, darted over it with a whoosh, and in the instant it passed, 2 bombs under its wings fell. Boom. Immediately following were 2 blasts of military explosives. The sedan was the first to be hit and was torn to pieces by the bomb. Chao Yuzhong, who had run several meters away, was also unable to escape and was blown to pieces as well. Just then, even more sky raiders rushed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Secretary's residence was engulfed in flames. Chapter 66. The Great Battle Erupts. The year 7933 in the Gregorian calendar, the 24th year of the Guangdong reign. May 1st. The Yan'an military governor's office issued a telegram. At noon on April 29th, during a routine combat readiness patrol, 6 fighter planes of the Yan'an military governor's office experienced equipment malfunction, resulting in 24 500-kilogram missiles accidentally falling into the residence of the Grand Secretary, Yuan Shicheng, along with his entire family, and Chao Yuzhong, the executive vice-chancellor of the Privy Council. The governor was overcome with grief, unable to eat or sleep. Therefore, Jean decided to donate $10 silver to cover the funeral expenses of the Grand Secretary's entire family, in order to comfort their spirits in heaven. In a short time, the world was in uproar, and a storm was brewing. The governor's mansion, with its gardens and waterside pavilions. Zhang Jin had just had a nice afternoon nap, and was now sitting at the table enjoying a delicious meal. The table was laden with dishes including beef with scallions, roast duck, assorted fresh vegetables, ice flower pot stickers, crab roast shumai, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, lion's head meatballs, kung pao chicken, stir-fried pork intestines with green peppers, dongpa pork, and more. No way. Who can blame Zhang Jin for being so wealthy and powerful these days? He's a true tycoon with more money than he can spend. Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps sounded from outside the waterside pavilion, and Zhang Chong strode in, stood at attention, saluted, and then reporting to the commander-in-chief, the telegram has been sent. Zhang Jin swallowed the mouthful of kung pao chicken and gave the order. Hey, have someone spread the word that the $10 silver I donated must be delivered to the imperial court. Tell them that they must use these $10 to give the Grand Secretary's family a grand and dignified funeral. This is a token of my goodwill, Mr. Zhang. If the imperial court dares to spend even a penny more, it is disrespecting me, Mr. Zhang. Do you understand? Zhang Chong quickly stood at attention and said, General, I'll take care of it right away. Well, watching Zhang Chong's hurried departure, Zhang Jin couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing he could do. That was just his personality. If you dared to curse me, I'd immediately slash you 10 times. He couldn't change that. Tangshan Prefecture, Chongli County. In a trench near the Fongjin railway line, Song Yunjia, commander of the newly formed 11th Army of the Dingbei Army, stood in a trench command post built of thick earth and wood. Song Yunjia stared solemnly at the outside of the defensive line. Right in front of them, a dense mass of soldiers in mourning, under the cover of more than 30 armored vehicles, slowly approached. Commander, should we order the artillery to fire? Chief of Staff Tong Linga asked Song Yunjia. Song Yunjia shook his head and said, No, the Japanese are much better equipped than us. If we fire first, and they seize the opportunity, our artillery might be wiped out. The 48M 1897 75mm cannons that Zhang Jin assigned to him, which were what Li Yunlong called the Italian cannons, were his precious possessions, and he was reluctant to use them unless it was a critical moment. Boom. A loud bang suddenly rang out from the position, and Song Yunjia's expression immediately changed. The Japanese devils have opened fire. Boom, 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 boom. Sure enough, not long after, a series of shells came crashing down, and the entire defensive line was instantly filled with smoke and fire. Pooh! Song Yunjia lifted his head out of the loose soil, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and felt that his mouth was full of sand. Boom! Just then, another shell landed nearby, and the violent explosion shook the earthen command post, which was built of earth and wood, sending dust flying down. Once again, Song Yunjia was soaked in the rain and covered in dirt, and this time Song Yunjia was furious. Chief of Staff, order the artillery to return fire. Tong Linga nodded, then crouched down and ran to the phone. Get me the artillery position. Chun Defa, the army commander, has ordered that the target be the Japanese artillery position. Give him a good beating. At the artillery position, Chun Defa put down the phone in his hand, stood up, and shouted. Brothers, listen up. Today we're not fighting those country bumpkins. We're fighting those overseas bastards who have taken our land and humiliated our wives and daughters. Let's show them what we're made of today and blow these bastards to bits. Fire. At Chun Defa's command, the artillerymen, who were already on high alert, immediately began stuffing the shells into the breach. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, artillery fire roared from the artillery positions, and shells streaked across the sky as they hurtled towards the Japanese artillery positions. At the same time, on a high mountain not far from Song Yunja's defensive line, there were also several people standing, none other than Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, never one to sit still, immediately flew over by helicopter when he learned of the large-scale attack by the mourners. General, isn't Song Yunja being too hasty? Firing the cannon at this moment is like throwing lambs to the slaughter. Jiang Bailey's face turned serious when he saw Song Yunja fire the cannon at this time. Zhang Jin wasn't in a hurry. He was no longer the novice who had just arrived. He had read a lot of military books and trained on the training field from time to time. His temperament and willpower were already beyond the reach of ordinary people. This Song Yunja is quite clever. The people in mourning don't know about what I gave the artillery regiment. They're probably going to suffer this time. Zhang Jin's words startled Jiang Bailey for a moment. Then he realized that Song Yunja's troops were no longer the same as before. They had long since undergone a major change in uniform, and the mourners might still be kept in the dark. If that's the case, this time, the Japanese are really in for a world of trouble. Really. The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and even Zhang Jin and Jiang Bailey, who were standing on the mountain, could clearly feel the ground shaking beneath their feet. Zhang Jin picked up his binoculars and looked. Several kilometers away from them, billowing flames were rising into the air. It must have been that the shelling earlier had not only destroyed the Japanese artillery positions, but also caused the ammunition to explode. 8th Division Headquarters. Upon hearing the explosions coming from the artillery positions, Division Commander Yokoyama Ichiro's face turned green, and he immediately drew his sword and slammed it down on the table in front of him. Baka, damn intelligence. Why do the Shanghe people have so many cannons? At that moment, a junior officer in mourning rushed in. General, the artillery position reports that the shelling by the Shanghe people has caused serious secondary explosions, and at least 3/4 of the artillery pieces have been destroyed. Yokoyama Ichiro felt as if someone had turned and slapped him on the head. He stumbled back a few steps, then raised his sword and roared. Order Brigade Commander Yamashita to launch an immediate attack. On the front line of national defense, Feng Yuan, commander of the newly formed 112th Division, lay prone in the trench, watching the Japanese soldiers suddenly quicken their pace ahead. He immediately whispered an order to his chief of staff beside him. Get the brothers ready. Open fire as soon as the Japanese devils get within 500 meters. Chapter 67, The Mourner Went Mad. What made Feng Yuan frown was that the mourners were too cunning. The vanguard had all hidden behind the armored vehicles. Go and bring Battalion Commander Xiong over here. A short while later, a burly man ran over, hunched over. Commander, did you call me? Without wasting words, Feng Yuan pointed to the armored vehicle lane outside the trench and asked, Battalion Commander Xiong, what's your plan to deal with these armored vehicles? Battalion Commander Xiong was actually one of the 2,000 elite soldiers that Zhang Jin gave to Song Yunja. They were all elite soldiers who had been summoned, so their abilities were naturally beyond question. So, Song Yunja was immediately impressed by their talent and promoted them all. The lowest ranking among them were all squad leaders, while Battalion Commander Xiong was appointed as the battalion commander of the newly formed 112th Division's artillery battalion because of his expertise in operating artillery. Upon hearing this, Battalion Commander Xiong immediately turned to a soldier who had followed him and said, Go, bring the anti-tank squad over here. Upon hearing the name of the anti-tank squad, Feng Yuan immediately showed a surprised expression. How come he didn't know he had an anti-tank gun? Just as he was in a daze, several soldiers ran over with an extra-large rifle. Feng Yuan was taken aback. This is... Battalion Commander Xiong chuckled. Division Commander, these are the PZB-38/39 anti-tank rifles that the Marshal assigned to our army. I went to the military warehouse and got a few before we set off. After speaking, he immediately took the anti-tank rifle from a soldier, set it up on the stand, and then took a bullet from the leather ammunition box on the gun and put it into the chamber. Open the insurance. It was aimed at an armored vehicle that was coming straight at it. Bang! Battalion Commander Xiong's shoulder jerked back suddenly, and an armor-piercing round was fired instantly, hitting the front of the armored vehicle in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the armored vehicle burst into flames, and then several people on fire jumped out of the vehicle. Commander, retreat immediately. Suddenly, Battalion Commander Xiong grabbed his anti-tank rifle and ran towards the nearby trench. Although Feng Yuan didn't understand why, he couldn't help but follow and hide to the side. The moment they left, a shell came hurtling in. Boom. Covered in dust and dirt, Feng Yuan looked at Battalion Commander Xiong with lingering fear. If it weren't for Battalion Commander Xiong's reminder, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Then Battalion Commander Xiong explained, "The regular soldiers in mourning are all well-trained soldiers with reaction speeds far superior to ordinary soldiers. They also have light weapons like grenade launchers, so they can immediately throw shells at any threat they detect. Commander, you should go back to the command post. This is not a place for you." Battalion Commander Xiong once again raised his anti-tank rifle and aimed it at the armored vehicle that had stopped advancing due to the fright it had just witnessed. Then he turned to Feng Yuan and tried to persuade him. Feng Yuan lay prone in the trench and said solemnly, "If it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How can I avoid it because of personal fortune or misfortune? As you just said, our weapons and training are no match for the Japanese. The only thing we have is that we're not afraid to die. I am here to tell all the brothers in the division that I, Feng Yuan, am willing to live and die with them." Feng Yuan's impassioned voice instantly resounded throughout the trench, making the officers and soldiers inside excited. Even their own division commander was not afraid of death, so what were they afraid of? In an instant, morale soared. Battalion Commander Xiong was equally excited and pointed his gun directly at an armored vehicle. Bang! The bullet pierced the front of the armored vehicle again, and flames immediately shot up from the front. Then, with a loud bang, the armored vehicle shattered into pieces like a porcelain jar falling to the ground. The Vickers Crossley armored vehicles used by mourners weighed only 7.5 tons and had armor thickness of only a pitiful 6 to 8 millimeters, barely enough to stop rifle bullets. It wouldn't be surprising if they were pierced through by anti-tank guns. At this time, it wasn't just Battalion Commander Xiong. All 6 anti-tank rifles of the anti-tank squad opened fire simultaneously, instantly destroying a third of the armored vehicle belonging to the soldiers. They then withdrew to another location and repeated the same tactic, wiping out the Japanese armored vehicle battalion in just a few minutes. In a short time, the battlefield was silent for a moment, then a deafening roar of cheers erupted along the Xingfang defense line, nearly driving Yokoyama Ichiro, who was watching from the rear, to his death. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Just then, a dense buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Yokoyama Ichiro's face immediately lit up with joy. More than a dozen Type 97 fighter jets roared over his head and swooped down toward the Xing defense line, dropping 4 small 25-kilogram bombs under their wings. Immediately, bursts of flame erupted along the defensive line. Swish, swish, swish. Feng Yuan hid in the trench, listening to the bullets whizzing overhead. His nerves were on edge. At this moment, it was a matter of who had the strongest connections with God. The unlucky one would only be going to meet the King of Hell. Feng Yuan was clearly lucky. The plane carrying the mourners didn't break anything until it left. As the buzzing sound grew louder, Feng Yuan quickly looked up to check the situation outside. Swoosh. Just as he started to move, a bullet grazed his scalp. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the Japanese soldiers had secretly rushed up during the bombing and were now less than 100 meters away from the trench. The Japanese are coming up. Beat him! Feng Yuan roared and raised his pistol, firing a shot at a mourner who rushed forward. The mourner fell to the ground. Da-da-da-da. At that moment, the light and heavy machine guns on the position opened fire simultaneously, instantly mowing down a large number of the charging Japanese soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, a series of explosions suddenly rang out from the trenches, and the previously dense machine gun fire suddenly became sparse. It turned out that the grenade launchers and infantry guns following behind the mourners were clearing the machine gun positions on the position. At this moment, the Japanese machine guns also took the opportunity to set up and frantically swept the position, suppressing Feng Yuan and his men so much that they could not raise their heads. Damn it! Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse when he saw this, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, get the Japanese grenade launchers and machine guns first. Chief of Staff, order the artillery to fire and send the mourners down." Wah! A slight whistling sound soon rose from the sky, and dozens of black grenades crossed the trenches and crashed into the Japanese attacking ranks. Caught off guard, the Japanese soldiers were immediately blown to pieces, crying out in pain. Buzzing. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky again. Song Yunjia, who was standing at the back, immediately changed his expression and shouted, "Quickly, order the artillery to move." What made Song Yunjia's face turn ashen was that the planes in the sky were even faster. By the time he gave the order, More than a dozen planes had already crossed the defensive line and swooped down toward the artillery position, which made Song Yunja's expression even worse. Standing on the mountain, Zhang Jin and the others also saw more than a dozen planes. Zhang Bailey couldn't help but say, "General, aren't we going to make a move?" Chapter 68, It's Our Turn. Zhang Jin shook his head calmly. Now is not the time. Our troops have not yet maneuvered to their designated positions. Moving out now would only alert the enemy. They deployed 4 divisions this time, but only the 8th Division has been mobilized so far. The remaining 3 are still observing from behind. It would be such a waste if we scared them back. Zhang Jin came here to earn electricity, so he did whatever he could. 1 division couldn't satisfy his appetite, and 4 divisions would barely be enough to make ends meet. He couldn't help but sigh, wishing he had 10 or 20 morning divisions. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhang Bailey, who had a worried look on his face, and couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to worry too much. The fighting strength of the mourners is indeed not bad, but Song Yunja and his men are not to be trifled with either. It's wishful thinking for a mere division to think that it can defeat Song Yunja's 3 divisions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bailey's expression softened considerably. Although he understood that Zhang Jin had his reasons for doing so, he was certainly unhappy to see the Japanese so brazen. While Zhang Jin and the other man were talking, the battle between Song Yunja and Yokoyama Ichiro had reached its climax. The 2 sides traded blows, and despite having air support, the mourners were repeatedly driven back by Feng Yuan. The mourners were equally tenacious. If one attack failed, the next would immediately follow. It must be said that the individual soldiers of the enemy were indeed very strong. Without artillery support, as the attacking side, they actually pressed Feng Yuan. If it weren't for the 2,000 elite soldiers sent by Zhang Jin and the defensive fortifications, they probably would have been defeated. In a grove of trees along the Xingfang defense line, Yokoyama Ichiro watched as imperial soldiers were repeatedly driven back, his face growing increasingly grim until finally he could no longer contain himself. Baka, Yamashita Mori, that idiot, couldn't even breach a small defensive line. He should commit seppuku to apologize to His Majesty. Just as Yokoyama Ichiro was about to urge Yamashita Mori to intensify the attack, a junior officer stumbled in. "General, the 1st Tank Regiment has arrived." Yokoyama Ichiro's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly said, "Go immediately and relay my order. Request the 1st Tank Regiment to deploy at once and assist Yamashita in capturing the Xinhua people's position." "Hey, on Jiesher Mountain." Zhang Chong strode over to Zhang Jin and said, "General, the 1st Division has sent a telegram. They have mistakenly arrived near Yuguan as planned and blocked the retreat route of the mourners." A smile immediately appeared on Zhang Jin's face. Just then, Zhang Bailey exclaimed, "General, the chariot unit of the mourners has been mobilized." "Tank units?" Zhang Jin quickly picked up his binoculars and looked over. He saw 30 or 40 tanks lined up in a single file and launching an attack on Song Yunja's defenses. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Type 97 medium tank, a tank used by a person in mourning. Calling it medium tank is just an exaggeration. It only has a combat weight of 15 tons, which would be considered a light tank in other countries. However, this was a bit tricky for Song Yunja and his men. Fortunately, they had already completed the encirclement, and Zhang Jin no longer held back, coldly giving the order. "Order the 2nd Division to launch an immediate attack and encircle the 4 divisions of the mourners. Today, I'm going to trap them like turtles in a jar." "Yes, Commander." In the trench, Feng Yuan looked at the tanks ahead, whose armor was clearly different from the previous ones. His expression immediately turned stern, and he turned to the battalion commander Xiong, who was lying beside him, and asked, "Can anti-tank rifles destroy them?" Battalion Commander Xiong said with a solemn expression, "We heard about this kind of tank during our training. Its frontal armor is more than 25 millimeters thick. To penetrate it with an anti-tank gun, you would need to be at least 300 meters away." Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Just as a slight commotion broke out on the defensive line, another buzzing roar came from the sky, instantly plunging Feng Yuan into despair. Bombs were flying overhead, tanks were on the ground. This time, holding the position would be difficult. However, Feng Yuan showed no sign of retreating and instead shouted, "Brothers, cheer up. We must not let the Japanese devils cross the line unless we are all dead. Fight to the death." A deafening roar erupted from the battlefield in an instant. Fight to the death. Just as the fighter jets carrying mourners were about to reach the defensive line, a series of dark shadows suddenly darted over Feng Yuan and his men. Chapter 69 Iron Wall Encirclement. Feng Yuan looked closely and saw rows of silver-white P-38 fighter jets, their fiery red peacocks gleaming in the sunlight. Bang 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 bang. As soon as the two sides' fighter jets made contact, the rapid sound of machine guns resounded throughout the sky. Shells were instantly fired from the nose of the aircraft. Before the leading fighter jets could react, they fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The remaining morning fighters scattered immediately, trying to create a safe distance, but the lightning fighters were too fast. Just as they turned their noses around, the lightning suddenly accelerated and bit their tails, exploding into pieces amidst the roar of its machine guns. Rumble. Just as Feng Yuan was somewhat dazed, a huge roar suddenly sounded behind him, and he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tremble. He quickly turned around and was instantly stunned. Just a few kilometers behind them, a line of Leopard tanks came rushing towards them, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Boom. Before they even got close to the trench, a Panther tank opened fire. A shell flew over the trench and hit a tank carrying a man in mourning. With a loud bang, the tank was easily torn apart by the shell. Like a chain reaction, other Panther tanks also opened fire, and the Panther tanks shattered like eggs. Its armor was so thin that armor-piercing rounds fired by the Panther tank could penetrate it from front to back, and the explosion caused the ammunition inside the tank to detonate, blowing the entire tank into pieces. Surprisingly, this horrific scene did not cause the remaining tanks in mourning to retreat in panic. Instead, it fueled their ferocity, causing them to recklessly accelerate and charge forward. Boom. The tanks in mourning at the front opened fire first, and with a loud bang, the shell struck the front armor of a Leopard tank and bounced off. Before the Japanese could fire a second shot, a shell came crashing down and instantly blew the tank turret off its surface. After 2 rounds of this back and forth, before the Leopard armored group even reached the trenches, the opposing group of forfeit tanks had all been reduced to scrap metal. A sudden silence fell over the battlefield, startling not only the mourners, but also Song Yunja and the others in the trenches. That's it, Feng Yuan murmured, her face full of shock. Rumble. Just then, the roar of massive engines sounded behind him, and he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Tanks creaked and groaned as they rolled over the trenches. Immediately following were armored vehicles, which marched across the trenches in a mighty procession. Hundreds of armored vehicles and tanks were densely scattered across the plain, forming a semicircular encirclement that completely surrounded the 8th Division. As Yokoyama Ichiro looked at the encircling armored formation, the overwhelming and destructive force made his legs go weak. However, the adventurous spirit ingrained in him made him have no intention of retreating. Instead, he ordered the gathered infantry to build defensive fortifications on the spot. He even went to the rapid-fire artillery position himself, intending to command 16 37mm rapid-fire artillery pieces to launch a desperate counterattack. General, I think we should first send the Empire's warriors to test the Shanghe people's tanks. Division Chief of Staff Kamada Hajime ran up to Yokoyama Ichiro and bowed. Yoshi. Yokoyama Ichiro nodded and waved to the back. Immediately, hundreds of short, naked men with menstrual belts wrapped around their heads walked out. These men were carrying 2 bundles of grenades in their arms, and their faces showed expressions of fearlessness in the face of death. At Yokoyama Ichiro's signal, Kamada Hajime drew his command sword and pointed it forward. The naked soldiers in mourning immediately charged out with a roar. The rapidly advancing vanguard of tanks naturally spotted the charging Japanese soldiers. The machine guns on the tanks instantly opened fire, mowing down the oncoming troops. Not all the mourners who rushed over were mindless fools. Many of them immediately dropped to the ground and crawled toward the tank after it opened fire. Unfortunately, these soldiers in mourning never expected that they would encounter the Dingbei army, which was far more elite than themselves. As the tank drew closer, the soldiers in mourning immediately stood up from the bushes. Bang bang bang. The moment these soldiers in mourning stood up, a barrage of bullets came flying, and they fell back down, clutching their grenades. Seeing this, Yokoyama Ichiro was naturally unwilling to give up. He raised his hand again, and another 1,000 soldiers in mourning stepped forward. Kamada-kun, order all machine guns to fire and cover the Empire's warriors. Hey! Da-da-da-da. In an instant, all the Japanese machine guns opened fire, trying to suppress all the soldiers around the tank. Wah! The mourners had barely opened fire when a series of low, whistling sounds came from the sky. Yokoyama Ichiro's expression immediately changed. He was all too familiar with that sound, the sound of large-caliber artillery shells slicing through the air. Yokoyama Ichiro's shrill voice rang out immediately. Artillery fire. Take cover. Boom. Just as Yokoyama Ichiro finished speaking, a cannonball rained down, sending a burst of orange-red flames soaring into the air. Yokoyama Ichiro felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if his bones had been crushed instantly. He could even hear the sound of his bones cracking. His entire body was then sent flying through the air. Boom, 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 boom. More and more shells rained down, and the place where the mourners had gathered instantly turned into a sea of fire, with orange-red mushroom-shaped clouds constantly rising into the sky. One by one, the Japanese soldiers were either blown to pieces or thrown into the sky by the shockwaves, and then fell back down like tattered sacks. The shelling lasted for more than half an hour before finally stopping. The mourners' previously incredibly fierce firepower came to an abrupt halt. Apart from the roar of tank engines, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. Rumble. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from the rear of a tank, accompanied by the creaking sound of its tracks. The 20 or 30 soldiers following behind immediately became alert, pointed their guns at their surroundings, and began to slowly advance to search. The other tanks also began to move in and surround them. Soon, they rushed onto the mourners' position, but the once lush wasteland was now riddled with craters, and severed limbs were everywhere. Bang! A soldier raised his gun and fired at a soldier in mourning whose body was intact, but whose fate was unknown. Not only this soldier, but other soldiers followed suit, shooting any person who was in relatively good mourning at the head. This was also Zhang Jin's order. He knew the cunning of those in mourning, and of course wouldn't give them a chance to fight back before they died. Anyway, he had plenty of bullets, so he could use them as much as he wanted. On Jiesher Mountain. As soon as Song Yunjia and Feng Yuan arrived halfway up the mountain, they saw Zhang Jin gathered in front of a telescope. They immediately stood at attention and saluted. This humble officer, Song Yunjia, commander of the newly formed 11th Army, greets the commander-in-chief. If Song Yunjia used to regard Zhang Jin merely as his benefactor, now he also felt a sense of awe. The overwhelming offensive of the Dingbei Army's main force had truly shocked him. This isn't war, it's outright massacre. General, the 2nd Division has already dealt with the 8th Division. Commander who requests further instructions. Zhang Chong quickly walked up to Zhang Jin and reported. Zhang Jin walked to the table, on which was spread a large map of Yan'an province. Where are the other 3 divisions of the mourners? Zhang Chong quickly stepped forward and pointed to a red dot not far away, saying, The commander-in-chief is right here, in Linyu County. The mourners should have already received news of the Yokoyama Division's defeat. The remaining 3 divisions, the Nijiri Division, the Kurofuji Division, and the Kamita Division, are busy constructing fortifications around the county town. And another thing, Zhang Chong's face suddenly turned angry. These damned mourners committed all sorts of atrocities after entering the county town, slaughtering tens of thousands of people in the county town and surrounding villages. Upon hearing this, Song Yunjia and the others' eyes immediately turned red. These beasts. Feng Yuan cursed through gritted teeth, then knelt down and pleaded with Zhang Jin. General, my troops are willing to be the vanguard to avenge the people. Zhang Jin's eyes also blazed with murderous intent, like a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey at any moment. Order the entire army to advance. Chapter 70, The Mushroom Cloud That Erupted. At the same time, in Linyu County, 50 kilometers away from the defense line, Commander Nijiri Masao of the Nijiri Division and Commander Kurofuji Ritsuzo of the Kurofuji Division were arguing fiercely in the county government office. Kurofuji Ritsuzo, wearing glasses and appearing refined, glared menacingly at Nijiri Masao. Nijiri-kun, you must have lost your mind. Why did you have to kill all the Shingwa people in the city? Without these hostages to shield us, we'll have no choice but to fight the Shingwa people head-on. Do you know how much this will cost us? How many imperial warriors will lose their lives because of it? When Nijiri Masao heard Kurofuji Ritsuzo dare to criticize him, he was furious and immediately raised his hand. Baga. Asterisk smack. Smack smack. Smack. Asterisk. Immediately, a series of slapping sounds filled the main hall. After several slaps, Kurofuji Ritsuzo's face swelled up at a visible speed, and his eyes were full of little stars. His head was spinning for a while before he came to his senses. Just as he was about to get angry, he was pulled aside by the division commander of the Kamita Division, Kamita Shichijiro. Kurofuji-kun, please don't be impulsive. Nijiri-kun is the son-in-law of Mei Xiaoji's goddaughter. We can't afford to offend him. Upon hearing this, Kurofuji Ritsuzo deflated like a punctured balloon and dared not say another word. Just as the three men were speechless, a morning officer rushed in, bowed to them, and said, "Your Excellencies, Commander Inukai has sent an urgent telegram, ordering us to hold Linyu County and await reinforcements." And General Kuretang was appointed as the highest military commander in Linyu, in charge of combat matters. Upon hearing that he had become the highest-ranking military officer here, Kurofuji immediately looked at Nijiri Masanami, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. But the officer's next sentence completely stunned him. The officer continued, "Furthermore, I order Division Commander Nijiri to return to Fontian immediately. The Nijiri Division will be temporarily managed by Ritsuzo Kurofuji." After the officer finished speaking, he bowed to Nijiri. "General, the torpedo boats sent by the military have arrived at Linyu Wharf. Please proceed immediately." Then, without saying a word, he pulled Nijiri towards the door, and it wasn't until Nijiri had been gone for a while that Kurofuji and Kamita realized what was happening. Baka, Nijiri, that coward, dared to desert his post. He doesn't deserve to be a soldier of the Empire. Blackvine's furious roar immediately echoed from inside the hall. They cursed for a long time. Kurofuji Ritsuzo then calmed down and said, "Mr. Kamita, we are not facing Song Yunja, the garrison commander of Tianjin, but Zhang Jin, the military governor of Yan'an. This guy has been opposing us since Shanghai. He was able to wipe out the Yokoyama division in such a short time, so his strength must be at least several times that of us. That damn Nijiri has killed all our support. The best way for us to hold out is to concentrate all our forces in the county town." In Kurofumi's eyes, Zhang Jin possessed a powerful armored force, and trying to engage Zhang Jin in a positional war in the open field would be tantamount to suicide. But it's different in the city. Even if Zhang Jin had large-caliber cannons, so what? He couldn't possibly use cannons to raze the entire city to the ground, could he? And even if he wanted to, how could he possibly have that many cannonballs? Kurofuji thought about it more and realized that this made sense, and Kamita also showed an expression of agreement. "Kurofuji-kun, let's fight a city siege against the Shingwa people and show them the might of the Imperial Army." 1 hour later, outside the county town, Zhang Jin stood on a small, wooded slope, gazing at the quiet city in the distance. It is said to be a city. It was actually just rammed earth, and the city gate was only about 4 meters high, which is hardly tall or majestic. "General, the 3 divisions of mourners, totaling 80,000 men, are all holed up in the county town. It seems they intend to use the buildings in the town to stall for time." Jiang Bailey put down his binoculars and said. Zhang Jin couldn't help but sneer. "Zhou, do they deserve it? Zhang Chong, where is the Air Force?" Reporting to the commander, "We are about to reach Linyu territory." Just as the two finished speaking, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and Zhang couldn't help but look up to the south. As the buzzing sound grew louder, more than 20 black dots appeared on the southern horizon, getting bigger and bigger. In no time, they flew over the county town. There were 24 enormous bombers, B-36 strategic bombers. As soon as they reached the town, the 2 hatches under their fuselages opened. Immediately, 2 round, top-like objects fell from the cockpit and plummeted towards the ground. Just as they were about to reach midair, a white object suddenly sprang out from the tail of the bomb. The rapidly descending bomb abruptly stopped, its speed instantly slowing down. It's described as slow, but only in the human eye. Actually, it's very fast. Within moments, the bombs landed in the county town, and there were as many as 48 bombs that fell at once. As the bombs fell, not only did it attract the attention of Jiang Bailey and others, but the mourners who were holed up in the city also noticed the falling bombs. However, these bombs were really too strange, just like wooden tops that children play with. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed ridiculous. Such a strange thing really didn't inspire fear in those in mourning, let alone allow soldiers in mourning to comment on it. "Matsushima-kun, what's that in the sky? It's not a gasoline drum, is it? The people of Shingwa can't be so poor that they'd try to throw gasoline drums at us, can they? What's so strange about that? I heard that the people of Shingwa can't even produce their own bullets and have to import them from abroad. Maybe they've run out of bombs and are trying to scare us with gasoline drums." The commotion outside attracted Kurofuji and Kamita, who were setting up defenses inside the yamen. They were both stunned when they saw the large gray spinning top with a white parachute hanging in the sky, then exchanged bewildered glances. "Is this a bomb? That can't be. Seeing the streets teeming with soldiers watching the spectacle, Kurofuji roared in fury, "Baka! All of you get back!" Just as Kurofuji was speaking, the 48 bombs were less than a few meters from the ground. As they were about to reach the ground, all the bombs suddenly exploded, scaring the mourning soldiers on the street into scrambling for cover. What puzzled the mourning soldiers was that the bombs didn't produce much power when they exploded. Instead, they released a large cloud of white, viscous, dust-like substance. Just as the Japanese soldiers were confused, boom, the white substance instantly turned into a raging inferno and exploded. The mourning soldiers on the street didn't even have a chance to react before they were burned to ashes by the sudden high temperature. The huge shock wave generated by the explosion swept across hundreds of square kilometers in an instant, and wherever it went, it was like a level 12 gale. Houses collapsed, and people and vehicles were all blown away. Among them were Kurofuji and Kamita, who were slammed against the wall by the shockwave and died with their bones shattered. In a short time, dozens of mushroom clouds rose into the sky over the county town. Chapter 71. The Secret Exposed? Outside the city, Zhang Jin and the others stood on the low slope, witnessing firsthand how the city wall was blasted to pieces as the mushroom cloud rose, revealing the city shrouded in billowing smoke and dust. A massive sandstorm raged beneath the mushroom cloud, like the end of the world. Not only were Zhang Bailey and the others terrified, but Zhang Jin also felt a chill run down his spine and straight to the top of his head. The power of the thermobaric bomb was truly terrifying, especially the large thermobaric bomb weighing several tons, whose power was even more astonishing. It truly lived up to its reputation as a miniature nuclear bomb. "General, is this a bomb?" Zhang Bailey asked in shock as he came to his senses. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. "Of course it's a bomb, just a bit bigger and more powerful, nothing special." Zhang Bailey looked at his commander's nonchalant attitude, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Dozens of bombs can destroy a city. Are these still bombs? Seeing that Zhang Jin was unwilling to say more, Zhang Bailey wisely refrained from asking further questions. "Brother Yunja." Upon hearing Zhang Jin's call, Song Yunja quickly stepped forward. "General." Zhang Jin said calmly, "It's your turn. Clear out the city and kill without mercy." "Yes, Commander." After seeing everyone off, Zhang Jin quickly took out his phone from his pocket, checked the battery level, and 67,566.7. Hehehe. Looking at the rapidly increasing battery level, Zhang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Damn it, fighting the Japanese is still the fastest way to make money. His gaze involuntarily drifted further north, where it seemed hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of units of electricity awaited him. Call. Zhang Jin took a deep breath and exhaled, suppressing the agitation in his heart. It's not the right time yet. He is not ready to launch a large-scale major offensive. Zhang Jin knew very well that it was unrealistic for his current 3 divisions to take over Xinhua in the northeast. He would have to wait until his 100,000 new recruits were fully trained before he could have any chance. And most importantly, Zhang Jin doesn't want to ascend to the highest heavens and look down upon the world. He wants to wage war for the sake of war. He lacks everything except weapons and ammunition. Especially the officials, they are now penniless. They have only been expanding their territory, but no one is governing it. Isn't this just doing the work for others? Anyway, Zhang Jin was unwilling. Moreover, the north is suffering from a major disaster. Instead of thinking about disaster relief, he is only thinking about fighting. What will the people in his territory think? After going over all the difficulties he was facing, his desire to head north completely vanished. As for national interests, Zhang Jin could only say that he didn't have such grand ambitions, nor did he intend to sacrifice himself for others. Who told him to be from another world? In the northeast of Xinhua, the Governor-General's office of the occupied army was in mourning. Governor Yamamoto Hisashi sat in his chair with a livid face. He had only been appointed governor by the emperor in mourning for less than a month, and such a big thing had happened. He was extremely upset. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Inukai Tsuyoshi, the commander of the occupying forces. Inukai-kun, what exactly happened? Why couldn't the empire's 4 standing divisions even defeat the local army of Xinhua? Instead, they were completely annihilated by them. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Inukai Tsuyoshi's expression was equally grim. The complete annihilation of his 4 divisions was a slap in the face, almost swollen from the blow. Now, hearing about Yamamoto Hisashi's responsibility, he wished he could dig a hole and buy gold for himself. So he quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Excellency, it was my dereliction of duty, and I am willing to accept punishment. Seeing Inukai Tsuyoshi's sincere attitude, Yamamoto Hisashi's expression softened slightly. Inukai-kun, the annihilation of 4 divisions is no small matter. The general headquarters is probably in an uproar, and it won't be long before the accountability measures are announced. What we need to do now is, what do we do now? Do you really want to find a secluded room to commit cesarean section yourself? And you, Doi-kun? Yamamoto Hisashi suddenly looked at another plump lieutenant general in mourning, Doikawa Ichi, the head of the intelligence agency. Yamamoto Hisashi's wake-up call left Inukai Tsuyoshi and Doikawa Ichi speechless. Of course they didn't want to die. The idea of disemboweling themselves to show their loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor was just a way to fool ordinary officers and get them to buy their lives. Doiwa said in one breath, "Your Excellency, our defeat this time was entirely due to the fact that Zhang Jin's tanks and aircraft are far more advanced than ours. If we could obtain the blueprints for these things or find their arsenal, the headquarters would not only not blame us, but would also reward us." Arsenal. Yamamoto Hisashi chewed on the 3 words, looking at Doi Koichi with a surprised expression. "Doi-kun, are you saying that Zhang Jin made all of these weapons himself?" Doiwa nodded with absolute certainty. "Your Excellency, we have been tracking the source of Zhang Jin's weapons since Shanghai, all the way to Yan'an. We have been monitoring the sea and land routes to Yan'an, but we have found nothing, while Zhang Jin's weapons have been increasing. Of course, none of this is enough to prove that Zhang Jin has an arsenal. What truly convinces me is a group of Prussians. Our intelligence agents in the West have received top-secret information that the Prussian Empire has secretly dispatched an expedition to the Far East. Purpose unclear. But our intelligence agents in Yan'an discovered that these people had appeared in Beiping City, which is clearly unusual. Our intelligence agents in Beiping immediately sprang into action and finally figured out what they were here for." Doiwa Ichi's last sentence immediately drew the attention of Yamamoto Hisashi and Inukai Tsuyoshi. "We discovered they came to buy weapons from Zhang Jin." When Doiwa revealed the information he had received, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "You should know. Back then, the Prussian Empire was the world's leading military power. Whether it was military production or design and research, it was unparalleled among all countries. It is unbelievable that such a powerful force would come to Zhang Jin to buy weapons." Yamamoto Hisashi and Inukai Tsuyoshi were naturally stunned as well. "I thought I misheard. Prussians actually went to the Far East to buy weapons from a local warlord. Doi-kun, are you serious?" Inukai Tsuyoshi couldn't help but asked to confirm. Doiwa nodded again, confirming, "I verified it multiple times. Commander, the tanks of Xinghua are indeed formidable. Our armored vehicles are like eggs hitting a rock in front of them, utterly vulnerable. They're both medium-sized tanks, so why is there such a big difference? The Xinghua people must have some new technology. I've already sent intelligence personnel to take action. As soon as we get the blueprints and prototypes, they'll be sent over immediately." Chapter 72 The Empress Dowager, a master of both sides. Inukai Tsuyoshi looked at Doikawa's confident expression. A bitter smile crept onto his face. As a high-ranking official in the Imperial Army, how could he not know the inside story? Their calling the Type 97 a medium tank was just self-aggrandizement. If we were to use Western standards, it would at most be considered a light tank. As for why we do this, it's all because we're too poor. Every battle they fight now costs money, which is earned through the tireless efforts of the Empire's female warriors day and night. Thinking of his wife and daughters who are also involved, Inukai Tsuyoshi couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It's just too hard for them. However, Inukai Tsuyoshi just smiled wryly and didn't say anything. In his opinion, Zhang Jin's weapons did have some unique features. If he could really get a few of them back, even if he didn't manufacture them, figuring out their weaknesses would be a great thing. He immediately said, "Mr. Toy, your suggestion is good. If we can really get the design blueprints and prototype vehicles, and then destroy his arsenal, not only the headquarters, but even His Majesty the Emperor will reward you handsomely. I will issue an order in a moment to occupy all the troops under the command of the military. You can mobilize them at any time." Yamamoto Hisashi's voice rang out. "The governor's office will also give you its full support." Just as the mourners were taking action, Zhang Jin was on his way back to Beiping Prefecture. Sitting in the back of the car, Zhang Jin flipped through the confidential documents handed to him by Zhang Cheng. When he saw one of the intelligence reports, he was stunned. "Who is this Zhongfu? Isn't Yuan Shiqing dead?" Zhang Cheng hurriedly turned his head and said, "General, this Zhongfu is Yuan Shiqing's son, Yuan Jijing. After Yuan Shicheng was killed by our bomb, Yuan Jijing took over as the Grand Secretary and Privy Councillor. She even had an affair with Empress Dowager Rong. According to our information, this Yuan Jijing, just like his father, sleeps in the emperor's bed almost every night. Just 2 days ago, the Empress Dowager issued an edict to honor him as uncle. If it weren't for his father's outstanding achievements, he probably would have directly called himself uncle. Zhang Jin was truly stunned. Could it be that the Empress Dowager's position was passed down from father to son? I couldn't help but click my tongue and say, our Empress Dowager is truly adept at social maneuvering. General, Empress Dowager Rong is indeed not simple. Her greatest skill is playing both sides. Before Yuan Shicheng, she had shady relationships with several powerful ministers. These people were killed one after another, but she, the Empress Dowager, remained standing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but think of Rong Shi's captivating charm. Even her unintentional gestures could spark all sorts of fantasies. With such a woman by his side, what man would be willing to be worse than a beast? The thought that the Empress Dowager had likely passed through several hands immediately put Zhang Jin's mind at ease. But Zhang Jin stroked his chin, thinking, being a dad occasionally shouldn't be a problem, right? Then he came to his senses. He awkwardly touched his mouth. What was wrong with him? There were plenty of beautiful women in the world. Why was he only thinking about becoming someone else's father? Then I realized something was wrong. Zhang Cheng, didn't the intelligence department say that the entire Yuan family was dead? How come another one has appeared? Did he grow out of the ground? Zhang Cheng hurriedly explained. General, when we bombed. It was an accidental bombing. Yuan Jijing wasn't in the mansion, so he escaped the disaster. Zhang Jin suddenly realized and casually asked, how old is this Yuan Jijing? Reporting to the commander, according to the intelligence department's investigation, this Yuan Jijing is already 19 years old this year. Holy crap! A herd of alpacas galloped through Zhang Jin's mind. Then Zhang Cheng continued. General, you may not know this, but Yuan Jijing, though young, is exceptionally intelligent and shrewd. He was once an important strategist for Yuan Shicheng. Yuan Shicheng's ability to wield such power was undoubtedly related to Yuan Jijing's advice and strategies. Zhang Jin frowned immediately. It wasn't that he was afraid that this Yuan Jijing was up to any schemes or tricks, but rather that he found him troublesome. After all, he just blew up their entire family. How could their relationship be good? Or should we send him to see Yuan Shicheng as well? Zhang Jin rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He looked up at Zhang Cheng and asked, where does this Yuan Jijing live? Can the intelligence department find out? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, Yuan Jijing spends most of his time in the Tongming Hall of the palace. He must be terrified by our bombing. Yeah. He doesn't think that just because he's hiding in the palace, I won't dare to bomb it, does he? Go and issue an order right away, telling the aviation department to send another Sky Raider over there. This Yuan Jijing is all alone, and I think he must miss his family very much. If we can send him there to reunite with his family, do you think he won't be grateful to us? That's called being a good person to the end. Zhang Cheng hurriedly said, General, I will pass on your orders immediately. But what about the Empress Dowager? What if they get together? Zhang Jin looked at Zhang Cheng with surprise. Is this Empress Dowager Rong so indecent? She dares to do bad things in broad daylight. If that's the case, then she can only be considered unlucky. Zhang Jin's flat, emotionless tone sent a chill down Zhang Cheng's spine, and he quickly bowed and said, Yes, Commander. The capital city, the Imperial Palace. Tongming Hall. Yuan Jijing sat on the dragon throne, wearing only a thin silk robe that looked like a bathrobe, revealing his thin chest that was practically just bones. In his lap sat a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed only in a golden dragon and phoenix bodice, revealing large expanses of her snow-white skin. Zheng it's almost midnight. I should go now. It wouldn't be good if saw me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jijing showed no intention of letting go, and said domineeringly, I am his uncle. How dare he disobey me? Then, she lifted Rong's exquisite face with one finger, and said with a smile, My dear Empress Dowager, let's play something different in a bit. Rong's body stiffened instantly. Although she was somewhat unwilling, she dared not show it on her face, and could only force a smile, saying, I will listen to Zheng. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. Just as Yuan Jijing was getting restless, a hoarse voice suddenly came from outside the Tongming Hall. Yuan Jijing's expression immediately darkened, and he said angrily, Come in. Immediately, an old eunuch pushed open the door and walked in, bowing his head as he approached Yuan Jijing and said, "Your Excellency, the Deputy Privy Councillor Song Gongming says he has an extremely urgent matter to discuss outside the palace and requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jijing glanced regretfully at Rong Shi in his arms and said, "Go back first, and remember to come back tonight." Upon hearing this, Rong silently rose and walked towards the back hall. Only then did Yuan Jijing say with dissatisfaction, "Let him in." Yes. Chapter 73. The Prime Minister was killed in another bombing. A short while later, then a short, dark-skinned middle-aged man walked in from outside. As soon as he entered, he knelt down on the ground with a thud, saying, "Your subject, Song Gongming, the Deputy Privy Councillor, pays his respects to the Grand Secretary." Yuan Jijing quickly stood up and helped Song Gongming up. "Uncle, please get up quickly. We don't do this anymore. If you kneel like this, won't you shorten my lifespan?" Song Gongming stood up, his face solemn. "Your Excellency, the ruler is the ruler, and the subject is the subject. How dare this old minister overstep his bounds?" Yuan Jijing was overjoyed by Song Gongming's words and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Uncle, I am only a Grand Secretary now. Let's talk about the future later." "Uncle, is there something you need from me?" A glint of something unreadable flashed deep in Song Gongming's eyes, but his face remained extremely serious as he said, "Your Excellency, the Imperial Guard has just received news that Zhang Jin has just annihilated 4 divisions in morning in Yan'an. Now that its influence is soaring, if we don't take some measures soon, I'm afraid the Great Qing Kingdom will lose its identity." Upon hearing Song Gongming mention Zhang Jin, Yuan Jijing's face instantly darkened. This guy had wiped out his entire Yuan family overnight, leaving him all alone in the world. The hatred for the murderer of his father was irreconcilable, and now hearing that Zhang Jin was making a big splash again, he felt even more furious. Sudden, Yuan Jijing's eyes lit up. "Uncle, the famine in the Central Plains is not over yet, is it?" When asked the question, Song Gongming seemed somewhat confused and replied, "Your Excellency, the Central Plains have been suffering from a severe drought for 2 years. Rivers have dried up, fields are cracked, and the people are living in misery. Although the court is willing to provide relief, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice." Song Gongming looked heartbroken. Anyone who didn't know better would think he cared deeply for the people. "Uncle, this matter is easily resolved. Immediately issue an imperial decree stating that the court allows them to travel to Yan'an for food, and tell them that Commander Zhang of Yan'an has agreed to provide them with food." Yuan Jijing sneered. "I'd like to see how Zhang Jin handles the millions of refugees." Song Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Yuan Jijing is trying to use the disaster victims to bring down Zhang Jin. If Zhang Jin refuses to give food to the disaster victims, not only will his reputation be ruined, but these starving and irrational victims will also cause even bigger trouble, and Zhang Jin will be held responsible no matter what happens. He looked at Yuan Jijing with admiration. "Your Excellency is indeed the most intelligent man in the world. You subdue the enemy without fighting. I am no match for you." Ha. Although Yuan Jijing was intelligent, his age was a factor. When Yuan Jijing praised him like that, Yuan Jijing immediately felt like a teacher patting a student on the head and saying, "Great job." Yuan Jijing was so happy that he laughed out loud. Half an hour later, Song Gongming retreated backward from the Tongming Hall, then turned and walked towards the corridor to the side. Just as he crossed the corridor, a delicate voice sounded from behind him. "Lord Song." Song Gongming shuddered, not from fear, but from excitement. He quickly turned around and saw a beautiful figure staring at him. Who else could it be but Empress Dowager Rong? Rong was only covered by a thin veil, through which one could vaguely see a bright yellow bodice. Below her were red silk shorts, revealing 2 long, snow-white legs. Its appearance is extremely alluring. Seeing Song Gongming's dry mouth and burning nose, I couldn't take my eyes off him. Rong seemed to see the burning gaze in Song Jiang's eyes. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she stepped forward and threw herself into his arms. A few minutes later, the two emerged from around the corner. Rong gave Song Gongming a resentful look before asking, "Have you inquired about the matter I asked you to?" Song Jiang, who was bowing his head to tie his jade belt, quickly raised his head and said, "Your Majesty, Yuan Jijing does indeed harbor rebellious intentions, but he has only recently ascended the throne and is therefore biding his time. If one day my position becomes secure, I'm afraid." Rong's face immediately showed a bitter expression. "I thought he could treat people as kindly as Shi Cheng. which is why I did not hesitate to submit to him in order to have a peaceful life. I never expected that he would have such ambitions. What are we, a widow and her orphan, going to do? Seeing the beauty heartbroken and shedding tears, Song Jiang naturally wouldn't remain unmoved. He quickly patted his chest and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, with me, Song Jiang, here, I will never allow Your Majesty or His Majesty to suffer the slightest injustice." Upon hearing this, Rongshi immediately beamed with joy and threw herself into Song Gongming's arms. "Brother Gongming, you've been so good to me." Song Gongming was so touched by Rong's address of brother that his whole body went weak, and he quickly hugged Rong and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will make arrangements as soon as I leave the palace. As soon as there is an opportunity, I will kill Yuan Jijing, that traitor." Just as the two were being affectionate, a shrill scream suddenly came from the sky, startling them so much that they quickly separated and looked up at the sky. A dark shadow appeared in an instant, darting past the Tongming Hall not far away. Boom! Immediately following was a deafening explosion, and the magnificent golden roof of the Tongming Hall was blasted straight into the sky. Chapter 74, My Superfleet. The sudden explosion in Tongming Hall left Rongshi and Song Gongming looking at each other in bewilderment. Their expressions quickly changed, and without saying a word, they hurried toward Tongming Hall. They soon arrived at the Tongming Hall, but upon seeing its condition, the two froze on the spot. The once grand and majestic Tongming Hall had been reduced to a pile of stone fragments, resembling a large tomb made of rubble. There was no trace of the hall left. This. Song Gongming was stunned and stammered, unable to speak. He and Rong had just been plotting how to kill Yuan Jijing, but now they had been blown up. While Rong was shocked, she was also filled with boundless joy. That damned Yuan Jijing was different from his father. He truly treated her as a plaything, or rather, he was driven by curiosity. After all, she was the Empress Dowager of Daxing Kingdom, and he had never treated her like a human being from beginning to end. They come when summoned and leave when dismissed. Empress Dowager Rong could not tolerate this. What truly made her want to kill Yuan Jijing was that he wanted to marry her daughter and become the emperor of Shanghe, which crossed Rong's bottom line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered trying to befriend Song Gongming, that short and ugly fellow. As for who killed Yuan Jijing, Rong already had a pretty good guess in her mind. Under the whole world, who else but that guy from Nan would dare to bomb the palace in broad daylight? A smile involuntarily crept onto Rong's lips as her mind began to race. Could it be that Zhang Jin was interested in her and didn't want anyone else to possess her? Or was he trying to eliminate her completely? Then I came to my senses. This was not the time to think about trivial matters, but to seize the opportunity to gain the greatest benefit for myself. Rong couldn't help but turn her gaze to the stunned Song Jiang and stepped forward to whisper, "Lord Song, now that the Yuan family has been wiped out, you are the only one with the greatest influence in the court. Why not act immediately and seize the position of Grand Secretary? Then you can be with me every day." Rong's alluring voice made Song Jiang's heart flutter. More than 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jin hasn't gone anywhere during this time, staying obediently in his governor's mansion, his mind filled with how to plan the development of Yan'an. He now has thousands of tons of gold, is rolling in money, and naturally thinks about how to spend it. The governor's mansion was quiet, but the whole country was in turmoil. The day after Zhang Jin annihilated 4 divisions of the Morning Empire, newspapers reported on this unprecedented victory. In an instant, the entire Xinhua was in an uproar. You should know, the Morning Empire is known as the Little Japan. In Xinhua, it has always been like a crab, charging around recklessly, bullying and dominating the market, and has done countless heinous things. Even the former Grand Secretary Yuan Shicheng would bow and scrape and show deference to those in mourning. Zhang Jin has now annihilated 4 divisions, totaling over 100,000 men. What a magnificent feat. This immediately ignited the people's enthusiasm. Although Zhang Jin had also defeated the mourning people in the Battle of Shanghe, that battle took place at sea, and the exact number of deaths was known only to the high-ranking officials of the Morning Empire, and probably only to Zhang Jin himself. All that people knew was that Zhang Jin annihilated the mourners' marines in Shanghai and also defeated one of their fleets. Even the imperial court didn't know exactly how many people were killed. This time was different. They annihilated 4 divisions of the mourning troops face to face. Such a remarkable achievement shocked people and earned them their utmost respect. In a short time, Zhang Jin, who was already a popular hero, became even more famous, becoming a role model for parents to educate their children. With his high reputation came prestige, inspiring countless people to serve him. It is believed that if Zhang Jin were to raise his voice, he would receive a huge response. But the common people were happy, but those in high positions were having trouble sleeping. Zhang Jin had just ruined the former prime minister's entire family, and now, not long after, he had killed his successor. And it's an open and above-board explosion. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a domineering person? Tianjin Railway Station. Zhang Bailey stepped out of the car with a large group of people. Behind Zhang Bailey was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a tall and strong build and a resolute expression. After getting out of the car, he quickly walked up to Zhang Bailey and said, "Brother Bailey, you really didn't lie to me, did you?" Zhang Bailey looked helplessly at the middle-aged man who had asked him countless times and said with a sigh, "Brother Shanghe, I've told you so many times, it's true. It's more real than real gold. Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust the commander-in-chief? You've heard of his reputation. Why would he need to lie to you?" The middle-aged man thought about it and agreed, so he stopped asking the man questions. Soon, the group arrived at a convoy of trucks. Zhang Bailey didn't waste any words and climbed directly into the back of one of the trucks. Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly called for the people behind him to get on the truck. Rumble. The convoy then left the station and headed out of the city. 2 hours later, the convoy left the city and arrived in a desolate wilderness where there was not a trace of human beings. Soon, they arrived at the gate of a base. Zhang Bailey and the others, who had been dozing off in the car, immediately stood up. Directly in front of them was a huge dock. When they saw the enormous creatures docked there, everyone was stunned. 5 massive battleships were quietly docked at their respective piers, surrounded by more than 10 smaller heavy cruisers. The middle-aged man stared intently at the largest battleship, as if he were seeing a lover he had longed for a long time, his mind completely blank. What Zhang Bailey said was actually true. Zhang Jin really did have battleships under his command. The Great Qing Empire actually possesses battleships now. The middle-aged man was overwhelmed with emotions, and his eyes turned red. This man was none other than Zheng Shishang, the Vice Minister of the Navy of the Privy Council of the Great Qing Empire and Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet. That sounds pretty intimidating. In fact, the entire Navy Department only had one fleet, the First Fleet, with about 30 warships. The largest warship, the Daxing, was only a light cruiser of about 3,000 tons. There were also 6 destroyers of more than 1,000 tons, and the rest were gunboats and torpedo boats. Zheng Shishang followed Zhang Bailey to the north because of Zhang Bailey's claim of a 10,000-ton giant ship. He came with a degree of skepticism, actually not believing it at all, thinking that even a 5,000 or 6,000-ton ship would be acceptable. "I just didn't expect there to actually be a giant ship and a battleship weighing tens of thousands of tons." Just as Zheng Shishang was in a daze, a general in naval uniform strode over and saluted Zheng Shishang. "General Jiang, I am Mi Yun, commander of the First Fleet of Yan'an." Chapter 75, A Shocking Change in Yan'an. Zhang Bailey quickly raised his hand to return the greeting. "General Mi, hello." Then he pulled Zheng Shishang forcefully and said, "Brother Shishang, this is General Mi, the commander of the First Fleet of Yan'an." Zheng Shishang was suddenly pulled and looked at Zhang Bailey with displeasure. "What's wrong?" Then he stared at the giant ship in front of him with a look of fascination. Zhang Bailey couldn't help but rub his forehead, speechless. How come this guy still doesn't understand any social etiquette? He could only tug at Zheng Shishang again, raising his voice. "Brother Shishang, there's plenty of time to look at the warships. Hurry up and pay your respects to General Mi." Zheng Shishang then realized what was happening and looked at Mi in opposite him. He then did something that utterly astonished Zhang Bailey. A smile suddenly appeared on Zheng Shishang's face, and he warmly extended both hands to firmly grasp Mi Yun's hands, saying, "General Mi, I've heard so much about you." Zheng Shishang's sudden enthusiasm left Mi Yun equally bewildered. His change of attitude was far too rapid. After exchanging a few warm greetings, Mi Yun led the two towards the dock. Zhang Bailey quickened her pace, approached Zheng Shishang, and looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Brother Shishang, you've really changed a lot in just 3 days." Zheng Shishang couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. "Brother Bailey, don't you know the state of the Navy? The court has long intended to disband the First Fleet. If I hadn't been more aware of this, the Daxing Navy might have already ceased to exist. This is the culmination of generations of hard work by us naval personnel. If it's ruined in my hands, how can I face those predecessors who dedicated their lives to the Navy?" Zhang Bailey fell silent, as if thinking of his own military academy, which had barely managed to stay afloat by begging and pleading. If it weren't for the marshal. All right, Jiang Bailey suddenly perked up and said, with the commander-in-chief here, the Navy will not perish. However, Brother Shirchong, you should think this through carefully. The commander-in-chief and the imperial court are irreconcilable enemies. Zhang Shirchong paused, turned around and looked at Jiang Bailey, saying, of course I know very well that the Xinhua Navy is a navy to protect the people of Xinhua, not a tool for making huge profits, much less a lackey of certain people. We should get back on track. Serve the nation, shed blood on the battlefield. That is what we have always wanted in our lives. Jiang Bailey's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he grabbed Zhang Shirchong's arm. Let's encourage each other. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. At this time, the three of them had arrived at the largest warship, and Mi Yun introduced it with a smile. This is our own Zhang Jin-class battleship, with a full load displacement of 73,000 tons, a speed of 31 knots, and equipped with 9 triple-mounted 460mm main guns, 12 155mm anti-aircraft guns, and 278 other guns. It's actually a heavily modified version of the Yamato-class battleship. Zhang Jin naturally didn't have the ability to have his phone modified for him. Instead, while collecting information in the modern world, he became very interested in some netizens' modified weapons and collected quite a few, including the Yamato-class battleship. Unexpectedly, coming to this world actually became a reality. Naturally, Zhang Jin didn't hold back and directly took 5 ships. Since they were free, he naturally picked the biggest one. Subsequently, 12 Iowa-class battleships were extracted, which Zhang Jin referred to as the Tianquan-class battleships. Besides battleships, Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't forget aircraft carriers, directly extracting 5 Midway-class ships and naming them the Tianshu class. In addition to these, Zhang Jin also seized 36 Des Moines-class heavy cruisers, renamed them Yao Guang, and 72 Gearing-class cruisers, named them Pajun class. Of course, the warships were blown in by the wind, but the naval officers and soldiers on board were not. Zhang Jin naturally understood the importance of naval power. He gritted his teeth and decisively allocated 20,000 units of electricity, summoning 3,000 elite naval soldiers, 500 elite non-commissioned officers, and 58 elite junior commanders. You can't have ships without a place to stay, can you? Gritting his teeth, he extracted another massive port to dock his warships, instantly depleting another 5,000 units of power. These few shivers shrank Zhang Jin's wallet by almost half, leaving him with only 41,600.7 units of battery power. This is why Zhang Jin is keen to recruit local people. By using the people he recruits as the backbone to build an army, he can save a lot of money. Back to reality. Mi Yun's introduction shocked Zhang Shirchong so much that he opened his mouth wide, his face filled with astonishment. Then, his heart became incredibly complicated. This battleship was actually larger than the total tonnage of all the ships in the Xinhua Navy combined. It left him feeling uneasy, but he quickly cheered up. In his view, wasn't the strength of Zhang Jin's navy also a manifestation of the strength of Xinghua's navy? We're all from Xinhua anyway. General Mi, how many warships does your fleet have? What is their total tonnage? Zhang Shirchong asked a question that had been tantalizing him. Mi Yun smiled slightly. General Zhang, it's not much. We're just a small fleet, far inferior to the foreigners' fleets. That's 5 Zhang Jin-class super battleships, 12 Tianquan-class battleships, 5 Tianshu-class aircraft carriers, 36 Yao Guang-class heavy cruisers, 72 Pei-Jun-class destroyers, and 12 Tanlang-class submarines. The Tanlang-class submarine, also known as the Type 641B submarine, is a large, conventional ocean-going submarine capable of launching ballistic anti-submarine missiles underwater. In fact, a more accurate description would be rocket-assisted torpedoes, which are not the same concept as modern missiles. As for the German-made submarines that were previously equipped, Zhang Jin sold them all to the Prussians. At this moment, Mi Yun said unhurriedly, the total tonnage is only about 2 million tons. Zhang Shirchong involuntarily swallowed. It seemed that the total tonnage of the Morning Empire, which claimed to be the 3rd largest navy in the world, was only a little over 1.2 million tons. Zhang Jin's fleet actually reached 2 million tons. What does that mean? It's enough to dominate the 4 seas. Looking at the dumbfounded Zhang Shirchong, Mi Yun chuckled and announced the terms. If General Zhang could bring over the entire navy of the imperial court, would you see? Mi Yun casually pointed to a Zhang Jin-class battleship and said, it's yours. Zhang Shirchong's heart began to pound. and he suddenly pulled Jiang Bailey outside. Jiang Bailey was momentarily confused. Brother Shirchong, what are you doing? What can you do? Hurry up and take me to the train station. I need to go pick up some people. 1 month later. Yan'an, the governor's mansion. Zhang Jin looked at the telegram handed to him by Xia Yuanji, the newly appointed Minister of Civil Affairs of Yan'an Province, and suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock. When did this happen? Why is it only being reported now? Chapter 76. Millions of refugees flocked to Yan'an. Xia Yuanji said with a solemn expression. General, for more than half a month, refugees have been pouring into our Handan and Xingzhou prefectures from the Central Plains. The officials of Handan and Xingzhou did not pay attention and did not take any action, which led to the increasing number of displaced people. My subordinates have already dispatched special envoys to investigate and have discovered that nearly 1 million refugees have poured into the Handan and Xingzhou areas and are beginning to spread towards Taozhou, Shimen, and Sangqing. In addition, refugees from the Central Plains, Bingzhou, and Eastern Shandong are pouring into southern Yan. If not handled properly, southern Yan could be doomed in an instant. Zhang Jin's expression slowly turned cold as he turned to look at Gu Chun, who was standing to the side. The great disaster in the north has lasted for 2 years in a row. Why did they come now, instead of earlier or later? Zhang Jin absolutely did not believe it was a coincidence. He was absolutely certain that someone was trying to trip him up. The thought of someone daring to cause him trouble made his anger flare up instantly. Gu Chun did not disappoint Zhang Jin. General, my intelligence department has found out that it was the newly appointed Prime Minister Wang Dui who gave the order, saying that you have prepared sufficient food and intend to receive refugees from all over the world and redistribute land to them. With your illustrious reputation, General, people from all over the country believed it to be true and immediately packed their bags and brought their children to Yan'an. According to our intelligence department statistics, including the refugees who have come to Yan'an, there are at least nearly 10 million people. Millions of refugees. Zhang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Just as Xia Yuanji had said, if these refugees knew they had been deceived, would they go to the imperial court? No, they will only blame Zhang Jin. At that time, Yan'an will inevitably fall into turmoil. If it were officials, Zhang Jin would naturally not hesitate to kill them all. But this time it is ordinary people. They are already suffering enough. How could he possibly bring himself to do it? Sudden, Zhang Jin clenched his fists, and his eyes brightened. What seems like a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise. Because he had come up with a good idea to accelerate the development of Yan'an. What Zhang lacks now is people, isn't it? Thinking of this, a slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xia Yuanji, issue an order immediately, commanding all prefectures and counties to recruit and gather refugees. General, do you intend to make use of these refugees? Zhang Jin nodded. You guessed right. Yan'an is in dire need of reconstruction right now. It will take at least several years, or even more than 10 years to develop Yan'an step by step. With the help of these disaster victims, things would be different. We could use them to build transportation infrastructure, urban areas, reservoirs, and docks. We only need to contribute a small amount of money and food, so why not? Xia Yuanji's eyes lit up, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, The general is wise. Zhang Jin smiled smugly, then became serious. How are the petrochemical plant, steel plant, cement plant, and machinery plant doing? Can they be started? Unfortunately, factories with workers are simply too expensive, requiring 5,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per unit, while factories with only a few technicians only require 500 kilowatt-hours. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Xia Yuanji said solemnly. Reporting to the commander, the necessary workers were recruited a month ago. After a month of training, they are now barely able to start production, but the production capacity is only 1/10 of the target capacity. Zhang Jin wasn't angry. He knew very well that throwing a group of uneducated, rough men into a modern factory would require an adjustment period and couldn't be done overnight. Furthermore, when choosing factories, he would choose whichever factory was the largest, such as petrochemical plants and cement plants with a capacity of 10 million tons, steel plants with a capacity of 8 million tons, and super-large agricultural and forestry machinery plants. Even 1/10 of the production capacity is an extremely large number. Zhang Jin looked at Xia Yuanji, who looked anxious, and a smile appeared on his face. Achieving 1/10 of the production capacity is already quite good. People's livelihood is of paramount importance, so we must proceed steadily and surely, and avoid being overly ambitious. Zhang Jin's praise relieved Xia Yuanji greatly. He had been worried that his commander was too impatient and something might go wrong, so he quickly bowed and said, "The general is wise." Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? After organizing the refugees, we'll build roads and bridges first. I don't require every village to have a road. Just every county will be fine. Furthermore, I want to build a new city in Beiping Prefecture." As Zhang Jin spoke, he walked to a large table. On the table was a huge model of a city, but without ancient city walls, only skyscrapers, wide streets, beautiful parks, shimmering reservoirs, traffic lights, and a subway system. As a modern person, Zhang Jin knows how to build a city and how to plan ahead. "I will build a brand new city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. I will take advantage of this influx of refugees to build this city." Xia Yuanji looked at the enormous city on the table, a look of shock appearing on his face. Rebuilding a city was always a monumental undertaking, no matter the era. It is indeed a good way to resettle displaced people. At least it can mobilize millions of displaced people. Xia Yuanji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he bowed to Zhang Jin, saying, "General, I think we can take this opportunity to establish a bank and circulate our own currency. The daily needs of tens of millions of refugees are enormous, which will inevitably attract countless merchants. We can do this. Convert all the relief distributed to the people into our currency and let them buy food and daily necessities themselves. The warlord can issue an order stating that traders can exchange their new currency for gold and silver dollars at our bank at any time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but sneer. Free exchange? They're really giving them a hard time. A bunch of opportunists. Issue the order immediately. As soon as the new currency is printed, issue it to Yan'an and Yanbei. All old currency must be abolished. Anyone who dares to refuse will be killed. Zhang Jin's murderous words sent chills down Xia Yuanji's spine. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Simplifying complex issues was their commander's specialty. However, it seemed that Yan'an was about to be stained with blood again. "Yuanji, have you printed the new currency?" Zhang Jin finally remembered to ask the most crucial question. Xia Yuanji hurriedly replied, reporting to the commander, "The printing plant has already printed the new currency." After speaking, he handed a document to Zhang Jin, who took it, opened it, and saw 6 new bills, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, and 1 yuan. There are also 6 types of coins, 5 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent, 5 cents, 2 cents, and 1 cent. The coins were copper-plated, while the banknotes were made of rolled steel. Both banknotes and coins were engraved with exquisite portraits. Zhang Jin immediately recognized him. He looked so lifelike. "Yuanji, this is..." Xia Yuanji bowed and said, "Reporting to the general, we feel that the new era has brought about a new atmosphere, and all these earth-shaking changes are brought about by you, the general. The world praises you, and all people admire you. If your portrait is printed on the new money, the people will definitely approve, which will also reduce our troubles." Zhang Jin waved his hand helplessly and said, "Whatever you want. By the way, what's this new currency called?" Xia Yuanji hurriedly said, "We all call it the Marshal's coin." Chapter 77. The army marches towards the capital. Grand Marshal coin? Zhang Jin felt like a herd of alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Was this a compliment? Or was it a compliment? "General." Xia Yuanji's expression suddenly turned serious. "There's another thorny issue, and that's the food supply. If there are really tens of millions of refugees, our current food supply can only last for a month. My subordinates sent people south to Southeast Asia to buy grain in case of emergency, but the people there dared not sell to us. According to our people, it was the British and French who were causing trouble and preventing the locals from selling us grain." Southeast Asia. Grain. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. How could he have missed such a crucial point? At that time, there were no so-called countries in Southeast Asia. They were all colonies of Westerners. If he could control this land where there were 3 or 4 harvests a year, he would never have to worry about food again. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin felt an irresistible urge and could no longer stand still, shouting loudly, "This damned Westerner dares to trip me up. Does he think the East has no one to rely on?" Zhang Cheng, pass down the order to have the First Fleet assemble immediately. I, the commander, will personally go to the South Seas. On the way, Zhang Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Go to the capital. Snort. If you dare to use me, Zhang Jin, as a shield, you should be prepared to go to hell. Yuanji, I'm entrusting Yan'an to you. I hope that when I return, I will see a different Yan'an." Xia Yuanji was someone Zhang Jin had summoned from his own hands, so he naturally trusted him completely. Zhang Jin was very relieved to entrust Yin Nan to him. Please rest assured, Commander, I will certainly not fail in my mission. Zhang Jin looked at Xia Yuanji, who had a solemn expression, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Although the matter of the refugees has been resolved, the officials of Qing and Han prefectures knew about it, but failed to report it, neglecting their duties and almost causing a major disaster. Issue the order to execute all officials at the county level and above in both prefectures as a warning to others. As for their successors, they will be selected from the townships below. If any of them are negligent, lax, or lawless, they will be killed. Zhang Jin was also helpless. He was now like a skilled cook without rice to cook. Although he could summon political workers from his phone, it would be no problem if there were several or dozens of people. But you need to understand that the two provinces of Yan'an and Yanbei have 15 prefectures and more than 200 counties, requiring at least tens of thousands of public officials. The amount of electricity he has is like a drop in the ocean. Therefore, from the beginning, Zhang Jin did not intend to use all the summoned confidants. He only allowed the summoned confidants to control important areas such as judicial supervision, finance and taxation, and grain and customs, while other places were still staffed with local people. That's it. Zhang Jin doesn't have enough people under his command yet. It's because he rose to prominence too quickly, so quickly that he didn't have time to cultivate his own people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been watching helplessly as the huge piece of meat in northeast China remained untouched. As a result, over 90% of the current government officials are still the same ones from before. However, this has its advantages. At least it makes executions easier. Those who don't perform well can be executed. Those who cheat or shirk their duties can be executed. And those who are corrupt or embezzle can be executed. The next morning, at the Tianjin naval port, the entire First Fleet, led by 5 Zhang Jin-class battleships, was deployed in full force, leaving only a few destroyers to defend the naval port. If other countries hadn't deployed such a massive fleet, the logistical support alone would have been a nightmare. But Zhang Jin was different. He was an unlimited human supply depot. As long as he was there, nothing was a problem. In addition to the naval fleet, Zhang Jin also brought 24 Austin-class dock landing ships and 10 Sacramento-class supply ships, loading all the personnel and equipment of the newly formed 4th and 5th Infantry Divisions onto the ships. He's going to borrow grain, this time, not to pay money, so naturally he needs to bring more troops. Of course, it would be even better if you could earn some battery power along the way. After all, he's sure there are a lot of hostile people going there this time. Wouldn't killing them earn him a lot of electricity? He should at least give it a try, shouldn't he? This is also an important reason why Zhang Jin personally went to Southeast Asia. On the flagship, the Marshal Zhang Jin stood on the top deck, gazing at the massive fleet that filled his entire field of vision, and a surge of boundless pride welled up within him. Back then there was Zheng He. Today there's Zhang Jin. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the world's Xinguada, under his leadership, would return to the top of the world. General, the fleet is ready. Shall we depart? Mi Yun said as he walked to Zhang Jin's side. Let's go? At Zhang Jin's command, a melodious whistle suddenly sounded, and the Zhang Jin-class battleship under Zhang Jin's command slowly started and headed towards the boundless sea. 2 days later, around noon, on a stretch of sea not far from Shanghai, a vast flotilla of battleships and destroyers formed 2 columns, protecting 34 landing ships, supply ships, and 5 aircraft carriers in the center. Outside were 36 heavy cruisers patrolling continuously, a vast, dark mass that sent chills down one's spine. On the aircraft carrier Tian Shu No. 1, Zhang Jin stood in front of a CH-53 Super Stallion helicopter. This helicopter was naturally not one that came with the aircraft carrier. Zhang Jin had retrieved an unmodified Midway-class helicopter. Otherwise, given the limited knowledge of this era, the local Navy personnel, who had only been familiar with it for a little over a month, would not have been able to operate it at all. On the Tian Shu-class aircraft carrier, each aircraft carrier is equipped with 36 Skyraider A-1 attack aircraft, 42 F-8F fighter jets, and CH-53 helicopters, which Zhang Jin specially requested. 5 helicopters are provided for each aircraft carrier. In addition, Zhang Jin replaced the helicopters on the Austin-class dock landing ships with CH-53E helicopters. At this time, Zhang Jin stood in front of a Sea Stallion and instructed Mi Yun, have the carrier-based aircraft squadron get ready to provide support at any time. Mi Yun quickly stood at attention and said, Please rest assured, Commander, The carrier-based aircraft have been deployed and will destroy all of the Imperial Army's anti-aircraft firepower before you arrive. Without further ado, Zhang Jin climbed into the helicopter, which was already filled with fully armed soldiers. Zhang Jin himself was also fully equipped, holding a Type 81 rifle. Action! At Zhang Jin's command, helicopters immediately soared into the sky, followed by more than 20 other helicopters from other warships, forming a dense formation in the air and roaring towards Shanghe, the capital. 2 hours later, the helicopter formation had already flown over the Imperial Palace in Beijing. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, at the Fengtian Hall, the newly appointed Grand Secretary Wang Dui was speaking in the main hall about something that left all the officials dumbfounded. Chapter 78, granted the 9 bestowments. Praise beyond measure. Inside the Fengtian Hall, the Rong family and our young Emperor Guangtong still sat high on the jade steps, but the seats that originally belonged to Yuan Shiqing and his son Yuan Jijing were nowhere to be seen. There was nothing that could be done. None of the high-ranking officials present possessed the power to command and govern the country like the Yuan family. With Yuan Jijing's death, the entire Yuan group instantly fell apart. Rongshi initially wanted her old lover to become the Grand Secretary. Unfortunately, his power was not commensurate with his position. Other high-ranking officials simply didn't buy it. Even if Rong personally intervened, he could only secure one of the positions, Grand Secretary or Privy Councillor. Rongshi also knew the importance of the military and therefore knew how to make the right choice, which is why Wang Dui was chosen as the Grand Secretary. This old rascal is no ordinary man. He was one of Yuan Shiqing's important political assistants and was formerly a cabinet minister and finance minister. He was the god of wealth for the country, so his influence was undeniable. Wang Dui stood in the center of the hall, looking at the Rong family, who sat high on the throne, and the young Emperor Guangtong, and said righteously, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the rise and fall of dynasties throughout history has always been due to the struggle for imperial power. I believe that if we want the world to be unified and the people to live in peace and prosperity, there is only one way to go. By adopting the Western system and implementing a constitutional monarchy in our Great Qing, we can achieve long-term stability and prosperity, ensuring the Great Qing's continued existence for 10,000 generations." Boom! A sudden roar erupted in the hall. Rong, sitting next to Guangtong, paled instantly, jumped to her feet, pointed at Wang Dui, and shouted, "Wang Dui, how dare you!" Song Gongming, who was standing at the head of the military officers' line, could no longer stand still. He understood why Wang Dui had suddenly stood up and shouted for a constitutional monarchy. In the end, it was nothing more than a power struggle. He felt that Wang Dui and the Rong family had joined forces to suppress him and wanted to cut off his arm. He would never agree to such a vicious trick. He walked straight out and looked coldly at Wang Dui. "Prime Minister Wang, weren't your words just now biased? If constitutional monarchy is really as good as you say, why haven't the 3 great powers, Francisco, Prussia, and Rose, implemented it? Is it because their emperors have the final say? Are they all idiots?" As soon as Song Gongming said this, the hall fell silent. All eyes immediately turned to the 2 big shots clashing, and some even looked on with anticipation. If one of them died, wouldn't they have a chance to rise in rank? Maybe I can try the one mentioned above. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Just as the people in the main hall were lost in their own thoughts, a buzzing sound of propellers suddenly came from outside. Before anyone could react, the banging of machine guns rang out, and bullets whizzed past, striking the palace walls and red pillars. Many bullets pierced through the palace windows and landed on the floor of the main hall, only to be blasted away instantly. It hit the unlucky few standing at the back exactly. In a short time, the wails and screams from both inside and outside the hall merged into one. As for the remaining bigwigs, they were all screaming and scrambling for cover. When Zhang Jin entered the main hall, he saw this scene. The once high and mighty court officials were either hiding behind the dragon pillars or lying on the ground. Among them, our Privy Councillor Song Gongming was the most unique, lying on the ground with his head in his hands and his buttocks sticking up high. Meanwhile, the young Emperor Guangtong, who sat high on the throne, had already snuggled into Rong's arms and rubbed against her. After all, such a thing didn't happen often. Looking at the big shots who were no different from ordinary people being frightened, Zhang Jin couldn't help but feel disappointed. After all, he just liked beheading people. Cough. The coughing sound at the door immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall, who stared in disbelief upon seeing Zhang Jin. Why is this god of death here again? Immediately, The memory of being locked in the pigsty by Zhang Jin flooded back, and her body shuddered. Without wasting words, Zhang Jin strode into the main hall. Who is Wang Dui? Wang Dui? Everyone was stunned again, their eyes all turning to a middle-aged man hiding behind a pillar. Zhang Jin's eyes immediately fell on the middle-aged man, following everyone's gaze. He walked over and looked directly at Wang Dui, saying, "You are Wang Dui." Wang Dui frowned as he watched Zhang Jin stride menacingly toward him. He had been out on official business when Zhang Jin had imprisoned Yuan Shiqing and his entourage, so he didn't recognize Zhang Jin. He said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the sacred grounds of the palace? Don't you know the laws of the land are strict?" Zhang Jin looked at the arrogant Wang Dui, drew his sword, and slashed down. The gleaming sword struck Wang Dui's head like a cabbage, and blood spurted out instantly. Immediately afterwards, screams erupted from the main hall. Zhang Jin looked at Wang Dui, who had been cleaved in two by his sword, and said calmly, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. My name is Zhang Jin." Standing not far away, Song Gongming looked at Wang Dui, who had been cleaved in two by Zhang Jin. Despite his fear, he was overjoyed. Of course, he knew why Zhang Jin had killed Wang Dui. It was all for the sake of the refugees. He was the one who told Wang Dui about this method in the first place. He never expected that this fool, young and fearless, would actually go and cause trouble for Zhang Jin. Just as Song Gongming was secretly pleased, Zhang Jin suddenly turned around and looked at him. His indifferent gaze made the temperature in the entire hall drop by dozens of degrees instantly. Song Gongming felt his body stiffen, and he couldn't obey his commands. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but his words were all stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single syllable. "Privy Councillor Song, I heard that you told Wang Dui about the plan to send refugees to Yan'an." When Zhang Jin's emotionless voice reached Song Gongming's ears, it was like a thunderclap, and his legs immediately went limp like noodles. "Should I split you in two, or have someone tear you apart?" Zhang Jin rubbed his blood-stained military knife against Song Gongming's body. The imminent threat of death terrified Song Gongming to the point of near collapse. "Minister Zhang, could you spare Song Gongming this time for my sake?" Rong's urgent voice suddenly rang out from the jade steps. Zhang Jin paused for a moment. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Empress Dowager's word is certainly not a problem, however. Upon hearing that Zhang Jin was so obedient, Rongshi's face immediately lit up with a smile. However, Zhang Jin's next words froze her smile on her face. She heard Zhang Jin slowly say, "How should your majesty thank me? I think it's best if I, Zhang, am an honest man and won't make things difficult for you. Just give me the position of Grand Marshal of the Empire and Governor of the Northern Territory. It would be best to add a sentence, to oversee all military and political affairs in the northern provinces and act expediently." Chapter 79. The Emperor is actually a woman. Grand Marshal of the Empire? Governor of the North? The bigwig in the hall was stunned. Although Daxing Kingdom had reformed according to the Western system, there was no such thing as a Grand Marshal. The highest rank was a Grand General and the Governor of the Northern Border. Could it be that Zhang Jin wanted to divide the country with them and rule separately? In a short time, the bigwigs in the hall were lost in thought. Rongshi looked at Zhang Jin, who seemed to want some small favors. She was shocked and helpless. With Zhang Jin's arrogant and domineering manner and his willingness to openly spill blood in the hall, how could she dare to refuse? Actually, Rong was a little disappointed. She had thought Zhang Jin wanted to. But Zhang Jin had no intention of flirting with her at all, leaving her disappointed. She took a deep breath and said, "All right, I agree. Guards, hurry up and draft the imperial edict." "Wait." Zhang Jin suddenly called out to the young eunuch who was about to draft the imperial edict. "Oh, and remember to have them add a sentence. By imperial decree, Zhang Jin is to be granted the title of Duke of Qin, oversee all military affairs both inside and outside the capital, and be in charge of all affairs of state. He will be granted the 9 bestowments, the yellow axe, the privilege of being granted the honor of not having to call out his name when being received in court, the privilege of not having to hasten his steps when entering the court, and the privilege of wearing a sword and shoes in the palace." The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Zhang Jin with dumbfounded expressions. If this were modern times, they would probably have already blurted out, "Holy crap." Why was the merit of following the emperor considered important in ancient times? It's simply because there are some things that are difficult to say aloud, so they have to ask others to do them for them. And what about the person in front of us? They actually said it openly in front of everyone, without even blushing. Rong's face was equally pale, her heart filled with bitterness. All she wants is to become the Empress Dowager, to have some power, so why is it so difficult for her? Everyone would want to bully them, an orphan and a widow. Zhang Jin slowly walked up the jade steps to Rong Shi's side, lifted Rong Shi's panicked and charming face, her red and luscious lips so tempting that one couldn't help but want to peck them. But the thought of the beauty before him having once slept and yielded to countless men made Zhang Jin lose his appetite. He turned around and walked straight to the young Emperor Guangtong, lifting him off the dragon throne. Emperor Guangtong, Jin Yi, was suddenly lifted into the air by Zhang Jin and cried out in surprise. What do you want to do? Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Your Majesty the Emperor, as the supreme ruler of the great Qing Empire, shouldn't you offer your opinion? Sudden, Zhang Jin's eyes showed a look of astonishment as he stared intently at Emperor Guangtong's chest. Because there were 2 extra bumps there. The Emperor was actually a woman. No, she should be called a girl. How is that possible? A storm raged through Zhang Jin's mind. When Emperor Guangtong saw Zhang Jin staring intently at her chest, he looked down and his face flushed crimson. Then, as if remembering something, his face turned deathly pale. Zhang Qing, what are you doing? Just then, Rong's exclamation suddenly rang out from behind. In truth, it had only taken Zhang Jin a few breaths to lift the young emperor up. Zhang Jin calmly put the young emperor down and carefully examined him. The young emperor had a handsome face, red lips and white teeth, and was indeed a dashing and elegant young man. However, upon closer inspection, there was a hint of feminine charm in his eyes and a petite and exquisite physique. No wonder. Everyone said that Emperor Guangtong was effeminate, cowardly, and lacked any of the dignity that an emperor should have. It turns out that he really was a woman. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his face remained expressionless. He turned and smiled slightly at the tense-looking Rong Shi. Since the Empress Dowager is unwilling to agree, I, Zhang, have no choice but to submit a memorial to His Majesty. I agree, Rong Shi said hastily, without any more hesitation. She then grabbed the young Emperor Guangtong's hand and led him outside. Upon seeing this, Rong Shi's face turned deathly pale. Ignoring Zhang Jin's terrifying presence, she blocked his path. Zhang Jin, haven't I already agreed to your request? Why haven't you released His Majesty yet? Zhang Jin looked at the extremely nervous Rong Shi and suddenly laughed. Empress Dowager, have you lost your mind? Why should I, Zhang Jin, need to explain my actions to anyone? Get out of here. Zhang Jin's soft shout startled Rong Shi, who involuntarily stepped aside. By the time she realized what was happening, Zhang Jin had already led the young emperor out of the palace. Just as Rong Shi gritted her teeth, intending to have someone intercept Zhang Jin, his light, airy voice drifted in from outside. Your Majesty, His Majesty will accompany me on this journey. Once I am safe, I will naturally bring His Majesty back. Your Majesty need not worry. When Rong heard that Zhang Jin had only taken the young emperor hostage, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in her eyes dissipated considerably. In such a short time, Zhang Jin should not have noticed anything amiss. Outside the palace, ignoring the little emperor's struggles, Zhang Jin hoisted him onto his shoulder and headed towards the helicopter. 2 hours later, in a lounge on the aircraft carrier, the young Emperor Guangtong looked at Zhang Jin, who was staring intently at him, with a panicked expression. Sudden, Zhang Jin stood up abruptly, went to the young emperor, grabbed his collar with both hands, and yanked hard. Tear. The sound of clothes tearing immediately rang out from the cabin, followed by the little emperor's terrified scream. Zhang Jin held the little emperor's shoulders and examined him closely for a while before slowly releasing him and sitting back down. Are you a woman? The young Emperor Guangtong clutched his chest tightly, looking at Zhang Jin with a terrified expression. This damn guy had stripped him naked from the waist up and still had the nerve to ask him questions. Under Zhang Jin's piercing gaze, the young Emperor Guangtong dared not refuse and lowered his head to hum in agreement. Looking at the submissive young emperor, Zhang Jin ordered, "Raise your head." Upon hearing the order, the young Emperor Guangtong involuntarily raised his head. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jin's order came again. "Untie your hair." Zhang Jin's order made the young emperor tremble, and with trembling hands, he loosened the hair on his head. In an instant, her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, so silky smooth it looked like she'd used Pantene. Zhang Jin was momentarily stunned, because the young Emperor Guangtong had now transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and exquisite features, pure, lovely, and innocent with youthful innocence. Cough. After a long while, Zhang Jin finally came to his senses, coughed lightly, got up and walked straight out the door, but turned back a moment later, carrying a military uniform in his arms. Put them on. The young Emperor Guangtong glanced at Zhang Jin, who was staring at him without moving, then looked at the military uniforms on the table, and was momentarily dumbfounded. Just as the young Emperor Guangtong was at a loss, Zhang Jin's icy voice suddenly rang out. Trade. Or die. Chapter 80 Wielding Swords, heading towards Southeast Asia. The icy, almost terrifying tone made the young Emperor Guangtong, who had always been submissive, no longer dare to hesitate and hurriedly began to change his clothes. To the emperor's relief, Zhang Jin didn't move an inch from the moment she started changing her clothes. He just kept scanning her body with a strange look in his eyes, as if he were looking at a pet. What's your real name? Zhang Jin suddenly asked. The young emperor lowered his head. Gold and jade. Jinyu. Zhang Jin muttered 2 words, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and tapped his fingers incessantly on the table, making the young emperor's heart pound. I don't know how much time has passed. He then slowly said, You may leave now. I will have someone send you back to the capital. The young emperor was stunned. He looked up in disbelief. Had they sent her back so quickly? Did they capture her just to strip her clothes off and verify if she was a woman? Zhang Cheng pushed open the door and walked in. General, send someone to escort Her Majesty back to the capital and make sure her safety is protected. Yes, Commander. Zhang Cheng stood at attention and answered, then gestured for him to enter. Your Majesty, please. The young Emperor Guangtong stood up in a daze, paused at the door, turned to Zhang Jin, and asked, Minister Zhang, do you want to be emperor? Zhang Jin paused for a moment. Who in this world doesn't want to be emperor? The young Emperor Guangtong shook his head and said, I don't want to be an emperor. It's so meaningless. I just want to live a peaceful life. If Minister Zhang is willing, I will give you the throne at any time. The young Emperor Guangtong's tone, devoid of any trace of lingering affection, startled Zhang Jin for a moment before he smiled. That's all for later, Zhang Cheng. Take His Majesty back. Several days later, in the Kingdom of Annam, Saigon. As the headquarters of the Franco Empire in Southeast Asia, raw materials such as rice, medicinal herbs, tea, and timber from the entire occupied territory were continuously sent here, making it the most prosperous city in the entire Franco-occupied territory, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Westerners who had traveled thousands of miles to seek their fortune could be seen everywhere on the streets. On the dock, one by one, gaunt men, shirtless and barefoot, were laboriously dragging bags of rice to a beach in front of the pier, where they soon piled up into small mountains. Around the beach, there were squads of OIS soldiers on guard, and some governor's constables carrying wooden sticks patrolling among the conscripts. If a conscript was even slightly slow, a constable would yell and hit him with a stick. Look, what's that? A Franco soldier near the beach suddenly shouted, pointing to the sea. Everyone turned to look, only to see a black line suddenly appear where the sea met the sky. Wah! The alarm whistles on the coastal watchtowers suddenly emitted a wailing sound, startling the French soldiers on the beach. This was an alarm that only sounded during large-scale enemy invasions. In an instant, all the soldiers' faces changed, and they ran towards the city. Boom! Just as Saigon was thrown into chaos by the sudden alarm, violent explosions suddenly rang out from inside and outside the city. Shells instantly streaked across the sea and landed on the coastal defense batteries around Saigon, where they were shattered into pieces amidst raging flames. Located in the very heart of the city, there is a magnificent cluster of Western-style buildings built against the mountainside, which is the site of the French Empire's Southern Seas Governor's Mansion. At this time, a grand banquet was being held at the governor's mansion when the sudden shelling threw the foreigners, who were enjoying themselves, into chaos. Governor-General Boods of the South Seas was also startled and quickly looked toward the source of the explosion. He saw thick smoke rising from a low hill not far from the city. Boom! Just then, another violent explosion rang out, and the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Boods lost his balance and fell face first to the ground. Governor! A Major General Fran? OIS quickly walked up to Bouders and helped him up. An unfamiliar fleet has appeared at sea. I think you should go and take a look. An unfamiliar fleet? Bouders immediately tensed up. Was it an Eagle nation? Impossible. They were allies. As for the other Western powers in Southeast Asia, they were nothing more than small fry compared to the OIS Empire. Could it be the Prussian Empire? The Morning Empire? One guess after another kept popping into Bouders' mind. Soon, the two arrived at the dock, and immediately an officer ran over. "Governor, all 6 of our forts in Saigon have been destroyed." Bowder's face immediately darkened. He picked up his binoculars and looked at the sea, but the distance was too great. He could only see a dark shadow, let alone any landmarks or even warships. "Governor, the watchtower reports that an unidentified fleet is rapidly approaching us." The officer from before ran over again. Upon hearing this, Bowders immediately said, "Organize a defense immediately. We must not allow the enemy to land." Even now, Bowders still thinks that the warships at sea are just small guys. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to organize defenses on the shore. As time went on, the warships at sea drew ever closer. Bang! Bowders suddenly dropped the binoculars in his hand, staring at the sea in horror, muttering to himself, "Battleships! Battleships!" If it were just one ship, it certainly wouldn't have scared Bowders this much, but a huge, densely packed group of them was a bit frightening. Just now, Bowders glanced at the dozen or so giant ships in front of him, and judging by their size alone, they were undoubtedly battleships. In his panic, Bowders thought he was seeing things. How could a fleet have more than a dozen battleships? The Franco Empire only had 7 in total. Unconvinced, Bowders quickly picked up the binoculars from the ground and looked out at the sea again. At this time, the fleet was less than a few nautical miles from the coast, and the outlines of the battleships could be clearly seen through the binoculars. Bowders was immediately drawn to the dozen or so battleships at the front. Their massive size and enormous gun barrels made them look twice the size of their country's largest warships, and just looking at them sent chills down his spine. Boom! Just as Bowders was stunned, the largest warships in the battleship formation suddenly burst into flames, and dozens of black dots instantly crashed into Saigon. Boom, 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 boom. Mushroom-shaped clouds rose continuously from the city, and countless buildings were instantly blasted to pieces like fireworks. Bowders witnessed a massive fortress, which he had hailed as an impregnable fortress, being struck by a naval cannonball and instantly reduced to a pile of rubble that flew into the sky. The natives were unaware of the power of the battleship's massive cannons, and he was also unaware that a single shot could wipe out an entire company, and even permanent fortifications might not be able to withstand it. So, Bowders made a very wise decision. Quickly, raise the white flag. We surrender. Chapter 81. Zhang Jin, the Ripper. On the flagship, Zhang Jin stood confidently on the bridge, watching the Sigan city as fireballs kept exploding, his smile never fading. "General, the garrison in Shigong has surrendered," Mian said as he approached Zhang Jin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin quickly picked up his binoculars and looked over. He saw a huge white flag fluttering in the wind on the beach. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a double bed sheet, with 7 or 8 people struggling to hold onto a thick wooden pole and shake it, as if afraid that others wouldn't see them. "Order the landing ships to land immediately." Zhang Jin's lips curled into a smile. This really did resemble the Franco-Greek style. "General, do you want to play a few more rounds?" Mian was quite bold. "Don't worry, these Westerners don't have the guts, unless they want to die." Zhang Jin's orders were quickly relayed to the amphibious landing ship squadron, and more than 20 landing ships immediately deployed and accelerated towards the beach. Meanwhile, the other warships all pointed their cannons at the coast, ready to unleash a barrage of shells on the heads of the Frankies if they made even the slightest move. But Mian had obviously worried for nothing. The Franxi Empire was quite familiar with the rules for prisoners of war. When Zhang Jin led his army troops ashore, they had already spontaneously put their weapons together and arranged them neatly, while the personnel stood in orderly lines on the beach waiting to enter the prisoner of war camp. Standing at the front, Bowders watched as tank units rolled from hovercraft onto the shore and battleships approached the coast. The massive cannons on those ships spoke volumes about the wisdom of his decision. To his surprise, he didn't recognize any of the flags on the warships or the badges on the tanks. Just as Zhang Air was completely baffled, a hovercraft whizzed onto the beach, and squads of soldiers wearing helmets and carrying assault rifles rushed off the boat. As soon as Zhang Jin stepped onto the beach, he was immediately drawn to the mountains of burlap sacks piled up there. "What are you piling up?" Zhang Cheng hurriedly walked to Zhang Jin's side and said, "General, it's all rice." "Oh, where do the foreigners want to transport them? To the west? They don't seem to eat rice, do they?" Zhang Cheng shook his head and said, "No, they plan to burn it down." "Burn?" Zhang Jin's voice unconsciously rose a few decibels, his face filled with disbelief. Why was such good grain burned? "Reporting to the general, the South Seas are different from our Xinhua. There are 3 or 4 harvests a year, and there is plenty of grain, which is far more than we can eat. In order to control the occupied territories, the French people would requisition most of the grain every year. They would sell what they could, and burn what they couldn't sell. The French people call this day the Festival of Grace, and they hold a grand feast to watch the grain being burned. Zhang Jin was somewhat incredulous. Tens of millions of people in Shanghe were still displaced by famine, and yet so much grain was to be burned here. How much grain is there here? My subordinates have already inquired, and it's about 100,000 tons. This period happens to be the harvest season in Southeast Asia, and the Franchians have requisitioned at least 3 to 4 million tons of grain in the occupied territories. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't expected him to arrive so conveniently and solve his problem so quickly. Go, bring their leader here. A short while later, a portly Westerner was brought over. Governor-General of the Franchise Empire in the South Seas, Bouters, greets the general. Zhang Jin didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I want that grain, and also, procure 10 million tons of grain for me within half a month. If we can't raise the funds, Zhang Jin's face immediately turned cold as he pointed at the large group of Franzian soldiers on the training ground. Their fate will be your fate. As soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, dozens of M2 heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, instantly turning thousands of Franzian soldiers, who were still unaware of what was happening, into a pile of minced meat. The beach was littered with severed limbs and pieces of flesh, almost turning it red with blood, like a scene from hell. Bouters covered his head and screamed in terror. Bouters and his ilk committed countless heinous acts in Southeast Asia. Even he himself knew how many Southeast Asians he had killed. In their eyes, yellow-skinned humans were not even human. They could only be called monkeys. But right now, the monkey in his eyes was beating the noble Westerner into pieces like slaughtering livestock. How could Bouters stand it? Fear, stun, disbelief, and a hint of anger. The chaotic mess nearly drove Bouters mad. Just as Bouters' mind was in complete disarray, Zhang Jin's calm, almost monotonous voice rang out. Mr. Bouters must have heard of a form of punishment in the East called Lin Cheng, death by 1,000 cuts. Not much, just $3,000. Oh, I forgot that Mr. Bouters is not an Asian. It doesn't matter. I can give you a proper introduction. It's just that I'll strip you naked and then wrap a fishing net around your body. Zhang Jin gestured with his hands. You'll get all sorts of little bumps like this on your body, and eventually, someone will slice them off one by one. TSK. Zhang Jin introduced the story with great enthusiasm, like a good friend chatting casually. But to Bouters, it sounded no different from the voice of Satan. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about dying too young. I've already tested it on a Westerner, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it to the very end. Bouters already recognized the name somewhat, but when Zhang Jin mentioned Westerners, his eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out, "You are Zhang Jin." Zhang Jin immediately looked at Bods, who had suddenly fallen to the ground in fright, and said with a playful expression, "Mr. Bouters, do you know me?" By this time, Bouters was paralyzed with fear. Although he had never met Zhang Jin, Zhang Jin's formidable reputation was well known in the West, and he was known as Zhang Jin the Ripper. He was demonized outright, and people even used him to scare children into going to sleep, saying things like, "There's a devil in the East named Zhang Jin who eats human flesh and drinks human blood every day." Bouters initially thought it was just hearsay, but now it seems the man before him is even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. Startled, they hurriedly nodded and said, "Respected Commander Zhang Jin, please rest assured, we will definitely fulfill your request." Zhang Jin nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Also, starting today, all officials in your Indochina occupied territories must be replaced by people from Shanghe. I will give you 1 month as well. As for the candidate, they will arrive in a few days." When Zhang Jin arrived, he already had a plan in mind. He intended to bring hundreds of thousands of refugees to Southeast Asia. "I will obey your orders." Even if Bouters was unwilling, he dared not disobey Zhang Jin's orders. He knew very well that even if the entire navy of the French Empire went out across the ocean, it might not be a match for the powerful navy in front of him. Besides, that's not realistic. Since that's the case, Bouters naturally knew what he had to do. In terms of being pragmatic, Westerners were much better than Easterners. At least they wouldn't be willing to take a bomb and perish together with the enemy. "General, we've requisitioned all the grain. What about the people here?" Zheng Shichang, who was following closely behind Zhang Jin, suddenly asked after Bods left in a hurry. Zhang Jin gave Zheng Shichang a strange look. "What does this have to do with us?" Chapter 82: The Clown Who Pushes His Luck. The army of the Daxing Empire suddenly appeared in the South Seas. They also captured all of the Franco Empire's hundreds of thousands of occupying troops in Southeast Asia. The news spread throughout Southeast Asia the next day, and then reached the Western world via radio waves, causing a huge uproar in the West. The Governor-General's Office of the Southern Seas. Zhang Jin looked at the battle report Zhang Cheng handed him with disbelief. You mean all the Franzian garrison troops have surrendered? Yes, Commander. Zhang Cheng was equally incredulous. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen a surrender like that of the Franxi Empire. The clean and efficient manner made him feel like he was herding a flock of sheep rather than fighting a war. General, the newly formed 4th and 5th Divisions have taken over all the military camps in the colonial area, and all the soldiers of the Francia Kingdom have been gathered together, totaling 158,637 men. Zhang Jin stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, Immediately issue the order to transport all these soldiers back to China. Our Yan'an region is in dire need of rebuilding, and we need these people to risk their lives for us. Yes, Commander. Da-da-da-da. The sound of leather boots hitting the floor rang out, and Yining strode in from outside the door. General, a fellow outside has arrived who claims to be Li Di-sun, the king of Nanhua bestowed by the Xinhua court, and wishes to see you. King of Nanhua? Where did this scallion come from? Seeing Zhang Jin's puzzled expression, Yining quickly spoke up. General, I have already investigated. This person is the king of the kingdom of Annam, supported by the French, and also the 18th king of Nanhua, appointed by the Xinhua court. He is one of the 12 vassal kings from foreign lands appointed by Xinhua. He's a capricious fellow who deeply hates the people of Xinhua. He often colludes with the French to murder Xinhua merchants who come to Annam to do business, and then steals their money. They even sent troops to help the Franzians attack our territory. Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned cold. He turned around, walked to the knife rack next to him, picked up the large cleaver, and said, Let him in. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a magnificent bright yellow mandarin jacket walked in through the door, followed by 4 young men. Upon seeing Zhang Jin, the middle-aged man immediately clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, saying with a smile, I, Li Di-sun, greet the general. When Li Di-sun mentioned the title Duke of the State, he emphasized it, as if to say, Didn't you see? I am a prince, so come and pay your respects. Although Zhang Jin didn't understand the unspoken meaning behind Li Di-sun's words, seeing this guy acting like he was the boss, he knew that this guy didn't take him seriously at all. I suddenly found it funny. He really didn't understand whether Li Di-sun was out of his mind or thought he had some trump card, daring to act like a big shot in front of him. What are you doing here? Zhang Jin's aloof tone startled Li Di-sun. When he went to Xinhua, the capital, the emperor not only treated him with great courtesy and bestowed upon him a great deal of gifts, but the other civil and military officials were even more respectful to him. It wasn't until then that he understood why his ancestors were so eager to pay tribute to Xinhua. It was because it was profitable. They could exchange a few worthless items for 100 or 1,000 times more. They're even willing to grant any request. This is why he rushed over as soon as he heard that Zhang Jin had occupied the entire Franco-Indochina region. It was because he thought the people of Xinhua were easy to fool. Although Li Di-sun was dissatisfied with Zhang Jin's attitude, he was too lazy to care because he was about to become the real king. He figured he could just send an official letter to Xinhua later and have the Xinhua emperor kill the guy. Clearly, even at this point, Li Di-sun didn't know that the person standing in front of him was the famous Zhang Jin. Li Di-sun then said with a smile, Young general, I have come here to thank your army for driving away the Franzians. To express my gratitude, I am willing to offer 1,000 tons of grain and 50 caddies of the finest tea to your army. However, I have a request. I wonder if the young general could hand over all of the French people's weapons to us. At that time, I will definitely send a special envoy to the capital to express my gratitude for the emperor's boundless grace. Zhang Jin looked at Li Di-sun, who was acting as if it were his duty to help him, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. He immediately ignored the so-called king of Nanhua and directly gripped his sword with both hands, slashing it towards Li Di-sun's head. Half of his head flew off, covered in blood. Zhang Jin swung his broadsword a few more times, felling the remaining small kalami to the ground. Holding a large, blood-dripping cleaver, he coldly commanded, Send the order. Kill every official in the southern kingdom. Anyone who dares to resist will have their entire family wiped out. Just as Zhang Jin raised his butcher's knife, The fleet he had brought to Southeast Asia also began to launch attacks in all directions. Any Kingdom, Jakarta. In the early morning, on a wide beach near Jakarta, a hovercraft cut through the waves and quickly ran ashore, followed by a series of Chafee tanks that rolled off the vessel. The landing craft then returned, only to rush back a short while later. 20 minutes later, a rapid assault team consisting of more than a dozen tanks and more than 30 armored vehicles roared toward Jakarta. At this time, the entire Ini Kingdom was still under the rule of the Tulip Kingdom, so Jaga was also called Batavia. The beach is not far from the city. It's only a 10-minute walk to the Western-style city wall and fortress. The roar of engines outside the city startled the dozing Tulip Kingdom soldiers in their bunkers. They quickly climbed onto the city wall to look down, and were completely dumbfounded when they saw the tanks outside. As a Western country, the Kingdom of Tulips naturally has its own armored forces, with several Vickers tanks and a dozen AC-3D armored vehicles in Jakarta. Compared to the tanks in front of them, their Vickers tanks were like babies in swaddling clothes. Why? Just as the Tulip defenders were dumbfounded, a mournful sound suddenly echoed from the sky. 9 large black dots appeared in an instant. With a few loud bangs, the seemingly impregnable fortress was instantly blasted to pieces in the flames. After blasting the surrounding fortresses to shreds, the naval guns began to spread into the city, leveling the military camps and the governor's mansion to the ground by the 2 Tianchuan-class battleships. The Tianchuan-class ships were equipped with 406mm guns, whose power was beyond human imagination. In particular, when all 9 guns fired at the same time, 9 shells could wipe out an entire military camp in an instant. So, when the armored unit entered the city, it encountered no significant resistance, as most of the garrison in Jakarta had already perished along with their camp. After the deafening shelling ceased, citizens who rushed out of their homes to check the situation saw armored convoys bearing the Xinhua Dragon flag and the Dingbei Army flag speeding through the city. Chapter 83, 1,000 hailstones unleash their power. There are quite a few Xinhua residents living in Jakarta. When they saw the flag on the vehicle, they couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. They rubbed their eyes again and finally made sure that what they were seeing was real. Immediately agitated, one of the middle-aged men turned and shouted into the courtyard. "Mother of my child, come out quickly. It's the Imperial Army, our own army. Everyone, come out quickly. The Imperial Army is here." Coax. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. People who had been hiding in their homes rushed out, and after confirming that it was indeed the army from Xinhua, they immediately became overjoyed. The familiar cheers from the street caused the convoy to stop immediately. A major climbed out of an armored vehicle and walked to the middle-aged man who had been shouting earlier. "Fellow villager, are you from Yan'an?" The incredibly familiar local accent made the middle-aged man nod excitedly repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes. Is the boss also from Yan'an?" The major immediately smiled and said, "Fellow countrymen, we are from Yan'an. We are the troops of Zhang Jin, the governor of the northern border and commander-in-chief of the Dingbei Army." "Boss, are you really from Xinhua?" At this moment, a very old voice rang out from behind the middle-aged man. The major looked up. Then a hunched and thin old man, leaning on a cane, walked unsteadily out of the house. The middle-aged man, seeing this, quickly went over to help the old man, supporting him as he led him to the major, saying, "Boss, this is elderly, the most respected person on our street." The major laughed and said, "Old Lee, what's the difference between real and fake? You can tell just by listening to the voice." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into tears, grasped the major's hand, and said, "Decades, decades. This old man has finally seen our Imperial Army again." Then, leaning on his cane, he turned and shouted loudly to the Xinhua descendants who had gathered around him. "Everyone come quick. Our army has arrived. No one will dare to bully us anymore." The old man's words, however, brought tears to the eyes of many. The people of Xinhua can be said to be among the most hard-working people in the world. Unlike the Abrahamians who were opportunistic and unscrupulous in plundering the wealth of others, the people of Xinhua earned every penny through their own labor. It is precisely because of this that there are always some envious individuals who have their eyes on this, especially now that the Xinhua court is weak and incompetent. This further emboldened other countries. Like here, those damned tulip people treat the Xinhua people in their territory like pigs, harvesting them every now and then. "Sir, we've captured the tulip people's governor." At that moment, an armored vehicle pulled up, and several soldiers dragged a foreigner off the vehicle. Upon seeing this, the major immediately drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, pointing it at the foreigner's head. Bang! The bullet struck the foreigner between the eyebrows instantly, and a stream of blood gushed from the back of his head. He then put the pistol away. The clean and decisive action instantly froze the atmosphere. The major, looking at the stunned descendants of Xinghua, loudly announced, "By order of Zhang Jin, Grand Marshal of the Great Qing Empire, Duke of Qin, Governor of the Northern Territory, and Commander-in-Chief of the Dingbei Army, effective immediately, all of the Eastern Indian colonies belonging to the Tulip Kingdom shall belong to the Qing Kingdom." After saying that, he looked at the growing number of Xinghua people around him and raised his voice again. "Fellow villagers, are there any of you who want to join the Dingbei Army to protect our fellow villagers? As long as you are selected for the Dingbei Army, you will receive 10 marshals coins per month. Oh, that's 20 silver dollars. The major's words immediately caused a stir. 20 silver dollars was not a small amount, whether in Xinghua, Nanyang, or even the Morning Empire. According to the exchange rate in this world, 1 mecha dollar could be exchanged for 2.5 Prussian imperial marks, or 0.25 eagle pounds, or 4 silver dollars. In other words, 20 silver dollars can be exchanged for 5 plum dollars. In Xinghua itself, very few people could earn 20 silver dollars a month, and those who could earn a few dollars were all wealthy families. Of course, you can't compare it to the Western world. In the West, like the Great Eagle Empire, an average person's monthly salary is 40 eagle pounds, and in the US, it's about 60 US dollars. Just looking at this, we can tell that Xinghua still has a long way to go. Let's not waste any more time. Many young people were already interested when the major announced the recruitment, and the high salary offered attracted a large number of applicants. In no time, thousands of young people had signed up. As for how to control these people, Zhang Jin summoned 5,000 elite soldiers and 1,000 elite officers from his phone without hesitation. He had already planned to use these soldiers as the main force to recruit young people of Xinghua descent from Southeast Asia. He had already investigated before coming here and found that there were millions of Xinghua people living in Southeast Asia, so recruiting soldiers would be very easy. As for electricity, that's even easier to say. Zhang Jin just captured over 100,000 French soldiers and gained over 70,000 units of electricity. He's very wealthy now, and he's already starting to dream about how much electricity he'll gain if he wipes out all the foreigners in Southeast Asia. It must be said, these Western devils from Southeast Asia are much easier to fight than the Japanese soldiers in mourning in Xinghua and Northeast China. They surrender at the drop of a hat. Unlike the Japanese soldiers in mourning, who charge forward like they've killed their fathers and raped their wives, they're reckless. When the city was leveled with thermobaric bombs near Yuguan, the remaining mourners inside fought bravely and caused one seriously injured and more than 20 slightly injured soldiers in the 1st Infantry Division that was clearing the battlefield. The casualty ratio of 1 in 50,000 pained Zhang Jin for a long time. Saigon Governor's Office. Yanning rushed to Zhang Jin's office, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. The 41st Infantry Regiment under the newly formed 4th Division reports that the Eagle Empire is making a large-scale troop movement in the border area between the Kingdom of Siam and our territory. The intelligence station in India has sent word that the Eagle Empire's Commander-in-Chief in India, Strim, has assembled 5 native infantry divisions, 3 member state infantry divisions, and 20 indigenous infantry divisions, totaling approximately 400,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin smiled slightly. For 100,000 troops, this foreign devil certainly takes us seriously. But, has he lost his mind? Does he think this is ancient times? That we'll have a real, head-on battle with them. Send orders to immediately transfer 4 rocket artillery divisions to the front lines. The aircraft carrier group is to get ready. As soon as they assemble, bomb them mercilessly. 2 days later, on the plains of the border of the Kingdom of Siam, a steady stream of troops was seen arriving from multiple directions from Siam. Commander-in-Chief of the Indian garrison, Strim, watched as more and more troops converged on his position, a smug expression spreading across his face. As the supreme military commander of the Eagle Empire in India, he had already amassed a fortune, and with his greed satisfied, his desire for power naturally soared. That's right. Having set his sights on the newly vacant position of Minister of War in the Eagle Empire, and just as Slim was pondering how to bribe the vacant officials, he suddenly heard that Zhang Jin had actually occupied the territory of the Franzians, and he was overjoyed. Here comes the credit. If he could eliminate Truong Tan's army in Annam, wouldn't the position of Minister of the Army be within his grasp, given the momentum of his great victory? At the same time, 30 kilometers outside the assembly point of the Eagle Empire's army, 1,108 bm, 2142 rocket launchers from 4 divisions were neatly arrayed on the plain. Chapter 84 disappointed that they haven't lived up to their potential. Rocket artillery position. Commander Zhang Shirlu put down the phone and shouted, "I order, target 1 measurement area. Full fire coverage." "Yes." The messenger responded loudly, and then walked to the walkie-talkie to relay Zhang Shirlu's order. After receiving the order, the rocket launchers, which had been quietly positioned on the ground, quickly erected their rockets and adjusted their angle to aim at due west. Emission. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A wisp of orange-red flame instantly erupted from the bottom of the rocket launcher, and a rocket shot out in a flash. Then came the second, the third, and so on. More than 1,100 rocket launchers fired simultaneously, unleashing over 44,122 mm rockets. Strands of orange-red flame, trailing white arcs, streaked across the sky like a meteor shower, one after another. The scene was absolutely breathtaking. Great Eagle Allied Forces position. As Strim stood atop an armored vehicle, about to issue the order for a full-scale attack, he suddenly noticed countless black dots appearing in the opposite sky. Upon closer inspection, his face turned deathly pale. Those flying in the sky are clearly bombs. Artillery fire. A terrified cry suddenly erupted from the ranks of soldiers, and the once orderly marching formation scattered in disarray. Unfortunately, no matter how fast their legs ran, they couldn't outrun a flying horse. Before they could even lift their feet, the first wave of rockets had already struck the ground. Violent explosions accompanied countless bursts of flame that erupted on the ground, each one obliterating the surrounding soldiers. Before the first wave of explosions had even subsided, a second wave of rockets slammed into the ground, engulfing the surviving soldiers in flames before they could even feel any relief. Just then, the third wave arrived. More than 40,000 rockets landed on a plain stretching for more than 10 kilometers, the thick smoke from the explosions obscuring the sky. After the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the plain, which was originally densely packed with soldiers, was now covered with a layer of corpses and blood. As for our proud General Strim, he was blown into a pile of minced meat in the first wave of rocket attacks. Wah! Just then, countless dark shadows appeared in the sky again, but this time it wasn't a rain of rockets, but hundreds of Sky Raider attack aircraft. Like eagles that had caught the scent, these attack aircraft instantly swooped down on the Eagle Federation troops who hadn't been hit by the rocket blasts. One bomb after another fell. These massive bombs exploded mid-air, scattering countless stick-shaped bombs that densely filled the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed among the fleeing army and exploded with a bang. To the surprise of the Eagle Federation soldiers, the bombs did not have much power when they exploded. Instead, they produced clumps of glue-like substances. Just as the soldiers were puzzled, boom! Flames erupted out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was transformed into a raging inferno. The intense heat instantly incinerated countless soldiers, turning them into charred remains. Those who luckily escaped the high temperatures weren't much better off. They all turned into human torches, constantly howling and running, or lying on the ground rolling around in agony. But what was truly disheartening was that no matter how hard they tried, they not only failed to extinguish the fire on their bodies, but instead it ignited their entire bodies even faster. The soldiers who couldn't bear to see the suffering and tried to help were in an even worse situation. They accidentally got covered in white phosphorus and turned into fire. Even more terrifying was that the burning white phosphorus bombs released a vast cloud of poisonous fumes. Even those lucky few who escaped the flames were suffocated by the toxic smoke. 1 hour later, as the reconnaissance plane flew over the area where the Eagle Army was assembled, it saw that the once lush green farmland had all turned into scorched black earth. It was deathly still, utterly devoid of any life. The Governor-General's office of the Southern Seas. Zhang Jin took out his phone and looked at the 150,000 extra battery level that had appeared out of nowhere and couldn't stop smiling. Although it's somewhat regrettable that we didn't completely eliminate the Eagle Army, we still achieved our objective. But Zhang Jin was not one to suffer a loss. Since the Eagle Empire dared to cause him trouble, he was determined to teach those damned bastards a lesson in the power of thunder. Zhang Cheng passed down the order. Command the fleet to immediately move towards the Eagle Empire's colonies. Let's raze all their coastal cities to the ground. Also, send the Air Force deep into their territory and bomb them hard. Tell me Yun and the others not to worry about ammunition and fuel consumption. I have only one request. Do not stop without my order. Zhang Jin is indeed incapable of ruling such a large area right now. Since he can't have it, he doesn't mind turning all these places into hell. As for the ammunition and fuel consumed, Zhang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. He was least afraid of running out of ammunition. As long as he had enough power, he could use ammunition to flatten the entire planet. That's right. Zhang Jin stopped Zhang Cheng, who was about to leave, and instructed him, "Give the order to arrest every Westerner you see in Southeast Asia. Our northern region is undergoing construction and needs a large number of unpaid laborers, and they are just the right fit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng scratched his head and said, "General, why don't we be more focused on things in Southeast Asia?" Seeing Zhang Cheng's puzzled expression, Zhang Jin said with a hint of exasperation, "Can't you have any ambition? Who am I, your commander? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me the #1 person in the Far East, would it? And our Dingbei army, isn't it one of the most powerful forces in the world? With such a luxurious setup, how can we use natives? Foreign laborers are so great. They're so prestigious. When Western countries visit, we'll take them to see the coal mines and highways. It'll be so prestigious to have so many white people working for us for free. This is what it means to be one family, understand?" Zhang Jin gave Zhang Cheng a long lecture, then waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Cheng, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, immediately ran away. Zhang Jin sat down to review the urgent documents sent by Yin Nan. Looking at the small stack of documents in front of him, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Although he possesses supreme power, able to kill one or even tens of thousands of people with a mere word, and can have whatever he wants, he can do whatever he pleases. But we should also acknowledge his hard work, shouldn't we? Every day it's either delicacies from the mountains or seafood. You can't even get a simple cornbread when you want to eat it. Besides, countless wealthy and powerful families wanted to send their daughters into his arms, each one as beautiful as a flower, and all willingly so. Wasn't this depriving him of his right to date? We've been eating watermelons all day long, and all we know is how to quench our thirst, but we don't even know if they're sweet or not. Alas, it's lonely at the top. Chapter 85. The temptation is too great. I feel quite pleased with myself. Zhang Jin then calmed down and began reviewing official documents. Those that reached him were naturally the most important matters, such as allocations exceeding 100,000 marshals' coins, public works, railway construction, troop reorganization and deployment, promotions and appointments of officials at the prefectural level and above, and approvals for autumn executions, etc. In Zhang Jin's hand was a list of candidates for the autumn finals from Yunnan and Yinbei provinces. In ancient times, death sentences were strictly enforced, with a system of 3 or 5 reports to the emperor. This meant that the death sentence had to be reported to the emperor 3 times before execution, and the execution could only proceed 3 days after the emperor's approval. However, where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Local officials have plenty of ways to kill you before the approval process is complete, such as dying during torture, dying of illness in prison, or falling to your death on the road. Zhang Jin is no longer a novice. He reads a lot of books in his spare time. After all, nobody wants to be fooled like a fool. That is precisely why. This also made Zhang Jin very clear that the so-called 3 reports before a decision was entirely designed for high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and gentry. Ordinary people should not expect to enjoy this treatment, and no one would be willing to overturn their case. Who knows you? You are just a number. The more Zhang Jin thought about it, the more turbulent and agitated he felt. He had come from humble beginnings and naturally knew the hardships of ordinary people. He immediately said, "Zhang Cheng, go and convey my order to all prefectures and counties. No one shall use torture before the prisoners are convicted. Those who dare to outwardly comply but inwardly defy will be executed, regardless of whether the victim is killed or injured, and all those who participate in the vigilante punishment will be beheaded." He refused to believe that anyone would dare to risk being beheaded to harass a prisoner. Even if there was one audacious individual, what about the others present? Zhang Jin thought for a moment and felt it wasn't safe enough, so he ordered again, "Add one more thing. Prisons are no exception. Also, tell the Legislative Affairs Office that, as I said, anyone convicted of human trafficking or rape should be executed immediately if the charges are proven." Zhang Cheng lowered his head to write down Zhang Jin's instructions in his notebook, then looked up and stood at attention, saying, "Yes, Commander." Time flies like water, and before we knew it, it was already evening. Zhang Jin finally finished processing a huge stack of official documents, stretched, and was about to get up when he suddenly noticed a letter at the very bottom of the stack. Puzzled, he picked it up. The envelope only had 2 words on it. Golden Jade. Zhang Jin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately remembered who it was. It was none other than the young Emperor Guangtong. Why did she suddenly write to him? Could it be that something happened? Zhang Jin opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper. He had to admit, royalty was indeed royalty. Even the paper they used was different from what others received. It felt exceptionally comfortable. He stared intently at the words on the paper, a look of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Because the letter didn't describe any major events, but rather trivial family matters, like being scolded by Rong Shi again that day, what happened in court yesterday, and where he secretly went last night. Zhang Jin was completely bewildered. Is she treating him as someone to confide in? Zhang Jin smiled helplessly and tossed the letter aside. He had many things to do and no time to play with the children. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the governor's mansion, melodious music echoed continuously in the magnificent hall, which was filled with fine wines and delicacies. White waitresses moved among the crowd with humble and polite expressions. The guests in the hall were Chinese scholars and merchants from the former Frankian Empire and the Tulip Kingdom, as well as representatives of ordinary people. However, they all looked reserved and nervous, showing no signs of being at a banquet. There's nothing we can do about it. Zhang Jin's reputation was simply too great. In just a few days, he swept across the entire Southeast Asia and, it is said, even routed the Eagle Empire's garrison in India, also known as the Peacock Empire. The commander-in-chief has arrived. The guests in the hall dared not speak, and the servants in the living room dared not speak at all, moving quietly and not daring to make a sound. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive, a loud and clear announcement of the ceremony suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Splash! Before the sounds outside the door had even faded, everyone inside the room suddenly knelt down. The white people serving inside were completely bewildered by this, but the quick-witted ones had already followed suit and knelt down as well. A short while later, Zhang Jin walked in from outside the gate and was immediately startled to see a large group of people kneeling in the dark. Just as he was about to tell them to get up, he saw a dozen or so white servants standing there casually. His face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, "Men, drag these ungrateful bastards out and behead them." Zhang Jin's menacing command sent chills down the spines of those kneeling on the ground, who immediately buried their heads in the ground in fear. Everyone in Southeast Asia knew that Zhang Jin was the reincarnation of a god of slaughter. The businessmen and scholars who were summoned here were already somewhat apprehensive, but now they were filled with utter fear. The white servants were initially indifferent, but when they were lifted up, they became afraid and tried to struggle and shout, only to be met with the raised butts of their rifles. As for the perceptive white men, they were overjoyed and their kneeling became a matter of course, as their spines had been completely broken, which was exactly what Zhang Jin wanted to see. "Everyone, please rise." Zhang Jin waved his hand and said something. The person kneeling on the ground immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, Commander." They stood up, but each of them kept their heads down like children who had done something wrong, not daring to look Zhang Jin in the eye. Zhang Jin looked at the silent venue and then at the trembling crowd, and couldn't help but be taken aback. Was he really that scary? That's good. At least these people wouldn't dare to do anything underhanded. Zhang Jin lost interest in hosting a banquet and directly stated the purpose of the event. "I invited you here for no other reason than to tell you. I intend to establish 4 governorates in Annan, Siam, Java, and Lusong. We're all from the same hometown, so we certainly can't forget about you all when it comes to these positions. So, Zhang has decided to organize a special imperial examination to select officials from among the Shanghe people in the local area and Southeast Asia. You can rest assured, we won't test your knowledge of the 8-legged essay. We'll only test your understanding of things and some basic principles of governance." Zhang Jin rattled off a long speech, leaving everyone present stunned for a moment before their expressions of ecstatic joy filled them. The people of Shanghe, by nature, possessed an insatiable passion for the word official. Upon hearing that they could become officials, they immediately became uneasy. A 70-year-old man walked out shakily, asking with a nervous expression, "General, can anyone from Shanghe become an official?" Of course, Zhang Jin immediately gave an unequivocal answer. "As long as you are a descendant of Shanghe and have not committed any crimes or offenses against the people of Shanghe or the people of Shanghe, you can participate." Boom. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively. With interests at stake, The people looked at Zhang Jin with a mixture of awe and fervor. Xinghua, the capital. In a dormitory room at Imperial University, a figure suddenly burst through the door and ran in. Chapter 86. What I saw and heard in Yan'an. Great news. Fantastic news. The gaunt man who burst in, holding up a newspaper, exclaimed breathlessly. We found a place to go. Upon hearing this, a young man who was lying listlessly on the upper bunk immediately sprang up, not caring whether he was on the upper bunk or not, and gracefully flipped himself down. Then there was a loud bang. The young man fell to the ground, wincing in pain and letting out a groan. He quickly got up and rushed to the gaunt man, asking, Hiss, is there any news from the Imperial Court? Are there any vacant positions? The gaunt man exclaimed excitedly. What Imperial Court? No, it's not the Imperial Court, it's Yan'an. Commander Zhang of Yan'an is going to publicly recruit civil servants. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming listless and waving his hand weakly. It's pointless. How many positions can a small place like Yan'an possibly offer us? It might just be for show. Even if there are good positions, those officials will hoard them for their descendants. It's better to wait for news in the capital. The current Imperial University is actually the former Imperial College. Since the Imperial examination system was abolished, the court has generally selected officials from various universities, which can be considered as opening up another path for scholars. However, as the Imperial Court weakened and corrupt officials ran rampant, even vacant official positions were often filled through private deals among officials, with only minor, insignificant tasks offered as a cover. But, even so, he was at least a county-level assistant official, and although these were all in poor and remote places, they were still highly sought after by countless people. Unfortunately, there are too many wolves and not enough meat. If you want to get some, it depends on how you move around. The young men in that dormitory were all penniless and lacked connections, so they had no choice but to stay at school and try their luck. What if no one wants it in some remote, impoverished area? Upon hearing this, the gaunt man hurriedly said, Lin Cheng, let me finish. This time, we're not recruiting officials from Yan'an. We're recruiting from Nanyang. The newspapers all reported that General Zhang Jin, the Duke of Qin, upheld the wishes of the people of Southeast Asia and sent troops to help them defeat the invaders. The people of these occupied territories, grateful for the Duke's kindness, voluntarily submit to the Duke's command. The Duke declined the offer 5 times, but the local people were unwilling to become independent. Left with no other choice, the Duke had to reluctantly agree to establish 4 Governor-General's offices in Southeast Asia. Now that the 4 Governor-General's offices have been newly established, everything is in need of rebuilding. Not only are the positions of heads and deputy heads in various prefectures and counties vacant, but even the positions of heads and deputy heads in various departments under the Governor-General's office are vacant. Maybe if we can pass the exam, we can become a minister or vice minister or something. The eyes of the 2 remaining people in the room lit up immediately. Just as they were about to give in, a soft "uft," followed by a mocking sound rang out. What? You want to go to that godforsaken place in Southeast Asia? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death by the drug demons? The young man, Lin Cheng, was so vicious that his actions immediately changed the expressions on the 2 men's faces. They glared at Lin Cheng fiercely, but their faces showed hesitation. The Great Qing Empire has been closed off from the world for far too long. The locals' perception remains stuck hundreds of years in the past, believing that Southeast Asia is full of poisonous insects and is a desolate and dangerous place. Just as the 4 were speechless, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Lin Cheng, how do you know that Southeast Asia is a desolate and impoverished place? Have you been there? Lin Cheng turned his head and saw a tall, handsome young man striding in. Lin Cheng frowned. Tang Lin, what makes you think I'm wrong? Have you actually been there? Tang Lin smiled slightly. I've never been there, of course, but someone in my family has. Apart from being a bit stuffy and hot, it's actually pretty much the same as Xinghua. I've made up my mind. I'm going to Beiping tomorrow. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Cheng and the other 3, paused, and said, You need to think this through carefully. This is a rare opportunity. The reason why Commander Zhang is recruiting officials in such a high-profile manner is because the 4 Governor-General's offices are newly built and require a large number of officials. If we miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as climbing to heaven to succeed again. Whether we can rise with the wind like a rock in a single day depends on this. Tang Lin's words plunged the dormitory into silence once again. After a while, the thin, Young man suddenly raised his head and said, Tang Lin, I'll go with you. Me too. Me too. The two remaining young men in the room quickly chimed in, but Lin Cheng remained unmoved. In his view, finding any remote corner of the country was 1,000 times better than going to Southeast Asia. Watching the four people hurriedly pack their bags and leave, I couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of idiots. At the same time, in a school diagonally opposite Imperial University, a group of beautiful young women were huddled together, chattering away. Have you read today's newspaper? I heard that General Zhang of Yan'an is openly recruiting officials, regardless of gender. What? No gender restrictions? Women can become officials. The girls gathered around were stunned. The pretty girl who had spoken earlier, seeing that no one believed her, quickly pulled out a newspaper. Look, it's written in black and white on the paper. Everyone immediately craned their necks to look, and an incredulous exclamation followed. It really is. At this time, the prettiest girl in the group suddenly had sparkling eyes. Sisters, I've decided, I'm going to take the exam. As soon as the girl finished speaking, a voluptuous and pretty girl immediately chimed in. I'll go too. Sisters, let's go together. It'll be good to have someone to look after us. Yes, let's go together. We sisters share both hardship and happiness. Zhang Jin probably never expected that a job posting would cause such a big stir. Once the newspaper was published, across the country, from north to south and from all corners of the world, countless people were so excited they couldn't sleep all night, hurriedly packing their bags and boarding the train heading north. Ludong, Difu. Since the rise of Yan'an, this place has become the front line of the imperial court, with 70,000 to 80,000 troops of the Ludong army stationed here, as if facing a formidable enemy. Of course, it was just a precaution. Since the Battle of Yuguan, everyone in Daxing knew how powerful the Dingbei army was, and Shandong was the first to bear the brunt, living in fear every day. But, to the relief of the powerful figures in eastern Shandong, Zhang Jin did not seem to have any intention of heading south. As an important hub for north-south transportation, Defu railway station sees trains traveling in both directions stopping here for a considerable period, making Defu a bustling city. Chapter 87 Rapid Changes. At this time, right at the Defu railway station, large numbers of police officers and soldiers were patrolling the area, looking as if they were facing a major enemy. It wasn't that any important figures were coming, but rather that the Yan'an governor's office had issued an order to ensure the safety of the students traveling to Beiping. The gentlemen of the De family dared not neglect their duties, and they all went to the train station to work as waiters. No official is simple. Zhang Jin is currently at the height of his power and very influential. If it weren't for the fact that this General Zhang is too ruthless and quick to behead or shoot, the entire eastern Shandong might have already defected. At the train station entrance, a young police officer looked at the densely packed patrols in front of the station and couldn't help but complain to the older officer next to him. Boss, they're just a few students taking the imperial examinations. Why such a big fuss? I heard even the prefectural governor is here. The older constable glanced at the young man and said slowly, What do you know? That guy in the north is currently the most powerful man in the country. Who knows, one day Daxing might belong to the Zhang family, and the officials will be fawning over him. The young man looked completely bewildered. Boss, aren't we government officials? Bah, what kind of bullshit government is this? Did they give us money or food? They're just using us as cannon fodder. The young man's mention of the imperial court immediately enraged the old constable, who launched into a tirade against the government, then pointed at the surrounding constables and soldiers and said, Look at these people, who among them would be willing to risk their lives for the imperial court? They'd probably jump for joy at the mere mention of the Dingbei army's arrival. Hey, you've never been to Yan'an. You don't know what kind of life they live compared to what we live. The old police officer suddenly looked envious. I went for a walk across from us the other day, you know what? Every household there can afford to eat big white steamed buns, and they eat them every day. I heard it was General Zhang's birthday a few days ago. Do you know how General Zhang celebrated it? Everyone, regardless of age or gender, received 5 cans of meat. Canned meat, huh? The old constable couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't smelled meat for almost a year. Canned meat. Boss, did I hear that right? Marshal Zhang is actually distributing canned meat to the people. The young man was stunned and looked completely incredulous. Hey, why would I lie to you? If I were to lie to you, may I be struck by lightning. By this time, several people had gathered around the old constable. Upon hearing the old constable swear an oath, they all showed disdainful expressions, clearly indicating that this man had angered God to death on ordinary days. You? The old constable was furious and swore to the heavens. If I want to lie to you, I'll lie to you. I'll just let myself get chopped up by Commander Zhang's big cleaver. Is that enough? The police officers were immediately incredulous and exclaimed, "Wow, Commander Zhang is so kind." That's right. You wouldn't believe it. Our Commander Zhang not only distributes canned meat, but also seeds. The new seeds are being planted all over the north now, and I heard that 1 acre can yield 1,000 kilograms of corn. 1,000 gene. Holy crap. What kind of seeds are these? Did God give them to us? Do ordinary people believe that? Why don't you believe me? Commander Zhang said that if the harvest is less than 1,000 caddies, he will make up for the difference. With Marshal Zhang's prestige, which commoner wouldn't believe it. Not only that, our Commander Zhang also issued a notice that as long as new grain is planted, it will be tax-free for 3 years, and no taxes will be paid. Even if taxes are levied 3 years from now, it will only be 1/10. Such a good thing. Do you think any ordinary person wouldn't be tempted? Even if we don't collect much, it's still worth it. Hey, Uncle Wong, I've heard that too. They don't even charge for school there. They also give out milk, eggs, and meat every day. Shaw, that's nothing. I've heard about it too. They've built a lot of factories over there. As long as you go to work there, you can easily earn over 10 big coins a month. More than 10 yuan. We work ourselves to the bone, and we only get 2 or 3 yuan each. It's so damn frustrating. If it weren't for my mother, I would have run away long ago. Absolutely. Look at the life they live. Steamed buns, canned meat, cabbage dumplings. They can eat whenever they want. We, on the other hand, even our mothers have to think for 2 or 3 days about what to eat. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. The crowd grew increasingly dejected, eventually falling into sighs and lamentations. Just then, the old constable suddenly exclaimed, "If only Commander Zhang were to attack." As soon as the old constable spoke, the eyes of the others lit up and gradually became eager. On the train, Tang Lin and his roommates sat on their seats, dozing off to the clatter of the tracks. "Look, we've arrived in Yan'an." A sudden exclamation rang out in the carriage, causing the passengers to instantly stand up and stick their heads out of the windows. Tang Lin and his companions were no exception, craning their necks, but all they could see outside the window were trees and lush green farmland, nothing different from the rest of the world, and their faces couldn't help but show expressions of disappointment. "Look, there." Just as people were about to pull their heads back, someone suddenly pointed ahead with an excited expression. People quickly looked over and saw, not far from the railway tracks, a series of vehicles they had never seen before were leveling the road surface. As the trains passed by, one after another, they stretched as far as the eye could see. Around the trains were groups of workers busily working, seemingly leveling the road surface. Just as people were wondering what was going on, the vehicles suddenly disappeared, replaced by a wide, black asphalt road with white lines painted on it, which looked very high-end. 1 hour later, the train had already traveled over 100 kilometers, and the main road beside it still followed closely behind. Tang Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Yan'an is really rich. They actually built such a long road. What's so special about this? Let me tell you, this road goes straight to Beiping. It's several hundred kilometers long." A middle-aged man sitting across the aisle from Tang Lin and his group couldn't help but say, a hint of pride on his face, "You're from out of town. You don't know how great Yan'an is. Our Commander Zhang said he's going to build main roads to all the county towns in Yan'an and Yanbei. When every household has electricity, we can sit under a light bulb and watch TV while eating big white steamed buns." Tang Lin and the others were stunned. The tall, thin man asked with a curious look, "What is television?" The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly and said, "I've only heard about this on the radio, but I think it exists in Beiping City. You might see it when you get there." Just as the carriage fell silent, with only the swaying of the engine, the loudspeaker inside suddenly blared. "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at Yan'an Oil Field, the only oil production base in Xinghua. The oil field was completed on July 1st of this year and is now operating at full capacity, producing 50,000 tons of oil per day. It has also become the world's largest petrochemical base, with an annual production capacity of 12 million tons of diesel and gasoline." The incredibly sweet voice on the radio caused everyone in the carriage to show expressions of shock, especially intellectuals like Tang Lin, who naturally understood the importance of oil, and the shock they felt was unimaginable. Just then, Chapter 88, A Terrifying Night in the Rain. Just then, a huge factory suddenly came into view, with rows of white steel chimneys, each soaring into the clouds, and buildings stretching as far as the eye could see. I don't know how much time has passed. The petrochemical plant has finally disappeared, replaced by a vast open field where oil rigs are constantly being raised and lowered, and the roar of engines can be faintly heard. Tang Lin, do you think this train is going a bit fast? How did we get to Baozhou so quickly? At this moment, someone finally noticed the abnormality of the train. Tang Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he realized it was true. They had only passed through Ducheng for a short time, and they had already arrived in Baozhou. It was indeed too fast. The middle-aged man who didn't want to stand nearby waved his hand dismissively and said, "What's so hard to understand? Other places are all single-track railways, and it takes time for trains to pass each other, so naturally it runs slower. Our Yan'an is different. It's a double-track railway, one line going south and the other going north. You can just run like the wind and don't have to worry about cars blocking your way." Just as the middle-aged man was speaking, the train whistle suddenly sounded, and then a train roared past the window. Tang Lin felt the gust of wind whipped up by the passing train, which not only disheveled his clothes but also stirred up a storm in his mind. A thought suddenly popped into his head. Maybe Yan'an is truly a different place. 2 hours later. Woo-woo. The piercing train whistle sounded again, followed immediately by the announcements over the loudspeaker. "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the final stop of this train. Please continue your journey." Tang Lin, Wu Xiaolin, and the others, who were sitting in their seats, immediately perked up, quickly got up, grabbed their luggage, and headed towards the carriage entrance. A short while later, the train pulled into the station and came to a slow stop. Tang Lin and the others were stunned by the scene outside the station as soon as they got off the train. Tang Lin, in particular, who had been to Beiping before, felt his head spinning and blurted out, "Is this Beiping?" Ahead of Tang Lin and his group was a new city under construction, already taking shape. Skyscrapers stood tall, some dozens or even hundreds of meters high. The only thing that detracted from the aesthetics was that these buildings seemed to have just been built, just a bunch of frames. But it does not diminish the awe it inspires. Such tall buildings are probably only found in the West. "Those taking the civil service exam, come and register." The loud announcement at the exit immediately brought Tang Lin and the others back to reality. Tang Lin, carrying his luggage, said as he walked, "We need to hurry. With such a big commotion, there will definitely be many people participating. If we're slow, we might not even have a place to stay in this dilapidated temple." The others immediately became anxious upon hearing this. They had already discussed it before they came. They definitely didn't have money for hotels or inns, so their only option was to find a dilapidated temple to stay in and then forage for some wild vegetables. The money they had would barely last until the exams. This is why they arrived early, but looking at the bustling crowds at the station, it's likely that many others had the same idea. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up, or we'll be sleeping on the streets." The four of them immediately pushed through the crowd in front of them, struggled to get out of the station, and looked in the direction from which the loudspeaker was coming. Their expressions immediately changed. They saw that dozens of long lines had already formed in front of them, the shortest of which probably had more than 100 people. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in line." Tang Lin roared and charged toward the shortest of the long dragons. The others reacted and gave chase. Half an hour later, Tang Lin was finally pushed by the long line to a table. Behind the table sat two people, one of whom raised his camera and snapped a picture of Tang Lin. Another young man asked, "Name, place of origin." Tang Lin quickly replied, "Shanghe, Tang Lin." The young man quickly scribbled a few lines, then handed Tang Lin a stamped piece of paper, saying, "This is your exam pass. Please keep it safe. You'll need it when you enter the exam room." "Oh right. With this card, you can stay at any hotel in the city for free until the exam. The hotel will provide one breakfast, but you'll have to take care of your own lunch and dinner." After saying that, he handed Tang Lin a small stack of silver dollars. "This is your exam allowance, $10 in total." Next, Tang Lin was dazed and pushed aside by the people behind him. It took him a long time to come to his senses. He looked down at the money and cards in his hand and realized that he was really not dreaming. "Xiaolin, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Commander Zhang is actually giving us money. If you collect this a few times, you'll be rich." Tang Lin looked at the fat man with a greedy expression and was speechless for a moment. "I say, are you stupid? Or do you think the big shots in Yan'an are stupid? Do you think it's so easy to take Commander Zhang's money? Jinbao, stop daydreaming. Didn't you see the sign on the table that says, anyone who defrauds the subsidy will have their entire family executed? Haven't you heard of Commander Zhang's style of doing things? He said he'd slaughter your entire family, and he'd pour hot water into your rat holes and ant nests, and not a single one of you would survive. The fat man immediately turned pale with fright, glancing around in panic. Brother, don't scare me. I was just saying. All right, stop fooling around. Let's hurry up and find an inn. Before we knew it, evening had arrived. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. In a small Western-style building not far from the Yunnan 1st Ordnance Bureau, two men were looking at the area where the Ordnance Bureau was located through binoculars. Chapter 89, A Terrifying Rainy Night, Part 2. Inside the building, one of the tall men bowed to a short man and said, Section Chief Noma, according to our reliable information, that is Zhang Jin's Weapons Research Institute. All the weapons come from this institute. Yoshi, Noma smiled. Li San, you did a great job. I've already reported to headquarters. After the Empire occupies this area, you will be the governor of the entire Yunnan. The tall man's face immediately showed an expression of being flattered, and he hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, Thanks to Section Chief Yanoma for his guidance. Noma smiled and waved to the tall man, saying, Li San, go and attend to your business. The tall man quickly bowed and said, Hey. After watching the man close the door, Noma's expression immediately turned cold. Yamamoto, after tonight's operation, immediately send someone to secretly eliminate him. Remember, it must be an accident. We absolutely cannot let that madman Zhang Jin find even the slightest clue. Hey. At the same time, the tall man stepped out of the small villa, glanced up at the still-lit room, and a hint of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. Pooh. Damn it. After saying that, he quickly walked to an old car, got in, and the car immediately started and drove away. A dozen minutes later, the car arrived at the gate of another small Western-style house. There were 4 foreign soldiers standing on either side of the gate. The tall man got out of the car, bowed to the foreign soldiers, and then walked into the small Western-style house in the courtyard. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw an elderly Western man waiting for him. The tall man quickly walked a few steps forward, bowed to the old man, and said, Mr. William. The old Western man glanced at the man arrogantly. Is the matter settled? The tall man quickly replied, Everything is arranged. The mourners may take action tonight. The old Western man finally smiled and said, Mr. Li, you did a great job. He turned around, picked up a large wad of cash from the table, and handed it to the man, saying, This is for you, 10,000 Marshall's coins. The man looked at the thick wad of banknotes, a greedy smile immediately spreading across his face. He hurriedly took it, bowing and scraping, saying, Mr. William Sherlock, Mr. William Sherlock. Then, overjoyed, they left the small Western-style house. Just as the man left, the young Westerner standing behind the old man suddenly spoke up. Mr. William, why don't we act directly instead of going through the mourners? The Westerner turned around, walked to the sofa, sat down, and looked at the young Westerner with a serious expression, saying, Major Gust, this is not the West, but the East. We white people are already very conspicuous here. If we move around in the city on our own, we will probably be discovered by the city's garrison before we even reach the Weapons Research Institute. What should we do then? Run away? Or wait for Zhang Jin to kill us? Don't forget, this damn guy is a demon who annihilated tens of thousands of our troops and 300,000 of our auxiliary forces in Siam. Major Gust's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing this. Mr. William, don't compare those useless Indians to our native army. They've all been corrupted and don't deserve to be called soldiers. Although Major Gust was cursing, his eyes revealed a hint of envy. Everyone knew that India was a gold mine, not to mention officials. Even a lowly soldier could make a fortune after a few years. Don't be fooled by the fact that Gust became a major at such a young age. He earned his position entirely through hardship and struggle, and he didn't have any special background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Beiping. Now, who in the entire Western world doesn't know that a serial killer has emerged from the Eastern continent? He not only kills his own people, but he also shows no mercy to these foreigners. Ancient tortures from Xinhua, such as slow slicing, dismemberment by 5 horses, skinning, torture to the point of itching, and castration, are widely known and feared in the Western world. No way. Many Westerners died under these punishments, and Zhang Jin was responsible for them all. However, with the rise of the Prussian Empire, the entire Western world was also shrouded in gloom, and they couldn't care less about what was happening on the Eastern continent. Otherwise, they might have staged another Allied invasion of the East. As for why Gust appeared in Beiping, it was because a large number of new weapons and a huge battle formation suddenly appeared in the Prussian Empire. The Western nations were immediately alarmed and began investigating how these weapons came to be. Soon, all the intelligence pointed to the same place. Shanghe from the east. Suddenly, the once quiet city of Beiping became bustling with activity as foreigners from various countries arrived in this ancient city under different pretexts. Major Gust, your purpose in coming here this time is not only to obtain the design blueprints, but also to prevent Shanghe from rising again. This world is enough to be dominated by the noble Europeans. Those damned yellow-skinned monkeys can only be our raw material suppliers. They deserve to kneel on the ground. We must never let them stand up. This is a consensus across the entire Western world. The old foreigner paused suddenly, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and said slowly, "Do you know how we found out these weapons came from the West? You don't really think our intelligence agencies are so capable that they could find out? Furthermore, even if we find out, would you believe that these advanced weapons were produced in a country we trample on? Such intelligence will only be laughed at by those high and mighty adults." Gust's expression turned serious after hearing what William said, his eyes filled with doubt. Could it be that the Prussians told us? How could that be? What's impossible? William retorted. You don't actually believe that the Prussians and the Zionists have any friendship, do you? Gust was completely confused. Mr. William, if it's as you say, why would the Shanghe people sell weapons to the Prussians? Why? It's all about profit. Gust, you need to understand one thing. There can be no friendship between countries, let alone true friendship. The only reason they come together is because of conflicting interests. If you take it seriously, you've already lost. The reason Shanghe sold weapons to the Prussians was simply to get them to stir up trouble in the West and start a major war, so that we wouldn't have time to look eastward. The Prussians know this, and so do we. Gust was stunned. The word battle filled his mind, and he couldn't help but recall the great battle more than 10 years ago. A chill ran down his spine. Mr. William, since we know this, why don't we stop it? Why? William shook his head, his face grave, and said, It can't be stopped. No one can stop it. The Prussians need to stand up again. Their emperor needs recognition, and so do we. We also need this war to divert the attention of the people at home. Otherwise, the Great Depression will drag us down. Even some high-ranking adults need this war to seize huge fortunes. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. William clearly didn't want to continue, and simply waved his hand, saying, Major Gusto, go and make preparations. The mourners should begin their work. At 8 o'clock in the evening, thick dark clouds covered the entire sky, making it pitch black and without any light. Click! A huge bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The sound of raindrops pattering down began immediately. It's getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 90. The Super Heavy Punch Strikes. In the alley in front of the Yan'an First Arsenal, Noma, along with a dozen or so short men in mourning, pressed against the wall, watching the quiet arsenal. He turned to Yamamoto behind him and said, Mr. Yamamoto, the Shanghe people placed their Weapons Research Institute in this armory to avoid suspicion and did not station any troops there. If our insider had not confirmed it repeatedly, I'm afraid no one would believe that Shanghe would put such an important place here. I've already checked, there's only one person on duty here at night, which is perfect for us. Yamamoto, who was listening from behind, was dumbfounded. How could they send troops to guard such an important place? Noma sneered. The people of Shanghe love nothing more than conspiracies and tricks. They have an old saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place. They're just burying their heads in the sand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten away with this. At this time, the rain grew heavier, and the few cars and pedestrians that had been hurrying by on the street disappeared completely as the rain intensified. Noma checked the time, waved to the armory, and Yamamoto immediately led his men over. When they were almost at the brick wall, he took a running start, jumped up, quickly grabbed the edge of the wall, and then flipped over into the wall with incredible agility. Thump! Immediately afterwards, a thud came from inside the wall, and a moment later the door was opened from the inside, and Yamamoto, covered in mud, walked out. The people outside rushed in immediately, and Noma, seeing that there was no danger, quickly followed. As soon as I entered the courtyard, a short guy ran over and said, Section Chief, it's been resolved. Noma frowned as he looked at the rows of houses in the courtyard. Their only information was that a Weapons Research Institute was located here. They didn't know exactly where. He immediately ordered, search each room one by one. Hurry up. Hey, Yamamoto bowed in agreement, then hurriedly turned and left. Half an hour later, Yamamoto jogged over and said, "Section Chief, we've discovered a secret room. There's a safe inside with a combination lock. That should be what we're looking for." Noma immediately showed a look of surprise. "Lead the way quickly." Soon, Yamamoto led Noma to an inconspicuous storeroom in the backyard. A floorboard had been removed, revealing a dark tunnel underneath. Noma followed Yamamoto down and soon arrived at a concrete basement. The basement was filled with wooden shelves, which were crammed full of file folders. Yamamoto led Noma to a safe in the corner of the wooden shelf. "Section Chief, this is the safe. We were afraid there might be some kind of trap inside, so we didn't dare to open it." Noma nodded upon hearing this and said, "Yamamoto-kun, you did the right thing. Our plan to obtain weapon samples has failed. If we destroy these design blueprints, we'll have no choice but to commit seppuku. Have someone carry the safe upstairs, and take all the files here with you." "Hey." Noma led Yamamoto out of the house. By then, the rain was pouring down harder, as if someone were splashing water from the sky. Instead of frowning, Noma was quite pleased. This kind of weather is a godsend for him. Rumble. Just then, the roar of a truck engine sounded outside. Noma quickly told people to load the packed items onto the truck, and then they all got in. Rumble. The truck accelerated and sped into the torrential rain. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated most of the sky, making it as bright as day. The words printed on the truck came into view. "Night Patrol." Half an hour later, the truck drove onto a deserted old street in the city, next to a mountain that was 300 or 400 meters high. As Shanghe built a new city outside the ancient city of Beiping, more and more residents of the old city have moved to the new city to make a living. After all, they recruited over 1 million refugees to build the city. Such a large population naturally created a huge market, revitalizing this ancient and silent city. This is why Shanghe chose to implement work relief instead of economic relief, to allow these displaced people to spend the money, which not only promoted the circulation of the marshal's currency, but also revitalized the economy of southern Yin. Let's not waste any more time. Noma jumped off the truck with a smug grin, and was about to call Yamamoto to get off when his expression suddenly changed. He saw that a group of foreigners had gathered around the truck. Noma wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that someone had been eyeing him for a long time. Looking at the somewhat familiar Gust, he blurted out, "You are from the Great Eagle Empire." Hearing Noma's unequivocal exclamation, Gust sneered, showing no intention of speaking, and waved his hand as if to fire. Bang! A sudden gunshot startled Gusto. He hadn't given the order to fire yet. Tap tap tap. Just then, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the surrounding courtyards. Gustav looked closely and realized it was a policeman from the city. His heart skipped a beat. The secret passage is broken. Noma and Yamamoto were also deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. As the longest-serving spy infiltrated Beiping Prefecture, Noma naturally knew how much Shanghe hated those in mourning. Thinking of the cruel punishments Shanghe would inflict on other mourners, Noma suddenly made an unexpected move. He raised the gun and pointed it at his own head. Bang! The three groups of people were stunned as they stared at Noma, whose body was splattered with blood. "Arrest them all," a young man who looked like the leader of the patrol officers quickly said. After arresting everyone, the young man immediately ran into a courtyard, where he saw two people standing there. One of them was Wang Lian, the deputy chief of the Beiping Prefectural Police Department, whom he had met with Noma and William. If Shanghe still remembers the incident at the Shanghai prison, he will definitely find the other person familiar. This is Yun Tong, a director of the Yin'an branch of the Shanghai Hui. "Brother Wang, we've arrested both the mourners and the British." Upon hearing this, Wang Lian looked at Yun Tong beside him and asked, "Chairman, what should we do now?" Yun Tong smiled slightly. "I have only one purpose in going to Yin'an this time, which is to get a batch of weapons from Shanghe. Unfortunately, we don't have the money, so we can only think of other ways. With these things, we can start negotiating with Shanghe." Upon hearing this, Wang Lian immediately smiled. "These things are probably Shanghe's lifeblood. When the time comes, we can name our price." Yun Tong glanced at Wang Lian, and the two of them immediately burst into laughter. The Governor General's office of the Southern Seas. Shanghe put on his clothes, glanced at the several white figures on the bed, and left the room contentedly, heading towards his office. As he walked, he said to Zhang Chong, "The foreign girls you've chosen are pretty good. Let's get rid of them later." As a pure-blooded Xinhua native, Shanghe didn't want his offspring to be scattered abroad. Besides, These women weren't exactly saints either. They had committed countless evil deeds in the East with their parents, so it was a case of karma. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng, who was following behind Zhang Jin, immediately made a gesture behind him. The soldiers on guard around the area immediately understood, raised their guns, and walked into the house. Zhang Jin had just returned to his conference room when Yanning followed him in. General, Yannan just sent an urgent telegram. A group of mourners suddenly attacked our Weapons Design Institute, and they have now been captured by Wang Lian, the deputy head of the Beiping Prefecture Guard, and his men. Weapons Design Institute? Attack? Zhang Jin was stunned. When did he have a Weapons Design Institute? How come he didn't know about it? He casually took the intelligence report from Yanning and glanced at it before realizing what was going on. He couldn't help but pat his forehead. He had forgotten that, in order to give the weapons redeemed from the phone a new identity, he had casually set up a Weapons Design Institute. And to make it more believable, he had secretly used the name of an ordnance repair shop as a cover. Actually, there were no designers, no design drawings, nothing at all. But, to make it more realistic, Zhang Jin specially prepared a safe and about 10 large shelves. As for what was inside, they were all random foreign books that Zhang Jin had printed. After he finished, Zhang Jin was stunned and stood aside. If it weren't for this incident, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. Then his brow furrowed. Although the design firm was just a joke, how did the person in mourning know? That was interesting. Yanning seemed to understand Zhang Jin's doubts and quickly said again, Commander, the intelligence department has conducted an investigation. The intelligence was leaked from Wang Lian, the deputy director of the police department. That guy is a ruthless one. They not only sold intelligence to those in mourning, but also to the Americans. Zhang Jin frowned. What's going on with Wang Lian? Wasn't he the one who leaked the information? Why is he being arrested again? Yanning hurriedly explained. General, the intelligence department has already found out that Wang Lian is a member of the Mountain and Sea Society. He did this to lure the mourners into attacking the Design Institute. The Mountain and Sea Society will once again reap the benefits. They plan to use these things to negotiate with you, Commander-in-Chief, and want us to exchange a batch of weapons. As for why they didn't launch a surprise attack themselves, but instead sold the intelligence to the mourners, it's because they wanted to protect Wang Lian as a thorn in their side. They planned to steal the information when Wang Lian and his group were escorting the goods. In this way, Wang Lian has done a good job, and they've gotten what they wanted. Zhang Jin immediately laughed. This is what they call getting a good deal and then acting innocent. They're treating him like a sucker. His expression immediately turned cold. Send a telegram to Chen Jie, ordering him to immediately send troops to kill all these ignorant fools. Yanning was taken aback. General, the intelligence department has not yet found out where Wang Lian got the intelligence from. Zhang Jin smiled faintly. What's there to investigate? Just kill all the officials in Beiping Prefecture. The extremely flat tone of Zhang Jin made Yanning shiver involuntarily. Just then, Zhang Jin continued. Also, send a telegram to Xia Yuanji, instructing him to take this opportunity to arrest all the armed guards of the Western countries in the north and send them all to the construction team. Make sure they shed their last drop of blood for Yannan. Chapter 91 The First Massacre in History. Beiping Mansion, No. 9 Street. Inside the Great Eagle Empire's consulate in Yannan, William paced anxiously in the living room. Dawn was fast approaching, but Gust still hadn't returned. Bang! Just as William was at a loss, a gunshot suddenly rang out outside the door, startling him. Then a series of hurried footsteps approached the hall. Before William could react, the living room door was kicked open, and a dozen or so foreign soldiers rushed in. One of them, who looked like an officer, ran up to William and said, Mr. William, the Dingbei army has surrounded us. William felt his legs go weak and his mind went blank. Had Gust and the others been captured? Tap tap. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps sounded from outside the living room, as if each step was pounding on William's heart, making it hard for him to breathe. William stared intently at the front door of the living room. A moment later, he saw a figure walk in from outside. It was a captain of the Dingbei army, followed by more than a dozen soldiers rushing in. What do you want? This is the Eagle Empire's territory, not a place you can just come and go as you please. When William saw that it was just a captain, he breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned and began to speak in a high-sounding manner. Snap! William had barely finished speaking when he felt a gust of wind rush towards his face, followed by a hard slap across his face. William's face instantly contorted, and some white stuff mixed with blood spurted from his mouth. He was slapped so hard that he was thrown into the air and crashed to the ground. The captain slowly squatted down, looking at William's visibly swollen face, and said coldly, "You should be grateful you're lucky." The commander ordered someone to stay behind as a figurehead, otherwise you would be dead. After saying that, he stood up and looked at the trembling British soldiers around him, saying, "If you know what's good for you, put down your weapons and I can guarantee your safety. If you dare to resist, you should know the consequences." The captain's emotionless voice sent a chill down the spines of the British soldiers present, who immediately threw their guns to the ground. Except for the one lying on the ground. "Take everyone breathing in this house away." "Sir, are we taking the dog with us too?" The captain stiffened instantly, unable to resist turning to look at the soldier who had spoken, and said in a firm voice, "Didn't I say, take away everyone who's breathing? Wang Si, I'm giving you a task. Search the entire building. I have only one request. Nothing living is allowed to exist on this ground." The soldier was momentarily bewildered by the captain's request and scratched his head. "Sir, what do we do?" The captain looked at him with exasperation and said, "Are you stupid? You can't even do this simple thing right. Why don't you just shake the eggs in the kitchen until they're broken, chop up the chickens, ducks, and fish, and then pour boiling water through all the holes in the house? That would solve the problem." "Well," the soldier was dumbfounded and blurted out, "why don't we just burn it down?" That's a good idea. It's all up to you now." At this time, the imperial court in Yan'an also had a large number of troops stationed there, but the mourners were in a much worse state than the people of the Eagle Kingdom. One by one, mourners were brought out of the courtyard, bound hand and foot, and forced to kneel on the street. The executioner immediately stepped forward, swung his large cleaver high, and brought it down. In an instant, dozens of heads flew off. Soldiers from other countries being forced onto the truck were terrified by the gushing blood and dared not struggle any longer, obediently climbing onto the truck themselves. Meanwhile, at the Beiping Prefectural Police Office, Wang Lian and Yun Tong were in Wang Lian's office, planning how to get the biggest benefit from Zhang Jin. Then Wang Lian said with great interest, "Director Yun, something this important, shouldn't we need at least 10,000 rifles?" Upon hearing this, Yun Tong couldn't help but give Wang Lian a disdainful look. "Is that all you've got? Do you know how much Zhang Jin sold to the Prussians? Thousands of tanks. 10,000 rifles. Isn't this a slap in the face to our Marshal Zhang? I've already reported this to the Prime Minister. These things are worth at least 10 infantry divisions." The Prime Minister said, "How about we ask him for the equipment for 10 infantry divisions? This pile of waste paper is worth so much." Wang Lian asked, dumbfounded. "More than that. These are weapon design blueprints. If we weren't so far from the West and the uprising was imminent, the chairman would have sold them to the Westerners for greater profits." Wang Lian didn't hear what Yun Tong said. Instead, he was drawn to the words, "launch an uprising," and asked with a look of surprise, "Has the chairman decided to start an uprising?" Yun Tong nodded with a smile. "We have to thank Zhang Jin for this. He killed 3 chief ministers in succession, causing widespread panic. The court was too weak and incompetent to dare to cause trouble for Zhang Jin. This has disappointed many local gentry and powerful figures, who are now considering turning to us. This is a golden opportunity, and the chairman will certainly not miss it." Wang Lian clapped his hands and stood up excitedly. "Great. By the way, did the chairman say what to do about Yan'an? There are quite a few officials and families in Yan'an who harbor resentment towards Zhang Jin. If we can unite all these officials and forces, we might be able to overthrow Zhang Jin in one fell swoop." Yun Tong hesitated for a moment. The chairman doesn't have any plans to oppose Zhang Jin for the time being, so we. Upon hearing this, Wang Lian became even more excited. "Director Yun, this is a great opportunity. If we can help Chairman Yun take Yan'an, we'll be heroes who helped him rise to power. Wouldn't Chairman Yun reward us with promotions and titles?" Yun Tong was momentarily swayed by Zhang Jin's words, and just as he was about to agree, the office door was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of soldiers rushed in, pointing their guns at the two of them. Wang Lian and his companion, seeing the guns pointed directly at them, obediently raised their hands. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, tied the 2 men up, and dragged them out of the office. Wang Lian's face changed drastically. He was about to speak when he was stunned by the scene outside. He saw police officers being dragged out of the office, all of them bound up, including their boss, Police Commissioner Li Kuei. Bosses, what have we done wrong? Why are you all being arrested? You should at least have told us beforehand. What kind of nonsense is it to just arrest us without asking any questions? Just as Li Kuei finished shouting, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. Oh, do you want to know? Chapter 92, We Were All Wrong. Li Kuei's body stiffened involuntarily. He was all too familiar with that voice. It was this very voice that gave the order when the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce was wiped out, and tens of thousands of people were beheaded. He turned his head shakily and saw Yanning striding towards him. Li Kuei's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered as he looked at Yanning. Director Yan, you. The person who came was none other than Yanning, the chief of the attendance office of the Northern Governor's office. A slight smile played on Yanning's lips, sending a chill down Li Kuei's spine. He felt as if his entire body had been frozen. Yanning, however, didn't care what Li Kuei thought, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, You've hit the jackpot. To think we have such a talented subordinate as Vice Minister Wang, who actually dares to plot against the Commander-in-Chief. What does it mean to be earth-shattering? Li Kuei was completely stunned. He looked at Wang Lian, who was also dumbfounded and angrily cursed. You son of a bitch, Wang Lian, what despicable thing have you done? You son of a bitch, you actually dragged us into this. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. The other arrested officials glared angrily at Wang Lian, their emotions running high. They looked as if they wanted to devour him. At this moment, Yanning, not one to shy away from stirring things up, once again added fuel to the fire. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, because Wang Lian colluded with those in mourning to harm Yan'an. His crime is extremely heinous. To ensure the stability of the entire Northern Territory, the Commander-in-Chief has decided to cease the thorough investigation of his associates. When Yanning announced that he would no longer thoroughly investigate Wang Lian's accomplices, the officials present breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were safe. However, Yanning's next words completely terrified them. Therefore, the Commander-in-Chief has decided to execute all officials of Beiping Prefecture and restore a bright and clear sky to Yan'an. Execute all the officials in the city. Everyone was stunned, followed by disbelief. How could Zhang Jin dare? How could he dare? Pity. Yanning didn't give them any chance to think. With a wave of his hand, everyone was taken away. The southern Qing dynasty, Jinling. In a secluded courtyard near the palace moat, an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s stood gazing intently at the towering city walls across the river, when he suddenly muttered to himself. Fair, look at this magnificent scenery. In just a few days, it will be ours. The old man suddenly turned around and looked at the beautiful figure that appeared behind him, his expression filled with fervor, and said, At that time, I will be the emperor, and you will be the princess of the empire. Approaching was a girl in a white dress, who looked to be no more than 16 years old. She was stunningly beautiful, especially with her intelligent eyes, which gave her an air of wisdom and intellect. This girl was none other than Tang Xian, the eldest daughter of Tang Yi, the current chairman of the Shanghai Society, who had been rescued from Shinfu prison. Tang Xian looked at her father's arrogant words and couldn't help but whisper, Father, the Daxing Empire has existed for hundreds of years, and its power is deeply rooted. It cannot be defeated so easily. The council members came first back then. Upon hearing his own daughter pour cold water on his enthusiasm, Tang Yi's face darkened, and he said irritably, Enough. Tang Xian was not intimidated by Tang Yi's aggressive demeanor at all, and said to herself, Father, I came here to ask you if you have any plans in Yan'an that you haven't informed me of. Tang Yi, who was about to leave, froze, and a guilty expression involuntarily appeared on his face. However, he quickly recovered and touched his nose, turning to look at Tang Xian with a surprised expression. Xianer, how can you talk like that? What would your father be hiding from you? Tang Xian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She knew her own father well enough to know that touching his nose indicated he was guilty and was definitely hiding something from her. Father. Tang Xian emphasized her words and looked at Tang Yi with a serious expression, saying, I've already told you, Zhang Jin is a lion in its prime. Even powerful nations like the Eagle Kingdom and the Morning People have been defeated by him. If we provoke him, not only will this palace be lost, but we might not even survive. Snort. So what if he's powerful? He's just a governor. Once I become emperor, it's just a matter of issuing a single order. Tang Xian was speechless as she looked at her father's inexplicable confidence. She couldn't help but feel regretful. She shouldn't have let Tang Yi compete for this position in the first place. If she hadn't cleaned up Tang Yi's messes all these years, her father would have died countless times over. While the two remained silent, a middle-aged man rushed in and reported with a solemn expression, Chairman, Miss, News just came from Yunnan that Zhang Jin has wiped out our branch in Yunnan. What? Tang Yi was shocked. How is this possible? Didn't Yin Tong call to say that everything went very smoothly? Chairman, I don't know the specifics of the situation. All I know is that Zhang Jin has arrested all the officials in Beiping Prefecture and said he will execute them at noon tomorrow. Tang Xian's expression faltered, and she asked in astonishment. How dare Zhang Jin? Isn't he afraid that officials in other places will rebel against him? Tang Xian was truly shocked. This was the first time she had ever seen such blatant audacity throughout history. The reason why the phrase "the law does not punish the masses" existed in ancient times was precisely to avoid inciting public outrage. It's one thing if you kill an official in one prefecture, but what about officials in other places? Will they kill them too? In a state of constant fear and trepidation, one naturally loses the will to govern. This naturally led to chaos in the area. With the added fuel of the fire by some unscrupulous individuals, it could quickly escalate into a major upheaval. The rulers, naturally, did not want to see such a situation, which is why the law was applied to the masses. How is Yunnan? With Zhang Jin unleashing such a killing spree, how did Yunnan not descend into chaos? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No chaos, not at all. All the military forces in Yunnan are in Zhang Jin's hands, and the people below all support him. A few officials and gentry simply cannot shake his foundation. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's pretty face showed a thoughtful expression. She carefully said, He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. I used to think that the hearts of the people referred to the hearts of the powerful and wealthy gentry, but now it seems that I was wrong. He then raised his head and looked at Tang Yi with bright eyes, saying, Father, perhaps we should change our strategy. Nanyang, Governor General's office. Zhang Chong hurriedly walked up to Zhang Jin and said, General, our intelligence station in the west has just sent an urgent telegram. Chapter 93 Zhang Jin's Big Day. Zhang Jin looked up from the pile of documents. What's wrong? Is someone trying to take advantage of us again? No. It was the Prussians who suddenly launched an attack and annexed the Habsburg Empire and the Kingdom of Tulips in less than 2 days. They've already amassed troops on the border of the Kingdom of Bolin. It seems they intend to occupy Bolin. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, really? Hitler couldn't sit still so quickly. What is the reaction of the Rose Empire? News has just arrived from Rose Station. Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire has mobilized a large army and is heading to the border of the Kingdom of Berlin. And what about the Americans? What's their reaction? They were making quite a fuss when the Prussians attacked countries like the Tulips, protesting every day and clamoring to form a coalition to beat up the Prussian Empire. When the Prussians attacked the Kingdom of Berlin this time, these countries seemed to be blind to the danger, not one of them uttering a sound. Humph, Zhang Jin snorted coldly. These countries are no good. The Kingdom of Berlin is a sensitive area for the Prussian Empire and the Rose Empire. The sudden deployment of troops by the Prussian Empire to the border of the Kingdom of Berlin has made the Rose Empire the most uneasy. The Eagles and the Francis are now watching the show. They're just hoping the two countries will go to war, so they can reap the benefits. The Rose Empire is one of the most powerful countries in the world today, incomparable to the Habsburgs or the Tulips. If the two of them really fought, it would be hard to say who would win. Although Zhang Jin sold thousands of tanks to the Prussians, his strength was already comparable to that of the Prussian Empire at its peak. A look of confusion suddenly appeared on Zhang Chong's face. General, if that's the case, why are the Prussians still fighting against the Rose Empire? Zhang Jin walked up to a world map with a smile and said, The people of the United States and France are not fools, so how could the people of Prussia be fools? The Kingdom of Berlin is nothing more than a stone for the Prussians to test the waters. They just want to see how the Rose Empire will react, and how the Eagle Nation will react. Zhang Jin patted the Prussian Empire on the map. The Prussian Empire is now a battleground on 4 fronts. The Rose Empire to the east, the Kingdom of Sardinia to the south, the Kingdom of Francia to the west, and the massive fleet of the Eagle Nation to the north. Although we have given them weapons, our King Hitler is still somewhat apprehensive and does not dare to advance westward for the time being. To the north lies his ally, the Kingdom of Sardinia. After thinking it over, the only easy option is the vast territory of the Kingdom of Berlin. Zhang Chong's face lit up with a look of sudden realization. General, will the Roses agree? Why not just split it in half? Zhang Jin said with a smile. Don't worry, they won't fight. Immediately inform our people in the Prussian Empire that if the Prussians need oil again, do not refuse them. We can open our doors. Also, Have the intelligence department build an underground oil depot somewhere on the eastern or southern coast of the Mediterranean that can store 1,000,000 tons of oil. I have a very important use for it. We have only one goal now, which is to reassure the Prussians to act as troublemakers in the Western world. Yes, Commander. After recounting the story of the Prussians, Zhang Chong reported again. General, Chief of Staff Xia has opened a telegram saying that our penicillin factory has started production. Upon hearing that the penicillin factory had already started production, Zhang Jin's face immediately lit up with joy. This was his money-making machine. With the outbreak of this world war, money would flow in like a river. In that case, immediately telegraph Xia Yuanji and have him send someone to the west with the medicine. I imagine some people would really need it. Yes, Commander. Wait a minute. Zhang Jin called out to Zhang Chong, who was about to leave. Get ready. We should head back to Yan'an. He's been in the south for almost half a year now, and with the spring festival just around the corner, it's time for him to go back. Zhang Chong nodded and then said, General, we're leaving so soon. What about the personnel arrangements in Southeast Asia? It's all right. As long as the army is under our control, no one can cause any trouble. Just kill any troublemakers. Zhang Jin replied calmly that as long as he had an army, even if all the officials and natives rebelled, he had nothing to fear. Otherwise, how could he dare to stir up a bloodbath in Beiping Prefecture? It's simply because he has a strong gun. General, I'll go prepare right away. It was the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, early morning. Tianjin Wharf. Zhang Jin looked at the port, which was noticeably more desolate. He could hardly see any ships. The dockworkers, who were usually busy, were now sitting in groups of 5 or 10 chatting. After Zhang Jin scoured all the Westerners and mourners in Yan'an, Yan'an became a place that people feared, and naturally no one dared to come. So, this is why Zhang Jin remained unmoved. He had already anticipated this situation. In his view, over 99% of the people who came to Daxing at this time were desperate criminals who came to make money and plunder. They had absolutely no value, and were only good for digging coal or repairing railways. If Xinguo wants to rise again, it does need the support of foreign trade, but not this predatory kind. It should export industrial products. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin paused, turned his head, and asked, Zhang Chong, how is the plan to destroy the foundation going? Zhang Chong hurriedly stepped forward and said, General, the operation has already begun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately smiled. The Marigamite Empire, the Big Apple. Empire State Building. A short man stands in an office at the very top of the building, gazing out over the entire city. It has to be said that the Western world is truly developed. At this time, the Big Apple already had the beginnings of a modern city. Skyscrapers stand tall, and the city is brightly lit and bustling with activity. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Squeak. Another short man walked in from outside and handed him a file, saying, Akishima-kun, this is a list of all the major factories in Melika that we have collected. Akishima quickly turned around and took the file handed to him by the short guy, then carefully read it. According to the data we just received, most of the industrial capacity of the Melika Empire comes from companies such as Volt, Tongyong, Martin, and Grumman. If these companies are gone, at least 70% of the Melika Empire's industrial capacity can be destroyed. Akishima smiled with satisfaction. Yamada-kun, your group did a great job. I will ask the commander to commend you. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Akishima. Akishima handed the file to Yamada. Send this intelligence back to Yan'an immediately. The Air Force must be getting impatient. Chapter 94 Air Raid on the Melika Empire. Yanbei Province, Zhangbei Prefecture. 0 Air Force Base. Li Xing, Director of the Northern Air Force, Zhao Lin, Chief of Staff, and several other Air Force generals were gathered around a huge sand table map of the Melican Empire. Li Xing said with a serious expression, This is the location of the raid that our intelligence station in Melika just sent us. Our mission is to cooperate with the intelligence department to raise everything in these locations to the ground. This operation is a top-secret mission to be carried out by the 1st Air Force. Li Xing looked up at Pan Chun, the Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Air Force. Commander Pan, the Marshal has ordered that this operation must be a decisive victory, and that the Melika people must not be given any chance to react. How do you want to fight? Pan Chun thought for a moment and said, Commander Li, our 1st Air Force has 193 B-52G strategic bombers, which can carry more than 5,200 tons of conventional munitions at a time. Too few. Li Xing shook his head and said, There are 627 factories on the list. That means each factory doesn't even have enough for 10 tons of ammunition. What can that do? Each household needs to invest at least 50 tons. Pan Chun looked troubled. At that moment, the Chief of Staff of the 1st Air Force suddenly said, "Commander, don't we still have 207 B-52F bombers stored in our warehouse? It's only been sealed away for less than 6 months. Just take it out and do some minor maintenance, and it'll be ready to use." Pan Chun's eyes lit up at first, but then his brows furrowed. "We have bombers, but we don't have enough pilots." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng immediately said to Zhao Lin, "Chief of Staff, immediately dispatch 500 pilots over. Remember, it has to be our own people." After giving his instructions, Lin Cheng stroked his chin. To drop 50 tons of high explosive bombs on a factory, we would need at least 1,000 long-range strategic bombers. We have 400 now, but where are we going to get the rest? Sudden, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He must have been out of his mind. He had such good stuff that he forgot about his old and broken-down family. The B-36 bombers equipped by the 2nd and 3rd Air Forces could definitely be used. "Chief of Staff, how many B-36 bombers do we have?" Zhao Lin, who had just returned, thought for a moment and said, "There are about 700 or 800 active and mothballed aircraft." "Good." Lin Cheng couldn't help but shout, "Good," and excitedly rubbed his hands together, saying, "Chief of Staff, immediately passed down the order to gather all the B-30SXs together." When Zhao Lin heard Lin Cheng ask about B-36, he already knew what Lin Cheng was planning, and couldn't help but pour cold water on his idea. "We only have so many pilots. If we were to bring out all these old guys who are out of service, we simply wouldn't have enough pilots to go around. Furthermore, we don't have enough navigators, radio operators, and bombardiers, unless we bring in a group of locals." Zhao Lin's words silenced Lin Cheng. After a while, he raised his head and said, "This is not something we can decide. Let's report it to the commander." "Okay, I'll call Director Yin right away." A few minutes later, Zhao Lin rushed back. "The commander called and told us to handle it as we see fit, without any reservations." Lin Cheng's face immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "There's no time to lose. Immediately send a telegram to the 2nd and 3rd Armies and tell them to get moving. I'm giving them 10 hours. They must be ready by tomorrow morning." "Yes, Director." The next day, at 2 a.m., the 31st Fighter Division's base, Gao Yuanhang, Liu Yunqin, and others were suddenly conscripted and boarded a C-130 transport plane in a daze. There were dozens of people in the cabin, and Gao Yuanhang glanced at them and saw that they were all elite pilots from the 31st Air Division. "Oh." Liu Xingong covered his mouth and yawned, then looked at Gao Yuanhang and said, "Captain Gao, are we going to carry out another secret mission this time?" Gao Yuanhang glanced at Liu Xingong. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Liu Xingong couldn't help but look embarrassed. "I was just curious. The last time we participated." "Shut up." Gao Yuanhang's face darkened as he watched Liu Xingong babbling on and on. "Squad Leader Liu, recite the confidentiality regulations 100 times. Liu Xingong snapped out of his daze, and, seeing the bright, sparkling eyes all over the cabin, felt a sudden pang of unease. He realized he had said too much and quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. I don't know how much time has passed. The transport plane finally began its descent and soon landed on the ground. The beeping sound of the cabin door opening instantly woke Gao Yuanhang and the others from their drowsy state, and they hurriedly got up and lined up. In a short while, they formed 4 neat columns. Forward march. As soon as Gao Yuanhang and his crew stepped out of the cabin, they were immediately startled by the bright lights and covered their eyes. After their eyes adjusted, they removed their hands and were immediately stunned by the scene at the airport. Right in front of them, on the brightly lit, wide runway, rows of B-36 bombers stood in neat formation, stretching into the darkness. Gao Yuanhang's eyes lit up immediately. Wasn't this the peacemaker they learned to drive during their training? He had even gone on a mission with him once. He never expected to have this opportunity again. The officer has arrived. Just as Gao Yuanhang was feeling excited, a clear voice suddenly rang out, and Gao Yuanhang reflexively stood up straight. A cold-faced general strode over and, without any opening remarks, coldly stated, "Take the cards you were given before boarding and find your plane. You will be participating in a top-secret mission as the pilot and co-pilot. This mission is extremely difficult. You just need to understand that if you make even the slightest mistake while piloting the plane, you and your crew members will never have the chance to see your parents, wives, and children again. The kind where you can't even find the body's ashes. The cold, powerful voice of the general made Gao Yuanhang and the others tense instantly. Before they could think further, the icy voice rang out again. You have 10 minutes to find your plane. Disband. As soon as the word disband was uttered, all the pilots scattered immediately, clutching the pieces of paper in their hands and running towards a row of bombers. Sir, these men have only flown strategic bombers during training. Can they complete the mission? What if? The colonel, who had been standing behind the general without speaking, suddenly asked. The resounding voice rang out again. There are no what-ifs. They only have 2 choices. Success or death. Gao Yuanhang had already found the bomber he was to pilot. Once aboard, he discovered that the other crew members were all from his squadron, First Officer Lu Yunxin and Navigator Lu Xingong. Holy crap! Gao Yuanhang felt like a herd of alpacas were galloping through his head. His initial excitement immediately turned into trepidation. This time, they weren't even accompanied by any instructors. Could they really complete the mission? Raging Speed 1, please set your location. A voice suddenly came through the communicator, immediately stimulating Gao Yuanhang's concentration. He began to follow the instructions, and after completing all preparations, the takeoff order came through. Gao Yuanhang dared not slacken his pace, forcefully pushing the control stick beside him, and the massive B-36 immediately took off. Chapter 95 Bloodshed. In the heart of a forest near the Pacific Ocean in the Kingdom of Moj, a massive airplane has appeared out of nowhere. This was a temporary airfield secretly set up by the intelligence agency's Melaga station, specifically to support the anti-base plan. At that moment, bombers were continuously landing, refueling, and then taking off again. As for why they are so blatant, it's naturally because of their strength. At this time, although the industrial capacity of the Melican Empire was very strong, its military strength was shockingly weak. The regular army numbered only a few 100,000, and the Air Force consisted of outdated aircraft. Only the Navy was somewhat decent. With such defensive capabilities, it can't even keep up with a B-52 bomber that can reach speeds of Mach 0.88, let alone a B-36 that can reach speeds of 700 kilometers per hour. In addition, due to the limitations on flight altitude, apart from having to be careful of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, it can be completely used as a crab. Several hours later, the city of Hiatus, on the eastern coast of the Melaga Empire. As one of the most important industrial cities in the Melaga Empire, the city is filled with countless huge chimneys, from which thick smoke billows into the sky, making it appear gray and hazy. At this time, it was early afternoon, and the factory workers, having just finished lunch, were walking in groups towards another factory. Yes, it's just a factory. A factory as big as a city. Buzzing. Just as the workers were listlessly walking into their respective workshops, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. They all looked up and saw 2 black dots hurtling in from the south, getting bigger and bigger. In just a few minutes, the massive aircraft had already flown over the factory. Just as the workers were filled with curiosity, countless black dots suddenly fell from the belly of the plane, like black raindrops falling down. Seeing the raindrops suddenly falling from the sky, the factory workers' faces immediately changed, and they ran out of the factory. Boom. But by then, the bombs were already falling from the sky. One bomb landed on a factory building, instantly smashing a hole in the roof and penetrating inside. A violent explosion followed, like a balloon bursting. The entire factory building suddenly expanded and shattered, and the workers who were frantically fleeing outside were instantly blown away. They were either smashed into mincemeat by flying factory debris or pierced through by sharp metal plates. Those lucky enough to escape were barely able to catch their breath when a bomb fell in an instant, smashing them into pieces. Then it exploded with a bang, instantly blasting everyone around them to pieces. The shockwave that swept outwards was like a Category 12 hurricane, blasting everything into the sky. A series of explosions, and a huge column of smoke shooting into the sky. Within minutes, the entire factory was engulfed in smoke and flames, and no one was able to escape. For this operation, the bomber was carrying not only 500 kilograms of aerial bombs, but also some white phosphorus bombs, napalm bombs, and cluster bombs. After the 2 bombers dropped their bombs and flew away, the Melaga military police finally arrived, only to find not a factory, but a ruin shrouded in thick smoke. At the same time, explosions echoed throughout the entire Melican Empire, and billowing plumes of smoke nearly obscured all industrial cities. Even the capital of the Melican Empire was no exception. The Melaga Empire's Slalaford was startled by the explosion, followed by the headache-inducing air raid siren. Just as I stood up, I saw a Melaga officer push open the door and walk in. Mr. T, an unidentified bomber has appeared over the capital. Please take refuge in the underground bunker for the time being. Without hesitation, Slalaford followed the officer out the door. Before he could even leave the office, a middle-aged foreigner rushed in. Mr. T, the office has received dozens of calls. Large factories in cities such as Hiatus and Old San Francisco have been bombed by unidentified bombers. Slalaford froze instantly, his mind racing as he realized what the bombers were up to. His face paled, and he nearly fainted. Mr. T. Just then, someone else ran over. A telegram just arrived from the Central States. They also have bombers bombing factories there, causing serious casualties. Even a fool could see the seriousness of the situation at this point. Soon, then someone else ran over, also reporting that some places had been bombed. Slorif felt dizzy and instinctively grabbed the wall for support, fighting off the urge to faint. He shouted the order. Quickly, have all regions report the losses immediately. Order the intelligence department to act immediately. I need to know where these planes came from. On the B-36 bomber where Gao Yuanhang was, as they were dropping their bombs and preparing to leave. Didi. The cockpit radar warning system suddenly went off, and Gao Yuanhang's expression changed immediately. The B-36 variant was only equipped with the most primitive radar, which was unreliable. Usually, when the warning system went off, the enemy aircraft was already very close. Bang bang. Just as Gao Yuanhang became nervous, a series of banging sounds suddenly came from the bomber's skin, and more than a dozen small holes instantly appeared on the fuselage. Enemy planes are behind us. Gao Yuanhang felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he slammed on the throttle, and the roar of the engines instantly filled the air as the bomber accelerated forward. A P-26 fighter jet that had already caught up paused for a moment as the large bomber suddenly disappeared into the distance, then quickly accelerated and gave chase. To the P-26 pilot's astonishment, when he turned the engine to maximum power, instead of closing the gap with the bomber in front, he got further and further away until he disappeared from sight in no time. No way. The P-20SIX's maximum speed was only 377 km per hour, while the B-30SIX's speed was over 700 km per hour, almost double the speed, so naturally, it couldn't even catch a glimpse of the B-36. Fighter jets were also scrambled to intercept from other areas, and air defenses were fully engaged. The B-52 bomber was completely unaffected. With a speed of up to 1,000 km per hour and an advanced early warning system, it was virtually impossible for aircraft and air defenses of that era to deal with it. As for the B-36 bomber, although it was somewhat outdated, it had an absolute advantage in speed and service ceiling. However, it was too big and too cumbersome. Despite trying its best to avoid it, several bombers were still shot down by Melaga's anti-aircraft fire. Half a day later, at the Melaga presidential palace, Slorif sat in his seat with a gloomy expression, listening to his subordinates report. Chapter 96 Flourishing. Mr. T, the states have reported the damage. A total of 613 factories were bombed, and 99% of them have been completely destroyed. These are the largest factories in our country. Production capacity accounts for about half of our industrial output value. The official who was giving the report looked extremely displeased. This time, the Melaga Empire has been completely and utterly crippled, and it will be impossible to recover in less than several decades. Slorif clenched his fist. Under his leadership, the Melaga Empire was becoming increasingly prosperous. He had paved the way for the Melaga Empire. As long as the war in the West started, the future would belong to the Melaga Empire. Now everything has been shattered. All his confidence came from these large factories. Without the support of these industries, how can the Melaga Empire dominate the world? Have you found out who did it? Slorif gritted his teeth and spat out the question. He wanted revenge now, and he would take any action to retaliate against any force that dared to provoke him. We found out. During this period, only a group of people in mourning have been asking around about the location of our factory, and they even sent people to the site to investigate. We investigated their identities. These people are ostensibly businessmen, but in reality, they are intelligence agents from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Mourning Empire, specializing in gathering intelligence on our country. Furthermore, our intelligence personnel also discovered that they had secretly built an Air Force base in Mogok, deep in the forest, by bribes paid to Mogok officials by the mourners. Slorif's face immediately turned red. Press Mogo immediately and make them send troops to destroy the airport. Arrest those damned bastards and interrogate them thoroughly. From this moment forward, cease all trade with the mourning empire. Immediately have our representatives in mourning for the empire lodge a formal protest with their government. Do you have any objections? After Sloreford finished speaking, he looked at the officials present, who naturally had no objections. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye had long seen that there were many suspicious points involved. The more than 1,000 heavy bombers in the sky were not something a poor and small country like the Fusang Empire could possess. There's just no other way. They need to give an explanation to the people and have no time to find the real culprit. Fortunately, the mourning empire is an easy target. They can pin the blame on them directly, which will not only give the people an explanation, but also give them room to maneuver. Otherwise, if they actually find out about a powerful force that they can't touch for the time being, wouldn't they be completely clueless? So, it doesn't matter who caused the explosion. The important thing is that there must be a scapegoat. The news of the sudden large-scale air raid on the Melaga Empire's homeland, which severely damaged its industries, spread throughout the world in less than an hour. Some are happy, some are sad. The ones who are worried are naturally allies like the Great Eagle Empire and Frankie. The reason they can fight against the Prussian Empire is simply because they have the Melaga Empire as a large logistical base. Now that he's suddenly been exposed, you can imagine how uneasy he feels. The Prussian Empire was the happiest of all. Why did Hitler hesitate to take action? It's simply that the combined power of the three countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, and France, is too great, which makes him a little apprehensive. What about now? With one of the three legs of the table broken, what else did he have to be afraid of? Of course, the most bewildered were the Empire of Mourning. They spent a fortune on oil and scrap steel, but the Malacca government seized it and even berated them by the Malacca ambassador. Completely bewildered, they had no idea what had happened. On the highway from Jinfu to Beiping, looking out the car window at the 8-lane highway, Zhang Jin saw white lane markings, neatly trimmed roadside green belts, and streetlights every few meters, all exuding a modern atmosphere. Are these streetlights powered on? Zhang Jin asked casually. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhang Chong quickly replied, Commander, not yet. The Pingjin thermal power plant is still undergoing commissioning, and it is expected to be able to supply electricity to Beipingfu and Jinfu next month. Zhang Jin nodded. How are the light bulb factory and television factory doing? Have they started production yet? Don't let the electricity come out, and there be nowhere to buy light bulbs. Please rest assured, General, the light bulb factory and the television factory started production 3 months ago. Following your instructions, Chief of Staff Xia has established a preparatory office for radio and television broadcasting and is currently setting up television channels and programs. Yes, tell Xia Yuanji not to just create news and stuff. We should make more TV series and movies to properly promote our glorious and magnificent achievements. Yes, Commander. Oh, by the way, have they made any progress on the electricity price? General, the report has been submitted. The price is 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Zhang Jin frowned slightly. 1 yuan can now buy 500 steamed buns, which translates to 5 steamed buns consuming 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. Too expensive. After all, only a minority of people can earn $10 or so a month. Most ordinary people should be grateful if they can earn $2 or $3. It's too expensive. Tell Xia Yuanji that if we want to popularize electricity, we shouldn't just focus on the present. We need to look to the future. Reduce the electricity price tenfold to 1 cent per kilowatt hour. He didn't have to invest any money in building thermal power plants or power transmission poles and cables. He could exchange them for other things. So he didn't have to go through the process of recovering his costs and could get everything done in one step. Besides, the electricity industry is inherently highly profitable. With nearly 90 million households in Daxing, even if each household uses 30 kilowatt hours of electricity per month, Zhang Jin could easily earn 2 to 3 million yuan. Add in industrial electricity consumption, and earning tens of millions of yuan a month would be incredibly lucrative. This is only now. As electrical appliances become more widespread, this wealth will naturally flow in, and it wouldn't be surprising to earn hundreds of millions every month. General, it's snowing. Zhang Chong suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin looked out the window and saw white specks falling continuously from the sky. He opened the car door and got out. A biting cold wind suddenly blew by, and Zhang Jin shivered instantly, becoming fully alert. As I raised my hand, a few large snowflakes landed on my palm. Crystal clear and as white as jade. This era, untouched by pollution, made Zhang Jin feel as if he had returned to his childhood, with its clear blue skies, fresh air, distinct 24 solar terms, and rain and snow falling as they were supposed to. Unlike modern times, where snowfalls are rare, this place, despite being in the dead of winter, felt as warm as the transition between spring and summer. Zhang Jin couldn't help but gaze into the distance. All he could see were lush green farmlands, and at the edge of the horizon stood a massive city with towering buildings, which looked like an ancient behemoth lurking on the ground. All that is past. To find truly remarkable figures, look to the present. Chapter 97 Human Nature. Yan'an, Taozhou Prefecture, Heqing County. Gaoqiao Town, Dagunzi Village. Because it was close to Lunar New Year's Eve, the whole village was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a very festive atmosphere. At the village entrance, a burly man and his wife were carrying mixed mud to their courtyard wall to renovate it when they heard a voice behind them. Queezy's wife, they're painting the wall. The burly man quickly turned around and saw a middle-aged man pushing a bicycle walking towards him. He immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Bing, are you going to town?" The middle-aged man pointed to a large piece of fatty meat on the back shelf. "It's almost Chinese New Year, so your aunt asked me to go to town and buy 20 catties of meat for the kids to enjoy." The burly man swallowed hard as he looked at the juicy, fatty meat. "You bought so much." "It's not much, only 1 yuan. The year is good now. Our General Zhang is in power and has exempted us from taxes for 3 years. From now on, we can expect our lives to be prosperous." After saying goodbye, he left happily. Unexpectedly, this ostentatious display immediately angered the wife of the cunning man, who threw the trowel in her hand to the ground and sat down with a thud, bursting into tears. "We can't live like this anymore, husband. Look at this, look at this. It's almost Chinese New Year, and everyone's buying meat and eggs, all looking forward to having a good meal during the holiday. Our family is really something else. It's one thing to eat cornbread on ordinary days, but during the new year we still eat cornbread with pickled vegetables. We even have to share a single white flour steamed bun. I can't live like this anymore. I can't live like this anymore." When the burly man saw his wife suddenly slump to the ground, he immediately looked around guiltily and whispered, "Get up. What are you doing? Don't you know Ertzi isn't married yet? We need to save our money to build a house for him." "Oof, look at you, you shrew. We used to be so poor we couldn't even afford cornbread, and now that we've had a few good days, we can't even look down on cornbread. I don't care, your brother is your brother, but I'm not your wife. What about our son and our daughter? Look at other people's children. Their sons have new clothes to wear, and their daughters have red ribbons in their hair. Ours looks like a little beggar. During the Lunar New Year, every family buys meat and eats meat dumplings. Where's your mother? I bought half a head of cabbage, made 30 vegetarian dumplings, and froze them outside. I also added a plate of peanuts. That made our New Year's Eve dinner. I've worked hard all year round, toiling like a slave for your family, and this is what you expect me to eat? The second son is just a lowly soldier. Why should we have to chip in to build him a house? I don't care, I want to eat meat and eggs. If you don't agree, I'll take my son and go back to my parents' home tomorrow." "Enough. Haven't you made enough of a scene? Why did Ertzi join the army back then? Wasn't it so that I, as the eldest brother, could earn 15 silver dollars to marry you? In the past, Ertzi served under warlords and his life was precarious. Now he has finally been recruited by Marshal Zhang. We are hoping that he will come back soon, get married, and continue the family line. Incense offerings? Who will support them? He's a worthless soldier. He doesn't even own his own life, and he can't keep much money. Who would marry him? You old hag, that's enough. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really hit you." The burly man, his face flushed red from his wife's provocation, was about to strike when the village chief's voice came from behind him. Queezy, come here quickly. Someone is looking for you." The burly man quickly looked back and saw the village chief walking over with an officer, followed by a small truck. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Lieutenant Lin from our prefectural police detachment. He's the one who wants to see you." When the burly man saw that the person who had come to see him was an official, his expression immediately became restrained. He nervously twisted his hands and said, "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Lieutenant Lin shook the burly man's hand with a smile and said, "You must be Wang Wu's brother? Where are your parents?" The lieutenant's amiable demeanor made the burly man feel flattered, and he quickly said, "My dad and the others went to town to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Is there anything I can help you with?" The lieutenant laughed and said, "It's the same as what I told you. It's almost the new year, and the commander-in-chief has ordered a reward for the soldiers' families. A subsidy of 10 marshals' coins will be given to the families of military personnel, 30 cans of pork, 20 cans of beef, 2 cans of fruit, 1 case of cola, 2 bolts of thick khaki cloth, and 1 radio. $2? Canned food? Khaki cloth? Radio? The burly man was a little confused for a moment. Of course he knew about canned food. Every household received 2 cans on the warlord's birthday. They ate so much they almost swallowed their tongues. It was the first time in their lives they had ever eaten meat. And thick khaki fabric. What a great stuff. Thick and durable. It's the Zhuang family's favorite thing, but unfortunately, it's rarely seen on the market. You can't buy it even if you have money. The warlord actually rewarded them with 2 horses. As for the radio, the burly man didn't care. It was clearly not as important as food and drink. At this time, a crowd had already gathered around to watch the spectacle, and when they heard that the soldiers had given them so much stuff, they were immediately in an uproar. Especially when they heard about the rewards during festivals, their eyes would turn red with envy. If someone in their family were in the army, would they also receive so many things? Oh right. Lieutenant Lin suddenly remembered something, took out a burgundy bankbook from a file folder, and handed it to the burly man, saying, "This is your brother's allowance savings book, which he specially had someone bring back. Your brother is now a private first class, and he receives an allowance of 16 yuan a month. This book contains 5 months' worth of savings, totaling 80 yuan. You can take your passbook to the savings bank in town to withdraw funds anytime." Boom. Lieutenant Lin's words caused another commotion. 16 yuan a month. Some of them went to work in the Shanghe coal mine and worked themselves to the bone for only 10 or so yuan. But as soldiers they could earn 16 yuan. Now everyone was tempted, wishing they could immediately send their sons or husbands to the army. This situation, occurring throughout southern and northern Yen, caused an immediate and tremendous sensation. It was only at this point that people realized that Zhang Jin's soldiers were different from those elsewhere, and a tremendous enthusiasm erupted from them. Beiping, governor's office. Zhang Jin rarely has time to sit in his office. On the desk in front of him is a 17-inch Panda brand black and white TV. No way. Zhang Jin searched through the industrial image library, but the best factories there were from the 1980s. He couldn't find any color televisions at all, so he had to settle for second best. However, he had already started research and development, and with the mature technology of black and white televisions, he expected to see results soon. Tap tap tap. Zhang Cheng strode in. "General, the antenna is set up." Chapter 98 Zhang Jin's Great Strength Showcase. "Turn on the TV." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately sat up straight, and Zhang Cheng walked to the television and turned it on. The television instantly lit up, and then a circle made up of black and white squares appeared on the screen, giving Zhang Jin a strange sense of familiarity. The scene then shifts, and a man wearing a Zhongshan suit appears on the screen. Viewers, welcome to Xinhua Channel 1. This is the midday news live broadcast. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, the Melaga Empire was attacked by unidentified armed groups, causing more than 50% of its industry to be paralyzed and more than 1 million people to die or be injured. It is reported that this was secretly planned by some extreme terrorists in the Morning Empire. Our Northern Governor's Office has issued a statement condemning the Morning Empire's actions. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Marshal Zhang Jin attended the opening ceremony of the Pingjin thermal power plant, which foreshadowed that southern Hebei was about to enter the electrical age. Marshal Zhang Jin issued an important directive to lower electricity prices in order to safeguard basic livelihoods. The clear and articulate voice, combined with live video, is indeed many times better than listening to the radio. 10 minutes later, after the news broadcast ended, the scene switched again, and they were showing a TV series about Journey to the West, almost exactly the same as the black and white version he watched as a child. Zhang Jin watched it with great interest and even forgot to eat. After who knows how much time had passed, Journey to the West finally finished airing. Zhang Jin then came to his senses. It truly deserves its classic status. He must have watched it countless times, yet it still leaves a lasting impression. Zhang Cheng, go and call the people from the Industrial Administration over here. 1 hour later, Acting Director of the Industrial Development Bureau, Gu Shengyun, rushed in with Zhang Cheng. Before Gu Shengyun could even exchange greetings, Zhang Jin went straight to the point, asking, "How's television production going right now? What about the costs?" Reporting to the commander, our television factory in Tianjin has reached its design production capacity, producing 100,000 televisions per month. Because of the large output, we produce almost all the materials ourselves, and the cost is only 50 yuan. How is the price determined? Gu Shengyun bowed and said, "The price is the same nationwide. 200 yuan. Zhang Jin nodded. The price wasn't too expensive. It was roughly equivalent to 12 months' wages for an average worker. How much inventory do you have now? A total of 300,000 units. How many radios are there? Reporting to the commander, the semiconductor radio production line started relatively early, and there are about 1 million units in the warehouse. The domestic price is 16 yuan per unit, while the international price is 20 pounds per unit. How are sales? Do you have any data? Reporting to the commander, the radios we manufacture are small and exquisite. They are not only beautiful but also powerful and can automatically search for radio signals. They are selling very well overseas. Our current monthly production capacity can reach 300,000 units, mainly for export. Zhang Jin nodded to indicate that he understood, then looked up at Zhang Cheng and said, "Go and call over all the chiefs of the political affairs department." "Yes, Commander." After giving Zhang Cheng his instructions, Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and then said, "Your industrial bureau should summarize the results of this period of time. We'll be holding a general meeting in a few days. You can give a report then." Gu Shengyun quickly bowed. "Yes, Commander." Not long after Gu Shengyun left, Chief Xia Yuanji, Vice Chiefs Lu Yan, Li Shanchong, Hu Yong, and Feng Qiao walked in together. These 5 were the talents he had managed to recruit from his phone at great expense. Zhang Jin's ability to wander around was largely due to their efforts. "Your humble servants greet the Commander-in-Chief." Zhang Jin smiled and raised his hand. "My lords, there's no need for such formalities. I called you all here to ask how Yan'an has developed while I was away." Xia Yuanji immediately bowed and said, "Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, we have been focusing on 5 major areas during this period: transportation, education, industry, foreign trade, and finance. I will be in charge of the financial sector. The Xinghua Bank we have established has already been rolled out in cities above the county level across the country, and it will be able to start operations at the beginning of next year. Our savings offices have been established at the town level in the 3 provinces of Yan'an, Yanbei, and Ludong. In addition, we have also opened branches in major cities in countries such as the United States, Melika, and the United Kingdom." "How is the circulation of the marshal's coin going?" Zhang Jin asked, addressing the question he was most concerned about. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, our Commander-in-Chief's currency is of excellent quality and no one can counterfeit it. In addition, it is pegged to gold and has already begun to circulate throughout the country. Even Silla and the mourning period have begun to use our currency. Very good. A smile finally appeared on Zhang Jin's face. He knew the power of the financial stick. After Xia Yuanji finished speaking, he silently withdrew. Lu Yan immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "My lord, there has been great progress in the foreign trade sector that I am in charge of. In the past, we mainly exported ores, tea, pig bristles, tung oil, and silk. Although foreign trade has been quite sluggish recently, the Western continent is shrouded in gloom and instability. Our oil, spare parts, steel, non-ferrous metal materials, medicines, instant noodles, luncheon meat, and other products are in high demand in the West. Especially for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, our factories are operating at full capacity, and orders are booked up for a year in advance. We are still receiving a steady stream of orders. The Industrial Development Bureau has submitted a petition requesting an increase in the number of pharmaceutical factories." Zhang Jin grunted and instructed, "With a major battle about to begin, besides ammunition, the most important thing is medicine. Tell Gu Xingyun to coordinate all industrial departments and build the new pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible." Zhang Jin doesn't want to exchange for factories on his phone this time. Firstly, exchanging for factories and summoning personnel has been quite costly lately. He had thought that this raid on Meligo would bring him a considerable amount of battery power, but who would have thought that while 1 million people died, he only earned less than 200,000. He now finally understood the definition of battery power for a mobile phone. Only foreigners hostile to Xinghua count. Secondly, it's also a way to prepare for the future. He can't rely on his phone all the time. The enemy will eventually be wiped out. The only way to remain invincible forever is to become strong yourself, without relying on external forces. "Yes, Commander." After Lu Yan finished speaking, Li Shanchong immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "General, with the help of the refugees, the goal of building a primary school in Yan'an and Yanbei towns, a junior high school in the county seat, and a senior high school in the prefectural city has been fully achieved. Since there is a significant shortage of teachers, I request that in addition to recruiting domestically, recruitment offices be established in other countries as well. Can. Thank you, Commander. Li Shanchang quickly bowed again before continuing. Your Majesty, the civil service examination has concluded successfully. A total of 3,216 talents were selected from Southeast Asia, and 45,638 talents were selected from the mainland. Only 20,000 people are needed to occupy the million-strong territory of Southeast Asia. As for the rest, I believe they can be distributed to various prefectures and counties in southern Yin and northern Yin. Zhang Jin nodded in agreement. Approved. I hereby issue this order in my name. Dismiss all current officials in the 2 provinces and replace them with newly selected officials in each prefecture. I'm giving them a week. Anyone who fails to hand over the reins properly will be executed. Zhang Jin had long disliked these old-fashioned people and wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of them all. The incredibly domineering command left Xia Yuanji and his 4 companions completely stunned. Is it really necessary to be so brutal? However, when he thought of Zhang Jin's decisive and ruthless character, his surprise immediately vanished. If anyone else dared to do this, the local authorities would probably rebel, but if Zhang Jin did this, the local officials would probably run away faster than rabbits. At this moment, Zhang Jin's voice rang out again. Remember to tell those newly appointed officials to keep their hands and heads in check. There's not only God watching over them, but also my big cleaver. Let them think carefully about whether it's worth it for an entire family to die for a few measly coins. Chapter 99, Summary of Military Strength. Alright, continue. Zhang Jin gave a menacing warning, then immediately changed the subject, and Hu Yong quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, as you commanded, I have gathered nearly 1 million refugees to carry out large-scale construction projects in southern Yin and northern Yin. The construction of the Jinpu, Pinghan, and Beijing-Fengtian railways has now been completed. Regarding highways, the county-to-county road network you mentioned is nearing completion. There wasn't much to say about transportation infrastructure, so Hu Yong finished his report and withdrew. Now it was Fang Qiao's turn to deliver the main event. Fang Qiao stepped forward, bowed to Zhang Jin, and began his report. General, Yan'an has already built 181 large-scale factories, including steel and oil bases, with an annual output of 17 million tons of steel and 15 million tons of oil. We can produce automobiles, airplanes, tractors, and various light, medium, and heavy machinery. In addition, we have also established emerging industries such as a communications instrument factory and a television set production base. Fang Qiao became more and more excited as he spoke, saying with a thrilled expression, This is a scene of prosperity that has never been seen before on the land of Xinghua. Zhang Jin was moved when he heard what Fang Qiao said, but then felt a pang of heartache. All of these things were obtained by exchanging electricity, and he found that after all this, he only had less than 200,000 units of electricity left. Taking a deep breath to suppress the small resentment in his heart, he asked, How's this year's revenue? Is there a deficit? Xia Yuanji hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, this year our government's total revenue was 1.27 billion Commander-in-Chief's coins, mainly from weapons and maritime trade. The expenditure was 750 million Commander-in-Chief's coins, including 120 million for military expenses, 70 million for government revenue, and 560 million for resettlement of displaced people. Zhang Jin had a thoughtful expression on his face. The military expenditure should mainly consist of pay and food. The rest were all redeemed from his mobile phone without spending money. Otherwise, he would have spent a lot of money. Another major expense is the resettlement of displaced people, but this is only temporary. Once these displaced people are resettled, this money will be saved. It seems like he's making money without spending it. And there will definitely be more and more in the future. After all, money only becomes money when it's spent. Otherwise, it's just worthless paper. It seems we still need to expand our army and build more schools. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment and then asked, What are teachers' salaries like now? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the salary regulations for teachers in Xinghua remain as follows. Professors receive 400 to 600 Commander-in-Chief coins. Associate professors receive 200 to 400 Commander-in-Chief coins. University lecturers receive 100 to 200 Commander-in-Chief coins. And university assistant lecturers receive 50 to 100 Commander-in-Chief coins. Upon hearing Xia Yuanji's words, Zhang Jin couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder this era was so rich in culture, and the imperial court truly valued scholars. What about intermediate and senior level teachers? Reporting to the general, The imperial court does not place much importance on grassroots education and has no regulations regarding it. In conjunction with the education department, I have established a 12-level professional title system. In addition to the 4 levels for university teachers, there are also 4 levels for secondary school teachers and 4 levels for primary school teachers, which range from level 5 to level 12 lecturers. The lowest level 12th level lecturer earns 20 martial coins per month, and each level up increases the salary by 10 coins. The 5th level lecturer earns 90 coins per month. The lowest ranking primary school teacher earned 20 yuan a month, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan a month now, definitely considered a high-income earner. Okay, let's do it this way. Zhang Jin made the final decision, which relieved Xia Yuanji, who quickly bowed and agreed. The general is wise. Several hours passed before they realized it, and the 5 of them finally gave a full report on the affairs of the administrative office. After the 5 men left, Zhang Jin immediately ordered Zhang Cheng to summon all the people from the military affairs office. The Governor-General's Office of the North was divided into the Political Affairs Department, the Military Affairs Department, the Inspection Department, the Attendance Office, and the Court of Justice and the Court of Prosecution. The Military Affairs Department was further divided into the Staff Department, the Quartermaster Department, the Armaments Department, the Military Law Department, and the Training Department. A short while later, Chief of the General Staff Lin Cheng, Army Director General Chen Jia, Navy Director General Mi Yun, Air Force Director General Li Sheng, Training Director General Jiang Bailey, and others walked in from outside the office. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Jin didn't waste any time and asked directly, "How many troops do we have now?" Li Cheng immediately stood at attention. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, our army has formed 8 heavy armored divisions, 24 mechanized infantry divisions, 6 mountain divisions, and 3 airborne divisions, with a total of 702,000 officers and soldiers. The Air Force is divided into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Air Armies. The 1st Air Army is currently equipped with 193 B, 52 G bombers, 216 MiG, 21 fighters, 108 A, 10 attack aircraft, and 72 C, 5 transport aircraft. The 2nd and 3rd Air Armies are equipped with 4,320 P, 51 D fighters, 724 B, 36 bombers, 144 C, 130 transport aircraft, and 36 AC, 136 attack aircraft. In terms of the Navy, we possess 6 Zhang Jin-class super battleships, Yamato, 16 Tianchuan-class battleships, Iowa, 12 Tianchu-class aircraft carriers, 48 Yaguan-class heavy cruisers, Des Moines, 120 Tianchuan-class light cruisers, Worcester, 279 Pujuan-class destroyers, Gearing, and 42 Tonlong-class submarines, 641B. In addition to the above-mentioned regular troops, local counties shall establish security police companies, prefectures shall establish security police companies, and provinces shall establish security police corps, all under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of the Army. The total strength of the entire army is 1,113,000 men. Zhang Jin was immediately stunned. He never expected that he would become a man who commanded 1,000,000 soldiers. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He never thought that he would reach the pinnacle in just over a year. Of course, this is all thanks to the elites summoned by mobile phones. Otherwise, even 10 years wouldn't have been enough to build such a massive army. Now that everything is ready, shouldn't he make a move? Zhang Cheng, Zhang Jin suddenly called out, and Zhang Cheng quickly came over. "General, go and convey my order. Have the military governors and garrison commanders of the northern provinces come to Beiping. Tell them that I, Zhang Jin, am going to treat them to a meal. Tell them that I, Zhang Jin, never force anyone to do anything. Whether they come or not is entirely voluntary." But Zhang doesn't care. He just doesn't know if God will send down a bomb. "Tell those who don't want to come to watch out, lest they get crushed to death, or we won't even be able to find their bodies later." "Yes, Commander, I'll go right away." Qinshi, Chang'an Prefecture. Military Governor's Office. Qinshi Military Governor Zhang Yuliang, his face ashen, slammed the telegram in his hand onto his desk. "What does this damn Zhang Jin want? Is he trying to recruit me, Zhang Yuliang? Just because someone flatters him a few times, he thinks he's some kind of local tyrant. He doesn't deserve it." Standing in front of Zhang Yuliang's desk, Qin Shijuan's chief of staff, Chen Hu, quickly tried to calm him down, saying, "General, please calm down. Zhang Jin is very powerful. Offending him will do us no good at all. If you don't want to go, just send a representative as a token gesture." Snort. Chapter 100. Zhang Jin wants to treat to a meal. Look at the nonsense Zhang Jin is spouting. He said if I don't go, bombs will fall from the sky. He's clearly threatening me. Damn it. I had to put up with the Japanese devil's mistreatment before, and now this Zhang Jin comes along. Does he really think I, Zhang Yuliang, am made of clay? At worst, we can go to the capital and become rich men. Chun, who had expected Zhang Yuliang to say something like, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated, but he was speechless at the end. No way. The Zhang Yuliang of today is not the Zhang Yuliang of the past. His spine was broken during the battle with the Rose Empire. General, Chun, who called out, his expression suddenly turning serious. Zhang Jin is at the height of his power right now, with a strong and well-equipped army under his command. Even the mourners and the British are no match for him. With our 200,000 brothers, we'd probably only be able to fill a gap in Zhang Jin's teeth. We are not as good as. Chunhu didn't continue. Zhang Yuliang understood what Chunhu meant, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. After a while, Zhang Yuliang suddenly slumped down like a deflated balloon, weakly waving his hand and saying, That's enough, that's enough. Go tell Zhang Jin that as long as he is willing to go north and drive away the mourners, what harm is there in giving Qinshi to him? Well, Tiger, I'm a bit tired and plan to lead the army to the capital to rest for a few days. If you're willing, you can stay and take charge of the overall situation. If not, you can come with me to the south to recuperate for a few days. Without a second thought, Chunhu replied, This humble servant is willing to stay behind in Qinshi to defend the general. General, no matter how tough things are here, it's your legacy. We can't just hand it over to someone else. This humble servant is willing to guard this place for the commander. Looking at Chunhu's sincere words, Zhang Yuliang was deeply moved and said without hesitation, Okay. Seemingly feeling that he had been too heartless and ungrateful, he quickly raised his hand and patted Chunhu's shoulder forcefully. Tiger, my good brother, I hereby appoint you as the acting military governor of Qinshi, and you will lead the 34th and 35th armies to guard Qinshi. All right, go and relay my orders immediately. Have the 30th, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd armies break camp and follow me south. Although Zhang Yuliang wanted to hide, he also knew the importance of a gun. If he lost that thing, who would recognize him? Outside the governor's mansion. As soon as Chunhu came out, he was surrounded by a large group of officers, some of whom couldn't wait to ask. Chief of Staff, what did the marshal say? Chunhu's expression immediately darkened, and he shook his head, saying, The commander-in-chief plans to lead the army south. Heading south? The officers surrounding them immediately erupted in uproar. One of them, a bearded officer, said resentfully, Damn it. All they know is to run my ass. That's right. Why not follow Commander Zhang? If we followed Commander Zhang, maybe we could even go back to the northeast. Damn it, brothers, haven't you had enough of this life of being a stray dog? I certainly have. Damn it. De Biao, am telling you right now, whoever wants to leave can leave, but my brothers aren't leaving. We're going home. We're going to beat up the mourners. Me too. I'm not leaving either. The crowd was immediately outraged. Not only the officers, but also the soldiers on guard at the entrance of the governor's mansion began to stir. They were all northerners and naturally did not want to go south. The commotion at the entrance naturally caught Zhang Yuliang's attention, and he strode out. Upon seeing so many officers standing at the entrance, his face immediately darkened, and he was about to display his commander-in-chief's authority when a dark figure suddenly slammed into Zhang Yuliang's face, striking him hard and leaving him dizzy. Before I could react, a furious roar rang out. Screw him. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of punches and kicks rained down on him. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, everything went black and he knew nothing more. The uproar in Qinshi was not unbearable, and Bingzhou was equally unsettled. After receiving the telegram, the military governor Yin Qishan summoned his trusted confidants overnight. Tell me, what does that bastard Zhang Jin want to do? Yin Qishan stood in the main seat and asked with a look of annoyance. Upon hearing this, all the officers present lowered their heads, except for Shang Yun from the 54th Army, who stood up and said, General, is there even a question? They just want to annex us. At worst, we'll just fight them. Beat. How do we fight? With the strength of our Bingzhou army, is it enough to fill Zhang Jin's teeth? Shang Yun was completely bewildered by Yin Qishan's outburst. He had thought his boss wanted to fight Zhang Jin, but now it seemed he had misunderstood. Yin Qishan looked at Shang Yun, who was completely bewildered, and shook his head helplessly. If it were the imperial court or any other force, he certainly wouldn't give in so easily. He would have to fight for it. After all, they had an unspoken understanding. If they lost a battle, they would simply pack their bags and move on to the next field. We'll still eat the finest delicacies and enjoy the riches and honors we deserve. But then I ran into Zhang Jin, that madman. Yin Shishan felt a chill run down his spine. This guy really dared to kill. Most importantly, Zhang Jin truly has the ability, which is why he dares not act rashly. General, what do you mean? After being scolded, Shang Yun immediately dared not say anything more and looked at Yin Shishan with a questioning expression. Yin Shishan was speechless for a moment. What does he want to do? What could he possibly want to do? He just wants to eke out a living. I just don't want to say these words out loud. After all, we still need to save face. Just when Boss Yin was about to burst from holding it in, someone with a sharp mind finally stood up. It was Qian Jun, the Deputy Minister of Political Affairs of the Military Governor's Office, who stood up. General, Zhang Jin's forces are overwhelming. With our limited troops, it's not a wise move to fight them head-on. Zhang Jin is known as the Butcher of Men. He kills without hesitation, is extremely cruel, and especially enjoys killing entire families. If we fight him and win, all will be well. But if we lose, we'll likely lose our heads and our entire families. The bigwigs present were already somewhat uneasy, and after Qian Jun's words, their faces turned deathly pale. If you were to fight an outsider, dying would be considered a worthy death. But if your own brother were to be killed in a fight, wouldn't that be incredibly unjust? Not only would you lose your reputation, but your death would be as insignificant as a feather. In a short time, all eyes turned to Boss Yin. Boss Yin was certainly a shrewd man who knew how to seize the moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be living so carefree until now. After a moment's hesitation, a look of dejection suddenly appeared on Boss Yan's face, and he plopped down in his seat. Fine. Old Yen, will just be a wealthy old man and let him have Bingzhou if he wants. Send a telegram back to Zhang Jin, telling him that I, Lao Yin, will be at the banquet on time. The assembled leaders from Bingzhou breathed a sigh of relief and beamed with joy. Beiping, Governor's Office. Zhang Chong was giving Zhang Jin a formal report, holding a document in his hand. General, the military governor of Bingzhou, Yin Shishan, has agreed to attend the banquet less often. The military governor of Qinshi, Zhang Yuliang, was unfortunately assassinated yesterday. The acting military governor of Qinshi, Yang Hu, has sent a telegram expressing his willingness to submit to my Yan'an. Furthermore, there has been no news from Ma Longfang, the military governor of Ganzhou, Wang Defa, the military governor of Suizhou, or from the various tribes beyond the Great Wall. Zhang Jin smiled slightly upon hearing this. Really? Chapter 101 The Wrath of Thunder. Zhang Chong quickly closed the file and said, General, the military governor of Ganzhou, Ma Longfang, is arrogant and cruel and has a penchant for women. He boasts that he has slept with anyone except his own father. He has killed countless people in the northwest, and the people are terrified of him. His soldiers are no better. They burn, kill, loot, and commit all sorts of atrocities. Their reputation is ruined in the northwest. According to the report from the Northwest Intelligence Station, Ma Longfang, fearing assassination, turned his garrison in Jincheng into a military city. He drove out all the civilians from the city and stationed his trusted troops there. He also purchased a large amount of cement and steel bars from abroad to reinforce the city, calling it an iron fortress. Oh really? Zhang Jin smiled faintly. Since this person is so capable, let's reluctantly give it a try. Order the 2nd and 3rd Air Armies to immediately deploy bomber units and blast this so-called steel fortress to smithereens. Tell Li Sheng, I'm not short of ammunition or money. Bomb it hard. I don't want a single beast to escape from inside. Yes, Commander. Looking at Zhang Chong, who was bowing and accepting the order, Zhang Jin continued to ask, what about Suizhou, Ningzhou, and the various tribes beyond the Great Wall? Reporting to the commander, Ningzhou is under Ma Longfang's control. The Suizhou and the tribes beyond the Great Wall, backed by the Rose Empire, completely disregard the Xinghua dynasty. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes, and he said unhurriedly, Is that so? You don't even put the imperial court in your eyes. I'm afraid they wouldn't even bother to give a second glance to a mere governor of the northern border. Since they're so arrogant, why don't we step in and join them? Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armored Divisions stationed in Yanbei to move north immediately. Tell them that anyone who dares to resist will be exterminated. Ganzhou, Jincheng, the back garden of the governor's residence. Inside a magnificently decorated room, desperate pleas for mercy and agonizing wails could be heard intermittently. The soldiers standing guard outside seemed to take it all in stride, and some even whispered among themselves. Whose wife did the warlord play with today? That moan sounds a bit unfamiliar. Haven't you heard? Yesterday, Commander Yang led a team out to hunt for grazing land and robbed a merchant caravan from the south. There's a mother and daughter inside who are incredibly beautiful. The daughter is even a twin, which has delighted the warlord. They've been playing inside all day. Commander Yang? Could he be one of those guys who offered his wife and daughter to the warlord? I heard they even played a 4-person dance together. Otherwise, why would he be a division commander? Besides, what's so strange about that? Which officer in our Ganzhou army hasn't had his wife and daughter served by the warlord? I've even heard that some have offered up their own maids in hopes of getting promoted. Hey, stop with the nonsense. Next month, it'll be our turn to go out hunting for grazing. I heard we're going to the western villages. They haven't raided there in ages. Who knows, we might snatch some pretty ones. Let's go. Bang. Just as the soldiers were whispering among themselves, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Ma Longfong, shirtless, swaggered out and yelled, "Chop up the people inside and feed them to the dogs." The soldiers present exchanged bewildered glances. Although they were used to such sights, a hint of fear still crept into their eyes. This person really doesn't treat people like human beings. Buzzing. Just as several soldiers were about to enter the house, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Ma Longfong looked up in confusion and saw a large patch of dark clouds drifting in from the east. Upon closer inspection, my legs immediately went weak. What looked like dark clouds in the sky were clearly a dense mass of airplanes. In a panic, Ma Longfong scrambled out of the courtyard. At that moment, even a fool would know that the governor's mansion was the final destination of the bombing. He ran out of the governor's mansion in one breath. Ma Longfong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the plane in the sky had already reached the airspace above Lin Cheng. The dark mass of aircraft blotted out the sky. Ma Longfong felt a chill run down his spine and dared not linger. He dashed off towards a nearby house, secretly regretting not having dug a cellar to hide in. Boom. Just as Ma Longfong was running shirtless, a loud bang suddenly came from behind him, followed by a wave of heat. He felt a burning pain in his back, and his whole body was thrown into the air, crashing heavily into the earthen wall in front of him. Ma Longfong screamed in agony, feeling as if his internal organs had been shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosion behind him startled Ma Longfong. He forced himself to get up despite the pain and looked toward the governor's mansion. He saw that the entire mansion had been reduced to ruins, with not a single building intact. What terrified Ma Longfong was that it wasn't just the governor's mansion that was destroyed, but also the surrounding houses, all engulfed in flames, and soldiers screaming in agony everywhere. Meanwhile, bombs continued to fall from the sky, and orange-red mushroom-shaped clouds rose into the air, leveling everything around them in the explosions. Ma Longfong's expression suddenly changed drastically, because more than a dozen black dots were falling from the sky toward where he was. It was too late to run, so he quickly threw himself to the ground. A stick-shaped object landed beside Ma Longfong and exploded with a bang, spreading a large amount of flour-like substance. Ma Longfong, who had been lying on the ground terrified, immediately showed a look of relief, thinking it was a dud, and tried to get up. Boom. Before he could even get up, raging flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere, turning Ma Longfong into a human torch in an instant. A piercing scream immediately rang out. At this time, the entire city of Jin had been engulfed in flames, with countless bombs raining down. With each deafening explosion, several houses were blasted to pieces. This time, the Air Force only deployed 300 B-36 bombers, carrying 9,000 tons of high-explosive bombs and white phosphorus bombs, enough to turn the entire city of Jincheng into ruins. Just as Malone was enjoying the bomb bath, beyond the Great Wall, the seat of the Governor-General of Uli, Kowloon City. Despite being just a governor's office, it governs the entire Uliastai region, stretching from the North Sea in the north to the Obu River in the west, covering an area of approximately 3.2 million square kilometers. Of course, the population was not much, less than 10 million. Kowloon City was the largest and most prosperous city under the jurisdiction of the Uri governor's office. However, the court was weak and incompetent, and the entire Uri was almost entirely controlled by the Rose Empire. They did not heed the court's call at all, and even had the ambition to become independent. At this time, in the main hall of the governor's residence, Governor Junlar of Yuri paced anxiously in the hall, occasionally clenching his fist in frustration. General Graf has arrived. A voice suddenly came from outside the door, and Junlar's expression immediately became excited. He hurried to the door and saw a foreigner dressed in the uniform of a general from the Rose Empire walk in. General Graf, I have just received intelligence that Zhang Jin's armored forces have entered the grasslands and are rapidly advancing towards Kulun City. Graf, a general of the Rose Empire and the supreme commander of the Yuri army group. Governor of the Dzungars, please be quiet. Graf, annoyed by the Dzungars' noise, said arrogantly. With the powerful Rose army at your disposal, the Zhang Jin you speak of is nothing but a clown. Chapter 102 Mountblade. Graf's confident expression immediately gave Junlar confidence and calmed him down. Governor General Junlar, my army group has 700 tanks, 300 aircraft, and thousands of artillery pieces. We will make sure those Xinhua people never return. After wiping out these damn Xinhua people, I will lead my army back to teach this Zhang Jin you mentioned a lesson, and let him know what an iron torrent is and what invincibility is. Although Graf had also received intelligence from the Rose Empire's military headquarters, knowing that Zhang Jin had defeated the Mourners and the Eagles, the arrogant Graf simply did not believe it was true, and even if it were true, he didn't care. In Graf's eyes, the Rose Empire was the most powerful entity in the world. Zhang Jin was just a small local warlord. How powerful could he be? Could he possibly defeat his hundreds of thousands of troops? He just doesn't believe it. Junlar was equally inspired by Graf's words and quickly pledged his loyalty, saying, General Graf, I am willing to hand over all of Yuri's troops to you for command. Graf was very satisfied with Junlar's reaction and said with a smile, Governor General of Junlar, this is your chance too. We can use force to compel the Xinhua court to recognize your Yuri kingdom. Then you will be the king of all Yuri. Graf's mention of King Yuri delighted Junlar. Although he had long harbored the desire to establish his own power, he was unsure of the Rose Empire's intentions and feared that the court would send troops to attack. Now that they have a clear answer from Graf, they are immediately eager to act. Governor Junlar, if you want our help, the Rose Empire has one condition. You must cede the North Sea and the Tanu Sea to us. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of ceding some land, Junlar replied without hesitation, Fine. 2 days later, on the vast grasslands 100 kilometers away from Kulin City, it must be said that the grasslands are indeed the best playground for armored forces. Li Jie led the 1st Armored Division across the grasslands for just over 2 days. Zhang Jin's newly formed 8 armored divisions were immediately equipped with T-64 tanks, with each division receiving 350 tanks, as well as some M113 armored vehicles. Zhang Jin actually wanted to equip his troops with BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles, but he gave up on the idea because of the BMP-1's cramped compartment. Although the M113A2's firepower is not as strong as the BMP-1's, it has advantages in comfort and mobility, making it very suitable for deep penetration marches. Inside a heavily armored M113 command vehicle, Li Jie looked at the deployment map of Kulun that the intelligence personnel had just sent him, a look of surprise on his face. The Roses have some nerve, daring to deploy an entire army group in front of us. They don't even take us seriously at this point. Chief of Staff Dong Chung pointed to the defense map of Kulun and said, Commander, look, the Roses have deployed 20 infantry divisions and 10 tank brigades on the front line. They obviously want to crush us in one fell swoop and then turn their forces to deal with the 2nd and 3rd divisions. The tank brigades of the Rose Empire are not like the armored divisions under Zhang Jin, which often have hundreds of tanks. Their organization is much smaller, with only 2 tank battalions per brigade. Each tank battalion is equipped with 5 T-35 heavy tanks, 10 T-28 medium tanks, and 10 T-26 light tanks. So, while 10 tank brigades may seem impressive, each brigade actually only has about 50 tanks. Upon hearing this, Li Jie couldn't help but sneer. They've set up a feast with drums and gongs. If we don't eat a bite, wouldn't we be letting them down? Pass on my order. Accelerate the advance and strive to capture Kulin City before nightfall. 20 kilometers outside of Kulin City, on a small hill stretching for dozens of kilometers, countless Rose soldiers were diligently wielding their shovels to dig trenches. In front of the hill, there was another large, dark mass of Uli cavalrymen dressed in leather armor and felt hats. On a mound about 10 meters high, Graf stood imposingly by the trench, while Governor Junlar of Yuri followed behind with a stiff expression, his face growing increasingly gloomy as he looked at the dark mass of cavalry below. After all, how can you feel happy when you're being used as cannon fodder? General Antilai, Graf spoke up at this moment. Pass down the order. As soon as the Shanghe people appear, the entire army will immediately press forward. We must crush the enemy in front of us as quickly as possible. The bearded general following behind Graf immediately raised his hand in salute and said, "Yes, General Graf." Just as the bearded man left, a captain strode over. "General Graf, a reconnaissance plane reports that Shanghe's armored forces are less than 30 kilometers away from us, with at least 300 or 400 tanks." Graf remained unmoved. In his mind, no matter what, his own tanks were the best, and the others were no different from scrap metal. He turned to Junlar and said, "Governor Junlar, the time has come to show the Rose Empire your loyalty. Once the Shanghe army arrives, I expect all your cavalry to charge forward and create an opportunity for our tank units to encircle them." Junlar gritted his teeth, pounded his chest with his fist, bowed, and said, "General Graf, I'll go prepare right away." Graf watched as Junlar turned and left in a hurry, his expression suddenly turning cold. He then turned to the returning bearded Antari and said, "General Antilai, when the Yuri army launches its attack, order the Air Force to immediately scramble and strike unexpectedly, giving the Shanghe people a decisive blow. Then take the opportunity to disperse our anti-tank gun units and hide them for further orders." Graf's eyes gleamed. The intelligence sent by the military says that the armor of the Shanghe people's tanks looks very thick, and ordinary anti-tank guns can't penetrate their defenses at all. "I specially mobilized a batch of the latest 57mm anti-tank guns from China this time, specifically to deal with the heavy tanks of the Shanghe people." Although Graf was arrogant, he was also quite shrewd and knew to leave himself some options. However, he would soon discover that any weapon was insignificant in the face of the steel torrent of the East. "General Graf, what will happen to the attacking cavalry if we launch an air raid?" Graf looked at the questioning Antalya with a cruel smile. "Just a bunch of annoying yellow-skinned monkeys. It would be better if they were all dead. That fool Junlar has no right to be the king of Yuri. This land belongs to Rose." When Graf spoke of land, the greed in his eyes was almost tangible. "General Graf, the Shanghe people have arrived." Just then, an officer ran over, and Graf quickly looked ahead, only to see billowing dust rapidly rising from where the sky met the earth. Chapter 103 Large-Scale Main Force Battle. Below the hill, Governor Junlar of Yuri watched the billowing dust sweep in, his heart pounding, his palms sweating with fear, and he wished he could turn his horse around and flee immediately. But then Graf's promise echoed in his mind. If he could defeat Zhang Jin's army, he would be the king of all of Uli. His original fear immediately turned into a restless desire. The other Yuri cavalrymen, on the other hand, looked eager to try it out. These cavalrymen, who were raised on the inland steppes, had no idea how powerful tanks were. They even scoffed at Rose's tanks, thinking that only cowards would ride in them. At this time, the tank formation of the 1st Division is getting closer and closer, and the outlines of the tanks can be vaguely seen. The high-speed rotating tracks swirl up all the dust and weeds on the ground and into the sky, forming a huge wall of dust that connects heaven and earth. It roars in like a steel torrent, with thunderous force and unstoppable momentum. The sight sent chills down the spines of the cavalrymen below the hill, and their warhorses became restless with fear. Upon seeing this, Junlar immediately raised his saber and roared, "Warriors of the grasslands, the time has come to prove your bravery to the light of day. Break through the Shanghe people's ranks and kill them all. Charge." Upon hearing Junlar's order, the Yuri cavalrymen drew their sabers and charged towards the tanks a kilometer or two away. Directly opposite, riding slowly behind the tank formation in his M113 command vehicle, Li Jie stared in astonishment at the massive cavalry charge charging towards them. These cavalrymen dared to charge into the steel torrent with their flesh and blood. Was it confidence or folly? His expression immediately turned cold. "Order the vanguard armored units to have no worries. The commander-in-chief has given the order. Kill without mercy." At this time, as the two armies drew closer, the Yuri cavalry suddenly put down their scimitars, took a grenade tied to their horse's neck, and swung it around forcefully, seemingly intending to unleash a barrage of grenades. Da-da-da-da. The coaxial machine guns on the right side of the turrets and the anti-aircraft machine guns on the commander's turret of the dozens of T-64 tanks lined up in a row opened fire instantly. Caught off guard, The Yuri cavalry were instantly riddled with bullets from the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Each rapidly spinning bullet that struck a charging rider either tore a large hole in the chest, blew off half the head, or shattered some part of the body. And it wasn't just one man. It pierced through 4 or 5. As for the warhorses beneath the cavalry, they fared even worse, their heads being blown off and blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cavalrymen, like a flood, were killed. Buzzing. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and a large group of aircraft flew over from the direction of Kulin City. These were dozens of I-15 fighters and more than 20 Ant-40 bombers from the Rose Empire. Just as these Rose fighters were charging menacingly towards Li Jie's unit, above them, a fleet of Mustang fighters painted with fiery red vermilion bird insignia suddenly burst forth from the thick clouds. From their vantage point high above, streaks of fire shot out, instantly striking the Rose Empire's fighter jets. Dozens of Rose fighters were instantly riddled with holes, plummeting towards the ground amidst billowing smoke. Seeing this, the remaining Rose fighters quickly accelerated to try and avoid the barrage of fire from the sky, but they were too slow. The Mustangs arrived in an instant, giving them no chance to react, and they were turned into fireballs in midair. Just as the battle raged fiercely in the air, countless orange-red dots of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the 1st Division's side, densely packed like a meteor shower streaking across the sky, and crashed into the earthen mound defense line where Graf was located. Boom, boom, boom. Like thousands of firecrackers being ignited at once, the crackling and popping explosions were so dense they made one's scalp tingle. On Rose Hill's defensive line, countless flames soared into the sky, forming a massive wall that blotted out the sun. In the short time that followed, the Yuri cavalry in the direct confrontation had been almost entirely wiped out, failing to stop the tank formation for even a minute. The sudden attack caught the Rose tank force, which was flanking from both sides, completely off guard. While they hesitated, the Dingbei Army's armored forces split into 2 groups and charged towards the Rose tanks. The Rose T-35 heavy tank, which was at the forefront, saw the approaching Dingbei Army tanks and quickly aimed a short-barreled gun on its turret at the T-64 tank. Boom. The armor-piercing round was fired instantly and smashed into a T-64 tank in the blink of an eye, bursting into flames. Rose, the soldier who had smiled after hitting the tank, froze on her face as the smoke cleared, revealing an intact hull. The spot where the shell had struck hadn't even been breached by the reactive armor. At this time, the 2 sides were less than a kilometer apart, but the Dingbei Army's tanks did not fire. Instead, they continued to slowly advance towards the Rose Empire's tanks. Boom, boom, boom. Rose's tank immediately opened fire, and shells flew everywhere on the battlefield. What made the Roses despair was that, at a distance of 700 or 800 meters, their short-barreled tank guns were no match for the frontal armor of the T-64. They were either bounced off or hit like eggs against rocks. Just as the Roses were in a state of panic and didn't know what to do, the Dingbei Army's tanks opened fire. Boom. The lead T-64 tank paused slightly, then a flash of fire erupted from its gun as an armor-piercing round shot out, streaking across the sky and striking a T-35 tank. The shell tore through the armor of Rose's tank the moment it hit it, and flames erupted from the tank. At this moment, the T-64 turret spun rapidly and aimed at another Rose tank. Another shell was fired, but this time the Rose tank was unlucky. The shell shattered into pieces and exploded into the sky the instant it penetrated the tank. On the mound fortifications of the Rose Empire, Graf staggered to his feet from a pile of loose soil. Looking at the dismembered limbs and the mangled remains of Antares, he couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. If Antares hadn't tackled him into the trench, he would probably be meeting his maker by now. He calmed his pounding heart and finally had time to look around. He saw that the trench he was in was buried under loose soil, and the corpses of Rose's soldiers were everywhere. Directly in front of the fortifications, the dark mass of Uli cavalry had vanished, leaving only a dense layer of corpses on the grassland, turning the grass and ground blood red. Just as Graf turned pale with horror, countless orange-red dots of light reappeared in the sky. Chapter 104 Bloodstained Frontier. Boom, 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 boom. Countless rockets rained down again, and the entire Rose position was engulfed in flames once more. This time, Graf was not so lucky. A rocket landed directly at his feet and exploded, instantly engulfing Graf in flames. At the same time, the tank war was nearing its end. The outdated tanks like the T-28 and T-35 couldn't even defeat the Panzer IV, let alone the revolutionary T-64. The once formidable torrent of 500 tanks had by now become scattered, scrap metal graveyards across the grassland, while the Rose aircraft in the sky had all been destroyed on the ground. Li Jie climbed out of the command vehicle, looked up at the time, and said with great emotion, "A whole hour. That's not easy." Pass down the order. Infantry, advance and clear the battlefield. Boom. Just as Li Jie gave the order, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from one of the tanks ahead, followed by a second, a third, and within seconds, flames erupted from more than 20 tanks. Li Jie was startled and quickly ducked into the command vehicle, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "What's going on, Yituan?" Wang Kai's voice immediately came through the walkie-talkie, reporting to the division commander. It was the Rose's anti-tank guns that suddenly attacked us. They were small-caliber anti-tank guns and did not cause any damage to our tanks. Commander, the 1st Regiment requests permission to launch an attack. Li Jie breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but his expression turned cold. No need. Launching an attack like this would be too easy on them. Stay put. Li Jie put down the walkie-talkie and immediately said to Chief of Staff Dong Cheng, "Send a message to the Air Force requesting a carpet bombing of Area 4. Understood, Commander." The anti-tank gunfire failed to damage the Union tanks, and Rose stopped firing, seemingly wanting to wait for Li Jie and his men to get closer before opening fire again. For a moment, the entire battlefield became unprecedentedly silent. However, this silence did not last long and was soon broken by a buzzing sound from the sky. Then a dark mass of aircraft flew in from the east. They were B-36 long-range bombers, and there seemed to be at least 100 of them. Only Zhang Jin, with his deep pockets, dared to do this so often. Otherwise, if other countries dared to do this, they would probably be criticized to death by those congressmen, and smaller countries would go bankrupt. Soon, the bomber squadron flew over the earthen mound fortifications that had been flattened by rocket artillery. Soon, a dense barrage of bombs rained down from the sky. As they fell into the air, the already tightly packed bombs suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black cloud that blotted out the sun. The sheer density of the clouds gave one goosebumps. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the bomb landed on the withered grassland and exploded. Clouds of white smoke drifted in the air. Before anyone could react, the white substance suddenly burst into flames, turning into a raging inferno in the blink of an eye. A series of piercing screams immediately rang out from the bushes. Suddenly, large groups of people engulfed in flames appeared on the deserted grassland, running around howling in agony. These were the anti-tank troops deployed by Jerf. When Li Jie saw that so many people were hiding in the weeds ahead, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. If they had just driven past so casually, they might have really gotten themselves into trouble. If the Roses blow up a few more of his tanks, where will he put his old face then? Now, with 10,000 or 8,000 napalm bombs thrown, everything is solved. All we have to do is wait to reap the rewards. Half an hour. Li Jie, who had taken a nap in his seat, stretched and climbed out of the cabin. Looking at the fire, which was now mostly extinguished, he looked down at Dong Cheng inside and said, "Chief of Staff, pass down the order. Bypass the battlefield ahead, take Kulin City, and then deal with the prisoners." Half an hour later, Kulin City. Li Jie led the intact 1st Armored Division to completely surround the city. "Commander, should we launch an attack immediately?" Wang Kai asked eagerly, standing next to Li Jie. Li Jie shook his head and said, "We came here to reclaim our homeland and win the hearts of the people. Launching an attack would be too hasty. We must win hearts and minds. Chief of Staff, immediately send a telegram to the Air Force, ordering them to send bombers again and flatten this city off the grasslands. Order the rocket artillery and artillery units to begin shelling. Use up all the shells. Raise it to the ground." Dong Cheng and Wang Kai were stunned, momentarily unable to believe their ears. Is this what they mean by winning hearts and minds? After a while, Wang Kai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Commander, your psychological warfare strategy is truly ingenious." Li Jie rolled his eyes at Wang Kai and said coldly, "This isn't the Central Plains. If you want them to submit, there's only one way. Beat them until they're terrified and kill them until they're scared. Kill them until they dare not harbor any further disloyalty." Li Jie said firmly, his expression turning cold as well. "Execute the order. Pass down the order. Launch a full-scale purge, organized by battalion level, and wipe out all the Roses and the Yuri governor's army." Several days later, Beiping. On the palace gate tower, Zhang Jin looked down at the brightly lit streets and alleys below. Everywhere he looked, there was a sea of red, a scene of great joy. At the edge of the ancient city, a magnificent new city has risen from the ground, with towering buildings, just like Yan'an today, exuding vitality. General, the beeping Fu new city is expected to be completed in another year. According to your plan, the drainage system and transportation system will be built to the highest standards. It has 5 subway lines, and all the streets, even the narrowest ones, are 4-lane dual carriageways. The sewer system consists of 12 huge vertical shafts, each 70 meters deep and 40 meters wide, connected by pipes 12 meters in diameter. The entire new city can accommodate 8 million people. Xia Yuanji enthusiastically introduced the construction progress of the new city to Zhang Jin. A smile involuntarily appeared on Zhang Jin's face. The rapid construction of the new city in Beiping Prefecture was inseparable from the contributions of millions of displaced people. Without them, it would have taken at least 10 years to build this new city. General, Zhang Cheng strode over. Li Jie just sent a report of victory. They have razed Kowloon City to the ground, annihilated the Rose Empire's army in Yuri, as well as the Yuri governor's army, and are expanding their gains. Whoosh whoosh boom 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 crack 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 crack. Just as Zhang Cheng finished his report, a series of firecrackers suddenly went off in the city, followed by the sound of thunderclaps. Happy New Year. Rose Empire, White Bear City. Crash. The sounds of things being smashed echoed continuously from the palace, followed by an extremely angry roar. Chapter 105 The Powerful Butterfly Effect. Bang. Damn Graf. Why didn't he notify the military when he took action? Does he still respect me, the emperor? Go. Send all his relatives to Siberia to dig potatoes. Starklin's roar echoed throughout the palace. After cursing for a long time, Starklin, still catching his breath, sat down and said, "What about our losses?" Rose, the army chief of staff standing in front of the desk, quickly bowed. Your Majesty Starklin, our 23 infantry divisions, 2 artillery divisions, and 10 tank brigades in Yuri have all been wiped out by the Shanghe people. Gutsov's face also darkened as he said this. When Graf heard about the invasion of the Dingbei army, he did not notify the military headquarters immediately. Instead, he gathered all our troops in Yuri near Kowloon City. This gave the Dingbei army an opportunity, and they directly dispatched over 100 heavy bombers, razing the entire city of Kowloon to the ground. Bang! Starklin slammed his fist on the desk in anger, his brows immediately furrowing. Were the Dingbei army's planes and tanks really that powerful? Gutsov hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the Prussians have always been arrogant and haughty. They were able to order a large number of tanks and fighter jets from the Dingbei army. This only proves one thing. The weapons equipped by the Dingbei army are far superior to those produced by the Prussians themselves. Our intelligence department has heard about the investigations conducted over this period. The Tiger, Panther, and Panzer IV tanks used by the Prussians were all supplied by the Dingbei army of Shanghe, and Bf-109 fighters and B-29 bombers. Starklin looked surprised. Of course he knew about these weapons. The Prussians had used these elite weapons to conquer countries like the Brahmins and Habsburgs. To his disbelief, these weapons were all produced by the people of Shanghe. Starklin, accustomed to his high and mighty position, immediately rejected the idea. He preferred to believe that some force was using the Shanghe people to arm the Prussians. Starklin thought about it more and felt that this was indeed the case. His expression immediately calmed down, and he suddenly stood up, looking at Gudshov with a serious face, and said, Chief of Staff Gudshov, our blood shed in Uli cannot be shed in vain. Order the Far East Command to assemble all forces. This time I will let the people of Shanghe know the price of provoking the Rose Empire. Gutsov was momentarily stunned as he stared at Starklin, who had suddenly become excited. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Your Majesty, the Shanghe people's planes and tanks are superior to ours currently in service. Enough, Chief of Staff Gudshov. Starklin rudely interrupted Gudshov, his face full of displeasure. Are you really going to just stand by and watch Yuri fall into the hands of the Shanghe people? What will become of the dignity of the Rose Empire then? Snort. Shanghe is not Prussia, and it is not worthy of the Great Rose's attention. They only need to pay the price. Isn't our arsenal producing a new type of tank? One that can rival the Prussian Tiger tank. This is a good opportunity to practice on the Shanghe people. Send the order to transfer all the new tanks to the Far East, as well as anti-aircraft guns and aircraft, to replenish the Far East. Tell Greta that I don't want him to let me down. Starklin's unquestionable voice immediately silenced Gudshov, who quickly stood at attention. As you wish, Your Majesty. Yan'an, the Marshal's Mansion. Chief of the General Staff Li Cheng and Director of the Intelligence Department, Gu Chun arrived at Zhang Jin's office early in the morning. Zhang Jin was happily eating corn porridge with some pickled vegetables when he saw Li Cheng and the other person suddenly run in. He smiled and waved. Come and eat something, Zhang Chong. Serve them 2 bowls of corn porridge. Li Cheng and his companion didn't stand on ceremony. After exchanging greetings, they plopped down at the table. Zhang Jin slurped a mouthful of corn porridge from the rim of his bowl. What happened? Gu Chun quickly swallowed the fried dough stick in his mouth and said, Our intelligence agents in White Bear City just sent an urgent telegram. Starklin has ordered the mobilization of all troops in the east, wanting to teach us a lesson. Really? Zhang Jin smiled noncommittally. This guy has a stubborn streak that no amount of effort can sway. Commander, Starklin is extremely stubborn and self-willed. He never listens to others' opinions and always acts arbitrarily. Guchen was complaining about Starklin when he suddenly sensed something was off. He looked up and saw Li Cheng with his head buried in his rice bowl. Anyone who knew was eating, but anyone who didn't would have thought he was burying himself in it. Zhang Chong also looked up at the roof, seemingly admiring something. Finally, with a stiff expression, he looked at his boss, only to meet a pair of amused eyes. Gu Chun was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak again. Then, Zhang Jin's calm voice came over. Go on. Gu Chun dared not continue and quickly changed the subject, saying, General, my intelligence department has ascertained that the Rose Empire has a total of 54 divisions, 10 artillery divisions, 24 tank brigades, and 5 air divisions in the east, with approximately 1.2 million men. In order to cope with the pressure from the Prussian Empire, the Rose Empire has developed a new type of tank called the Special 34, whose performance is comparable to the Panzer IV. They also developed a ground attack aircraft called the I-2 and a fighter jet called the La-7, which has a maximum speed of 677 kilometers per hour, almost catching up with our Mustang fighter jets. However, the main body of the Ra-7 is made of wood, so it's not as good as the Mustang in terms of protection. Zhang Jin frowned slightly. The war hadn't even started yet, and these Western powers had already developed so rapidly. Gu Chun, seemingly sensing his commander's doubts, explained. General, after receiving the Bf-109 fighter jets from us, the Prussians were able to develop their own fighter jets. In less than half a year, they developed a fighter jet called the Shrike, which outperforms the Bf-109 in all aspects. They are also secretly developing a new fighter jet, codenamed Me-262, and a prototype already exists. The Prussian Empire's formidable weaponry made the Eagle Empire and the Rose Empire feel uneasy, prompting them to begin developing new fighter jets and even send agents to the Prussian Empire to steal data. This is how the La-7 and I-2 fighter jets came about. Zhang Jin nodded with a serious expression. It seems he's making a bit too much of a splash. This gave the entire Western world a higher starting point, and it remains to be seen whether jet warfare will emerge in future major wars. Will even more people die by then? Zhang Jin stroked his chin and smiled. As a chosen one with a golden finger, he had countless trump cards in his hand, so how could he possibly take the development of the Western world seriously? He even hoped these countries would step up their efforts. It would be best if they all died. General, the Rose Empire has sent all its newly developed weapons, which they have been secretly researching, to the east, intending to test their power on us. Really? Zhang Jin immediately laughed. He loved it when someone foolishly challenged him. Since they're willing to come, let's build a big stage and let them have some fun. Treat them well. Uri Region, North Sea. Chapter 106. If Ko can go, so can I. Early morning, the 15th day of the first lunar month. The territory under the jurisdiction of the Governor-General of Uri. Beihai Lake. As the largest inland lake in Xinhua, the 1st Armored Division of the Northern Advance Group arrived here immediately after capturing Kulun City and established defensive fortifications. Temporary field airfield. Li Jie, Dong Cheng, and others from the 1st Division arrived at the airport early in the morning. Buzzing. A buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, and Li Jie and the others were instantly alerted. They quickly stood at attention and saw a C-130 transport plane descend from the sky and come to a steady stop on the airport runway. A short while later, Zhang Jin, along with Li Cheng, Chen Jie, and others, disembarked from the plane. Li Jie stepped forward. General, Zhang Jin raised his hand in return and walked straight ahead, for in front of him lay the vast and boundless North Sea, its rippling waters stretching as far as the eye could see. Standing on the lake beach, Zhang Jin closed his eyes and felt the gentle sea breeze. He couldn't help but smile and burst into laughter. The hearty laughter drew the attention of Lin Cheng and the others, who wondered why their commander was so happy. Just as the group was speculating about the reason, Zhang Jin suddenly turned around and said to Lin Cheng, "Pass on my order to form the Northern Advance Group, consisting of the 1st Armored Division, the 201st and 202nd Mechanized Infantry Divisions, the 301st and 302nd Motorized Infantry Divisions, and 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions, and 1 Heavy Artillery Division. Li Jie will concurrently serve as the Army Commander. The 2nd Armored Division, the 203rd and 204th Mechanized Infantry Divisions, and the 303rd and 304th Motorized Infantry Divisions will also be assigned to form the 2nd Army, with Hu Tong, the commander of the 2nd Armored Division, concurrently serving as the Army Commander. The 3rd Army will be formed from the 3rd Armored Division, with Qin Jun as its commander. Lin Cheng, you will serve as the group commander and be in charge of the northern battlefield." The designation of the Dingbei Army's units was based on the following order. Those starting with 1 were armored divisions, those starting with 2 were mechanized infantry divisions, and those starting with 3 were motorized infantry divisions. Other independent branches of the army, such as rocket artillery divisions, heavy artillery divisions, air defense divisions, and engineer divisions, followed the same pattern. According to the compilation, the Dingbei Army's rocket artillery division was equipped with 288 Hail rocket launchers, while the heavy artillery division was equipped with 2 S-19 self-propelled howitzers, TOS-1A self-propelled rocket launchers, and M119 105mm howitzers. Upon hearing that Zhang Jin had appointed him as the frontline commander, Lin Cheng couldn't help but show excitement. He quickly raised his hand in salute and said, "Please rest assured, Commander, I guarantee to complete the mission." Zhang Jin nodded, then looked at Zhang Chong, "Send a telegram to Xia Yuanji, and tell them to immediately recruit refugees from the north to come here to reclaim the wasteland. Tell them that, as I said, anyone willing to come here will be exempt from land taxes for 20 years on the land they cultivate. This commander will also provide a subsidy of 100 commander coins per household per year for 5 years. Travel expenses will be covered. It would be such a waste if such a good place didn't have any villages or towns. Fortunately, there are many people in the Central Plains, so filling this place with 4 or 5 million people is no big deal." General, Li Jie strode over and reported, "I just received a telegram that Commander Paulov of the Rose Empire's Eastern Cluster has led the main force of the cluster toward Lake North." Zhang Jin frowned slightly. Although he had just established 3 legions, there were still only 3 armored divisions in the entire Yuri. The 1st Division was stationed at Beihai Lake, the 2nd Division was near Tangnahai on the western border, and the 3rd Division was ordered to sweep away the remaining forces in Yuri. As for the other auxiliary units, they are all on their way and will not arrive for a while, which means that the pressure of the entire battlefield has suddenly fallen on the 1st Armored Division. Zhang Jin couldn't help but look at Li Jie, whose face was resolute. "So, are you confident?" Li Jie stood tall with his legs together and head held high, saying, "Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, my 1st Armored Division is willing to offer our blood to Xianyuan." "Good." Seeing Li Jie suddenly become resolute, Zhang Jin couldn't help but shout "Dare!" and patted Li Jie's shoulder forcefully, saying with heroic spirit, "Besides the Roses, we only have 1 division here, so we can do whatever we want." "Dream. Li Jie, I will get the Air Force to fully cooperate with you. So what if there are 100,000 soldiers? I can blow them to smithereens." Zhang Jin was absolutely confident in this regard. Wherever he stood, there was an unlimited ammunition depot, and he could replenish his troops and weapons at any time. Most importantly, this was his home ground, and his 3 air armies could carry out missions without interruption. Endless ammunition, a massive fleet of aircraft. Based on these 2 points alone, even if the Roses send millions more troops, they will only meet the same fate. But the only thing to consider now is how to gather the main force of the Roses and fight a war of annihilation. "Lin Cheng, you are the chief of staff. What are your thoughts?" Zhang Jin asked Lin Cheng, looking up at him with no clue what to do. Lin Cheng truly lived up to his reputation as an elite military talent whom he had summoned at great expense. He had already planned it all along. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's question, he immediately replied, "General, the Roses have mobilized a large army because they want to defeat us regain their pride, and demonstrate just how powerful the Rose Empire is. Why don't we turn the tables on them? Lin Cheng took a map from a guard and pointed to a large red dot on it, saying, "General, look, the Rose's headquarters is right here, about 700 kilometers away from where we are. The first third of the journey is through high mountains and steep ridges, but once we get past this, it will be a plain." He then pointed to a place where the plains meet the mountains and said, "You see, as long as we can send some troops to guard this place, it's like driving a nail into the Rose people's rear. If the Roses want to ensure the safety of their rear, they will have to take this place with all their might. However, this place can only hold back a portion of the Rose people's forces. To annihilate the main force of the Rose people, we must set up another battlefield." Lin Cheng suddenly pointed to a spot on the plain and said, "General, look here. This is a place the Roses must pass through to advance south. If we set up a line here, we can block their advance. If they want to go south, they only have two options. One is to go back and circle around to the other side of Beihai Lake, which would take at least half a month. The other is to bite the bullet and head south. As long as they come south to attack, we can easily order the already assembled 3rd Division to circle around from here to the rear of the Roses, forming a large encirclement and trapping them like turtles in a jar." Lin Cheng frowned slightly as he said this, "But this place is no longer our territory." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said with unparalleled domineering confidence, "If the enemy can go, so can I. Let's choose this place." Chapter 107 Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. The plan has been finalized, and Zhang Jin, without wasting any words, said solemnly, "I command. Rush." The officers present immediately stood up straight. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jin's powerful voice rang out, "Order, Air Force Lin Cheng, all troops, to be on high alert. All fighter jets and bombers, loaded with weapons and on standby 24 hours a day." "Yes." Zhang Cheng raised his hand in salute, turned and left. Lin Cheng licked his lips and said, "General, the 2nd and 3rd Air Armies are equipped with propeller-driven fighters, whose performance cannot completely suppress the Rose Air Force, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin looked at the magnificent Beihai Lake again, his expression shifting. After a while, his expression returned to calm as he said lightly, "An army is forged through battle, not through arming. Even the best weapons are useless in the hands of a flock of sheep. It's time to let them experience what a real battlefield is like." During this period, Zhang Jin noticed a bad trend emerging in the army. Of course, the army would not rebel against him, but a bad atmosphere was emerging among the locals. They were arrogant, complacent, and looked down on everyone, acting like they were above everyone else, which made Zhang Jin very uncomfortable. This time, Zhang Jin wanted to make it clear to them that their invincibility was not earned by themselves, but rather obtained because of the weapons in their hands. Once these weapons are no longer invincible, they too will be shot down and perish. In Zhang Jin's eyes, only those elites who have grown through bloodshed and fire are true elites. Otherwise, they are just a bunch of useless people who can only fight when things are going well. Don't blame Zhang Jin for being cold-blooded. Blame the world for being too cruel, a dog-eat-dog world. Only by becoming colder and more ruthless than your enemies can you have the lights of thousands of homes behind you. Although Lin Cheng didn't know what his commander-in-chief was planning, Zhang Jin's uncompromising voice made him obediently shut his mouth. "All right, let's get started. I'll be here waiting for your good news. By the way, if we can capture prisoners, let's capture as many as possible. We need more international friends to help us." Just as Zhang Jin was making meticulous preparations to deal with the Roses, Yan'an was also thrown into turmoil due to the Roses' large-scale southward invasion. Beiping Mansion, Yang family residence. As soon as the newly appointed administrative inspector of Beiping Prefecture, Yang Tsong, stepped out of his car, the Yang family steward, who had been waiting at the gate, hurriedly got out and said, "Master, someone's coming from the south." Yang Tsong, who had been leisurely and carefree, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly walked into the government office. Soon he arrived at the main hall and saw an old man and a beautiful woman sitting in the hall. Upon seeing the old man, Yang Tsong's expression immediately turned solemn, and he bowed deeply, saying, "Yang Tsong greets Mr. One." The elderly man surnamed Wen waved his hand slightly. "Yanhua, there's no need for such formalities. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Yuriko, the leader of the Yan'an Action Group of the Special Higher Police of the Empire, who is in mourning." A person in mourning? Yang Tsong's expression immediately changed. He knew how much the person above hated those in mourning. If this was exposed, his entire family would be wiped out. In his shock and anger, Yang Tsung could no longer maintain his respectful demeanor and loudly questioned the old man. Mr. One, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to ruin me? The old man looked at the shocked and furious Yang Tsung, then calmly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Yang Tsung, don't forget your place. If Yannan's intelligence agencies find out, do you think you'll be alright? Yang Tsung froze instantly, his anger turning deathly pale. Mr. One, what brings you to Beiping this time? The old man surnamed Wen looked at Yang Tsung, who had suddenly gone limp, and a smile appeared on his face. Yanhua, I've come this time to bestow upon you an immense fortune. I heard Zhang Jin left Beiping for the border region. Yang Tsung was already completely under the thumb of the old man surnamed Wen, so he dared not hide anything and hurriedly said, That's true. I heard it was the Roses from the north who attacked, and many troops stationed near Beiping have broken camp and moved north. The elderly man surnamed Wen was deep in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, making Yang Tsung's heart pound. Just as Yang Tsung was about to lose his footing, the old man's aged voice suddenly rang out. Yanhua, the Rose Empire is one of the world's strongest nations. With this massive southward invasion, Zhang Jin will be no match for them. As long as the Dingbei army is defeated, our opportunity will arrive. What you need to do now is to secretly contact officials and military officers who are dissatisfied with Zhang Jin. As for how to bring these officials down, you just need to give the list to Miss Yuriko, and she will help you. Yuriko, who was sitting in the armchair, quickly stood up. Her well-fitting suit accentuated her shapely figure, especially her two prominent breasts, which instantly drew the attention of the two pairs of eyes in the main hall. Yuriko bowed and said, Don't worry, Mr. One, Yuriko's specialty is persuading men. As she spoke, she suddenly unbuttoned the top two buttons of her white shirt, revealing a deep cleavage that nearly made Yang Tsung's eyes pop out. Yuriko's eyes sparkled with tears, and she smiled coquettishly with a hint of allure. Yang-san, would you like to try it first? Meanwhile, at the Yan'an Intelligence Department's headquarters, Rong Yun, the director of the first department in charge of Northern Affairs, looked at the report in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. These rats are finally going to get moving. Tell the brothers below not to alert them, and to give them plenty of room to move around. The commander-in-chief wants to see how many worms hiding in the shadows will jump out. Snort. These people think that since the commander-in-chief has massacred all the officials, he won't dare to defy the world and raise his sword again. They think they can do whatever they want. Let's use the blood of these insects to tell the world that if anyone tries to cause trouble under the commander-in-chief, there's only one outcome: death. Within the Rose Empire, nestled between a range of mountains and the Angara River lies a city called Butsk, a city built against the backdrop of mountains and water. It is the only passage from the western part of the Rose Empire to Lake North, and the only railway line passing through the eastern territory of Rose. In short, Zhang Jin's annihilation of the rebels in Yuri and his regaining control of Yuri were tantamount to severing the vital artery connecting Rose's western and eastern territories. This turned Rose's eastern territory into an isolated island. This is one of the reasons why the Rose Empire went to such lengths. At this time, the main force of the 1st Armored Division of the Dingbei Army has secretly moved here along the railway line and set up a defensive line on a 20-kilometer-wide plain between the river and the mountains. Li Jie stood in a grove of trees with only bare branches. It had snowed heavily the night before, and when he stepped in, most of his foot was buried in snow. Looking at the railway line that was covered by snow in the distance, his face showed no distress, but rather a happy expression. It's good that it's snowing. This made it difficult for the Rosen army to retreat, leaving them with no choice but to confront them head-on. Commander, urgent report from the front. The Rose army train is less than 20 kilometers away from us. Chapter 108. A sky full of passion. On the railway line directly opposite the Dingbei army's defense line, one military train after another was traveling at a steady speed. On one of the military trains, Commander Gudviv, commander of the Far East Garrison, stood at the train window, his brow furrowed as he looked out at the vast expanse of white. The desolate north, also known as Siberia, was already a bitterly cold region, and this snow made it even worse. Temperatures plummeted to tens of degrees below zero. Even those dressed warmly would freeze solid in no time. Only now, with spring approaching and temperatures rising slightly, were they still around -10 or 20 degrees Celsius. Having a railway is fine, but what he's most worried about now is that the Xinhua people will destroy the railway, and then they'll be marching through the snow. The thought of marching through a vast expanse of white snow sent a chill down Gudviv's spine. Tap, 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 tap. General Gudov, reconnaissance aircraft report. The Shanghe people have suddenly crossed the border and established a defensive line in the Angara River Valley, 20 kilometers ahead. Gudov's expression changed instantly. How dare the Shanghe people be so bold? They dared to cross the border and establish a defensive line on their Rose Empire's territory. They were completely disregarding him. General Gudviv, should we halt our advance immediately? No need. If the Shanghe people really wanted to attack us, their bombers would have bombed us countless times already. Gudwig said with a grim expression. These damned yellow-skinned monkeys only have one division at Beihai Lake. We probably only have one division ahead of us, and they arrived so quickly. They couldn't possibly be carrying any heavy weapons. Humph, they think a single division can stop our million-strong army? What are they thinking? Do they really think they're made of steel? Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, let's devour them and show the Shanghe people what we're capable of. The Dingbei Army's defense line. Commander, reconnaissance reports from the front indicate that the Rose Army trains haven't stopped. Instead, they're accelerating and charging towards us. Dong Cheng said as he approached Li Jie. Li Jie smiled slightly. That old guy Gudev calculated that we came in too much of a hurry and wouldn't have any heavy weapons. Do you think we should tell him? Dong Cheng immediately smiled. Commander, they've come all this way. We should at least make a fuss to show our appreciation. Okay, whatever you say. Order the artillery regiment to fire a few rounds first. Li Jie's order was quickly relayed to the self-propelled artillery regiment, and dozens of two S-19 self-propelled howitzers parked in the rear positions immediately raised their muzzles. Boom. The first self-propelled gun burst into flames, and a high-explosive shell shot into the sky, followed by the second and third. If you observe carefully at this time, you will find that although these shells fly in the same direction at the same time, their trajectories are different, and they form a long line with intervals. Dozens of black dots streaked through the air one after another, quickly crossing the sky above the position and crashing down towards the train that was accelerating towards them. Soon, the first shell arrived in an instant, grazing the front of the vehicle with perfect accuracy before landing on the ground. Boom. With a deafening roar, the steam locomotive exploded instantly. The massive impact of the 155 mm grenade shattered the locomotive and also ripped the coal wagons behind it away. The fast-moving military train was suddenly attacked. Due to inertia, the carriages behind it were thrown into the air. At that moment, the shells arrived and smashed directly into the airborne carriages. Boom. The carriage was instantly blown to pieces. The second military train that was moving behind saw the carriage suddenly fly up in front of it and quickly pulled the brakes. Hissing and squeaking, the rapidly spinning wheels suddenly stopped, leaving trails of sparks, and only came to a complete stop after traveling several dozen meters. The train driver had just breathed a sigh of relief when his eyes widened again, because a shell was falling from the sky, its target the front of the train where he was located. Just as the driver was about to run away, the shell arrived in an instant and exploded violently. Gudov, who was on the 5th military train, saw the flames that suddenly erupted on the train ahead and said without thinking, "Stop the train." Then he ran straight to the carriage door, pulled it open, and jumped down. Fortunately, although the train looked like it was going quite fast, it was only about 30 kilometers per hour. Gudov jumped down, rolled over skillfully, got up, and ran towards the woods ahead. Boom. A violent explosion rang out behind Gudov, followed by a wave of heat. Gudov quickly lunged forward and lay flat on the ground. Call out. A blade of wind grazed Gudviv's head and landed in front of him, a tattered piece of the carriage body. The sight sent chills down Gudviv's spine. He struggled to his feet and ran with all his might to the woods, where he finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the military train. He saw that the carriage he was in had been blown to pieces. At this time, the bombs continued to fall from the sky, and to Gudov's utter horror, the Dingbei Army shells seemed to have eyes, each one hitting the train. Good Luck quickly picked up his binoculars and looked up at the sky. 3 black dots could be seen circling continuously in the sky above their air defenses. They were reconnaissance planes from the Dingbei Army. At this time, the surviving officers and soldiers on the military train also ran over. Gudov grabbed a telegraph operator and shouted, "Quickly, send a telegram to the Air Force and tell them to send out all their planes. I want to bomb the Shanghe people's positions flat." On a high mountain near Beihai Lake, a trapezoidal building tens of meters high has appeared on the side of the Rose Empire on the summit. On the 2 sloping sides of the Rose Empire, There are two circular matrices composed of densely packed square modules. This is the famous PAVE-PAWS long-range early warning radar, with a detection range of 4,800 kilometers. Zhang Jin redeemed it from his phone as soon as he arrived. With this thing, nothing in the Rose Empire could hide. Sir, radar indicates a large formation of aircraft gathering 500 kilometers away. Based on their flight attitude, they should be Rosera 7 fighters and I-2 fighters, numbering 300. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin, who was standing in the control room, immediately asked, "How far is it from the 1st Division's defensive line?" "Sir, we are 240 kilometers away. Order the Air Force to take off immediately and destroy the enemy aircraft." "Yes, sir." At Zhang Jin's command, the Mustang fighter jets, which had been waiting at the temporary airfield for a long time, immediately took off and flew in large numbers towards the 1st Division's position. Half an hour later, Gudviv heard a buzzing sound coming from behind him, and his previously listless spirits immediately lifted. The battle damage had just been dealt. The Dingbei Army's artillery barrage had destroyed 7 of their military trains. In order to carry more soldiers on this southward journey, Gudviv and his high-ranking officials tried every means possible, cramming 500 or 600 people into each carriage. These 7 carriages, totaling more than 100, resulted in 40 or 50,000 casualties. What a disgrace. "Quickly, give the Air Force the location information immediately," Gudov shouted impatiently. Ugh. Gudwig had just given the order when a dark shadow suddenly darted over his head, followed by a second, then a third. He couldn't help but look up and saw rows of gray fighter jets whizzing overhead, with a faint red hue visible on their fuselages. These are fighter jets belonging to the Xinhua people. Chapter 109 All-Out Offensive. The sudden appearance of the Dingbei military aircraft group also caused the aggressive Rose group to pause, clearly not expecting to encounter such a scene. The atmosphere immediately became incredibly tense, and a sense of impending battle arose as the two sides remained deadlocked. Ugh! A Mustang suddenly accelerated and sped off. It's Gao Yuanhang. The sudden appearance of the Mustang fighter jets instantly snapped the tension between the two sides, and several La-7 fighter jets directly opposite Gao Yuanhang immediately opened fire. 20mm shells whizzed past Gao Yuanhang, but fortunately, Gao Yuanhang was skilled and dodged them with a few takeoffs and landings. He then pressed the firing button, and the 6 machine guns on the wings opened fire instantly, blasting a Rose fighter into pieces in midair. He then pulled the control lever to the right, spun around, and dodged a cannonball fired by a Rose fighter. Just then, 11 Mustang fighters rushed over and formed a large circle with Gao Yuanhang in the air, circling continuously. The other Dingbei fighters followed suit and formed more than a dozen large circles in the air, which was the famous Lafferbury circle tactic. The Rose fighters charging towards them were clearly unaware of the power of this circular tactic. As soon as it charged forward, it was hit by a hail of bullets and exploded in midair. The Rose fighter jet following closely behind quickly changed course, trying to attack from another angle. Just as it was about to turn its nose around, a Mustang circling in the circle had already aimed its machine gun at it. Bang 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 bang. The barrage of bullets instantly tore the La-7's fuselage apart. Rose's fighter jet, which had already turned and was preparing to attack, was suddenly horrified to find that another fighter jet was staring at it menacingly. Before it could react, a series of bullets came flying at it, and blood instantly stained the cockpit, which then turned into a mess. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Rose fighters were destroyed under Lafrobe's tactics. It was only at this point that Rose realized the power of the Great Circle. No matter which direction you attacked, there was always a fighter jet waiting for you. But Rose's squadron was full of ruthless fighters who quickly discovered the weakness of the Great Circle. They immediately changed tactics, taking advantage of having more planes than the Dingbei army. 5 or 6 fighters attacked one direction at the same time, and then used the same number of planes to attack the flanks of the Great Circle. After Gao Yuanhang shot down one of the attacking fighters, the others immediately followed. Gao Yuanhang quickly opened fire again, turning the attacking fighters into fireballs, and then pulled up to dodge a barrage of shells. It turns out that when Gao Yuanhang took down Rose's fighter jet, the other Rose fighter jets were already rapidly closing in. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been turned into a fireball. While Gao Yuanhang was dodging the shells, a Mustang fighter opposite him wasn't as skilled. After shooting down several Rose fighters, a Rose fighter seized an opportunity and fired a single shot, shattering the tail fin and sending the Mustang plummeting into the sky. A small white umbrella unfolded from the sky. With the Laferbury tactic broken, Gao Yuanhang was left to fight alone. Fortunately, the Mustang fighter still had an advantage over the Rose fighter, except that its maneuverability was slightly inferior. After all, the LA-7 fighter was made of wood and was much lighter. Buzz. Just as Gao Yuanhang soared into the sky, 2 Rose fighter jets closely pursued him, relentlessly chasing after him. Seeing this, Gao Yuanhang pulled the control stick hard, and the fighter jet shot straight into the sky, then flipped and drew an arc in the air before flying behind the 2 Rose fighter jets. Bang bang. 6 machine guns suddenly opened fire, destroying one of Rose's fighter planes. As for the other Rose fighter, it turned right the instant Gao Yuanhang ran behind them, dodging Gao Yuanhang's bullet trajectory. Gao Yuanhang naturally wouldn't let him go, and immediately accelerated to catch up, just as the 2 were locked in combat. The battle among other aircraft also intensified, with fighter planes falling from the sky every now and then, some from the Roses, and some from the Dingbei Army, though the Roses lost more of their planes. Bang bang. Gao Yuanhang narrowly avoided several incoming shells, and finally smiled when he saw the pursuing fighter jets suddenly slow down. Hey, they are out of oil now. It's my turn now. Just as Rose's fighter jet was about to turn around due to low fuel, Gao Yuanhang's Mustang suddenly took off, rolled in the air, and pointed its nose down at Rose's fighter jet. Bang 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 bang. 6 fiery serpents shot out, blasting a Rose fighter jet that was scrambling to dodge into pieces. By this point in the air battle, the Rose Empire had very few fighter planes left, with only a few dozen surrounded by the Dingbei Army's aircraft. As for attack aircraft, they had been completely wiped out long ago when the war started. On the ground, Gudov watched, his face pale, as his fighter jets fell like dumplings into a pot, his fear turning into anxiety about the future. If the Dingbei Army's warplanes swarmed down when he launched his attack, the battle would be impossible to win. Just as Gudov was in a state of utter confusion, the aerial battle finally ended. Watching the Dingbei military aircraft group fly away, Gudov's heart sank to the bottom, but he was now in a dilemma. Starklin knew his temper all too well. If Gudve dared to back down, he would surely face imprisonment. If he was lucky, he could take his family to the extreme cold to grow potatoes. If he was unlucky, he would only be going to God. With no way out, Good Luck knew he had no choice but to go down this path, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Pass down the order. Assemble the troops and drive the Shanghe people out first." "General Gudvev, something terrible has happened." At that moment, an officer ran over and said, "Reports from the rear. A detachment from Shanghe has suddenly captured Butsk Hill." "What did you say?" Gudov grabbed the officer by the collar and roared in disbelief. Mount Butsk was not far from the city of Butsk behind them, blocking the valley of their return railway line. "Tell Joseph to lead his army group and take Butsk Hill for me. At all costs. Tell him not to give me any casualty figures. I just want Butsk Hill." "Yes, General Gudov." The officer quickly saluted and left. Gudveev looked grimly toward the Dingbei Army's position, then at the setting sun. "Clench your fist tightly," he decisively ordered. "Order Veshins to lead his troops to set off immediately and launch an attack on the Shanghe people's defenses under cover of night. The tank units will follow immediately. They only have 1 division. I don't believe they can withstand our 1,000,000-strong army." Beihai Lake Radar Station. Lin Cheng, holding a document, strode up to Zhang Jin and opened it, saying, "General, the attacking Rosian aircraft have been annihilated by our army. Our army lost 39 Mustangs, 62 aircraft were damaged and required repair, 11 pilots were killed and 24 were wounded, and 317 Rose fighters were destroyed. The Rose's fighter jets are indeed unique. Their maneuverability is far superior to our Mustangs. If it weren't for the Mustangs being faster and having thicker armor, and our pilots being more experienced, we probably would have ended up with both sides suffering heavy losses in the end. However, the Roses only have so many new fighter jets. In this battle, we directly destroyed all of their superior fighter jets. They pose no threat to us, at least not in the short term. General, should we send bombers to destroy all of Rose's industries?" Zhang Jin shook his head. "The Rose people will still be useful in the future. If we eliminate them, wouldn't that just benefit certain people? Tell Li Jie and the others that our goal this time is to reach the far North Sea, and the affairs of the West have nothing to do with us." Chapter 110 At Any Cost. The position of the 1st Armored Division. Li Jie looked through his binoculars at the dark mass of heads he could vaguely see ahead, and unconsciously pursed his lips. As an armored division, their battlefield should be an assault, and another assault. Positional warfare is the job of motorized infantry divisions. Turning to Chief of Staff Dong Cheng, he asked, Chief of Staff, when will the motorized infantry division assigned to us arrive? At least one day. Dong Cheng leaned over Li Jie and said, Commander Chen just sent a telegram. He has led the 3rd Division through Yarsk and will block the Rose's retreat route by noon tomorrow at the latest. Upon hearing this, Li Jie's expression immediately brightened. Tell the brothers to take it easy, don't scare the Roses away. If we can hold out until dawn, our mission will be complete. Then we'll teach these bastards a lesson. Woo boom. Just as Chun Jie finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound rang out from the sky, followed by dozens of black dots crashing down on the front line. Chun Jie's expression immediately changed. He knew that the Rose Empire's artillery was powerful, but he did not expect that the Roses would launch artillery fire so soon after the start of the war. Isn't that just asking for death? Really? As soon as the Roses fired, the Mustang fighter squadron circling overhead pounced like cats smelling blood. A moment later, a violent explosion rang out from tens of kilometers away. Huge plumes of smoke shot into the sky, and the ground began to tremble. Li Jie knew that the Rose Empire's artillery positions were finished. Wrong. Li Jie suddenly felt something was wrong. Were these Roses stupid? They knew there was an air force in the sky, yet they still fired their cannons on their own. Weren't they just giving credit to others? Are Roses really that stupid? How could that be? The only possibility is that the Roses wanted to lull them into a false sense of security. Commander, the Roses are coming up. Dong Cheng whispered a reminder from the side. Li Jie quickly looked ahead and saw that a dense swarm of Rose soldiers were creeping up in skirmish formation. Prepare. As soon as Li Jie raised his hand, hundreds of M2 Browning 12.7mm heavy machine guns and dozens of Oerlikon quadruple 20mm anti-aircraft guns simultaneously lowered their barrels. After Rose entered the 500-meter range, she suddenly waved her hand downwards. Beat. Bang 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 bang. The fierce sound of machine guns instantly reverberated throughout the battlefield, and streaks of orange-red bullets, carrying the aura of death, rained down on the Roses like a downpour. The Roses, who were at the forefront, were the first to suffer. The hail of bullets instantly tore their bodies to pieces, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the Rose people who rushed up were almost wiped out. The Rose people who were lucky enough to escape were lying on the ground, looking at the pieces of corpses that had been smashed to pieces around them. The extremely bloody scene was like being in hell. This terrified many people, who jumped up in panic, trying to escape, only to be shattered into pieces by the incoming bullets. Joseph, the frontline commander hiding behind the attacking force, lay prone on the ground, too afraid to lift his head to hear the whistling of bullets overhead. Damn yellow-skinned monkeys, they actually attacked them with anti-aircraft guns. Joseph couldn't help but think of the soldiers who were torn to pieces by anti-aircraft shells, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Quickly, notify the artillery positions. Bomb those yellow-skinned monkeys to death. Seeing the suddenly quiet battlefield, Li Jie immediately sensed something was wrong and roared. Quickly, retreat to the second line of defense. After shouting, Li Jie nimbly leaped onto the trench and ran towards the second line of defense. The soldiers in the trench followed suit and quickly retreated. Call. Li Jie jumped into the trench of the second line of defense. He had just caught his breath when he heard a whooshing sound from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion rang out from the first line of defense, with flames shooting into the air. Li Jie, hiding in the trenches of the second line of defense, could feel gusts of scorching wind sweeping over him. Damn it, these bastards have gotten smarter. Overjoyed, Li Jie cursed loudly, then sneered. You sons of bitches, just wait and see what happens. At the same time, dozens of black-painted P-61C night fighters circled silently in the sky above the battlefield. Upon seeing the flash of the explosion, it immediately lowered its nose and swooped down toward a spot where flames were continuously illuminating the area. On the artillery positions of the Rose Empire, dozens of 152mm howitzers were constantly spewing fire. Faster, faster, you bastard, faster. On the position, an officer named Rose kept roaring, keeping the artillerymen, already drenched in sweat from the winter heat, constantly picking up shells, loading them into the chambers, closing the breech, and pulling the bridle to fire. Because of the constant repetition of the same action, all of Rose's soldiers had become numb, mechanically performing the same action countless times, their minds long since stagnant. Buzzing. The sudden, loud buzzing sound from the sky caused Rose's artillery to pause, looking up at the sky in confusion. The artillery officer in command, however, paled and shouted, "Take cover! Enemy attack! Pity!" The artillerymen were numb from firing so much that their nerves couldn't react in time. They only realized what was happening when the whistling sound from the sky grew louder and louder. They tried to take cover, but it was too late. The P-61 fighters swooped down at low altitude, dropping bombs from their wings and undersides. Boom, 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 boom. Countless bursts of fire erupted from the position in an instant, blasting Rose's artillerymen away. Then, a series of explosions, like firecrackers, rang out from the position, and huge orange-red mushroom clouds rose into the air, even blowing away the cannons. Clearly, the bombs had detonated the shells on the position. In just a moment, the entire artillery position was turned into a sea of fire. The deafening explosion of the artillery position immediately caught Gudviv's attention. Looking at the raging inferno that illuminated almost half the sky in the distance, Gudviv was instantly stunned. How is that possible? How could Shanghe's fighter jets operate at night? Aren't they afraid of crashing into the surrounding mountains? Good Luck was completely baffled, and then his expression became extremely serious. He no longer had the mind to think about these things. Joseph's failed attack greatly increased his sense of urgency. He had lost all his new fighter jets in the battle and had no more trump cards left. Now his only hope was his ground troops. If he couldn't take down Shanghe's defenses tonight, it would be even more impossible tomorrow with air support. No, they absolutely cannot wait until dawn. Tonight is their best chance. Thinking of this, Gudwig made up his mind immediately, then suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Telegraph Joseph and tell him to launch an attack on the Shanghe people's positions at all costs. Don't worry about casualties. His troops are wiped out. I'll send reinforcements to him. Keep him under constant pressure. Don't give the people of Shanghe a chance to breathe." Chapter 111 Temperature and Pressure Barrage. Bang 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 boom. Boom. Yang Di, the regimental commander of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Armored Division, ducked to avoid the mud splashed by the exploding shells. Pooh. Damn it, which wave of bastards is this? Commander, this seems to be the 7th wave. These bastards are truly insane. Why would they risk their lives for a few pieces of bread? Yang Di rolled his eyes at Wang Danyu, the battalion commander who was still in the mood to banter. Go. Fire flares. All right. Before long, dozens of flares flew into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. Yang Di quickly picked up his binoculars to look. In front of the defensive line, countless corpses lay layer upon layer on the ground. In the light of the flares, pools of blood flowed together, forming eerie red streams, punctuated by gruesome dismemberments. That scene was more like hell than hell itself. Immediately, his pupils contracted sharply, and he saw Rose's soldiers, crouching low, charging forward over the corpses. This kind of willpower made Yang Di admire them. How could such a brave soldier not be greeted with the highest honors? Anti-aircraft guns, prepare. The hundreds of quadruple and twin 20mm anti-aircraft guns mounted on the trenches once again lowered their muzzles. No way. The officers and soldiers of the 1st Division felt that the M2 heavy machine gun was too weak and not satisfying to use, so Zhang Jin simply waved his hand and ordered more than 1,000 Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns to be brought in. They boasted that there would be plenty of cannons and shells, and that Li Jie and his men could build as many as they wanted. And that's how it turned out. The trenches were filled with anti-aircraft guns, and behind them were a bunch of gun barrels that had been destroyed. Bang bang bang. The fierce sound of artillery fire rang out again from the battlefield, and Rose's soldiers, who were sneaking up, hurriedly crawled into the pile of corpses. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. The Dingbei army had a commanding position. The shells seemed to have eyes, plowing backwards from the front. Where the shells hurtled, limbs and flesh flew everywhere. Rose's soldiers, hiding in the pile of corpses, didn't even have a chance to groan before being riddled with holes. After the shells plowed the battlefield, silence returned. Under the flare, the mangled limbs, ripped apart by artillery shells, were covered in shrapnel, like armor. Countless broken guns stood like a forest on the ground and corpses, a chilling sight. It was already midnight. The continuous high-intensity combat caused Yang Di's hands to tremble so badly that he could barely hold the gun handle. His face was also covered in gunpowder smoke, and if it weren't for his bright white teeth, he probably wouldn't be visible at all. The worst part was the pungent smell of gunpowder, which was so strong that it felt like you were actually inhaling it. Every breath felt like you had a mouthful of gunpowder stuck in your throat, and the discomfort was indescribable. Commander Yang, Suddenly, a shout came from behind Yang Di. He turned around and saw Wei Xing, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, striding over. Commander Yang, you may withdraw. Our 3rd Regiment will take over the position. The division commander has prepared hot wontons and stewed beef for you. Go back and have a good meal. Wei Xing rattled off a string of words, then glanced around and asked, how many casualties did the 2nd Regiment suffer? Upon hearing that Wei Xing had come to relieve the enemy, Yang Di's last breath deflated, and he slumped into the trench, weakly saying, 1/5 of our troops have been killed or wounded. Wei Xing's expression immediately hardened. An armored division regiment has about 3,000 men, so 1/5 of that is 600. This number would be considered commonplace in other countries, but it was a tremendous loss for the Dingbei army. Even when they swept through Southeast Asia with hundreds of thousands of British troops, they did not suffer such a loss. Wei Xing was speechless for a moment. Looking at Yang Di's heavy face, he could only pat him on the shoulder silently and say, leave this to us. The 2nd Regiment had just retreated. The communications soldier rushed up to Wei Xing and reporting, Commander, the Rose's tanks are coming up. Fire flares. Wei Xing gave an order, picked up his binoculars, and looked out of the position. As the flare went up, he saw Rose tanks rolling over corpses and rushing forward, a dense mass of over 100 tanks. Notify the artillery regiment to annihilate them. Not long after Wei Xing finished speaking, a howling sound rose from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of grenades flew over Wei Xing and his men and landed in Rose's tank formation, followed by a series of explosions. If 1 or 2 shells attack one spot, it might be impossible to deal with tanks. These dozens of shells were a different story. The huge fireballs that exploded, the flying debris, and the shockwaves from the explosions instantly rendered more than a dozen tanks within the shell's range incapable of fighting. 2 tanks even had their fuel tanks detonated and exploded. What made Wei Xing frown was that the Rose tanks seemed fearless, charging forward wave after wave. The artillery regiment's shells couldn't keep up for a while as the tanks drew ever closer. Wei Xing sneered. Anti-tank team, move out. At a command, dozens of soldiers carrying RPG-7 rocket launchers immediately stood up. Wei Xing shouted, give me the thermobaric warhead. Upon hearing this, the soldiers following behind immediately screwed a metal can-like object onto the rocket launcher's propellant and then inserted it into the launcher. The anti-tank soldier immediately shouldered the rocket launcher and aimed it at the Rose tank, which was 100 meters away. Swoosh. With a whoosh, the thermobaric warhead flew out instantly and struck the Rose tank's turret. Orange-red flames instantly ignited and engulfed the entire tank, and under the illumination of the flare, something could be vaguely seen flying out of the flames. As the flames subsided, it was clear that half of the turret had been blown away, and the crew inside were likely killed by the intense heat generated by the thermobaric bomb. The other anti-tank soldiers also fired their thermobaric rockets. In an instant, on the battlefield, bursts of fire and explosions continued, instantly destroying dozens of Rose Empire tanks. The sudden attack not only stunned the Rose people, but also left Wei Xing and the others dumbfounded. They never expected the rocket to be so powerful, like a stone hitting an egg, so easy that it was unbelievable. Behind Rose's army, Gudav, who had come to oversee the battle in person, felt a sudden, inexplicable fear as he watched the Shanghe people mop up the tank formation as if it were nothing. Infantry can't fight, Air Force can't fight, artillery can't fight well, and now, even tanks are like scrap metal. How can we fight this war? Report. Just as Gudav was filled with anxiety and uncertainty, a messenger suddenly ran over and said, General Gudav, His Majesty the Emperor has personally sent a telegram to promote you to Imperial Marshal. He hopes that you will stay at home and not tarnish the reputation of the Great Rose. Gudav froze instantly, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet, and his entire body stiffened. His Majesty Starklin is forcing him to his death. Gudwig slowly rose. At that moment, a sliver of dawn appeared in the eastern sky, the pitch-black night slowly dissipated, and the entire sky began to brighten. Chapter 112, Great Victory. Battle Casualties Summary. Just as Gudav was about to retreat temporarily, an officer suddenly ran over and said, Report, Marshal Gudav. An armored unit of the Shanghe people has appeared in our rear. Gudav was stunned for a moment. Then his mind suddenly became clear as if he had been hit with a brick. I understand now. I understand everything. The Shanghe people had planned to wipe them out from the very beginning, but then they were so angry they laughed. He had hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. Did the Shanghe people really think they could defeat him with only tens of thousands of men? In his anger, Gudviv's initial intention to back down immediately resurfaced. Since the situation had deteriorated to this extent, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Pass down the order to Joseph to launch another attack. I will send him all the tanks. He simply couldn't believe that with hundreds of tanks deployed at once, plus infantry support, the Shanghe people could possibly win. As Goodluck's order was given again, another large wave of zombies appeared, and the soldiers began to gather. Tanks followed the soldiers, hundreds of them clustered together, densely covering a large area, their black exhaust fumes turning the sky gray. On the Dingbei Army's defensive line, Li Jie personally went to the first line of defense. When he saw that the Rose army in front of him was larger than the previous attacking forces, he immediately understood that the Roses were going to be ruthless. But, at this point, Li Jie had no intention of defending. Since the 3rd Armored Division had already blocked the Roses' retreat, Li Jie, who was already seething with anger, was no longer interested in defending and decided to just attack. Pass down the order. The entire division prepares for a surprise attack. Ugh! Just as Li Jie relayed his order, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, followed by a series of silver-white fighter jets soaring overhead. This was an airplane that Li Jie had never seen before, with 2 huge round canisters on its tail, making it look very strange. As soon as the fighter jets passed through Li Jie's defensive line, they nosed down and flew directly towards the Rose's tank formation. Buzzing. The 30mm 7-barreled Gatling gun on the nose opened fire instantly. Amidst billowing white smoke, armor-piercing rounds hurtled down, instantly tearing apart the top armor of the Rose tank and blasting a row of tanks to pieces. The other Warthog attack aircraft that followed were equally determined, and with a volley of shells, one or even several tanks would be reduced to scrap metal. Despite its various shortcomings, the armor-piercing shells fired from the Gatling gun in its nose, traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, are so powerful that even modern tanks cannot withstand them, let alone tanks from that era. They would be pierced through instantly. So, the first wave of attacks by dozens of Warthogs destroyed hundreds of Rose's tanks. After several rounds, there wasn't a single intact tank left on the ground. The soldiers surrounding the tanks fared even worse. Anyone hit by a shell was instantly blown to pieces, and even those who were just grazed were left with missing limbs. The scene was utterly horrific. The sudden and fierce attack left Gudov looking completely bewildered, his mind blank except for one thought that kept replaying in his head. Who am I? Where am I? After a night of brutal fighting, the soldiers of the Rose Empire were on edge. Faced with such a devastating blow, their nerves snapped instantly, and they all retreated in a flash. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent once more. However, while the Roses retreated, the soldiers of the Dingbei army were in high spirits and charged down with T-65 tanks as the vanguard. The rolling torrent of steel caught the Roses off guard, and they hurriedly pulled out their new 57mm anti-tank guns. The incredibly long barrels looked powerful, but when they fired, they were dumbfounded, because the anti-tank guns they thought could destroy heavy tanks were actually capable of destroying them. Just like a basketball hitting the rim, it was immediately bounced away. Even if it hit a tank and exploded, after the smoke cleared, it would only leave a black mark, without even blowing off any skin. On the contrary, because it was exposed, a dozen rockets immediately flew over and blew people and artillery into the sky. As for gathering troops for a counterattack, that was even more impossible. Hundreds of warplanes were circling overhead, ready to pounce on Rose's army at any moment if they showed any signs of gathering. Gudov was completely bewildered by the sight of the massive aircraft blotting out the sky. One of the 5 great powers was being utterly humiliated by an unknown warlord from a rising nation. Damn it, who are the imperial powers anyway? The next piece of news completely shattered Gudviv's spirits. A messenger came running towards him. Marshal Gudov, the Shanghe army behind them is closing in. It's over. They're completely finished this time. Without reinforcements, unable to win a fight, and knowing all too well what would happen if they were surrounded. Looking around at the soldiers who had lost all will to fight, and whose faces showed fear and helplessness, Gudviv's last bit of resolve vanished. Joseph, surrender. There's no point in continuing. Gudev's surrender immediately caused a huge uproar. This wouldn't have been a big deal in the old Rose Empire, but things changed after Starklin inherited the throne. If generals suffer setbacks in battle, they may face imprisonment at best, or even be purged at worst. Surrendering is out of the question. Their relatives might end up digging potatoes. That would be the least of their worries. Seeing the anxious faces of the generals and soldiers around him, Gudviv suddenly became carefree and shouted, "Your surrender has nothing to do with me. I will take full responsibility. You were just following orders. Our defeat this time was not due to us, nor was it because the soldiers of Shanghe were stronger than us. It was because their planes were too powerful." From beginning to end, Gudev did not believe that Rose's army was inferior to Shanghe's. Their crushing defeat was simply because their aircraft were not as strong or as numerous as Shanghe's. Otherwise, victory would surely belong to them, a fact that Gudev firmly believed. With good luck's assurance, the Rose people, whose courage had been broken, finally relaxed. First Armored Division position. Just as Li Jie's main force broke out of the position, he received a telegram that left him completely bewildered. The Roses have surrendered. At the Beihai Lake base, the sun was already high in the sky. Zhang Jin had just gotten out of bed when Zhang Chong rushed in, looking excited, and said, "General, the Roses have surrendered." Zhang Jin was stunned. How could it be so fast? He thought the Roses would fight to the death. To deal with this situation, he exchanged over 100,000 of the 6.8-ton rolling vacuum bombs, wanting to teach the Roses a lesson. What about the casualties? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, our army suffered 3,326 dead, 7,982 wounded, 321,653 enemy soldiers killed, and 428,163 enemy soldiers captured. More than 10 million artillery shells and more than 150,000 aerial bombs were used. As for bullets, well, they didn't seem to use them much. Li Jie and his men were basically using the anti-aircraft guns as rifles. Chapter 113, taking over the northeast of the Revival Kingdom. More than 3,000 people were killed in action. Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned serious. He didn't care how much ammunition was used. He had plenty of those. What he cared about was that so many soldiers had been killed or wounded. A death ratio of 100 to 1 is too heavy. However, it also comforted Zhang Jin. At least it showed that his soldiers could fight tough battles. Pass down the order. All fallen soldiers shall be buried in the Imperial Cemetery. I, the commander, will personally lead the civil and military officials to pay our respects. There's also the issue of compensation. It needs to be implemented as soon as possible. Tell the Civil Affairs Bureau that it was my decision that every martyr who sacrificed their life for the Empire should be awarded a martyr's plaque and receive a one-time subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Families with parents and children will be supported by the Imperial Court. When the Imperial Court recruits public officials in the future, priority will be given to selecting from the families of these martyrs. Furthermore, when the children of these martyrs take the college entrance examination, local colleges and universities can admit them without examination and with tuition fees waived. The admission score for national colleges and universities is reduced by 20 points from the original score, and tuition fees are also waived. Don't feel it's unfair. This wealth was earned by their fathers with their lives. At least Zhang Jin did his job to treat everyone fairly, so that all the fallen heroes could rest in peace. Have all the prisoners been gathered? Load them onto wagons and transport them over immediately. We need them for railway construction. Commander, after Gudov's suicide, the remaining Rose prisoners are somewhat unstable, and there have been several failed suicide attempts. Oh, what happened? Why did they commit suicide? According to some soldiers, they were afraid that if they surrendered, Rose's high command would mistreat their families. Zhang Jin stroked his chin, thinking that with the current temperament of Empress Rose, she might actually be capable of doing it. A sudden idea struck Zhang Jin, and he immediately made up his mind, saying, "Send a telegram to the Rose Kingdom immediately and tell them to send all the relatives of these prisoners to me without exception. If they dare to say a word against it, I'll make them taste the same fate as the Mei people." "Yes, Commander." As soon as Zhang Chong left, Li Cheng rushed over. "Commander, my follow-up troops have arrived at Beihai Lake Station." Zhang Jin's spirits lifted instantly. After Gudov's army was wiped out, Rose's army in the entire Wild North probably numbered less than 200,000. He immediately walked to the map and pointed to the vast ocean at the edge of the far north. "Tell them I have no mission for them. Their mission is to assault, and assault again, until we reach the sea." As for the west, Zhang Jin pointed to a huge river that ran from north to south and spanned the entire desolate north. "Let's fight all the way to the Yeni River." "Yes, Commander." Li Cheng quickly agreed, then asked, "General, should we build fortifications on the Yeni River?" "Of course I used it," Zhang Jin said without hesitation, then his expression suddenly turned cold. "However, now is not the time. Let's catch some more deer first." passed down the order. Form 5 more corps from the remaining 5 armored divisions. The 4th Corps shall immediately proceed to the border between Yunnan and northeast China. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Army Corps shall advance northward along the border and encircle the entire northeast. Order the main naval force to head north and blockade the entire northeastern sea area. I will advance from all 4 sides simultaneously and wipe out the mourners in one fell swoop. By the way, didn't you say there was a high-ranking official in mourning who wanted to surrender to us? Tell him to hurry up and show his sincerity, or he'll miss his chance. Zhang Jin now commands a strong and well-equipped army, and with the momentum of his great victory, he can sweep across the northeast. In addition, with the already subjugated Qinshi, Bingzhou, and the border regions, the entire northern border will be under his control. Then we'll march south. The Rose Empire, the Imperial Palace. Damn it, that bastard Gudviv. I valued him so much, even promoted him to marshal, and he dared to surrender to the Shanghe people. How dare he? Go, hang his entire family. Starklin's roar echoed through the palace once more, silencing the high-ranking officials in the palace. At this moment, an official stepped forward and said, Your Majesty Starklin, the Shanghe people have sent us an ultimatum, demanding that we immediately hand over all the relatives of the captured soldiers to them, or they will bomb our territory. This includes Gudwig's relatives. Bang! Starklin slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the official. What? You want me to compromise with the Shanghe people? That damn dog Gudv deserves to die, and his family deserves to die too. Your Majesty Starklin. General Andikov, Chief of Staff of the Rose Empire, suddenly stepped forward and emphasized, This Zhang Jin may be the real culprit behind the bombing of the Melika Empire. Starklin frowned. He knew that the sudden bombing of the Melika Empire had set back the country's industry by at least 2 or 3 decades. If it was really Zhang Jin, that yellow-skinned monkey, who did it, Starklin shuddered and his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. After a long silence, Starklin suddenly looked up at Andikov and said, Marshal Andikov, is it possible for us to defeat the Shanghe people? Now it was Andikov's turn to be silent. Until a long time had passed. He bowed deeply and said, Your Majesty Starklin, our latest fighter jets and tanks are no match for the Shanghe people. In this Far East war, the Shanghe people only deployed 2 armored divisions, yet they forced Gudov into a desperate situation. Your Majesty, Gudviv is an extremely arrogant man. The fact that the Shanghe people were able to force him to surrender shows how desperate he must have been. Starklin's face immediately turned ashen, and he glared angrily at Andikov. You mean to say that our million-strong army in the east can't even defeat 2 divisions of the Shanghe people? Andikov bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Gudov was not defeated by the Shanghe army, but by the Shanghe Air Force. During the war, their air force had hundreds of warplanes on standby at all times, ready to support the army at any time. Gudov has no air superiority. If he wants to attack Shanghe's positions, he can only risk his life. You should have seen the telegram he sent. We lost nearly 200,000 soldiers in one night. That's already a quarter of Gudov's forces. It's fair to say that the Shanghe people used an astronomical amount of ammunition to achieve this victory. Starklin's expression was gloomy, and he felt a surge of resentment. What did this prove? Didn't it just prove that the Shanghe people were stronger than them? Report. Just as the palace fell into a somber mood, an officer suddenly rushed in. Your Majesty Starklin, urgent telegram from the Swallow. The Prussians have declared war on the Franzian Empire. The people in the palace were immediately overjoyed. Prussia's deployment of heavy troops along the border had been suffocating them for some time. Now they can finally relax. Starklin, whose face was extremely ugly, now showed a slight smile. He knew it. How could the Prussians possibly attack them? But when Starklin thought of Zhang Jin, he felt a pang of sadness, and his face immediately fell. Seeing Starklin's suddenly dark expression, the Rose officials quickly suppressed their excitement, lowered their heads, and stood there motionless. Then Starklin said coldly, The Prussians will inevitably draw heavy troops from the eastern defense line when they attack Frankie, which will free up our forces. You all tell me how to deal with that damned yellow-skinned monkey Zhang Jin. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Judging from Starklin's tone, he wanted to start a war with the Shanghe people. Your Majesty Starklin. Andikov stepped forward and said in a deep voice, We only have less than 200,000 troops left in the Far East, and we are no match for the Shanghe people. If we were to transfer troops from the west, it would take at least a month. The Shanghe army is almost entirely mechanized, and they would probably have already occupied the entire Far East before we could even muster our own troops. What we should do now is to establish a defensive line along the Yeni River to prevent the Shanghe people from expanding westward in their victory. Your Majesty, please understand that the Shanghe people are no less powerful than the Prussians, and in terms of air force, they completely surpass the Prussians. If we are not fully prepared and rashly start a war with the Shanghe people, we will have almost no chance of winning. Andikov's powerful voice instantly brought Starklin, who was blinded by anger, to his senses. Although he knew Andikov was right, Starklin was still unwilling to accept it. Marshal Andikov, are we just going to let this go like this? Your Majesty, we need time. As long as we can develop an aircraft more advanced than the Shanghe people's, we can easily crush them. Starklin was no ordinary man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this position. He knew how to be patient and immediately spoke up. Then let these damn yellow-skinned monkeys go for now. Tell the defense industry to speed things up. They don't have much time left. Shanghe Northeast. Fengtian Mansion. The sudden large-scale troop movement of the Dingbei Army was immediately known to those in mourning who had been monitoring its movements day and night. Chapter 114, The Mad Mourner. He was in mourning at the Governor-General's office in Northeast China. In the conference room, the newly appointed Governor-General, Shigefumi Yamato, the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Army, Kamikawa Kamai, and the head of the intelligence agency, Hayashida Taka. Since the last defeat, the high-ranking officials in mourning in the Northeast have been completely replaced. In fact, the newly appointed high-ranking officials in mourning are no different from the old ones. They are all die-hard elements. Lin Cheng, is the information accurate? Yamato Shifumi asked with a heavy expression as he looked at the intelligence report in his hand. Lin Xiang quickly stood up and bowed, saying, Your Excellency, our intelligence agency has already verified that Rose's army in the Far East has been completely annihilated by the Dingbei Army. The Dingbei Army has penetrated deep into the Far East to wipe out the remaining Rose Army. According to reliable intelligence, the 4 newly formed corps of the Dingbei Army have already moved north, and another newly established corps is approaching Liaodong along the Yuguan corridor, seemingly intending to encircle the northeast. The northeast belongs to our bereaved empire. If they dare to come, we'll wipe them out. Commander Xiong Jingchuan, the commander of the dispatched army, had a much simpler idea. Just one word, fight. Kamikawa exclaimed with fervor, Your Excellency the Governor. Mr. Hayashi, the Empire has developed a new anti-tank weapon to counter the Dingbei Army's tanks, called the Spike Mine. It can pierce through steel armor of more than 100 millimeters. With this weapon, the tanks of the Dingbei Army are nothing to fear. As for the Shanghe people's planes, Xiong Jingchuan smiled cruelly. There are so many Shanghe people in the northeast. If we tie up a few more and put them on the front lines, I don't believe the Dingbei Army will dare to make a move. If that doesn't work, we can fight them in street battles. There are so many cities in northeast China. The Dingbei Army can't possibly raze them all to the ground, can they? The Roses are foolish, but we are not fools. Why should we use our weaknesses to directly confront the Dingbei Army's advantages? We have 1.8 million troops and 8 million settlers in northeast China. We can definitely wage a full-scale war against the Northern Army. Kamikawa's words immediately piqued Yamato Shifumi's interest. Kamikawa-kun, what good battle tactics do you have? It's not a good tactic, it's just a desperate gamble. Since we can't beat them, we'll turn the whole northeast into hell. We will distribute weapons to all the settlers outside our city and send them to attack the Dingbei Army. Even if they can't defeat the Dingbei Army, they can still cause them considerable trouble and buy us time. And we can use this time to fortify all the major cities like Fengtian and Chuncheon in preparation for our defense. Kamikawa's resolute tone made Yamato Shimon's expression freeze. He had thought Kamikawa had some way to defeat the Dingbei Army, but he didn't expect it to be a suicide attack, a fight to the death with the Dingbei Army. In truth, they all understood the outcome. Shanghe, and they had already switched sides. With the overwhelming force of the Dingbei Army, they were powerless to reverse the situation. The only thing they could do was to use their lives to launch suicide attacks against the Dingbei Army in order to delay their doom. For a moment, all 3 of them fell silent. Bang! An officer burst through the door. Commander, the Dingbei Army has launched an attack on us. February 28th, the 25th year of the Guangdong Reign. Zhang Jin publicly addressed the nation. The Dingbei Army, comprising 5 heavy armored divisions, 16 mechanized infantry divisions, 16 motorized infantry divisions, and 10 artillery divisions, totaling 700,000 elite troops, had already encircled northeast China yesterday. Our army will launch a full-scale offensive in the early hours of this morning. On the same day, the 3,600 Mustang fighters, 900 B-36 heavy bombers, and 1,000 Skyraider attack aircraft under the 2nd and 3rd Air Armies have also completed their preparations for frontline relocation. The main force of the Yunnan Fleet also completed the blockade of the northeastern coast. Near the Jinzhou front, the 15th Mechanized Infantry Division under the 8th Army Corps is advancing towards Jinzhou City. Boom. The mine-clearing vehicle of the advance assault team had just entered the dirt road leading to Jinzhou when a series of explosions rang out. Alert! Squad leader Li Mao, sitting in the M113 turret, immediately roared and then pointed the M2 heavy machine gun in the turret to one side. Really? A group of soldiers dressed in white cotton-padded clothes were holding long wooden poles with cone-shaped iron lumps tied to their heads. The cones had 3 steel nails at the bottom, making them look like plungers used for unclogging toilets. The soldiers charged forward in a flurry. Bang bang, shattering the bodies of the charging Japanese soldiers, breaking their arms and legs, and scattering their internal organs and brains all over the ground. But Li Mao did not let his guard down. He immediately lowered the muzzle of his gun and began firing at the knee-high weeds. In an instant, screams of agony rang out from the grass, and puffs of blood mist and bits of unknown flesh flew up from the grass from time to time. He didn't release the trigger until he had fired all the bullets. The once lush and overgrown weeds opposite had been forcibly cut down by a section. That wasn't all. Li Mao then waved his hand forward. Superior. The soldiers sitting in the armored vehicle immediately rushed out of the cabin. Zhang Jin understood the madness of mourners better than anyone else in this era. So, Zhang Jin has re-equipped all the troops this time, replacing all the semi-automatic rifles with Type 81 rifles, the helmets with rope nets, the uniforms with snow combat uniforms, and each person with a bulletproof vest, making them armed to the teeth. This is because Zhang Jin's troops had good food, with plenty of meat and fish every day, coupled with high-intensity training. Every soldier he picked out was incredibly strong and burly. Soldiers from other places would probably be overwhelmed by their equipment alone. As soon as the soldiers got off the vehicle, they quickly crouched down and rushed into the bushes, followed by intense gunfire. A moment later, a resolute voice came through Li Mao's communicator. Safety. Li Mao's tense nerves immediately relaxed. He said something into the communicator, and an armored ammunition vehicle immediately drove up. Since entering northeast China, Li Mao has lost count of how many attacks have occurred. He's become somewhat numb to it. Every 10 kilometers or so, there's an attack. Dingbei Army Frontline Command. Li Cheng walked up to Zhang Jin with a somewhat unpleasant expression and said, General, the mourners have changed their tactics from direct confrontation to small-scale guerrilla warfare. They've laid landmines all over highways and bridges, and are attacking our marching routes in squads and companies. As a result, the advance of each unit is slow, and it is feared that the objective will not be completed on schedule. Zhang Jin looked at Li Cheng, whose brows were furrowed, and immediately smiled. They're using guerrilla tactics. We can counter them too. Pass down the order to mobilize the people of northeast China to spontaneously form mopping-up teams to help us clear out the mourners. We can distribute the weapons we seized from Rose. No matter how powerful the Japanese devils are, can they be more powerful than the people of northeast China? Li Chen's eyes lit up immediately. With the support of the people, it would be much easier for them to clear out those in mourning. At this moment, Zhang Jin suddenly narrowed his eyes and slowly said, We must not only inflict heavy physical blows on the mourners, but also crush their spirits. Send a telegram to the 1st Air Force, ordering them to immediately launch airstrikes on the mourning homeland, and let them choose the location themselves. I have only one request. It has to be non-stop, 24 hours a day. Let's keep frying for a month first. Chapter 115, An Ingenious Carpet Bombing. Yan'an, the base in Baiyang. As Zhang Jin's absolute trump card, the 1st Air Force is naturally equipped with the best and most advanced aircraft, and all combat and ground crew personnel are composed of call-up personnel. After a new round of reorganization, the 1st Air Force comprised 5 fighter divisions equipped with 940 F-4 Phantom fighters, 3 bomber divisions equipped with 432 B-52G bombers, 3 attack divisions equipped with 432 A-10 attack aircraft, and 2 transport divisions equipped with 288 C-5 transport aircraft. At this time, in the airport operations room, Pan Chun, commander of the 1st Air Force, and Wu Jie, chief of staff, were engrossed in maps. Chief of Staff, look, the closest point to the morning grounds is 1,300 kilometers away from us, and the furthest is 2,200 kilometers away. The area is approximately 380,000 square kilometers. Our largest bomb right now is the Blue 82 vacuum bomb. After it explodes, it can turn everything within a 500-meter radius into charcoal. That means one bomb can destroy 0.2 square kilometers of land. At 380,000, that would require at least 1.9 million rolling ball bombs. The only aircraft we have capable of dropping these bombs is the C-5 Galaxy, which can carry 18 of them. If we count 3 round trips a day, 244 transport planes can drop 400,000 bombs a month. It would take at least 7 months to bomb once. That's too slow. Wu Jie looked at Pan Chun speechlessly. I'm talking to Commander Pan, General Pan. Even if our bombs are worthless, they're still more valuable than mourning the Japanese devils, right? What do you think bombs are, old man? Just pebbles to be thrown around. Isn't this convenient? Give the mourners a full-body sauna. No need for any plan. Just bomb them one place at a time. Wu Jie clearly disagreed with Pan Chun's plan to wipe out the entire group, insisting that, Commander, I still insist on targeted bombing. This will not only ensure the safety of our pilots and prevent the mourners from finding our tracks, but also damage their morale and keep them living in fear every day. The two had their own reasons, so they simply presented their battle plan to Zhang Jin. At this time, Zhang Jin has personally arrived at the western battlefield of northeast China. Just like the Jinzhou battlefield, the mourners here are equally frenzied. Thousands of mourning guerrilla squads are scattered across the mountains and plains. You never know when a suicide squad of mourners might suddenly appear. This left the army somewhat overwhelmed. Although the weapons of the Japanese soldiers in mourning were terrible, they were willing to fight to the death. Take the mourning happiness stick, for example. That thing was indeed a bit too bizarre. Westerners would probably have thrown it in the trash long ago, but mourners treasure it like a precious gem, because in the minds of fervent mourners, it's perfectly natural to use this thing to poke at a tank. After entering the northeast of Shanghe, the people in mourning used this suicide attack method to blow off the tracks of 3 tanks of the Dingbei army and destroy 7 M113 armored vehicles. Fortunately, the campaign to wipe out the mourners was in full swing in northeast China. With the help of the local people, these Japanese soldiers hiding in the woods, mountains and wilderness had nowhere to hide and were quickly wiped out. The main force of the 7th Army Corps also advanced to Liaoqing, the first city in northeast China. At the foot of Tongliao City, Zhang Jin stared grimly at the dilapidated city gate in front of him. Although he was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger when he saw the mourners using ordinary people as human shields. Commander, what should we do? Chen Su, commander of the 7th Army Corps, looked at Zhang Jin with a solemn expression. Zhang Jin coldly uttered a single word. Beat. The longer the stalemate continues, the more unscrupulous the mourners will become. Only by decisively suppressing their arrogance and letting them know that using ordinary people as human shields is useless can the lives of most people be saved. After all, this situation is inherently unsolvable. Whether we consider it or not, it will attract criticism. So we might as well cut the Gordian knot. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's order, Chen Su immediately felt reassured and quickly relayed Zhang Jin's command. On the city wall, Sato Takaru, the brigade commander of the 72nd Brigade responsible for defending Tongliao, saw that the Dingbei army below had not moved for a long time, and his heart, which had been in his throat, immediately fell back down. No way. The Dingbei army's formation outside the city was truly terrifying. The tanks and armored vehicles were densely packed into several arrays, looking like a dark mass of at least 1,000 vehicles. This is only on the ground. In the sky, hundreds of Mustang fighter jets were constantly circling over the city, with one swooping down and then soaring back up every now and then, making the hearts of the mourners hidden in the city pound wildly. Gentlemen, you have all seen it, haven't you? Commander Kamai's plan has worked, and the foundation of Shanghe is secured. Ugh. Before Takaru Sato could finish his encouraging words, a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly came from the sky, followed by a barrage of cannonballs crashing down on the city walls. Boom. Dozens of large fireballs erupted from the city tower, instantly shattering the stone tower into pieces. Countless fragments of stone were blasted into the sky and fell like raindrops. Without exception, Sato Takaru and the others standing below the arrow tower were buried on the city platform by the collapsed arrow tower. Boom. Several more shells flew over, but this time they landed not on the flattened city tower, but on the large iron gate inside the city gate archway. A burst of fire erupted, and the ironclad city tower crashed to the ground with a creak. Pass down the order. If any mourners are found to be putting up a stubborn resistance, immediately call for air support and execute them swiftly. At this time, the armored division's tanks had already surged into Tongliao City like a raging torrent. Gunfire erupted immediately within the city. With Zhang Jin's orders, the soldiers who stormed the city did not linger in battle. As soon as they found people in mourning, they immediately called for air support. Immediately afterward, a Mustang fighter jet would swoop down, followed by a burst of orange-red flames, and a building or house would be razed to the ground in an instant. Under the powerful air offensive, the mourners had no chance to resist. In addition, the Dingbei army snipers scattered throughout the city launched frequent attacks, and officers carried out large-scale purges of the mourners. In less than an hour, the disorganized army of mourners collapsed. Most of the soldiers, already terrified, surrendered with their guns raised. Only a few heavily poisoned Japanese soldiers tried to fight back, but were killed on the spot by the bombs. Outside the city, Chen Su strode up to Zhang Jin, saluted, and said, "General, Tongliao has been recovered." Zhang Jin nodded without asking about casualties. Instead, he gave the order directly. "Send out our troops to rescue the wounded and trapped civilians. Notify Xia Yuanji to immediately send administrative personnel to the site, assess the losses and casualties, and compensate the people for their losses according to the highest standards." After giving his instructions, Zhang Jin was about to get into the car to go to the next stop, when Zhang Chong suddenly jumped out of the command vehicle. "General, urgent telegram from the Air Force." Zhang Jin took the telegram and immediately smiled. "Tell Pan Chun and Wu Jie that I have approved their plans. Tell Wu Jie that I have appointed him as the commander-in-chief of the Pinpoint Bombing Command, and that he can mobilize all the bombers from the 3 major air forces. Pan Chun, I appoint him as the commander-in-chief of the All-Out Bombing Command. In addition to his existing transport planes, I will equip him with another 1,000 C-17 transport planes. He also puts all the transport planes of the 3 major air forces under his command. I'll give them another 5 million Blue 82 bombs. Let them play with them slowly." Zhang Jin is now incredibly wealthy, with his battery power soaring to nearly 1 million. Since weapons and equipment are free, the only expense is summoning pilots and ground crew. He can afford to wait. Chapter 116 International Labor Team. Zhang Jin's order quickly reached the 1st Air Force headquarters. Upon seeing his boss's reply, Pan Chun immediately said to Wu Jie, "How about this? Let's stop arguing. You can have the whole city, and I can have the rest. What do you say?" "Okay." Wu Jie readily agreed, and the two proceeded with their respective plans. Fengtian City. During the mourning period for Governor-General Yamato Shimon, the commander of the dispatched army, Kamikawa, and the head of the intelligence agency, Hayashitaka, sat together again, but this time their expressions were not only solemn, but also tinged with apprehension. The Dingbei army's fierce offensive took them by surprise, rendering all their preparations futile. "Your Excellency the Governor, Your Excellency the Commander," Lin Cheng said with a grave expression. "The Empire's agents in the east and west have sent word that the Dingbei army doesn't care about the lives of the people in the city at all. Their air force has launched an attack, and wherever our soldiers are in the city, they have been bombed. This kind of attack is completely beyond the ability of the Empire's warriors to defend against. No matter how brave our warriors are, they are no match for bombs." Xiong Jingchuan frowned deeply. How dare the Dingbei army? Aren't they afraid of public opinion? "Mr. Kamai, there's a saying in Xinhua, no ruthlessness, no true man. And what about, I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me? Perhaps that's just wishful thinking on our part." Yamato Shifumi spoke up at this moment. "It now appears that our planned battle has failed and has not achieved the desired results at all." Kamikawa fell silent for a moment. Then Hayashi Takashi spoke up. "Commander, due to repeated defeats, the soldiers below have gradually lost their courage to fight to the death." Yamato Shifumi and Kamai River's faces immediately darkened. This was exactly what they feared most. While militarism could make the army fight bravely, it had one prerequisite: victory, and continuous victory. But what about now? Since they clashed with the Dingbei army, they have lost all sense of victory. All they see is slaughter, and they see no hope of victory whatsoever. Such warfare gradually instilled fear in high-ranking officials like Yamato Shimon and Kamai River, let alone the soldiers below them. How could the warriors of the Empire be afraid of death? Xiong Jingchuan, clearly unwilling to admit his fear, retorted sharply. I've already said it. Even if we can't defeat the Shanghe people, we'll make the entire Northeast pay for our deaths. Looking at the seemingly crazed Kamikawa, Shifumi Yamato couldn't help but reveal a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He suddenly stood up and said, Kamikawa is right. Let us shed our last drop of blood for the Empire. Half a year. Yamato Shimon shouted half a year, which made Kamai River and Hayashitaka also become enthusiastic, and they stood up and shouted together. Report. A report interrupted the three men's fervent chanting, and what followed left them speechless. The messenger loudly reported, Commander, General Sato has telegraphed that the Osaka Division has surrendered to the Shanghe people. Surrender? For a moment, Xiong Jingchuan could hardly believe his ears. Imperial warriors had actually surrendered to the Shanghe people? This was something he could never believe, nor would he accept. Immediately afterwards, a furious roar, like a pig being slaughtered, came from inside the house. Damn it, get out of here. The entire Osaka Division is dead. At the same time, outside the Spring City, Zhang Jin looked at the more than 20,000 soldiers in front of him who had been disarmed and were standing obediently in place, not daring to move, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Osaka Division Commander-in-Chief Oshima Shigehisa followed behind Zhang Jin with a fawning smile, bowing and scraping. Your Excellency, all 24,624 soldiers of the 4th Division are here. Please give your orders. Zhang Jin looked at Oshima Shigehisa, whose height only reached his chest, and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Very good, Mr. Oshima, your choice is wise. I can assure you that as long as my soldiers have meat to eat, you will have cornbread to eat. Welcome to the International Labor Corps. Let us contribute our talents to the nation's development. Oshima Shigehisa was taken aback. As a person in mourning, he only knew a few words of Xinhua. He was completely confused by Zhang Jin's long speech. However, seeing Zhang Jin's smiling face, he figured it must be something good. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you for your guidance, Commander. Now it was Zhang Jin's turn to be stunned for a moment. Looking at Oshima Shigehisa's delighted expression, he immediately realized something, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face again. The surrender of the Osaka Division was like throwing a boulder into a river, immediately triggering a chain reaction that made the already anxious and apprehensive mourning soldiers even more restless. Just then, Zhang Jin suddenly issued a public statement to the soldiers in mourning in northeast China, guaranteeing their safety and allowing them to reunite with their families as long as they were willing to lay down their weapons and surrender. Well, it's uncertain where they'll reunite, but Zhang Jin is a man of his word and won't lie. Just as things were getting turbulent in northeast China, mourning in one's native land, Dongjing City, the emperor, in mourning, summoned his key ministers early in the morning. Not long after, Prime Minister Hajime Miyazaki, Finance Minister Shigeki Aso, Army Minister Yumiko Tojo, Chief of Staff of the General Staff Kazusuji Yamashita, Navy Minister Hachiro Higashimura, and Chief of the Naval General Staff Takashi Yamamoto. The emperor, in mourning, sat expressionlessly at the head of the table, his voice ethereal as he looked at the kneeling figures of Miyako and the others, and said, Gentlemen, you have all seen the telegram sent by Yamato Shibu, haven't you? The Dingbei army has brazenly attacked the Empire's territory in the northeast. This is a blatant provocation, and the Empire must retaliate. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, the palace fell silent. Even the sound of breathing stopped. What? You think the Empire can't defeat a mere warlord from Xinhua? The emperor in mourning wasn't some idiot. How could he not notice the eerie atmosphere in the palace? We deserve to die. When the emperor, in mourning, became angry, the high-ranking officials in the hall immediately bowed. At this moment, Tojo Omakoji bowed again and said, Your Majesty, Yamato Shimon has just sent the latest battle report. The Dingbei army has broken through our triple defense line and occupied the entire Longjiang region. Most of Jizhou has also been captured. The empire has lost a third of its military strength in the northeast, and nearly half of the millions of settlers have been killed or wounded. Besides, the Osaka Division, under the leadership of its division commander, surrendered to the Dingbei army. Wow. Tojo Yumiko's words were like a thunderbolt, causing the mourning emperor to momentarily lose oxygen to his brain, sway his body, and almost faint. Damn it. I want all their wives and daughters sent to a comfort home. Aso Shige cautiously raised his head and said something that nearly made the emperor, who was in mourning, die of anger. Your Majesty, their wives and daughters were serving the empire inside. 8 grids. The emperor, still in mourning, hurled a curse at Aso and abruptly stood up, saying, "Send word to Yamato Shimon. Tell them to uphold the spirit of dying for their cause and never surrender to Zhang Jin. Also, the entire navy is being mobilized. Seize the opportunity to engage the main force of the Dingbei Navy in a decisive battle and open up sea transportation lines. The empire will never fail." The emperor, in mourning, let out a final, hoarse roar. Before the high-ranking officials in the hall could rise and shout for half a minute, a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees could be heard from outside the hall. Chapter 117, A Sea of Fire and Blood. At this time, the buzzing sound grew more and more intense. "It's getting bigger and bigger." Tojo Yumiko's expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it's the sound of an airplane." The emperor, still in mourning, frowned immediately. The airspace above the palace was a no-fly zone. Who dared to fly over his head? Already furious, the emperor immediately stood up. "Let's go take a look." The emperor, in mourning, never imagined that enemy planes would appear outside, and Mei Xiaoji felt the same way. Her change in expression was simply because she feared that the army's air force might do something foolish and offend the emperor, who was already in a bad mood. Soon, the group left the palace. As soon as the emperor in mourning stepped out of the palace, the bright sunshine suddenly turned gloomy, and at the same time, a huge roar reached the ears of the emperor and his entourage. I looked up. The emperor's legs suddenly went weak, and if Mei Xiaoji hadn't caught him quickly, he probably would have collapsed to the ground by now. Above them, countless planes were flying from west to east, so densely packed that it looked like a gray cloth covering the sky, completely blocking out the sunlight. Mei Xiaoji and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Mei Xiaoji, that old codger, truly lived up to his title as prime minister. Even in his fear, he retained a sliver of rationality, immediately snatching a pair of binoculars from the guard officer. When he saw a red marking on the fuselage of the plane, his eyes widened in horror, and he exclaimed, "It's a Dingbei Army fighter jet." Wow! Those present all turned pale. Just then, the city's anti-aircraft guns roared to life, and streaks of orange-red shells streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the aircraft formations overhead. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, clusters of orange-red fireballs exploded in the air, and black smoke instantly filled the entire sky. Mei Xiaoji and the others couldn't be happy at all, even though the anti-aircraft guns were firing continuously, because the explosions were still a long way from the formation of aircraft in the sky. "Order the Air Force to launch an immediate attack and shoot them all down," the mourning emperor suddenly said through gritted teeth. "Your Majesty, the Army Aviation Squadron should have already taken off by now. Let's head to the underground fortifications. It will be too late if we wait any longer." Mei Xiaoji disregarded social hierarchy and pulled the mourning emperor towards the underground fortifications as she ran. Buzzing. Just as Mei Xiaoji had predicted, dozens of green propeller fighters emerged from some unknown corner and sped towards the bomber formation overhead. In fact, only 2 or 3 minutes have passed since the emperor and his entourage left. The mourners reacted very quickly, but it was of little use. Because the pilots of the country in mourning soon discovered that they had reached their limit, and the Dingbei Army's aircraft were still circling above them, a distance of 108,000 li. At the same time, on one of the B-52s in the formation, Wu Jie, the chief of staff of the 1st Air Force, glanced indifferently at the mourning fighters that were flying around like headless flies, and coldly ordered, "Bomb." As for aiming and positioning, that's unnecessary. This bombing mission is all about free fall. It'll just hit wherever it lands. There's no way around it. I'm rich, I don't care. At Wu Jie's command, hundreds of bombers in the sky simultaneously opened their bomb bay doors, and 340-kilogram white phosphorus napalm bombs fell from the sky, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. You can imagine what it would be like to see hundreds of bombers dropping like dumplings. It would be terrifying. The dense black dots looked like countless black beaded curtains hanging from the sky, falling rapidly. It's a coincidence. Today is a day off. The streets and alleys of Dongjing City were packed with people. Upon seeing the bombs falling from the sky, they immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. The entire city was instantly thrown into chaos, with cries for help and things scattered everywhere. At this time, bombs rained down from the sky, then exploded, flames and white powder scattering instantly, engulfing the Japanese soldiers in mourning clothes who couldn't get out of the way. What's most terrifying is that once the flames touch a person's skin, it's like touching sulfuric acid. In the hissing white smoke, the skin is instantly burned open with a large hole, revealing the stark white bone. It turns out that the white phosphorus napalm bomb extracted by Zhang Jin was not an ordinary incendiary bomb, but a bomb that had been mixed with gasoline, white phosphorus, colloids and thermite, and calcium powder was also added to it. This can cause a violent reaction when it comes into contact with skin or liquid, rapidly corroding the skin. So, in the city, one could often see this scene. Countless mourners surrounded by flames, their bodies rapidly corroded into bloody skeletons amidst piercing screams. The incredibly bloody and gruesome scene terrified everyone, who screamed and fled in all directions. But where could they escape to? Everywhere was a sea of fire and agonizing figures. Some people panicked and jumped into the pond thinking they could escape, but the petrol bombs remained floating on the surface and burned fiercely. The intense heat caused the pond to boil, and the people inside naturally became boiled chickens. As the fire raged, the oxygen in the bombing zone was gradually depleted. Coupled with the toxic gases, those struggling to escape collapsed from suffocation and were then engulfed by the flames. High in the sky, Wu Jie looked at Dongjing City, which was 2/5 of the city engulfed in flames, and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Then he led his fleet away. Meanwhile, the fire in the city showed no signs of abating. Instead, it burned even more fiercely, spreading rapidly in all directions. The immense flames even affected the airflow. The morning fighter jets flying at an altitude of several thousand meters began to shake violently due to a sudden change in airflow. Many of the planes panicked and crashed from the sky, where they were engulfed in flames. At the same time, the garrison was mistakenly located at the naval shipyard. Pan Shun led over 100 C-5 transport planes directly to the factory airspace. This time, in addition to transport planes, dozens of F-4 Phantom fighter jets also arrived. No way. Transport planes don't have the same service ceiling as bombers, leaving fighter jets, which are in mourning, far behind. The arrival of the aircraft immediately alerted the arsenal, and a series of anti-aircraft shells exploded below the aircraft. The people in mourning never imagined their homeland would be attacked, so their air defenses were naturally very poor. Even in their capital city, an important city, the largest caliber anti-aircraft gun was only 75 millimeters, with a firing altitude of less than 9,000 meters. Such rural areas are even worse. At most, it was an anti-aircraft gun with a caliber of 40 or 50 millimeters. In addition, the design was not very good, and the firing range was limited. It could only amuse itself and comfort itself. At this time, then they saw a transport plane slowly open its hatch, and a giant bomb, shaped like a spinning top, slid out of the cabin and plummeted straight down to the ground at high speed. As it approached mid-air, a parachute deployed, and the immense pulling force abruptly halted the rapidly falling ball bomb, immediately slowing its descent. Otherwise, given the weight of the ball bomb, it would likely have sunk directly into the ground. 10 seconds later, the bomb landed directly in the factory area, and immediately a white cloud-based explosive barrier rose up at the moment of the explosion. Immediately afterwards, a huge orange-red flame rose into the air, forming a massive mushroom cloud. The flames beneath the mushroom cloud expanded rapidly in all directions, tearing all the factory buildings to shreds in its path, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several hundred meters. On the transport plane, Pan Shun looked at the huge fiery cloud rising into the sky through the high-powered scope, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. The power of the rolling ball bomb had exceeded the limits of his imagination. Then 7 more rolling bombs fell, and a towering sea of fire instantly engulfed the entire shipyard. As the billowing black smoke gradually dissipated, the once standing factory buildings on the ground were now all reduced to ruins. 8 huge, gleaming craters stood out starkly. The shipyard, once hailed as the best in the Far East, had been wiped out with ease. Pan Shun sat up straight. Pass down the order. Using this place as a coordinate, drop 1 down wherever there are buildings. Tell everyone that the commander said there are plenty of bombs, and we can throw as many as we want, however we want. Begin the operation. Chapter 118. Should Zhang Jin's crimes be made public during mourning? At this time, a day and a night had passed since Wu Jie bombed the capital city where he was in mourning, and the fires that had been burning in the city were now reduced to mere specks. The palace where mourning was held, well, it should be called ruins now. The once magnificent palace has now been reduced to ruins and debris. Bang! Suddenly, the charred ground in a certain area of the palace ruins shook and was then lifted to the side, revealing a hole underneath. Then a person wearing a gas mask came out of the hole, looked around, and walked back into the cave. A short while later, the emperor, still in mourning, emerged with Mei Xiaoji and other important officials. Upon seeing the spot where he had stood reduced to scorched earth, his face immediately turned deathly pale. Looking around, not only the palace, but the surrounding areas were in no better condition. Everything that could be burned was burned to the ground, leaving behind only ruins everywhere, blackened as if coated with a thick layer of grease, emitting a pungent smell of smoke. Empty. Quiet. There was not a sound, not a single person, or even a living thing. The only thing that could be vaguely discerned were human-shaped charred remains on the ground, which were scattered everywhere. Such a terrifying scene. The sight made the emperor, who was in mourning, suddenly stop in his heart. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing him to shiver and bringing him back to his senses. Quickly, send all our people out. The emperor, in mourning, began to tremble as he spoke. The others weren't much better off. They all wore expressions of fear. Someone suggested, "Your Majesty, let's leave here." No. The emperor, still in mourning, shook his head. There is no safer place than here. Mei Xiaoji and the others were stunned for a moment, then realized that this place had already been bombed, and the Dingbei Air Force would definitely not drop bombs here again. Several hours later, a large, dark tent had been erected in the former palace area. The emperor, in mourning, sat inside, while Prime Minister Mei Xiaoji, bowing deeply, said with a somber expression, "Your Majesty, 3/5 of the entire Dongjing city has been burned down, with at least 2 million dead and no wounded." The Dingbei army used a type of bomb that could burn for a very long time. They added something to it that couldn't be extinguished even with water. If you just touched a little of this flame, it could instantly burn a large hole in a person's body. If you were covered in it for more than 10 seconds, it could burn a person to bones, and then to charcoal until there was nothing left to burn. As Tojo Mikoji spoke, her face grew increasingly grim. Even if the citizens of the empire weren't burned to death, these firebombs were highly poisonous and could cause people to fall into a coma and lose consciousness. They could have escaped, but they were still burned to death without even realizing it. When Imperial soldiers were rescuing Imperial citizens who were hiding in air raid shelters, they found that everyone inside was dead, all of them suffocated. Furthermore, they discovered that thousands of Imperial citizens had been steamed alive inside an air raid shelter in a forest. How cruel, Your Majesty. Mei Xiaoji's eyes were red and her face was full of pain. Damn Zhang Jin. Damn Dingbei army. How dare they openly violate the Geneva Convention to carry out a horrific massacre of ordinary people. We should expose their crimes to the Western world and to the world and condemn them. There's nothing they can do now but talk the talk. They suddenly realized that the Dingbei army had become so powerful that they could only look up to it and could do nothing but talk. The emperor, still in mourning, sat woodenly on his throne, like a clay sculpture, before finally uttering, "What about the other places?" Immediately, an official in charge of internal affairs stepped forward. Just by looking at the official's timid and hesitant manner, you could tell that something extremely serious had happened. "Really?" An official said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, reports of battle losses have just arrived from various places. All of the Empire's shipyards have been bombed and razed to the ground. Osaka, Mitsushima, and Quito were also attacked by air raids." The official suddenly trembled as he said this. According to the rescuers, the 3 cities have been razed to the ground. They searched all night, but found no survivors. It seems, everyone was burned to death. Everyone present was instantly terrified, their shock giving way to boundless fear. None of them expected Zhang Jin to be so ruthless, leaving them no room for maneuver. "Your Majesty," Mei Xiaoji suddenly stepped forward and said with a serious expression, "Now is not the time to complain and blame others. We should take immediate action." Then, without waiting for the emperor's reaction, he continued, "First, we should immediately send out the entire fleet. They might be the next target of Zhang Jin's attack. Second, immediately relocate our key factories. If relocation is not possible, bury them on site. Your Majesty, gentlemen, do not forget what the people of Mei have suffered. Perhaps what they have experienced is exactly what we are going through now. We must not let our guard down." When Tojo Mei mentioned the Melika Empire, the crowd erupted in shock. The Melika Empire had suffered an unprecedented air raid, and almost all of its large factories had been destroyed. If such a vast country was stripped bare overnight, wouldn't their tiny territory be plowed up dozens of times? Mei Xiaoji's voice rang out again. "Third, we must immediately evacuate the people in the big cities. We cannot withstand another bombing. Report. Before Mei Xiaoji could finish speaking, an officer came running in, stumbling and crawling. Your Majesty, the bomber squadron is here again. The Emperor, in mourning, felt a loud bang in his head, a sudden burning sensation in his throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Mei Xiaoji and the others panicked when they saw the Emperor suddenly faint, and for a moment they couldn't care about anything else. The surrender of the Osaka division with a white flag indeed had a huge shock effect on the other mourning troops, and the effect was reflected on the battlefield, where large numbers of mourners who had lost their fighting spirit began to lay down their weapons and surrender. Northeast of Shanghe, Spring City. Military Governor's Office. Zhang Jin strolled leisurely through the back garden, admiring the unique scenery of the north, while Li Cheng followed behind, saying, General, the main forces of the 6th, 7th, and 8th Army Corps have already surrounded Liaodong and will reach Fengtian in no time. No rush. Take your time. They're just a bunch of grasshoppers in autumn. Now is not the time for us to be anxious. I'd like to see how the old devils in Fengtian City react when they hear the news that their homeland has been bombed. General, Zhang Cheng suddenly caught up from behind. I just received news that the mourners leaked the news of our bombing of their homeland to Western newspapers, causing a huge uproar in the West. They even said we were the ones who did what happened to the Melaga Empire. Zhang Jin's expression didn't change at all upon hearing this. He calmly replied, Tell those newspapers that I, old Zhang, wanted to eat big sea fish from the Pacific Ocean, so I specially sent some planes to bomb the area. As for the matter of mourning, it's a complete misunderstanding. Hey, our pilots have bad eyesight. They thought it was a fish in such a tiny spot and dropped some bombs. That's understandable. How about this? I'll let them bomb for a few more days, as an apology. Chapter 119. The world is about to be settled. General, there's one more thing. The World Alliance headquarters sent us a notification saying they want to send an inspection team over. Zhang Jin's expression turned slightly cold, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, let them come over. I want to see what they have to say. Zhang Cheng raised his hand in salute, turned and left. Li Cheng, who was following closely behind, continued. General, Oshima Shigehaza just ran over and said that he has a friend who is Akita Shun, the commander of the Fengtian military police. He also wants to join us and said that he can help us kill Yamato Shifumi and Kamai River and open the gates of Fengtian. Oh, what are his requirements? He has only one request, that we not bomb his hometown. Where? Big Board. Well, Zhang Jin choked for a moment. Hadn't he already raised the slab to the ground? He immediately realized it. Oshima Shigehaza surrendered, so naturally no one would tell him this, and Akita Shun was unaware of it. Clearly, the High Command was keeping it from him during the mourning period, otherwise the army would have collapsed long ago. Good. Tell him that I have agreed to his conditions. As long as he does what he says, I will not only stop bombing Dabin, but I will also give him 10,000 taels of silver so that he can reunite with his family. The Marshal's coin is no longer what it used to be. With the increasing prosperity of trade with the West, the Marshal's coin has not only circulated throughout the East, but is also a highly regarded hard currency in the West. Zhang Jin had given a strict order. Anyone who wanted his things had to use Marshal coins to buy them, and the only way to exchange Marshal coins was with gold, supplies, jewelry, antiques, or other valuable items or things that Zhang Jin was interested in. Fengtian City, northeast of Shanghe. Governor-General Yamato Shimo, Commander-in-Chief Kamaikawa, and Chief of Staff Hayashitaka gathered together for the third time, but this time the three were even more dejected, with lingering worries on their brows, looking utterly miserable. Kumakuen, Rinshidakuen, the Dingbei army has brazenly launched an air raid on our homeland. Although the Imperial Army fought back desperately, several cities were still destroyed and millions of Imperial citizens perished. Although the headquarters has already exposed the atrocities of the Dingbei Army to the World Alliance and hopes that the World Alliance can put pressure on the Dingbei Army, all of this will take time. Headquarters hopes we can take the initiative and show the Union Army what's what, so they won't have time to send out bomber groups. Yamato Shirbun, his face grim, repeated the headquarters orders, and Kamaikawa's dissatisfied voice rang out. What taking the initiative? They just want us to send out our forces to draw the firepower of the Dingbei Air Force. 8 grids. Yamato Shifumi suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Kamaikawa. Kamaikun, are you still a soldier of the Empire? Are they not even obeying orders from headquarters? Headquarters? Heh. Kamaikawa suddenly chuckled. Why should I obey orders from headquarters? What was their duty? to defend the homeland. But what about my family? My family members were all killed by the Dingbei Army's bombers. Not a single one was left. They're the ones who failed in their duty. They're the bastards. You deserve to die. By the end, Xiong Jingchuan was acting like a madman. When he heard that the entire city of Guangdao had been razed to the ground, Xiong Jingchuan went insane. His beloved mother and sister had left him. Just thinking about the wonderful days the three of them had spent together and that the future was gone, Xiong Jingchuan was filled with hatred and went crazy. He hated Zhang Jin, hated the headquarters, and hated the war that made him lose everything. After venting his anger, Xiong Jingchuan calmed down and looked at Shan Tingshuan and Lin Xiaoying, who both had pained expressions on their faces. Both of them were from Dongjing. Under Wu Jie's bombing, only 2 out of 5 Dongjing cities survived. And coincidentally, their relatives were on the list of those who were burned to death. Mr. Yamauchi, Mr. Rinshida, sending troops outside the city at this time is tantamount to destroying our own Great Wall. Even if we go out and attract some bombers, can we guarantee that the Dingbei army will not bomb our homeland? Kamikawa's expression turned icy. Since we're already prepared to die for the empire, let's turn the entire Fengtian city into a powder keg. Even if we can't beat them, we'll make them feel the pain. We can turn the entire city of Fengtian into a giant powder keg. As long as the Dingbei army attacks, Xiong Jingchuan said, gesturing wildly with his hands, the entire city will be razed to the ground with a single boom, and the Dingbei army and all the people of the city will be buried with us. Just as Kamikawa was explaining his plan to die for his cause. Outside the governor's mansion, a contingent of several hundred military police in mourning suddenly arrived by car outside the governor's mansion. The guards standing in front of the governor's mansion, seeing that they were their own men, did not have any suspicion. Only one major in mourning stepped forward, his face grim, and said, "Damn it. This is the governor's mansion, not a place for your military police. Get out of here immediately." A colonel sitting on the motorcycle in front got off and, without saying a word, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the officer. Bang! The major, still in mourning, collapsed, a bloody hole instantly appearing in his brow. The colonel in mourning immediately pointed his gun at the other soldiers guarding the gate, but when he pulled the trigger, he couldn't get it to fire. The gun jammed at the crucial moment. Fortunately, the soldiers on the truck behind him also raised their guns and opened fire, knocking the soldiers on duty to the ground. Quickly, kill everyone in the governor's mansion. Colonel Akita Shun, who was in mourning, immediately waved his hand and was the first to rush in. At this time, just as Kamikawa began to explain his plan, he heard loud gunfire outside the door. The 3 people inside the room immediately changed their expressions. Just as Xiong Jingchuan pulled out his pistol, the door was kicked open from the outside, and more than a dozen soldiers in mourning rushed in, pointing their Type 38 rifles at the 3 of them. The 3 were startled to see that the people rushing in were all soldiers in mourning, but then they saw Akita Shun striding in. Kamikawa was the first to react. "Damn it, what do you want to do?" Akita Shun, with a cold expression, first saluted the 3 of them, and then said with an air of righteous indignation, "Commander, we have reached an agreement with the Dingbei army. As long as you die in battle, they will not bomb Dabin or our homeland again. They'll let us leave." Akita Shun suddenly bowed to the 3 men, including Kamikawa, and said, "You 3, please rest assured, I will report to headquarters that you all died for the empire." The 3, including Yamato Shimon, were stunned. When they saw Akita Shun suddenly raise his hand, Kamikawa was shocked and quickly said, "Akita Shun, Osaka has already been." Kamikawa had only spoken halfway when Akita Shun's hand fell down, and a barrage of gunfire immediately erupted in the room. Akita Shun glanced at the 3 men lying in a pool of blood and shouted, "Notify our men to take over the city gate immediately, and say it's an order from Commander Kamai." Hi. The 8th Armored Division, which had marched over under cover of night, surged into the city like a flood the moment the mourners opened the city gates. The unprepared mourning troops were no match for the heavily armed Dingbei army, especially with their own surrender. Their morale collapsed immediately. Although soldiers in mourning are beasts, they still have emotions and desires. Faced with the powerful and invincible Dingbei army, they too would feel fear and dread. Most of the soldiers surrendered out of fear. When the war in northeast China was about to be settled, Fusosi, another major battle was about to unfold. The mourning combined fleet, whose base had been bombed by the Dingbei bombers, charged recklessly toward the main force of the Yan'an Navy under the mourning emperor's order for a desperate battle, gathering all its remaining warships. Chapter 120 The Madness of the Dingbei Air Force. Morning Sea is a sea area near Yongming City. At this time, the 1st and 3rd Legions of the Dingbei Army have wiped out the remnants of the Rose Empire in the entire desolate northern Siberia, and, following Zhang Jin's orders, have advanced directly to the far North Sea, with the Yini River to the west. Hundreds of thousands of captured soldiers in mourning and millions of settlers, along with hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrendered by Rose, were assembled by Zhang Jin into a massive northern wasteland construction corps, which was directly deployed to the northern wasteland for large-scale land reclamation. In them, there were only 2 jobs. One was planting and harvesting potatoes, and the other was building railways and highways. One of the missions of the main force of the Yunnan fleet heading north was to escort potato seeds, and the second mission was to blockade the entire mainland of Fusang. Meanwhile, the Yunnan fleet was no longer what it used to be. The wealthy and powerful Zhang Jin had once again strengthened the Yunnan fleet, which was now divided into 2 branches. One is the South Sea Fleet, which consists of 3 Zhang Jin-class battleships, 6 Tianquan-class battleships, 5 Tianshu-class aircraft carriers, 20 Yaoguang-class heavy cruisers, 46 Tianxin-class light cruisers, 86 Pejun-class destroyers, and 20 Dutanlang-class submarines. The other one is the main fleet of Yunnan. It has 8 Zhang Jin, Yamato Kai, 24 Tianquan, Iowa, 16 Tianshu Midway, 68 Yaoguang, Des Moines, 220 Tianxian, Worcester, 379 Pejun, Gearing, and 62 Tanlang, 641B submarines. That's the advantage of having a cheat code. While you're racking your brains to build a battleship, my fleet is already spread across the 4 oceans. The loneliness of being utterly alone, you wouldn't understand. As for the Morning Empire's lineup, it should not be underestimated. The entire home fleet was deployed, consisting of 1 super battleship, 12 regular battleships, 8 aircraft carriers, 18 heavy cruisers, 20 light cruisers, 66 destroyers, and 54 submarines. On the Tianquan, the flagship of the 1st Fleet of Yunnan, Fleet Commander Mi Yun stood in the radar room on the bridge, looking at the dense clusters of tiny dots on the radar display. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although the Zhang Jin battleship was powerful, it was far inferior to the refitted Tianquan class. The optoelectronics and radar equipment were worlds apart. Distance. Commander, distance 110 nautical miles. Southeast. Order all carrier-based aircraft to take off immediately and fire a burst of bullets at them. Yes, Commander. At this time, the aircraft on Zhang Jin's aircraft carriers had all been replaced with F-8 fighters and A-4 attack aircraft. At Mi Yun's command, all 1,200 fighter jets and attack aircraft on the 16 aircraft carriers took off, forming a huge black cloud in the sky and roaring toward the fleet of mourners. 110 nautical miles away, a fleet in mourning. On the flagship, the battleship Shinmatsu, Commander Yamashita Sanjuro, the commander of the combined fleet in mourning, stood solemnly on the bridge. He had led his fleet out for 3 days and had yet to locate the Dingbei Army's fleet. If this drags on, without logistical support, they will have no choice but to abandon all their warships and return to their homeland to be bombed. Thinking of the current miserable state of his homeland, Yamashita 36 wished he could personally take a bomb and perish together with Zhang Jin. The main problem is that Zhang Jin is just too ruthless. From the emperor in mourning to these military officers, everyone thought that Zhang Jin's bombing was over for today. Little did they know that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. The Dingbei army, like diligent little bees, bombarded them relentlessly for 24 days and nights. When other factories have workers working 12-hour shifts, they at least give them a half-hour break to eat. But that damned Zhang Jin doesn't even give them a chance to show their faces. After more than 10 days, the entire morning coastline had been reduced to ruins by the Dingbei Air Force. This is not just a figure of speech, it was a true ruin. The Dingbei Air Force was so ruthless that if there was any building or moving object on the ground, a bomb would fall instantly, sending you to your death. In the end, there was not a single building to be seen on the ground for dozens of kilometers along the coast of the mourning area, and no human habitation was found. Not even a cat or dog could be seen. These warships were like orphans, unable to find anywhere to dock, let alone resupply. This is also why Yamashita 36 wanted to fight the Yunnan fleet to the death. Report. Enemy aircraft spotted. Northwest. Just as the 36 below the mountain were getting anxious, a shrill sound suddenly came from the mast watchtower, followed by a loud battle bell. Yamashita 36 quickly grabbed the binoculars on his chest and looked northwest. Snap! Suddenly, the binoculars fell from Yamashita 36's hands and made intimate contact with the deck railing. Yamashita 36 remained frozen in place, still holding the binoculars, staring in horror at the northwest direction. Not only were the 36 men at the foot of the mountain stunned, but everyone else in the fleet was equally dumbfounded, staring unblinkingly at the northwest direction. These Japanese soldiers in mourning may not have known what covering up the sky and obscuring the sun meant before, but today they definitely understand what it means. In the northwest airspace, a huge dark cloud was rapidly drifting towards the sea area where the mourning fleet was located. It was filled with gray fighter jets, so dense that it gave one goosebumps. While Yamashita 36 was still in a daze, the aircraft swarm roared in, quickly splitting into more than 20 squadrons and swooping down toward their respective targets, namely battleships and aircraft carriers. The Shinmatsu was one of the targets, and dozens of them swooped down in unison. As expected of a jet aircraft, its speed was so fast that the anti-aircraft guns on the Matsu couldn't react in time. Just as they were about to take aim, the F-8 fighters roared in, their 4 cannons opening fire instantly, turning the anti-aircraft guns on the battleship into a bloody mess. Immediately afterwards, 30 giant rat rockets from under the fuselage struck the upper deck one after another. In an instant, the entire superstructure of the battleship was engulfed in flames from exploding rockets. Although it had little effect on the heavily armored battleships, the mourning soldiers on the deck were extremely unlucky. Almost all of them were killed on the spot. Just as the F-8 fighter jets launched their attack, the A-4M attack aircraft were not idle either, launching air-launched torpedoes from under their wings. Dozens of heavy torpedoes fell into the sea from all directions, forming an encirclement and crashing into the Matsu. As the fighter jets roared away, the surviving soldiers in mourning discovered in despair that they were surrounded by torpedoes. Boom, boom, boom. What would it be like to be hit by dozens of heavy torpedoes at the same time? It would be like countless fireworks exploding all around. The enormous power made the Matsu shake violently and sway from side to side, as if it had epilepsy. The incredibly thick underwater armor was now like paper, torn apart piece by piece, revealing dozens of holes. This gave the Matsu no chance to repair the damage, and a torrent of seawater rushed in instantly. Other battleships and aircraft carriers that were attacked fared no better. They had absolutely no chance to fight back, and could only watch helplessly as they sank into the sea. The incredibly fierce attack stunned the remaining warships, and they were defeated in just a few minutes. Chapter 121 Testing Combat Strength. Yan'an Fleet, Tianquan. Reporting to the commander. Reconnaissance Aircraft Report. All battleships and aircraft carriers of the mourning combined fleet have been destroyed by their carrier-based forces. Upon hearing the communications soldiers' report, Mi-yun stretched and yawned. How boring. Order the battleship and heavy cruiser formations to immediately encircle the remaining warships in mourning. Tell them for me that they shouldn't miss such a good opportunity. It's a perfect chance to practice their shooting skills in real combat. Yes, Commander. Aboard the Zhang-Jin-class battleship Huiyun in a battleship formation. Captain Zheng Shichang stood on the bridge, occasionally glancing at the sea ahead through binoculars, until he saw that it was still far away. Radar, have you detected enemy ships? Captain, an enemy heavy cruiser has been spotted 30 nautical miles northwest. Zheng Shichang immediately perked up, picked up the communicator, and shouted in a loud voice. Head northwest. Full speed ahead. Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles northwest of the fire cloud, the Myo-class heavy cruiser Myo-Cloud was accelerating away from the bombing zone it had just arrived in. No way. The Dingbei Army's attack was so fierce that it wiped out the core combat force of the combined fleet in one strike. Such a terrifying scene scared the pampered maritime prides of the Fusang Empire so much that they wet themselves. On the Miaoyan, Captain Xiong Yoji looked terrified. It's no wonder he was afraid. If there were even the slightest hope of victory, Xiong Yoji would have dared to go up and fight. The reality was that they were like jackals with their limbs broken, only able to watch helplessly as lions pounced on them, without any chance to fight back. Such a war? Even the most determined person would probably break down. Owashima was one of them, and could only helplessly shout from the bridge, "Speed up, speed up, speed up." Captain Big Bear, Watchtower report. Suspicious vessel spotted on the northwest front. A sudden, urgent sound rang out in the otherwise quiet bridge, instantly snapping to Xiong Yoji out of his reverie. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and looked out, and sure enough, he saw a dark figure billowing thick smoke. Xiong Yoji's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be a warship of the Dingbei army? Only one. Is it alone? A cold glint flashed in Xiong Yoji's eyes, clearly indicating that evil was rising in his heart. Damn it! If the Dingbei army's air force can't beat them, can't they beat the navy? 1 year for the army, 100 years for the navy. This is no joke. The newly established Dingbei navy was nothing in the eyes of the mourning navy. It was just a bunch of children playing house. Even with powerful weapons, without an elite navy, it was just a pile of scrap metal. Big Bear immediately ordered, "Move closer." As the two drew closer, a look of horror crossed Ukuma Yuji's eyes, and he blurted out, "Yamato." The distance of over 30 kilometers was enough to make out the outline of the fire cloud. Its identical size and mast bridge made Kuma Yuji think he was dreaming, but the blue military flag on the mast immediately woke him up. It was not his own Yamato, but a battleship of the Dingbei army. Immediately following was a chill running down my spine. Using a heavy cruiser to attack a battleship is foolish, so he shouted, "Quickly, change course. Report. Enemy ships spotted at 3 o'clock. Report. Enemy ships spotted at 6 o'clock. Captain at 8 or 9 o'clock. We're surrounded." The Xiong Yoji quickly picked up the high-powered telescope and brought it close to his eyes. Sure enough, dark shadows suddenly appeared all around them. Xiong Yoji stumbled and almost collapsed to the ground if he hadn't grabbed the railing. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, huge columns of water suddenly rose into the air not far from the warship. The battleships that had spotted them earlier opened fire on them. The Xiong Yoji suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What should he do? What should he do? The other officers and soldiers in mourning also looked at Xiong Yoji with fear and apprehension. Everyone knew what would happen to them if they continued to resist. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a huge column of water shot into the air again, and 2 shells landed one after the other on the side and stern of the Miaoyan. The huge waves generated by the shells hit the Miaoyan instantly. Quickly, raise the white flag. We surrender. Great Bear Ambition ultimately chose to surrender. At this time, the Morning Empire was not yet as monstrous as it would later become, constantly resorting to suicide attacks or death by imperial decree. Zhang Jin's offensive was too swift. It was so fast that the higher-ups didn't even have time to brainwash him. On the fire cloud, an officer standing behind Zheng Shichang suddenly shouted, "Captain, look, they've surrendered." Zheng Shichang frowned. "What surrender? It's just a pair of big underwear, isn't it? Maybe it's just a clothes rack hanging on the mast." The officer was taken aback. Who could wear such large underpants? But when he saw Zheng Shichang's meaningful look, he immediately understood and slapped his forehead, saying, "Captain, look at my head. It looks just like a pair of big shorts. You all agree, right?" The officer shouted to the surrounding soldiers, and the other soldiers exchanged glances and said in unison, "Yes, it's those big shorts." Zheng Shichang immediately smiled and said in a strong voice, "Immediately notify all surrounding ships and make sure they don't make a mistake. The mourners are aiming for a half-life imperial death, a death sentence, and we can't ruin their plans. Report, the naval guns are ready." The naval gun commander suddenly shouted, "Beat." Zheng Shichang said nothing more than a single word. He knew all too well the humiliations the mourners had inflicted on Xinghua in the past. He had finally seized the opportunity to take revenge, and he was determined to vent his anger. Meanwhile, on Xiong Yoji's side, watching the black dot fly towards them again, he was momentarily confused. Had the white flag been blown away? This time, the Miaoyan was not as lucky as before. In this salvo, 2 shells flew straight toward the Miaoyan, one of which grazed the port side and landed in the water. Boom. A huge explosion rang out, and a large hole was instantly blasted in the ship's side below the waterline, causing the Miaoyan to tilt sharply to the left. Just as the first shell exploded, the second shell also fell, hitting the stern deck directly. Boom. A huge fireball exploded from the deck, instantly blasting the entire stern into pieces. The surging seawater rushed in, and the Miaoyan began to slowly tilt, its bow rising higher and higher. In less than a few minutes, only the bow of the Miaogao was visible above the water. Looking at the Miaoyan, now only its prow was visible, Zheng Shichang finally smiled with delight and enthusiastically gave orders. Continue the search. In the desolate north, at a prisoner of war camp, several officers were standing behind a camera. In front of them was a double-track railway under construction, with a densely packed group of Japanese soldiers in mourning clothes diligently wielding their tools to level the road. At this time, right in front of the camera, a smiling Dingbei soldier was distributing fructose to several soldiers in mourning. The soldiers were also pleasantly surprised. Since arriving in the desolate north, even cornbread had become a once-a-week treat. On ordinary days, they ate cornbread made from bran, with chips, leaves, or other green, non-toxic leaves mixed with a small amount of cornmeal. Not to mention the fructose, I couldn't wait to put it in my mouth without even peeling it properly. Cart. As the Japanese soldier in mourning received the candy, a flash went off, and the officer standing in front of the camera looked up. All right. The officer, who had initially appeared kind and gentle in front of the mourners, instantly changed his expression, his gaze turning icy as he looked at them. He then kicked one of the mourners to the ground. Oomph, sugar is not something beasts like you can eat. 20 lashes each. Starve them for another 3 days, then double their workload. Fengtian City, Governor's Mansion. A large number of foreigners stood in the small square in front of the main hall. They were members of the investigation team sent by the World Federation. Chapter 1:22 Zhang Jin's Outburst. General Zhang Jin has arrived. The foreigners who were whispering in the small square stopped talking and focused their attention on the main hall when they heard the announcement of the ceremony. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of leather boots then rang out from the main hall, and Zhang Jin, dressed in military uniform and wearing a trench coat, walked out from the back hall. His young face immediately caused a stir among the foreigners. Such a young ruler with real power is simply unheard of in the Western world. Zhang Jin smiled modestly. Welcome everyone to my 9 provinces. An elderly man among the foreigners removed his top hat and bowed slightly to Zhang Jin, saying, My esteemed commander, I am Coulter, in charge of the investigation team's affairs. Then, pointing to a group of Western men and women, he introduced them. This is Ms. Ratana, and this is Mr. Frant. Zhang Jin nodded and, after Coulter finished his introduction, asked directly, Mr. Coulter, tell me, what brings you here? Coulter was taken aback. Shouldn't Zhang Jin have hosted a grand banquet for them? They were investigators from the World Federation and representatives of Western powers. Isn't Zhang Jin scared at all? The other foreigners also showed their dissatisfaction when they saw Zhang Jin treating them so roughly. At this moment, a woman named Ratana suddenly stepped forward and asked in fluent Kyushu language, General Zhang Jin, I am a reporter from the London Daily of the Great Eagle Empire. Why do you slaughter civilians of the Morning Empire and arbitrarily bomb its homeland? Isn't this inhumane behavior too cruel? Furthermore, your arbitrary attacks on the occupied territories of the Morning Empire, doesn't that raise suspicions of starting a war? Doesn't it disrupt the peace and tranquility of the Far East, plunging the people of the Far East back into misery? Zhang Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the righteous woman before him, who was still rambling on and on. Last year, you brazenly launched a military invasion of Southeast Asia, causing countless casualties in Southeast Asian countries and wantonly trampling on the sovereignty of other nations. Shouldn't you explain this and restore Southeast Asia to its former order? The other foreigners watched silently as the woman questioned Zhang Jin, their eyes filled with mockery. Although they had been defeated by Zhang Jin countless times, these Westerners still acted superior, as if God were looking down on all living beings, readily flattering you and questioning you from a moral high ground. In short, it boils down to one sentence. I can do it. You can't do it. It's perfectly reasonable for me to do it, but if you do it, you're a bad guy. What did Zhang Jin do in this situation? He didn't say anything. He just walked straight over, grabbed Rita's hair, and pulled her forward forcefully. Ah! Rita let out a miserable scream. Zhang Jin grabbed Rita's hair, turned her face to the ground, and said coldly, Do you think you're very righteous? Very righteous and awe-inspiring. Look carefully. You're standing on the land of the 9 provinces. How dare you speak so grandly? Why didn't you stand up and question the mourners when they were invading us? Does mourning people give them the right to occupy our land, and our people the right to die? Zhang Jin's powerful voice was filled with murderous intent, which terrified Rita into collapsing to the ground. Snort. Zhang Jin glanced at the terrified Ratana, grabbed her hair, and dragged her to the other foreigners. Then, under the horrified gazes of the foreigners, including Coulter, he pulled out a dagger and lightly slashed Ratana's neck. Blood gushed out instantly. After Zhang Jin finished doing all that, he let go of her, and Rita collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. Coulter and the others felt their legs go weak and were filled with regret. If they had known Zhang Jin was this kind of person, they would never have come. Zhang Jin had already regained his composure, and a very kind smile appeared on his face. Gentlemen, do you have any further questions? I, Zhang, will answer them to the best of my knowledge. Seeing Zhang Jin's face change faster than flipping through a book, Coulter and the others didn't dare to say anything. They all lowered their heads meekly, thinking only of leaving this awful place as soon as possible. As for how despicable Zhang Jin was, they would remember it and not rest until they went back and verbally attacked him as a devil. Looking at the terrified colt and his companions, Zhang Jin's smile instantly became even more amiable. It seems that you observers also agree with my statement. How about this? To help you understand more deeply that we are one family, I've decided to send you to a labor camp to experience life there. Let's make it 10 years. As long as you're not dead, I, Zhang, will definitely send you back to your country in a grand and impressive manner. Well, that's assuming your country still exists. Seeing that Coulter and the others were almost fainting from fright, Zhang Jin delivered another heavy blow. Don't worry. I, Zhang Jin, am a reasonable person. I'll arrange for your parents, wives, and children to come and reunite with you in a few days. No need to thank me. That's just how old Zhang is. A good person. Take him away. Western world. The once raging war and tense atmosphere suddenly calmed down in the west after Franz surrendered at lightning speed. Although it's just the prelude to an impending storm. But this rare period of calm allowed all nations to breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, news about the east spread like wildfire. What? A monster named Zhang Jin has appeared in the east, who loves to slaughter humans and eat human flesh and brains raw. His Dingbei army is also utterly wicked, exploiting the people, levying exorbitant taxes, burning, killing, and looting. The people in the east were suffering terribly, not only living hand to mouth, but also unable to get enough to eat. After these newspapers spread the word, ordinary people in the west suddenly realized that they were doing quite well, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Some foreigners even called for an immediate end to the war and for them to unite to eliminate Zhang Jin. Just as public opinion was in an uproar, a thing called television also began to circulate in the West. This magical thing from the East could watch TV, movies, and programs. The news on it was no longer just black and white text, but could be seen on screen, making people feel the emotions. Meanwhile, an Eastern documentary called The Awakening of the Dragon began airing. Watching the documentary depict the vast land of China, its customs and traditions, especially the skyscrapers, bustling streets, extensive highways and railways of Yan'an, the incredibly busy airport and aviation industry, and the massive factories standing side by side. Especially the smiles on the faces of the people, filled with happiness and joy. This made ordinary people in the West suddenly realize that they had been deceived by their own country, and that the East was actually more developed and prosperous than they were. Most importantly, it's safe. There's no war there. Just as the Westerners were getting excited, the footage of the labor camps began to play. They saw the Dingbei officers, mourners, and prisoners from other countries with their arms around each other, laughing and talking, eating sweets and meals together, with tables full of white rice, fish, and meat. Even some Western prisoners of war unanimously shouted that they wanted to stay in Yan'an, where the food was good, the sleep was good, and there was money to be made. They would never return to their former evil country. Such images stirred the hearts of ordinary people in the West, and even wealthy families in the upper class were deeply moved. With war raging across the Western continent, not only ordinary people but also middle-class and upper-class families felt threatened and were looking for refuge. The Melaga Empire was originally a good choice. However, under Zhang Jin's strong crackdown, the country's strength and economy have declined to their lowest point. They can barely support their own people. Wouldn't it be a living hell for them to rise up? After watching the TV program, they suddenly realized that Yan'an might not be such a bad choice. The moment the television broadcast aired, Yan'an's image was instantly reversed, which immediately made the Western powers uneasy. Chapter 123 How Majestic is the Tiger's Gaze. Prussian Empire, Boland City. Royal Palace. Hitler sat on his golden throne, looking down at the civil and military officials in the palace. With the Prussian army winning one victory after another, Emperor Hitler's prestige was naturally at its zenith, and his influence within the empire was growing. However, Hitler looked rather grim today, which made the Prussian ministers standing below him tremble with fear. The man on the golden throne had become quite temperamental, and if he were to lose his temper, one of them might lose their job. Dear Secretary Boris, how is the development of our new fighter jet going? A portly old man hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, our new aircraft is still under intensive development. Boris had barely finished speaking when he saw Hitler's expression change, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, However, The armaments department has already developed several prototypes, which are currently undergoing testing. Hiller's expression softened slightly, but then she frowned. Why not try it together? Boris's expression hardened as he said nervously, the armaments department's budget is insufficient to support our testing of multiple aircraft models. Hiller's face immediately turned ugly, and before he could speak, an official in charge of the Empire's finances quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the majority of the Empire's treasury is used to purchase medicines, weapons, spare parts, fuel, and other supplies from Yan'an. The Abrahamic population within the country has been largely cleared out, and the imperial treasury is unlikely to be able to continue raising supplies in the short term. If this continues, the imperial treasury will have to draw upon the war funds and public welfare budget that you have reserved. The generals in the palace, who had initially appeared indifferent, immediately objected to the idea of using war funds. Chief of the General Staff Walter stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the military has already formulated plans for air raids on the Eagle Nation and an attack on the Rose Empire. If these funds are misappropriated, the military will have no choice but to abandon these plans. Walter looked at Hiller with a fanatical expression. Your Majesty, as long as we can take over the Rose Empire, we will have enough resources to conquer the whole world. Then everything in Yan'an will be ours. As for the fiscal deficit, we've captured all the Abrahamians within the empire. But what about the others? The Abrahams within the empire are but a drop in the ocean. Hilda didn't quite grasp what was happening at first. He was stunned for a moment, then became excited, and suddenly stood up from his throne. Vols, who was in charge of intelligence, quickly stepped forward. My lord, please give your orders. Send all your men out. I do not want an Abraham to appear in the land of the Aryans. Vals will obey your will. Val straightened his chest and gave Hiller a dashing salute before turning and walking briskly out of the palace. With the departure of Vals, the chief of secret services, the atmosphere in the palace noticeably became more cheerful. The Minister of the Interior, Bowman, then said, Your Majesty, you must be aware of the Yan'an incident that has been making headlines recently, right? Television is too important for public opinion. We should control the television broadcasting business in the entire occupied area. We must not let Yan'an control our public opinion. Hill nodded thoughtfully. He had always thought that the televisions produced in Yan'an were just for enriching people's entertainment. But this public opinion confrontation made Hill realize that televisions were even more terrifying than newspapers. Newspapers are dead. Television is alive. A single point is enough to crush newspapers. It's like a video versus a photograph. It's obvious which one you would believe. The Prussian Empire had occupied too much land during this period and certainly needed such a media channel. Hiller's face immediately lit up with excitement, but just as he was about to speak, Vals's solemn voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, offending Zhang Jin is not a wise choice. Zhang Jin defeated hundreds of thousands of troops from the United Kingdom and France in the South Seas, and then defeated a million-strong army from the Rose Empire in the north, recovering their homeland. The intelligence agency has just received information that Zhang Jin has recaptured Xinghua's northeast, which was occupied by the Morning Empire, in just 1 week. They annihilated the combined fleet of the Morning Empire, which was known as the third largest in the world, at sea, and their powerful air force almost razed the entire Morning homeland to the ground. Such a powerful force. If the Empire offends it without being fully prepared, what will become of it if a conflict breaks out? Hill was startled, and his somewhat smug mind instantly returned to its sober state. Only then did he remember Zhang Jin's power, which led him to risk offending Zhang Jin to take control of these things. Hill hesitated for a moment. Besides force, one more thing. Zhang Jin was the largest supplier to the Prussian Empire. From large items like airplanes and warships to small items like military rations and spare parts, Yan'an's influence could be seen in the Prussian army. And the most important thing, and the one that Hill is most wary of, what if Zhang Jin sides with the Great Eagle Empire and the Rose Empire? After thinking everything through, Hiller made a decision in her heart. Let's drop this matter. He then looked at Boris with a serious expression and said, Boris, I need your military industry department to speed up the development of more advanced weapons. You don't need to worry about funding. The Imperial Treasury will do its utmost to meet your needs. Walter, I urge you to expedite the plan to attack Eagle Nation and Rose. Only by controlling Rose's resources and eliminating the troublemaker that is the United States can we set our sights on the whole world. Although Hiller had decided not to offend Zhang Jin, he was still burning with anger. At that moment, he already considered Zhang Jin his biggest rival. Great Eagle Empire, London City. Royal Palace. Our beautiful Queen Elizabeth is also discussing the issue of television sets with Prime Minister Chudel. Your Majesty, the shadow of war has already spread over the entire kingdom. The nobles who fled from Frankie and the kingdom's high society have long wanted to leave. The best place for them used to be the Melige Empire, but unfortunately, the former paradise has become a land of sin, making these wealthy people afraid to go there. Now that another paradise has suddenly appeared, these wealthy people who have been wanting to leave for a long time probably won't miss this opportunity. Xiao Deer spoke with a grim expression about the current predicament of the United Kingdom. He explained that in the West, the wealthy don't just refer to the rich. They also include a large number of middle-class individuals such as doctors, lawyers, teachers, and researchers. Merchants may leave, but if talented people also leave, the Great Eagle Empire might be reduced to a second-rate country. The most frustrating thing is that the West prides itself on freedom, so there's simply no way to openly prevent them from leaving. If it were going to Melige, that would be fine, since they're all one of us. The 9 provinces are different. No one in the entire Western world, or rather the white world, wants the rise of the 9 provinces. Eliza looked at the worried-looking Chudel and suddenly laughed. Prime Minister, let them go. It might not be a bad thing for them to leave. Xiao Di was taken aback and looked at Eliza with a puzzled expression. Eliza said confidently, our values are different from those of the East. If these people go there, they will bring our thoughts and habits with them. Don't you say that the people of Shanghe are used to worshipping foreign things? I think it won't be long before the whole country is assimilated by us. When the time comes, they'll be celebrating our festivals and speaking our language. When these cultures clash, they'll probably start fighting amongst themselves without us even lifting a finger. We can just watch the show. Our most important task right now is to resist the Prussians. If these people go, it might be a good thing if it brings the 9 provinces closer to us. Xiao Deer looked thoughtful and couldn't help but take a deep look at Eliza. Her wise eyes shocked him. He never expected that this young queen was more insightful and had a broader vision than he had imagined. Because of their own concerns, the Western continent dared not take any action. However, Melige, far away in North America, was making frequent small moves. Not only did it directly seize Yinnan's television tower within its territory, but it also arrested many Melige people of the 9 provinces' descent. The Melige Empire, New Moon City. On the busiest street in New Moon City, nestled among skyscrapers, stands a courtyard building in the style of the 9 provinces. A long plaque hangs on the large red pillars under the eaves of the gate. Yinnan stationed in Manhwa for intelligence gathering and investigation. Chapter 124 Hades Hounds. Inside the main hall of the intelligence station, Station Chief Wang Qi, Action Team Leader Li Gui, and Intelligence Section Chief Wukan stood at the entrance. Then Wukan said, Station Chief, we've investigated and found out that the Abrahams were behind this operation to seize the television sets. The newspapers and radio stations of the Melige Empire are almost entirely under the control of the Abrahams, so the appearance of our television sets naturally infringes on their interests. These Abrahams may seem kind on the surface, but they are actually very vicious. They will do anything for money, even if it means dragging an entire nation into hell. A cold glint flashed in Wang Qi's eyes. Aren't they afraid we'll cause them trouble? Of course they're afraid. We're currently at war with the mourners. These Abrahams thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years, but they didn't expect us to finish the battle so quickly, in just 1 week. And they naively thought we wouldn't go to war for such a small amount of benefit. Snort. Interests. They are provoking us, provoking the 9 provinces, provoking the Grand Marshal's authority. Have you found out who did it? We found out, Station Master. It's the American United Newspapers Corporation. They're the largest newspaper publisher on this continent. In our terms, they control the mouthpiece of the Melige Empire. Where's the headquarters? Right in New York. Wang Qi immediately looked at Li Gui. Captain Li, assemble the action team. Yes, Station Master. Li Gui agreed, took out a copper whistle from his pocket, and blew it loudly. The mournful sound of the copper whistle instantly resounded throughout the entire courtyard. As soon as Li Gui put down his whistle, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from one side of the small square. Immediately afterwards, 2 columns of dozens of soldiers ran over from the side courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen Hummers also drove out of the garage across the street. Wang Qi immediately walked towards a Hummer. Let's go to the headquarters of that Asia-Pacific region. At this time, it was morning in New York City, and the streets were bustling with traffic and people going to work. Rumble. The roar of a huge diesel engine suddenly rang out on the street, and the chaotic traffic immediately swerved to the sides like startled rabbits, revealing the road in the middle. A newcomer to the big city of New Moon, seeing the strange sights on the street, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened?" Someone in the crowd answered, "It's Hades' hounds." Hades? That general from the east? A burly white man, who was watching the commotion from among the young men, responded with a nasal tone, then suddenly spoke up angrily. "These damn guys, it's one thing to swagger around in the east, but now they come to our country and act like big shots." Dyke. The burly man's grumbling startled everyone around him, and the woman beside him looked around in a panic. "Dalat, shut up. Do you want to get us killed?" The burly man then realized his mistake, a look of panic suddenly appearing on his face. He turned and grabbed the woman, running away. This series of stories filled the young white man, who had just arrived in the city, with curiosity. He wanted to ask him more, but just as he was about to speak, a very kind elderly white man pulled him aside to a less crowded area and said earnestly, "Child, you've just arrived in this city, so remember this. Never speak ill of Juzhou in public, and never discuss any generals, as it will bring you immense trouble." The young man looked bewildered. "Didn't the newspapers say that the Kyushu people bombed us? Why should we be afraid of them?" The old white man shook his head. "You'll find out later. Remember my words, son." At the same time, the Melaga police officers maintaining order on the street reacted in two ways upon hearing the roar of the diesel engine. Some officers immediately ran onto the street to disperse the vehicles, acting like lackeys, while others stood by and watched indifferently. Rumble. The engine noise grew louder and louder, and soon a convoy of military green Hummers arrived. Squeak. The lead Hummer suddenly stopped, the windows slowly rolled down, and Wang Chi leaned out. Immediately, a white man who looked like a sheriff approached him. "Mr. Wang, what can I do for you?" Wang Chi looked at the bowing and scraping white police officer and smiled. "Chief Brute, who in your department enforced the New Moon City television ban?" "It's Deputy Director Kalimdor," Brute replied without hesitation. Wang Chi was very satisfied with Brute's answer and looked at Brute meaningfully, saying, "Chief Brute, I think you're more than qualified to be a deputy chief." Brute was overjoyed. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wang." Looking at the overjoyed Brute, Wang Chi secretly sighed. These foreigners were actually no different from the people within Xinhua. They had the same emotions and desires, the same sycophancy, and of course, the same traitors. In the past, Westerners were powerful and acted arrogantly in Xinhua, which made the Chinese people fear them. Countless people took pride in flattering foreigners. Now is the perfect time. The rise of Yan'an. Even a powerful Prussian empire wouldn't dare to test its strength lightly. So how could the United States, which had already been decimated by Zhang Jin's bombing, dare to do so? During this period of time, Zhang Jin kicked Yinghua and Phalanxi, beat Rose, and slashed Fusang. He won one battle after another, and his overwhelming military might terrified many people. As a result, Meiguo was divided into two factions. One faction wanted to be a coward, hide their heads in their pants, not provoke Zhang Jin, do their own thing, and be content with the status quo. The other faction, on the other hand, is trying every means to revive Melaga and restore its former glory. They also hate Zhang Jin to the bone, with the attitude that revenge is a dish best served cold. These two factions, they were all very wary of Zhang Jin's martial prowess and dared not act rashly, which is one of the reasons why Wang Chi and his group dared to run rampant in Mei country. Of course, there are also a few extreme cases. Just like Brutus said, Camille is that kind of person, always jumping out to cause trouble. One of Wang Chi's tasks this time is to eliminate these malignant tumors. Captain Li, pass down the order. We're going to the New Moon police station first. Li Gui's expression hardened slightly. Station chief, won't this cause the Melaga Empire to misunderstand? Misunderstanding, Wang Chi retorted with a sneer. Today I just want to see how they react when we flatten their J-Bureau. What, are you scared? Upon hearing Wang Chi's words, Li Gui immediately objected. What's there to be afraid of? If you're not afraid, station master, why should I, Old Li, be afraid? A communications soldier. Pass down the order. Target New Moon JC Bureau. Station master, what about the joint communications team? Should we send someone over? No need. This time, we don't need to lift a finger. I want the Melaga people to do it themselves, and let them know what happens when they offend Yan'an. Wang Chi was about to tell the driver to start the car after he finished speaking. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw several white police officers standing far to the side, especially a middle-aged sheriff wearing a J badge who was staring at them coldly. Click. Wang Qi opened the car door and got out, walking straight towards the middle-aged police chief. The middle-aged police chief was stunned when he saw Wang Qi suddenly walking over, and then he showed a flustered expression. You hate us? Wang Qi suddenly asked in English as he walked up to the middle-aged police chief. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale, and he opened his mouth. I. Kneel down, Wang Qi said coldly, not giving him a chance to speak. The middle-aged officer was stunned, his face flushed red, and he glared angrily at Wang Qi. His hand involuntarily reached for the holster on his waist, but Wang Qi's next words froze him in place. He heard Wang Qi coldly say, Go and find out where he lives. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, a hint of humiliation appearing on his face, before he finally bent his knees and knelt down. Wang Qi looked at the J chief kneeling at his feet and said coldly, If you're going to kneel, then you should act like one. Don't show your ugly dog-like self again. You want to be a prostitute and also want to maintain a virtuous image? Do you deserve that? After saying that, under the horrified gazes of those around him, he pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the head of the middle-aged man, J. Chapter 125 Bullying Others by Taking Advantage of Their Power. Bang! Wang Qi glanced at the middle-aged police officer on the ground, whose brains had been splattered out, casually tossed the gun to the terrified brute, and said indifferently, Remember to clean it up. He turned and left. The Meligallians watching Wang Qi walk away so casually after the murder felt a sudden pang of pain in their hearts, while the young white man who had just entered the city, though initially terrified, suddenly had burning desire in his eyes. Besides worshipping money, Westerners also have other interests. That's what makes someone strong. At this moment, the 9 provinces were clearly the strong ones. A thought suddenly popped into the young man's mind. I wish God would let me be born in the 9 provinces in my next life. They killed Sheriff Potter. It wasn't until much later that a police officer reacted and exclaimed angrily. Brute was startled and quickly covered the young police officer's mouth, scolding him sternly. Do you want to die? If those people from Kyushu hear this, you're finished. The police officers who had gathered around looked at Potter's body and couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Are we just going to let it go like this? What do you want? To arrest them and avenge Potter? Who among you dares? You? Or you? He has only himself to blame. He's incompetent, yet he wants to be a hero. Brute's voice echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Brute. I know you look down on me, Brute, and think I'm a traitor. But who am I doing this for? Isn't it for our J Bureau? If it weren't for me, it wouldn't just be Potter who died just now. You guys wouldn't be here either. From now on, you'd better hide your ulterior motives. The people of Jojo are not to be trifled with. On the other side, Wang Qi led his team recklessly through the streets, and in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of an old 8 or 9-story building. Wang Qi got out of the car and led dozens of soldiers into the building. Upon entering the building, it was a very large hall, and the J staff who were coming and going in the hall stopped in their tracks when they saw Wang Qi and the others suddenly barge in. Upon seeing Wang Qi and his group's eastern faces, and the white tiger on their armbands, they all paled instantly. Wang Qi and his gang of killing gods were practically household names in New Moon City. Mr. Wang, are you here to see Director Das? A female police officer at the gate immediately stepped forward. Wang Qi looked at the stunningly beautiful white female police officer in front of him, and without making a sound, reached out and slapped her hard. The white woman immediately put on a seductive look, her eyes burning as she looked at Wang Qi. Mr. Wang, I have time tonight. Okay, come find me tonight. The team members behind Wang Qi all seemed unfazed. When these people went abroad, Zhang Jin specially held a farewell party for them, advising them that as long as they kept their minds in check, they could do whatever they wanted and have fun however they wanted. When they first came out, they didn't understand what it meant until they arrived in the United States, where heavily made-up foreign women kept crowding around them. Only then did they realize that Kyushu was no longer what it used to be. Zhang Jin's strength had made the entire Kyushu region popular, and countless foreign women wanted to throw themselves at him. Every single one of them had a different woman every day. Wang Qi quickly remembered that he had important business to attend to, and pushed away the white woman Jay who was almost in his arms, saying, "Take me to Kalimdor." Tap 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 tap. Just as Wang Qi finished speaking, a flurry of shoe sounds filled the hall. Looking in the direction of the sound, Wang Qi's old acquaintance, Das, the director of the New Moon City J Bureau, walked over with a large group of J officers. Upon seeing Wang Qi, Das immediately smiled, quickly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Wang Chi's hands, and bowed, saying, "Mr. Wang, why did you come all the way here? You could have just called me over if there was anything you needed." Wang Chi shook hands with Das and looked at the many officers behind him, saying, "That's the Kalendor chief. Step forward and let me see what he's made of." After speaking, he immediately glanced at everyone present, then fixed his gaze on a fat white man with a panicked expression. "You're from Kalendor?" The fat white man's face turned deathly pale instantly. What do you want to do?" Wang Chi looked at him coldly. "What I want to do, or rather, what you, Mr. Kalendor, want to do." He then pulled a piece of white paper from his pocket and unfolded it. "Kalendor, you are suspected of endangering our country's security and deliberately provoking trouble. We will now arrest you in accordance with the law. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will be punished severely. Pleading guilty and accepting punishment is your only way out." The officers present were all stunned when they saw the arrest warrant in Wang Chi's hand. A foreigner was actually using their country's arrest warrant to arrest a public official of their Melige Empire. This was simply a joke. Seeing Wang Chi's extremely serious expression, the police officers of New Moon City felt a chill run down their spines. Das wanted to speak, but Wang Chi's icy gaze immediately silenced him. Seeing that Director Das remained silent, the others, though indignant, dared not step forward. No way. Countless people in New Moon City have died at the hands of Wang Chi and his group, and the reason for their deaths may have been a small complaint. What frightens them the most is that Wang Chi and his group act with impunity, and the state government above them, and even the government of the Melige Empire above them, seem to be deaf and dumb, never offering any explanation. Over time, they have naturally become afraid. Kalendor stared at the unfamiliar Chinese characters above. His legs went weak, and he quickly raised his hands, saying, I confess. I confess." Wang Chi glanced at Kalendor with disdain. These officials in Meligar were no different from the corrupt officials in Yunnan. They were equally cowardly and afraid of death. That's fine. This saves him the trouble of using torture. He turned to Li Gui behind him and said, "Make him put his fingerprint on the document." Kalendor quickly pressed his fingerprint and signed his name on the confession form handed to him by Li Gui. Li Gui then turned and handed the confession to Wang Chi for a glance. Wang Chi nodded. Li Gili immediately looked at the trembling Kalendor and said, "Based on the authority granted to me by the Commander-in-Chief, I hereby declare that Kalendor is suspected of endangering the security of the 9 provinces and deliberately provoking conflict between the 2 countries. He is guilty of multiple crimes and should be executed." Kamlito's expression changed immediately, and he tried to make a move, but the soldiers who surrounded him pressed him to the ground. Of course, Li Gui suddenly changed the subject. Given that Kalendor actively confessed and surrendered himself, he should be spared the death penalty and imprisoned. Kalendor, who had been struggling, suddenly showed joy and stopped struggling. But Li Gui's next words completely broke him down. "But, due to space constraints, our station has never established a prison. We have now decided to adapt to the situation and enforce battlefield discipline on Kalendor, executing them on the spot." After Li Gui finished speaking, he immediately pulled out a pistol, pressed it against the back of Kalendor's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bloody scene caused the female prostitutes in the hall to scream, and the others were also pale-faced, their hearts filled with mixed feelings of anger, impulse, but mostly fear, so fearful that they stood still and dared not move an inch. Wang Chi looked at the stunned New York Times employees, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was the effect he wanted. The point is to let these people know that the 9 provinces are not to be trifled with, much less humiliated. As for what will happen if these people suddenly start a fight, the worst that can happen is that they will die. He believes the commander will definitely avenge him and his brothers. He clearly won his gamble this time. "Director Das." Wang Chi suddenly spoke up. Startled, Das finally came to his senses. Before he could speak, Wang Chi continued. "You have 2 things to do now. First, release the individuals you arrested and punish all J officers involved in the arrests. Your arbitrary arrest of the TV personnel has caused them great harm, both physically and mentally. You must compensate them. Let's say $1 million per person. Second, capture all the conspirators and hand them over to us for trial. You have 24 hours, or you'll face the consequences." After saying that, Wang Chi ignored Dose completely and turned to leave with his men. The hall was left empty, with only a corpse and a group of dumbfounded U.S. officials. Wharton, the capital of the Melican Empire. Dark and gloomy palace. General Manager T. Rory Ford, stood in front of his desk with a gloomy expression, completely devoid of his former wisdom. What do you think we should do? A man with a hooked nose standing in front of the desk immediately said, These people from Yan'an are running rampant in our country, killing people indiscriminately, which has aroused public discontent. I think they should be arrested immediately. Let our consul in Yan'an protest to Zhang Jin again. He must explain the incident and guarantee that it will not happen again, otherwise we will take necessary measures. No sooner had the hook-nosed man finished speaking than a sneer rang out. Protest against Zhang Jin? Do you think our consul in Yan'an would dare to go? Why don't you go there yourself, Mr. Rhodes? The speaker was a blonde, blue-eyed, purebred Saxon, and the disgust in his eyes and the sarcasm in his mouth showed that the official and the hook-nosed man were at odds. The man with the hooked nose immediately darkened his expression, insisting, Mr. T, I still maintain that we should be tough on Zhang Jin and not let him become too reckless. Upon hearing this, Slorif did not speak, but looked at the only soldier in the room. General Rodon, what are your thoughts? Our current navy is no match for them. General Rodon, how do you know you can't win if you haven't even fought? The hook-nosed man said discontentedly. The old general said indifferently, his expression unchanged. If the Yan'an people can annihilate the combined fleet in morning within half a day, they can also annihilate us within a day. Mr. T, our industry has been severely damaged, and we can't even mass-produce anti-aircraft guns. If there's another major bombing raid, I believe the outcome will be no different from the last one. The old man's words were the final straw, making Slalaford appear decades older in an instant. All right, tell Director Doss of New Moon that we have agreed to their request. No way. In this dog-eat-dog world, the weak have no voice. They might even get beaten for uttering a fart. Chapter 126 The Wind Rises in Yan'an. Better to wrong than to let wrongdoers go free. Yan'an, Beiping Prefecture. The Yang family mansion. Yang Tsung paced back and forth in the hall with a look of anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan. As the highest-ranking official of Beiping Prefecture, he was considered a high-ranking official in Yan'an. Naturally, he knew about Zhang Jin's great defeat of Luoxi in the north and his mourning period earlier than others. Zhang Jin's triumphant return was a joyous occasion for the entire Yan'an region, but for Yang Tsung it was a bolt from the blue, nearly scaring him to death. He returned home dejectedly, and the first thing he did was to inform Mr. Wen to come see him. Just as Yang Tsung was growing impatient, a disgruntled, aged voice rang out from outside the door. Yanhua, what important matter is it that you're in such a hurry to see me? Mr. Wen walked in with Yuriko, looking displeased. Yang Tsung could tell from Yuriko's slightly disheveled clothes and flushed face that the old man hadn't done anything good. It has to be said that women in mourning are really admirable in that aspect. They are bold and uninhibited. Yang Tsung looked Baihizi up and down with his eyes before remembering what he had come here for. Mr. Wen, we have just received news that Zhang Jin has defeated the Rose Empire and annihilated the Morning Empire's army in the northeast. We will soon return victorious. The elderly man surnamed Wen was completely stunned. Only a few days had passed, and Zhang Jin had already defeated two powerful nations? Was this some kind of child's play? Yuriko, who was in mourning, was even less likely to believe it. She grabbed Yang Tsung by the collar and said angrily, Baka, this is impossible. The warriors of the Empire can never be defeated. Are you lying to us? Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuriko's chest heaved violently, and the two enormous bulges caused the buttons on her white shirt to pop off. Yang Tsung's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Mr. Wen, Ms. Yuriko, we're in this together now. Why would I lie to you? The elderly man surnamed Wen had calmed down by now, but his eyes still held amazement. Everyone says that Yan'an is powerful, and now it seems that they are right. Zhang Jin has returned victorious, so we have to change our plans. Hizi, how many skilled men do you have in Yan'an while you are in mourning? Yuriko quickly said, Mr. Wen, the Empire's spy network in Yan'an has been severely damaged by Zhang Jin's intelligence agency. I can only gather about 100 people in a short time. The elderly man surnamed Wen nodded. That's enough. Yanhua, can you get Zhang Jin's itinerary? Is he traveling by train or plane? Mr. Wen, you think too highly of me. I'm just a minor prefect, not a high-ranking official in the cabinet. Old man Wen's brows furrowed instantly, and just as the two were at a loss, Yuriko's voice suddenly rang out. There's another place that might also know Zhang Jin's whereabouts. Where? Old man Wen asked hurriedly. Yuriko slowly uttered two words. Air Traffic Control Command. Old man Wen was taken aback, He had never heard of this department before. Yang Tsung, however, had a bright idea in his eyes. Miss Lily is so clever. How could I have forgotten about it? Zhang Jin will definitely report to air traffic control when he returns. As Yan'an grew stronger, more and more planes came and went. In order to avoid collisions, it was natural to designate air routes, and the air traffic control department came into being. Miss Yuriko, Zhang Jin's itinerary is definitely top secret. Even if someone knows, they must be a core member, someone we have no way of contacting. Yuriko slowly buttoned up the 3 buttons that had popped open. Mr. Wen, Mr. Yang, please leave this matter to Yuriko. I will definitely get Zhang Jin's schedule. After Yuriko finished speaking, she was about to leave when Old Man Wen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Miss Yuriko, it's so late. Go again tomorrow. Come on, let's go to my room. We haven't finished talking about what we were just discussing. Seeing this, Yang Tsung quickly followed. Mr. Wen, let's go together. I also have something to do. June 15th, the 25th year of the Guangdong Reign. Noon. Beiping Prefecture, Yan'an Intelligence Bureau Headquarters. Yang Ying, the director of the 9th Division of the National Defense Department, hurriedly arrived at an office on the top floor of the headquarters building, holding a document. She stood up straight and shouted in a strong voice. Report. Only then did he open the door and go inside. Upon entering the house, they saw Gu Chun, the director of the Intelligence Bureau, sitting on the sofa watching TV. The TV was broadcasting the midday news. If an ordinary person were watching the TV, they would probably gasp in surprise, because the picture on the TV was in color. Director, when did you get a new TV? This must be a color TV, right? Yang Ying asked in surprise, looking at the vibrant television screen. Didn't you say it wasn't in production yet? The color TV factory just produced a batch on a trial basis. Not many. Only a few hundred units, and the commander specially rewarded me with one. When Gu Chen talked about Zhang Jin's appreciation of him, he couldn't help but show a proud expression, which made Yang Ying extremely envious. Chief, this is Yang Tsung's latest wiretapped recording. These people are incredibly audacious, actually trying to attack the commander-in-chief on the road. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened immediately. He took the document from Yang Ying's hand and glanced at it. This Yang Tsung only took office after the second massacre of officials, right? That's right. According to the intelligence we've received, this Yang Tsung has been in contact with Mr. Wen's group since his ancestral home. Has this Mr. Wen's background not been found yet? Gu Chen asked, frowning. Yang Ying shook her head and said, this Mr. Wen's real name is Wen Shanben. He is a schoolteacher in Jinling Prefecture. He has been teaching at the Jinling Church School for 36 years. We found no connection between him and the Imperial Secret Service or underground forces, such as the Shanghai Hui. As for Yuriko, she is the head of the morning special hire police in Yan'an. She suddenly contacted Wen Shanben 3 months ago. Our intelligence agents in the morning area have already investigated. Wen Shanben is not a spy for those in mourning. As for why we are looking for Wen Shanben, that is a top secret in the special hire police, and only Section Chief Sukuma Jiro knows. We are intensifying our investigation to see if there are any clues. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun immediately stood up and waved his hand, saying, why go through all that trouble? Arrest them right now, and bring that damned Dosakima Jiro back with him too. Just ask when the time comes. Yang Ying was clearly surprised by Gu Chen's straightforward approach and exclaimed in astonishment, Director, if you do it this way, we won't be able to properly screen officials. Gu Chun casually handed a telegram to Yang Ying and said calmly, this is the order that the commander-in-chief just sent. Order us to arrest and execute all the officials who have been in contact with Yang Tsung and others, as well as those we suspect. Although she had heard this order at least twice already, Yang Ying still felt a chill run down her spine to the top of her head, and her back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She swallowed hard and said, I'll go and catch them right now. Yang Ying raised her hand in salute and turned to leave when she heard Gu Chen's indifferent voice behind her. Remember, it's better to kill the innocent than to let one guilty person go free. Chapter 127 I'm innocent. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Old Man Wen, looking exhausted, let a sleepy-eyed Yang Tsung and a radiant Bai Hezi out of the house. Miss Hezi, now that Zhang Jin has pacified the northeast, he should be back soon. Your time is running out. Yuriko said confidently. Mr. Wen, please rest assured, the Air Traffic Control Command has at most a few dozen people. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely get the intelligence we want. 3 days? Yang Tsung couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The only method Yuriko could use was seduction. 3 days to take dozens of people away. Even if she was incredibly capable, the people at the Air Traffic Control Command weren't stupid. Yuriko's eyes sparkled with tears. Yang-san, if I stood in front of the Air Traffic Control Office wearing a cheongsam, charging only 1 yuan per time, do you think they would take the bait? Old Man Wan and Yang Tsung were stunned. They felt like 10 million grass mud horses were galloping through their minds. But they had to admit that with Yuriko's beautiful face, probably no man could resist her temptation. All right, Kazuko, you should go and make some preparations. Yuriko left the two stunned people behind. Tap tap tap. Unexpectedly, before she even reached the center of the courtyard, a group of soldiers rushed in and pinned the bewildered Yuriko to the ground. Only when the soldiers rushed in front of him did Yang Tsung react, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? I'm a special commissioner of the Northern Army. Are you blind?" Before Yang Tsung could finish shouting, a gun but came crashing down on him. Yang Tsung felt a sharp pain in his mouth, and then white particles flew past his eyes. Apart from Wen Shanbin and Bai Heezy, anyone else who dares to resist arrest shall be killed on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yang Tsung's legs immediately went weak. Inside the city, armored vehicles roared past on the street from time to time, and the pedestrians on the street were already used to it, even showing pity. On the bus, a young man watched with great curiosity as an armored vehicle sped past, and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wong, is something wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the officials are going to be in trouble again. It has nothing to do with us." An official? The young man immediately became interested. "Uncle Wong, please tell me about him." The elderly man sitting next to the young man reluctantly said, "Back then, my mother and I." Well, it's really nothing serious. It's just that our commander Zhang of Yan'an is extremely righteous and can't stand corrupt officials. Once he discovers them, his motto is kill them without mercy. Don't worry, the commander is only so harsh on officials. He's very kind to us, ordinary people. He levies light taxes and allows the people to rest and recuperate. As long as we abide by the law, Yan'an will be our paradise. Wang Bo's words seemed to cause a stir, and someone on the bus immediately said, "That's right. My parents say that the marshal is the best sage ruler for us common people throughout history. Tell me, in all the dynasties, has there ever been a wise ruler like this general who enabled the common people to eat white flour buns every day and have plenty of meat?" That's right. My family still keeps the marshal's memorial tablet. Anyone who crosses the marshal is going to cross me. I'll kill them even if it means my death. Yes, anyone who opposes the commander is going against us ordinary people, so we'll kill them. Long live the commander-in-chief. In a short time, the people on the bus started to get excited, shouting "Long live the marshal," one after another, as if they wanted to immediately follow Zhang Jin through thick and thin. At the same time, on the Fengjin railway line, a train encased in steel armor is speeding along the tracks. In a luxurious train compartment, Zhang Jin sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed intently on the three people standing in front of him. Standing at the very front was an elderly man with a slightly overweight build and a face full of wrinkles. This man was none other than Yin Qishan, the military governor of Bingzhou. Standing to his left behind was a dignified middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform, standing ramrod straight. This was Yang Hu, the acting military governor of Qinshi. To the right of Yankishan is a large, fat man, Wang Defa, the military governor of Suizhou. Zhang Jin remained silent, and the three of them could only stand there awkwardly. Yin Qishan, who was standing at the front, was sweating profusely and his heart was pounding. Zhang Jin was putting too much pressure on him. His gaze was like a knife, and the three of them made him feel pain all over his body. "General," just as Yin Qishan was feeling dizzy, Zhang Chong suddenly strode in. The Intelligence Bureau reports that Wen Shanbin and his gang of traitors have been captured. The JC headquarters has also called the government in mourning and demanded that they hand over Dosaki Jiro within 24 hours. A total of 1,483 officials were captured in this operation, and Director Gu has executed them all in accordance with your orders, Commander. Director Gu called again to ask how to deal with the families of these officials. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's report, Zhang Jin calmly said, "Tell him that all family members should be sent to labor camps and transported to the desolate north." "Yes, Commander." Although it was only a few short sentences, it terrified Yin Qishan and his two companions. Yin Qishan felt his legs go weak and inwardly groaned. He had long heard that this man before him was ruthless and decisive, capable of executing thousands or even tens of thousands of people at a time. He hadn't thought much of it until he saw it with his own eyes. Standing here today, I feel like I'm about to lose my courage. My legs are trembling uncontrollably, and my clothes are so slippery they're practically dripping wet. Commander Yin. Just as Yin Shishan was about to faint, Zhang Jin's voice suddenly rang out, instantly clearing his mind. His waist involuntarily bent at a 90-degree angle. This humble servant, Yin Shishan, greets your excellency the governor. Zhang Jin looked at Yin Shishan, who was constantly wiping away sweat, and a smile flashed deep in his eyes. I am very pleased that Commander Yin is able to understand the greater good and set things right. Tell me, what do you want? This general can give you anything. Yin Shishan trembled. If it were before, he might have really hoped to get an official position to shine, but now he only had one thought: to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible, to stay far away from the person in front of him, and preferably never have to see him again. He bowed deeply and said with utmost sincerity, reporting to the commander, Shishan is over 60 years old, his eyesight is failing, and he wishes to be sent back to his hometown, where he can live the life of a wealthy old man. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin laughed and said, going back to my hometown is one thing, but aren't you slapping me in the face? You'll make people talk behind my back that I'm mean and ungrateful. How about this? I will grant you the honor of retiring to your original post, and I will reward you with a mansion in Beiping. I will give you 100,000 coins as a general salary. You can live a good retirement in Beiping. Zhang Jin made the final decision, and Yin Shishan, not daring to be disrespectful, hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Commander. After dealing with Yin Shishan, Zhang Jin's gaze then fell upon Yang Hu and Wang Defa. As for the two of you, Zhang Jin's words made Yang Hu and his companion tremble. Yang Hu quickly straightened up and said, General, my mother is seriously ill, and I have no relatives to take care of her. I beg you to allow me to return to my hometown to take care of her. Yang Hu was also afraid. At this rate of killing, Zhang Jin might turn on him. No matter how prestigious his official position was, if he lost his life, it would be all for naught. It would be better to get some money and retire gracefully. Looking at Yang Hu's anxious face, Zhang Jin couldn't help but touch his own face. Was he really that scary? However, Yang Hu is indeed a talented person. Firstly, he is reluctant to let him go, and secondly, he has a position. If none of those who submit to him are officials, how can he recruit them in the future? Therefore, he resolutely refused, saying, I forbid it. Go find Chief of Staff Li Qin later and become a deputy division commander first. As for your mother, bring her to Beiping and give her proper medical treatment. That's the proper way to be loyal and filial. Zhang Jin didn't give Yang Hu a chance to refuse after he finished speaking. He turned to look at Wang Defa and said, Commander Wang, what do you want? The portly Wang Defa immediately bowed, his face beaming with a fawning smile, and said, This humble servant is willing to serve the commander-in-chief at all costs. To serve one's dog or horse with utmost loyalty. Zhang Jin muttered 4 words to himself, looking at Wang Defa with a half-smile, and uttered 4 more. You don't deserve it. Wang Defa froze, staring at Zhang Jin in astonishment, momentarily confused as to what had gone wrong. No way. Yin Shishan and Yang Hu both tried their best to resign from their official posts, so the sudden appearance of Wang Defa, who wanted a high-ranking position, naturally made Zhang Jin feel awkward. This awkwardness made him unhappy, and he felt that Wang Defa had ulterior motives. In particular, this fellow had not surrendered at the beginning, but waited until Zhang Jin had pacified the north before changing his stance, which naturally made Zhang Jin very disgusted. Men, drag this shameless scoundrel away and execute him. Throw him into the mountains to feed the wolves. Wang Defa was still completely bewildered when he was carried out. What had he done wrong? Chapter 128 The Queen is Coming? After seeing Yang Hu and the other man off, Zhang Jin asked, How's the investigation into the Wenshanben case going? General, we found out. They're Abrahamic spies, specializing in economic intelligence gathering. And Abraham, that dog hitting you that is like a persistent ghost. Now they're trying to harm him again. Just then, Zhang Chong continued, These Abrahamians have their eyes on Yinnan's finance and some high-end industries. General, you are very strict in your oversight, and you don't allow foreigners to participate in financial matters at all. These Abrahams immediately became restless and wanted to assassinate you and replace you with someone who was not hostile to them. Hee. Zhang Jin was so angry he laughed. The chill that gradually gathered in his eyes was almost freezing. Pass down the order. No country is allowed to take in Abrahamians. Those who dare to disobey may have their God easy to talk to, but the heavens above us are not so easy to talk to. They might send bombs down. Yes, Commander. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and October has arrived. At this time, the northern regions have been completely pacified, and Zhang Jin's territory is now vaster than ever before, encompassing over a dozen governorates including Yan'an, Bingzhou, Qinshi, Yanbei, Suizhou, Saibei, Wuli, Fengtian, Jizhou, Longjiang, Huangbei, and Nurgan Regional Military Commission. In the south, however, there was a climate of fear and unease. The stronger Zhang Jin became, the more afraid they became. As for the west, the atmosphere was so tense that even breathing air could choke one's throat. Both major powers were intensifying their preparations for war. The United Kingdom was in the worst situation, as it was finding it increasingly difficult to move forward without the strong support of the Melige Empire. London City, the underground command post of the royal palace. Queen Eliza sat on her throne with a tense expression. Prime Minister Chudel, the Prussian Empire's air raids on us have intensified recently. Although the Royal Air Force has fought hard, it has still caused us huge losses. We should find an ally. Otherwise, the Great Eagle Empire will only slowly decline in the struggle and eventually fall under the iron heel of Prussia. Xiao Deer immediately bowed and replied, Your Majesty, now the only ones who can become our allies are Melige, Rose, and Yan'an. Melige has been in a slump since suffering a major blow. Its national strength has declined, its military is in disarray, and only its navy is doing slightly better. It can't offer us any help at all. The Rose Empire is an option, but Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire is a man who won't act until he sees a clear benefit. It's probably unrealistic to expect him to fight against the Prussian Empire for our sake. A serious expression appeared on Eliza's beautiful face. In other words, only Yan'an can help us. Your Majesty, Zhang Jin is very close to the Prussians. I'm afraid he won't help us. Xiao Deer said helplessly that they had committed too many sins in Kyushu. Given Zhang Jin's vengeful nature, it was already merciful of him to send planes to bomb the United States to the ground. Eliza frowned deeply. As the supreme ruler, she knew all too well that the Eagle Kingdom was now on the brink of collapse. With Zhang Jin's help, the Prussian Empire in this world was stronger than ever before. The Eagle Kingdom alone simply couldn't withstand it. If this continues, she, the Queen, will probably have to flee in less than 2 months. We absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Prime Minister Chudel, immediately issue the order to expel all Abrahams from the country, leaving no one alive. I authorize you to use the army directly. Tell them we can provide them with boats, but they can only bring their personal clothing and supplies. Eliza also coveted the Abrahams' vast wealth, and now that the Eagles were struggling, she no longer cared about saving face. Xiao Deer frowned slightly, knowing how much influence the Abrahams had in the Eagle Federation. However, when he heard that the army could be used, Xiao Deer's frown immediately relaxed. With the army's assistance, everything would be much easier. Prime Minister Xiao Deer, you have notified all the museums and collectors in the kingdom to gather all the antiques and artifacts they have obtained from Kyushu within a specified period. I am going to take them with me on a trip to Yan'an. Your Majesty, do you intend to travel to Yan'an in person? No, I disagree. Xiao Deer said resolutely in shock. Eliza was the spiritual symbol of the Eagle Federation. If something unexpected happened, we might as well surrender instead of fighting. Eliza pursed her beautiful lips. Prime Minister, we have no way out, do we? Xiao Deer fell silent upon seeing Eliza's resolute gaze. After a long pause, he composed himself and said, Your Majesty, I understand your insistence. Shouldn't we consult Zhang Jin's opinion? What if he is unwilling? Eliza was taken aback, but then realized that what Xiao Deer said made sense, and said helplessly, All right, Prime Minister, then please send a telegram to Yan'an. Regardless of whether we can go to Yan'an this time, the decision we just made will continue. We must clearly express our goodwill towards Yan'an. Xinghua, Jinling. Imperial City. Sinang Palace. Empress Dowager Rong sat on the phoenix couch, looking at the meek and submissive young Emperor Guangtong with a dignified expression. Emperor, I asked you to write a letter to that scoundrel Zhang Jin. Have you written it? Your Majesty, I have already written it. I will write it once a week as you instructed. Guangtong replied obsequiously. Rong's face immediately lit up with a satisfied smile, but then the smile vanished. You may all leave now. I need to have a private conversation with the Emperor. The palace maids and eunuchs in the main hall retreated out of the hall one after another, and soon only Rong Shi and her son remained in the huge palace. Madame Rong sighed. Do you still hate your mother even now? Guangtong stood there with his head bowed, saying, Your subject dares not. You dare not. Then you must hate me. Rong's affirmative tone made Emperor Guangtong tremble. Alas, the imperial family is the most ruthless of all. Rong suddenly sighed, her voice filled with sorrow. That's right. When I found out I had given birth to a daughter, I wanted nothing more than to strangle you. In order to win the position of empress, I didn't hesitate to disguise you as a man. Who knew that fate would play such a cruel trick? Your father, who loved romance and poetry, contracted syphilis. Although he was cured, his manhood became useless. You are my only heir. Hee hee. Rong suddenly laughed, her words full of sarcasm. Do you think he doesn't know you're a woman? Do you think I, as the empress, can deceive everyone in the palace? He knows, but he's just pretending not to hear. Do you think an emperor without an heir can hold on to his throne securely? And so, your father and I are both caught in a dilemma. Until he dies, you will have no choice but to sit on the throne, or we, mother and son, will both die. As Rong spoke, she became more and more agitated, and her voice began to become shrill. Do you think your mother would debase herself so that just anyone could climb into my bed? I'm doing all this for you, for the sake of this great empire. Now look what's happened. Zhang Jin is at the height of his power in the north. He might attack us any day, and then my daughter and Daxing will be finished. The young Emperor Guangtong was terrified and hurriedly grabbed Rong's hand, pleading, Mother, I don't want to die. Rong took a deep breath to calm herself, then patted Emperor Guangtong's hand, saying, That's why I was able to let you write a letter to Zhang Jin. I know men all too well. They're all like cats that steal fish. The more you make them unable to have you, the more they'll remember you. Like when you write to him, he won't care for a day or two. What if you wait a year or two? You'll have taken root in his heart. If one day you stop writing letters, he'll feel uncomfortable and will involuntarily think of you. That's called playing hard to get. Mother, what's the use of this? The young emperor was still somewhat puzzled. How could it be useless? This way you can marry him, make him the emperor of Daxing, and you can be the empress. When your sons grow up and inherit the throne, the Great Qing Kingdom will still be the Great Qing Kingdom. The young Emperor Guangtong was immediately stunned by Rong's shocking words. His pretty face turned bright red, and he stamped his foot. Mother, I will not marry. So you want to die? Rong's words completely silenced the young Emperor Guangtong, who obediently lowered his head and dared not utter another word. Rong circled around Guangtong, frowning as she said, Your Majesty, your health is still too frail. All right then, I'll have the South send more papayas as tribute. Starting tomorrow, I'll eat one at a time and try to grow bigger. Chapter 129 Granting Titles by the State. The young Emperor Guangtong looked completely bewildered. Papa, what is that thing? Where does it grow up? After Rong finished speaking, her expression suddenly turned serious. This is not enough. If we want to win Zhang Jin's heart, we need to add more. Someone, summon the cabinet ministers. Half an hour later, Grand Secretary Song Gongming, Second Grand Secretary Qin Hui, and 3 other cabinet ministers entered from outside the hall. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, without mincing words, Madame Rong said directly, My beloved ministers are all pillars of the court, so I will not hold back any words. Let's speak frankly today. Zhang Jin in the north has won 2 great victories this time, defeating the Roses and driving away the mourners. His achievements are comparable to those of Wei Qing and Hu Zubing. Shouldn't the court issue an edict to commend him? Is this an award for Zhang Jin? Song Gongming and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the Rong family's intentions. At this point, it was clear to everyone that Zhang Jin's power was firmly established, while the Xinghua court was on the verge of collapse. It was likely that the great Xinghua would soon be under the Zhang family's control. Sudden, Song Jiang's eyes flickered, and he immediately realized what Rong was up to. She was probably trying to curry favor with Zhang Jin to prepare for the future. Thinking of this, Song Jiang felt a sudden sense of urgency. Ever since he first escaped a bombing with Yuan Shiqing, Song Jiang had developed a fear of Zhang Jin. After being publicly humiliated by Zhang Jin a second time, his fear of Zhang Jin reached its peak. He's just living for the moment now. What does it matter if he has great power and is second only to the emperor? Look at how tragically the 3 prime ministers before him died. Not only did they lose their wealth and honor, but they also ruined their entire families. Having figured out Rong's thoughts, Song Gongming quickly went along with it, saying, Your Majesty is wise. Marshal Zhang has worked hard and made great contributions to guarding the border for Daxing. He deserves to be rewarded. The other cabinet ministers were no pushovers either. What Song Jiang could think of, they certainly couldn't have missed. Naturally, No one would be foolish enough to stand up and oppose such a lucrative endeavor. Pity. Even if Song Gongming and his ilk racked their brains, they would never have imagined that the Rong family intended to use the wealth of the nation to recruit Zhang Jin as their son-in-law. Since none of you ministers have any objections, let's now discuss how to bestow the rewards. Just as Song Gongming was about to speak, the second assistant minister Qin Hui stepped forward and said, Empress Dowager, Marshal Zhang is already a duke. If we were to bestow any further honors, he would only be granted the title of prince. Qin Hui stopped there and looked up at Rong Shi. Rong Shi's expression remained unchanged, and she said with her usual majesty, It is only right that you be granted a royal title. Qin, please just say so. Qin Hui immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more confident, and then said, This old minister believes that Marshal Zhang should be promoted to the title of Prince of Qin and given overall command of the affairs of the Northern Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Madame Rong nodded and turned her gaze to Song Gongming. Minister Song, what about you? Your Majesty, I believe it is not enough. This time, Rong showed an expression of agreement and said loudly, Minister Song is right. Marshal Zhang is a pillar of the country. If there is any truth to it, wouldn't that chill the hearts of loyal ministers? The cabinet shall immediately draft an edict. Duke Zhang Jin, a man of extraordinary talent and wisdom, a pillar of the nation, and a man of outstanding merit, shall be hereby granted the title of Prince of Shanghe, with the same rank as the Emperor, and shall be further granted the titles of Prime Minister, Grand Counselor, and Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces of the realm. Holy crap! The Rong family series of decrees completely baffled Song Gongming and the others. What was this? This was the regent. No, it should be the emperor. Rong Shi has handed over all of the emperor's power to Zhang Jin. What exactly does she want to do? The flood of information has completely overwhelmed Song Gongming and the others. Gentlemen, do any of you have any objections? Objection? Song Jiang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Did they dare? What if Zhang Jin found out? Would they even survive? We have no objection. Upon hearing this, Rong waved her hand with a reserved expression and said, Since none of you ministers have any objections, the cabinet shall immediately draft an edict to announce it to the world. Upon hearing that Rong wanted to send him away, Song Gongming quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have other important matters to report to you privately. Since Zhang Jin's outburst in the capital, he hadn't been close to Empress Rong. Now, seeing the beautiful and charming Empress Rong, he was immediately tempted. Unfortunately, Song Gongming was being somewhat wishful. Empress Rong didn't pay any attention to him and said directly, I'm a little tired. Let's talk about it another day. Song Gongming was stunned for a moment, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. In the past, it was always Rong who threw herself at him, but now that he was eager to get close to her, Rong was putting on airs. However, Rong was no longer the same as before. Her influence in the court was greater than his, the sycophantic chief minister. Even if he was angry, he could only suppress it and force a smile. Since the Empress Dowager is unwell, we will take our leave. Rong watched as Song Gongming retreated dejectedly and couldn't help but snort. Her imperial bed wasn't something one could just sit on whenever they wanted. With her current power, only Zhang Jin had the right to sit on it. Several days later, in Beiping Prefecture, the governor's office, Zhang Jin was hunched over his desk processing official documents from various regions when he went out for a few days. Little did he know that the documents waiting for him were already piling up like a mountain. He could certainly have handed these official documents over to Xia Yuanji and the others to handle, but Xia Yuanji dared not take them, saying that these were matters that only Zhang Jin, the master, could handle. If they were given them, it would mean that power would fall into other hands, and Zhang Jin naturally did not need to worry about these things. What will happen when Xia Yuanji and the others all die? Zhang Jin thought about it and agreed. A system is a system. If he, the founder, is leading the way in breaking the system, wouldn't his descendants be in complete chaos? And so began the miserable days. After some time, Zhang Jin put down his pen, stood up, stretched, and walked out of the office. Just outside was a large garden, with flowing streams, blooming flowers, unique rocks, and lush green trees, instantly making Zhang Jin feel refreshed and relaxed. Brother Zhang, what would you like to eat for lunch? A clear and pleasant voice rang out from behind Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin turned to look at Lu Zhu, who was walking over cheerfully, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Just do as you see fit. I've been so worried about you these past few days without you by my side. I'll definitely take you with me next time I go there. Green Bamboo was overjoyed upon hearing this, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Great. Brother Zhang, I'll go and prepare. Zhang Jin shook his head as he looked at the overjoyed Green Bamboo. As his status rose, countless women wanted to throw themselves at him, each one behaving like a docile Persian cat in his presence. Only Green Bamboo remained the same as before, calling Zhang brother this and Zhang brother that, cherishing this rare moment of warmth. General, Zhang Chong walked over at this moment and said, the cabinet just forwarded a telegram that Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom wishes to visit Yan'an. Oh really? How old is this Eliza? What does she look like? Does she have a good figure? Well, Zhang Chong was completely stumped by Zhang Jin's questions. After a long pause, he hurriedly replied, My lord, all I know is that Queen Eliza is only 20 years old and extremely beautiful. Should I go and investigate? Zhang Jin waved his hand. Forget it. What's the point of looking at photos? Let her come. Yes, Commander. Zhang Chong agreed and hurriedly left, but returned a short while later. General, the imperial court has sent a eunuch to convey an imperial decree to you. Zhang Jin raised an eyebrow. Was the court about to punish him, or was it planning to promote him and grant him a higher rank? Let him in. A moment later, an old eunuch with a pale face and no beard walked over with several younger eunuchs. The old eunuch in the lead knelt down as soon as he saw Zhang Jin, saying, This servant Gao Yong greets your majesty the regent. The regent? Now it was Zhang Jin's turn to be confused. Was this someone calling him? When did he become a regent? What happened? Gao Yong quickly knelt up straight, opened the imperial edict in his hand, and read aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Duke Zhang Jin, endowed with divine martial prowess and outstanding achievements, rose from humble beginnings to raise the banner of righteousness, pacifying Shanghai in the south and Tianjin in the north, bringing great prosperity to the world. This is all thanks to his efforts. However, the journey ahead is still arduous, with the people in the east and the Russians in the north eyeing our territory. Fortunately, we have the Duke, whose heroic plans are unparalleled. He has conquered the Russians in the north, pacified the mourning period in the east, recovered the lands of the 5 lakes, and expanded our territory to the 4 seas. The Duke's achievements reach the heavens, and his virtue extends throughout the universe. He possesses extraordinary talent and strategic vision, is the backbone of the nation, and the pillar of the world. By the mandate of heaven and in accordance with the will of the people, I hereby bestow upon Duke Zhang Jin the title of Prince Shanghe, with a rank equal to that of the emperor, so that they may share the throne. I also hereby appoint him as Prime Minister, Grand Counselor, and Grand Marshal of the armed forces of the realm. From the date of this edict, all matters concerning military supplies, provisions, and other administrative affairs, regardless of their importance, shall be decided by the Grand Minister Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin was stunned. Or rather, everyone present was stunned. Immediately, everyone knelt down, and a thunderous roar erupted. Greetings, Your Majesty King Shing. Long live the king. Long live the king. Long live the king. Chapter 130 Zhang Jin's Returning the Favor. Sitting by the pond, Zhang Jin listened to the endless shouts of Long live the emperor, echoing from the governor's mansion. He was bewildered but also deeply moved. In his previous life, he was just a nobody, but he never expected to achieve such success in this world. Soon, Zhang Jin quickly came to his senses. These sweet words wouldn't make him do anything that would cloud his judgment, but the sweetness was still something he could take advantage of. The imperial court has shown me such respect that I am truly unworthy of it. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Since the imperial court values me so highly, I should naturally return the favor without hesitation. Zhang Chong, issue the order. Command the army to immediately march south and take over the troops in the southern provinces. Anyone who dares to resist will be punished as a traitor, and their entire family, up to 3 generations, will be exterminated. Gao Yong was stunned. This was exactly what Zhang Jin meant by returning a favor. It was a perfect example of taking advantage of the situation. However, this was not something an old eunuch like him should concern himself with. After hearing Zhang Jin tell him to step back, he quickly kowtowed again and retreated. After Gao Yong and the others left, Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned serious. Go, bring Xia Yuanji here. Yes. A dozen minutes later, Xia Yuanji hurried over. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Zhang Jin was taken aback. You have to admit, this, Your Majesty, sounded much better than General. They were on completely different levels. Yuanji, how's the administrative college you're running going? We're heading south soon. Can you spare enough people? Your Majesty, we have already conducted basic political training on the 200,000 elite soldiers selected, as per your Majesty's decree. They are fully capable of handling non-professional duties. Zhang Jin spent 400,000 points to summon these 200,000 soldiers, not intending to appoint them to high-ranking positions, but simply to deploy them to township, county, and prefectural levels. As long as you can control the grassroots, it's equivalent to cutting off the hand reaching down from above. Even if you kill all the officials at the top, it won't cause any upheaval at the bottom. Even if a newly appointed official has ulterior motives, he can find out immediately and kill them one by one. He wants to see if all these corrupt officials will ever be eliminated. Very good. Send the order down to send all these personnel down. Once they have control of the situation, scrap the entire south side, from top to bottom, and kill them all. In Zhang Jin's eyes, there are no good people at all. If they were to line up and kill one by one, who knows how many would escape the net? Your Majesty, the Imperial Court. Kill. Royal Palace. Kill. Zhang Jin's two consecutive chillingly sharp words of kill immediately silenced Xia Yuanji. Just as he was about to agree, Zhang Jin suddenly spoke. Keep the Empress Dowager Rong and the young emperor. Find them a house outside the palace, and send all the palace maids back to their hometowns. Your Majesty, wouldn't releasing the Empress Dowager and the emperor from the palace cause unnecessary trouble? This general wants trouble. I'd like to see which other scoundrels dare to oppose the dynasty. These people deserve to die. Yes, Your Majesty. Xia Yuanji immediately understood Zhang Jin's meaning. It was nothing more than fishing to see if any unscrupulous people would take the bait. He quickly agreed, and then raised his head to ask, Your Majesty, are all the officials' female relatives being kept? And then select some of the more attractive women to fill His Majesty's harem? Well, Zhang Jin then realized that this wasn't modern times. In this feudal era, it was common for officials to have their families killed and forced into servitude in the imperial harem. After all, the national conditions are different. Moreover, officials all come from wealthy and powerful families, so their female relatives are naturally beautiful. Those who are genetically mutated and grow up to be deformed are ultimately a minority. Zhang Jin's face immediately showed a hint of interest. But the thought of a rope possibly around his neck while he was sleeping startled Zhang Jin awake. Fine, this time we'll only execute the officials and send all their families to the northern frontier to cultivate the land. However, your idea of holding a talent show is quite good. Let's select 3,000 beautiful women from the common people to fill the harem. Oh, and also, when they killed people this time, they said it was the court trying to curry favor with me. I purged the court to give these officials an explanation. Zhang Jin said, his strong expression revealing a hint of compassion. Alas, the world has misunderstood me. I grew up reading Buddhist scriptures, and my favorite book is Journey to the West, especially the Garuda, the Buddha's uncle. So, those who say that I, the commander, am a ruthless killer are all lying and rumors. How could I, a Buddhist, go on a killing spree? Besides, what if I kill him? Haven't you heard the Buddha say, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Xia Yuanji bowed deeply. Your Majesty's divine light shines brightly. These people who spread rumors are indeed despicable. I will certainly order the relevant government offices to investigate them thoroughly. Ludong, Dicheng Prefecture. On the city gate tower, the garrison captain Chen Yaofa leaned against the battlement, shaking his leg, a white cigarette dangling from his mouth, and even his blue-peaked hat was worn crookedly, making him look every bit the hooligan. Boss, try this. A soldier approached and handed Chen Yaofa a cigarette. Chen Yaofa's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarette with the yellow filter in the soldier's hand. Dog, this is good stuff. Where did you get it? The dog grinned obsequiously. Boss, it's the young master of the Lin family shop. He went out of town to the north to buy goods and gave me a cigarette. Chen Yaofa couldn't wait to put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep breath, saying with a look of ecstasy, this is the taste. He took another deep breath, his face suddenly turning indignant. Damn it. I heard that in Yan'an, a pack of filtered cigarettes costs 5 cents, but here they're 50 cents a pack. Those damn profiteers. A soldier leaning against the battlements couldn't help but chime in. That's right. If Yan'an had implemented some kind of household registration system, where only those with household registration could work in factories and earn that money, I would have gone there long ago. Damn it. Why didn't we go with those refugees back then? I heard that the factories up north have meat every meal, and they never eat the same thing twice. Eat as many white flour steamed buns as you like. The soldier's words only made things worse. as the sounds of people swallowing hard filled the city walls. Just then, a voice rang out. Why hasn't Commander Zhang attacked yet? Boss, something's up, a soldier on guard suddenly shouted. Chen Yaofa immediately straightened up and looked out of the city. He saw a long convoy of vehicles heading towards Diching. Boss, is this General Zhang's army? One of the soldiers who had gathered around asked excitedly. Chen Yaofa's face also couldn't hide his joy, and he roared. What the hell are you all standing there for? Hurry up and open the city gates to welcome Commander Zhang. Damn it, our good days have finally arrived. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the city gate tower. Immediately afterward, all the garrison soldiers, with an unusually fast pace, straightened their uniforms and surged towards the city gate. The prefectural government office of Diching. Prefect Huang Yud, who was taking a nap with his 2 concubines, was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who the hell is knocking? What are you doing? Do you want to die? My lord, something terrible has happened. The Imperial Guard's investigation department has sent a telegram saying that a unit of the Dingbei army has attacked. The Dingbei army has attacked. Huang Yud jolted awake and sat bolt upright. He scrambled off the bed, opened the door, and shouted at the steward who had come to report. Quickly, notify the city defense battalion to hold their ground. Tell them that if they can hold out for half a day, I will reward each of them with 10 commander's coins. Yes, sir, the steward replied and ran off. Huang Yud hurriedly shouted, Someone come here. Someone come here quickly. A moment later, an old man ran over. Sir, what are your orders? Quickly, tell the ladies to pack their valuables immediately. We're heading to the train station. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The old man hurriedly agreed and ran off. Before Huang Yud could even turn around, an officer ran in, shouting, Sir, something terrible has happened. The Dingbei army has entered the city. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Huang Yud collapsed to the ground, only one thought remaining in his mind. It's all over. August 1st, 24th year of Guangdong reign. The Dingbei army marched south in a grand procession, and the whole country rejoiced. The people of the southern provinces had long awaited the arrival of the royal army. Chapter 131. The world is at peace, and the 4 seas are united. It has to be said that Zhang Jin's reputation on the 9 provinces continent is truly immense. How big is it? Before the Dingbei army even arrived, the people who had heard the news had already come out to welcome them from dozens of miles away, beating drums and gongs. Their enthusiasm made the Dingbei army soldiers feel a little embarrassed. As for the Xinhua army, they were equally overjoyed. In those days, everyone knew that following Commander Zhang meant a life of luxury. You didn't need to fight or shout. The Imperial army was already waiting in the camp to receive you. If you arrived late, you might even get a few complaints. So much so that even the vanguard of the Dingbei army couldn't believe how fast they advanced. They reached the banks of the Yangtze River in less than a day. The capital city, Jinling. In front of the Jinpu railway bridge, people from the surrounding villages and towns gathered early in the morning, along with dozens of drum and gong teams dressed in colorful costumes. The Jiangyi troops guarding the bridge were all in clean and neat uniforms, with their peaked caps worn squarely. Their military appearance was very dignified. The guns in their hands had been neatly stacked together, forming dozens of gun mountains. They stood in front of the bridge, just like the civilians, constantly looking across the bridge. Buzz. Just then, the buzzing sound of propellers suddenly came from the sky, followed by fighter jets flying overhead. Quick! Commander Zhang is here, someone shouted from the crowd. Boom. The crowd erupted in excitement, followed by the resounding clang of gongs and drums. They're here. On the other side of the bridge, tanks formed 2 long steel dragons in 2 columns, stretching as far as the eye could see, roaring and billowing black smoke as they approached. Welcome! The people of the capital city immediately erupted in powerful enthusiasm, shouting slogans that shook the heavens and the earth. Even Li Jie, the commander of the 1st Army Corps, who was already used to such things along the way, felt flattered. He quickly stood up from his armored command vehicle and waved vigorously to the people. In the crowd, Tang Yi, the chairman of the Shanghe, watched the Dingbei army interacting enthusiastically with the people. His palms clenched so tightly they bled, but he didn't even feel it. Back when the Shanghe rebelled, they swept across almost the entire north and south of Xinhua. If the people here today could welcome them as they welcomed the Dingbei army, the Xinhua land would have belonged to the Tang family long ago, instead of falling into such a state of decline. In a short time, in his hatred for the Dingbei army, Tang Yi also came to hate the common people and secretly vowed, If one day I manage to seize the throne, I will definitely kill all these lowly people. Father, do you see? Only by gaining the support of the people can one truly establish a powerful and dominant dynasty. Tang Xin, who was following closely behind Tang Yi, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Dingbei army, which was so beloved by the people. Humph, Tang Yi couldn't help but snort. These scoundrels are just opportunists. If they had supported our Shanghai society back then, we would have won this world long ago. Tang Xin looked at the almost tangible jealousy in his father's eyes and couldn't help but pat his forehead. Tang Yi had already made it very clear why the Shanghai society was rebelling, to seize power. They never thought of giving ordinary people any real benefit. Instead, they resorted to extortion, rape, and plunder. After all, those who supported them were wealthy gentry and merchants. They initially supported their rebellion because the imperial court was too greedy, treating merchants like pigs in a sty. This is fundamentally different from Zhang Jin's situation now. She had now seen through her father. He was clearly ambitious but incompetent and incredibly stubborn. So she simply said nothing more and dragged the indignant Tang Yi away. Outside Chengde Gate, in the capital, Empress Dowager Rong, the young Emperor Guangtong, and a group of court officials were already waiting at the city gate. Rong was not surprised because she had been mentally prepared, while the young emperor was excited. She had long since given up on being emperor. Only high-ranking officials like Song Jiang looked gloomy. They had thought that giving Zhang Jin some honors would delay his trip south. No one expected Zhang Jin to be so shameless, making a big deal out of nothing. They used the power they were given to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Everyone present understood the proverb, a new emperor brings a new court. Song Gongming and his ilk, accustomed to a life of luxury and extravagance, were now being asked to retire and live out their days in peace. How could they possibly be willing to do so? It's too late to say anything now. Zhang Jin's power is already secured. If they dare to stop him, given his tyranny, he'll probably tear them apart, and they won't even be able to protect their own families. But, considering that their disciples and former officials were scattered throughout the south, Zhang Jin would definitely have to rely on them to take over the southern territory peacefully. They probably wouldn't do anything to them for the time being, which immediately reassured Song Jiang and other high-ranking officials in the court. A glint of inspiration flashed in Song Jiang's eyes. He was thinking much more deeply. In his view, once Zhang Jin marched south and left the north, he would be like a dragon leaving the sea, easily manipulated and controlled by Song Jiang. Thinking of the pleasant aspects, a smile involuntarily appeared on Song Gongming's lips. Rumble. The sudden roar of engines from afar brought the court officials, each with their own thoughts, back to their senses. 1,000 meters away, they saw billowing black smoke and 4 dark lines of vehicles approaching them in a single column on the highway. As the roar grew louder, the dark figures finally revealed themselves, massive tanks. Although everyone present had seen pictures of tanks in newspapers, seeing the real thing made them realize just how enormous these steel behemoths were. Long cannons, thick military green armor. A person standing beneath them would only be slightly taller than the ground. Under the sunlight, they gleamed with the cold gleam of metal, inspiring awe and fear. As Song Gongming watched the armored behemoth drive right up to them, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and his heart pound. If it weren't for the lackeys supporting him from behind, he probably would have collapsed to the ground. Tread. Just as the city gate was completely silent, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground suddenly rang out, causing Song Gongming to tremble and look up. Then I saw a young man in military uniform jump down from an armored vehicle, the 2 gold stars on his collar insignia shining brightly in the sunlight. Song Gongming hurriedly pushed aside the lackeys behind him, stepped forward, and extended his hands, saying, "General, I am Song Gongming, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet." Li Jie glanced at Song Gongming, who was all smiles, and said indifferently, "No need, I find it dirty." Song Jiang was stunned on the spot, then his face turned bright red. How dare a mere general openly insult him, the Grand Secretary? "You, how dare you? I am the Grand Secretary, and you, a mere general, dare to be so arrogant and presumptuous in front of me." No, that was in the past." Li Jie held up a finger and waved it in front of Song Gongming, his eyes sharp as he said, "I can give you a heads up, it's the beginning of the Jin dynasty now. Who do you think you are, Grand Secretary? Did you appoint yourself?" Song Gongming was stunned and immediately knelt on the ground. "General, this old minister had no intention of disrespecting His Majesty the Prince of Shanghe." Snort. "Guards, seize this rebellious and treacherous villain." And these people actually stood by and watched Song Jiang utter such treasonous words. They are especially hateful. Li Jie gestured to the assembled court officials. Arrest them all and send them to Beiping Prefecture to be dealt with by the commander-in-chief. The high-ranking officials present were completely dumbfounded when they saw Song Jiang being arrested. They never expected that they would be caught in the crossfire. They were stunned and opened their mouths to cry out for justice, but a soldier stuffed a smelly sock into their mouths. The stench almost made them faint. After dealing with the court officials, Li Jie turned to Rong Shi, who was equally stunned, and raised his hands and knees in a salute. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the commander-in-chief has sent orders for me to send people to escort you back to Beiping Prefecture. At the same time, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th Army Corps, advancing southward, spread like a torrent throughout the south. Their powerful military force caused all the defending troops to surrender wherever they went. Even those who tried to resist in cities were either torn apart by angry civilians and soldiers or were swiftly annihilated by the Dingbei army. The Dingbei army was simply too powerful, advancing by sea, land, and air. There are airplanes in the sky, artillery and rocket launchers on the ground, and battleships and carrier-based aircraft in the sea. The most terrifying thing is the endless supply of ammunition. If the Dingbei army wanted to bomb a place into flat ground, they really could, leaving nothing but flat ground. Chapter 132 Annual Summary Meeting. In a city in southern China, at Kaishiku, squads of soldiers stood around the execution ground to maintain order, and among them, hundreds of officers were bound hand and foot and kneeling on the ground. Outside the soldiers' quarters was a sea of ordinary people, all gazing excitedly, many holding steamed buns in their hands. On an open space near the city wall, employees and yamen runners from the entire prefecture and its subordinate counties and townships stood there in fear, unsure of what to do with their hands. As for the officials, General Zhang recently issued an order that all officials in the southern provinces of Xinhua, regardless of rank, should be executed and their families exiled to wastelands to replenish the population there. There was no way around it. The corruption in the imperial court set a bad example for the people below, and the corruption in the local areas was even worse. There were all sorts of bizarre taxes, such as road tax, poop tax, food tax, sleep tax, breathing tax, and so on, all trying to squeeze money out of the people. Especially these low-level officials, who think of themselves as local emperors, are arrogant and mean, and treat ordinary people like cattle and horses. If you disobey even slightly, you'll either be beaten or imprisoned, or even beaten to death without any explanation, and you'll have nowhere to seek justice. In such an environment, how many honest officials do you think there are? Zhang Jin wasn't truly a cruel person. He went on a killing spree only because of the report submitted by Gu Chun and others. Among all the officials, not a single one was innocent. They were either greedy for money or fame, and there was no one who truly cared about the common people. It was only at this point that Zhang Jin understood the meaning of common people in ancient times. He was not referring to the lowest class cattle and horses, but to people with a certain status, and at the very least, people from humble backgrounds. How could these people possibly care about the lives of ordinary people? If Zhang Jin wanted the people to truly benefit, he had no choice but to eliminate these bad apples. He might as well overturn the table and clean up the entire country. The officials he replaced would at least make life easier for the people for 3 to 5 years. As for what to do if these officials develop ulterior motives in the future, at worst, they can just be dealt with again. This is because Zhang Jin's military power is truly formidable. If it were anyone else, they would probably have died several times over by the time such a budding tendency appeared. Let's not waste any more time. An officer standing on the execution platform glanced at his watch, his expression immediately turning solemn. Time's up, begin the execution. As soon as the officer finished speaking, hundreds of officials were forced to kneel on the ground. A soldier following behind immediately drew a large cleaver from his back and swung it into the air in unison, then chopped down on the necks of the condemned officials. Hundreds of heads flew into the air in an instant, and blood stained a large area of the ground red as if a basin had been poured. The onlookers, who had been watching the spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts began to pound involuntarily as hundreds of heads suddenly flew into the air. Before, killing one by one didn't seem like a big deal, but now that hundreds of heads have fallen all at once, it's terrifying. The officer, observing the now deathly silent execution ground, suddenly turned his gaze to the ranks of the constables, who were nearly paralyzed with fear. His icy voice rang out. Listen up, all of you. His Majesty the Prince of Shang has decreed that anyone who dares to oppress the people, extort money or bribes, will suffer the same fate as you. Don't think that just because the world is so vast and the imperial court can't care about a mere lowly official like you, you can do whatever you want. His Majesty the Prince of Shang has ordered the establishment of another investigation bureau within the Yan'an Intelligence Bureau, specifically to supervise local affairs. You can fool the officials, and you can also fool the special agents. If any of your officers lose control of their own hands, and the superior officer and colleagues in the department know about it, but fail to report it, they will all be guilty of the same crime and executed together. The moment the officer uttered the word kill, at least half of the Yamen runners collapsed to the ground. After warning the government officials, the officer finally looked at the vast crowd of people, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Fellow villagers, I have good news to tell you. His Majesty the King of Shang has decided to exempt ordinary people from taxes for 5 years in order to allow the people of the South to recuperate and rebuild. During these 5 years, you will not have to pay any taxes, and all the money you earn will be yours. If anyone dares to collect taxes from you within the next 5 years, don't hesitate to kill them. 5 years of tax exemption? No taxes at all. All the people present were stunned, then became excited. For the first time in thousands of years, someone had treated them so kindly. At that moment, the name Zhang Jin was deeply imprinted in the minds of the people. Long live the King of Shang! Someone shouted out, and a deafening roar of "Long live the Emperor" immediately erupted from the crowd. As the news of the tax exemption spread throughout the city, the entire city resounded with tremendous cheers, the shouts of "Long live the Emperor," reaching the heavens in an instant. Of course, it wasn't just this one city. As the Dingbei army marched south, every town and every village was notified. In a short time, this caused a huge reaction throughout the entire land of Kyushu. As a result, no more conspirators stood up, because those who did not believe in evil had been torn apart by the angry people. Anyone who stood up to resist Zhang Jin was blocking them from living a good life, and no one could stand that. Therefore, in just 2 months, the entire land of Kyushu returned to peace, except that the one in power changed from the Jin family to the Zhang family. Beiping Prefecture. The Imperial Palace. Zhang Jin actually didn't want to live in the palace. In his mind, such places were oppressive and gloomy, and simply not a place to live. Who would have thought that after being toured by Xia Yuanji, he would realize that his thinking was somewhat narrow-minded. The Imperial Palace in this world was completely different from that in his world. The palace in this world is magnificent, imposing, and incredibly majestic. The entire palace is rectangular, measuring 6,961 meters from north to south, and 4,753 meters from east to west. It is surrounded by a 32-meter-high city wall, and outside the city wall is a 360-meter-wide moat. Inside, there are mountains, lakes, forests, grasslands, and fertile fields reminiscent of the Jiangnan region. Architecture from 100 different countries vie for attention, each displaying its own unique style. It is truly an independent world. Moreover, after modern renovations, it is very suitable for living. Zhang Jin spent 5 days touring around and immediately fell in love with the place. Although it's a bit inconvenient to have to take a vehicle to get in and out. After all, the Hall of Mental Cultivation where he lived was 4 kilometers away from the Hall of Heavenly Soaring where court assemblies were held, which was indeed a bit far. But there are always trade-offs. And today, inside the Lingtian Hall, hundreds of officials at the deputy director level and above from the capital gathered to prepare for the annual reporting conference for the entire land of China. Zhang Jin sat high in his seat, looking down at the civil and military officials below the jade steps, and couldn't help but cough lightly. Lin Cheng, you're the chief of the general staff. Why don't you report on the military affairs first? Chapter 133 Building Western-Style Gas Stations. Lin Cheng immediately stepped forward and reported to the commander-in-chief. The military has completed all the tasks you assigned. From the ocean in the north to the ocean in the south to the ocean in the east, and reaching the Toulon Plain in the west, our land of 9 provinces has been reunited. Zhang Jin nodded. A smile then appeared on his face. The soldiers of Dingbei have made great contributions, and we will certainly not be stingy with rewards. Yuanji, the newly appointed Grand Secretary, Xia Yuanji, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, he said. The cabinet has submitted the list of meritorious soldiers to your Majesty, awaiting your approval. No need, we'll approve it now. Oh, by the way, how do you plan to bestow rewards? Do you have a set procedure? Xia Yunji bowed again and said, Your Majesty, since Your Majesty's humble beginnings, the army has suffered a total of 19,437 deaths and 8,319 serious injuries and demobilizations. The cabinet has already discussed with the military that the Holy Martial Martyrs Shrine will be built in the capital to commemorate the fallen soldiers. In addition, the Civil Administration Department has been ordered to provide the families of the fallen soldiers with a one-time payment of 500 marshals coins and to award them with a plaque of martyrdom. For those with parents in the family, the court will provide for their care and funeral arrangements, and each family will receive a subsidy of 5 marshals coins per month. Families with children will be supported by the imperial court until the age of 15, and tuition fees will be waived until graduation. As for those who are seriously injured or disabled, they will receive a one-time subsidy of 500 marshal coins and a monthly subsidy of 5 marshal coins after retirement, until their death. Zhang Jin paused for a moment upon hearing this. 10,000 people might seem insignificant to others, but to Zhang Jin, it was an astronomical number. However, Zhang Jin didn't make any decisions. Instead, he asked, How much will you earn this year? Second Grand Secretary Liu Yin immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, as of last month, the total revenue of our 9 provinces was 8.47 billion Grand Marshals coins, of which weapons, medicines, fuel, and other overseas trade accounted for more than 78%. Total expenditure was 1.25 billion Grand Marshals coins, of which military expenditure was 890 million and government expenditure was 360 million. With the escalation of conflicts in the West, the nationalist government's fiscal revenue is expected to reach at least tens of billions next year. Zhang Jin nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. All the army's weapons, ammunition, and fuel were retrieved from his phone. The only expenses were military pay, food, and the construction of military facilities. As for government spending, it was even less. The millions of unpaid laborers of the international labor force made indelible contributions to the development of the 9 provinces. The infrastructure projects, such as the construction of railways, highways, schools, and settlements in the remote north, were all built by these international friends. After these major infrastructure projects were completed, they went to mine coal and other minerals. They went wherever the work was toughest, doing the hardest jobs and eating the worst food. This spirit of selfless dedication deeply moved Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin has decided that he will find more like-minded friends to send over in the future so that they can shed their last drop of blood for this land. After they die, their ashes will be ground and scattered on the land they cultivated, enriching the local environment. That would be a worthy death. In the main hall, then Zhang Jin solemnly said, These soldiers shed their blood and sacrificed their precious lives for our 9 provinces. They are true heroes. Without them, there would be no Yan'an today, no 9 provinces today. Can we let their parents, wives, and children suffer? Cannot. We must ensure they live better than anyone else, so that our martyrs can rest in peace, so that everyone knows their sacrifices were not in vain, and I, Zhang Jin, will absolutely not abandon them. Immediately issue an imperial decree. All fallen heroes shall receive a one-time compensation of 1,000 yuan, and their parents' allowance shall be increased to 10 yuan per month. His children were supported by the imperial court until they reached the age of 18. Severely injured or disabled veterans will receive a one-time subsidy of 500 yuan upon discharge from the military, with the allowance increased to 10 yuan per month, and will be assigned suitable public service positions by the local government. For those who are unable to hold public office or take care of themselves, the subsidy will be increased to 16 yuan per month. Also, tell the local authorities and the local garrison that they should represent us to visit and offer condolences during holidays. When officials pass by the homes of martyrs, they must get out of their cars and walk. If anyone dares to act arrogantly, we'll kill their entire family. As for the Shrine of Martyrs you mentioned, we think it's a good idea, but it can't just be built in the capital. It should be built in all the provinces, prefectures, and counties as well. In the future, students at all levels of schools will first go to the Martyrs' Shrine to pay tribute to these heroes when they enroll, graduate, or get married, so that they know how they got their current lives. Once the Martyrs' Shrine in the capital is completed, let us know so we can lead the entire court to pay our respects in person. After the arrangements for the fallen soldiers were explained, the once solemn hall finally relaxed a bit. Xia Yuanji continued, Your Majesty, the Southern Territory has just been annexed. Although your majesty has exempted them from taxes for 5 years, it will probably take several more years for them to develop. Zhang Jin understood the saying, haste makes waste, but he was quite confident that the South would develop rapidly over the next 5 years. It's in a businessman's nature to pursue profit. A 5-year tax exemption will undoubtedly tempt many people. Zhang Jin doesn't mind giving it a push. UNG, immediately issue an order to further divert the supplies purchased from the West to the people. Apart from weapons and medicines, I think everything else can be produced by the civilian sector. I believe those businessmen would be very willing. Xia Yuanji quickly said, Your Majesty, it's not that we can't hand it over, but time is of the essence, and I'm afraid the quality of the finished product will be questionable. Zhang Jin waved his hand dismissively. Yuanji, don't worry. It's not like we're using it, so it's no big deal. As long as they don't use it on our own people, it's their skill to sell it to foreigners. All right, let's not discuss this anymore. Zhang Jin changed the subject immediately. The situation in the West is becoming increasingly tense, and a major war is imminent. The Prussians' demand for oil is growing, and transporting it from the east to the west is too far, which is not conducive to Westerners killing each other. We've decided to redevelop an oil field closer to the west. Zhang Jin suddenly paused here, looked at Hu Yong, and asked, Hu Yong, how's the matter we asked you to handle going? Hu Weiyong hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have already dispatched the exploration team as Your Majesty instructed. They just reported yesterday that there is indeed oil in the area around Zhongdou. Zhang Jin's face immediately broke into a smile. Then let's send people over to mine. Your Majesty, that area falls within the sphere of influence of the Eagle Empire. Won't sending troops there affect the situation in the west? Hu Yong asked with some concern. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. It's just a desert. Do you think the people of the Eagle Kingdom would oppose my Yan'an for such a barren place? But what you said makes sense, Zhang Jin pondered. How about this? We send someone to stir up some trouble, saying that one of our people has been bullied or robbed somewhere. This would give us a legitimate reason to send troops, and it would also give the Americans a fig leaf so they won't do anything rash. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Yong hurriedly bowed and replied. That's about all for now. Zhang Jin said, Gentlemen, is there anything else? If not, you may leave now. Your Majesty. Cabinet Minister Fang Qiao suddenly stepped forward and bowed. The mourners have just delivered a letter of state, wishing to surrender to Yan'an. Chapter 134 Malicious Thoughts. A few days ago, the Empire of Mourning. Near Dongjing City, in a dark, muddy gully deep in the mountains, the Emperor in mourning and his trusted ministers had been staying there for several months. No way. The Yan'an Air Force was like a madman, bombing any suspicious place it saw. After the Yan'an Air Force meticulously cleared the entire lost territory, not only could you not see a single building on the ground, but you couldn't even see a large animal. At this time, then, Prime Minister Miyazaki said with a look of fear, Your Majesty, this time when I went to inspect various places, I was always hiding during the day and going out at night. Not only me, but all the people of the empire in various places dared not appear during the day. They only dared to hide in the ground, and only dared to come out at night. What? The Emperor in mourning was immediately shocked. After the relentless bombing by Yan'an, especially the targeted air raids on military camps and bases, the army of the mourning empire had been decimated. In addition, all the cities had been bombed to the ground, and the communication capabilities of the mourning empire were almost non-existent. To understand the situation, we have to go and investigate in person, Miyazaki Shinichi continued. Your Majesty, the Yan'an Air Force has gone mad. They are recklessly dropping bombs on the empire's homeland, not only turning our cities to rubble, but also insanely attacking towns and villages. On my journey westward, all I saw were scorched earth and bomb craters. Even in places reduced to ruins, the Yan'an Air Force did not spare them, bombing them again and again. I personally witnessed them bombing a small city of the empire. The entire city had been reduced to rubble, yet they continued bombing until those rubbles were reduced to dust before they finally stopped and left. What's even more heinous is that they not only bombed buildings, but also dropped incendiary bombs to burn farmland, woodlands, and small fishing boats along the coast, causing widespread killing and injury to other living beings. Let the people of the empire have no food, no meat to eat, and not even fish to eat. It's been a full 6 months. Damn Majin, he has been bombing us for more than half a year. Less than 1/10 of the empire's people are still alive, Your Majesty. If this continues, the empire will perish. Gong Jioshan's face grew more and more excited as he spoke, but he was terrified inside. Only he knew how miserable the people of the empire outside were. With the continuous bombing by Yunnan, the Morning Empire had long since lost all order. The granaries were burned to ashes, and the farmland was scorched earth. Even if the land was still usable after being turned over, no one dared to cultivate it. Firstly, the Yunnan plains in the sky seemed to have eyes. As soon as they spotted people on the ground during the day, they would immediately unleash a barrage of bombs. Secondly, the bombs Yunnan dropped were not ordinary bombs, but cluster bombs. A large number of unexploded bombs were scattered densely across the entire mourning grounds, making the remaining mourners afraid to wander around during the day, let alone at night. Otherwise, they would only die. As a result, the remaining mourners could only live off their savings and eke out a living. And in some places, cannibalism even broke out. Even in the heart of the Morning Empire's stronghold, in this muddy valley, there was a severe shortage of food and clothing. Even the Morning Emperor could only eat rice balls mixed with dried tree leaves to stave off hunger every day. Looking at the dejected Miyazaki Shinichi, the emperor in Morningside, no one had expected that Yunnan's air force could actually bomb the vast Morning Empire to the point of near destruction. They bombed over 400,000 square kilometers of land again and again. The sheer number of bombs they used could bankrupt a country. This was something that was simply impossible in the eyes of the former Morning headquarters, but Yunnan shattered their understanding. Not only do they throw it away every day, but they throw it away every month. They dropped the bombs all at once, as if the bombs and fuel had been blown in by a strong wind. Why? The emperor, in mourning, sighed and said, "So be it, so be it. The victor is king, the loser is villain. What does my personal honor or disgrace matter for the sake of the people of the empire?" Minister Gong Jiao immediately sent a telegram to Yunnan, saying that I am in mourning for the empire and am willing to submit. To show my sincerity, I am willing to lead the mourning officials westward to Yunnan, abandoning everything in our homeland. When Miyazaki heard that the Morning Emperor wanted to surrender, he was immediately filled with joy. However, he was stunned when he heard that the Morning Emperor wanted to take them as hostages. Without waiting for Miyazaki and the others to ask, the emperor, who was in mourning, explained on his own. The situation on the empire's homeland is hopeless. Our only chance is to integrate into Yunnan. The people of Kyushu are the most hypocritical. They claim to be a land of etiquette. You have all seen what they broadcast on TV. Their officers are actually arm in arm with captured enemies, smoking and eating together like friends. They even feed the prisoners white flour buns, white rice, and meat every day. When the emperor, in mourning, mentioned rice and meat, his throat bobbed a few times. Then he snorted coldly. "Humph, haven't you heard that if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring breeze?" However, this is precisely our opportunity. If we surrender, they will definitely treat us very well. Then we can use the wealth accumulated by the empire to invest in education, culture, newspapers, and radio stations in Yunnan, just like the Abrahams did. As long as we control these things quietly, we can control the minds of everyone in Yunnan and make them serve us. Perhaps we can rebuild our kingdom in Yunnan. The emperor's vision of a bright future, envisioned during his mourning period, made Mayahiza and the others' eyes light up. They even began to dream about it. Yunnan, the main hall of the imperial palace. Zhang Jin was taken aback when he heard that the person in mourning wanted to surrender. "Your Majesty," Xia Yuanji suddenly stepped forward and said, "Since they are willing to surrender, why don't we take this opportunity to lure them out and kill them all?" Zhang Jin then came to his senses and, after hearing Xia Yuanji's suggestion, laughed and said, "Killing them would be too easy. We need manpower in many places right now, especially the coal mines in Bingzhou. I heard that we have lost a lot of manpower recently." "Your Majesty," Fang Xiao immediately stepped forward and said, "The governor's office of Bingzhou just sent a telegram yesterday. During this period, the court has been increasing the number of thermal power plants, and the amount of coal used has surged. Many coal mines in Bingzhou were built temporarily and lack sufficient equipment. The 1 million settlers who were transferred to Bingzhou for mourning have suffered heavy losses, and tens of thousands have died in the past few days. I have already sent a telegram to the Governor General's office of Bingzhou. Now that it is winter, it is difficult to obtain tree leaves and wild grass. The dried hay is used to feed livestock, and it is a waste to feed it to the mourners." The Governor General's office of Bingzhou replied that they had invented something new called cow dung buns. It's made by grinding dried cow dung and other manure into powder, mixing sugarcane residue powder after sugar extraction with a small amount of bran and cornmeal to make steamed buns. Everyone in mourning says they're delicious. In this way, the animals eat grass, and we eat cow dung buns while mourning. When the animals get fat, we eat the meat, which creates a perfect cycle. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered and said, "Since those people in mourning are willing to eat it, let them eat it. How about this? Since the mourners are willing to surrender, bring them all over. Send all the men and women over 40 to the Bingzhou mines. As for the remaining women, announce to the world that any unmarried man can take one." This can be considered a solution to a long-standing problem. Just as Zhang Jin finished discussing the issue of mourning, Zhang Chong rushed over and said, "General, Queen Elizabeth's fleet from the United Kingdom has arrived at the Tianjin dock." Chapter 135: The Queen's Journey East. Tianjin, a port city. Wearing a fleece-lined bowler hat, Eliza slowly stepped off the ship. Only after standing on the ground did she carefully observe the scenery of Yan'an. I was immediately stunned by the sight before me. Hundreds of high-rise buildings rose from the ground like giant pillars reaching the sky. Each building looked at least 100 meters tall. Their surfaces were not made of stone or walls, but rather of glass-like curtain walls that shimmered with an inexplicable luster under the sunlight. As Eliza's gaze fell upon the dock, she saw the vast pier densely packed with ships and towering giant steel cranes standing alongside it. She had seen them in the newspaper before. They seemed to be called container loading and unloading bridges. Behind that were rows and rows of neatly arranged containers and huge containers, as well as trucks constantly driving past. Just looking at these things, you could tell how prosperous Yannan's foreign trade was. Led by the British ambassador to Yan'an, Hasted, Eliza and her entourage quickly left the dock and arrived at a bustling street. They saw many cars she had never seen before, stylish, futuristic, and unlike classic cars. They moved about in an orderly fashion. Eliza looked left and right but couldn't see a single carriage, not even the rickshaws or wheelchairs she'd seen in the Xinhua newspapers before. It was exactly the same as the ones she'd seen on television. Although the United Kingdom is hailed as the world's leading power, it is plagued by the looming threat of war in the West, and its industries are in decline. Yan'an, on the other hand, is peaceful and prosperous, with all industries thriving, as can be seen from the dazzling array of shops lining this street. Walking slowly down the street, she passed by shop after shop with the bustling crowds, pastry shops, department stores, jewelry stores, cosmetic shops, and so on. She saw 7 or 8 Western restaurants in just 10 minutes, all staffed by foreigners like herself. Watching the foreigners at the door bowing and scraping obsequiously to the Kyushu people, Eliza felt a weight pressing on her chest, a deep sense of resentment. There were also white people passing by on the street from time to time, many of whom were dressed in traditional Eastern clothing and greeted each other in the language of Kyushu. If it weren't for their white skin, they would look exactly like people from Kyushu. But it was precisely because of their white skin that they looked out of place, like Dongshi imitating Shishir. However, judging from the way these white people look, they are completely unaware of this problem and are instead smug. Your Majesty, there are now about 600,000 to 700,000 Westerners in Tianjin. Most of them are Fran, OIS, Rose, and Prussians, but there are also quite a few from our country. There are relatively few Westerners in Tianjin. Larger cities like Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, and Kowloon have far more. I've heard that there are already 2 or 3 million foreigners in Shanghai, and more than 2 million in Beiping Prefecture, which is now the capital. These cities already have streets for foreigners, Berry Street, Lunton Street, Megwa Street, Bolan Street, and so on, all inhabited by foreigners from various countries. However, the dragon card of Kyushu is not easy to obtain. Only those who are proficient in the language of Kyushu or have a special skill can get it. Otherwise, there would be even more people coming to Kyushu. It's even harder to get a citizenship certificate. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to Yan'an or are highly skilled professionals have a chance. As Hasted finished speaking, a hint of envy crept onto his face, making Eliza extremely uncomfortable. And what about Hasted? Completely oblivious to the Queen's extremely awkward expression, he continued, "Right now, the most popular thing in these big cities is the Kyushu language training classes. However, if you want to come to Kyushu, it's best to study hard in your home country. I have already submitted a proposal to the Parliament, hoping that schools in the Eagle Federation will offer Kyushu language courses so that it will be easier for you to come to Yan'an to study advanced scientific knowledge." Eliza was stunned by Hasted's outrageous idea, It was completely different from what she had imagined. In her plan, as more and more Westerners come to Yan'an, Western culture will quickly spread from Yan'an, and before long, Yan'an will become a banana country. But now it seems that instead of assimilating Yan'an, they have been rapidly corrupted by him. While Eliza's mind was in a state of confusion, two very pretty Caucasian girls walked over, chattering away. They were speaking fluent Kyushu, Chinese slang for Japanese people, and were dressed in traditional Eastern Ruchuan, traditional Chinese dresses. Fortunately, the Nine Continents language is very popular in the West, and the upper class takes pride in being able to speak it. Eliza has also learned quite a bit, and can barely understand what the two women are saying. Tina, you know what? Today, a handsome guy from Kyushu seems to have taken a liking to me. Do you think I should press my advantage? If I could marry him, we could get the dragon card. What about Diaz? You're not thinking of dumping him, are you? Humph, don't give me tedious. I like him less and less now. He's rude and barbaric, doesn't know how to cherish women, and only knows how to do one thing when he's with me. Unlike men from Kyushu, who are gentle, considerate, understanding, and know how to care for others. The pretty girl's eyes were already sparkling, and she looked like she wanted to throw herself into the arms of a man from Kyushu. The girl next to her, Tina, couldn't help but sigh. These days, what girl would be willing to marry a Westerner? Everyone's scrambling to marry a man from Kyushu. I wonder when someone will take a liking to me. I can't just throw myself into their arms, can I? I don't want to be a bad woman. People will look down on me. Don't worry, there are so many handsome guys in our university. Maybe someone will take a liking to you, and then we can live here forever. They're all hateful gods. Why did he bring us into the filthy West instead of Kyushu? Otherwise, we would be noble people of Kyushu too. The two girls chattered as they passed Eliza. Looking at Eliza, who was dressed in Western clothes, a clear hint of disgust flashed in their eyes. Eliza even heard one of the girls say something utterly disdainful. Another country bumpkin from the West. Tina, get away from her. She might be covered in lice. Eliza was furious when she heard the complaints. These guys had only been here a short time, yet they already looked down on and even despised her identity. Your Majesty, we don't have much time left. We should hurry to the capital. Urged on by hasted, Eliza and her party hurriedly boarded the train to the capital. 2 hours later, inside the palace's four-sided pavilion, a very beautiful palace maid gave Eliza a slight bow. Your Majesty, please bathe and change here as soon as possible. His Majesty is waiting for you in the Dragon Palace. Eliza was taken aback. Is this Eastern etiquette? Do you need to bathe and change clothes to see your emperor? A strange look appeared on the palace maid's face, but she tried her best to maintain a serious expression as she said, Yes, Your Majesty is. According to the etiquette of the palace, after you bathe here, you will be wrapped in a jade blanket and taken to the Sulong Palace, where you will be able to see His Majesty. Eliza nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Chapter 136 Seeds. Eliza, being a Western woman and lacking understanding of Eastern culture, had a slightly weaker ability to comprehend things. Thus, she was led into the bathhouse by the palace maids. Upon entering the bathhouse, Eliza was completely stunned. The bathhouse was decorated with carved dragons and painted beams, and was filled with jewels. The entire bath was made of white jade and inlaid with gold. The Eagle Kingdom royal family had countless treasures, but they had never seen a gold-inlaid bath that looked like a pond. The warm water made Eliza groan with pleasure, her body going limp in the bath. The long journey from the west to the east had taken its toll on Her Majesty Queen Eliza. An hour later, several maids dressed in sheer veils came in and helped Eliza wipe herself clean again and again before leading her to a velvet carpet. Under the maid's instructions, he obediently lay on the golden carpet. Before he could even react, the maids had quickly wrapped him up. What do you want to do? Eliza didn't realize what was happening until two women in military uniforms hoisted her onto their shoulders. She tried to struggle, but she was wrapped tightly in a blanket. Before she could even open her mouth, a palace maid who was following her stuffed a silk handkerchief into her hand. Half an hour later, Eliza was carried off the car, but she couldn't cry out at that moment. Her eyes were filled with shock. She had never imagined that the palace could be so large. While Eliza was still in a daze, she had already been carried into a majestic and imposing palace. She was then placed on a huge wooden dragon bed. The palace maid said nothing and quietly withdrew, instantly silencing the entire palace. The silence made Eliza's heart pound uncontrollably. It must be said that Eliza is really beautiful, almost exactly like Marina Alexandrova, with a touch of rebelliousness. Just as Eliza was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside the bed, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she saw a shirtless young man. Before she could speak, the young man pressed down on her like a mountain. What are you doing? Don't want. Wah. 10 hours later, Zhang Jin, looking refreshed and wearing a long robe, walked from the rear palace to the front hall's living room, plopped down on a leather sofa, and took a breath. Feeling a bit sore, Zhang Jin secretly resolved to work harder to exercise in the future. Just then, Eliza limped out of the palace, still feeling confused and not quite understanding what was going on. She was just asking a question, so why did she involve herself in the inquiry? Queen Elizabeth, you've come all this way to our territory. Is there something you want to ask of us? Since you're being so proactive, feel free to ask for anything. Maybe we'll grant your request. Eliza, unfamiliar with Eastern linguistics, was immediately delighted when Zhang Jin asked her to name her conditions. She felt it was worthwhile to have entrusted her virginity to him. She quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, I wish you to cease all aid to the Prussian Empire. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin replied without hesitation, Impossible. Eliza was momentarily stunned by Zhang Jin's extremely resolute tone. Didn't he tell her to make her demands? Why was he going back on his word? How can you be like this? Am I, as the queen, not even worth this price? Zhang Jin replied calmly. That's right, you're really not worth it. I didn't need to pay, and I still got it done, didn't I? Eliza was furious at Zhang Jin's last sentence. It seemed Zhang Jin wanted to get something for nothing. Of course, just as the atmosphere became tense, Zhang Jin suddenly said slowly, If my seed sprouts, it wouldn't be impossible. Seed? Germination? Zhang Jin's words left Eliza completely bewildered until she saw him staring at her stomach, at which point she finally understood. But it's impossible for a Westerner to blush. How could they possibly blush? Eliza looked at Zhang Jin with suspicion. In her opinion, his request seemed far too simplistic. What? You don't believe me? Why should I believe it? How about this? Let me plant a few more times. Once they sprout, you'll know whether I'm lying to you or not, okay? Fine, I'll plant it then. I'll come back to you tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow, so let's do it now, and you can leave tomorrow. I'll come back in a couple of days. The next day, at noon, Zhang Jin sat on the throne, rubbing his back. Zhang Cheng, go and send a telegram to Guchen later. Tell him to tell our spies in the UK to keep an eye on Eliza. If any man dares to get close to her, don't say a word, just shoot him. Yes, Commander. Zhang Cheng agreed, and quickly said, General, Grand Secretary Xia just arrived and persuaded the Emperor to lead the remaining civil and military officials of the Morning Empire to Tianjin. Oh, what does UNG mean? Reporting to the Commander, Elder Xia wishes to request permission to send the mourners directly to the mine, or to wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Let's treat them to a meal. Send them all to the mine. Tell Xia Yung that you must treat the mourning emperor and his entourage well. Let them starve to death first. Otherwise, how will they find cow dung? Cow dung bun sweet. This is what they call remembering the bitter past to appreciate the sweet present. General, should we order the Air Force to halt routine bombing raids? Stop what? Are we just going to let all those bombs rust in the warehouse? Keep bombing. Have the Air Force open a lifeline for the mourners to evacuate. Keep broadcasting messages day and night in the mourning area. The evacuation period is only 1 month. There will be no more waiting. By the way, tell the Air Force not to be so careful. Even if they accidentally bomb the safety passage, I won't blame them. Yes, Commander. After giving his instructions, Zhang Jin stroked his chin and said, The entire mourning area has been bombed into a bomb graveyard, and it is no longer suitable for human habitation. How about we convert it into an Air Force firing range and weapons testing plant? What new weapons are there? Isn't our light burst project going smoothly? Let's drop a few dozen on the mainland and see the effect. That's perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine and a cold shiver rise in his heart. His commander-in-chief didn't just want to use the mourning period as a testing ground. He wanted to turn the mourning area into a death trap. He quickly lowered his head and replied, Commander-in-chief, I understand. Okay, go do it. Zhang Jin was very satisfied with Zhang Cheng's quick wit and immediately waved his hand. Meanwhile, at the port of Cifu, the emperor, in mourning, looked as if he had lost his own father and led the remaining civil and military officials in mourning as they disembarked from the ship. Chapter 137 Oh my God. The emperor, in mourning, distraught, stepped off the ship. As soon as he stood still, he saw a major with his hands behind his back staring at him, followed by a group of soldiers who were also glaring menacingly at him. That little expression didn't look like she was welcoming him. It looked more like she wanted to devour him. Is this what he relies on to welcome him? A major? The emperor, who was in mourning, was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned from white to red, and from red to green, and his chest began to heave violently. Baka. Zhang Jin is a really bad person. He only sent a major to greet him. Was he trying to humiliate him? Although he was angry and wanted to turn around and go back to the ship, the thought of the ghostly days he had spent mourning in his homeland made him reconsider. The emperor, still in mourning, immediately lost the will to turn around. He hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and walked towards the major, extending his hand as he went. To the emperor's utter embarrassment, the major made no move to extend his hand, but instead said expressionlessly, "Please." Although the emperor, who was in mourning, felt somewhat aggrieved, he still forced a smile and walked towards a caravan not far away. It must be said that Zhang Jin's interpersonal skills were lacking, but the motorcade he prepared was quite impressive, which made the mourning emperor feel a little better. He then walked towards the car that looked the most luxurious. Before he had taken 2 steps, the major's cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. "Where are you going? Where's your car?" The emperor, still in mourning, looked in the direction the major was pointing, his face instantly turning bright red, then ashen in the blink of an eye. His eyes were filled with anger. Where the major pointed, there were no cars, only prison vans pieced together from wooden sticks. Just as the emperor in mourning was about to express his dissatisfaction. Snap! It felt as if a whip had lashed his back. The intense pain caused the mourning emperor to scream in agony. "Ouch, it hurts." The major's cursing voice then came over. "You son of a bitch, do you really think you're still the emperor? Hurry up and get into the dog cage right now, or I'll beat you to death." Snap! As they spoke, the whip lashed the emperor, who was in mourning, again and again. The emperor, who had never been treated like this before, could no longer bear the excruciating pain and cried out in a pitiful voice, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me anymore. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving now." The emperor, still in mourning, scrambled to his feet and ran towards the prison cart, utterly bewildered. This was completely different from the scenario he had imagined when he arrived. When did the people of Kyushu become so ruthless that they no longer care about their reputation as a land of etiquette? As for the other officials in mourning, they fared no better, each being whipped by soldiers until they screamed in agony. After all the high-ranking officials in mourning were put into the prison van, a slight smile finally appeared on the major's face. He spoke loudly and with great energy. "Listen up, all of you. The commander-in-chief has ordered that these bastards be starved for 3 days to cleanse their stomachs. Otherwise they won't be able to eat anything good. And another thing," the major suddenly raised his voice. "Don't waste it for me. Whenever you need to use it in the future, prepare a plastic bottle. If those bastards get thirsty, we'll have water for them to drink." Ha ha. The major's order made all the soldiers present burst into laughter. Considering what these bastards had done in Xinghua, no amount of punishment was too much. "Walk." The major got into his Hummer and led the mourning emperor and his entourage toward the busiest street. Having finally seized an opportunity, he naturally wanted to share the joy with the people. Meanwhile, in the Sifong pavilion, Eliza had been wearing a stern face ever since she returned from Zhang Jin's place. She never expected that her trip to Dongfang would not only fail to bring her any benefits, but also ruin her reputation. This was completely contrary to her original intention of coming to Dongfang. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At this moment, the Minister of the Interior, Barons, who had accompanied the entourage, rushed in. "Your Majesty, all the antiques and cultural relics we were transporting were seized by Zhang Jin's army. Just now, officials from Kyushu came over to express their gratitude, saying that they thanked us for returning all the antiques free of charge, and even wanted to give us a banner." Free of charge? Eliza couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She had gone to great lengths to bring so many cultural relics over, and although she did it under the guise of giving them away for free, she still had her demands. She had thought that Zhang Jin would also give them some military aid for free, but she never expected that Zhang Jin would be so shameless as to send people to rob them. He wanted to do something, but found that he couldn't do anything. At most, he could only bite Zhang Jin a few times when he went to Sulong Palace. "Your Majesty, shall we continue to purchase arms from Yan'an?" Eliza gritted her teeth and said, "Buy it. Take the military inspection team to the Foreign Affairs Office in Yan'an and see if there are any weapons we urgently need. Don't worry about the money." She had just made a fortune from the Abrahams and was quite wealthy, so naturally, she wouldn't have made a wasted trip. Barons immediately perked up and hurriedly turned and left. Eliza, however, stood there alone, her brow furrowed. After an unknown amount of time, Eliza's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on her lips, as if she had figured something out. At the same time, midwinter, in a desert near the Mediterranean Sea, an armored group of the Prussian Empire was rapidly advancing from west to east. 100 kilometers away from them was a defensive position of the Franzian Empire and the Eagle Empire. With the Prussian Empire conquering the entire Franzian Empire, its powerful military force immediately turned towards the Balkans. It must be said that Prussia in this world, armed by Shanghe, was exceptionally powerful. This region, known as a powder keg, was utterly torn to shreds by Prussia's formidable armored forces. Byzantium was practically groveling at the feet of the Prussians. Prussia's eagerness stemmed from its interest in Zhongdong's oil resources. By occupying the area, they could break free from Zhanghe's control. At that time, and leading this armored group was also a renowned figure, Rondel. 2 hours later, Lundel led hundreds of Panzer IV tanks to a huge hill. Waya! A piercing shriek suddenly echoed in the sky, and a large patch of dark clouds drifted in from the north. It's Stuka. There were at least 400 or 500 of them, densely packed together. This guy, Hiller, is now following Zhanghe's example. After witnessing the power of the Yan'an bomber group, Hiller immediately started building his own bomber group. Since he couldn't afford long-range bombers, he used the cheap and effective Stuka. Boom boom boom. As the massive formation of aircraft soared over the hill, a series of violent explosions erupted, sending countless plumes of smoke rapidly spreading through the air, quickly transforming into a massive, sky-covering wall of smoke. A truly spectacular sight. Launder felt the vibration beneath his feet, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Pass down the order. Accelerate the advance. While the Eagles are still reeling from our bombing, crush them completely. General Rondel. Just as Lundel finished giving the order, an advisor rushed over. The Kyushu office in Midwinter just called, ordering us to immediately cease all operations in Midwinter and evacuate within 24 hours. Chapter 138 The Power of Yan'an. What did you say? Launder seemed not to have heard clearly, and looked at the operations officer with a gloomy expression. The operations officer quickly said again, it's the Yan'an people. They want us to evacuate from Zhongdong within 24 hours. Within the Prussian Empire, Zhanghe and Yan'an were almost household names. People talked about Yan'an all the time, but were not very familiar with the term 9 provinces. Launder was momentarily incredulous. The people of Yan'an had always been accommodating and amiable towards them, readily granting their requests. Why have you suddenly become so aggressive today? Besides, this isn't the East, it's their territory in the West. It's not the Yan'an people's place to speak. That's why they say you'll be resented for a small amount of money, but grateful for a generous one. A surge of anger welled up inside Lundel. Who do they think they are, the Yan'an people? Do they have the right to tell us what to do? Ignore them, keep attacking. General Lundel, the operations staff officer exclaimed, there are 3 Yan'an men right in front of us. Londi was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, his brows furrowing tightly. He had only been venting his anger. He wasn't stupid enough to actually offend Zhanghe. The Prussian Empire's current state is entirely due to Zhanghe's efforts. From the basic necessities of life for ordinary Prussian citizens, such as flour, meat, cheese, and milk, to major items like airplanes and cannons, Yan'an has provided them all. No way. Hitler has gone mad, pouring almost everything into military industry and the army, plundering the wealth of other countries, and then using that wealth to exchange for what they need from Zhanghe, since Zhanghe sells goods much cheaper than they could produce themselves. In this way, Zhanghe naturally gained control of the situation. Hitler and other high-ranking officials of the Prussian Empire were naturally aware of this problem, otherwise they wouldn't have come here in such a grand manner. They wanted to break free from Yan'an's covert control. Let's go take a look. Londel got into a barrel wagon and quickly crossed the dunes. Behind the dunes, a huge city stood in the yellowish-brown desert. Thick smoke billowed from the city, clearly indicating that it had been badly damaged by the Stukas earlier. As soon as Lundel drove over the sand dunes, he saw a Hummer blocking his way, with 3 men in Zhongshan suits standing in front of it. Squeak. There were very few barrel trucks parked next to the Hummer. Looking at the tall and mighty Hummer in front of him, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. He had asked for such a vehicle before, but the price was too expensive. They could only buy some barrel trucks to show off. As soon as Lundel jumped out of the car, Wang Jie, the director of the Yan'an Zhongdong Management Office, who was leading the group, walked straight up and extended both hands with a smile, saying, Welcome General Lunder to our Zhongdong. My name is Wang Jie, and I'm the person in charge of Yan'an in midwinter. Lunder's face stiffened. When did Zhongdong become a Yan'an person? Mr. Wang, when did Zhongdong become yours? Isn't this the territory of the Eagle Kingdom and the Franco-Fran? Oh yes. We have already occupied the entire Frankie, and their power should be inherited by our Prussian Empire. What is the reason for your sudden appearance here? Wang Jie smiled faintly. General Lundell, you seem to have misunderstood us. We never talk about reason. We usually settle things with our fists. Whoever has the biggest fist owns this place. If you could take it over with just a few words, what would be the point of airplanes and cannons? Launder was stunned by Wang Jie's directness, his expression changing rapidly until it turned ashen. He then turned and left without a word. Yes, Lundell wouldn't dare. Prussia and Yan'an are too deeply involved. If he dares to make a move here, tens of thousands of tanks of the Prussian Empire will be grounded tomorrow. Director, won't we offend the Prussians by doing this? The young man on the left asked with some concern. Offend? Wang Jie chewed on these two words, a smile playing on his lips. Speaking of offending people, since the time the great Marshal rose to power, he has already offended almost every country in the world. Just remember one thing. Might makes right. Might gives you the right to speak. Between nations, there is no such thing as offending or not offending. Only strength or weakness. Chom, whatever you say is right. You can point at a deer and call it a horse, and no one will dare to say you're wrong. If you're not strong, everything you say is wrong. I could beat you to death if I raised my voice even slightly. Let's go, we still have a lot to do. Also, tell all the Westerners in Jessa City to get out of here within 24 hours. At the same time, between the sand dunes and the city of Jessa, groups of shirtless men in loincloths were diligently laying a road. You can't afford not to work hard. There are soldiers all around with whips, and if they see anyone moving even a little slow, they'll immediately lash out with their whips. Director, 300,000 red deer have been transported from the country and are being used to lay the railway from Jessa City to Boss Bay as required. Pass down the order. Work day and night. Even if it kills all 300,000 soldiers in morning, we must finish laying the foundation within 10 days. Just as the two were talking, squads of soldiers suddenly rushed into the ranks of the prisoners of mourning who were working and dragged out all the short, clumsy men who were not good at their jobs. Then they tied them to pillars, but instead of killing them, they placed magnifying glasses the size of wash basins around these short people and shone the light on them. You must know how intense the midwinter sun can be. In just a short while, the piercing screams echoed throughout the construction site, and the spotlight on the mourners looked as if they were being roasted, faintly emitting a meaty aroma. Because the light is only on a part of the body, it won't cause immediate death. However, you can imagine what it would feel like to have several parts of your body burned and charred. In any case, it would be worse than death, and the shrill screams would never stop. This thing was invented by Wang Jie. His whole family was killed by mourners, so he naturally hated them to the core. But he didn't want them to die so easily, so he came up with this method that could make mourners feel like they were dead for a whole day. The effect was obvious. Those who were already on high alert worked even harder during the mourning period. Director, the logistics department just reported that thousands of people in mourning have died from constipation in the toilets these past few days. What happened? We haven't been able to procure cow dung or anything like that yet, so the logistics team added a little extra with chips or something when cooking. There might have been a bit too much, and it's hard to digest. Wang Jie nodded without giving any instructions, clearly not caring about the lives of these animals. The person who reported immediately understood Wang Jie and silently turned and left. Meanwhile, the Prussian Empire. Bolen City. Chapter 139 The Rampage of Prussia. Emperor Hilda of the Prussian Empire sat indifferently on his throne, watching his subordinates below argue amongst themselves. Your Majesty the Supreme Lord Hillel, you are the Son of God, the ruler of the Western lands. How dare a small Far Eastern nation offend your Majesty and the incomparably noble Aryans? We should take immediate countermeasures to let the people of Yan'an know the consequences of provoking us. Odbao, the Minister of the Interior of the Prussian Empire, suggested indignantly. Fart. No sooner had Odbao finished speaking than an extremely rude voice rang out. Your Majesty, you must not listen to that idiot Odbao's advice. He's trying to push the Prussian Empire into a fire pit. Odbao was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned red as he glared at Walter, the Imperial Chief of Staff who had insulted him, and shouted, You're the one who's talking nonsense. Your whole family is talking nonsense. Yin Nan is nothing. The powerful Prussia is the true ruler of this world. Dominator. Oddbio's declaration-like tone moved even Hiller, who sat on the throne. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Walter's sarcastic voice ring out. The leader? My dear Lord Oddborg, I just want to ask, what would happen if Yin Nan stopped supplying us with oil, spare parts, weapons, ammunition, and even food? Are you suggesting we produce them ourselves? Walter's voice made Hiller obediently shut his mouth. As the ruler of the Prussian Empire, he understood better than anyone the importance of Yin Nan to the Prussian Empire. Unexpectedly, Odurbio suddenly snorted coldly. What's wrong with us producing them ourselves? Why can't we produce them ourselves? General Walter, do you know why Yin Nan is hindering us at every turn? It's because of short-sighted people like you. You see that Yin Nan's products are cheaper than those produced domestically, so you think their products are better, which has led to our industries going bankrupt or having to flee. Did you know that our Ministry of the Interior just compiled statistics on the entire Prussian Empire's industry, and it's actually 40% less than before we started the war? That means half of our factories are now bankrupt and abandoned. If this continues, our industry will probably be ruined in no time. Even if we unify the entire Western continent, what good will it do? We'll still be working for Zhang. Furthermore, hasn't your military considered this? There's an old saying in the East, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Is Zhang really that kind of person to help us? Is that possible? I think he has ulterior motives and wants us Westerners to kill each other. Even if we win in the end, how many of our troops will be left? If Zhang cuts off our support and sends a large army to attack us, what are our chances of winning? At this point, Audrey looked at Hiller with utmost solemnity and said, Your Majesty, the situation in the West has become clear, and we should start planning for the future. Hiller was clearly shocked by Oddbio, a thoughtful expression on his face. As the emperor of a country, how could Hiller not see these drawbacks? But the continuous victories had made him lose his mind. The high-intensity war required a huge amount of ammunition. In Prussia, 1 mark could only buy 1 bullet, while in the city, 2 or even 3 could be bought. The choice was actually no doubt. However, Audrey's concerns were not unfounded. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Even Walter, who had been so aggressive just moments before, lowered his head and began to admire his leather shoes. Seeing that his words had worked, Audrey's face lit up with excitement, and his voice rose even higher. Your Majesty, we should act quickly and vigorously develop our industry. Only when we are strong can we avoid a situation like that of Zhongdong, where a mere Yin Nan official made us back down. Finally, someone has spoken out. What are they here for today? It's all because of the matter of Zhongdong. An obscure official from Yin Nan managed to scare away an entire armored division and 2 light infantry divisions. A blatant disgrace. What will they do? Beat? How could they fight? Would they even dare to make a move? Leaving aside Yin Nan's formidable military strength, just consider their current daily needs. Without Yin Nan's supplies, the invincible Prussian iron torrent would likely be reduced to a pile of scrap metal in an instant. This is something the Prussian military absolutely does not want to see, and naturally opposes opposing Yin Nan. Don't fight. If there's no reaction to such a humiliating situation, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? It would severely damage morale and public confidence. This dilemma is so difficult that no matter what you say, it's wrong. Naturally, no one wants to stand up and watch the drama unfold. This is also why Hiller sat on his throne without saying a word earlier, because he didn't know what to say either. But Hiller had now figured it out. He stood up and said, From now on, half of the supplies the army needs will be produced domestically. We should strive to be self-sufficient by next year and break free from our dependence on Yin Nan. As for the Zhongdong incident, immediately send someone to Yin Nan to make serious negotiations and demand an explanation from them. Otherwise, my Prussian Empire will have no choice but to take some measures to protect our interests. As for oil, is it only in midwinter and nowhere else? Walter. Upon hearing his name called, Walter immediately walked up to Hiller, puffed out his chest, and raised his hand. My lord, please give your orders. Is it time to begin implementing the bear hunting plan formulated by your military? Walter's spirits lifted instantly, and he quickly replied, Your Majesty, the plan to hunt the bear has been finalized and is awaiting your orders. Upon hearing this, Hiller immediately said, Execute the plan immediately. Upon hearing this, Walter quickly replied, Your Majesty, winter is approaching in the Rose Empire. Shouldn't we wait until next spring? No way. Hiller immediately rejected the idea. We don't have time to waste. Execute the plan now. But Walter tried to say more, but Hitler abruptly interrupted him. Marshal Walter, carry out the order. He doesn't care about winter or spring. What he cares about most right now is taking over the oil-producing regions and mineral resources of the Rose Empire and completely getting rid of Yannan's constraints. Everything else is secondary. In the southern part of Yan, in the capital city, at the palace, Zhang Chong hurriedly arrived at the hall of mental cultivation with a document in his hand. Zhang Jin took it, glanced at it, and immediately laughed. This Audrey is quite a shrewd man. He's interesting. Tell Gu Chun to send someone to kill him. Tell Xia Yuanji to lower the price of ammunition by another 30%. Since Prussia dared to attack Rose, we should help the factory. Chapter 140. Declaring war on Prussia. Time flies, the grass grows and the birds sing, and before we know it, another year has arrived. The following year, in June. Since 8 months ago, when the Prussian Empire secretly deployed millions of troops to suddenly cross the border into Rose and launch a surprise attack on the Rose Empire, the entire western continent has been plunged into turmoil. Eliza, who had been planted with the seed for more than half a month, hurriedly boarded a ship and rushed back to the Eagle Empire's homeland after Prussia declared war on the Rose Empire. There's nothing we can do. We don't know if Emperor Hilda of Prussia was kicked in the head by a donkey. While attacking the Rose Empire, they even began a frenzied air campaign against the Eagle Empire's homeland, and even dispatched the main force of the Prussian Navy, making it seem like they were going to fight a two-front war. And they actually fought. The war lasted for more than 8 months. The unprepared Rose Empire was no match for the Prussian Empire, suffering a crushing defeat and retreating steadily. If it weren't for the fact that it was winter in the Rose Empire at the time, the roads were muddy and difficult to navigate. Prussia's powerful armored forces were hampered in their movements, and winter supplies were severely lacking. Rose has probably been wiped out by the Prussian Empire. Although she escaped annihilation, Starklin was driven to the vicinity of the Ural Mountains, losing almost all of his western territory. It must be said that the soldiers of the Rose Empire were indeed fearless, truly treating their lives like weeds. Unfortunately, even the bravest soldiers cannot withstand bullets and tanks. Of course, the Prussian Empire was not much better off. Its army and equipment also suffered heavy losses, making it a Pyrrhic victory. However, this did not prevent it from becoming the most glorious moment for the Prussian Empire. At this time, the Prussian Empire had almost unified the entire western continent. Apart from the dying Eagle Empire, the Rose Empire, and a few insignificant small countries, there was no other force that could rival the Prussian Empire. When the king of Qin unified the 6 kingdoms, how majestic and awe-inspiring he was. This could very well be applied to Hitler, the emperor of the Prussian Empire. Once people have some capital, their brains start to go dull. He actually instructed his officials to make things difficult for the people of Kyushu who were doing business in the West, such as seizing merchant ships and levying taxes under various pretexts, as if he wanted to fleece them. Yan'an, the capital. Hall of Mental Cultivation. Your Majesty, in the past half-month, the Foreign Affairs Bureau has received dozens of lawsuits, all accusing the Prussian Empire of acting tyrannically and arbitrarily seizing our ships. More than 20 of our merchants have also been arrested by the Prussians. Xia Yuanji held a memorial in both hands, bowed, and slowly presented it to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. These merchants just added something extra when they sold flour to the Prussians, stones, wood chips, and such. There are places that sell medicine, but they've mixed in some expired drugs. There are also canned goods, which are basically just maggots and made with dead pig meat or something. Although these people have committed grave crimes. Did you kill someone? Zhang Jin suddenly interrupted Xia Yuanji. Xia Yuanji was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, no one died from eating it, but if it didn't kill anyone, then it must be good stuff. Since it's a valuable item, the Prussians are making such a big fuss about causing us trouble because they think they've grown too powerful and don't need our help anymore. Your Majesty is wise. Hu Yong jumped out at this moment, bowed to Zhang Jin, and said, I have just received a report from the Western Affairs Department that Prussia has increased its usual purchase of supplies from us tenfold this time, and even claimed that it has no money and wants to owe us first, completely treating us like suckers. The Eagle Empire and the Rose Empire have also increased their purchases, but they are both willing to pay in cash and hope that we can increase their quotas. Zhang Jin, always one to lend a hand, a good kid bursting with a sense of justice, jumped up from his seat and said, the Prussian Empire was brutal and inhumane, disregarding the Geneva Conventions, wantonly invading other countries, mistreating prisoners of war, and massacring civilians. As a responsible major power, we must never act as accomplices to executioners. I, Zhang Jin, will never coexist with evil. Zhang Jin shouted a slogan and gave the order fiercely. UNG, immediately issue an order to cease all trade with the Prussian Empire, starting today. All war materials already shipped to Prussia or about to be shipped should be diverted to the Eagle Nation or the Rose Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Yong, immediately relay our orders. The whole country is to be mobilized, and all factories must immediately enter wartime status and prepare war supplies. I obey the decree. Li Cheng, send a telegram to the entire army. Level 1 combat readiness. All retired soldiers must be located and placed on standby in their original units. Order the main naval force to immediately assemble at all naval ports and docks. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Air Armies to be on standby 24 hours a day. All aircraft that have been sealed off should be unsealed and ready to be put into combat at any time. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Army Corps shall immediately proceed to the border. The entire 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th Army Corps has entered the various naval ports and docks. Wait to board. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jin issued several orders in succession, and the atmosphere in the entire hall immediately became lively. Everyone looked eager to get started. Yan Nan had been silent for too long, so long that people couldn't help but want to stretch their muscles. Eagle Kingdom, London City. Your Majesty, good news, good news. Chiu Deer stumbled into the palace garden. The people of Kyushu have declared war on the people of Prussia. What? Real? Eliza, who was lying in the garden sunbathing, stood up in surprise, only to discover that Her Majesty the Queen was heavily pregnant. Seemingly sensing something, a maternal glow suddenly appeared on her face as she stroked her belly and murmured, "Baby, thank you so much." The governor's mansion in the wilderness, on the banks of the Yini River. Wah! The piercing call to assemble instantly set the entire 1st Legion headquarters ablaze with excitement. Soldiers, fully armed, rushed out of their camps and quickly assembled at the nearby training ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Immediately afterwards, the roar of massive engines rose from the western garage, and tanks and armored vehicles rolled out one after another, forming an armored torrent that filled the training ground. The number of vehicles increased rapidly, and soon the training ground was completely packed with them, numbering at least several thousand. Ahead of the armored torrent, infantry units, organized into battalion-level formations, stretched out in hundreds of squares, a vast, dark mass of heads that seemed to extend to the horizon, a truly magnificent sight. Northwest, Toron Governor's Residence, an Air Force base. 320B, 52 bombers have been towed to the airport runway, and ground crew are busy loading munitions and refueling. At the same time, dozens of airfields, including the North Wasteland Governor's Air Force Base, the Tunayuri-Ankai Governor's Air Base, and the Zhongdong Field Air Base, with thousands of bombers and fighter jets ready for takeoff. Chapter 141 Operation Queen Bee. Southern Yen, the capital. Royal Palace. Operations Command Center. Zhang Jin hasn't been idle these past 8 months. He's also been working diligently to enhance his capabilities, such as launching satellites, acquiring new fighter jets, and establishing missile units. He's been incredibly busy. Now it's finally time to show our skills. In the hall, Zhang Jin, Chief of the General Staff Li Cheng, Army Director Chen Jie, Navy Director Mi Yun, Air Force Director Li Sheng, Artillery Director Zhang Lan, Training Director Jiang Bailey, and other high-ranking military officials gathered in front of a giant Atlantic Ocean sand table. On the enormous sand table, mountains, rivers, lakes, cities, forests, and grasslands were vividly depicted, clearly showing that they had been meticulously prepared long ago. Standing in front of the huge sand table, Zhang Jin said loudly, "Li Cheng, you're in charge of operations, so tell me how this battle should be fought. We have only one requirement. Minimize casualties as much as possible." Li Cheng hurriedly walked to the sand table and pointed to the small black flags on it, saying, "General, our staff has formulated a swarm plan based on existing intelligence, intending to completely destroy the industrial capacity of the Prussians before the war begins. Once we destroy all their industry, the scales of victory will have tipped in our favor. After destroying their factories, the second step is to destroy Prussia's air superiority. As long as we can destroy their air force in the first instance, Prussia will have no ability to replenish its fighter jets without industry. The third is the ground offensive, which is expected to eliminate Prussia within 3 months. Zhang Jin frowned slightly. He was confident in his strength, but he hadn't expected to sweep across the entire western continent within 3 months. That would be far too unrealistic. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly asked, "The strength of our air force is now common knowledge. Do you think the Prussians wouldn't make preparations?" Reporting, Commander. Lin Cheng hurriedly stood at attention and said, "My intelligence department has already planted numerous agents in the Prussian High Command, so we can know their deployments immediately. This air raid may not be a complete success, but it can at least destroy more than 80% of the Prussian Empire's industrial capacity and more than 60% of its air force." Looking at the confident Lin Cheng, Zhang Jin felt reassured. He had forgotten about Gu Qin's intelligence department. With their help, the Prussian Empire had no secrets from them at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but smile. "It's good that you have confidence. My requirements aren't high. I want to hold a celebration banquet in Bolin City on the first day of the Lunar New Year this year." "Can you do it, Brush?" The generals present stood up straight in unison, heads held high, and shouted, "Rest assured, Commander, we will do our utmost." Tehran Governor's Office. As one of the provincial-level jurisdictions under Zhang Jin, it manages the entire Tehran Plain, located on a small plain near the Caspian Sea border on the Tehran border. An Air Intercept Division, a Global Strike Division, and a Ground Strike Division under the 1st Air Force are deployed here. As the ace of ace, the 1st Air Force is naturally second to none among the 9 air forces in Yan'an. For example, the F-15 and S-27 fighter jets equipped by the Air Interceptor Divisions are top-of-the-line equipment from the Cold War era. Only the 1st Air Force has these equipment. Other air forces are equipped with F-4 Phantom fighter jets. As for bombers, they would naturally be the B-52 and the White Swan. At this time, the 240 B-52 bombers and 80 White Swan bombers of the 1st Global Strike Division are ready, and Corps Commander Pan Chun and Chief of Staff Wu Jie are standing in front of the control console in the Air Command Center. "Reporting, sir. The 4th and 5th Squadrons of the South Sea Fleet have reached their designated positions in the Atlantic Ocean and are ready to escort our bomber formations at any time." Pan Chun's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked to the control panel, picked up the communicator, and said, "I order takeoff. Execute Plan 1. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the outside of the control center, where a White Swan took the lead and taxied onto the runway, soaring into the sky in the watchful eyes of everyone. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 320th. The massive fleet of planes filled a large part of the sky, completely blocking out the blazing sun and creating a cool shade for the airport. Then, like dark clouds, they drifted westward. 10 hours later, in the Atlantic Ocean, 1,000 kilometers from the Prussian Empire, for aircraft carriers, escorted by more than a dozen battleships and heavy cruisers, slowly advanced towards the Prussian Empire. On a Tianquan-class battleship, Rong Pan, the commander of the 4th Fleet, stood on the bridge, surveying the surrounding sea. In front of him was a radar display. To facilitate this operation, Zhang Jin had directly assigned a spy satellite to Rong Pan and his team. This was so that they could easily see the surrounding seas. After all, the Prussian Empire's submarines were quite formidable, and he certainly didn't want to suffer an unexpected setback. Report. The Air Force's bomber formations are almost upon Prussia. Rong Pan's expression immediately turned serious. "Let the carrier-based aircraft take off." "Yes, General." As soon as Rong Pan gave the order, an F-14 Tomcat fighter jet on the deck immediately aimed at the sloping runway and approached the steam catapult. The aircraft immediately increased its power, producing a buzzing roar. Swoosh! The Panda fighter jet suddenly accelerated and roared towards the end of the deck. Just before it reached the end, the fighter jet soared into the sky. The same action was repeated on the deck, with one Panda fighter jet after another being launched into the sky. In no time, 240 Panda fighter jets were in the air, hurtling towards the Prussian Empire at high speed. The Prussian Empire was near the border of Balam. As a massive dark cloud approached the Prussian Empire's homeland, it immediately dispersed into hundreds of black dots, flying off in all directions of the Prussian Empire. One of the two 160s, as it approached the Prussian border, suddenly nosed down and rapidly entered extremely low-altitude flight. By this time, the Prussian Empire's air defense radar was already incredibly advanced. Large bombers like the White Swan and B-52 could not escape radar detection and could only perform low-altitude maneuvers to evade Prussian radar. As expected of a White Swan, Its maneuverability was superb. It quickly passed through the radar detection range of the Prussians, soared straight up into the sky, and suddenly the engine at the rear increased its power. In the blink of an eye, the White Swan disappeared to the ground. Half an hour later, the bombers appeared over a large factory with rows of chimneys. The abdominal magazine immediately opened, revealing weapon racks inside, and 2 large bombs detached and fell headfirst into the air. Chapter 142 Zhang Jin joins the battle. In order to maximize the results of this operation, none of the bombers carried conventional bombs. Instead, their bomb bays were modified to carry 2 15-ton thermobaric bombs. At that moment, 2 thermobaric bombs plummeted from the sky. At this time, it was Wednesday in Prussia, around 10 a.m. At the busiest time of the factory. Prussia was clearly unaware that Zhang Jin would take swift and decisive action immediately after declaring war. The country was completely unprepared and instead erupted into a sea of jubilation. After all, the Prussian Empire is about to become the master of the Western continent. Outside a large factory building, 2 Prussian men in military uniforms were chatting and smoking when a sudden whooshing sound from the sky caught their attention. Looking up, they saw a huge white plane hurtling in from the east. The 2 men were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed. As soldiers, it was one thing to be ignorant of other things, but it would be a joke if they didn't know about their own fighter jets, especially since this was an aircraft engine factory. Quickly spread the word, airstrike. A shrill cry rang out from one of them, but the air defense forces surrounding the factory were clearly faster than the 2 men. Before they could even move, streaks of orange-red fire shot into the sky. Instantly, a network of firepower formed in the air, but the anti-aircraft guns equipped by the factory were too rudimentary. They couldn't even reach the edge of the Swan. At this time, 2 massive thermobaric bombs, each the size of a giant radish, rained down from the sky, striking 2 officers inside the factory. Startled, the officers immediately collapsed to the ground, covering their heads with their hands. However, the expected explosion did not occur. They looked up at each other, bewildered, and were just about to get up when, boom, 2 sudden, deafening explosions were followed by a powerful force that instantly swept over them. The 2 officers, who had just stood up, were immediately thrown back. A massive burst of flames then engulfed them, burning them to ashes. At this time, the enormous flames spread to the surrounding factory buildings at a visible speed, uprooting everything in their path and engulfing everything in the fire. Thermobaric bombs are more powerful in densely packed areas, and this factory was mostly made up of buildings, so the flames and shockwaves generated by the thermobaric bombs naturally caused enormous damage. In the blink of an eye, half of the factory was reduced to ruins. Destroying a country's industrial capacity doesn't necessarily mean flattening a factory. Just like now, a perfectly good factory has been more than half destroyed, leaving it paralyzed. Such things were happening in factories across the Prussian Empire, with the skies over Prussia filled with mournful howls and huge mushroom clouds rising into the air. Of course, the bomber force did not fare as well as expected. The Prussian Empire's air force was not to be underestimated. As soon as the bombing began, Me-262 fighters took off and rushed towards the bombing formation. Although the Me-262 was also a jet fighter, it was only subsonic, slower than even the B-52 bomber, and simply no match for the White Swan. So this situation arose. A dozen or so aggressive Prussian fighters surrounded a Swan. 2X-4 missiles, each with a lead wire, shot out from under the wing of the leading Prussian fighter and hurtled toward the Swan. At the critical moment, the Swan suddenly accelerated and disappeared from its spot. The Prussian fighters saw a black shadow in front of them and vanished in the blink of an eye. The pilots of the Prussian Empire were dumbfounded. Is that a bomber? Are you kidding me? This thing is a bomber? Did they get themselves into the wrong body? A bomber that big is faster than the fighter jets they're flying. The White Swan was like a tiger with wings, and it didn't take the Prussian fighter planes seriously at all. The B-52 Stratofortress was no good. Although it was slightly faster than the Prussian Empire's fighters, the difference was limited, and its bulky size further hampered its performance. That's right. Near the Prussian Empire, a B-52 was entangled by several Prussian F-14 Panda fighters. Just when it was in dire straits, an F-14 Panda fighter roared in and launched several missiles from its wing more than 20 kilometers away. The F-14 Pandas, who were gleefully encircling and destroying the B-52, had no idea what was happening before they were hit by the missiles and turned into a huge fireball. The absolute generational gap in fighter jets made the Prussian Empire's fighter jets complete sitting ducks, with absolutely no chance of fighting back. Bolin City, the Imperial Palace. As soon as the explosion rang out, Hitler rushed to the highest anti-aircraft tower in the palace. Standing in front of a 128mm twin-mounted anti-aircraft gun, he looked through binoculars at a place outside the city billowing thick smoke, his face instantly turning ashen. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A Prussian official rushed over. "We just received telegrams from various places. The Yinnan people have launched a surprise attack on hundreds of our important factories." "What kind of place is that?" With a grim expression, Hill pointed to the place billowing thick smoke. "Isn't this our Flying Swallow manufacturing plant?" "Yes, Your Majesty. That's where our new aircraft manufacturing plant is." Just as Hiller's expression turned icy cold, the official continued, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, we considered the possibility of bombing when we were building the new weapons factory. Most of the machinery has already been installed underground. Even if all the factories on the surface are destroyed, it will not affect our production capacity." Hiller's expression softened slightly, but it soon turned grim again. He coldly ordered, "Tell Walter that his time is up. Intensify the offensive against the Rose Empire and drive them all across the Ural Mountains. Order all garrison troops in various regions to take immediate action and intensify the construction of air defense offensives. The decisive World War I is about to begin." As Hiller spoke, his eyes suddenly became incredibly deep, and he murmured, "This day has finally come. Zhang Jin, I underestimated you. However, you want to defeat me." Snort. "It's not that easy. Let's go, we're going to Research Institute Zero." At the same time, to the west of the Ural Mountains, on a plain dozens of kilometers outside the mountains, the remnants of the Rose Empire built a formidable defensive line relying on forests and rivers. Emperor Starklin of Rose even personally went to the front lines to boost morale. Even so, it remained in grave danger before the steel torrent of the Prussian Empire. The last line of defense at a certain position. The cannons roared, the entire position churned with dust and billowed with smoke, and Stukas swooped down from the sky with piercing screams, relentlessly suppressing Rose's soldiers in their air raid shelters. In front of the position was an armored torrent of hundreds of Tiger tanks, intending to rush onto the position and end the battle while Rose's soldiers were unable to raise their heads. But, still, some fearless Rose soldiers rushed out of the air raid shelters, but they were quickly spotted by Stukas that kept flying over the position, and they swarmed down. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in flames. This was unavoidable. Zhang Jin's tactics for dealing with mourners and the May people greatly inspired Prussia. Therefore, when Prussia was attacking, it poured out all its ammunition without regard for cost, bombing the enemy's positions again and again. It was truly relentless in its bombardment, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. This was because the ammunition and medicine provided by Zhang Jin were of high quality and low price. The huge wealth that Prussia had plundered was almost entirely converted into ammunition and hurled at the enemy. No army could withstand such tactics. Just as the Rose people's position was about to be breached, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the eastern sky. Chapter 143 Yinnan's strength is unparalleled in the world. The buzzing roar startled the Rose Empire and the Prussian Empire, who were locked in a life-or-death struggle, because everyone on both sides knew that the Rose Empire had run out of planes, and the Prussian Empire's planes could not possibly fly over from the east. In a short time, all eyes turned to the eastern sky, and even the Stukas who were rampaging across the battlefield rushed into the sky to form a defensive formation. 10 minutes or so. The shrill whistling sound suddenly drew closer, and the Stukas in the sky immediately saw dark shadows hurtling towards them. Their expressions changed instantly, because what was flying towards them were not planes, but missiles. The missile arrived in an instant, giving the Stuka bomber no chance to react. The two aircraft collided in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion instantly resounded throughout the battlefield, with Stukas exploding one after another in the air. Both sides on the ground were stunned. The missiles were too fast and too small. People on the ground only saw small black shadows streak by before the Stuka in the sky exploded on the spot. In the Prussian armored group, Walter jumped out of his command vehicle and watched his bomber turn into fragments and fall to the ground. His face immediately turned extremely ugly, and a hint of tension even appeared in his eyes. At this time, it's easy to guess which country dared to oppose the Prussian Empire. Quickly, notify the nearest air force to come and provide support immediately. Walter shouted the order to the communications officer in the command vehicle. Just as Walter had thought, Before he could finish speaking, a fleet of fighter jets suddenly shot out from the clouds in the eastern sky. Four Phantom fighters. The fighter jets burst out of the clouds and swooped down on the remaining Stuka bombers. Their six-barreled cannons under the nose opened fire instantly, shells tearing one Stuka apart in midair in a flash. They then opened fire again, destroying several more Stukas before taking to the skies once more. When the Phantom fighter squadron soared into the sky, there wasn't a single Stuka left. Ugh! Just then, a roar suddenly sounded from the west, and dozens of flying Swallow fighter jets appeared in the air. This time, the Phantom fighters that had taken to the sky did not come down again, but instead pressed their launch buttons, and the missiles under their wings immediately detached from their hooks and flew out. The Prussian fighters flying towards them immediately scattered to try and dodge, but they were soon dumbfounded, because these fighters that were shooting towards them could actually turn around and head straight for their rear. Boom. The result was self-evident. The Prussian pilots, who had never experienced such a bizarre scene before, were so terrified that they no longer cared about controlling their aircraft and were instantly blown to pieces by the incoming missiles. In just a few dozen seconds, the menacing flying Swallow formation followed in the footsteps of the Stukas, leaving Walter, who had just been roused, completely dumbfounded. This is their latest flying Swallow fighter jet. Those experts confidently assured Hiller and other high-ranking military officials that the Flying Swallow fighter jet's combat capabilities would be no worse than those of the Yan'an people's fighter jets, and might even be more powerful. Is this the powerful method? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the roar of an engine sounded again in the sky, but this time the roar was clearly different. Walter couldn't help but look up. He saw a dark mass of planes flying in from the east. He quickly picked up his binoculars to look. The planes that came this time were a bit strange. They looked very ugly, and there were two large cans on their backs. Whoosh! Just as Walter was observing, the warthogs arrived with a roar. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. The six-barreled Vulcan cannon in the nose of the engine roared to life, puffs of white smoke billowing from the muzzle. The shells fired at an angle struck the Tiger tank's turret on the ground, instantly riddling it with holes. Then it exploded with a loud bang. The Warthog plowed across the ground from east to west, its nose pointing directly at the ground, destroying Tiger tanks in its path. Hundreds of Warthogs plowed through the enemy lines in a straight line. Walter, seeing the attack aircraft strafing him, was instantly terrified and, without thinking, lunged forward. Boom. Just as Walter lay down on the ground, the command vehicle was riddled with bullets from an incoming armor-piercing shell, and everyone inside was killed. As the attack aircraft roared past, Walter finally got up. He saw that the once mighty Iron Torrent had been reduced to scrap metal in a short time. If it happened again, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? Walter was terrified and wanted to retreat, but the attack from the sky plowed through the ground, and then turned around and roared away, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. But, just as his body relaxed, he heard the roar of diesel engines coming from the Rose position ahead, which made Walter frown. Although the Rose Empire's industry was not bad, it was too short-lived. Their latest Special 34 tank had just been completed when it was defeated by the Prussian Empire. There simply wasn't enough time to produce and equip them. Could it be? Walter's face darkened again as he looked up to see a series of enormous vehicles charging across the Rose's trenches. Chapter 144, A Mysterious Weapon Appears. He's from Yan'an. Marshal Walter. He's from Yan'an. The roar of the approaching tank formation caused an officer who had run up to Walter to exclaim in alarm. Boom. At this moment, the remaining Prussian tanks regrouped and quickly formed a defensive formation, aiming their guns at the Yan'an T-64 tanks that had crossed the trenches. Boom. A Tiger tank fired first, and the armor-piercing round instantly struck a T-64 tank directly in front of it. With a loud bang, the armor-piercing round exploded, detonating a piece of explosive reactive armor on the frontal armor of the T-64 and exposing the thick armor underneath. The commander and gunner in the Tiger tank were stunned. They were less than 800 meters away from the attacking tank, and the fact that they couldn't penetrate the enemy tank's armor at such a close distance was completely beyond their imagination. At this moment, a dozen or so Tiger tanks opened fire. Without exception. At most, it would break the reactive armor, or it would just bounce off. Walter felt a chill run down his spine and shouted to the officer behind him. Quickly, bring the 88mm gun over here. The T-64 tank formation, advancing in a single line towards the Prussian Empire's armored forces, was naturally not going to simply stand by and take hits without retaliating. Just as Walter was about to unleash his own formidable weapon, The tank formation of the 1st Army Corps of Yin opened fire. All the tanks paused slightly, bursts of fire erupted from their cannons, and armor-piercing fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds were instantly launched. The target was hit in the blink of an eye, as flames burst forth. The Tiger tank, which was being forced to retreat slowly by the Yin tank group, immediately stopped in its tracks. Although nothing could be seen on the outside, only a hole, the billowing black smoke coming out of the tank compartment indicated that everyone inside was dead. In that very instant, 40 or 50 tanks of the Prussian Empire were destroyed. Before the Prussians could react, the T-64 tank formation opened fire. The massive Tiger tanks seemed to have turned into paper, utterly powerless against the 125mm smoothbore guns of the T-64s. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed by the metal jets and shrapnel of the armor-piercing shells. In just a few minutes, the remaining 100 or so tanks became piles of steel graves on the battlefield. It felt like Walter had been doused with a bucket of water in the dead of winter at -40°C, instantly freezing him from head to toe, leaving his entire body stiff with cold. Marshal Walter! Marshal Walter! It wasn't until the officers behind him called out countless times that Walter snapped out of his daze, only to hear an officer say, "Marshal Walter, the air defense forces have arrived." Walter quickly looked back and saw rows of 88mm anti-aircraft guns being pushed up, their muzzles leveled, and aimed at the Yin tank in front. Before he could give the order, they roared into action. The thunderous roar of cannons echoed throughout the entire battlefield. But to the astonishment of all Prussians, the seemingly invincible Type 88 cannon had met its match. A deluge of shells rained down, each one striking the frontal armor and turret of the Yin tank, creating a deafening explosion and a cacophony of artillery fire. But the results were somewhat disappointing. Aside from blowing the reactive armor to smithereens, the actual tank armor inside remained completely undamaged. The soldiers inside the tank also heard a series of firecracker sounds, which made them a little dizzy. Rumble. While Walter was still in a daze, the tanks of the First Army had already charged forward. The Prussian soldiers, as expected of the elite, immediately sprang into action after a brief moment of hesitation. They brought out tank killers and panzerfausts, and some soldiers were even holding cluster grenades, eagerly watching the oncoming tanks. In the bushes, a Prussian soldier carried a tank destroyer on his shoulder and aimed it at the Yin tank dozens of meters away. Swoosh! Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet struck the Prussian soldier between the eyebrows. Behind the Yin tank, fully armed soldiers were jumping off the armored vehicles and clearing hidden firing positions in the surrounding grass. With the addition of these soldiers, the Prussian soldiers hiding in the grass or in some corner were immediately killed on the spot. The main problem is that the grass on the plains here isn't very tall, so while it might be okay to hide from tanks or armored vehicles, it's a perfect target for the search soldiers, who can take it down with a single shot. Soon, the Prussian army, utterly powerless to resist, began a complete rout. At the same time, a major battle was also unfolding on the homeland of the Prussian Empire. With the main forces of the South Sea Fleet and the North Sea Fleet converging in the Atlantic, a battle to completely annihilate the Prussian Air Force had begun. Over Bolin City, F-14 Panda fighter jets roared over the city of Bolin amidst the banging anti-aircraft gunfire, plunging the entire city into chaos. However, these Panda fighter jets did not intend to bomb the city, but instead roared straight toward an Air Force base on the edge of the city. At this time, the Air Force base was also bustling with activity. One after another, flying Swallow fighter jets were taxiing onto the runway in an orderly fashion, clearly intending to take off and deal with Yin Nan's fighter jets. However, they were too slow. Just as one fighter jet took off, an air-to-air missile arrived in an instant and blasted the flying Swallow fighter jet into pieces. Ugh! Immediately following a deafening roar, 5 Strike Eagle fighter jets roared in. As they flew over the airfield, bombs were dropped from their wings. These bombs plummeted downwards, exploding mid-air, plunging the once bright sky into darkness. It turned out that the explosion had released a dense barrage of steel needles, which rained down like raindrops. With the help of inertia, these steel needles, like sharp arrows, instantly turned the flying Swallow fighter jets on the airport into a swarm of beehives. The pilots sitting in the cockpit were no exception, and were directly pierced by the steel needles falling from the sky. Ground crew and soldiers at air defense positions fared even worse. They were pierced from head to toe with steel needles and collapsed on the ground, their flesh mangled and bloody. In the blink of an eye, the entire airport became a hellish place. Everyone died, and all the planes were destroyed. Of course, this large-scale attack by the Yan'an fleet naturally prepared the Prussians, and large numbers of flying swallow fighters had already taken to the sky, intending to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Yan'an fighters. What made the Prussian pilots' scalps tingle was that they only realized how big the gap was when they saw the F-14 Panda fighter jet. In terms of flight speed, the F-14 Panda's maximum speed was only 870 kilometers per hour, while the F-14 Panda's speed soared to Mach 2.38. Compared to the Panda, the F-14 Panda didn't even have a chance to smell a fart. Besides speed, its maneuverability and combat capabilities are also far behind. So, such a scene unfolded in the sky. One after another, the flying swallow fighter jets charged towards the Panda fighter jets without fear of death, only to be blasted into fireballs by the Panda fighter jet's missiles more than 10 kilometers away. Even if the flying swallow fighter jet planned to use its size, the Panda fighter jet was unwilling. Once its ammunition was exhausted, it would accelerate and disappear in a flash, completely elusive. Prussia's fighter jets could only take hits or wait to turn into fireballs and fall from the sky. Northwest of Bolan City, Yang Xiong, squadron leader of the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Carrier Squadron of the South Sea Fleet, was piloting a Panda fighter jet when, after destroying more than a dozen flying swallow fighter jets, he was about to leave when suddenly a dark shadow rapidly rose from the ground in circles. Chapter 145, Just Do It. Looking at the black shadow that suddenly shot into the sky, Yang Xiong was first stunned, and then his nerves tightened, because what he saw was not a fighter jet, but a flat, disc-shaped aircraft. Its flat body was spinning rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it had already reached the same altitude as Yang Xiong. The strangely shaped aircraft instantly shocked Yang Xiong, and without thinking, he sped away from where he stood. Just as Yang Xiong left, the disc-shaped aircraft suddenly opened fire, and a series of bullets hit the spot where Yang Xiong had just been, giving him a clear view as he turned and flew back in the air. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Yang Xiong muttered curses under his breath, then pulled out a camera and snapped a few pictures of the Prussian aircraft before aiming the machine gun under the nose of the plane at it. Buzz. The machine gun opened fire instantly. The aircraft in front didn't seem to be stupid either. The instant Yang Xiong fired, it rapidly spun around and flew upwards, causing all the bullets to miss. Seeing this, Yang Xiong was naturally unwilling to give up and accelerated to chase after it. However, what made Yang Xiong frown was that this strangely shaped aircraft climbed very quickly, even faster than the Panda fighter jet he was riding. He chased the fighter jet to its takeoff limit, but still couldn't catch up with the aircraft that had escaped first. Didi. Hearing the beeping sounds from the control panel, Yang Xiong dared not chase after it any further. He could only watch helplessly as the disc-shaped aircraft continued to soar into the sky, and reluctantly piloted his plane back to the fleet. But the occasional appearance of a few aircraft had no impact on the overall situation. The Prussian Empire's air force was still largely wiped out by the Yan'an Navy. Bolan City, the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, reports from all Air Force bases indicate that they have all been attacked by the Yan'an Air Force and suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the fighter jets have been destroyed, and the base's ground crew and pilots have also suffered heavy losses. Air Force Commander Green reported to Hiller with a heavy expression. Although Hiller's face was ashen, he wasn't too angry. Yannan's strength was undeniable. No matter how angry he was, it wouldn't make a difference. Your Majesty, although our flying swallow fighter jets are no match for the Yan'an people, our flying saucers were not lost in the battles against the Yan'an Air Force. They all flew back, without a single loss. Hiller's eyes lit up, and he jumped to his feet. Are you telling the truth? We didn't lose a single UFO. Green quickly patted his chest and assured him. Yes, Your Majesty, not a single one of our flying saucers was lost. Good. Very good. Tell Research Institute Zero immediately to postpone the atomic energy program and focus all their efforts on producing these flying saucers. As Hiller spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up with an extremely fanatical look. I want to keep Zhang Jin's Air Force in the West. I want to see what he can use to fight us without the advantage of air power. Your Majesty, Research Institute Zero has also developed a weapon unlike any other. They are called missiles, which can strike targets hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away, and can also attack aircraft in the sky. Research Institute Zero has produced the V-2 ballistic missile, the Butterfly surface-to-air missile, and the HS-298 air-to-air missile. Hiller was quite surprised at this point, and said with a shocked expression, they actually researched so many things. Yes, Your Majesty, Dr. Anand said he has many more inventions, but they are all still in the experimental stage. For now, only these things can be put into actual combat. Hitler was already overjoyed and quickly ordered, "All right, tell Dr. Anand that I grant him full authority to manufacture more for me. I'm going to teach Shanghe a lesson." The capital city. The imperial city, the hall of mental cultivation. Shanghe frowned immediately as he held the photos sent by the fleet. He had completely forgotten about this. The Prussian Empire was the birthplace of modern weaponry, and these Baron's discs, also known as flying saucers, were quite a sight. There's also the B-2 bomber's father, the H-229 fighter bomber, with a whole host of groundbreaking technologies like the V-2 ballistic missile, the HS-298 infrared missile, and the X-4 wire-guided missile. It's like it's been given a cheat code. There were even experiments involving zombies, solar cannons, and other things that were beyond imagination. Your Majesty, according to our Western intelligence station, the Prussian Empire has a research institute called Zero, which specializes in researching new technological weapons. The person in charge is named Anand. We haven't found out anything about this person. We also know only so much about Research Institute Zero. We don't know how many people are inside. The headquarters is here, and our agents are intensifying their investigation. Our successive victories have alerted the Prussians, who are conducting a thorough internal investigation. Any secret operations are top secret, known only to Hitler and a few close confidants. It's becoming somewhat difficult for us to steal intelligence from the Prussian Empire. However, Xi'an Station is taking measures to try to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Shanghe sneered upon hearing this. So what if they found out? It's just some cutting-edge technology. No matter how advanced it is, without industrial capacity to support it, how many can be produced? It won't affect the overall situation at all. Tell the frontline staff not to have any reservations, just do what needs to be done. Eliminate them in the shortest time possible, and let the Prussians run wild. Everything they create will be ours in the future. Chapter 146. It's all about one shot. The Rose Empire, Ural Mountains. In a cave near the mountains, Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire was waiting to meet Shanghe's special envoy. In the deep cave, Starklin sat blankly on a rock, his mind still foggy. There was nothing he could do. The Prussians' attacks were simply too fierce, so fierce that for the past 8 months, Starklin had been questioning his very existence every day. As an extremely arrogant person, Starklin never thought he was inferior to others. The vast land and abundant human resources made him confident that he could compete with anyone. I just didn't expect that. Xiangdong was thoroughly thrashed by Shanghe, resulting in the complete annihilation of his army. As for the West, they thought they could regain their pride, but things turned out even worse. They were utterly defeated by the Prussians, and their remaining territory was reduced to a mere strip. Your Majesty, Shanghe's special envoy has arrived. Starklin, who was wallowing in self-pity, suddenly snapped out of his reverie and looked at the guard who had come to report, saying, "Let him come over." "Yes, Your Majesty." A moment later, a middle-aged man in his early 30s walked in. Starklin, who was sitting behind the desk, stood up and was about to speak when the middle-aged man threw a contract on the desk. "Sign it. I'm in a hurry." Starklin paused, his gaze immediately falling on the contract, a document written in both Kyushu and Rose language. There was no pedantry in it. In short, the demand is that the Rose Empire hand over the land east and south of the Fulga River, as well as the land south of the Tun River, to Yan'an free of charge. Starklin's face immediately turned green. Even robbers don't fight like this. You? Starklin was about to speak in anger, but he was interrupted by the impatient middle-aged man after only uttering 2 words. "All right, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You only have one path now. Sign him, and maybe you can still be the Empress Rose. If you don't sign, I'll blow you up." The middle-aged man uttered 5 words with unparalleled arrogance, instantly causing Starklin's veins to bulge and his blood pressure to soar to 200. Starklin looked at the confident middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly realized that he really had no leverage to go against Shanghe. He now has only 2 paths, either be eliminated by Shanghe or be eliminated by the Prussians. Either way, he will die. Since that's the case, Starklin suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. "I'll sign it right now." Now it was the middle-aged man's turn to be stunned. Judging from Starklin's expression just now, he thought he was going to fight to the death, but he didn't expect him to say something like this at the end. Is this what they call living off a woman's money? However, this thought only flashed through the middle-aged man's mind before he said seriously, "Just to inform you, From today onwards, the Allied Command Headquarters is established, and the remaining Rose troops will all be under its command. Of course, it's not just you. All the forces of justice in the Western world must accept the leadership of the United Nations. Eagle Empire, London City. According to the Imperial Daily, in order to annihilate Prussia and other terrifying and evil nations as soon as possible, the Empire has decided to form a coalition army. All righteous nations must relinquish control of their armies by the 15th, and the coalition will take unified command. Only evil countries would shirk responsibility and refuse to cooperate. Such countries should be eliminated. Eliza got up and turned off the TV, her brows furrowed tightly. After a long pause, he finally looked up at Chiu Deer and asked, "Prime Minister, what should we do?" In the past, Chiu Deer would have been firmly opposed, but now? Chiu Deer looked at Eliza's large belly and said righteously, "Your Majesty, if we want to defeat the evil Prussian Empire, we should indeed form a joint force." I completely agree. The 9 provinces are militarily powerful, and their armies have never been defeated. I believe the military will have no objection to them forming a coalition army. Upon hearing this, Eliza's brow immediately relaxed, and she nodded slightly. "Prime Minister Chudel, I will issue the order immediately." At the same time, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions of Yan'an launched a full-scale offensive against the Prussian Empire's army from the Uruguay Mountains. Until this point, the officers of the Prussian Empire realized that their proud armored and air force tactics were child's play in the face of the powerful Kyushu army. What does it mean to be unstoppable? The Tiger and Panther tanks, which the Prussian Empire was so proud of, were instantly reduced to paper shells in the face of the powerful T-64 tank, and were routed in a single salvo. With the support of the Warthog attack aircraft, Prussia's Iron Torrent, which it thought could hold out for months, was shattered and forced into retreat in less than half an hour by Yan'an. That's right. In less than 2 days, the Yan'an army drove them out of the Rose Empire, and they were about to invade Prussian territory. Within the Kingdom of Bolan, Allied Commander Lin Cheng and Chief of Staff Jiang Bailey sat in an M113 armored command vehicle. Jiang Bailey held a telegram. "Commander, the United States, France, the United States, and the Portuguese are all willing to join the coalition, but the Polish and German people are very unfriendly and refuse to join us. And then there's the Kingdom of Bern. They're a neutral country and have declared they won't participate in any conflicts." Lin Cheng sneered upon hearing this. "Neutral? Who do they think they are? This tiny little place of ours is acting all high and mighty in front of me. What about the Morning Empire back then? It covered an area of over 400,000 square kilometers, and the generals still managed to plow it all up. Who do they think they are? Chief of Staff, call them immediately and give them a reply within 3 hours. No, within 3 minutes. Otherwise, I'll blow them to smithereens. I'll have someone set up the generator right away." Jiang Bailey nodded in agreement. He used to be a refined man, but after spending so much time with Zhang Jin, this rough and unrefined fellow, he had developed a straightforward personality. After all, why waste time talking when a single punch can solve the problem? It's too tiring. Tada! Jiang Bailey, who had just left, suddenly returned, leaving Lin Cheng momentarily stunned. "The King of Bolan's envoy has arrived, saying this is their territory and demanding that we leave immediately." Jiang Bailey spread his hands and explained the reason for the sudden turn back. Lin Cheng's face darkened instantly. Without saying a word, he grabbed the pistol from the table, cocked it, and jumped off the armored vehicle. At this time, not far from the command vehicle, an elderly foreigner and several young foreigners were waiting for Lin Cheng. "Mr. Babuz, won't what we're doing cause dissatisfaction among the Yan'an people?" a young foreigner asked nervously. Old foreigner Babuz sneered. "Humph, they're just a bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys. They're only capable of dealing with their own people. They don't dare to mess with us at all. Don't be fooled by their TV shows. They're all fake. Just you wait and see. They'll be bowing and scraping as soon as they appear." Babuz said smugly. This person visited Xinghua more than a decade ago and thoroughly enjoyed being treated like an ancestor, which explains his current behavior. Just then, Lin Cheng led Jiang Bailey out. Upon seeing the 2 high-ranking officials, Babuz immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, but then a look of terror crossed his face, for Lin Cheng had raised his gun and pointed it at him. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly rang out. Chapter 147, let's set off some big fireworks. Babuz felt a sharp pain in his head, and then everything went black before his eyes. That was the end of it. Bang bang. Lin Cheng casually shot the other few foreigners, then turned to the dumbfounded Jiang Bailey and gave the order. Chief of Staff, tell our men to immediately take control of the Berlin army. Anyone who dares to resist, open fire on the spot and raise their camp to the ground. As a staunch supporter of Zhang Jin, Lin Cheng's style is exactly the same. If something can be resolved with fists, he will never say a word more. By the way, Chief of Staff, pass down the order. Launch a full-scale attack from Prussia at noon today. Yan'an is a sea area near the mourning grounds of the homeland. On a Zhang Jin-class battleship, Zhang Jin stood on the bridge deck with high-ranking military officials, while Air Force Director Mi Yun, standing beside him, gave a report. Commander, 10 bombers from the 21st Bomber Division of the 1st Air Force have taken off carrying 10 little brats. Zhang Jin hummed in agreement. Have you decided where to throw it away? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the General Staff Headquarters already has an operational plan. According to intelligence just received by the General Intelligence Bureau, some die-hard elements of the Morning Empire are gathering in the ruins of Dongjing City, planning to sneak across to the 9 continents to launch a suicide attack. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's expression immediately turned cold. How could these damn mourners not know how to be grateful? Don't they realize how hard it was for them to plow the land for so long? Many bombardiers' hands cramped from throwing bombs. Furthermore, to ensure they were well fed and watered, they specially invented stinky sweet cow dung buns for them. No other prisoners of war received such good treatment. So why were they so ungrateful? How many are you planning to throw? Report, 1 thrower per point. That's too few. Tell the lab to bring out another 20. I think a place like Dongjing City could easily use 4 or 5. Let's take this opportunity to verify what impact concentrated deployment will have, so as to provide a basis for future deployments. Alright, I forgot to ask, what is the yield? Reporting to the commander, it's 48,000 tons of equivalent. Director Qian said to test it out first, and then test it with a capacity of 100,000 tons or more after a while. Well, let them handle it. Zhang Jin nodded and said something, then turned to Zhang Chong and asked, how are things on the west side? Zhang Chong hurriedly stepped forward and reported. Commander-in-Chief, the 9 legions led by Chief of Staff Li have advanced to the border of the Prussian Empire and will launch a general offensive at noon today. Yes, tell him that this operation is not only for evil, but also for Western industry and talent. The entire western sky is shrouded in a dark cloud of evil, making it unsuitable for human habitation. Tell him to move all the factories in the west to the east. Put the good ones on the mainland, and the bad ones in Southeast Asia. We have a large area, so we're not afraid of them having a lot of pots and pans. Find all the other capable and skilled individuals, and bring them over to teach us their techniques. Let's treat them to cornbread. Zhang Chong immediately stood at attention and replied, Yes, Commander. General, which ones are unwilling to come? Are there any people who don't want to come? Those who don't want to come are definitely accomplices of evil. What's the point of keeping them around? Let's just shoot them all. We must not let these scourges remain in the world. Zhang Chong quickly put his legs together and shouted back, Understood. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, and Zhang Jin's attention was immediately drawn to it. Zhang Jin noticed many black dots in the eastern sky and, looking through his binoculars, saw that they were more than 20 B-52 bombers. General, aren't we standing too close? Mi Yun said with a worried expression. Zhang Jin thought about it and agreed. Let's retreat. Just as Zhang Jin led his fleet away, a large, densely packed group of mourners had gathered in an open space amidst the ruins of Dongjing City. They were all ragged, emaciated, and pale. Although the Yan'an Air Force has stopped bombing, after nearly a year of bombing, the entire mourning area has been turned into a black, scorched wasteland, with duds everywhere, making it extremely dangerous. Even so, some stubborn individuals remained. That's right. One of the mourners, who appeared to be the leader, stood on a blackened boulder and shouted at the top of his lungs, Warriors of the Empire, it is time to unleash our warrior spirit. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. The short guy was interrupted by a huge roar from the sky before he could finish speaking. Without the little dwarf saying a word, the mourners, who were already used to being bombed, scattered like rats. They quickly rolled on the ground a few times, their bodies immediately covered in a black substance, and then lay motionless on the ground pretending to be dead. This is the experience gained by those in mourning. As long as there is nothing moving or suspicious on the ground, the planes in the sky will circle around and then leave. Unfortunately, they were wrong this time. When the formation flew over the ruins, 5 bombers stayed behind and circled in the sky. After an unknown amount of time, The plane circling overhead suddenly opened its bomb bay, and 5 enormous-looking objects were dropped. Everyone stay still. There are only 5 bombs. They won't hurt us. Don't move. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, which immediately silenced the restless scoundrels. When they saw that the black dot was at least several kilometers away from them, they immediately felt relieved. At this moment, the 5 large bombs were about to hit the ground. Just a few dozen meters from the ground, they suddenly exploded. 5 bright white lights appeared like 5 suns in the sky. Then, the 5 light orbs began to expand and explode, instantly sweeping across an area of hundreds of kilometers. Immediately following, the towering firestorm began to spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the place where the mourner was hiding. Seeing the raging sea of fire sweeping in, the mourner didn't even have a chance to scream before he was turned into ashes. As flames and shockwaves swept across an area of hundreds of kilometers, a super mushroom cloud composed of 5 large mushroom clouds pierced the sky, making it clearly visible to Zhang Jin, who was far away on the ocean. Even the battleship beneath him began to shake. Clearly, the 20 Ivan IVs had dealt a heavy blow to the entire lost homeland. Zhang Jin looked at the churning waves, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Not bad. Not bad. Zhang Cheng, immediately send a congratulatory telegram to Director Qian and the others. We want to personally celebrate their success. Zhang Cheng immediately agreed and hurriedly left. He returned shortly afterward and said, General, Director Qian has sent a telegram. According to monitoring, the explosion in Dongjing City has reached a level of over 200,000 tons, causing an earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher. It has completely destroyed hundreds of square kilometers of land, and the shockwave has swept across an area of tens of kilometers. Zhang Jin immediately said, send a generator to Director Qian and get a few megaton-class rockets. It would be such a waste not to throw more into such a good place. Just as Zhang Jin was overjoyed, Li Cheng encountered trouble. Chapter 148 War is that simple. At this time, Li Cheng led the main force westward with unstoppable momentum, defeating the Prussian army on its own territory. They saw no enemy that could withstand a single blow, and none that collapsed at the first touch. Why? The Air Force and carrier-based aviation had already taken everything, and the main army forces hadn't even arrived yet. The warplanes, already enraged, had already bombed the Prussian Empire's positions again and again. Therefore, when the main force of the army arrived, all that was left were craters and ruins. Damn it, those damn Air Force guys. They eat meat every day but don't even leave us a drop of soup. Do they really think we're just here to clean up the battlefield? Li Jie, commander of the 1st Legion, looked at the Prussian Empire's defensive line, which had been bombed countless times, and grumbled with a face full of resentment. Commander, an officer rushed over, breathless, and said, good news. The Air Force has run into some tough opponents up ahead. Really? Li Jie immediately perked up, hopped onto his command vehicle, and shouted, quickly, pass down the order. The entire army must accelerate forward. There's a battle ahead. As soon as Li Jie mentioned there was a battle, everyone immediately perked up. At the same time, less than 20 kilometers directly in front of the main force of the 1st Legion, there is a huge city, none other than Bolen City, the capital of the Prussian Empire, which is less than 60 kilometers away from the border of Berlin. The once invincible Air Force did indeed encounter trouble. As the capital of the Prussian Empire, the latest weapons and equipment were naturally prioritized for deployment here. Anti-aircraft missiles and large-caliber anti-aircraft guns were densely packed throughout the city. The moment the cannon fired, the entire sky was filled with shells and missiles. No matter how powerful a bomber was, it wouldn't dare to carry out bombing operations in such an environment. In fact, this kind of defense is easy to solve. Just send in attack aircraft and fighter jets. However, their commander Zhang Jin's philosophy has always been to exchange ammunition for human lives. You can produce as much ammunition as you want, but if there are any losses of soldiers, we have to have a serious talk about it. Commander-in-Chief Li Cheng stood with Jiang Bailey on a small hill outside the city, his brows furrowed as he watched the bomber formation circling outside. What's wrong with the Air Force? If they can't drop bombs, can't they use missiles? Jiang Bailey quickly explained, I already asked. We've advanced too quickly this time, and our missile reserves are already depleted. It will take another 3 days for the next batch to arrive. 3 days? That's a long time. Just as Li Cheng frowned, Li Jie's armored command vehicle rushed over. Li Jie nimbly jumped out of the vehicle, ran to Li Cheng's side, and loudly reported. Reporting to the 2 officers, The main force of the 1st Legion has reached its designated position and requests immediate engagement in battle. Li Cheng hesitated for a moment when he saw Li Jie volunteering for the battle without even asking for instructions. Zhang Bailey, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, although the Marshal has instructed us to prioritize the lives of our soldiers, the situation is urgent, and we cannot afford to back down because of this, can we? Otherwise, how can we fight this battle? Li Cheng's expression immediately turned serious. Chief of Staff Jiang is right. Li Jie, I'm leaving the rest to you. Upon hearing that there was a battle to be fought, Li Jie immediately became excited and patted his chest, saying, Please rest assured, sir, my 1st Legion guarantees to complete the mission. However, Li Jie's confidence quickly vanished. Without strong air support and relying solely on ground firepower, the armored division at the forefront was advancing with extreme difficulty. Because the buildings on all sides were filled with a hail of bullets, as well as armor-piercing rockets, the Yan'an army was suppressed by another force's barrage of bullets for the first time and was unable to raise its head. Li Jie, his face ashen, stared at the hail of bullets that kept shooting out from the ruins of the testing site. He couldn't help but turn around and yell at his chief of staff. Didn't the artillerymen eat enough today? Why are they firing so sparsely? Didn't I tell you? Raise the surrounding buildings to the ground. The 1st Army Corps Chief of Staff explained with a wry smile. Commander, the largest caliber artillery in our corps is the 240mm 2S4 self-propelled mortar, and we only have 54 of them. The rest are 155mm self-propelled artillery pieces. Our firepower certainly can't compare to that of the Air Force. Li Jie naturally knew how many artillery pieces he had under his command, but the current situation was completely different from what he had expected, and feeling awkward, he couldn't help but vent his anger. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Chief of Staff, pass the order down to have the armored division withdraw first. I refuse to believe it. Their houses are harder than our artillery shells. Notify the artillery group to concentrate their firepower on a single point, deploying in tiers and bombing in stages. I'm going to raise Bolin to the ground this time. At Li Jie's command, thousands of large-caliber self-propelled artillery pieces and thousands of main battle tanks of the 1st Army Corps immediately opened fire. In an instant, the eastern part of the city was engulfed in artillery fire, and countless buildings were blown to pieces by the artillery fire, turning into ruins. Even then, it wasn't enough. Countless shells continued to fall like raindrops until all the buildings in the bombardment area were reduced to ruins, leaving not a single wall standing. Only then did the bombardment continue to extend backward. Westward Advance Group Command Post. Li Cheng frowned as he listened to the continuous artillery fire that lasted for 24 hours. If every city on this land were bombed like this, it would be a long time before they could take over the entire Western Ocean. Report. Just then, an officer came over and loudly reported. Director Zhang Cheng called. The Marshal has ordered us to immediately evacuate Bolin City and move 100 kilometers away within 3 hours. Upon hearing that it was Zhang Jin's order, Li Cheng turned to the astonished Zhang Bailey without hesitation and said, Chief of Staff, immediately issue the order for the entire army to retreat 100 kilometers. Zhang Bailey didn't dare to delay either. I'll go right away. 3 hours later, the main force that had marched west had all withdrawn back to Berlin. The unusual actions of the Yan'an army also alerted the Prussians. In the eastern ruins of Bolin City, Adrian emerged from a low, permanent bunker. Looking at the eerily quiet ruins around him, his face was full of confusion and astonishment. Why had the Yan'an people, who were clearly dominating them, suddenly withdrawn their troops? General Adrian, our scouts at the front report that the Yan'an people have withdrawn back into Yan'an territory. Upon hearing this, Adrian's brows furrowed even deeper. Instead of showing joy, a strong sense of unease arose within him. Could it be that the people of Yan'an have already figured out how to break through their air defense network? The reason they were so confident in their air defense network was because they had discovered a fatal flaw in the Yan'an people, their fear of casualties. Their entire firepower network was developed precisely to address this weakness. It seems to be very effective now. However, the fierce attack of the Yan'an army just now almost overwhelmed them, which made Adrian realize a truth. It was not that the Yan'an soldiers were not strong in combat, but that the Yan'an officers did not intend to use the soldiers as cannon fodder, but instead valued them highly. Adrian took a deep breath, putting those distracting thoughts aside, and said, Report the situation here to the army immediately. After saying that, He turned and walked into the bunker, completely unaware that a dark spot had appeared in the eastern sky. Chapter 149: The Four Seas and Eight Deserts. Just as Adrian entered the bunker, a white swan suddenly appeared 100 kilometers away, 10,000 meters above the eastern airspace. It then opened its bomb bay, revealing a very large missile. The big white goose is calling to the nest. The big white goose is calling to the nest. Goose nest received. Please speak, big white goose. Reporting to Goose Nest, my aircraft has reached the designated position and is requesting launch. Target area cleared, launch ready. The big white goose has arrived. As soon as the sound faded, the cabin of the White Swan bomber slowly opened, revealing a large missile inside. It was the Neza-class air-launched missile, the latest development of Yan'an, with a short range of only 100 kilometers. The equivalent is not much, at most 500,000. As the hook detached, the missile suddenly fell out of the cockpit. In the instant it exited, a burst of flame erupted from its tail, and the entire missile shot forward in a flash. After launching the missile, the swan nimbly turned and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Below the swan, Lin Cheng watched through binoculars as the swan turned and sped away, his face full of doubt. Why did his commander send only one plane? Could one plane really wipe out an entire city? Commander-in-Chief, look! Zhang Bailey suddenly pointed to the west and shouted. Lin Cheng couldn't help but look up to the west, only to feel a sudden burst of white light pierce his eyes, causing them to sting instantly. He had to close his eyes and quickly put on the glasses he had prepared. Before they could even look up, they felt the earth suddenly begin to tremble violently. Lin Cheng and the others quickly grabbed the command vehicle beside them and looked westward, where they saw a huge mushroom cloud slowly rising into the sky. This! Lin Cheng's mouth dropped open. Was this caused by the missile just now? 2 days later, in Yan'an Royal Palace. Commander, the Neza-I missile launched by the White Swan can carry 500 kiloton warheads. According to the battle report and satellite imagery sent back by the Western Advance Group Command, the entire city of Bolin has been destroyed by us. What was the reaction of the Prussians? Reporting to the commander, the Prussians have surrendered, and their letter of credence will be delivered tomorrow. Zhang Jin was taken aback. So fast. He had initially thought that the Prussians would at least put up a struggle, but considering the Westerners' emphasis on self-interest, Zhang Jin suddenly found it unsurprising. What were the reactions from the United States and France? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the Western countries were all terrified, and they handed over command the day after the explosion. Zhang Chong glanced around, then leaned closer to Zhang Jin and said, General, Queen Elizabeth just gave birth to a big, healthy boy. A glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He gave the order. Send someone to the Eagle Federation and tell them that, apart from Queen Elizabeth and the little prince, we've taken care of all the other members of the royal family. Yes, Commander. As a mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky from the western continent, the turbulent continent immediately returned to calm, as if the war before them had never happened. Lin Cheng's main force heading west naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, and within a short period of 10 days, they swept across the entire continent. 3 months later, in Yan'an, the capital, in the Hall of Mental Cultivation, Lin Cheng stood in the hall with Zhang Bailey, while Zhang Jin sat behind the prepared plan. Chapter 150: A New Journey. Your Majesty, I have been ordered to lead the westward army to conquer the western continent. After 3 months, the evil alliance of the Prussian Empire, the Kingdom of Bram, the Kingdom of Isaac, and other countries has all surrendered. The entire western continent is now filled with singing and dancing, a scene of peace and tranquility. This is entirely due to the commander-in-chief's strategic planning. Lin Cheng's blatant flattery of Zhang Jin left the foreign representatives following behind speechless. Is it a time of peace and prosperity? Or one of tranquility and serenity? Is this talking about them? Well, that makes sense. All the factories of any significant size across the western continent were dismantled, packed up, and transported back to the east. Those that Lin Cheng and his team deemed undesirable were burned on the spot, euphemistically called eliminating the source of evil. Technicians, researchers, and even teachers from various countries, along with materials and books, were all packed up and loaded onto the ship. So much so that, throughout the western continent, apart from books on literature, poetry, music, and theology, almost no other books can be found. The assertiveness of the Yen people naturally aroused dissatisfaction among the other states. But what can you do if you're dissatisfied? If we don't want it to turn into ruins, We'll just have to keep it to ourselves. General, Lin Cheng said, pointing to the dozens of Westerners behind him after finishing his report. These representatives are here to deliver the World Alliance Covenant. They are all willing to accept the leadership of the World Alliance, hand over all their troops to the World Alliance commander, and elect you, General, as the leader of the World Alliance. As soon as Lin Cheng finished speaking, the Westerners behind him raised up the covenant documents in their hands. Shanghe immediately smiled, a humble expression on his face. Gentlemen representatives, I am deeply honored to have the trust of these nations. I am not a petty person. How about this? To show my gratitude for your trust, the army will still be led by the alliance. But you will still be responsible for the costs of military pay and equipment. After all, we're all family. Talking about money will hurt our feelings. It's settled then. Shanghe's word was law, but the Westerners in the hall were in an uproar. The army was gone, but they still had to pay the soldiers' salaries. Weren't they being taken advantage of? Some people wanted to object, but upon seeing Shanghe's ambiguous smile, they were immediately frightened and dared not speak, so they could only grit their teeth and agree. For a time, the world was at peace. 5 years later, with the support of all the industries and manpower of the Western continent, Yunnan's development can be described as rapid and ever-changing. Industries in various places sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and major cities such as the capital, Tianjin, and Shanghai directly became the economic and financial centers of the world. The output value of Yan'an directly accounts for more than 95% of the world's total output value, which shows just how powerful it is. It truly reached its zenith, attracting tribute from all nations. At this time, Shanghe was sitting on a recliner in the Imperial Garden, watching dozens of children playing not far away, his face full of gentle smiles. He's been quite busy these past few years, achieving remarkable results. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started vibrating violently, which startled Shanghe. Since the unification of the world, he had rarely used his phone. Why did it suddenly pop up today? In a short time, Shanghe's previously calm heart started pounding again. Could it be that there had been some new changes to his phone? He quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned it on. A pop-up window immediately appeared on the screen. The phone has been upgraded. Do you want to enable it? Shanghe paused for a moment, and within seconds his hand pressed down hard. As he pressed the confirm button, the phone abruptly disappeared from Shanghe's hand. Just as Shanghe was confused, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, system upgrade complete. System task being generated. Immediately afterwards, a screen of light appeared in front of Shanghe. These are prominently displayed above. Main quest, back to the modern era. Brief introduction. Please be aware that after the mission is initiated, you will leave this world at midnight 2 days from now and head to the unknown modern world to begin a new journey. Please choose whether to start the task. If not activated, the system will detach from the host after 1 year. Prior to this, the host can still use all functions. Shanghe was instantly shaken. Leaving this world? Going to the unknown modern world? Soon, Shanghe snapped out of his daze, a determined look appearing on his face. He had indeed had enough of his comfortable life. Besides, the world no longer needs him. Thinking this, Shanghe's expression hardened, and without further hesitation, he spoke directly in his mind. I agree. Ding. Congratulations, host. The new system has been activated. Please prepare for the journey. This new journey will be a brand new beginning. Upon hearing this, Shanghe's eyes immediately lit up with fighting spirit, and his entire body straightened up as a brand new beginning was about to begin.